Today is the entrance exam for the Superpower Academy. Students who passed the written portion are now preparing for their aptitude test. Superpower aptitudes are divided into 5 levels: White Dust, Blue Spirit, Purple Soul, Red Sovereign, and Black Saint. The Academy only accepts awakened individuals with a Blue Spirit level or higher. Yet, among countless Blue Spirit awakeners, our unlucky protagonist only managed to unlock the lowest level, White Dust. To make matters worse, some of the people testing alongside him successfully awakened a Purple Soul level, creating a stark and humiliating contrast. Plenty of people watching below couldn't help but snicker. What a joke. Minh Ha is one of the rare few with a White Dust aptitude, and rumor has it, it's just some stealth ability, a White Dust level at that. Remember what the teacher said back then? A vague ability that you can't even activate? You're lucky it's only White Dust. Just go work in a factory and forget about being a superpowered hero. Minh Ha seemed drowned out by the mocking laughter. Man, how could he possibly have the nerve to confess to the school's star, who has a Purple Soul aptitude? The guys testing in the same group were no exception. They were all staring at Minh Ha with nothing but contempt. Below the stands, a beautiful girl was staring fixedly at Minh Ha with a look of worry. That was the very school star those guys were just talking about. Not long after, Minh Ha quickly finished his aptitude assessment. At rush hour, the road ahead was practically gridlocked, but the motorcycle he was driving maneuvered like an arrow, weaving through any terrain. Even so, Minh Ha didn't feel happy at all. Another green light, and another one. What is the point of this pathetic power anyway? It's completely useless in a fight, he muttered to himself. He was the one who hated his own ability the most, even though it made Minh Ha an unstoppable arrow on the road, capable of effortlessly weaving between speeding trucks. In reality, how could such a useless ability deal with monsters capable of knocking down skyscrapers? The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he grew, and he twisted the throttle to go even faster. After clearing the gridlocked city and leaving the crowded streets behind, on a desolate road, Minh Ha finally relaxed a bit and looked up at the sky. He suddenly saw countless meteor fragments crashing down, but he thought, bullets can't even hit me, and the earth is so huge, there's no way a meteor fragment could hit me. Thinking that, Minh Ha turned his gaze away and kept riding. Little did he know, the very thing he thought impossible was about to happen. By the time Minh Ha realized a meteor fragment was hurtling straight toward him, it was already too late. With a deafening boom, a massive explosion erupted. He lay flat on the ground, his bike nowhere to be found. While Minh Ha was unconscious, something from the meteor fragment slowly began to absorb into his body. Because he was passed out, Minh Ha had absolutely no idea what was happening. Meanwhile, a barrage of notifications appeared. Stealth ability detected. Fortune consumption disabled. Parasitism disabled. An enemy is approaching. Selecting the best host, initiating symbiosis. Identification successful. Entering the subconscious. Host lacks combat ability. High risk of early death. Granting new superpower. While those notifications poured in, Minh Ha was being approached by an entity with a human form, though whether it was truly human remained a mystery. Afterward, the entity granted him a new superpower with a Red Sovereign aptitude rating, just one level below the absolute peak. Once the process was complete, the human-like entity looked at Minh Ha with a satisfied expression. Looks like he'll be able to hold his own in a fight now. Nobody knows how much time had passed before he was discovered and taken to the hospital. The doctor said Minh Ha's health was stable, but he likely suffered a severe head injury, leading to a prolonged coma. The nurse promised she would take good care of him. Just then, another nurse burst through the door and said urgently, "Trio Thu Hoa, the astronomy department sent over a vial of monster blood. Could you check it for them?" And with that, they all left, leaving Minh Ha alone in the empty hospital room. A few days later, someone came to visit him, the school star herself. Another month passed, and Minh Ha still hadn't woken up. This time, the people who walked into the room were those same guys who used to despise his ability. And of course, they weren't there for a proper visit. We all know Minh Ha was obsessed with becoming a superpowered hero, right? Yeah, he really couldn't handle the pressure. Even if he was depressed, he should have been more careful instead of doing something so reckless. If Minh Ha could hear these words, he'd probably be so angry he'd jump right out of bed. Unfortunately, he couldn't hear a thing. Suddenly, the blonde guy, leading this group of mean-spirited boys, noticed a wilted bouquet that the school star had brought a month ago. Tucked into the flowers was a pink letter. He walked over curiously, opened the letter, and immediately gritted his teeth in anger. Lu Qian actually accepted this loser's confession? He might not even wake up, and even if he did, he'd just be a cripple, he thought, his rage consuming his mind as he tore the letter to shreds. But Minh Ha still didn't wake up. until 1 year later, when a large number of mutated monsters suddenly appeared on the southern outskirts of the city. The hospital where Minh Ha was staying issued a warning, urging all staff to evacuate the area immediately. Everyone panicked and tried to run, except for the nurse who had been taking care of Minh Ha. Ignoring the alarm bells, she desperately ran back toward room 409 where he was lying. Even if he was a patient who might never wake up, she didn't want to abandon Minh Ha like that. As the nurse reached the hospital bed, something terrifying happened. Through the reflection in the window, she saw a hideous monster approaching her from behind. She was too terrified to move. But just at that moment, Minh Ha's limp hand, which she was holding, suddenly gripped hers tightly. Then, a surge of overwhelming power erupted, instantly blowing the monster away. Even more shocking, that source of power came from Minh Ha. He had managed to sit up. The way Minh Ha stood up didn't look like someone who had been bedridden for a year at all. Everything that followed happened so fast that no one could even react. The nurse was so terrified she collapsed to the ground, shielding her head with her hands. As for Minh Ha, he quickly took down that ugly monster. "It's okay, it's dead now," he said, reaching out his hand toward the young woman with an incredibly gentle tone. "Can you stand up? Thank you for taking care of me for so long, Tong Lam. Thank you for saving me. But when did you wake up?" Tong Lam asked, wiping away her tears. This place was supposed to be a hospital in the southern part of the city, but the sudden appearance of mutated cockroaches was truly terrifying. Tong Lam explained that there was an official announcement saying contaminants had leaked into the city's underground sewage system, causing subterranean parasites to become infected and mutate. Everyone else was already on their way to evacuate. Only Tong Lam had returned because she was worried about Minh Ha, who had been in a coma. "Thank you for not abandoning me." He buttoned his shirt and said, "You were just fulfilling your duties as a nurse. Besides, what about you? Aren't you just a student? How could you defeat this mutated monster with just a single punch?" Minh Ha mumbled, not knowing how to respond. After all, he couldn't tell the truth to Tong Lam that he had been practicing martial arts in his mind for an entire year. So, he quickly changed the subject and urged her to leave with him to catch up with the evacuees. But as soon as they stepped out of the ward, a swarm of mutated cockroaches was already waiting for them outside. Minh Ha told Tong Lam to stay inside and wait for him, while he single-handedly fought the repulsive monsters. Minh Ha's speed and strength were far beyond that of these ugly creatures. He even took the initiative to strike first. Just like that, each cockroach fell under Minh Ha's fists. But just as he was focused on the fight, he heard a piercing scream from Tong Lam. It turned out a mutated cockroach had attacked her from behind. In the urgent situation, Minh Ha spotted a bottle of acid on a medical cart. He immediately smashed the bottle and used the acid to reinforce his punch. Just like that, the cockroach that was about to make a meal out of Tong Lam was battered by his acid-coated fist. During his 1 year in a coma, Minh Ha had practiced this move countless times in his mind, but he had never had the chance to test it. Now that he had done it, he felt incredibly satisfied. "That's amazing." "Is your superpower related to punching?" Tong Lam couldn't help but exclaim. "I'm still just a student. I failed my entrance exam a year ago," Minh Ha answered honestly. Which admissions teacher was so blind? His true strength was even greater than some Starlight-level superhumans. Tong Lam's words seemed to drag Minh Ha back to the day of his awakening a year ago, when he only unlocked white dust-level potential and wasn't accepted into the academy. But now was not the time to be distracted. Why have even cockroaches become this terrifying? What exactly is the pollutant? Minh Ha asked Tong Lam, taking the opportunity to ask if she had any more sulfuric acid. This chemical was dangerous to others, but it was incredibly useful to him. Meanwhile, on a bridge spanning a large river, where an underground sewer pipe emptied out, a bus carrying hospital staff evacuating the city was suddenly ambushed by monsters. Swarms of mutated cockroaches appeared out of nowhere. These creatures were disgusting enough as it was, but after mutating, they became even more terrifying. The people on the bus were in a total panic, hurriedly calling to report that a large number of mutated monsters had appeared on the bridge in the southern suburbs, requesting backup from superhumans. At the most critical moment, a man dressed as a cowboy, wielding 2 guns, appeared. He introduced himself as a Starlight-level superhuman and declared that these disgusting monsters would be handled by him from now on. The man then charged into battle. Although the number of mutated cockroaches was massive, he remained extremely calm because he possessed the supernatural ability of infinite ammunition. The 2 guns in his hands fired non-stop, and combined with his incredibly agile movements, the battle seemed to be heavily one-sided. However, just when the man thought he was about to win, a creature even more horrific than the cockroaches emerged. It was a mutated rat, and the people on the bus once again fell into complete despair. Screams filled the air as the mutated rat grabbed the back of the bus, intending to shove it into the river. The people inside were small and helpless, knowing nothing to do but scream for help. Seeing the rat lift the tail of the bus but not immediately push it down, it seemed as if it were just playing with its prey. Minh Ha and Tong Lam had by now caught up with the evacuation group and witnessed all of this from the side. He told her to hide well and not come out, while he prepared to rush into the battlefield. Even after witnessing Minh Ha's abilities at the hospital, Tong Lam was still incredibly worried. But you could get killed by it too. Minh Ha remained unfazed by her concern, feeling grateful but completely fearless. Tong Lam, when patients are in trouble, you nurses don't just stand by and watch either. Besides, if I don't try, how will I know if I can do it? With that said, Minh Ha lunged toward the rat. His fists showed no mercy, immediately sending the monster flying. It was truly shocking. The cockroaches that were once the size of a thumb had mutated to be as tall as humans, and the sewer rats were now as big as a house. Minh Ha's punch was very powerful, and it landed squarely, but it wasn't enough to finish off the mutated rat so easily. He didn't dare to be careless, because at this size, if its claws grazed him even slightly, his bones would surely shatter, and he would lose all ability to fight. Furthermore, rats are incredibly agile animals. Just looking at the way the mutated rat countered showed that. Not wanting this fight to involve others, Minh Ha looked for a way to lure it away from the bus. He retreated while fighting, and as the rat attacked, it accidentally bit into a small car. Minh Ha realized this was his chance. He immediately followed up with another punch. This time, it was much stronger than the last. The rat was knocked to the ground by him, appearing to have been knocked unconscious. This was the perfect time to deliver a finishing blow. Minh Ha shook his wrists and slowly walked toward it, but he suddenly realized something was wrong. Cunning animals like rats are best at playing dead. As soon as Minh Ha's footsteps faltered, the mutated rat's eyes flew wide open. It used its front paws to grab two cars and threw them violently at Minh Ha. Once again, he had to dodge. That was when Minh Ha realized his punching power was still too insufficient to kill a general-level mutant beast. After being hit by his 2 consecutive punches, the mutated rat seemed to be losing its mind with rage. It relentlessly launched vicious attacks, destroying a car or a section of the bridge with every strike. However, Minh Ha found another way. He spotted oil leaking from the cars that had just been wrecked and lured the rat toward the slick, oily puddles. A lighter appeared in Minh Ha's hand out of nowhere, and the two were locked in a fierce struggle. "Doctor, Lam, are you okay?" At that same moment, Tong Lam had reached the bus carrying the hospital staff for evacuation. "Tong Lam, you escaped too? Thank God. But did I see that right earlier? It looked like the superpowered person saving us was wearing our hospital's patient uniform, right?" Just then, Minh Ha tossed the lit lighter straight into the oil puddle. The flames erupted, creating a massive explosion that quickly swallowed the monster's hulking frame. It shrieked in agony as it burned, its face twisted in panic. It seemed the information Minh Ha had gathered just a short while ago was incredibly useful. These mutated rats were terrified of fire. With a fire this big, he could even use the flames to amplify the strength of his fists. Facing this beast that had crawled out of the sewers to hurt people, Minh Ha had no intention of holding back. He unleashed another punch, his fist charged with the power of the flames. Panicked and burning, the monster stood no chance of fighting back. Everyone watching was stunned into silence. With that final blow, Minh Ha had officially finished off the giant rat. "Oh my God, he killed that giant rat. We're saved." Some of the medical staff couldn't help but scream in excitement. But is he a high-level superhuman? Why is he wearing our hospital's clothes? A nurse recognized that Minh Ha was the person who had been in a coma in room 409 for the past year. Meanwhile, Tong Lam was looking at him with eyes full of pride, as if she were watching her own son grow up. With tears in her eyes, she said, "His name is Minh Ha. He's a student who didn't get accepted into the Superhuman Academy." Not long after, at the city command station, "Lu Qian, you don't need to go there anymore. That general-level mutant beast has been destroyed." "That's great. I assume everyone there is okay?" Lu Qian replied to the call from her superior. "Yes, reinforcements reached them, and everyone is safe. But who killed that general-level giant rat beast? I want to thank them personally," Lu Qian asked again. "It could have been some unregistered superhuman. Regardless, it definitely wasn't that rude student. It must have been an expert from somewhere else who arrived just in time. Also, have you found the source of the contamination yet?" Faced with her superior's question, Lu Qian was silent for a few seconds. The answer was clearly no. She sighed and said, "Given this situation, I'm afraid mutated monsters will appear more and more frequently. The only immediate strategy is to evacuate all residents from the southern part of the city and then seal off the contaminated zone. Elsewhere, at the aid station, Minh Ha was having the wounds on his hands treated by Tong Lam. She kept marveling at how incredible he was and kept repeating that, if it weren't for Minh Ha, the hospital staff on the bus wouldn't have survived. Suddenly, their conversation was cut short by a young woman's screams. "My younger brother is still inside. He's in a coma in the hospital. We have evacuated and sealed off the southern part of the city. Except for transport teams and superhumans, civilians are not allowed to enter. It's too dangerous," a guard said, firmly blocking her. "I don't care. My brother is still inside. I have to go save him. Please, let me through. My brother is so pitiful. He's still so young, and he's been in the hospital for a year without waking up. His name is Minh Ha. He's such a well-behaved boy, and at his age, he hasn't even held a girl's hand yet." The girl stopped there, choking on her sobs. The guard, prioritizing safety, refused to let her through. After crying, she wiped her tears away, her eyes full of determination as she muttered, "Minh Ha, wait for me. Even if I lose my life, I have to save you. If you're gone, I'll follow you." Minh Ha, who had been sitting to the side, listening to all of this, couldn't help but make an incredibly awkward expression. A moment later, Minh Ha's sister finally noticed the strange gaze of the young man standing right next to her. After a moment of bewilderment, she hugged him tight and began to cry even harder. "You're awake! You're finally awake! Minh Ha, I was so worried about you." Minh Ha felt a complex mix of emotions. Even though he hadn't woken up for a year, he had been conscious. Every time his sister came to visit, he knew it. For his sake, she had even taken on several part-time jobs, working late into the night. Huge medical bills had all fallen onto the shoulders of this frail girl, but she had remained steadfast, determined that even if her brother never woke up for the rest of his life, she would still take care of him. "Yes, I'm awake now. It's my fault for making you worry and panic." Minh Ha reached out and hugged his sobbing sister tightly. "You've worked so hard for the past year." Just like that, he had his first night sleeping at home after a year in the hospital. On the table, there was food and a note left by his sister. "Eat breakfast and get some rest. I'm going to work. I'll buy good food for you tonight." Minh Ha sighed. More than anyone, he knew exactly how expensive the hospital and care costs for a year-long coma would be. Because of him, his sister had taken on 3 jobs at once. She looked even more haggard than he, the patient, did. So, his first thought after waking up was to quickly earn money so his sister could live more comfortably, at the very least. Not have to struggle like this anymore. Just as he was thinking about this, the television happened to report that the government was offering a reward of 500,000 yuan to anyone who provided leads on the source of the contamination. Minh Ha felt like he had found a lifeline. Besides the reward for new clues, there were also bounties for capturing mutated creatures. The reward was 3,000 yuan for a mutated cockroach, and 50,000 yuan for a giant ghost rat. "Wow," Minh Ha muttered to himself. "So, this still hasn't been resolved? Just a lead on the contamination source has such a high reward. Not only can I pay off all my credit card debt, but I can also move to a new place. The remaining balance could even buy nice clothes and makeup for my sister." However, Minh Ha didn't know where the contamination source was. Most mutated creatures, caused by the contamination, originated from the city's sewer system. Plus, it probably wasn't far from the southern suburban hospital. Minh Ha planned to go investigate himself. Even if he didn't find the contamination source, killing these mutated beasts would still bring in money. He would be doing a service for the people while getting some real-world combat experience. But first, he had to take a look around the bounty hall. When he arrived, Minh Ha was welcomed very enthusiastically by a receptionist. "Hello there. Excuse me, are you a client or a superhuman?" "I'm a superhuman," you replied with a confident look. "What's your rank? We need to know your power level to assign you a suitable bounty mission." Minh Ha was the one who had failed a year ago due to his rank. But things had changed during his year in the hospital, so he asked, "What rank do I need to hunt mutated cockroaches for the bounty?" "This mission doesn't require a very high rank. Just show us some basic superhuman strength in the training yard. We can issue you a trainee superhuman badge. But if you want to be ranked as a Starglow level superhuman, you'll have to pass a much more complex test." So, Minh Ha asked the girl to take him to the training yard. There, many others were preparing for the test. The girl asked what Minh Ha's superhuman ability was. He replied that it was his fists. She led him to the side, where there was a training dummy designed to be extremely durable for testing attack power. She told him to give it everything he had. The machine would then provide a reading of his punch strength. On the machine's display, Minh Ha saw the number 800 kilograms written in large print. He thought to himself, "So, 800 kilos is considered the benchmark? I wonder if I can hit that." Well, I'll just have to do my best. After all, I've been bedridden for a year. My physical strength hasn't fully recovered yet. He flicked his wrists a few times, then gathered all his strength and punched the training machine hard. Minh Ha was quite tense, not knowing if he would make the cut. Yet, his punch made everyone nearby stop and look over in surprise. How much did he actually hit, he wondered. The situation turned even more shocking when the training machine, which had been introduced as incredibly sturdy, had its parts knocked off by his punch, and the screen displayed 1,000 kilograms. Minh Ha sighed in relief. Good enough, he whispered. Immediately, the men around him shouted, Good enough? You just broke the trainee record. Just then, the receptionist nearby explained to Min, that the 800-kilogram figure on the screen was the record set by a superhuman with a power fist ability who had just graduated 6 months ago. It had only just been broken by Minh Ha's 1,000-kilogram punch. Just like that, he passed the test smoothly. A while later, in the waiting lounge, the girl handed Minh Ha a voucher worth 1,000 yuan, saying it was a small reward for breaking the record. She also said that when he comes for the rank assessment, if he breaks records in the basic test categories, he would receive rewards for setting new ones. Hearing this, Minh Ha curiously asked, What assessment ranks do you have here? For now, our lobby only handles 4 ranks: Starglow, Moon Radiance, Sun Corona, and Sky Flare. Higher ranks require going elsewhere for assessment. Minh Ha stared at the voucher in his hand, his lips curling into a smile. He'd heard that at the Sky Flare rank, you could afford villas and luxury cars. He didn't know if it was true or not. He just knew he needed to rapidly increase his strength so that everyone would look at him differently. After leaving the bounty lobby, Minh Ha headed straight for the restricted area. To his surprise, a large crowd had already gathered there. It seemed more people were hoping to win the bounty than he had imagined. Minh Ha had never seen so many superhumans in one place before. Suddenly, a chubby man approached Minh Ha, smiling kindly, and asked, Hey kid, going it alone? Want to join our Red Eagle hunting squad? Is everyone here looking for temporary team members? Minh Ha asked. Of course. It's a dangerous place, after all. If I go alone and get eaten by those mutated monsters, no one would even know. That's why the government doesn't allow superhumans below the Sun Corona rank to go alone. This man was named Kai Toan, a Moon Radiance level superhuman. Since he shouldn't go alone and Kai Toan didn't look like a bad person, Minh Ha agreed to join. Seeing this, Kai Toan continued, What's your rank? Show me your badge. Minh Ha showed him the badge he had just received at the lobby. Kai Toan's expression became awkward. Huh? Why are you just a trainee Starglow? Sorry, kid. We don't take newbies. You should go back and practice more. A trainee superhuman of Starglow level going in there is just asking for death. Minh Ha felt confused. He hadn't expected his rank to be so low that even a team wouldn't want him. Minh Ha's blank expression as he scratched his head caught the eyes of other superhumans. Isn't that Minh Ha from our old class? They whispered to each other. Let me see. Oh, it really is him. Ha ha ha. I heard that. He just got turned down by that team. They said they didn't want a newbie because they were afraid he'd go get himself killed. The girl who had spotted Minh Ha first suddenly raised her hand and called his name loudly. Minh Ha recognized his former classmates and walked toward them. When did you get out of the hospital? I heard you had been in a coma the whole time. It's been a while. Minh Ha replied politely. What are you doing here? The girl asked again. I'm here to hunt mutated creatures to earn money, to pay off the medical bills from while I was in a coma. As soon as he finished speaking, a student named Tiet Tron spoke up sarcastically. With that scrawny body of yours, it'd be lucky if you don't become dinner for the creatures yourself, let alone hunting them. A female student, Lin Du, chimed in as well, but with a tone of genuine concern for Minh Ha, unlike Tiet Tron. It's dangerous inside, you shouldn't take the risk. Besides, I remember your superhuman talent isn't a combat type, right? That's right. What was it again? Good luck talent? What is that ability even good for? Winning a free drink on a bottle cap? Tiet Tron chimed in again. It was as if he couldn't help himself unless he was mocking Minh Ha. The person standing next to him, Luke Hung Hong, didn't say anything, but his attitude was clearly no different from Tiet Tron's. Don't talk like that, Du frowned and said. Minh Ha barely just got out of the hospital. If he's in trouble now, as old classmates, we should help him. After saying that, as the team leader, Du invited Minh Ha to join their squad, promising they would protect him. Minh Ha naturally didn't need their protection, but because of the government's new rules, the academy wouldn't let him act on his own, so he had no choice but to agree. As for the group, they clearly still looked down on him, just like they did before. But they had already been at the Superpowered Academy for a year, so they were probably much stronger now. Aside from Lin Du, There were Tiet Tran, Luke Hung Hong, and Vuong Tuodan. In their eyes, Minh Ha was still that pathetic guy who got rejected by the academy and spent a long time lying in a hospital bed. But oh well, wasn't his superpower just pure luck? Maybe he'll bring us some good luck. Consider him our lucky charm, Luke Hung Hong said. We're all friends, let's just take him with us. Vuong Tuodan agreed, and while Tiet Tran openly loathed Minh Ha, since 3 out of the 4 members had already agreed, he had no choice but to form a team with him. Along the way, Du talked quite a bit about their current lives. They had been studying at the Wudu Superpowered Academy for a year already. The academy required every student to participate in social service activities once, so they discussed it and decided to take advantage of the summer break to help deal with this mutant contamination. What about Lu Qian? Isn't he coming with you guys? Minh Ha blurted out. Before Lin Du could answer, Tiet Tran let out a contemptuous laugh. You're still hung up on Lu Qian? He's a celebrity at the Superpowered Academy now. Why would he be running around with mediocre old friends like us? With a gentler tone, Du added some information. Lu Qian is amazing now. Our strength just can't keep up with his. I heard he's back in Yang City too, helping the government find the source of the contamination. Oh right, Minh Ha, didn't you get a perfect score in theory back then? What do you think is the cause of this contamination? Oh please, what's the point of a perfect theory score? If your combat ability is 0, you can't get into a superpowered academy anyway. Plus, we're just here to kill a few mutant maggots. Things like the source of contamination aren't something students like us can handle properly. Tiet Tran shrugged and said, this guy has always been best at sticking his nose into other people's business. He kept taking jabs at Minh Ha with every sentence. He was truly detestable. However, Minh Ha didn't bother paying him any mind. He was busy seriously thinking about the question Du had just asked. According to the reports, 3 types of mutant creatures had been discovered so far. Mutant roaches, mutant maggots, and giant ghost mice. These were all creatures that lived in the sewers. Therefore, there was a high probability that the source of the contamination was some kind of liquid that accidentally flowed into the sewers in the southern part of the city, turning them into an ideal environment for mutation and producing a large number of mutant creatures. Mutant roaches were easy to deal with, and giant ghost mice were quite terrifying, but mutant maggots were different. Logically, even after mutation, they shouldn't be stronger than roaches. They were supposed to be easy to eliminate. Just as he thought of this, Minh Ha happened to pass by a car. His intuition told him something was wrong, so he immediately dodged to the side. As a result, a massive swarm of mutant maggots fell from out of nowhere. The scary part was that they didn't act individually but connected together as a single unit, forming a giant fist shape to attack them. Minh Ha and Du barely dodged the first blow before the swarm quickly shifted shapes and attacked again. Witnessing such a terrifying scene, Lin Du screamed, "Run!" The swarm of maggots was like a tsunami, sweeping away everything in its path. This was exactly what Minh Ha had been worried about earlier. A single mutant maggot was indeed easy to deal with, but he had forgotten that they were underground dwellers that operated in colonies like this. And they always come out to hunt in full swarms, which is the worst part. Run! Move it! Minh Ha and Du warned the 3 people ahead, while running for their lives. At first, Tiet Tran had scoffed, saying, what was so scary about maggots? But when he saw the thing surging toward them, he ran even faster than Minh Ha. Tiet Tran dashed toward a building with reinforced glass, but as he was about to get inside, Minh Ha realized Du was gone. It looks like she fell, Vuong Tuodan said, while running. Aren't you going to help her up? Let's go save her now. Minh Ha's anger exploded, and he immediately turned back and lunged toward Du, who was about to be swallowed by the tsunami of maggots. Seeing Minh Ha rushing toward her, Du screamed, "Don't! You'll die!" Classmates should help each other, that's what you said, isn't it? Minh Ha ignored her and kept charging forward. Seeing a fire hydrant next to Lin Du, he used a punch to shatter it. As the water erupted, Minh Ha immediately borrowed the force of the water to unleash a violent wave punch. Although it couldn't kill the maggots, his move pushed back the wave they had created, and successfully caused them to scatter and break their formation. The danger was temporarily averted, and Minh Ha reached out to help Du up. Are you okay? Du, still crying from the lingering fear, looked at Minh Ha with new eyes. When she invited him into the group, she said they would protect him, but now it was the other way around, and Minh Ha had to save her. Furthermore, his combat strength just now was so powerful that Du wondered if this was even the Minh Ha she knew. He helped Du toward the building where the others were hiding. Since she was injured, Minh Ha intentionally walked slowly. Looking at his profile, Du secretly thought, he's so handsome. Who knew Minh Ha was this good-looking? It's a shame the person he likes is Lu Qian, but I really want to thank you for not abandoning someone as stupid and incompetent as me earlier. Thinking this, Lindu started tearing up from feeling pathetic. Finally, with Minh Ha's support, she successfully made it into the reinforced glass building. Seeing them, Tietranted immediately chimed in, shamelessly saying he had intended to save her too, but Minh Ha had beaten him to it. Seeing this, Luke Hung Hong and Vuong Tiodan nodded in agreement. That's right, exactly. We just didn't notice you had fallen. Minh Ha helped Lindu sit down. Vuong Tiodan immediately asked him anxiously, how is it? Did those mutant maggots stay in the sewer? Minh Ha didn't even bother looking at her. Instead, he was very worried about Du. Bandage the wound. The fluid from these mutant maggots might be corrosive. You need to use medicine to treat it so it heals quickly. It's just a scratch. I don't think it'll affect my ability to move, Du replied. Seeing her spirits had lifted, Minh Ha left Du to be cared for by the others, while he stood up, intending to check around the building to ensure those mutant maggots hadn't gotten inside as well. Hearing him say that, Vuong Tudan's face darkened, and she turned to blame Ti Tran and Luke Hung Hong. Exactly. Why didn't you two men think of checking the building? And he isn't even as careful as Minh Ha, someone who flunked out of the Superhuman Academy. Though she scolded them like that, neither of them could argue back, because Liu Dan was absolutely right. After studying the building's layout, Minh Ha learned that it consisted of 3 sections: the laboratory area, the office area, and the reception area. He entered the laboratory area and carefully checked every ecological cage. When he reached ecological cage number 9, the safety glass wall outside had been shattered. Minh Ha carefully read the information outside the glass cage. Specimen number 9 had gone missing on the 30th of December 2030, and the original crime scene had been preserved pending investigation. So it had gone missing half a year ago. It had startled Minh Ha just now. He stared at the broken glass cage for a long time, wondering if the source of the contamination had mutated all the insects being bred here as well. But for now, the mutated species were all creatures living in the sewer system. Because of that, Minh Ha had ruled this place out. While leaving, he had accidentally overlooked an important piece of information. The 9th specimen that went missing in this glass cage was a giant yellow-legged centipede from southern Peru. It is the largest centipede in the world, possessing strong mandibles with powerful predatory capabilities and very long antennae. Minh Ha checked another round. The back door was locked tight. There was no other entrance, and the water pipes had been sealed off, so the mutated maggots wouldn't be able to get in. But through the glass, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Triuthu Hoa, Minh Ha's primary physician. But why would he be in this quarantine zone alone? He saw Triuthu Hoa running toward the dilapidated building on the other side and wondered if his house was in that direction. Just as he thought of this, the phone in his pocket buzzed. It was an unknown number calling. As soon as Minh Ha answered, a sweet voice drifted from the other end. Minh Ha, where are you? Let's have dinner together. I still haven't properly thanked you for saving my life. You can't refuse. It was Tong Lam. Only then did Minh Ha realize who was calling him. Just call me Tong Lam. On the other end, Tong Lam seemed to sigh at Minh Ha's overly formal address. She said again, my surname is Song, and my given name is just Lam. You can call me Tong Lam or Tong Lam. Ah, right, Tong Lam. I'm currently inside the quarantine zone. Minh Ha didn't have time for small talk and went straight to the point. Immediately, Tong Lam became urgent. Why are you there? Wasn't it completely sealed off to prevent anyone from entering? I heard the mutated monsters. There aren't just the ones we've encountered before. They're extremely terrifying. Minh Ha honestly said that he came here because there was a bounty, wanting to earn some money to lighten the burden on his sister. Your sister, Chin Yu? Are you 2 biological siblings? Tong Lam asked suddenly. We don't share the same blood. We grew up together in an orphanage. Oh, but you 2 are even closer than biological siblings, right? Yes. What a sensible young man. I wish I had a little brother like you. If you're working, then we'll have to put it off until next time. As Tong Lam spoke, she began to take off her high heels and clothes to head into the bathroom. She couldn't help but feel regret. She had gone to such lengths to prepare just to go out to eat with Minh Ha tonight. But then Minh Ha suddenly mentioned Triuthu Hoa, saying he had seen him walking alone in the quarantine zone, which looked very dangerous. Triuthu Hoa? Why did he run there? How strange. Are you sure it was him? Tong Lam asked back. After thinking for a while, she told Minh Ha the truth that for the past year, she had felt Triuthu Hoa was acting strange. He used to be dedicated to his work, but now he would take time off for no reason, leave work early, and sometimes even make mistakes during surgeries. Tong Lam always felt his mental state was very poor, like he hadn't slept for days. She recounted that once, the headquarters had sent a sample of monster blood, wanting Triuthu Hoa to perform purification, but in the end, He carelessly lost that monster blood sample. Monster blood? Minh Ha asked cautiously. He recalled the knowledge he had learned in class. The blood of certain special monsters, after leaving the body, will create an oxidative mutation reaction when in contact with oxygen in the air. Some monster blood even has an incubation period of up to a year. A question suddenly popped into Minh Ha's head. Could the source of this contamination be that monster blood? He immediately asked, Tong Lam, when did Trio Thu Hoa lose that monster blood? It was about a year ago. Oh, that's right, I remember now. I think it was the exact day you were admitted to the hospital. Minh Ha didn't hide anything, and told Tong Lam his suspicion that this mutated contamination was caused by the vial of monster blood Trio Thu Hoa had lost. This was too much of a coincidence. Even the timing matched perfectly. Because the mutated creatures in the sewer had an incubation period, the source of contamination from a year ago was only now erupting. Really? But he said that it was lost after purification. Tong Lam looked anxious. I'm afraid he was lying. I got a perfect score in superhuman theory class. I don't remember it wrong. Along with Minh Ha's suspicion, Trio Thu Hoa sneaking into the quarantine zone also became logical. Tong Lam thought that perhaps he realized he had made a huge mistake and wanted to find the lost vial of monster blood from that day. But Minh Ha felt that no matter what the reason was, Trio Thu Hoa doing this was far too dangerous. He is not a superhuman. There must be monsters with extremely high mutation levels surrounding the source of the contamination. Maybe he's also afraid of being held fully accountable for it. On the other end, Tong Lam said, this is no small matter. Nurse, you should notify the government about what happened so they can quickly investigate that dilapidated building. Trio Thu Hoa isn't a superhuman. He doesn't know how dangerous the area around the contamination source is. I have to go stop him. Tong Lam agreed, saying she would contact them now to provide the information to the government, and also warned Minh Ha to be absolutely careful. Their conversation ended there, and Minh Ha returned to where Du's group was resting, informing them that the main door had been locked tight and the mutated maggots couldn't get in. Once finished, he said he had some business to attend to outside and would be back very soon. Hearing that, Du immediately stood up. Where are you going? It's very dangerous outside. You're alone. Before he could finish his sentence, Minh Ha was already outside, slamming the door shut. The water-powered punch he had unleashed earlier, while not enough to wipe out all the mutated maggots, had scattered them and rendered them temporarily useless. That was why he could go look for Trio Thu Hoa with peace of mind. Only, as soon as he turned into an alley, Minh Ha was surrounded by mutated cockroaches. However, if it was just mutated cockroaches, they were no match for him at all. Thus, Minh Ha quickly took care of them, and finally found Trio Thu Hoa. He walked into that dilapidated building, and he quickly followed behind him. Right on the first floor of the building was a massive hole, with a thick ladder fixed in place. Minh Ha guessed that Trio Thu Hoa had climbed down from here, but he couldn't figure out why he had come to this place, so he jumped down. Upon reaching the bottom floor, Minh Ha finally caught up with Trio Thu Hoa, and he spoke up. Trio Thu Hoa, what are you doing here? The moment the man saw Minh Ha, he showed obvious signs of panic. Why is it you? Trio Thu Hoa, did you finish purifying that vial of serum a year ago? Along with Minh Ha's question, Trio Thu Hoa's flustered expression became even more apparent. How did you know about that? Answer me now. Minh Ha pressed him firmly. At this moment, Trio Thu Hoa's entire body started trembling uncontrollably. He gritted his teeth, saying he had made a huge mistake. At first, he truly didn't know everything would turn out this way. Then, Trio Thu Hoa climbed down from the ladder to get closer to Minh Ha. I didn't mean to hide anything. Minh Ha, I really didn't mean to. I am just a doctor. I only know how to treat patients and save lives. I never expected my own negligence to cause such massive mutation pollution. Because I lost that vial of serum around here back then, I just wanted to come and see if this place had been contaminated. I want to make amends. I really want to make up for my mistake. But you're not a superhuman, are you? You should have just reported this to the authorities. We would have handled it and that would be that. Just as Minh Ha said this, a bizarre smile appeared on Trio Thu Hoa's face, and he grabbed onto him tightly as if he had caught a lifeline. That's right. You are a superhuman too. Back then, you saved so many people at our hospital. You are very strong. We all saw it with our own eyes. Minh Ha, please help me. I still have a wife and young children. If the government agency finds out about this, not only will I lose my job, but I'll also have to go to prison, and there will be no one left to take care of my wife and children. Can we handle the source of pollution together so this can end completely? Please, I beg you. Trio Thu Hoa was truly begging Minh Ha, because afterward, he even knelt down, which completely shocked him. Minh Ha hurriedly walked over, wanting to help Triuthu up. Calm down, my abilities are limited, and you are just a doctor. If the two of us try to solve this by ourselves, it's no different than throwing our lives away, and we might even cause the mutations to spread further. But, Triuthu seemed panicked. He struggled for a long time without finishing his sentence, then lowered his eyes, looking dejected. You're right, Sai. Our abilities are indeed limited. Let's go. Let's leave this place, and then report this to the government. It would be better to let the government handle it. As soon as he heard Minh Ha mention the word government, Triuthu expression and tone changed instantly. Report to the government? You haven't told anyone else yet? Yeah, not yet. It's better if you tell the government yourself. You lost the serum vial nearby, right? So this place must be the source of the pollution. That's right, it is this place. But it wasn't because I lost it. Minh Ha, you're still just a student. There are many things you completely don't understand. Triuthu stood up straight, his expression dark but calm, completely different from the panic he showed just moments ago. Minh Ha felt that there was definitely something wrong with him, but he couldn't just leave, as he still didn't know what Triuthu was planning to do here, so Minh Ha decided to play dumb. Triuthu, what are you saying? I don't understand what you mean. Cockroaches, maggots, and mutated rats. You've seen them all, haven't you? Living in the dark corners of our city, breeding bacteria, bringing diseases, they make people feel disgusted, and they just want to wipe them all out, right? Minh Ha didn't understand what the man was trying to say, but he still nodded in response. That's true. But have you ever thought about how we humans reproduce recklessly, loot indiscriminately, constantly cause industrial and chemical pollution, endlessly destroy the Earth's environment, and even dump trash into space? Aren't these behaviors just like those cockroaches and rats? You're not wrong about that. We really should protect our living environment. Seeing that Minh Ha seemed to agree with his thoughts, Triuthu continued to ask, then do you know that, for the entire universe as a whole, the birth of life itself is a mistake? The universe shouldn't have created life in the first place. A universe without life would be so peaceful and beautiful. The appearance of life is just like bacteria, multiplying in a healthy body. And humans are the kings of pathogenic bacteria. Humans are cancer cells. The greatest characteristic of cancer cells is their infinite growth while destroying normal cell tissues. Humans also reproduce endlessly from one generation to the next, never knowing when to stop looting, and still having delusional dreams of leaving Earth, taking over the solar system, and coveting the galaxy. As long as humans exist, no planet can ever be beautiful and peaceful. How are humans any different from cancer cells that are constantly expanding, destroying the immune system within your body? This was the first time Minh Ha had seen Triuthu talk so much. And most importantly, his words were strictly anti-humanity. Triuthu also said that when a person is sick, their immune system will help them destroy the bacteria. So, what happens when the Earth is sick and humans are the virus? The universe must have created something to destroy humanity. The more he talked, the more agitated he became, even rushing forward to grab Minh Ha by the shoulders. You are a superhuman student. The things you've been taught since you were little about monsters, natural disasters, and calamities falling from the sky, those are the immune system of the universe. It is only following the will of the universe itself, trying its best to wipe out us humans completely. Triuthu, aren't you being a bit too pessimistic? Minh Ha finally couldn't hold it in anymore and interrupted him. He felt that this Triuthu had gone mad, and given his current state, he wasn't normal, yet he still wanted to use his words to bring him to his senses. We are discussing the issue of the mutation pollution source, and your negligence has led to animals being infected and mutated, which has killed so many people. When he said this, Triuthu suddenly burst into laughter, his appearance becoming even more brazen, completely unlike the cowardly, panicked demeanor from before. Negligence? I am a doctor. If I see a patient who is sick, naturally I will cure them. And if the universe is sick, then I am the doctor of the entire universe. I will help this universe destroy humanity, these creatures who reproduce recklessly like those cancer cells. As he spoke, this mad doctor was so agitated that he crushed his own glasses. To him now, humans aren't even worth a 10,000th of the maggots, rats, and cockroaches in the sewers. Triuthu frantic demeanor showed he had clearly lost his mind. At this point, he didn't even bother pretending, straight up admitting to Minh Ha that he was the one who created this mutation source. Moreover, he claimed this was just a small, insignificant experiment. In the future, he even planned to wipe out every other city besides this Lanyang city, and all his insane actions served only one single purpose, which was to heal Mother Earth. Of course, before finishing his great healing project, I have to kill the vermin who dared to walk alone and try to stop me. Starting with you." Suddenly, Triu Thu Hoa pointed at Minh Ha, his eyes burning with bloodlust. It was clear his threats weren't just talk. He really wanted to take the boy's life. From start to finish, Minh Ha stayed silent, letting the other guy just ramble on. "Thanks a lot for your stupidity and naivety. Once I'm done with you, I can continue my plan to expand across this whole city." "Hang on, Triu Thu Hoa. The southern suburbs of the city are already under lockdown. Even if you arranged all of this, you can't possibly spread it any further." Even though Minh Ha said that, Triu Thu Hoa just thought the boy was joking. Humans could certainly seal off the surface and underground areas. But how can you seal off the water supply? The city's entire water system has to pass through here. And that is exactly why he was so confident his plan would succeed. The source of the contamination would dissolve and infect the entire Lanyang city through the water pipeline system. For cooking, bathing, washing, and cleaning the streets, not a single activity could be done without water. And the water flows into the underground pipes for the whole city. After that, all the roaches, rats, and maggots will mutate. By then, even if humans had 3 heads and 6 arms, they wouldn't be able to stop their mutant strength. Holy crap, this Triu Thu Hoa is vicious, Minh Ha thought to himself, deciding he should leave as soon as possible. Triu Thu Hoa wasn't a superhuman anyway, so maybe he wouldn't be able to stop him. Thinking that, Minh Ha reached out and patted the man on the shoulder a few times, then said, "Triu Thu Hoa, I still don't really understand what you're talking about. Whatever you want to do, just do it. I'm taking off first." Triu Thu Hoa seemed surprised by Minh Ha's reaction. He asked again why the boy wasn't stopping him. Last time, he had seen with his own eyes the boy saving hospital staff on the bus, looking extremely righteous. "Don't you want to play the hero and save the whole city?" he asked. "Nah, to be honest, I'm actually a coward who loves his life," Minh Ha replied without a second thought. "A useless guy who couldn't even get into the Superhuman Academy like me doesn't deserve to play any kind of hero." After saying that, Minh Ha immediately turned around and left. Seeing that the boy wasn't interfering with his work, Triu Thu Hoa stopped caring. He returned to his main task, reached into his chest pocket, and muttered, "Just pouring this vial of serum into the water tank will complete the city-wide contamination plan. Even if the government comes to stop me, it'll be too late." But at that very moment, Triu Thu Hoa panicked to find that the beast blood vial he kept in his chest pocket had disappeared. He recalled just now, before leaving, Minh Ha had patted his chest a few times. It seemed the boy had taken advantage of the moment he wasn't paying attention to swipe the beast blood vial. Thinking of this, Triu Thu Hoa flew into a rage, his body twisting and starting to undergo transformations as he went berserk. He didn't just become much more muscular, but 4 fangs also grew out of Triu Thu Hoa's mouth. He looked like a monster now. "You little bastard, how dare you lie to me?" Triu Thu Hoa roared. "Give me back the serum." And then he started chasing after Minh Ha, while the boy was already running for his life at full speed. Sure enough, this was when the key factor revealed itself. Triu Thu Hoa wasn't an ordinary human, but this superhuman talent of his looked absolutely terrifying. Muscle even grew out of his shoulder, forming a mouth. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem like a human talent. And with that, Minh Ha immediately guessed that Triu Thu Hoa had used himself as a test subject for the mutation. This mad scientist really was capable of anything. As a result, he had mutated just like the roaches, rats, and maggots he had created. Minh Ha kept running as hard as he could. Behind him, Triu Thu Hoa tore off a piece of his own muscle, turning it into independent entities, and threw them at the boy. He ordered these monstrous things to tear Minh Ha apart, while the boy had already reached the rope ladder. But just before he could climb up, the 2 beasts Triu Thu Hoa threw had already slashed the ladder. Only then did Minh Ha realize the goal of those 2 cunning beasts from the start wasn't to kill him, but to cut off his escape route. Even so, Minh Ha wasn't out of options. The distance from this basement to the first floor wasn't too far. He used the bloodthirsty creatures rushing toward him as stepping stones, combined with his incredible explosive power, successfully jumping onto them to climb up to the first floor. Near the hole, Minh Ha spotted some cement. Without a second thought, he used the cement to reinforce his fist, then filled the hole Triu Thu Hoa had created. The monsters couldn't catch up and were all blocked behind that layer of cement. Even so, Triu Thu Hoa didn't seem discouraged at all. If anything, Minh Ha's resistance only made him more excited. "I can smell the scent of the beast blood, because that blood is flowing through my own body. Minh Ha, even if you run to the sky, you won't escape from me." After fleeing that ruined building, Minh Ha ran like crazy, desperate to get away from that monstrous doctor. Furthermore, The strength of these mutant monsters is determined by the traits they had back when they were normal animals. For example, maggots are the weakest soldier grade, then cockroaches leader grade, and then rats general grade. A giant mutant demonic rat was already strong enough to give Minh Ha a hard time, so if the thing that mutated was a living human, the consequences were hard to predict. Even without much thought, Minh Ha understood he couldn't deal with Triu Thu Hoa after he had mutated, so running away was the best strategy. He had intended to head back to the previous building, but his footsteps suddenly faltered. If Tri Thu Hoa followed, with the current strength of Lin Du's group, they would be killed because of him. In this urgent situation, he could only rely on Tong Lam to report the news to the government in time so they could send people to handle it. At the same time, on the west side of the ruined building, it just so happened that the squad of the chubby guy, Kai Toan, was also hunting monsters. The other members included Hoang Fong of the Moon Rank. Tio Lan and Liu Xiaohong are Moon Rank drinkers. They and their team have completely wiped out all the maggots lurking around. Kai Toan is very pleased with this. Since the area is cleared, he thinks, I'll call my puppets back and pocket that generous reward. Haha, looks like you didn't even need a healer like me, right? Are there no other tougher monsters around? The team's healer asked, scratching his head with a silly grin. Just then, a bright red light flickered from the cracks around the manhole cover beneath him. Before the five-man team could even sense anything wrong, he and the manhole cover were blasted into the air. The rest of the group watched in stunned silence, mouths agape. Tu Lan was the first to react, lunging into the air to catch him before he fell to his death. From the sewer opening, Triu Thu Hoa emerged, his body massive and muscular, his eyes filled with a viciousness that looked nothing like his pre-mutation self. That new guy really has a jinxed mouth, Hoang Fong muttered. Liu Xiaohong laughed, chiming in, haha, who knew a mutant monster was hiding under the manhole? Let's wipe him out quickly and find a place to rest. With a high-level monster like this, we're going to be rich. If we kill this mutant, the reward must be at least 100,000. Kai Tuan joined in, completely oblivious to the danger of the creature standing before them. Hoang Fong even bragged that the monster was unlucky to run into a team of superhumans as strong as theirs. Unexpectedly, Triu Thu Hoa suddenly reached out and attacked him. At first, Hoang Fong remained incredibly calm. He used his talent, gracefully dodging backward, while mocking the monster for being so slow. How do you expect to hit us when you're this slow? But to his shock, Triu Thu Hoa's arm suddenly elongated, just like Luffy, after eating a devil fruit. Hoang Fong couldn't dodge in time. Triu Thu Hoa's hand clamped around his throat and slammed him against the wall behind him. Indeed, the best way for Earth to recover is to slaughter you all. Triu Thu Hoa retracted his arm, pulling Hoang Fong closer. His other hand began to shift, forming sharp, jagged spears that immediately pierced through Hoang Fong's chest. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, the monster had executed a moon-rank superhuman without breaking a sweat. Witnessing their teammate being killed in such a brutal way, the rest of the group finally realized this monster was not a pushover like the maggots or snakes they were used to. Tu Lan was the first to snap out of it. "Let him go!" she screamed, charging aggressively at Triu Thu Hoa. She drew her sword in a flash, successfully striking him. But Triu Thu Hoa didn't seem to feel pain. He just grinned mockingly as his wounds healed almost instantly. Tu Lan didn't give up. Brandishing two broadswords, she rushed toward him again. "You ugly monster, let him go!" Triu Thu Hoa held onto Ko Hoang Fong with one hand, lifting him into the air like a rag doll. With his other hand, he quickly struck at the incoming Tu Lan, and tragically, that was a fatal blow. "Now there are two of you. Teammates dead? You enjoying this?" Triu Thu Hoa chuckled while leering at Kai Toan and Liu Xiaohong, who were trembling with fear. "Now you guys can take their share of the reward too." Right then, the grotesque creatures created by Triu Thu Hoa crawled up from the sewer. They sniffed the ground, as if hunting for something. "Unfortunately, I'm in a rush. Otherwise, I'd play with you longer." As Triu Thu Hoa spoke, his mutant creatures seemed to detect something and bolted in one direction. He quickly followed them, ignoring the three survivors from Kai Toan's team trembling on the ground. Because Triu Thu Hoa's target from the very beginning had only been Minh Ha. "Minh Ha, I'm gonna tear you to pieces." Kai Toan bowed his head, sobbing and trembling. "What kind of monster is that?" Liu Xiaohong hugged her friend, shaking as she whispered, "Master level, that must be master level. We're lucky to even be alive." At the same moment, a figure darted down from above. Minh Ha was running while glancing back, muttering, "I clearly lost them earlier." He looked around and saw a swarm of monsters still chasing him. Minh Ha was baffled. How could they keep tracking him in such a complex neighborhood? He recalled their savage faces and wondered, Are they tracking me by scent? Luckily, Triuthu Hoa's speed wasn't as fast as these bloodthirsty creatures. Minh Ha glanced at the test tube inside his jacket, telling himself he absolutely couldn't let it fall into Triuthu Hoa's hands. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a store nearby. Minh Ha paused, deep in thought. A gas station. He mapped out a plan and slowly approached. Without hesitation, Minh Ha poured gasoline over his arms. He didn't know if this would bring government forces, but hopefully, it would mask his scent. Once done, he ducked into the station's break room. As he rubbed the gas into his skin, he watched the monsters. Realizing he was right, a blood flow beast stopped, turned its head, clearly still sensing his scent, and charged frantically toward the station. The beast pushed the door open, a clawed foot stepping inside. It stalked the prey while Minh Ha hid behind a nearby shelf. He raised his knife in defense, but what shocked him most was that the footsteps suddenly stopped. The beast was incredibly cunning. As if sensing his trap, it appeared suddenly on top of the shelf, looking down. At that exact moment, Minh Ha sensed something strange behind him. His eyes widened when, through the mirror, he saw the blood flow beast lunging, mouth wide open, with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Minh Ha's reflexes were lightning fast. He swerved to the side, dodging the lethal strike. He grabbed the shelf, timing his move perfectly to pull it down, crushing the beast underneath. Minh Ha then dashed outside. He gripped the door handle, hesitant. The other three monsters had clearly gone the wrong way. Only this one had the sharpest sense of smell and caught him. That meant this one was separated from the pack. Minh Ha cracked the door open, knowing that running forever wouldn't solve anything. If I don't take down this monster with the sharpest sense of smell, it'll track me down no matter where I hide. His entire body radiated an intimidating aura. Minh Ha spun around, his eyes filled with determination he had to finish it. Just then, a cloud of dust billowed out from the collapsed stall nearby. In the blink of an eye, the blood flow beast broke free from what was trapping it. He clenched his fist tightly, muttering, "My hand needs to come into contact with a specific substance to trigger the spirit fist's corresponding attribute." Minh Ha recalled his previous battles. To use the acid flow fist, he had to touch sulfuric acid. The blazing flame fist required contact with a large fire. And finally, the explosive ice fist needed water. Minh Ha scavenged around for anything useful, but he could only sigh in frustration. There was nothing effective in this supermarket, and going outside now meant risking immediate discovery by other monsters. He was so lost in thought that he'd have to fight it bare-handed right here. Meanwhile, the beast had already lunged at him out of nowhere. Minh Ha's reflexes were sharp. He dodged to the side just in the nick of time. Without hesitation, he threw a straight punch right into the blood flow beast's stomach. The force of the punch was so immense that the creature was sent flying backward. It slammed into a pathetic wall, instantly kicking up another cloud of dust. Minh Ha grimaced, waving his hand to clear the haze around him. There was no way the blood flow beast would die that easily. It attacked again, catching him off guard. Before he could defend himself, Minh Ha was pinned down in a split second. The blood flow beast dug its two front legs hard into his arms. Just as it pressed down on him, a soda can fell from high above. Oblivious, the blood flow beast opened its mouth wide, ready to devour the person before it. But before it could take a bite, the can hit the beast square on the neck. It momentarily loosened its grip, and seizing the chance, he clenched his fist and delivered a powerful uppercut. Minh Ha used the momentum to spring up, landing steadily on his feet. He took a combat stance as the blood flow beast went flying backward. With eyes burning bright, Minh Ha charged forward, relentlessly attacking the monster. He pulled his arm back to build momentum. The power surged with his motion. With a single punch, the break room wall shattered with a deafening crash. Minh Ha held his pose, watching his opponent with a pensive gaze. His hand began to bleed in front of the ferocious beast. Seeing that even the wall had been destroyed, and the monster wasn't moving, he finally pulled his hand back. Right before him lay the body of the blood flow beast, slumped against the wall with its head completely severed, punched clean through the partition. At that same moment, outside, the sun began to set. Triuthu Hoa was looking down. One of his arms was bleeding, signaling that something bad had just happened. Triuthu Hoa clutched his wound, gritting his teeth in a curse. That brat, Minh Ha. He walked toward the gas station, seething with hatred. Triuthu Hoa punched through the break room's glass door. He stormed in, only to witness his henchman lying dead in a pool of blood. Triuthu Hoa's face darkened instantly. "Looks like I'll have to evolve you all further to deal with that slippery rat." He pointed forward and commanded, "Eat it." The other beasts immediately swarmed in, tearing into their comrades' flesh. The bodies of the blood flow beasts began to undergo a sudden, explosive mutation. Triuthu Hoa turned around. He grabbed the remaining door with one hand, looked outside, and flashed a sinister grin. Now that you've evolved, your sense of smell is even sharper, right? Excited, he pointed ahead and shouted, "Find him for me, but keep him alive." Meanwhile, Minh Ha was sprinting outside. He pressed his hand against a car and vaulted over it. Minh Ha looked around, wondering, didn't I kill the one with the sharpest nose? Just a moment later, 3 blood flow beasts slammed hard into the car, leaving him puzzled how could the remaining 3 track him all the way here. Minh Ha frowned, looking back in disbelief. Strange, their shrieks sound different, almost more terrifying than before. He froze, his eyes widening at the sight before him. Minh Ha scanned the peaceful scene in the arcade and thought to himself, this place isn't bad. The terrain is complex. Even if I'm being hunted, I can lure these monsters away. He walked in slowly to analyze the situation. As long as there was a catalyst for his spirit fist inside, his strength would skyrocket. Minh Ha bent down, using a nearby rag to wipe the gasoline off his arm. Since they were already tracking him by scent, there was no need to suffer like this anymore. If he caught sight of fire, he might get burned before he could even absorb it. Once finished, he looked around. He told himself that taking detours or hiding wouldn't work. They would find him eventually. Still, it was best not to stay here too long. Minh Ha sighed wearily, mapping out a plan. Create some distance and buy himself some time, he muttered while walking. Once I kill those monsters, Triu Thu Hoa won't be able to do anything to me. Before long, the sharp claws of a blood flow beast appeared again. Minh Ha seemed to sense it. He stopped and looked back. It was no longer a small beast, it had evolved into a giant monster. With a lethal, sharp protrusion from its left leg, he let out a startled shout. What the hell? How did it get this big? Having locked onto its prey, the blood flow beast lunged down from the rooftop. Without hesitation, it swung its left leg for a direct hit. The blood flow beast brought its muscular foot down with a massive, crushing blow. But luck wasn't on its side. Its sharp weapon pierced deep into the barren ground. Fortunately, Minh Ha had managed to retreat in time. He surmised, it seems this blood flow beast has evolved. Its strength has increased significantly. After missing the strike, the beast was even more motivated to attack again. The blood flow beast slashed wildly, but he just leaned back to dodge. The two of them clashed, neither side gaining the upper hand. A second later, it swung its arm in a rage. Minh Ha seized the chance to jump, performed a graceful spin, and landed safely back. He landed with cool composure, eyes scouting his opponent. Its speed has slowed down. I can still manage to dodge its attacks. It wasn't clear what Minh Ha was thinking, but he was bold enough to wave his hand in provocation. Come on, monster. If you're so good, come and get a piece of me. This time, it seemed the blood flow beast was smarter. It growled to call its pack. In an instant, 2 more arrived. 3 beasts blocked his 3 escape routes. Minh Ha certainly wasn't happy. He glanced backward and clicked his tongue. Guess what? Of the 36 stratagems, running away is still the best one. Minh Ha hurriedly turned and ran, not forgetting to call out, "See ya." And so, the chase between him and the 3 monsters continued. He dashed straight toward the bright yellow rail, calculating as he climbed up. The track was quite narrow, which made fighting them here. Minh Ha climbed higher step by step, muttering, "This way I can ensure a one-on-one fight. Once I reach the top, I'll take them all out in one move." While they're still slowly crawling up, he stopped at a certain spot, his hand gripping the rail tightly, making his energy glow as the elemental power infused into his fist. Then, Minh Ha turned around, brow furrowed, ready for a real fight. The blood flow monster naturally leaped up, pointing its 2 sharp appendages at him. His fist ignited with flames, and Minh Ha shouted, "You think I'm afraid to fight you guys?" Following that, a massive burst of energy was unleashed into midair. He punched the grotesque weapon on its leg, straight on. Just like that, one side shattered. Minh Ha assumed a defensive stance, simultaneously cursing the monster to hell. He swung his powerful fist, landing a direct blow into the monster's midsection. For a split second, all Minh Ha could see was a bit of its skin and fur. The entire blood flow monster, with a hole in its stomach, fell freely through the air. Standing on the rail, he looked down, surprised by his own strength. Is this the power of the elemental fist after absorbing the metal attribute? How could it punch right through a monster of this level? It wasn't long before another one came to throw its life away. Minh Ha tilted his head slightly to gauge it. An evolved blood flow monster? It must be at least at the general rank. He started cracking his knuckles, ready to engage. Come on then. These ones were definitely a step up in evolution. The second one had quickly circled around to climb up the rail behind him. Minh Ha was squeezed in the middle like a patty in a burger, he wondered. Trying to get behind me, huh? With no other choice, Minh Ha had to take it as it came. Get through this. Then figure it out. The blood flow monster above opened its mouth, drool spraying everywhere. It lunged down with bloodshot eyes, intending to finish him off right there. Those two sharp weapons swung down, but Minh Ha raised his arm and blocked them with ease. He took the momentum to swing his fist up, shifting his arm instantly. The monster's eyes widened as it looked down at his strike. In a flash, Minh Ha hit its deathly pale skeleton. Startled, he realized. Bone armor? It's no wonder it didn't fly off after that punch. But what really shook him was, could these monsters really evolve this fast? Minh Ha stayed planted in his spot while the monster from below climbed up. The moment it poked its head out to take a bite, he kicked it away. Minh Ha's foot landed right on its sharp bone structure. He was about to raise his hand to strike again when he saw more sharp bones starting to protrude. Minh Ha recoiled and groaned. Why are bones growing out of the back of its head too? This structure is just a mess. While he was distracted, he got surrounded. The two monsters attacked from both sides simultaneously. Minh Ha, all by himself, didn't care about anything. Having just dealt with the one behind him with one punch, he swung his arm and landed 2 hits on the ribs of the one in front. They were tough as nails. Both counterattacks slammed right into his sturdy arms. The fight grew increasingly intense, with neither side giving an inch. Suddenly, one of them let out a roar and opened its gaping maw right in front of Minh Ha. He used one hand to uppercut its jaw while using his other elbow to deal with the one behind him. He knocked one off, and it fell, but the one right in front was still stubbornly standing there. Minh Ha scraped his feet against the rail to gain momentum. Gritting his teeth, he charged straight at the blood flow monster. With all his might, Minh Ha punched it, sending it reeling backward. He was fuming, summoning his energy to shove it sliding back. The monster quickly used its claws to keep from falling off. Is that all these mutants have? It wasn't even afraid, it just sneered at him. Minh Ha stood there, clenching his fists tightly, preparing for the next round. Suddenly, a train approached from behind it. Before it could dodge, it was rammed straight on. He quickly slipped down from the rail, gripping the track bar with both hands, his whole body hanging in midair. A few minutes earlier in the surveillance room, Minh Ha was the one who planned this. The place still had power, that's great. Time to take out the remaining 3 here. Back to the present, he looked down, gulped, and sighed. Falling from this height, if he didn't die, he'd at least break a leg. Minh Ha glanced over and saw one coming his way. He muttered, "The last one." Minh Ha quickly retreated. For every step he took back, the blood flow monster took a step forward. It didn't want to play this chase game anymore. The monster growled and decided to leap forward, intending to grab him. Luckily, he had fast reflexes, so he managed to grab its 2 sharp weapons from above. He risked it all, pulling the whole monster down with him. Minh Ha shouted, "Come down! This monster is just a parasite on Triu Thu Hoa's body. If it dies, he only loses a few chunks of meat. No matter who hits the ground first, both of us are going to crash to our deaths." He braced himself as he fell, pulling his body up and gritting out. "Even if you go down with me, you'll still win, right?" Minh Ha truly had boundless strength. Before he knew it, he had climbed onto the monster and crossed its limbs, shouting that if someone had to be the human cushion, the result wouldn't change. And so, Minh Ha had gained the upper hand. By now, the monster realized its time was up. It teared up, its whole body trembling. In just a moment, the monster's body crashed into the ground. Standing in the swirling dust, he groaned. "That was a pretty heavy hit on my part." Minh Ha lowered his head, brushed the dust off his clothes, and cursed, "Self-righteous freak." Night had fallen, and the scene became peaceful. In a moment, he found a sink and washed off the grime. On the other side, Tong Lam, in a sexy nightgown, was anxiously making a phone call. Minh Ha, why aren't you picking up? Are you okay?" Finally, Minh Ha had the time to answer. "My phone was on silent." She hurriedly relayed the information. "The government has found the abandoned building you mentioned. They are securing the whole place. They found some severely poisoned creatures inside. They are in the middle of clearing them out. But they said they haven't seen you or Triu Thu Hoa yet." He tucked the phone between his shoulder and ear while shaking his hands to dry them and said, "I'm at the amusement park right now. Triu Thu Hoa is the one who orchestrated this whole poisoning incident. He was even planning to take the toxic serum into the sewers, poisoning the entire underground network beneath Lanyang City." Tong Lam couldn't believe what she was hearing and shot back. "How is that possible? How could Triu Thu Hoa do something so evil?" Minh Ha replied, "I've secured the serum. This serum is likely the source of the infection. Most organisms that ingest it undergo both mutation and develop antibodies." Holding it in his hand, he mused, "Some of our experts might be able to use this serum to synthesize an antidote. Then all the infected creatures in Namthan City could recover. So, this vial of serum is pretty important, huh? Tong Lam suddenly jumped up and shouted. Right. You're at the amusement park now, aren't you? I'll call government reinforcements for you immediately. Minh Ha scanned the map and stopped her right away. No, no, no. Tell them to head to the Namthan high-rise instead. Triu Thu Hoa is hunting me down. I can't stay here. He frowned and continued. Triu Thu Hoa has mutated too. Tell the government to send a high-level expert, or else he'll kill everyone. A crackling sound from the phone was the only reply. Then, Minh Ha was alone again, running through the darkness. Suddenly, a figure in the distance spotted him sprinting for his life. Triu Thu Hoa, in human form, crossed his arms and said smugly, Minh Ha, I knew you'd run here. With his incredibly keen sixth sense, Minh Ha suddenly froze and cast a suspicious glance over. Triu Thu Hoa was right. He leaned against a pillar and spoke calmly. Hello there, Minh Ha. Triu Thu Hoa raised a finger in a light gesture. Aren't you going to see who's up there? Just then, the people trapped on the amusement ride screamed loudly. Minh Ha, save us! He acted as if human lives were nothing, yet he put on a show of power. I ran into them on the road and intended to kill them, but since they said they knew you, I decided to let them live. They clung to their seats in a panic, howling. Save us, Minh Ha! Some sympathized, while others complained. This monster is targeting you, we're innocent. I don't want to die yet. Lindu accepted her fate, her eyes welling up with tears as she urged him. Minh Ha, run! You're no match for him. He's a Lord-level monster. Cries for help echoed. Save me. Mom! Minh Ha stood below, struggling internally. What should he do? I can't beat Triu Thu Hoa after his mutation? He glanced up, calculating silently. He could abandon those three useless people, but he couldn't leave Lindu behind. A thought struck. Minh Ha, drag it out. He just needed to hold on until government forces arrived. Then, everyone could survive. Triu Thu Hoa spoke with a wild expression. Well, is there anyone among these four you actually care about? He tilted his head, talking to himself. The girlfriend. Let me guess who she is. Aha, do I even need to guess? It's definitely the girl who told you to run. Hearing this, Du froze, lowering her head as her cheeks turned red and sweat poured down. She stammered, No, that's not it. We're just friends who care about each other. Triu Thu Hoa laughed and challenged. If you're just friends, is it worth risking your life like this? Minh Ha shot him a look and cut him off. Humans and beasts are different, so you wouldn't understand. He slowly walked toward the ride's barrier and retorted. You calling me a beast? He rubbed his chin mockingly. Back in the sewers, you said a lot of nonsense. I found it all hilarious. You think life and humans are a pathogen, cancer cells eroding and infecting the host of the universe. Minh Ha picked up a small leaf and continued. But in my view, because of life and humans, this universe, even with its toxins, has more vitality. Life is the bud of evolution for the universe. Suddenly, he laughed like a madman and yelled, Evolutionary bud? What part of humans is evolving? Minh Ha gripped the leaf tightly and explained, Civilization and thoughts are evolving, including us ourselves. That's why humanity produces superhumans. Triu Thu Hoa waved his hand again, dismissing the idea that superhumans are anything more than stubborn, resistant viruses. He frowned, stating his stance. He couldn't deny that some viruses were hard to kill, and some even mutated to become stronger. Hearing this, Minh Ha was speechless and at a loss for words with this guy. Triu Thu Hoa stared at Minh Ha, waiting for the next move. With no other choice, he could only offer a proposal. We both have our own ideas, and neither of us can prove the other wrong. So it's simple. Whoever is stronger is right. He scratched his chin and squinted, teasing, Though, I'm a human. A superhuman. And you represent what? Exactly. Seeing this, he roared in anger. Universal heavenly right. The universal heavenly right will eradicate humanity. Minh Ha nodded and sighed. Fine. He took a test tube from his jacket. This is the serum. If you can beat me, this serum belongs to you. Triu Thu Hoa sneered, openly despising his opponent. You don't know your own limits. Minh Ha pointed his thumb at himself provocatively. If you can't even beat a student who failed the Superhuman Academy like me, then stop brainwashing yourself with that ridiculous faith. He couldn't help but curse him out directly. To put it bluntly, you're just a piece of scum, the most useless among us humans. His face darkened, and he raised a thumb to negotiate. Is all this trouble necessary? If you don't hand it over, I'll kill all four of them. Minh Ha didn't hesitate to challenge him. Then go ahead and kill them. Du broke into a cold sweat, biting her lip as she listened. The four of them were students of the Superhuman Academy. Tron gritted his teeth, trembling just as much at his words. On their first day of school, they had to put their lives on the line. While Minh Ha kept blathering on about protecting the country and the city, without sparing anything, Tudan stood there with her mouth agape, crying and silently refuting, "That's just talk." Hung Hong closed his eyes tight, waiting for a tragic end following his bold declaration. Using their lives in exchange for the safety of everyone in Lanyang City is worth it. Triu Thu Hoa grinned, and sharp bone frames sprouted from his arm. Agreed. Now, I'll kill them. He felt no pain as he snapped a piece off to use as a weapon. Triu Thu Hoa swung his arm high in excitement. The crowd stared in shock as it plunged straight into Tron's thigh. He was left frozen in place. The next second, Tron finally reacted, tears falling as he let out a mournful cry. "Why me?" Just then, Minh Ha turned away, and the other raised a sharp bone, his tone full of malice. "This time, I'll pierce through your pretty classmate's face." He said it and did it. Triu Thu Hoa launched it straight toward Du. They were really carrying the team, but luckily, it slammed into the back of the seat. Right next to her face, he exclaimed, "Damn, how did I miss?" His palms began to tighten. Minh Ha tried to run straight ahead, his brows furrowed, his eyes glazed over. Thu Hoa was crazily clutching 4 bones in his hands. He warned, "If you run again, I'll turn all of them into a beehive." He kept running while hearing screams echoing in his ears. "Help, Minh Ha, run, I don't want to die." He didn't even care about attacking the others, just gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, if this guy runs, chasing him is going to be a real pain." Thu Hoa suddenly smirked, laughing triumphantly to himself, thinking it took a bit of time, but it was just enough to torment him and swallow this frustration. The next second, sharp objects suddenly rose from the ground, blocking Minh Ha's path. He stopped as he heard his demand. "Come back here. I'll agree to your terms." Just as planned, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Minh Ha turned back to face the arrogant guy. Thu Hoa raised his arm high, summoning a strange energy, and growled. "Not quite." With that, he reached his long, deformed arm forward. In an instant, a terrifying explosion occurred. He had to lift his hands, eyes squinting to block the dust and debris around him. Thu Hoa transformed back into his evolved form, his voice steady. "Fighting is fine, but if you run again, this battle becomes meaningless." He bluntly mocked, "This is our arena. From now on, it's just a shame you're too weak." Thu Hoa spun his weapon skillfully and began to taunt. "I heard you were hospitalized because you failed the entrance exam for the Hero Academy. Back then, you were just a gray rank who couldn't pass." Thu Hoa recalled the time Minh Ha was in the emergency room, then had the accident, and ended up in his hospital. He swung his weapon and sneered. "Funny enough, I was the one who performed your surgery. You're just a nobody, a loser who couldn't even pass the hero selection." As the sharp weapon nearly touched his face, those heartbreaking words were spoken. "No one came to visit you. Your classmates only pitied you." Even more laughable, Thu Hoa glanced at the spikes rising up in defiance. "Step out of the boundary once, and I'll kill one of your friends." He meant what he said. Minh Ha slowly walked toward him, agreeing. "Fine." Thu Hoa cracked his knuckles and continued. "If you can beat me, you might be able to save them." A jagged, blood-red bone sprouted from beneath his arm. Thu Hoa mocked. "Of course, you might even become the hero who saved the entire city of Landuang." He picked his teeth and added, "Nobody cares to visit you, except for that one time you were forced to give flowers." The next second, Thu Hoa crazily slashed through a nearby object. Sharp bones shot toward Minh Ha under his control, but he jumped up immediately, dodging easily. He lunged forward, waved his hand, and taunted. "In that entire year, the number of people who visited you could be counted on one hand." Before he knew it, Thu Hoa's massive figure appeared right in front of Minh Ha. He was immediately struck by an attack and sent flying backward. Minh Ha hunched over, placing a hand on his chest, gasping for air. Du wasn't as lucky as before. A bone had pierced straight through her arm. Du cried and begged, "Please, just run." He dropped to one knee, blood streaming from his chest. Minh Ha shakily stood up amidst his curses. "You should have died a year ago. Why did you even have to wake up?" The twisted Thu Hoa licked his hand and asserted, "Even if you're awake now, nothing is going to change." Though severely injured, every step he took still carried a powerful aura. He seized the opportunity to lunge forward, while Minh Ha could only retreat, reaching the boundary Thu Hoa had marked in an instant. His pupils turned blood red. He warned, "Step out of the boundary once, and I'll kill one of your friends." He meant it. Thu Hoa laughed mockingly. "To this world, you are nothing but a tiny grain of sand." His hand rested on the spot that was bleeding. He was excited. waving his hand and shouting, "So just go die!" At the same time, Minh Ha also swung his blood-covered hand forward. Droplets of blood sprayed toward him. In an instant, Thu Hoa's eyes were struck by the plasma. Minh Ha seized the opportunity to leap forward while he was still busy holding his face and cursing that annoying rat. He used his feet to scrape the ground to regain his balance. Hearing the hiss, he turned his head back. Minh Ha lunged toward Thu Hoa with a flaming fist. He retorted, "You make me sick. You're the truly pathetic, filthy one." Only then did Minh Ha realize that his own blood was the catalyst for the strongest, mysterious fist technique. A secret move was unleashed, the blood slaughter fist. The next second, dust rose up, obscuring everything. He looked at him lying unconscious in front. Someone shouted, "Minh Ha, this is a rare chance. Kill that mutant monster now." Tietron cried and begged, "Minh Ha, save us first. Please, save us first. I'm about to bleed to death." Vuong Tiedan turned around, frowning and reminding, "Minh Ha, he's losing more blood than you are. You two are such weaklings." Du was more worried about Minh Ha than anyone else. "Minh Ha, treat your wounds first. You've lost too much blood." Suddenly, 2 bones were thrown to the ground, and Thu Hoa's voice rang out, "You guys are quite fine, aren't you?" He grabbed the 2 bone fragments on his chest and promised, "Once I finish this, Minh Ha, I'll send you all down to reunite with him." The others were stunned, none of them saying another word. Thu Hoa stood up, pulling them out one by one, and growled, "Your talent is in your fists, right?" No sooner had he finished speaking than he took a clean punch to the cheek. His head snapped to the side, and he unexpectedly praised him. "Your punch is really strong." Thu Hoa snapped his head back into place with contempt. "But it's useless against me, because when you were at the hospital, you used the matchless fist to kill the mutant rats." A series of scenes fighting the mutant rats flashed through his mind. Minh Ha's arms were now bulging with veins, surrounded by crimson spiritual energy. He didn't say a word, just punished him with a barrage of relentless punches. Not enough. Minh Ha swung his leg to kick Thu Hoa back. "Asenim!" A second later, he landed, his feet scraping the ground to stand firm. He, in turn, clutched his chest and stumbled back quite a distance. The splotchy wounds on his chest began to smoke. Thu Hoa became even more intrigued. "Absorbing different catalysts, your fist will produce different effects. What an interesting talent." He raised his head, brushed himself off slightly, and those wounds vanished. Trio Thu Hoa triumphantly asserted, "But to deal with a master rank like me, it's still not enough." Hung Hong glanced at Tu Dan, bringing up the past. "That's right, Minh Ha's innate ability is only Grey Tier. It seems to be just some kind of luck." With no combat capabilities, she shrugged and replied vaguely, "How would I know? In short, he's much stronger than us right now." A moment later, Vuong Tudan shouted, cheering him on, "Minh Ha, use a bit more strength to kill this monster." Triu Thu Hoa stood before Minh Ha, his glowing red eyes full of disdain. "My current power is Master Tier, not some little worm or maggot like the ones you usually kill. Your pathetic blue tier books can't beat me." He squinted with a wicked smile. "Do you enjoy that feeling, using all your strength and still being toyed with by someone else?" Triu Thu Hoa looked up at the sky, spreading his arms to boast. "You, a mere intermediate, are still just weak. And those supernaturals, too. How could any of you ever compare to me?" He glared down at him as sharp claws began to emerge. Triu Thu Hoa warned him, "Also, it's not just you who can use fists." As soon as he spoke, a fist formed in his hand. Minh Ha narrowed his eyes, observing every single move. Triu Thu Hoa swung his fist down, and Minh Ha threw his own to meet it. His power was so terrifying that it sent Minh Ha flying backward. Triu Thu Hoa sneered, jumped up, and lunged straight at him. The two exchanged blows. They were evenly matched. The battle was far from over. Minh Ha thought, as he retreated. Ever since he switched to using fists, his speed has increased too. In just a split second, a cloud of dust swirled around them. Triu Thu Hoa, still full of energy, channeled power into his fist. He thrust his muscular arm toward him, and Minh Ha took the punch squarely in the chest. The force sent Minh Ha flying into the air. Triu Thu Hoa laughed triumphantly and said, "Here's a little gift for you." 8 bones protruded from his ribs like sharp spikes. Under Triu Thu Hoa's control, they shot straight into the air. Before Minh Ha could regain his focus, he could only use his hands to cover his face. Triu Thu Hoa looked up, smugly muttering, "With so many bone spikes, how could I miss?" A moment later, Minh Ha landed on the ground, clutching his heavily wounded body, and looked down at the blood-red gash on his chest. Triu Thu Hoa wouldn't let him off. He pressed his advantage, pulling another bone from his wrist. "I almost forgot. You have an innate hidden ability, Luck. You sure are a lucky bastard. But you only need to be hit by one of these bone spikes, and you'll either die or be crippled. That luck ability of yours seems a little useful after all. Triuthu pulled the bone out with a snap and aimed it at the dangerous game, shouting, "But your friends don't have that kind of luck." Minh Ha finally spoke up to stop him. "What are you trying to do? Didn't we have an agreement?" A purple flash crossed his pupils, and Triuthu burst out laughing, insisting, "I've always kept to the terms. Look at where you're standing right now." In the midst of the crisis, Minh Ha realized he had crossed the boundary. Minh Ha felt a deep sense of dread. "This isn't good. I've been knocked out of the safe zone." Without hesitation, the bone spike whistled through the air, accompanied by a death sentence. "Because of your uselessness, one of your friends is going to die." Hong and Vuong Tuodan cried out in terror. "No, don't." Suddenly, Lindu's pupils dilated to their limit. She was the unlucky one to take the wretched spike. Du gasped, looking down at the weapon embedded in her chest as she coughed up blood. In a heartbeat, she slumped over after the 2 piercing wounds. Minh Ha stood there, reeling, staring as the person he loved was harmed. Minh Ha bowed his head, his tone full of fury. "You animal." A terrifying surge of energy was finally unleashed. He looked up, screaming in agony, his pupils glowing bright red. Triuthu nonchalantly raised a hand to his forehead, squinting as he judged the situation. "Don't be so tense. From the perspective of a professional doctor like me, as long as you don't pull that bone out, she won't die immediately," he announced with a wicked grin. "Of course, within 5 minutes, if she doesn't receive treatment, she will definitely die, without a doubt." Meanwhile, Minh Ha was slowly moving toward the barrier, ignoring the bone spikes. He didn't hesitate to place his palms on the sharp points. Without a sound of pain, Minh Ha crushed them with his bare hands. He charged through, his resentment reaching its peak. Then, within 5 minutes, I will definitely. Minh Ha's eyes blazed. The 2 words, "kill you," echoed like a verdict from the Grim Reaper. Triuthu didn't feel a shred of fear at his warning. Instead, he gained momentum and lunged forward. The 2 clashed like starving wolves hunting prey. Minh Ha swung his fist directly at his chest, but it had no effect. Triuthu mocked him loudly. In the end, it's still just a blue-tier talent. He struck Minh Ha right across the face, forcing his head to the side. Triuthu smiled smugly. "Your power only goes so far. Even if you drain all the blood in your body, it won't be enough." Minh Ha refused to give up, throwing punch after punch. Yet, Triuthu just used his muscular arms to block them. He looked visibly disgusted. "If I don't attack, you'll just bleed to death on your own soon enough." Triuthu countered with a blow to Minh Ha's head while mocking him. "Your desperate attempt to give it your all looks truly pathetic." He clicked his tongue, revealing his sharp teeth to get under his skin. "How pitiful, just like when you were admitted to the hospital. You know, we doctors hate people like you who fail at self-destruction." The 2 fought a life-or-death battle. Triuthu shouted, "If you can't even manage something as simple as self-destruction, why bother living? You clearly wanted to die, so you had to go to the hospital for us doctors to save you. What a waste of our precious energy as doctors." He now looked like a devil from hell, raising his sharp claws, intending to stab straight into Minh Ha's head, and growled, "You're just a pathetic worm. No one cares about you at all. You really are a weak, useless coward. You couldn't even die when you tried to." The taunts rang in his ears. "Do you know how much trouble your loved ones had to go through because of your failure? Your sister gave up all her dignity for you. When I demanded the medical fees, she knelt before me, crying and begging, 'Please don't take him out of the hospital room.'" With that, an image of Qin Yu, kneeling and weeping, appeared. Then, the image shifted to her having to sell herself to the capitalists. Triuthu voice became increasingly bitter. "Clearly, you and your sister live at the lowest level of this city, working yourselves to the bone for those in power. Why do you have to put on such a grandiose act?" He squatted down, bowing his head to look behind him, and declared, "Let me put an end to this pathetic life of yours." Triuthu immediately coiled his body and sprang high into the air. He clasped his hands together, licking his lips like a starving demon, though his words sounded like a twisted favor to him. "You don't need to be a burden to anyone else anymore." Triuthu soared through the sky, tilting his head to look at the bone spikes erupting from the back of his hands. Cursed, insignificant little thing, not even worth a second glance. A second later, his eyes flared with a savage violet light, and Triuthu unleashed his ultimate technique. "Force of the Void," he roared, the impact causing the ground to tremble violently as he channeled his pressure spike technique, forcing bone spikes to rise from the earth at his command. Not long after, Triuthu landed on the ground with a heavy thud. He suddenly looked up, his pupils constricting as if he'd noticed something strange. Triu Thu Hoa tilted his head and clicked his tongue in mock admiration. Not bad, but too bad. You've stepped out of bounds. In front of him stood the bone spike encirclement, while Minh Ha was cornered, with no choice but to stand outside the perimeter. Triu Thu Hoa casually snapped off a spike and shifted his target. If you're still alive after that hit, it just means one more person has to die. Minh Ha finally spoke up. First of all, I'm not suicidal. I cherish my life just as much as anyone else. Triu Thu Hoa was beyond reasoning. He licked the weapon in his hands, dismissed the claim, and sneered. Doesn't matter. You've just gotten another one of your friends killed. Minh Ha's face darkened as he countered. And second, the one nobody cares about isn't me, it's you, Triu Thu Hoa. My sister abandoned her dignity to beg you because she cares about her little brother. He recalled scenes of Chin Yu tearfully worrying about him. It's okay. Even if you never wake up for the rest of your life, I'll still come to visit you. Minh Ha spoke of Tong Lam. When the mutation happened, every staff member in the hospital fled for their lives, except for Tong Lam, who refused to abandon a patient who had been in a coma for a year. Her words remained etched in his mind. That student in room 409 was left behind. Even if he doesn't wake up, I can't just abandon him. Even Lin Du tried to rally their friends. Everyone, help Minh Ha. Minh Ha continued, his voice pained. I didn't abandon my classmates, because Lin Du raised a significant amount of money from everyone in the group to help me. Triu Thu Hoa smirked, glancing at the fallen figure, and asked, So what? The friend who raised money for you is about to die right in front of you. Minh Ha lifted his face, his tone resolute. And finally, my talent isn't just blue level. Ning. Energy erupted from Minh Ha's fists. He argued. Even if your body can regenerate, every punch I landed on you left a punch mark. Minh Ha looked at the glowing holes on the man's body and continued. I've left 49 marks in total. Soon after, a barrage of glowing blue fists materialized in the air. The ultimate soul essence, Minh Ha's pupils flared with a blue light, spirit fist enlightenment. Minh Ha instantly lunged toward Triu Thu Hoa with a relentless flurry of strikes. In that moment, though sweat poured down his face, he refused to give up. Ultimate soul meaning, talent, death, soul theft. Triu Thu Hoa's eyes were filled with nothing but the incoming rain of punches. He shrieked, I am a representative of the Heavenly Fist. How could I lose to a piece of trash who couldn't even pass the Superhuman Academy entrance exam? Before he could finish, the deluge of punches slammed into him, completely overwhelming him. The friends watching from above were left wide-eyed, their jaws dropping at the sight. Minh Ha landed and looked at the massive crater that had just been formed, saying, I may be insignificant and unworthy of notice. He stood up straight, his clothes in tatters, but he declared fiercely, but I am still 10,000 times greater than a sickening person like you. Having dealt with the monster, Minh Ha ran to the control panel and pressed the button to lower the Ferris wheel. Someone who had just stepped off the ride shouted, Death Soul Rank. Minh Ha's talent is Death Soul Rank. Everyone was in awe. Not only that, he even used the ultimate soul meaning. He's so strong. Vuong Tudan sobbed in gratitude. Minh Ha, you're so strong. Thank you so much. Are the academy examiners blind? Xinghong wondered. He's this capable and they couldn't detect it? The evaluation system must be broken. She agreed. There's definitely something wrong with the supervisors. But Minh Ha ignored them, walking silently toward Du. She slowly opened her eyes, her voice faint. Minh Ha, am I going to die? Wang Vuong Tudan looked over and said, No, you won't. Minh Ha placed a gentle hand on Du's shoulder to reassure her. The government team is almost here, she whispered, praising him. Minh Ha, you're so amazing we never even knew. Tiet Tran could only offer a weak smile after everything that had happened. Wang Vuong Tudan suddenly shouted, The government team is here. Xinghong turned his head, eyes wide as he observed the scene. Minh Ha turned around to warn them, Stop talking. Seeing them, the group waved their hands, shouting, Over here! We're over here! The team rushed over, and Luo Lin gave orders to Qin Vu. I'll go handle the wounded. You take care of that monster. The doctors and nurses shouted, Over here, quickly! There are injured students! Xinghong pointed toward Du, urging them. Hurry! She loudly reminded Minh Ha, You, step aside and let the medical staff handle this. He stepped back as the doctor began checking on Du. The bone spike hasn't been removed yet. If we treat it now, her life shouldn't be in danger. Luo Lin looked, panicked, at the numerous wounds covering Minh Ha's body. She shouted, Your wounds are severe too. Let us help you treat them. As a nurse urged the staff behind her to prepare a blood transfusion, saying, Hurry it up. She recounted the situation. When we arrived, we detected energy signatures from a Lord-level mutant. It's a miracle any of you are still alive. A doctor rushed over to provide first aid to Minh Ha. Luo Lin crossed her arms, skeptical. Wait, where did that Lord-level mutant go? Suddenly, footsteps approached. Qin Vu, a Sun-level Esper, reassured them. It's safe now. Seeing this, she cautioned him. You can't be so lax when carrying out a mission. Luo Lin looked away, frowning in doubt. That monster likely has an ambush nearby. He pointed his thumb toward the massive hole, announcing, That monster is dead. White smoke was still rising from the pit. Qin Vu continued, Its body is in that hole. Based on the report, it was a mutant who likely used a pollution source to self-mutate. As if struck by lightning, Luo Lin's jaw dropped as she asked, Dead? She peered around suspiciously. How is it dead already? Who killed it? The other three pointed at Minh Ha simultaneously. She followed their gaze, then approached him with skepticism. Was it you? Minh Ha calmly produced a small purple vial as confirmation. Yes, it was me. I'm the one who reported this to you. My name is Minh Ha. This is the source of the infection I stole from Triuthu Hoa. Don't move. You took it out? He asked. He wanted to dump this into the sewage system. Luo Lin stared at it for a long moment, looking puzzled. A second later, she gripped it tightly and asked, How did you manage to do that? He leaned forward and answered hesitantly. Well, I waited for him to get distracted, then I reached into his pocket and grabbed it. The doctor reminded him. I said, Don't move. Luo Lin's voice grew more urgent. What I want to know is, how on earth did you kill a mutant creature of the master level? Minh Ha raised his fist and replied, Just used my fists. My superpower is fisticuffs. The doctor groaned. I told you not to move. She rubbed her temples, looking annoyed and curious. Wait, let me ask you this. What rank are you, and which team do you belong to? He nonchalantly replied that he was an elite-level trainee. Luo Lin brushed it off. Nonsense. Do you have any idea how many moon-rank superhumans this monster killed just a short while ago? Tu Dan stepped in to vouch for him. Commander. Minh Ha really did just become a superhuman. The doctor finished bandaging him. Minh Ha turned to her and whispered, Thank you. Vuong Tuodan brought up a key point that he couldn't even pass the entrance exam for the Superhuman Academy. Luo Lin's pupils dilated to their limit. She frowned and pointed at the person next to him. So it was you? He asked. What about me? Under Qin Vu's skeptical gaze, Luo Lin pointed and accused him. You're that incredibly aggressive student who refused to follow my orders over the phone the other day. The doctor leaned in, suddenly realizing. Aren't you the hero who saved all the doctors at our hospital? Your name is Minh Ha, right? Your face was so covered in blood earlier that I didn't recognize you. Qin Vu suddenly placed a hand on Minh Ha's shoulder. She's singing your praises. It seems you really are the hero who resolved this major threat to Lanyang City. Qin Vu smiled and self-deprecatingly added, It seems there was no room for us high-level superhumans to shine. Minh Ha glanced over, modestly saying, I was just trying to buy some time and keep my classmates safe. Luo Lin exclaimed, Are you interested in joining our government superhuman organization? The benefits are excellent, the pay is top tier, and all your colleagues are as beautiful as goddesses. Qin Vu glanced at her and whispered, Have you no shame? She gritted her teeth and snapped, What did you say? He quickly waved his hands, teasing, Commander, how could you compare yourself to them? Tisk, tisk. Luo Lin didn't care. She put a hand on her hip, winked, and repeated, Just think about it. Your name is Minh Ha, right? You live in the South District. The Superhuman Academy doesn't deserve you, but our government organization will always welcome you. Minh Ha gave a forced smile and vaguely replied, I'll think about it. He swayed, his voice fading, I'll think about it. Luo Lin and Qin Vu looked on in alarm. Everyone quickly rushed over to support him. The doctor checked his pulse and deduced, he's probably just exhausted. Between his severe injuries and blood loss, he's passed out. She immediately ordered, Get him to the hospital. Now. And you? Go get the reporters ready for a press conference. The next day, the news anchor reported the story. Thanks to the relentless efforts of the Superhuman Academy, the Hunter Association, and the government, all mutant creatures in the suburbs of the South District of Lanyang City have been cleared out. Among them, one superhuman made a significant contribution. He located the source of the infection and prevented it from spreading in time. This hero is currently receiving treatment at the hospital. We will interview him once he regains consciousness. Scene shifts to Lanyang City Hospital. Tong Lam sat by the bedside, watching Minh Ha's unconscious face. Moments later, he fluttered his eyes open. She exclaimed with relief, You're finally awake. Tong Lam quickly continued, You've been out for 2 days and 2 nights. We really thought you weren't going to wake up. He hadn't quite grasped his situation yet, reaching up to rub his head. Tong Lam, why are you here? She bowed her head, her cheeks flushing. I was reassigned here to take care of you. Tong Lam stood up, leaned in with a bright smile, and announced, You're a hero of Lanyang City now. There are so many reporters outside waiting to interview you. Minh Ha didn't care about that. He only asked about his friend. By the way, where is Lin Du? How is she doing? Tong Lam reassured him. She's still receiving treatment in the ICU. I already asked her lead doctor for you. She's successfully made it through the critical stage. She adjusted the pillow behind his back and leaned in to continue. From here on, she just needs to recover properly. Minh Ha let out a relieved sigh. That's good to hear. Suddenly, the hospital room door opened, and a voice drifted in. How is he? General Lai and Luo Lin walked in. He asked, Are you feeling better? He turned his head and politely replied, Much better. It wasn't really a big deal. Tong Lam interrupted. His constitution is incredible. His recovery speed is much faster than the average person. Luo Lin clapped her hands together. That's wonderful. That makes you even more suitable for our government organization. We have the most need for superhumans with a physique as freakish as yours. The heels of General Lai's boots clicked together. He stood straight, sternly calling Minh Ha's name. General Lai looked tense as he said, You uncovered Triu Thu Hoa's conspiracy and prevented the infection from spreading throughout the city in time. He bowed his head, showing deep appreciation. First, on behalf of the Lanyang City Government Organization, I want to thank you for your immense contributions. Minh Ha also bowed his head, saying it was the right thing to do. Suddenly, General Lai clicked his tongue as if signaling something. He was stunned for a moment, trying to guess what the general was planning. Luo Lin caught on immediately and suggested, Tong Lam, I have the day off today. Why don't we go out and get something to eat? Tong Lam went along with it. Sure. It's been a while since we went out together, she said, acting a bit spoiled. Bubble tea, seafood, dessert, not a single thing can be missing. The commander placed a hand gently on Tong Lam's back, agreeing immediately. Fine. It's my treat today. After they left, General Li slowly pulled up a chair and sat down. Minh Ha asked, Is there something important you need to discuss with me privately? He countered. What makes you think I have something important to tell you? He quickly pointed out Luo Lin's subtle cue. Didn't that female commander just make an excuse to send the nurse away? General Li smiled and praised him. Your observation skills are truly sharp. He continued. I've already asked Tong Lam and your friend about your condition and Triu Thu Hoa's situation. In terms of raw strength, you are still far from being able to defeat Triu Thu Hoa. His tone was thoughtful, yet he had actually managed to defeat him. It must have been difficult for you. Many awakened still hold the belief that the higher the level of an awakened, the stronger they are. Kai Toan had also once belittled him, saying, Sorry, we don't accept rookies. General Lai looked stern as he countered those claims, but in reality, that wasn't the case at all. An awakened doesn't just need to utilize their supernatural abilities well. They must also know how to use their intellect. You did that brilliantly, he pondered. Maybe it's because my hidden talent is luck. I'm just a bit luckier than the average person. The general denied it immediately. Stop being so humble. Luck can only ensure your survival for a moment. You fought against Triu Thu Hoa with both wit and courage for so long. It certainly couldn't have been based on luck alone. Minh Ha closed his eyes and sighed, interrupting him. You are too kind, General. Only then did General Lai bring up another story. Minh Ha, did Triu Thu Hoa say anything to you? He kept talking about some sick things. Like how humans are cancer cells? Thu Hoa's voice seemed to still echo in his mind. This universe should never have created life. Those creatures invading Earth are the immune system of the universe, which is the heavenly authority, responsible for wiping out all of humanity, or something like that. If there were no life, the universe would be so peaceful. The moment life appeared, it was no different from bacteria proliferating inside this universe. So, humans are the king of bacteria, just like cancer cells. He spoke vaguely about the heavenly authority. He didn't say things like that just because he was crazy. Minh Ha didn't seem very interested and glanced over with a faint, oh. General Lai leaned forward, clasping his hands together as he explained. Based on what we have researched, the monsters invading our world all come from meteors. Every meteor hides a species of creature that threatens human survival. Every living creature has instincts, and the instinct of all life on Earth is survival. But do you know what the primary instinct of the monsters inside the meteors from space is? He bluntly replied with 2 words, slaughter. The general stood up, confirming it. Yes, their instinct is slaughter, slaughtering until humanity is completely extinct. Minh Ha suddenly raised a massive question. General Li, Are we humans really the cancer cells of this universe? General Lai turned to walk toward the water dispenser and replied calmly, "Survival is the greatest instinct of humanity. But our second greatest instinct is to explore. I cannot answer that question for you, because we humans are still in the stage of exploring the universe." He slowly poured a glass of water, speaking words that sounded almost meaningless. What is the truth? Even the highest ranking, awakened or the most brilliant cosmologists have no way of answering your question. Minh Ha gripped the bedsheet lightly as he responded. If this universe truly didn't need us and wanted us to perish, why would it grant us supernatural powers? And why would our human, awakened, have the ability to resist these monsters? As he reached out to take the glass of water, he blurted out, "Right. You are correct. The fact that we humans have awakened is the most convincing evidence to refute that hypothesis. Perhaps we humans are the living cells of this universe, and those monsters are the bacteria. For the sake of seeking the ultimate truth, I believe we absolutely cannot be defeated by these monsters." General Lai clenched his fist, his voice full of determination. Awakened will be the guardians, escorting us so the flame of human civilization will continue to burn forever. He realized his obligation. I am now an awakened too. However, I am not yet capable of protecting all of humanity. Minh Ha looked down at the image of the three people he loved, reflected in the glass, muttering, "But, at least I will protect the people close to me." The general sighed and reached into his coat, continuing, "Let's stop talking about this for now. I have two things I need to confirm with you, and I hope you will cooperate." General Lai produced a stack of papers and said, "First, 1 year ago, our astronomical bureau detected a meteor dubbed the Goddess. After it entered our atmosphere, it suddenly changed its trajectory and exploded after entering our airspace. And you, by chance, happened to be right near the crater where it fell, and because of that, you were in a coma for a year." Minh Ha squeezed the paper in his hand, whispering, "So that's what happened." The general frowned, curious. "What did you see back then?" He didn't answer, only seeing the blinding light of it covering the entire sky in his mind. Images from the past flooded back into Minh Ha's head. Just as danger approached, he had been struck by a motorcycle. In the end, he didn't know anything else. Minh Ha's tone grew heavy. Very quickly, "I lost consciousness." General Lai kept pressing. "Are you sure you didn't see anything? When the meteor fell, didn't anything else appear?" He shook his head, puzzled. "No. In short, I didn't see anything. Could it be that this meteor also contained some incredibly dangerous monster?" The general stood up and went to draw the curtains as he recounted. "We classify disasters into 12 levels, from 1 to 12. A level 1 disaster has destruction, similar to a tornado." General Lai turned around, raising his hand to explain, "And the mutant monster incident in the southern suburbs of Landuang City is classified as a level 3 disaster. Triuthu Hoa originally intended to use the contaminated water pipes to upgrade it to a level 6 disaster, but fortunately, you stopped him in time." Minh Ha was startled and shouted, "This mutation incident is so serious and it's only level 3? He looked up, thoughtful, and continued, "The goddess meteor that we are monitoring, after preliminary inspection, we decided to classify it as a level 9 disaster was mentioned, like a supernatural force ready to descend upon this entire city." He panicked, his pupils dilating as he repeated, "Level 9? General Lai turned his back to Minh Ha, confirming, "Yes, it can destroy an entire province, or even this entire southern China region. The meteor falling itself isn't scary. What's scary is what it carries." Minh Ha sighed with a bit of trepidation. "That's terrifying." The general recounted, 5 years ago, in southern China, a level 8 disaster appeared. Inside that meteor was an emperor-level monster. That's right. The source of this contamination was actually the blood of that emperor-level monster. This vial of blood belonged to a merchant who hid it away for himself back then. He interrupted. "The blood of an emperor-level monster can cause a city to suffer such an impact?" General Lai weighed the situation carefully, realizing that whatever was inside the goddess was just as terrifying, perhaps even a threat to all of humanity. He stood with his hands behind his back, walking toward the window to explain his reasoning. "Our government organization has been searching the meteor crater for a long time now, but we haven't found anything. You were the one closest to the scene, and you were the one struck by the meteor. I just wanted to see if I could get any important leads from you." Minh Ha felt guilty. "I'm so sorry, but I really don't have any valuable clues." General Lai turned around and replied, "It's fine. I just came to be sure. The object from that meteor might be on another one, having fallen in a different location or even another country." Minh Ha suddenly wondered, then what was the second thing the general wanted to talk about? He brought up Luo Lin's suggestion. "Ah, Luo Lin kept insisting that I recommend you. I hope you can join our government organization. General Lai leaned over, grabbing the edge of the hospital bed, and sighed. Your luck-based ability really brought you some fortune. After being in a coma for a year, you awakened an ability, and a purple rank 1 at that. It truly is a blessing in disguise. Minh Ha gave a wry smile and admitted, yes, it really is a blessing in disguise. The general straightened up and proposed, so, what do you think? Join us. Minh Ha didn't rush, offering an excuse. I need to discuss it with my sister first. General Li nodded in affirmation. Understood. Our organization always welcomes you. He then walked toward the door to say goodbye. In that case, I won't disturb your rest any further. Suddenly, Minh Ha shouted, General Li, wait. The general was startled, turned back, and asked urgently, did you remember an important clue? But Minh Ha just scratched his head, bringing up the reward. Finding the source of the contamination, doesn't that come with a reward of 200,000? The general laughed out loud, assuring him, don't worry, you won't be short a single cent. Minh Ha replied awkwardly, thank you. Then General Li left, leaving him alone in the spacious hospital room. Minh Ha closed his eyes, muttering to enter a meditative state. Deep in his mind, a large statue stood in the middle of a fighting arena. He slowly stepped forward and spoke up. You must have heard what General Lai said just now. Right? The statue slowly cracked, its eyes glancing down at Minh Ha, with spiritual energy seeping through the fissures. In an instant, a brilliant blue stream of energy shot into the air. Minh Ha had to raise his hand to shield his eyes from the overwhelming power. He stared up at the woman in the air, asking himself, you are the grade 9 disaster, aren't you? The image of Xiaohua gradually became clear and manifested before Minh Ha. She said angrily, who do you think you are? Her body floated in midair as she continued. I am at least a grade 11. Minh Ha looked up and asked, are you truly here to destroy us humans? Xiaohua frowned and replied, so what if I am? You heard what that doctor said. Everything he said was true. You humans are too greedy, which is why the universe has become so dissatisfied. He stepped back onto the stairs behind him, his voice filled with sadness. Then I can't let you out. Seeing Minh Ha sit down on the floor, refusing to look at her anymore, Xiaohua gritted her teeth. Damn it, who gave you such powerful super-tier talent? In a flash, she appeared right in front of him. She frowned irritably and said, who let you enter your meditative space while you were in a coma for an entire year? If it weren't for me, how could you have defeated that mutated doctor? Minh Ha replied weakly, we are in a symbiotic state now. If I die, you won't survive either. Xiaohua squinted and let out a sigh. If it hadn't been for an accident when I descended, I, a goddess, wouldn't be staying in your body. A host as weak as you is not worthy of me. He looked up at her, floating before his eyes, and said calmly, the general said that your greatest instinct is to kill, but you are the opposite. Your greatest instinct is survival. No matter how weak I am, for the sake of survival, you had to choose me for symbiosis. Xiaohua glared and shouted, do not compare me to those lowly creatures. I am a supreme being. In human terms, I am a goddess. She leaned closer to Minh Ha's face, her voice brimming with impatience. Furthermore, do you think it's easy to find a suitable host? Out of hundreds of millions of people, there isn't even one. Although symbiosis requires a long adaptation process, it shouldn't take you a whole year to adapt. He looked straight into Xiaohua's eyes and said calmly, you caused me to be in a coma for a year, so think of the extraordinary talent you gave me as compensation. Knowing it was useless to argue right now, she raised her hand to make peace. Fine, let's call a truce. Minh Ha smacked his lips. Your greatest instinct is survival, so that makes you just like the humans on our Earth. Xiaohua curiously lowered herself to his level. What do you mean? Minh Ha looked up at the sky and answered, you probably don't know the truth about the universe, do you? You are just following its will. He reached out his hand like an invitation. He smiled slightly and said sincerely, then let me show you around our world. Perhaps you'll change your mind. I don't deny that there are some ugly parts of our world, but overall, it is still very beautiful. Besides, you are very beautiful too. I'm very glad to know you. Let's have a good partnership. Xiaohua snorted coldly while swatting his hand away. The premise of a good partnership is that you must work hard at your training for me. You almost died fighting a pseudo-lord creature. I don't want to be buried with you. Minh Ha repeated, confused. Pseudo-lord? She waved her hand to conjure a blue screen floating in the air, raising an eyebrow triumphantly. Come here. Let me create some formidable opponents for you to practice against. He stretched and let out a huge yawn before collapsing onto the stone floor, his voice sleepy and lazy. Don't. I'm exhausted. I need to rest too. Minh Ha closed his eyes, Xiaohua's voice echoing in his ears. but he didn't care. Even in this meditative state, he was tired. After keeping his eyes tightly shut for a long time, Minh Ha suddenly opened his eyes wide, a thought about the grade 9 disaster flashing through his mind. He knitted his brows, his gaze instinctively hardening as he realized that he had truly woken up from a strange dream. Placing a hand over his left chest, Minh Ha thought to himself that he was actually carrying a dangerous nuclear warhead inside his own body. If he told anyone else about her, she might just explode, and the consequences would be unpredictable. He sighed softly, looking out into the distance through the window. If I can win her over, that's a 9th-level catastrophe averted for humanity. For now, I'll just cooperate with her. Later, at a skyscraper, reporters suddenly swarmed the area from out of nowhere. They were shoving and jostling, nobody giving way to anyone else. A young woman holding a microphone shouted, "The hero who stopped this latest mutation crisis is about to be discharged from the hospital. We're finally going to get a look at him." The young man holding the camera angrily asked the person beside him, "Didn't they say only our station was allowed to come for an interview? Why are these other stations here too?" The man standing next to him pointed forward and yelled, "He's coming out! There he is!" Seeing Minh Ha emerge with his face completely covered by a mask, the reporters immediately surrounded him. One guy excitedly said, "Hero, why are you wearing a mask? You're on television. You need to show your face." The cameraman also pushed in. "Come on, take off the mask so everyone can see what you look like." The others clamored along. "Hero, say something." Seeing that he didn't respond, the crowd grew even bolder, pressing in on him. They were so noisy. "Say something, hero. Please, just a few words." Minh Ha closed his eyes and let out a long breath, staring straight ahead, completely unflustered. His firm voice rang out, "I only did my best to protect the people around me. As for wiping out that boss-level monster, that was the credit of the government, the academy, and the associations." Every word Minh Ha spoke was being broadcast live on all the major TV channels. Every single person who sacrificed themselves for the South District is a hero of this city, Yang City. Du, lying in the hospital, listened to those words and felt tears welling up in his eyes. Minh Ha's calm voice carried through the screens to everyone around. Everyone can go interview them instead. Hung Hong, who was eating, stopped to praise him. Minh Ha speaks so well. Tietran nodded in agreement. Minh Ha is truly cool. Everyone holding a phone was listening to Minh Ha's interview. Even in the desolate cemetery, the same was true. His voice echoed on and on. Every single person who sacrificed themselves for the South District is a hero of this city, Yang City. It made Kai Toan bite his lip, his eyes welling up with tears. Finally, he reached out and touched the two tombstones. Kai Toan said, his voice trembling with stifled sobs, "Hoang Fong, Tulan, did you hear that? Our squad is a hero of this city now too." At the park, Minh Ha picked up the item he was wearing around his neck and analyzed it. With a situation like this, it's best not to reveal myself to the public yet. If I'm not careful, I might end up in a lab getting dissected one day. That would be the end of my youth. Looking at the message, "Your bank account has received 200,000 yuan. He laughed with delight. "I've hit the jackpot. Time to treat my sister to something nice." As he walked up to his sister's nearby ice cream cart, Minh Ha thought to himself that it was lucky he'd asked Tong Lam not to tell her. If she found out he'd been in the hospital, she would have worried herself sick. Chin Yu looked up and was surprised to see him running over. "Minh Ha? Why are you here?" He held up his phone and excitedly said, "Sis, the government gave me a bonus for doing the right thing. Let's close up shop for today. Let me take you to a nice restaurant." She shook her head slightly. "No, that's not possible. If we don't sell all this ice cream, it'll go to waste. If you have money, save it for later." He grinned broadly and ran to help at the ice cream counter. Minh Ha said with a confident tone, "Then let me help you. Once we're sold out, we'll go to that restaurant." Chin Yu scolded him softly. "You should be at home studying hard for next year's exams. Why are you wasting time here?" She looked at him and softened her voice. "There was news this morning. A young hero helped the South District resolve that mutation incident. Look at how amazing he is. Why can't you learn from him? Didn't you say you wanted to become a superhuman to protect this city? You really need to follow his example. Keep working hard, and I believe you'll definitely get into the Superhuman Academy." Hearing this, Minh Ha thought, "Sis, I am that person," but he didn't dare say it out loud, only scratching his head shyly. "The doctor said I need to move around more and get some fresh air, so let me help you." Cupping his hands around his mouth, he shouted, "Popsicles! Get your popsicles here. We've got every flavor." Seeing Minh Ha's antics, Chin Yu couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that because of his shouting, more people started coming to buy. In the distance, Luo Lin stood leaning against a tree, watching the ice cream cart, and muttered to herself, This idiot. He could clearly be the center of attention for the whole city, adored by everyone, yet he refuses all of that just to come here and help his sister work. Still, he's a good man. From the ice cream cart, Minh Ha's voice rang out. Strawberry, banana, mango, we've got every flavor. Just as he was busy calling out to customers, his phone suddenly rang. Walking a bit away from his sister, he finally dared to pick up. Hello? A woman's voice came from the other end. I am Luo Lin, the combat commander of the South District. Minh Ha guiltily glanced at Qin Yu before replying, It's you. Luo Lin was still standing there, watching him from afar. She asked, Have you thought carefully about the offer to join our organization? Minh Ha slowly stepped away from the cart and replied, I've thought about it. My sister has worked so hard to raise me all these years. He spoke with a sincere tone. She really wants me to get into the Superhuman Academy. I plan to study this summer. Once school starts, I'll take the exam. Luo Lin nodded. That's fine. You're still young. There's no need to start high-intensity protection work so soon. Minh Ha continued. After I graduate, I will join. Her voice was steady as she explained from the other end of the line. Actually, our organization has a special unit called Long Nya. Members of Long Nya are very free and not tied down. Normally, you don't have to do much, and you're free to join other legal superhuman organizations. Before a glowing dragon emblem, Luo Lin continued calmly. You only need to step in and help when the organization is in danger. Not only will you receive the authority of an officer, but you'll also get a yearly salary. You're short on money, right? The tuition for the Superhuman Academy isn't cheap. Minh Ha hesitated. Luo Lin quickly reassured him, Don't worry, we won't restrict your freedom. You decide which missions to take, and as long as you help us at least twice a year, we guarantee you'll get your salary. He firmly replied, Actually, if I'm needed, anyone can contact me. Serving my country is the duty and responsibility of every superhuman. She seemed satisfied and replied, You said it yourself. From today on, you are a member of our Long Nya team. Happy to be working with you. Minh Ha smiled brightly. Happy to be working with you. The wind blew gently, causing the leaves on the trees to flutter. At this moment, Minh Ha was standing there waiting for his sister to finish her work. Qin Yu stretched and walked over to him, finally done selling everything. Who was calling you? Minh Ha replied, I'm with the government agency. His eyes gleamed with joy. They've already arranged a side job for me with a very high salary. Since I have an income now, you don't have to work from dawn till dusk anymore. We could even move to a different house, she exclaimed. Really? Minh Ha nodded firmly. It's true, Qin Yu said proudly. Then we have to celebrate. Let's go to a restaurant. I've never had seafood before. He cheered excitedly. Let's go to the seafood restaurant. At the restaurant, a table full of crab and shrimp was served, looking incredibly delicious. Laughter and conversation filled the air. Minh Ha put a huge crab leg into Qin Yu's mouth and continued offering her more food. Try this. After a full meal, the two of them went shopping together. She tried on beautiful dresses while still holding two other outfits in her hands. He kept praising her. You look beautiful. Finally, they returned to their new home. Minh Ha bowed respectfully and invited her in. Qin Yu couldn't hide her surprise and gasped. The two walked out onto the balcony to admire the beautiful view in the distance. He said firmly, Even though we're just renting for now, I'm very happy. It won't be long before I can buy this place. Qin Yu leaned forward and replied softly, Things are already very good now. He said seriously, They will be even better. She spoke gently. I have always believed in you. As if remembering something, Qin Yu turned to Minh Ha happily. Oh, right. You're a superhuman now, too. If you ever meet that mysterious hero, remember to thank him on my behalf, he asked blankly. Huh? Gazing into the distance, the wind blew through Qin Yu's hair as she spoke in a gentle tone. What do you mean, huh? You must thank him. I heard that hero protected our city of Landuang and didn't hesitate to risk his life fighting against someone much stronger than him. He clearly could have run away, but he chose to fight to the end. Thinking of the images of that person struggling against the villain, Qin Yu continued. He was covered in blood, with wounds everywhere. He was almost killed by that monster. Thinking of the children excitedly running to the ice cream truck, she spoke calmly. The kids in the park can eat popsicles, and we can live in this new house. The beautiful scenes appearing before Qin Yu's eyes made her admire that hero even more. Everyone can live peacefully in this city because of superhumans. Placing a hand on Minh Ha's shoulder, Qin Yu said softly, So, if you get the chance to meet him, you must thank him. Understand? However, she had no idea that the person she was talking about was her own younger brother. He nodded obediently and replied, I will, sis. I'll make sure to pass your thanks along to him. As warm water washed over the scars on Minh Ha's body, he smiled. No need to thank me, because everyone is worth fighting for until my very last drop of blood. Afterward, Minh Ha improved himself in every aspect. From daily muscle training to pure strength, lifting weights of several tons, Minh Ha also trained his stamina by jogging and practicing martial arts, day after day, without rest. In addition, he went to the library to gain more theoretical knowledge, and real combat was the ultimate goal. Minh Ha closed his book, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. Then, his body was transported to another dimension. There, Xiaohua, with a blue screen, was sitting cross-legged, floating in the air. She spoke. The data construction for Triuthu Hoa after his mutation is complete, simulating 90% of his fighting style. For now, just practice against his projection. Seeing the tall man appear before him, Minh Ha immediately took a defensive stance. If it's him, I won't hold back. Xiaohua nodded. Naturally. What's important now is improving your physical condition. Your brain processes information very well. It's just that your body can't keep up with your reaction speed. As she spoke, she looked at some data appearing before her. It read, Minh Ha, moon glow level, height 181 centimeters, weight 70 kilograms, talent 1, passive superhuman ability. Gray for basic ability, reward events develop in a beneficial direction, easy to find rare items. Talent 2, combat superhuman ability, gray for basic ability strength enhancement. Blooning burst spiritual technique, profound burst fist, purple soul intermediate soul essence. Essence mark fist grave. Red honor absolute domain unknown. Xiaohua's voice rang out. If we categorize by the human combat power charts, you are likely at the moon glow level now. You're very close to the sun corona realm. Being this strong, you won't die easily anymore. A precise strike was launched, punching straight into the projection's stomach. Minh Ha replied, Does that mean when I reach the sun corona level, I will be able to manifest the absolute domain? She nodded. Yes, because your profound fist is a red honor level superhuman talent. Xiaohua continued to analyze. If you can manifest the absolute domain, then, even Triuthu Hoa would be nothing more than an ant. Remembering what his teacher taught him, the man was waiting to attack him again, but he did not waver. Minh Ha recalled what his teacher had taught him in the past. Abilities are also divided into many types. Gray level talent for speed type, strength type, reaction type. Minh Ha remembered back then, the robot's body part was destroyed by his punch, which belonged to the fist type. Xiaohua explained. The Blooning level talent possesses the strength of the gray level talent, but it grants the superhuman the ability to burst spiritual techniques, like controlling fire or wind, just like Ho Hangfang. Minh Ha's fist tore through the air as he moved. In his head, a thought resonated. And mine is the burst profound fist. She continued. The purple soul level talent possesses the strength of the gray level talent and grants the superhuman the ability to burst spiritual techniques and intermediate soul essence, like summoning scorching flames, calling down lightning, or controlling tornadoes. The power of fire, lightning, and storms appeared clearly. Thinking of his own punches, which felt like thousands of ice blocks rushing forward, he thought, and mine is the essence mark fist grave. In the past, Minh Ha had raised his hand to ask his teacher, what about the red honor level talent? The teacher just smiled and replied, you must get into the Superhuman Academy to have the opportunity to learn about that. Xiaohua closed her eyes, pointing a finger at the sky, saying, the red honor level talent not only possesses the strength of the gray level, the spiritual burst of Blue Ning, and the intermediate soul essence of Purple Soul, but it also grants the superhuman the absolute domain skill. With the absolute domain, your abilities will be enhanced, while the opponents will be suppressed. At that point, they are forced to play by your rules, as if in a game where the rules are completely in your favor. Quickly stepping back to dodge the man's attack, Minh Ha asked, can I try it out? I want to give it a try. She crossed her arms, looked at him with skepticism, and replied, go ahead, but you'd better focus on mastering the extreme soul essence first. He hasn't even mastered the dead soul skill yet, and he's already asking for the red venerable level? Minh Ha was panting heavily and didn't answer. Xiaohua materialized before him, demonstrating those rock-hard punches from earlier, then explained, you can only unleash the extreme soul essence once you've accumulated enough imprint marks. It's a good thing you managed to stack 49 marks on Triuthu Hoa, or you'd be a goner. His inner voice asked, the more marks I stack, the stronger the potential of the spirit imprint fist, right? She crossed her arms and nodded. That's right. 49 marks is just the absolute minimum requirement to even execute it. Xiaohua said, if you can land your strikes fast and accurately, Combined with layering your mysterious power onto those marks, you will have fully mastered the extreme soul essence to its peak. A vision appeared before Minh Ha, his gaze turning cold. 1 month later, at the train station, the terminal was filled with announcements. The train is departing soon. Passengers, please. Standing near the carriage was Chin Yu, who was seeing Minh Ha off. As he pulled his suitcase, he looked back to reassure her. Don't worry, sis. I'm just going for an entrance exam, not off to war. At the same time, in Nam-do, at the Sun Industrial Park, the area was blanketed in a hazy fog, with blood-red lights illuminating the gloomy, deserted city. Everything, from houses to schools, seemed to have been swallowed up. In a room lit by dim yellow lights, a man's voice rang out. I've lived here for over a dozen years, and I've never seen fog this thick. It turned out the voice came from one of the 2 guards on duty today. Old Vuong said to the captain, "Why don't we skip the inspection? It's dark, and the fog is so thick, you can't see a thing anyway." The captain sneezed and nodded. "All right, it's almost September and yet it's still this cold. Let's head back together." They had no idea that a monstrous creature was stalking them from behind, and with every step, things felt more wrong. Old Vuong muttered, "This isn't right. We should have been back by now." The other guard asked blankly, "Did we take a wrong turn?" Old Vuong snapped impatiently, "No way. I've walked this path for 10 years. I could walk it blindfolded and still not get lost." One of them shone his flashlight on a wall with a familiar door frame. The captain asked, "How did we end up here?" Old Vuong shouted in frustration, "I told you we were lost. Who's there? What was that sound?" The sight before them made his eyes widen in terror. It was a spider-like monster with 4 large eyes and a hideous, gaping maw filled with long, sharp teeth. It was wrapped around the other guard, who was whimpering in desperate plea for help. "Save me! Old Vuong, save me!" Seeing that horrifying scene, Old Vuong screamed in terror, his face turning ghostly pale, and he turned to flee immediately. Later, in the control room, Old Vuong collapsed, panting, after running for his life from that giant monster. His hands trembled as he dialed for help. Suddenly, a figure appeared by the window, startling him as he looked over. Old Vuong quickly threw the door open, shouting in alarm, "Young lady, it's dangerous here, hurry!" The words died in his throat, as standing before him wasn't a human, but a monster with glowing pupils, long messy hair, and a blood-stained mouth revealing eerie fangs. Its tentacles shot out, wrapping around Old Vuong and lifting him into the air. One tentacle pierced his mouth, draining his vital energy to boost its strength. After Old Vuong was drained of his life force, his face withered to the bone. The monster threw his body onto the ground without a hint of mercy. It turned and left, leaving his corpse to be consumed by a gray mist. Outside, dust swirled and debris flew through the air. From within the fog, something emerged, its massive foot lifting to move on, leaving behind a tall pillar where a figure was cowering in a hollow. Watching the giant slowly walk away, the person in the hollow covered their mouth in terror, afraid to breathe, tears streaming down their face from fear. Through the rolling mountains, a train track stretched across, carrying passengers to their destination. Sitting in a carriage, Minh Ha spoke softly on the phone. "Sis, I have enough money to get by. I already asked a classmate to help me find a room." In the seat next to them, seeing the attendant pass by, a middle-aged woman raised her hand. "Can I get a bottle of water? Oh, and excuse me, could you tell me how much longer until we reach Nam-do?" "Dam-hun." The attendant handed the water to the woman and replied, "About an hour, ma'am. It's the start of the school year, so you're taking your daughter to Nam-da for enrollment, right?" She nodded happily. "That's right. My daughter got the highest entrance exam score in all of Landwang City for the Superpower Academy." The person sitting next to her was her daughter, Phuong Niem Dung. Dam-hun praised her. "The Nam-do Superpower Academy? That's amazing. Wow, that's incredible. I never expected your daughter to be so talented." Another passenger on the train, having overheard their conversation, sat up and exclaimed, "So she's a future supernatural. She's so pretty and talented. Meanwhile, my kid is still washing dishes for people." A white-haired woman sitting nearby joined in. "I tried for that academy before, but the score requirements were way too high, and it even required a blue spirit level innate talent." "You're really gifted, young lady." A child sitting in the row ahead turned around. The child handed a pen and paper to Niem Dung and said with admiration, "Big sister, could you write a wish for me? I want to get into the Superpower Academy too when I grow up and become a supernatural to protect the city." She smiled. "Of course I can." Minh Ha sat in the seat across from Niem Dung. He looked at her and thought to himself, "Passing the exam with your own strength and being the valedictorian, she's truly talented. Unlike me, I had to use back channels to get into the academy." She smiled and returned the paper and pen to the child. Here you go. You have to work hard later, okay? The child replied obediently. Yes, I will. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted outside the train tracks ahead had just exploded. The driver immediately slammed on the emergency brakes. The sudden jolt caused everyone in the carriage to lurch forward. Just as it looked like the child was about to slam their head against the seat, a hand shot out to catch them. It was Minh Ha, with his lightning-fast reflexes. The mother hugged her child, looking stunned. The young lady exclaimed in relief. That was such a fast reaction. This drew Dong's attention. Everyone in the carriage was panicked. Someone cried out in pain. My head. Others were equally confused. It was so clear just a moment ago. Why is it covered in fog now? This is so strange. The middle-aged woman sitting next to Dong asked anxiously, Why did we stop? My daughter is in a rush to get to the academy for registration. The chaotic noise continued unabated. Oh great, my phone has no signal now. Same here. The train has stopped, the fog has rolled in, and the signal is completely gone. Everyone was losing patience. Someone even shouted, The weather forecast is garbage. They said it would be clear, yet we're covered in thick fog. Staring at his phone, which now displayed a no-service notification, Minh Ha calmly raised it high to check the situation. Sure enough, bars of signal began to appear. He muttered to himself, It's not a complete signal blackout. Just then, a tall silhouette appeared outside the window, slowly emerging from behind the fog. The young boy who had been looking out said anxiously, Mom, it seems like there's something out there. His mother snapped, Don't talk nonsense, child. But the boy insisted, It's true. I saw it, and it was huge. Minh Ha sat down and also glanced outside to see for himself. Dust and fog were swirling everywhere, making it impossible to determine if anything was actually out there. At that moment, the train's intercom crackled to life. Dear passengers, the train has encountered an unforeseen situation. We are currently investigating to ensure everyone's safety. Please remain seated and fasten your seatbelts. Minh Ha's expression hardened. An unforeseen situation, huh? The other passengers became even more restless after hearing the announcement. Can someone go ask what's actually going on? You can't just expect us to sit here in suspense like this. Another person shouted in agreement. Exactly. My gut feels strange about this. He was the first to react, immediately standing up as he said, I'll go check it out. But before he could even leave the cabin, Han blocked Minh Ha's path, reminding him, Please stay in your seat. You are not allowed to wander around. Don't cause any unnecessary trouble for us. He asked anxiously, What happened? Why did the train stop? She replied calmly, The train staff is investigating. Could you please return to your seat? With no other options, Minh Ha took an ID card from his pocket and introduced himself. I am an awakened. If there's something unusual, it's best to tell me the truth. A figure appeared behind him. After hearing his introduction, Han said with relief, Oh, so you're an awakened? Please follow us to the lead carriage so we can discuss this. The person who appeared behind Minh Ha was Dong. She waved at the two of them and said, I'm basically half an awakened too. I might be able to help during critical moments. The middle-aged man sighed. We've already checked the crew's information. Unfortunately, we don't have any awakened on this train. What are we going to do? Just as they were struggling, Han suddenly appeared. She smiled and introduced them. I found these two, and perhaps they can help us solve this immediate problem. Like they had just found a lifeline, the man cheered up. They're awakened? What rank are they? Minh Ha and Dong both presented their identification. One held a notification letter, while the other held a medal. The flicker of hope was extinguished immediately. The two men looked at them with highly judgmental eyes. The security officer, named Min, remarked, One is an apprentice, star rank, and the other is just a student going to register at an academy. I doubt they can handle this. And most importantly, we don't even know if there's any danger outside. Minh Ha replied firmly, At least it's better than just having the train sit here. Staying in this desolate place for too long is even more dangerous. At the very least, we should try to reach a spot with a signal and call for rescue. The train captain patted Taemin's shoulder and smiled. This young man is right. Let Taemin go with them. In any case, be very careful once you step outside. He nodded and turned to Dong. You stay in the cabin. She frowned and asked why. Minh Ha explained calmly. She hadn't enrolled yet, so she couldn't officially be considered an awakened, and she could easily put herself in danger. Dong immediately retorted, Aren't you just an apprentice too? If you can go, then I can go. Seeing that her resolve couldn't be shaken, he finally compromised. All right, but you have to stick close to me. This fog seemed somewhat unnatural. The three of them stepped out into the misty haze. Minh Ha sternly told Han, Lock the door tight. If we don't call for you, do not open it under any circumstances. Remember, you only open the door if you hear us calling." After hearing this, she immediately slammed the door shut. The trio, Minh Ha, Dung, and Tae-min, set off to find the cause. After walking a short distance, Tae-min suddenly asked, "Hey kid, why are you being so overly cautious? How old are you anyway? The staff members have undergone special training. Do you really need to teach them how to do their jobs?" Minh Ha turned and replied, "It's just better to be safe than sorry. By the way, does the train usually stop when it encounters fog?" He shook his head. "No. It's not like a plane or anything. Trains run on tracks. Unless there's an issue with the tracks, the train won't just stop." He went, "Oh," softly. So the detection system spotted something blocking the tracks ahead, which is why it braked so suddenly. While Dung was nervously looking around, Tae-min put his hands behind his head and spoke in a relaxed tone. "Actually, there's no need to blow this out of proportion. In my experience, it's probably just some wild animal. Even though we have fences to keep wild beasts out, it's hard to prevent some from getting through." The fog grew thicker, and soon the three of them disappeared into the mist. The fog hovered around the doors of the large train with no sign of dissipating. Damhan stood behind the door, gripping her necklace tightly, hoping everything would turn out okay. Suddenly, the silhouette of a strange girl was reflected on the outside of the door. Damhan wondered, "Why is there a girl outside?" Knowing that it might be dangerous outside, she shouted out, preparing to pull the door open. "Why did you run out there? It's dangerous outside. Get back in quickly." But just as she was about to open the door, Damhan stopped. She remembered what Minh Ha had warned her, "Lock the door tight. If it's not us calling, you absolutely must not open the door." Understood. It has to be them calling. Her hand, which was gripping the door handle, instinctively let go. The person outside tapped on the door. Just then, a man walked by, and seeing the girl's silhouette outside, shouted, "Why is there a girl out there? Let her in quickly. She must have come out through a different door." Damhan pressed her eyes against the glass, thinking to herself that she couldn't see clearly. The fat old man picked his teeth while complaining, "I'm telling you, what is wrong with you? She's been waiting out there for a while now. Why won't you let her in? That girl outside is definitely terrified," she snapped, unable to open the door. "The Transcendent warned us no one is allowed in, except for us. And ever since our train came to a stop, every single door has been locked tight. There's no way anyone could have gotten out." The old man angrily pointed a finger right in her face and shouted, "Let's just say that's true. But it could just be someone from a nearby village. What if she's here asking for help? Why are you being so cold-hearted? Listen to that, she's crying her eyes out. Just listen." Indeed, strange sounds continued to echo from outside, but she remained unmoved. Damhan stood firmly, blocking the door. "We're waiting until that Transcendent returns before we talk about anything else." The old man, seemingly blinded by the girl's beauty, shoved Damhan aside. He shouted, "Why is a woman like you so selfish? If you won't open it, I will. She's crying so hard. What could possibly go wrong if we let her in?" Damhan grabbed his shoulder, desperately trying to stop him, but it was no use. Her touch only fueled his rage, and he swung his arm, knocking Damhan to the ground. He barked, "Get lost. You brought this on yourself. It's bad enough you're a flight attendant who doesn't know how to keep people happy, but then you have to be so stubborn and selfish on top of that." He threw the train door wide open and stepped outside, his voice dripping with false charm. "Hey there, girl, come on in. I'm a real nice guy." As he reached out to touch a lock of the girl's hair, he said, "Gotcha." But before he could finish, he opened his eyes wide and let out a blood-curdling scream. His pupils dilated with sheer terror as the monster's tentacles wrapped around his body, yanking him backward. Even though he tried to cling to the doorframe, it was futile. His hand slipped, and his body was dragged away. Watching from inside, Damhan trembled in paralyzing fear. She tried to pull herself up, and just as she turned to run, Damhan suddenly froze. She remembered the earlier conversation from the male passenger. "So, he's a Transcendent? That girl is quite pretty, and her record is so impressive. My own brat just knows how to wash dishes. The difference is just too vast." The blonde woman's voice echoed in her head. "I applied to that academy too, but the requirements were too high. I couldn't get in. A Transcendent's gift has to be at least at the Blue Ning level. That girl is truly gifted." Thinking this, Damhan made up her mind and spun around. She dashed back, intending to pull the still open door shut to ensure the safety of the passengers inside. But black tentacles had already coiled around one of Damhan's legs. She looked down and screamed in terror. The tentacles continued to strike, dragging the poor girl's body outside. Her face was filled with shock, but the moment a tentacle wrapped around her mouth, her gaze suddenly hardened with determination. Using her final ounce of strength, she slammed the door shut. That was the moment Damhan's body was dragged mercilessly into the darkness behind her. The creature was slowly devouring her, tears streaming down Damhan's face in absolute horror. Then, the surroundings returned to an eerie silence, as if nothing had ever happened. No one knew where the monster or the two unfortunate victims had been taken. At the same time, some passengers inside the train were playing cards, completely oblivious to the fear. The little girl with pigtails slammed her card down and laughed loudly. Just broken. The man sitting outside asked, more anxiously, "How much longer do we have to wait? We're in a real hurry." The attendant replied, "Please, just wait a moment. We're still checking." The attendant walked to the area where the chaos had just occurred, looked around, and wondered, where did Damhan go? She gently reached out to lock the door, clicking her tongue in annoyance. This girl is so irresponsible. She didn't even lock door number 2. The girl had no idea that outside, lying on the ground, was the hat of poor Damhan. The tentacle was grabbing the door handle, trying to turn it, but luckily the attendant had locked it just in time. Realizing it couldn't get inside, the ghastly thing withdrew its hand and left. Meanwhile, at Minh Ha's location, he looked at the deep grooves in the ground and thought to himself, these must have been left by some massive creature. But then he instinctively shouted, "No, it's a monster." He knelt on one knee to examine the suspicious tracks carefully. He imagined a giant monster passing by, causing the dirt and rocks to slide onto the train tracks. Minh Ha's eyes narrowed as he looked at his phone, which just rang. The caller was Luo Lin. He whispered, "There's actually signal here?" As soon as Minh Ha picked up, Luo Lin shouted happily, "I finally reached you," Minh Ha said urgently. "Hello? I've run into some trouble here." She replied immediately, "I've located you. You're currently near a small village in Nandu." He scanned the devastated surroundings and explained the situation to Luo Lin. "I took the train to Nandu, but the train suddenly made an emergency stop. Dense fog has risen all around us, and the phone signal is extremely weak. The train staff can't contact headquarters." The voice on the other end asked, "Is the train still functional?" Minh Ha looked over at Neon-dung and Tae Min, who were struggling to push the giant rocks blocking the tracks. "The train has no issues. It's just that there are obstacles on the tracks. Once we move them, it should be able to run as normal. Because there's no signal and the fog is too thick, the train staff doesn't dare to restart and move forward randomly." Luo Lin breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. Now, listen to me. Once you clear those obstacles, tell the train staff to move the train out of the foggy area as quickly as possible." He asked back, "Is something wrong? Do you need my help?" She frowned in concern. "Your current location is very close to the edge of the fog. If you leave now, you might make it in time. If you linger any longer, you'll be in big trouble." Minh Ha frowned and said in a cold voice, "What exactly is this fog?" On the other side of the phone, Luo Lin pleaded earnestly, "Don't ask any more questions. With your current strength, if you stay there, you won't survive. You have to protect the safety of everyone on the train and leave the fog area immediately. Is that clear?" Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, he scrambled down the cliffside and said, "Is it that serious? I understand." Minh Ha replied, "Stay safe." Seeing him, Tae Min clicked his tongue and complained, "You delicate guy, you gotta wait up there for half the day, while the two of us do the manual labor. This girl is the top student of the Transcendent Academy. She's a future pillar of the Transcendent organization, and you're just a measly trainee." He cut off Tae Min's words with a cold tone. "We need to get out of here immediately. I just received a call from the government command center. They're demanding that we evacuate immediately." Phuong Niem Dung asked, "How did you even get a signal out here?" Minh Ha replied, "There's a spot up on the mountain where the signal is decent, though still quite weak. I even spotted tracks left by a massive monster up there." She asked skeptically, "For real?" He answered solemnly, "Why would I lie to you? We need to get out of here now. There's likely a very powerful monster lurking within this fog. We have to get back to the ship and protect everyone on board." Upon hearing that, Phuong Niem Dung panicked. "My mother is still on the ship." All three of them immediately scrambled back toward the vessel at full speed. Minh Ha shouted, "We need to get back, start the ship, and leave right now." Not paying attention, Tae Min tripped over a large rock. He tumbled to the ground with a painful thud. Tae Min spun around and yelled angrily, "What kind of sick joke is this? You almost made me break my neck." But the thing he tripped over wasn't a rock, it was the severed head of the old man from earlier. To make matters worse, one of the man's eyes had been gouged out, leaving a hollow, empty socket. Tae Min shrieked in terror. Minh Ha and Phuong Niem Dung both spun around, but something appeared right behind them. and Minh Ha was quick enough to notice. Minh Ha immediately grabbed Phuong Nimdung's hand and yanked her back, narrowly dodging a tentacle that shot toward them. "Watch out!" Right before their eyes was a monster with green hair and long, terrifying, whip-like tentacles. The Azure Moon Demon arched its back, bearing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Taemin was trembling so violently that he forgot the person next to him was already dead. He clutched the corpse and screamed, "Monster! Monster!" Just then, a hand reached out. Minh Ha blocked the path in front of Taemin and said, "Find a place to hide." He nodded frantically, terrified. Phuong Nimdung channeled her supernatural energy into her palms, her eyes filled with determination as she said, "Let me help you." The Azure Moon Demon shrieked and lunged, using its hair like tentacles to attack them. Minh Ha agilely dodged, but Phuong Nimdung wasn't as fast. She took a brutal hit directly to her stomach. As he landed firmly, Minh Ha shouted, "You need to find cover too." Minh Ha's expression was steely. "I can handle this." But the moment he let his guard down, a tentacle wrapped tightly around his waist. Clutching her injured stomach, Phuong Nimdung said, "You're only a Starlight apprentice. You aren't that much stronger than me." Yet, even while being restrained, Minh Ha calmly spoke to the monster. "Grabbing me won't do you any good." The Azure Moon Demon smirked and yanked its arm back sharply. His body was dragged away by an immense force. Sensing his opening, Minh Ha immediately took a stance and said confidently, "Perfect timing for this." He unleashed the Mystic Flow Fist, delivering a massive blow directly to the creature's head that shook the ground all around them. The Azure Moon Demon was sent flying, and Phuong Nimdung held up her arms to shield herself from the shockwave of Minh Ha's punch. She gasped, "That punch that was brutal. Is he really just at the Starlight level?" The monster managed to stay on its feet, but it was clutching its stomach in agony after taking the hit. The Azure Moon Demon's green hair suddenly turned a deep, blood red, and its face became truly nightmarish. The creature glared, and its crimson tentacles lunged straight toward Minh Ha, trying to ensnare him. A glint appeared in his eyes, as if he had just locked onto his prey. Immediately after, Minh Ha unleashed a barrage of punches like a storm, targeting its tentacles. Phuong Nimdung's eyes went wide with surprise. She couldn't even count how many strikes he had landed. Minh Ha vaulted off the ground, appearing in front of the Azure Moon Demon in a flash. He faced it head-on without a hint of fear, causing the creature to grit its teeth and instinctively take a step back. But he was too fast. A precise punch landed square in the Azure Moon Demon's gut, forcing it to cough up blood in pain. Minh Ha's eyes, which had been glowing with a cold intensity, suddenly widened. The Azure Moon Demon's body split open, revealing a naked human form inside. He gasped, "Why is there a person inside?" Looking closer, Minh Ha realized it was the flight attendant. He lunged forward, grabbed one of Damhan's arms, and pulled her forcefully out of the monster, supporting her head with one hand while kicking the Azure Moon Demon away with his foot. Minh Ha looked at Damhan in his arms and thought to himself, "Why does she feel like a drowning victim?" He landed, placed her body down, and asked, "Are you still alive?" Phuong Nimdung pointed ahead and shouted, "The monster is running away," he said softly. "Forget it. Saving her is the priority. She's still breathing." Damhan's body emitted such a foul odor that Phuong Nimdung wrinkled her nose and covered her face. So gross, how disgusting. Minh Ha glanced at her, then leaned down and performed CPR without a second thought. The fog began to dissipate, and inside the ship, everyone was in an uproar, full of curiosity. What happened? Why is my daughter outside? Look outside. The fog is clearing up. Outside, Minh Ha was desperately trying to resuscitate Damhan. Just then, Taemin rushed over. "Is someone dead? Where did the monster go?" She coughed, spitting out a mouthful of foul, black liquid. The ship's door burst open, accompanied by the scream of a flight attendant. "Damhan, get on the ship. What happened to you?" Hearing that, Minh Ha scooped up her limp body and ran quickly inside. Damhan slowly opened her eyes and said in a trembling voice, I won't let that monster in." The attendant snapped, "Get on the ship first, then talk." Minh Ha and the others rushed inside, and he shouted, "Close the door! There are monsters in the fog." The heavy door slammed shut. Outside, where the fat man's corpse lay, slimy tentacles began to wrap around his body. The fog had completely cleared. Minh Ha cleared his throat and prepared to depart. The ship continued on its journey, passing through the edge of the fog bank. Meanwhile, in Little Bai village, the mist was slowly creeping in, shrouding the entire countryside. From within the thick fog, a figure emerged and started walking. It was Kinvu. He was talking on the phone as he walked, and a voice sounded from the other end of the line. A month ago, the government discovered a comet that crashed into the wooded hills outside the southwest of the capital. At that time, the astronomical organization didn't detect any signs of extraterrestrial life on that comet. Luo Lin spoke slowly, relaying the information he had gathered to Qin Vu. According to the site investigation report, apart from generating a large amount of water vapor, there were no other unusual phenomena around the crater. However, the West Mountain Industrial Zone was severely affected. Therefore, the astronomical organization suspects this might be a type of disaster we've never encountered before. The higher-ups have named it the mist. Qin Vu furrowed his brow and replied, "Understood. This mist drifts aimlessly and frequently appears near wooded mountain areas. Strange monsters appear within the areas covered by the mist. At the same time, as long as the mist dissipates, all the monsters running rampant inside will vanish along with it." He walked through the dense fog, his eyes darting around, scanning for anything out of the ordinary. Through the phone, Lin Luo's voice remained steady. "According to the descriptions from those who wandered in, there are massive monsters in the mist, and there are even beastly predators. The situation with the monster he is tracking is a bit unusual. A while ago, it passed by the small mountain where the train tracks are, so his current direction isn't wrong." Qin Vu's eyes narrowed, and as he knelt on one knee to touch the strange claw marks on the ground, he nodded in agreement. "You're right. It was definitely here, and I'm afraid it's starving. All the livestock in the village have been eaten." Lin Luo let out a sigh of relief, glad that they had managed to inform the residents of Xiaobai village to evacuate in time. Qin Vu silently mused. "It looks like a shell left behind after an insect molts." She continued, "The people on the train have left safely." As if remembering something, Qin Vu stood up and asked, "Oh, by the way, did anyone survive at the West Mountain Industrial Park?" Lin Luo softly replied, "No." The mist in front of him suddenly parted, and he said in a low voice, "We have to investigate, clearly to find out what exactly this mist is and what's inside it. Otherwise, the next time it appears, no one might survive." Lin Luo reminded him, "Outsiders who enter the area covered by the mist will get lost, exactly like being in another world." Looking down at the paper in her hand, she continued, "And all types of monsters disappear along with the mist. This makes our investigation extremely difficult. If not for that unexpected event giving us a breakthrough, we would probably still be helpless against this mist." Qin Vu frowned, confused. "What unexpected event?" Lin Luo sent a photo of a giant centipede to his device. Qin Vu hesitated. "What is this?" She explained, "This is a clue provided by a staff member at the Insect Research Institute. They had a live test subject called the giant golden leg that went missing about half a year ago." Lin Luo looked at the data table and continued. "Then, based on the tracker implanted in its body, we discovered that this centipede had reached a cave near West Mountain." Qin Vu broke into a cold sweat. "You guys call this an insect? It's massive." He sighed softly. "Because it was inside a cave, the Institute staff couldn't catch it and just left it at West Mountain. And that cave is very close to the West Mountain Industrial Park." He frowned and asked, "Does that mean this giant golden-legged centipede isn't a native creature of the mist?" Lin Luo nodded. "Yes. Moreover, it is the only creature that came out from within the mist. After noticing the tracker's location had changed, that staff member reported it to us immediately." Qin Vu replied, "I understand. It's an attacker, but also a survivor. Capturing it for analysis might help us understand what's really inside the mist." Her voice still echoed from the other end of the line. "Exactly. Right now, we only know some details about the outside of the mist. We know nothing about what's deep inside. It's like being completely cut off. So, perhaps this little centipede that escaped the lab can provide us with crucial clues." Qin Vu had stopped in front of an iron gate that was blown wide open by the wind. He pulled a sharp sword from his waist and said firmly, "Don't worry, I will definitely catch it." Remembering something she hadn't mentioned yet, Lin Luo clicked her tongue. "Oh, right, it has undergone some mutations inside the mist." Qin Vu widened his eyes, staring ahead without answering. Before him was a giant centipede monster with razor-sharp fangs. It was tossing a pig into the air, making the pig squeal. Lin Luo asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" "I heard noises on your end, and then, those fangs snapped shut, and blood from the unfortunate pig splattered everywhere." Qin Vu was stunned. "You guys call this a little centipede?" He gripped his sword tightly, staring at the terrifying centipede that must have been 10 times his size, frozen in his tracks. The next morning, at the crowded train station, sitting in a modern train carriage, Timin praised him. "My friend Minh Ha, thank you for defeating that monster. Otherwise, we would have been in danger. I never expected a superhuman trainee like you to be so powerful." The train captain nodded quickly. "That's right. This young man is very promising. Minh Ha replied quietly, "Not at all. I just chased the monster away." He looked at Damhan, who was still groaning in discomfort while unconscious, and continued, "The person who truly protected everyone was this flight attendant. If that monster had gotten into the train, the consequences would have been very serious. She isn't a superhuman, but she is better than any of us superhumans." Taemin immediately agreed. "True. Damhan is indeed incredibly brave. She is our true hero and deserves to be honored. Captain, you must commend her." A long while later, Minh Ha stepped out from the hospital where he had just dropped off Damhan and clicked his tongue. "I really do have an inseparable connection with hospitals." His phone kept vibrating. He looked at the screen and muttered, "An unknown number." Finally, Minh Ha decided to answer. "Hello." A woman's voice came from the other end. "Is that Minh Ha?" He hesitated and replied, "It's me." "Who are you?" The person asked him back with a pouty tone. "You don't recognize my voice?" Minh Ha blushed and blurted out, "Lu Qian." The girl with beautiful black hair giggled in response. "That's right, it's me." Her white dress fluttered in the wind, enhancing her beauty, making passers-by stare in awe. Realizing it was truly his friend, Minh Ha asked even more happily, "How did you get my number?" Lu Qian smiled and explained, "Lin Du told me. She said you arrived in Nandu today. Also, why couldn't I get through to you when I called earlier?" He covered his eyes from the harsh sun and answered honestly, "I ran into some trouble on the way." She was startled and asked, "Did you encounter the mist?" Minh Ha nodded. "You know about that? We just drove past the edge of the mist." A person walking beside her, not paying attention to the road, crashed straight into the wall ahead. Lu Qian chuckled into the phone. "Where are you? I'll come find you." Minh Ha hailed a taxi and replied, "You want to meet up?" "I was planning to go to the Nandu Superhuman Academy. How about we meet outside the academy?" she replied. "All right, I'll wait for you." Getting into the taxi, Minh Ha fell silent, the name Lu Qian appearing in his mind. He recalled their school days, when he and she were close friends who always helped each other study. The two were inseparable, going everywhere together. Until one day, when Minh Ha gathered the courage to confess his feelings to Lu Qian, she blushed when she saw the bouquet he was holding out to her. "It's a bit sudden. Can I have a few days to think about it?" He nodded gently and replied, "Of course you can." As the memory faded, a hint of sadness crossed Minh Ha's face. "A year has passed, and you haven't answered me. Maybe it's a rejection." At that same moment, in another place, a voice shrieked in utter shock. "What? Your friend who was in a coma for over a year just woke up? And he even came to Nando?" Lu Qian smoothed her hair and gave a slight nod. "After he woke up, he must have seen the letter I left for him. I had already agreed back then. Once he woke up, I'd give dating him a try." Lu Qian's friend clicked her tongue. "I think you were just sympathizing with his situation and left that letter to encourage him to recover. If that's the case, you should just tell him the truth." She frowned and urged, "You should know that right now at Nando Academy, the guys lining up to chase you go all the way to the school gate. He's just an average high school graduate from Lanyang City. How could he possibly compare to the wealthy young masters here in Nando?" Sitting down on a bench, Lu Qian seriously retorted, "It's not what you think. I actually liked him from the start too." Her friend snapped, "That was then. A year ago you were still an obscure high school student, but now you're the Academy's goddess of both talent and beauty. You don't have to force yourself to be his girlfriend just because of a pity promise." She lowered her head, her voice soft with a touch of anticipation. "Actually, he's a good person. Regardless of anything, he finally woke up and even came all this way to find me. I should meet him in person and try dating him. If it really doesn't work out, I'll tell him directly. I won't just keep leading him on." Her friend loudly disagreed. "It definitely won't work out." She looked at her and persisted. "Lu Qian, my dear goddess, do you have any idea how many young talents in Nando will have their hearts broken by this silly decision of yours? There are so many capable guys here, and you're choosing a loser who couldn't even pass the Nando Academy entrance exam?" Lu Qian frowned, annoyed. "Don't say that. Regardless, a promise is a promise. I'll be with him for a while, and if we don't find common ground, I'll be clear with him." Knowing she couldn't sway her, her friend sighed and warned, "Fine, but make sure you don't let him take advantage of you. You're just trying out being his girlfriend. Don't let yourself get too deep into it." Lu Qian smiled. "I know." She stood up and told her friend, "He's almost here, so I'm heading out. Actually, he's a really great guy. You should get to know him too." Her friend waved her off. "Forget it. I'm only interested in handsome guys with real talent. To me, regular guys are just like toads." Later, at the Nando Extraordinary Academy, Minh Ha walked into the campus and thought to himself, "Is this the Nando Extraordinary Academy? It's even more magnificent than I imagined." Watching the students laughing and chatting, he told himself, I have to pass the exam this year. Studying here must feel amazing. A female student looked happily at Minh Ha and told her friend, there's a handsome guy looking at us. Her friend giggled and replied, look at the way he's dressed. He looks a bit tacky. He must be a visitor from the countryside, coming to tour our Nando Extraordinary Academy. A figure flashed by, and one of the girls widened her eyes and exclaimed, it's Lu Qian. The person next to her also gasped in praise. She's so beautiful. Even a girl like me is almost drooling. Seeing Lu Qian's flawless, beautiful face, they chatted excitedly. No wonder she's the goddess on our school's list of influential figures. I heard Ha Bin bought a super expensive bouquet to confess to her publicly, but he was coldly rejected. The other girl chuckled and added, I think she's probably playing hard to get. Ha Bin is so handsome and suave, and he's the heir to one of Nando's 3 biggest corporations. What girl could possibly refuse that? Lu Qian ignored the gossip and happily waved to call out the name Minh Ha, which made the 2 girls jump in surprise. He walked over to her, his face slightly flushed and shy. Lu Qian, long time no see. I almost didn't recognize you. She smiled. You too. You've changed a lot. Minh Ha smiled and asked, did I get more handsome? Lu Qian answered honestly, you've become more charismatic. Hearing that, he thought, are girls always this sweet with their compliments? Since Minh Ha stayed silent, Lu Qian had to break the ice. Let's go. I'll treat you to coffee. He nodded in agreement. Sure. As the 2 walked and chatted, they didn't realize the 2 girls from before had heard everything. One blurted out, they're getting coffee together. Is Lu Qian actually dating that man? The other dismissed it. It's probably just as friends. Walking beside her, Minh Ha thought sadly, should I bring that up? Forget it. It's already been a year. He looked at Lu Qian, his heart filled with questions no one could answer. She's inviting me to coffee just so I won't feel awkward, just like she's been giving me the nice guy treatment for over a year. But he didn't expect Lu Qian to be blushing while looking at him, wondering, when people are dating, aren't they supposed to hold hands? But shouldn't he be the one to initiate? Seeing Minh Ha staring at her, she turned her face away, embarrassed. He isn't planning to kiss me, is he? But there are so many people around. He smiled and made a resolution. We can't be a couple. Being friends like this is fine, just like back in high school. The 2 walked a short distance and arrived at the coffee shop. As soon as people saw Lu Qian walk in, they started gossiping, but she didn't care. Only Minh Ha paid attention. As he pulled out a chair for her, he asked, it seems like everyone knows you. Lin Yu mentioned it before. You're the big celebrity of the Extraordinary Academy now. Lu Qian shyly waved her hands. I've just been recognized a few times. People just remember my face. Anyway, did you come to Nando specifically to see me? Minh Ha answered truthfully. Actually, I came to participate in the special recruitment. Even though I failed, I still want to get into the Extraordinary Academy. She nodded. Special recruitment? That sounds pretty tough, he shared. I just wanted to give it a try and use the opportunity to see our biggest southern city. Lu Qian asked softly. So, where are you staying? She stirred her coffee faster. She blushed, thinking, my place is quite large, but it's only our first day dating. It might not be appropriate. What should I do? It's my first time dating too. Seeing Lu Qian's red face, Minh Ha asked with some concern. I haven't found a place yet, but I plan to rent a room nearby. I heard the special recruitment has a lot of procedures and evaluations, so it's going to take a while. Lu Qian, why is your face so red? Are you not feeling well? She asked gently. It's nothing. I can help you keep an ear out for the admissions process. If you pass the exam, we can be schoolmates again. It'll be more convenient for us to hang out later. He stared, wide-eyed in surprise, wondering to himself, did I hear that right? Did she say be together? She probably meant it'll be easier to study together. We used to study at the library often back in high school. Lu Qian is so beautiful and talented now. There must be plenty of guys chasing after her at the academy. Maybe she already has a boyfriend. I really envy him. Remembering something he hadn't mentioned yet, Lu Qian asked anxiously, by the way, Minh Ha, did you encounter anything while you were out in the mist? He nodded and replied. One of them had tentacles on its head. It was a pale female monster, and it was incredibly aggressive. The terrifying image of the moon demon flashed in Minh Ha's mind. He spoke as he recalled. Furthermore, it seemed very good at camouflage. From a certain distance in that mist, it looked just like a woman with long hair. Lu Qian wondered, a creature in the mist? Minh Ha nodded. I suppose so. She asked again, how did you manage to escape? That creature sounds extremely dangerous. He replied, I'm a transcendent now. This is my badge. Lu Qian took it, surprised. A hunter's badge? They were so absorbed in conversation, they didn't notice that a stranger had appeared right outside the door. Minh Ha began to recount everything. In the months since I woke up, I've been training my abilities as a hunter. I hope to start over and get into the Nandu Transcendent Academy this year. We made a promise to study there together. Even though I failed the exam in my first year, I definitely won't have any regrets this year. Lu Qian thought happily. So, the reason he didn't come looking for me for months after waking up was because he was working hard in secret. He still remembers that promise. A voice rang out from behind her. Minh Ha, the person, snatched the badge right out of Lu Qian's hand and sneered. Your old classmate really gets funnier by the day. He narrowed his eyes with a smirk. Do you even know what the minimum strength requirement is for a first-year student at the Transcendent Academy? It's the Moon Brilliance rank. The person who spoke was Pham Kai. He laughed arrogantly. You're still at the Star Ray rank, and a trainee at that. Stop making a fool of yourself. I'd be embarrassed to call you my old classmate. Looking over to the side, Pham Kai asked Lu Qian. Minh Ha is here. Why didn't you tell us? He leaned in close to her, smiling brightly. I could organize a class reunion. We could call all our old high school friends. It'd be a lot more fun to catch up. Lu Qian frowned, feeling uncomfortable. But I only wanted to talk to Minh Ha. Taking a sip of his hot coffee, he waved his hand dismissively. We have important things to discuss. You should probably stop bothering us. Pham Kai gritted his teeth. The device on her ear vibrated. She put a finger to her lips, gesturing for silence while saying, Someone is calling. Excuse me. Lu Qian said softly. Go ahead. You aren't really welcomed by anyone here anyway. Pham Kai slammed the badge down on the table. He turned and left without another word, pushing up his sunglasses to hide his twisted, angry expression. Pham Kai roared, Damn it, Minh Ha, you dare look down on me? You're nothing but a pathetic toad, and yet you had the nerve to follow us to Nandu Transcendent Academy. Lu Qian is a big star at Nandu Academy now. How could you possibly be worthy of her? I'm the only one who's a genius for her. After listening to the other side for a moment, she nodded and replied, All right. I'm at the cafe. Come pick me up. With that, Lu Qian hung up and hurriedly stood up. Minh Ha, I have something urgent to handle right now. I can't sit here with you any longer. I'm sorry. He smiled and replied, It's fine. I'll ask you out another time. She turned to leave but didn't forget to promise. I'll come to cheer you on during the exam. Minh Ha waved happily. Sure. As he stepped outside, he saw a well-dressed man who had been standing there for a while. Lu Qian asked sternly, Brother, what happened? He gently brushed a leaf off her head and said in a low voice, It's a bit urgent. They need your electricity control abilities. Get in the car and we'll talk. We need to get there fast. Lu Qian nodded. Okay. Watching from inside as the two were being intimate, Minh Ha thought sadly, Is that Lu Qian's boyfriend? From now on, I should probably bother her less. Later, at the special admissions site, a man asked, confused, Didn't the selection period end months ago? Why are they still holding admissions here? The other person explained, This is the special admissions cycle. It's only held after the freshmen have already enrolled. Calling it special admissions is just a fancy way of saying it's a backdoor deal. If someone really had the talent, they would have passed the regular admissions already. He nodded upon hearing this. I see. That makes sense. Minh Ha looked up at the sign. Suddenly, someone appeared beside him and said, Hey man, are you here for the special admissions too? Let's head in together. He was a bit startled, but agreed. The guy introduced himself as Bon Lin Hui. As they walked, he asked, Buddy, you look pretty low budget. Minh Ha frowned and asked, What do you mean? Lin Hui said, Does the outfit you're wearing from head to toe even add up to 300 yuan? He shook his head. Honestly, it doesn't. Hearing that, the guy exclaimed, You're a legend, man. So, how much did your family donate to the school? Minh Ha asked, confused. Donate? Lin Hui clicked his tongue. You're clearly not prepared. We're all special admission students. Everyone knows this special admissions process is just a backdoor. He grinned, showing his teeth. Let me give you a heads up. My family donated 7 million yuan to the school to secure my enrollment. Coming to the exam today is just a formality. He was surprised. That kind of thing actually happens? Lin Hai shook his head slightly. You really didn't know? My brother, you're so naive. Nobody gets through the Nandu special admissions without putting up some money. Minh Ha said honestly. I only heard about this special admissions cycle, so I came to give it a try. Lin Hai laughed heartily. You really are an innocent soul. Nandu Academy is never short on geniuses. Why would they need a special admissions program? It's supposedly for students from disadvantaged backgrounds. and the academy has set up a large number of scholarships. But in reality, how much money does society actually contribute? It's nowhere near enough to subsidize those poor students. Minh Ha said firmly, "So, this special admissions exam is just a facade, intended to let those who donate money get through the back door?" Lin Hai smiled. "You aren't stupid. For people like me, 7 million yuan to exchange for a spot at Nandu Academy isn't a loss at all." He felt dejected and his voice trailed off. "Then I don't have any hope left at all." But the guy encouraged him. "You should still give it a shot this year. Don't get discouraged if you don't pass. Next year, if you work hard and strive for it, you'll need 7 million from home to donate to the school. Work hard once and live in comfort forever." No sooner had Lin Hai finished his sentence than someone shouted, "Got it." An old man cleared his throat and introduced himself. "I am the admissions officer for the DM Tan Academy. These two are teaching assistants, Kat and Thach. Let's start the roll call." He began calling out names. Ta, present. Tu Dong Hook, present. Following that, there were a series of present responses from other students. DM Tan called out loudly, "Ban Lin Hui." He happily raised his hand and replied, "Here," the officer said in a deep voice. "All right. Everyone is here. The content of today's special test is suddenly." Lin Hai interrupted DM Tan. He shouted and pointed toward Minh Ha. "Sir, there's one more student here. His name is Minh Ha. It seems you missed his name during roll call." DM Tan let out an "oh," wondering to himself, why is there another page? The only line on the next page was information about Minh Ha, recommended by the government a Huyen Qian user. He frowned and called out his name. He answered clearly, "Present." Pointing toward the robot, Tathoch cleared his throat. "All right. This special recruitment evaluation has a total of 5 categories, including 4 physical fitness tests and actual combat sparring. Pressing the buttons on the remote to activate it," he explained. "This is the Mach Trang force measuring device. Based on the extraordinary talents you all filled in earlier, we will have different standards." DM Tan pointed to the Mach Trang device and said, "Minh Ha, you go first. Your talent is Huyen Qian, an explosive power type, so you need to hit 1,500 pounds. If you don't reach it, you can leave right now." Lin Hai whispered, "They're already trying to get you to quit." Minh Ha stepped forward, fearless. He thought to himself, "This is just like the trials at the Hunters Association." He took a deep breath and remembered. Last time, it was 1,000 pounds. He got into position, swung his arm back to gain momentum, and unleashed a punch that tore through the air. With that single blow, channeling all his strength into his fist. Minh Ha struck hard, sending the obstacle flying straight back and shattering it into many pieces. Everyone gasped in shock. Lin Hai exclaimed, "That power is terrifying." The 3 admissions officers were equally stunned. The indicator on the Mach Trang device hit 2,200 pounds. The people around were practically going wild. It exploded. It exploded. DM Tan's face turned deathly pale, and he stammered, "Minh Ha extraordinary ability, the first person to reach the target in the basic category." Then he looked at the students and shouted, "Because the equipment is damaged, everyone else is considered to have passed." Moving on to the next task, he shook his smoking hand, looking dazed. "It can be like this too?" While Minh Ha was still bewildered, Lin Hai posed and grinned widely. "That's our superpower," Assistant Teacher Kat asked anxiously in a low voice. "This student Minh Ha seems very capable. Should we consider recruiting him?" DM Tan replied in a low voice. "Every year we reject countless candidates who get perfect scores on the written test. Should we just recruit them all now?" Tathoch agreed. "True. Our Namdo Academy has plenty of people with abilities like this, but if they lack intelligence, they'll easily get killed in combat." She nodded upon hearing that. "That's right. If he didn't have an official recommendation letter, he wouldn't even have the eligibility to register." Assistant Teacher Kat looked down at the recruitment paper in his hand. DM Tan stood in front, with his hands in his pockets, his voice cold. "Set the difficulty high in the back. Just chase them away." The group moved to the large training ground. He cleared his throat. "The second task is speed. This place is very spacious. You can run and dodge however you like." DM Tan declared the rules. "If you get knocked down by this War General level red-striped hunting leopard within the allotted time, you are considered disqualified." A skinny man gently stroked the leopard and smirked. "Are these the candidates for this year?" He turned to the 2 assistants and said, "You 2, go out to the field and prepare the timers." Both replied in unison. "Yes." Passing by that man, DM Tan said in a cold voice, "First, let your tamed beast chase that kid, named Minh Ha, out of the competition." The man frowned and asked, "And then?" He narrowed his eyes and replied, "After that, depending on the situation, we'll make exceptions for other students." If we actually let them do it, they wouldn't pass a single test. The other man nodded. Yes, turning and walking away from the vast courtyard, Diamton waved his hand and said sternly, "All right, the test begins." The man tapped the leopard on the side. At his command, the student scrambled to run. Lin Hui gritted his teeth, trying to run as fast as he could. Behind him was the leopard, with its razor-sharp claws. Lin Hai thought fearfully, what is this situation? Standing on the side, Tathok suddenly coughed a few times while holding up a sign with the number 700 in front of his chest. The man turned back to look and thought, this guy donated so much? I was just going to let the little leopard warm up, he muttered to himself. This guy is off limits. Then he brought 2 fingers to his lips and whistled. The leopard, which had just leaped off the ground ready to pounce on the pale-faced Lin Hui, suddenly stopped. It pouted, intentionally missing its pounce, its face full of boredom. Then it just flopped to the ground, allowing him to run away successfully. Looking at the leopard with its vibrant red fur, Minh Ha silently assessed the red-striped hunting leopard. Even though it's a war general-level beast, it doesn't seem very strong. He happily turned and ran, thinking, I can probably pass this task. The leopard's owner whistled again. This time, the command sent to the leopard suggested that this one was fair game. The fur along its spine flared up and blazed intensely. The leopard clawed at the ground with its sharp nails and growled with its mouth open. Minh Ha shuddered and glanced back, thinking, why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? The leopard pounced on him with lightning speed, but he managed to duck just in time to dodge its attack. The leopard's paws landed heavily, and it turned around, its eyes glowing a fierce, menacing red. Only then did Minh Ha realize something was wrong. He shouted, what's going on? Wasn't it a sick cat just a moment ago? The leopard opened its mouth and let out a piercing roar. It continued to chase Minh Ha. He ran while muttering, is this emergency braking and 100-meter acceleration system always this ridiculous? Seeing the other candidates strolling leisurely, he ran quickly toward them, thinking he had to lead it toward the others so it would chase them instead. Minh Ha agilely darted past. Yet, that candidate didn't even react, leaving him completely bewildered. Does this kid have time to take a selfie? He thought the leopard would change targets, but no. It zoomed past the other candidate and continued to chase Minh Ha. He frowned and cursed. With so many candidates, why is it only chasing me? Did I get covered in syrup or something? Minh Ha's eyes narrowed instinctively. Think you can keep up? All right, let me show you what true speed looks like. With that, he hunched over and surged forward, doubling his previous speed in an instant. Minh Ha smiled inwardly. All those physical training sessions hadn't gone to waste. Dust and sand swirled up, blocking the leopard's vision and forcing it to halt to reacquire its target. His speed was now faster than lightning. Every place he sprinted through kicked up clouds of blinding dust. Dong Hook recoiled in fear. Is he even human? That's way too fast. Assistant Cat adjusted his glasses, speaking with a tremble in his voice. This speed already surpasses most moon-level transcendent experts. Diamtan countered. High speed doesn't mean high stamina. There are still 15 minutes left. 15 minutes later, the leopard could no longer maintain its initial pace. It followed him with shaky steps and heavy, ragged breathing. Minh Ha's face was beaded with sweat, yet he didn't seem the least bit tired. He curled his lips into a challenging smirk. What's wrong? Already run out of steam? I was just warming up. He cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing out. Minh Ha gritted his teeth. You've been chasing me this whole time, now it's my turn to chase you. If I catch you, I'm going to beat your teeth out. The leopard flinched in terror at his words. It tucked its tail and scrambled away, with him hot on its heels. At this point, Diamtan could only gape, unable to utter another word. 15 minutes later, Minh Ha stood with his hands on his hips, grinning. Let's play a bit more. I just learned something about speed bursts from you. The man scrambled to hug the leopard as it collapsed to the ground, panting and sobbing in protest. Student, please, spare my little beast. Diamtan hurriedly turned to leave, announcing, no one was taken down. All candidates have passed the trial. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he let out a frustrated sigh, thinking, I knew it would come to this. Assistant Cat's voice rang out clearly. Third category, reflexes. Assistant Cat looked over the candidates and pointed at a withered tree, saying, the third category is reflexes. This is a dead tree contaminated by the radiation of disaster stars, known as a demon tree. One of its branches has already been severed. She explained, we have already pruned this demon tree. Assistant Thoch slowly approached the tree. You won't be in any mortal danger, but if you get hit, you might still get injured. He used a knife to make a cut on his finger. Assistant Cat's voice remained steady. You just need to drip a few drops of blood onto the trunk, and it will awaken and frantically attack any living creature around it. As the tree was nicked, it began to bleed. He quickly pressed his bleeding finger against the trunk. Instantly, a mysterious glowing sigil appeared where he touched it. The demon tree's eyes snapped open as it awoke. It slowly stood up. DM Tan added, "From here on, whoever's name I call, step into the red zone. After passing the test, move to the blue zone behind me. Ta Thoch." The candidate named Ta Thoch shouted, "Here!" and stepped forward fearlessly. After witnessing everything, Assistant Cat tried to advise the other two. This student, Min, is truly impressive, far more capable than most other candidates. We should consider recruiting him. Even though special admissions usually require a donation, we should set aside 2 spots for talented individuals like Minh Ha, shouldn't we? DM Tan frowned coldly. I've already said, being a standout in the basic category doesn't prove anything. Assistant Thoch curled his lip in agreement. That's right, if it's a special admission, we have to be extremely strict. Though he didn't know why, the instructor seemed to loathe Minh Ha. DM Tan recalled how, a few days ago, a man had handed him a briefcase full of money. The man had specifically reminded him, even though the donation quota is closed, isn't there still a social quota? My son just returned from overseas a few days ago, and he missed the regular exam and the special admission donation window. But he's a rare talent. Consider this money a sponsorship for you. On top of that, I'll donate another 6 million to the academy. The man gritted his teeth, determined to bring Minh Ha down. Blinded by the money, he immediately agreed. Yes, special admissions must be strict. Back at the trial grounds, a branch whipped down toward where Ta Thoch was standing, but he simply lifted his foot to dodge it. Doesn't seem that fast. Easy to dodge. 5 minutes later, Assistant Cat announced, "Pass. Next." Ta Thoch laughed triumphantly. The power of money really is useful. And just like that, as she called the next person, the candidates stepped up, cut their fingers, dodged the branches effortlessly, and received a passing mark from Assistant Cat. Minh Ha propped his chin up, annoyed. Can they make their favoritism any more obvious? Just then, Assistant Cat called his name. DM Tan pulled his glasses down, his gaze sharp. Assistant Thoch held the knife, seemingly understanding his intent. Unlike before, this time he sliced a deep line right across the palm of his hand. Assistant Thoch pressed his blood-soaked palm against the trunk and shouted, "The more blood it drinks, the stronger the demon tree becomes. Enjoy the taste of a brutal beating." The demon tree, having drunk its fill of blood, let out a wicked laugh. A branch lashed out, smashing down right where Minh Ha stood, but he arched his back to dodge it. Seeing the rocks and soil shatter from the impact, he sighed. I knew it would be like this. Not stopping there, the demon tree swung another branch. It swept toward his waist, but Minh Ha leaped to avoid it. He wasn't the least bit rattled. Even bullets couldn't hit him. After that, came a barrage of attacks as fast as a storm. Yet, Minh Ha dodged every single one without receiving so much as a scratch. He gritted his teeth, mocking, "Are you treating my hidden talent as a decoration?" Assistant Thoch watched the scene in shock, clutching his head. Why isn't it hitting him? DM Tan barked angrily. Why is the demon tree attacking so slowly? Assistant, are you favoring him? Miaolan looked at him, trembling as he replied, I'll get it under control right now. Grabbing the knife, Assistant Thoch gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and slashed 2 deep gashes into his hand, muttering to himself, I'm betting everything on this. He slammed his hand against the trunk, letting all his blood drain into it. The demon tree's eyes glowed fiercely, and it let out a roar that shook the surrounding earth. The coarse branches suddenly transformed into hands with cold, sharp claws. The demon tree lunged at him with both hands. Its sharp, pointed claws tore through the air. Minh Ha closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and told himself, perfect, I can use this to train my auditory reflexes. Its attack speed was so fast it was invisible to the naked eye, yet they were all useless. Minh Ha dodged them all as light as a feather. The crowd around them couldn't believe their eyes, while DM Tan was trembling with rage. A candidate clutched his head and screamed, Why do the demon tree's attacks keep falling right beside him? Why didn't you aim for his vital spots? He snapped. If you're so confident, why don't you get up here and try it yourself? The contestant immediately backed off, waving his hands. I'm just joking. Meanwhile, using his secret technique, Minh Ha was still performing brilliantly. His speed only increased with time. He moved like a phantom, leaving no one a chance to even catch a glimpse of him. 5 minutes later, Ta Thoch Ha stared in utter shock. This reaction time is terrifying, let's just go. Dong Hu also stood there, dumbfounded. Is he even human? After fighting for a while, the demon tree was exhausted. It stopped, trembling and gasping for breath, unable to continue. Minh Ha, on the other hand, stretched leisurely and praised. Not bad. This demon tree is incredibly effective for reflex training. Beside them, the assistant instructor had already passed out from blood loss. Assistant teacher Kat declared the match over due to the assistant's health issues. Minh Ha passed. At this point, she couldn't take it anymore and shouted right in Yentan's face. His reaction speed has already surpassed most people in the academy. He cleared all 3 categories beyond the standards. Such talent is rare. I think we should admit him to the academy. He wasn't one to stay quiet either, shouting back, how many students with excellent results in previous assessments went missing in actual combat? If this is a special recruitment, it requires a more comprehensive assessment. We cannot lower the standards in any category. Students these days are coddled from childhood, lacking courage, ambition, and real combat experience, and real combat is the best test. Yentan stormed off angrily for the next round. Later, in the infirmary, the doctor shook his head in frustration while giving Tathach a blood transfusion. Tathach, there's nothing you can't get over. Is it just because your girlfriend and your uncle secretly cheated on you? Is it worth dying over something like this? He cried and replied weakly, it's not that. I was just doing the special recruitment assessment for the demon tree, and it drank so much of my blood I became anemic. Besides, didn't we agree not to mention this anymore? Placing a cactus on the windowsill, the other person smiled faintly. You think I believe that? Regardless, you should listen to your brother's advice. If you want a good life, you shouldn't have horns on your head. Tathach began to wail even louder. Can you just stop mentioning it? The other agreed. Fine, but don't do anything stupid again. He sniffled and sighed. I wouldn't I? Soon after, the second round was about to begin. A large crowd gathered toward the crystal orb above. From behind the orb, a voice slowly resonated. The final test is very simple. Test your superhuman talent rank. Based on the documents we have, Minh Ha's talent is white dust. As soon as he finished, Minh Ha asked, confused, Sir, why didn't you put this test first? What if I passed the other rounds but failed this one? Wouldn't the previous 3 tests have been a waste of effort? Yentan, annoyed by the question, frowned and replied, rules are rules. Minh Ha didn't show any respect and provoked him, you are the rules. Immediately, Yentan turned around furiously and barked, what did you say? Seeing that he had successfully provoked the teacher, Minh Ha lowered his voice and replied smugly, nothing. So, am I the first one again this time? At this, Yentan shouted right in his face, you're finally. Then he turned to the assistants, his voice annoyed. The others follow in order. Assistant teacher Kat, go record the results. She hung her head, looking miserable. Yes, sir. This time, Lin Hui was very proactive. He confidently stepped toward the orb and said, let me go first. Without hesitation, he calmly placed his hand on the orb. Instantly, it emitted magical purple sparks. After a moment, the light on the orb grew stronger, followed by an announcement. Lin Hui, purple soul rank. Minh Ha gave him a thumbs up and heaped praise on him. I didn't realize it. You're actually a purple soul. After that, someone else stepped up and placed their hand on the orb, and the purple glow kept shining brightly. Next, another person put their hand on the crystal orb, and it seemed the color didn't change at all. Seeing this, Minh Ha was surprised to realize everyone was a purple soul. Suddenly, the teacher beside him reached up to adjust his glasses. I've looked through your file, Minh Ha. He turned, looking bewildered. Huh? Yentan continued slowly. In June of last year, you participated in the entrance exam at our Nando Academy. Flashing back to old memories, when Minh Ha was just an innocent kid thinking of this, he said with a hint of sarcasm, perfect theory scores, but your talent is white dust, and it's a hidden superhuman talent with 0 combat value. That made Minh Ha uncomfortable. He looked at him, wondering, what are you trying to say? Yentan furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with smugness. Everything you learned is just high school theory. You missed one crucial piece of knowledge. He spread his arms, acting arrogant as he told him. In college, the first lesson you learn is that superhuman talent can be changed. As he spoke, he mentioned a unique green material, a substance called fate essence, extracted from monsters, especially with those sinister smiles and the purple-colored orb appearing through his words. Superhumans can use fate essence to alter their inherent talent and gain new superhuman abilities. After a long-winded speech, he still had one main objective: white dust, blue tranquility, or even purple soul. They can all be changed. As long as you have enough money, you can make your superhuman talent stronger. Looking at those on the stage who were all purple soul rank, he asked him nonchalantly, do you understand now why these people possess purple soul superhuman talent? That series of revelations made Minh Ha unable to believe his ears. He bowed his head, his eyes filled with shock. Superhuman talent can be changed. He didn't stop there. Yentan continued to provoke him. That's right. You are excellent. You were far ahead of them in the first 3 rounds, but how can you pass this round? Behind those intellectual-looking glasses, his filthy gaze shifted to look at him. Do you know what the lowest standard for our special recruitment is? It's that you must at least possess a purple soul rank talent. Yentan recalled his punches, commenting, your powerful fists. Remembering when he ran, he had to nod in acknowledgement, lightning-fast speed. Moreover, Yentan mentioned his counterattacks and marveled, perfect reaction ability. Not giving Minh Ha time to process, he continued to interrogate him. Do you know what tremendous destructive power a central soul essence brings to a superhuman? In his subconscious, he thought. That means controlling fire, summoning storms, and commanding tempests. Yentan cleared his throat. He sneered, asking how someone could possibly contend with the ultimate soul sense when only those with a peerless purple soul-level talent possess it. But after that long-winded, supposedly logical lecture, he just calmly replied, I know. DM Tan looked down on his ability, but he couldn't have possibly imagined that his true strength was 100 times greater than what he presumed. The ultimate soul sense allows transcendents to generate explosive power far beyond their body's limits, even threatening beings with much higher combat levels than themselves. Hearing him speak so clearly, DM Tan laughed smugly. So, you do have some self-awareness. Even if your basic stats were perfect, they couldn't compare to the ultimate soul sense of any candidate here. Minh Ha turned away in disgust and walked toward the steps. Ignoring his arrogance, he simply replied, thanks for the reminder. Though, if a person's basic stats are already strong enough, Minh Ha walked up the steps slowly, each step firm and decisive. Standing before the orb, Minh Ha fixed a sharp gaze on DM Tan, ignoring the rudeness in his words, and continued his response. Then, when unleashing the ultimate soul sense, the explosive power one can create will be even more overwhelming. On the polished surface of the orb, the fear and despair of his past surfaced like a reminder. But this time, he had truly grown. Without a moment's hesitation, Minh Ha placed his hand on the orb, a gesture affirming his growth and erasing his dark past. Below, DM Tan continued to provoke him, only inviting humiliation. Minh Ha remained completely unmoved, and the orb under his hand began to glow with a fresh, vibrant green light. The assistant teacher's eyes went wide, and she gasped in disbelief. That was his latent transcendent talent a moment ago, and now it's his manifested transcendent talent. It looks like a fist. But the assistant teacher next to her didn't seem surprised at all. He spoke with disdain. Just Lan Ning. Seeing those dark circles under his eyes, assistant teacher Cat wondered, I thought you'd be in the infirmary. Above, Minh Ha's orb began to radiate a powerful purple light, and someone below immediately recognized it. Purple soul. DM Tan's jaw dropped. He muttered in disbelief. How is that possible? Didn't the records say he was only a white dust level? Ban Lin Hai immediately seized the opportunity, leaning in close to whisper in his ear, mocking him. Teacher, you were just lecturing everyone, weren't you? Transcendent talents can change and evolve. Just because he was white dust last year doesn't mean he's still white dust this year. After getting a bit of revenge, he gave Minh Ha a thumbs up. Nice work, brother. But something about his gaze seemed different, as if a subtle change was creeping in. Indeed, from the heart of the crystal orb, a fiery red light gradually grew stronger. Immediately, Minh Ha pulled his hand away from the orb, and the light quickly vanished. Afterward, he casually walked back down. That action pleased Xiaohua immensely. She praised him. Well done. Hiding one's strength is the #1 rule of survival. No need to let these ignorant fools know you're at the red venerable level. Facing the judgmental stares from the crowd below, he challenged them. So, I guess I've met the criteria, then? Under everyone's scrutinizing gaze, he could only stammer, criteria met. Minh Ha stood in a new position of power. He crossed his arms arrogantly and said, thanks for the affirmation you gave me earlier. If everyone else is at the purple soul level, then I suppose my score in the first round is the highest, right? Assistant teacher Cat didn't seem to grasp the atmosphere. She showered him with praise, ignoring DM Tan's sour expression nearby. Of course, Minh Ha, you are outstanding. Unable to stand being provoked, DM Tan shouted, don't get cocky, there's still the final round. Combat. With that, he and Ta Thach left in a rage. Meanwhile, Assistant Teacher Cat approached him with concern. Why didn't you participate in the regular admissions exam? With your results, you would definitely have passed with high marks. Before leaving, Ta Thach didn't forget to give instructions. Everyone, go to the next room to rest. We'll proceed with the practical combat exam later. Outside a door, a notice was posted carefully. Announcement. Today we are holding a special admissions exam and require high-level students to volunteer to assist with the practical combat exam. We hope you will participate enthusiastically. Inside, DM Tan clutched his head in annoyance, cursing, "So annoying. Is that brat trying to cause trouble on purpose?" Tathach, standing opposite him, leaned in and added fuel to the fire. Maybe he's a top student from another academy, sent here to intentionally stir up trouble for our Nandu Academy. As soon as he finished, a few knocks echoed outside. Someone called out, "Come in." It was Pham Kai. He arrogantly pushed his sunglasses up onto his head and began, "Teacher, I heard you're holding a special admissions exam today and need high-level students to volunteer for the practical combat test. Do you think I'm suitable?" Assistant Teacher Kat opened the notebook in her hand and slowly explained, "Pham Kai, I recall that when you enrolled last year, you had the third highest score in Landuang City. Besides, you've already been training at the academy for a year. If you act as a combat target for these candidates, it might be a bit unfair to them." With a pale, haggard face from exhaustion, Tathach also offered his opinion. "If it's a special admission, we must be strict." Pham Kai's gaze grew arrogant. He smirked as he listened to their complaints. "Besides, I'm also in the top 10 of our academy's second-year combat rankings." Ignoring all the reasons they had raised, DM Tan stood up abruptly, and a murderous aura immediately filled the room. He declared loudly, "I choose you." The scene shifted to a new, large-scale arena. It was the combat arena. In the stands, Minh Ha and Ban Lin Hui had settled into their spots. He scanned the surroundings inside. So many students came to watch the combat round. Not seeing the person he held in his heart, he told himself, "Lu Qian, oh well, she already has a boyfriend." Sitting at the supervision desk, Assistant Teacher Kat announced loudly that the combat round would be public and that school students were welcome to watch. DM Tan, still holding a grudge against Minh Ha, spoke up in a loud, mocking tone, "It's open and fair to ensure no one says we're abusing our power." Tathach stood up first, holding a sheet of paper, and began calling out names one by one. "Now, I will read the list of candidates. Minh Ha versus Pham Kai. Ban Lin Hui versus Tuong Tin Ha. Dong Hook versus Ban Long." As soon as the match list was announced, the spectators below began to buzz. "Isn't Pham Kai in the top 10 of his class's combat rankings? That's right, he's incredibly strong." As Pham Kai appeared with an arrogant air, cheers and praises erupted. "Look, it's Pham Kai. He's so handsome. Go, Pham Kai, you're the best." When he reached the arena, he walked up to Minh Ha with full confidence to strike up a conversation. "Old classmate, we meet again." "Not to be outdone," he retorted. "What a coincidence." Right after that, he lowered his voice to threaten him. "The academy arranged it this way, and I can't help it. Even though we were high school friends, don't expect me to go easy on you right now," he said, his heart full of contempt. "Today, I'm definitely going to punch your teeth out. You've been following Lu Qian all the way from Lanyang to Nando like a damn fly. Do you really think you're worthy of that?" Minh Ha wasn't scared in the slightest. He cast a menacing look at Pham Kai and replied, "I won't be holding back either." In his mind, he cursed, "I've found you annoying for a long time, you fake hypocrite." As the bickering ended, the announcement sounded, and the battle began. As soon as he finished speaking, an aura swirled around Pham Kai's hands. The gale force intensified, and his voice turned cold. "You still don't know, do you? I'm the one who controls the gale force's breath." With that, he lunged straight at Minh Ha. Kicking off the fight, Pham Kai used the gale impact technique. A tornado formed right on the arena floor. It was rushing toward Minh Ha at a terrifying speed. Just then, Minh Ha swung his hand forward, stared straight into the tornado, and charged in without a second of hesitation. Minh Ha landed a decisive punch right into the center of the vortex, a force so strong it immediately halted its madness. The tornado vanished, and Pham Kai stumbled backward. Sensing the overwhelming power from Minh Ha, his eyes turned guarded. The dust cleared, revealing Minh Ha's cold expression. He slowly provoked him. "The last 4 rounds helped me warm up, so I'm going to play with you for real now." Furthermore, Minh Ha was blunt. "To be honest, ever since high school, I've hated two-faced people like you." His taunts worked immediately. Furiously pointing at Minh Ha, Pham Kai shouted, "Me? Two-faced? What right do you have to look down on me, you loser who couldn't even get into the Superhuman Academy?" Minh Ha stopped acting. He started listing all the spiteful things Pham Kai had done to him. "Every time I went out with Lu Qian, you made things difficult for me at every turn. You caused me endless trouble and mocked me behind my back." As proof, a memory flashed where Pham Kai spared no effort to ridicule him in front of a crowd. How could someone like that have the face to confess to the talented school beauty? Remembering her, his brows furrowed unconsciously. Minh Ha continued. Tran and Hung Hong told me all about how you teamed up with other classmates to bully me. Pham Kai didn't show a hint of remorse on his face after hearing that. Pham Kai even smirked and retorted, Bully you? Don't you think it's ridiculous to say that? Look at yourself now. Are you feeling so high and mighty just because you're a wandering laborer who's gained a little strength? Do you think you can get into the Nando Academy? Do you think I need to bully you? I don't even care enough about you to bother. Seeing him still acting arrogant, Minh Ha questioned, Then why did you show up here? That sudden question made him hesitate. I'm just following the school's requirements. That answer made Minh Ha laugh at him mockingly. Is that so? The teaching assistant felt she was being wrongly accused. The teaching assistant, Kat, immediately justified. He volunteered for this himself, and he specifically requested to be your actual combat opponent. Those words left Pham Kai speechless. At that moment, he could no longer maintain his original arrogance, and his face darkened with rage. Unable to find a reason to refute him, Pham Kai started to blow up. So what if I signed up? This is the special entrance exam, and I am your combat judge. If I say you don't meet the standards, then you don't. You're not worthy of the Superhuman Academy, and you're even less worthy of Lu Qian. Seeing that his true intentions were exposed, Minh Ha calmly recalled, Back then, everywhere I went with Lu Qian, you'd show up to ruin the mood. It was the same a few days ago. I clearly had a date with Lu Qian, but you just had to come along. Unable to accept that absurdity, he slowly took off his jacket and questioned, If you like Lu Qian, then go after her properly. If you can win her over, that's your ability. What's the meaning of making trouble for me everywhere? Or did you already confess to her and get coldly rejected? Are you trying to hide your own failure by trying your best to trample on me just to feel superior? Pham Kai completely lost control. He couldn't hold it in anymore and started spewing insults. So what if I did? You're an eyesore to me. What are you, anyway? Is a sacred place, like the Superhuman Academy, somewhere a guy like you can just waltz into, and special admission? It's laughable. You're only fit to carry cement at construction sites, deliver packages on filthy streets, and wash dishes at cheap diners. The stench of the lower class radiates from your very bones. Do you think you can even touch a noble profession like this? Minh Ha smirked, satisfied. He had successfully ripped the mask off his face. So, that's it. This is your true self. It's much more refreshing than that two-faced act from before. Holding his jacket, he continued to provoke him, but Pham Kai's desperation for a fight only increased. By now, Pham Kai's tone had dropped. He arrogantly reminded him, You still don't get it, do you? Now is the time for you to kneel and beg me. I am your judge. Minh Ha decisively tossed his jacket aside. He said to Pham Kai with fiery determination, This is perfect. I've wanted to beat you up for a long time, but I'm a bit poor and don't want to pay for your medical bills. In the stands, Lin Hui skillfully caught his jacket. He cheered excitedly. Finally, are they fighting now? Minh Ha started warming up his muscles. He looked at his opponent with cold, sharp eyes and said, If it's part of the exam, then I definitely don't have to worry about medical bills, and it gives me a perfectly valid reason to beat you. Pham Kai smirked, still nonchalantly boasting, Do you know I'm in the top 10 of the combat rankings for this year? And you think you can take me on? Minh Ha was tired of hearing his useless words. He lunged forward without hesitation, his fists clenched tight, and a powerful force slammed directly into Pham Kai's body. He quickly tried to block the attack, but the force was so intense that his body couldn't withstand it, and he was sent flying backward. Not wanting to waste a single chance, Minh Ha leaped forward again with the second stage of his speed technique. His launch was so powerful that his footprints were imprinted on the ground, and there were even deep cracks spreading out around him. With that thrust, in just a split second, Minh Ha had closed the distance to Pham Kai, while he was still reeling backward, not giving him any chance to counter. A devastating punch slammed straight into Pham Kai's chin, and bright red blood immediately spewed from his mouth. The wind pressure Minh Ha generated at that moment was even stronger than the gale he initially used. It directly knocked out a front tooth of Pham Kai and sent him flying in extreme pain. A spirit skill, the Gale Whip. High in the air, a vortex began to form. Pham Kai created small whirlwinds around his feet and back. They helped him stabilize his body in midair. Once he regained his balance, he raised his hand to wipe the red fluid from his nose, his eyes filled with indignation. Pham Kai glared at him, his eyes bulging white, with every vein standing out clearly in his irises. Then, he began to summon the whirlwinds. This time, the technique he chose was a spirit skill. A whirlwind over 10 meters long was quickly created by Pham Kai. He called it the Gale Whip and lashed it straight at Minh Ha. He quickly dodged, and the force of the strike hit the ground, causing the earth to shake violently. His gale whip grew longer and longer, coiling itself in the sky above the arena. Immediately after, a series of rapid attacks from Pham Kai caused the ground to explode. Minh Ha's figure also disappeared into the thick layer of dust. When his rage reached its peak, he shouted crazily, "If you can't even get close to me, how can you fight me? What's the point of powerful punches? Nothing compares to my supernatural ability." Pressing his advantage, Pham Kai began to attack relentlessly, an intermediate spirit skill. This gale whip was truly different. It was as frantic as Pham Kai's mood at that moment. He called it the Gale Python, because it looked like a snake rushing forward with its mouth wide open. Seeing that power, Minh Ha was slightly surprised. A spirit skill? But his heart remained unshaken. Minh Ha knelt on one knee, his palm touching the ground, and began the fusion process. Once he felt the soft movement of the soil, he slowly used his mysterious fist technique, tightening his grip. A whirlwind made of earth billowed up under his control. Before him, the Gale Python was rushing to attack, baring its sharp fangs with a cold glint in its eyes. Behind it, Pham Kai looked on triumphantly. Perhaps he was very confident in this blow. Suddenly, that violent whirlwind was dispersed by a mound of earth right in front of him. Pham Kai then revealed a look of utter astonishment. Before he could recover, he was struck by a massive earth pillar fist, and his small body was instantly sent flying into midair. That attack immediately stirred suspicion among the students in the stands. They were buzzing with constant chatter. Is Pham Kai really in our sophomore top 10? He's getting beaten like this by a candidate who hasn't even enrolled yet? A student in the stands also widened her eyes in shock. She exclaimed, "This person is amazing. No wonder he's dating Lu Qian." Below, Pham Kai slowly stood up from the dust, his face bowed, his body emitting a strange aura. "I forgot to tell you, my superior talent also has a hidden ability." He leaned back and screamed wildly. "The more enraged I am, the more gale breath I can control." Pham Kai's hair stood on end from the massive wind, accompanied by the fury and resentment boiling within him. His palms began to draw in the wind. Minh Ha. His eyes widened, his irises filled with a cold, crazed aura, and every vein stood out on his tense face. "You've successfully helped me reach my strongest state." He gritted his teeth and used his technique. Soul Intent. The explosive breath tornado was immediately formed. Looking at the giant whirlwind on the arena, the students in the stands gasped in amazement. Good heavens, this is a soul intent that only those with the Soul Reaper talent can execute. Even from this far away, it's terrifying. Pham Kai is going all out. Seeing that things were getting out of control, Assistant Teacher Kat immediately reminded, "Professor Diem, is this a recruitment exam? How can an examiner use an intermediate soul intent? This is forbidden." The only response she got was Diem Tan's indifference. Perhaps in his heart, he only wanted Pham Kai to teach him a lesson. Pham Kai flew up with the fierce, incessant whirlwind. He arrogantly provoked him. "What's the use of your brute strength? It's over." Minh Ha, taste the despair. Minh Ha's face at that moment looked a bit bewildered. He asked himself, is this what someone else's soul intent looks like? But then he smiled a mocking smile. Compared to mine, it's truly far inferior. This not only made Assistant Teacher Kat worry, but even Ta Thach had to frown. Soul Reaper talents also have differences. Pham Kai's Gale combat style is quite strong within the Soul Reaper level. This kid is like an egg hitting a rock, not knowing his own limits. She pointed anxiously at the whirlwind and repeatedly warned, "Professor Diem, Minh Ha is in danger." In the stands, Lin Hai also felt the danger in this clash. He shouted crazily, "Minh Ha, run!" As the vortex lunged forward, everyone panicked, realizing Minh Ha had been swallowed up. Diem Tan curled his lips, starting to feel anxious, while the sound of urgent pleas kept ringing in his ears. Professor Diem, in the thick smoke, Minh Ha is still standing firmly on the ground. Not only that, but he also loudly retorted, "If you really want to defeat someone, you should focus all your energy on releasing your soul intent." His eyes flashed with a bleak purple hue amidst the dark space. Minh Ha continued to taunt, "All that blabbering just makes you look like an incompetent madman." He successfully enraged Pham Kai again. At this moment, blue flames of anger ignited in his eyes. Pham Kai loudly declared, "I'm incompetent? I originally wanted to save face for you, but it seems you now have to go back to the hospital to stay bedridden." The students in the stands quickly covered their faces due to the terrifying power of the gale, watching with shocked eyes. Pham Kai used the explosive breath tornado technique, unleashing 100% of its power. Minh Ha calmly watched the whirlwind rushing toward him and slowly gathered spirit energy into his fist. He turned his feet, creating a beautiful curve, as the purple power gradually merged. He leaned forward, lowering his body slightly to gather momentum. Minh Ha threw his punch, his eyes gleaming with a cold, sharp light. Gale Fist. Instantly, the punch shattered Pham Kai's explosive breath tornado. Not only that, but it sent him flying backward into the sky. Through the heart of the whirlwind, he stared at Minh Ha in shock. That look instantly turned into fear and panic, a purple hue reflecting on his face. In front of all the students, Minh Ha's Gale Fist pierced straight through that violent whirlwind. When it reached the top, it immediately created a massive explosion. After that madness, a thick layer of dust covered the entire arena. When it cleared, Minh Ha's cold face slowly appeared. On a wall, Pham Kai was beaten to a pulp, his eyes lifeless, with the mark of his fist still imprinted on his chest. The power surging in Minh Ha's hand gradually faded away. Watching the scene, the crowd of students stood there, jaws dropped in shock. Aside from him, only Lin Hui looked toward him with joy, and, as expected, the three judges stood up, unable to believe their eyes. A moment later, Pham Kai crawled out from the wall, looking completely pathetic. His slicked-back hair was now messy, with only a few strands left. Having lost all his strength, Pham Kai collapsed onto the floor. In such an embarrassing state, he still struggled to demand, "How did you do that?" Seeing him in such a miserable condition, Minh Ha patiently explained, "Mystic Fist can absorb surrounding elements and turn them into my own power. That includes the wind energy you used." Hearing this, Pham Kai trembled, propping himself up on the ground. He gasped in shock. Spirit art? How could it be a spirit art? Struggling to look up, Pham Kai asked in surprise, "How could you use a spirit art to defeat my soul essence?" Minh Ha looked down at him, eyes flashing with sparks, while a cold chill radiated from deep within him. "If I had actually used my soul essence, you would have been crushed to pieces. We were old classmates after all, so I decided to save you some face." Hearing this, Pham Kai gasped in shock. "Soul essence, you can manifest your soul essence?" Just then, Lin Hai walked over, followed by medics. He tossed Minh Ha his jacket and snapped, "You idiot." Minh Ha had just passed the talent assessment with a legendary tier soul grade. He hadn't even needed to use his soul essence to defeat him. The series of revelations left him completely stunned. Pham Kai tried to prop his trembling body up, head tilted, to interrogate him. "How do you have a soul grade talent? It was clear at the ceremony that you were only white dust grade," the medics urged. "Stop talking. Let's get you on the stretcher." Minh Ha nonchalantly put on his jacket and replied, "People grow, you know. Just lie still in the hospital for a few months. Your injuries aren't light." After that meaningless exchange, Lin Hai walked up, threw an arm around his shoulder, and mocked, "So this is the strength of a top 10 student? So pathetic. Looks like us dominating Nam-do won't be that hard, right, Minh Ha?" Minh Ha didn't hesitate to agree. His words were enough to make Pham Kai cough up blood from pure rage. The Nam-do Superhuman Academy had plenty of geniuses. Not everyone was as weak as Pham Kai. In the stands, the students were chanting, "Accept him! Accept him!" Seeing this, Assistant Teacher Kat turned to advise DM Tan, "Professor Yan, Minh Ha's strength is obvious. If you still refuse to accept him, it will likely stir up quite a bit of criticism." Minh Ha added confidently, "Professor, I think I'm already an honorary student of Namdo Superhuman Academy, aren't I?" His attitude made the man's brows knit together tightly. DM Tan hissed a warning, "Don't get too cocky. The Superhuman Academy has never lacked geniuses more exceptional than you." Minh Ha heard him, expressionless, and replied with pride, "Next time, you should be stricter during admissions, especially with the likes of Pham Kai. People who don't know any better might think that the top 10 of Namdo Superhuman Academy got in through the back door. It really doesn't look good for the Academy's reputation. If you need a strict judge later, you can come find me. I guarantee you won't want to let anyone in. They wouldn't even make it through the gate." This remark made DM Tan livid. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Suppressing his rising anger, DM Tan announced loudly, "Congratulations on becoming a student at the Namdo Superhuman Academy. Once you enter the academy, stop being so arrogant, be humble, study hard, and learn to respect your teachers." As soon as he finished, Assistant Teacher Kat beside him covered her mouth to hide a laugh at his reply. "That depends on what kind of teacher they are," DM Tan shouted in anger. "Don't push it." As Pham Kai was being carried past, she asked, "Do you need me to pay the hospital bill for this student?" DM Tan replied with disgust, "Students fighting with each other are forbidden from using soul essence. He broke the rules and brought this on himself. Why should we pay for him?" Pham Kai, lying on the stretcher, heard this and managed to gasp, I don't lack money." As he passed by, Lin Hui immediately mocked him. I've seen people use their status to bully others, but I've never seen someone fight to pay their own hospital bills. His words made him cough up blood again. The medic jumped in surprise. Not again? After that, the other matches concluded smoothly. When the competition ended, Lin Hu waved goodbye to him. Catch you later. My dad wants to celebrate with me, so I'm heading out first. Just as Lin Hui left, a young woman ran over to wave at him. She smiled and pulled out her phone, standing right in front of him. She said excitedly, "You just arrived at Namdo Academy, so you're probably not familiar with the place yet, right? Let's exchange contacts. I can be your guide." Minh Ha scratched his head, shyly opening up. "Thanks, but I wanted to ask, how do I get to the Dung Viet building?" Hearing that, the girl smiled happily. "You want to go to Dung Viet? What a coincidence. I was just heading that way. Let's go together." Behind them, Lu Qian stared in astonishment. Minh Ha didn't see her and replied naturally, "What a coincidence." Before he could finish, Lu Qian stepped in and interrupted. "Hey, Minh Ha and I are high school classmates. I think it'd be better if I show him the way. Thanks for your enthusiasm, though." The girl was startled, her face showing obvious awkwardness, but not sensing Lu Qian's discomfort. She still gently held her phone out to him and said, "Then let's just exchange contacts." Lu Qian immediately countered, "His phone is broken. It's being repaired." She didn't give up. With stubborn persistence, she followed up. "Then give me your number. Now." Lu Qian started to get annoyed. She narrowed her eyes at the girl and said flatly, "The phone is completely fried. He has to get a new one." Seeing her firm attitude, the girl replied with regret, "Oh, I see." A while later, as she walked with Lu Qian, Minh Ha asked naively, "How did you know I had to get a new phone?" It was true that his phone had been acting up. She walked ahead of him, her voice full of resentment. "That girl was so proactive in getting to know you. I guess you must have passed the test with flying colors, huh?" Minh Ha looked at her, confused, and humbly replied, "Just average. I didn't expect my combat opponent to be our old classmate, Pham Kai. He must have gone easy on me." His words caught Lu Qian off guard. She turned her head, curiously questioning, "Him? Didn't he used to pick fights with you everywhere?" His comment made Pham Kai, back in the medical room, sneeze loudly. Minh Ha said, "Some people act like villains on the outside, but in reality, they're just being programmed." Saying this, Liu Qian looked at him with a gentle gaze and said, "Regardless of everything, congratulations to you. Minh Ha, we've become classmates again." Minh Ha also smiled in response. "That's right, we're classmates once more." The wide, tree-lined path, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, created a poetic and peaceful scene. Finally, Minh Ha was able to live the university life he had longed for. The tree-lined path was so poetic. A huge field for all the students there, so everyone could train together. The training ground was vast. A bustling scene unfolded. Everyone was enjoying themselves. The student walkway was crowded. The modern-style building consisted of many floors with the left block designed at an interesting tilt, while the classroom building and library were of a classic style. In a small classroom, above was a board displaying the lesson content for a basic combat course for supernatural beings. Professor Trung was standing right at the podium. He was lecturing to the students in front of him about supernatural combat talents. Every supernatural being would master several key abilities. As everyone knows, we divide supernatural talents into 5 levels: White Dust, Blue Spirit, Purple Soul, Red Sovereign, and Black Saint. He looked toward them and posed a question. Professor Trung raised his hand and called on a female student. "Now, may I ask, what are the key abilities possessed by a White Dust level talent? You, young lady, try answering that." Minh Ha looked over at Phuong Niem Dung, who was sitting next to him. When called, she clutched her books, stood up, and replied, "Those who possess a White Dust level supernatural talent, their physical attributes are different from ordinary people. And if they add hard training, they can break through certain limits of an athlete." Professor Trung agreed with her answer, and he projected an image of a weightlifter. "That's right. In the past, we recognized that certain qualities of an athlete, such as strength, then came images of other athletes, like runners and archers, and he pointed out different characteristics. Speed and precision are the limits of the human body." Professor Trung stepped away from the table, waved his hand forward, and said, "But, in the era of supernatural beings, most of them surpass those limits. This is the core ability of a White Dust supernatural being. We call this superhuman physique." His expression was extremely serious at this moment, his fingers pointing continuously to give typical examples. Of course, different people at the White Dust level will possess different characteristics. For example, some have extreme speed, while others have immense strength. Usually, the admission criteria for our Nandu Academy only require meeting one of these four categories: strength, speed, reaction time, and real combat ability. Trong Vien, sitting behind, raised his hand to express an opinion. Minh Ha looked back in surprise. Professor, I have a friend. He tested and found he had a white dust talent, and his strength and reaction time both met the standards. So why wasn't he accepted? Professor Trung heard his question and explained Phuong Niem Dung was intently taking notes in her small notebook. This is the next thing we will talk about, the blue spirit level. What is the key ability of a blue spirit level talent? Perhaps those of you who have set foot in Nandu Academy already know clearly, right? He looked toward the students there, his gaze becoming more solemn as he spoke. But even so, I must explain it in detail once more for all of you. A blue spirit level person not only has the superhuman physique of the white dust level, but also possesses a special ability. Is there anyone here who can demonstrate it for us a little? Naturally, you must not break any equipment in the classroom. Xuan stood up, excitedly raising her hand high. Professor, let me do it. My supernatural talent is illusion light, and my blue spirit technique is blindness. Everyone, please feel it. Everyone there turned to look at her, and Professor Trung gestured. All right, everyone, close your eyes. Oh, if you close your eyes, you won't see my spirit technique. Can I just emit a faint beam of light? She replied in a high voice. Yes, I can. The surrounding space gradually darkened. Xuan raised her hand to create a small light and declared, I can control the intensity of the illusion light. Suddenly, Xuan clenched her hand, and the light vanished. But after a moment, she opened her hand, and inside was a ball of light that lit up the whole room. That light was so powerful that everyone had to shield their eyes. Minh Ha squeezed his eyes shut and raised his hands to cover them. The light frightened everyone. Professor Trung quickly spoke up to reassure them. Everyone, don't panic. Keep your eyes closed for now. In a minute or two, your vision will fully recover. He slowly lowered his hands, one eye slightly opening as he heard the professor say, Students, this is a spirit technique burst. When Minh Ha opened his eyes, the image of Professor Trung he saw was still blurry. A person with blue spirit supernatural talent not only possesses a superhuman physique, but simultaneously has a special spirit technique like this one. The explosive power at critical moments during real combat of this technique can cause serious damage to an enemy and can also create effects we never expected. Listening to his detailed analysis, she shyly bowed her head and scratched her hair, as he demanded that those with blue spirit talents must use their abilities skillfully and flexibly. Images of hard, diligent training appeared. Professor Trung continued to explain. Bursting a spirit technique will consume a large amount of physical stamina and mental energy. Therefore, even though blue spirit level people are innately stronger than white dust level people, training physical stamina is still very important. Phuong Niem Dung, who had been listening intently, asked, Then what about Purple Soul, Professor? He leaned over and pointed forward to explain. A Purple Soul level person not only has the superhuman physique of white dust and the explosive spirit technique of blue spirit. Trong Vien heard him and sat up, his expression curious as he asked, The whole school doesn't have many people with Purple Soul talent, right? He walked closer to the table where his computer was. Professor Trung turned the computer on and said, Regarding soul meaning, it is difficult to explain clearly in just a few words. Different soul meanings have different activation conditions. For example, some soul meanings can only be used when the supernatural being's life is in danger. Their meaning is also related to their spirit techniques. It can be understood as increasing the power of a spirit technique burst by 10 times. He picked up the remote, looked around the room, and said, Not long ago, I obtained a real combat video from the special admission exam. It just so happens that a soul meaning appeared. Naturally, I am showing you this recording, not to prove how powerful a soul meaning is. Everyone watch carefully. Professor Trung then requested the students there to, please, those of you sitting near the windows, pull the curtains down and turn off the lights. They quickly complied. The projection screen started, and inside was the image of a man whose face was blurred. He explained that the person's face had been processed and blurred. All documentation videos are like that, without the consent of the person involved. We're going to blur out his identity. As soon as Minh Ha saw it, he knew exactly who it was. Realizing his face was covered, he let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I don't want to get famous this early. The audio started playing. All the students in the room were shocked and started whispering loudly. The ultimate soul art, Raging Dragon Fist. Is that a violet soul level soul art? Just watching the video makes me feel like I'm about to be shredded by the wind. It's terrifying, it's like a natural disaster on a small scale. Phuong Niem Dung kept clutching her notebook, bringing her pen near her mouth as she glanced at him suspiciously. Why does that guy's build look so much like Minh Ha's? A moment later, the teacher continued. Teacher Trung clicked a button on his computer, gesturing for everyone to pay attention. This student's extraordinary talent is War Wind. On screen, massive, swirling waves of white energy appeared. Teacher Trung explained that the wind techniques the student used earlier were actually formed by gathering the surrounding wind elements. This is the prerequisite for unleashing a soul art. The wind force must reach a certain level of intensity. Minh Ha froze as he heard that, his eyes widening as if something just clicked. He touched his chin, lost in thought, and muttered to himself, "So, that's how it works, which means if I use my fist to shatter those wind pythons next time, Pham Kai won't be able to unleash his soul art. That makes it even easier to beat him." Xuanxuan's eyes went wide as she pointed at the screen, shouting, "That person is about to be torn apart by the wind." The crowd was horrified by the scene. They exclaimed, "Who could possibly survive that soul art? All that raw power just crashing down." The students looked on in disbelief, filled with worry and wonder. And he's not even a sky-level talent. Yet he shattered someone's ultimate soul art with just one punch. And that was a tornado too. Phuong Niem Dung leaned over to look at Minh Ha, who remained as calm as ever, staring at the screen. Teacher Trung noticed the class getting rowdy and signaled for silence, pointing to the big screen. "Pay attention. The student in our footage is only using a burst-type technique. Based on his previous combat record, we can deduce that his technique allows him to absorb the surrounding medium. The stronger the medium, the more powerful his punch becomes." Trung Vien stood up, hand raised with a puzzled look. "Isn't a violet soul art 10 times stronger than a blue spirit technique? How is that even possible?" Teacher Trung quickly explained. He held up 2 fingers, noting 2 factors. Images of Minh Ha's grueling training flashed through his mind. Teacher Trung continued. "First, the physical foundation of the student in this file is extremely solid. I heard he achieved a perfect score in all 3 categories." He leaned his hands on the desk, looking at the stunned students. "We previously mentioned that the white dust talent grants extraordinary physical capabilities, which can be enhanced through training. The stronger your physical foundation, the more powerful the techniques and soul arts you can unleash." Teacher Trung grouped the sources of power together, lecturing with passion. "This is why the true strength of an extraordinary doesn't just depend on the white dust, blue spirit, violet soul, red venerable, or black saint ranks. Theoretically, someone with a white dust talent who trains their body to the peak can still defeat a black saint talent." Hearing this, the students couldn't help but get excited. They started chatting loudly among themselves. "Who is that in the video? He's so strong. It feels like he could take on our entire classroom by himself." A girl excitedly turned to Trung Vien beside her. "Exactly! The power of that punch." He looked totally awestruck, clenching his fist and exclaiming, "And that was just his basic technique. If he actually used a soul art, wouldn't he be able to level a small mountain?" After a while, Teacher Trung stopped. He closed his laptop and said, "I've told you so much, and we've watched the footage. I hope you all understand the main purpose of this lesson." The lesson had successfully motivated everyone. They looked straight at him, listening intently. Everyone's limits are not determined by your talent. Whether you're white dust or blue spirit, true combat requires you to use every ounce of your strength perfectly. Teacher Trung stepped away from the podium and walked closer. He pointed to the sky, affirming, "If you don't, even with higher talent, you'll be defeated easily." Class dismissed. Outside, the sky was clear and blue, and the lesson had come to an end. Niem Dung clutched her notebook tightly, following behind him, her eyes never leaving his back. She had been thinking about this the whole time, and finally gathered the courage to call out, "Minh Ha." Hearing his name, Minh Ha stopped and turned back with a confused look. Phuong Niem Dung walked up to him and asked, "The guy in that video with the punch, that was you, wasn't it?" Minh Ha kept his hands in his pockets and kept walking. He waved his free hand at her, skeptical. "The blur was so messy. How could you possibly tell it was me?" Niem Dung walked beside him, beaming. "You weren't a student at Namdo Academy when we were on the train." She tilted her head to look at his face, emphasizing, "And now, you're sitting in the same classroom as me. The only explanation is that you passed the special entrance exam." Minh Ha looked away and quickly countered, "Plenty of people take the special exam." Phuong Niem Dung recalled him fighting that monster, and with a serious expression, she said, "I remember when you blasted that monster away in the fog. You used your fist, and you didn't lose." Minh Ha immediately tried to find an excuse. He dismissed it, saying, "Lots of people use punches. What, is Saitama the only one who uses his fists?" Just as Niem Dung was about to speak, The PA system blared, and he quickly signaled for her to be quiet. Attention citizens. The observatory has detected a small meteor entering the atmosphere. The announcement was loud, echoing across the entire area. Initial calculations suggest its trajectory will impact our Namdo territory. Citizens of Tulin, please evacuate immediately. Frontline command, prepare for combat. She looked around, worried. Minh Ha stood with one hand in his pocket, listening silently to the announcement. Rear guard, sound the alarm, and organize support teams. Just then, the phone in Niamdung's pocket vibrated, catching her attention. She reached down and pulled it out. She answered the call and pressed it to her ear. Niamdung, upon entering the school, you were selected for the support combat team. Have you heard the alert from the observatory? Niamdung frowned and asked, what are the orders? Minh Ha's phone rang as well. He looked at it, answered, and said, Luo Lin. Luo Lin, on the other end of the line, stood with hands on her hips, her fingers resting on her earpiece as she briefed him. Minh Ha, the star beast infestation in Tulin this time is a swarm. There must be at least 1,000 of them. Although the frontline troops will handle them, the Long Na organization needs you to stand by for orders at any moment to deal with any sudden, unexpected situations. He glanced down at the phone against his ear and replied, Understood. Where do I need to go? She replied from the other end, You're a member of Long Na, responsible only for emergency planning. For the next few days, make sure you don't get injured in battle. Don't leave Namdo without permission, and don't take on any other missions. Minh Ha Dung walked while talking on the phone, leaving Nian Dung standing there, bewildered. He quickly headed toward his dormitory area. The dorms came into view. A dormitory? As soon as Minh Ha stepped into the room, he paused, catching his roommate's conversation. What's Li Cam bragging about? Trong Vien sat slumped on the chair, waving his hands dismissively. Isn't he just a member of the rear support team? Vuong Jia, lying on the sofa, pouted. Whatever, we're all roommates. The administration has already made it clear that preparatory students will get special benefits. Trong Vien noticed him and spoke up. Minh Ha, you're back? He had been listening to their conversation for a while. Wait, the numbering skips. Continuing as per input sequence, Minh Ha asked. Curious. I arrived a few days late. I don't really know what a preparatory student means. Vuong Jia sat up straight on the sofa, counting off on his fingers. Doesn't the astronomical organization announce it every time a disaster appears? That's when the government, hunters, authorities, and civilians start taking action. When a level 5 star beast or higher falls, all 4 sides will send personnel to investigate and prepare for battle. Minh Ha walked over and sat down next to Vuong Jia, saying, I used to live in a small city, so the frequency of disasters wasn't high. Well, this is Namdo. Star beasts in the entire southern region are all handled by Namdo. He glanced at Minh Ha, explaining everything to him patiently. Our Namdo Extraordinary Academy is the leader among all academies. If you can become a combat preparatory student, it's a huge honor. Trong Vien, who had been quiet, suddenly got agitated and stomped his foot. He jumped up from his chair, neck strained, shouting, It's just rear support. What's there to brag about? Has he even seen the shadow of a monster? Who knows? He stopped shouting, then pointed his thumb over his shoulder with a confident look, saying, My brother, Trong Do, is a frontline combatant. He can see the Star Crush crater and is one of the ones actually killing the monsters. That brat, Li Cam, is just rear support, just a errand boy for the frontline troops. Minh Ha leaned back with one arm over the chair, crossing his legs as he watched. Vuong Jia, excited by Trong Vien's words, exclaimed, Your brother is that strong? I heard frontline combatants get VIP treatment from the school, like a 1-bedroom apartment. And they even have a butler to help with cleaning and laundry. Trong Vien stood with his hands on his hips, pointing out the window as he yelled, Of course! See that VIP building over there? The one by the lake? That's where the frontline combatants live. Both of them looked in the direction he pointed, saying, So that's how it is. It was a vast lake with a large area in the middle. He looked out and exclaimed, At noon, while walking, I saw the goddess of Nam Do going over there. It seems she's also a frontline combatant. So that's where she lives. Hearing about a stranger, Minh Ha asked, Who is this Nam Do goddess you're talking about? He spun around, frowning, and replied, Even people outside the academy know Nam Do has 3 goddesses, and you don't? He smiled, resting his hands on his lap, watching Vuong Jia give him the rundown. He held up 3 fingers. Come here. Let me educate you on the 3 goddesses of Nam Do Academy. He recalled the image of Duong Nin. Vuong Jia introduced her by nickname. One is the Ice and Snow Princess, Duong Nin. Then he conjured the image of the majestic Phuong Lin. Another is the martial arts saintess, Phuong Lin. And the last one is Lu Qian, the thunder dancer, Lu Qian. Minh Ha was stunned as he listened to Vuong Jia. He started sweating, confused, and asked, "Why do all their titles sound so exaggerated?" He leaned back, pushing up his glasses with one hand and pointing with the other, grinning. "These are titles given by the students based on their extraordinary talents. They say anyone who has seen them use their abilities doesn't find these titles strange at all. In fact, they think they're quite fitting." He smiled at Vuong Jia, speaking with a hint of pride. "So, I'm just soaking up some reflected glory. Lu Qian is my high school classmate." He put his hand on his shoulder and exclaimed, "Why don't you just say she's your girlfriend?" Trong Vien, still standing with his hands on his hips looking out the window, turned around and called out, "Exactly. All the male students in the academy call them wife." He tried to explain, "She really is just my friend." He turned around completely, hands still on his hips, threatening, "Don't even think about using that excuse to take the room facing the female dormitory." Vuong Jia also held up his hands, interjecting, "Exactly. You already know Lu Qian, don't you? Isn't she worth more than the whole female dorm building?" He stood up from the sofa and replied, "Fine." Minh Ha walked to the door, opened it, and stepped out, not forgetting to wave, "I'm heading back to my room." A while later, he was back in his own room. Minh Ha sat in a meditative pose on the bed, calming his mind, eyes closed, letting himself relax. Suddenly, because he was so focused, his mind was transported to the mysterious shrine. Before him sat Xiaohua, floating in the air, dozing off. Minh Ha stood before her and asked, "What is today's opponent?" Hearing the sound, she opened her eyes. Xiaohua stretched her arms high, yawning, and said, "The mutated Triyu Thu Hoa is no longer a suitable virtual opponent for you." She quickly turned serious and waved her hand through the air, and data panels appeared before her, but because he hadn't encountered much, she said, "The data I have is too scarce. You need to encounter more species of monsters so I can simulate more virtual opponents." Minh Ha, hands in his pockets, looked up at her, saying, "Coincidentally, there's a monster invasion recently, and it's a swarm over in Thulin." He bowed his head slightly, eyes closed, but spoke up, "I might consider going there to check it out. I'm still in the stage of waiting for orders." Xiaohua, still floating, closed her eyes along with him, her tone full of implications. "Just wander around and take it easy for now. You don't need to come to my place for a while. Without any new data or fresh opponents, this training is pointless." Minh Ha stepped closer to her, looking up, and said, "It's an academy, after all. I heard you have to join the reserve team if you want a chance to face any monsters." Xiaohua sat with her legs crossed, eyes glued to the screen as she tapped away. "Aren't you a hunter? Why not take on some side jobs to gain experience?" He agreed, nodding slightly with his hand to his mouth. "True. I'll wait until the lockdown from Long Na is over." The screen displayed all of his information. Xiaohua pointed to the screen to inform Minh Ha. "Your second form for the gifted talent has unlocked. Figure out a way to get a fate mark, and you'll be able to possess a second supernatural ability." He stood frozen in shock, eyes widening as he shouted, "No way! A second form? And a fate mark? You mean the one that grants people those supernatural powers?" Xiaohua didn't even look at him, focused entirely on her screen as she muttered, "You can get those from mature monsters in monster nests. Or, of course, if you have money, you can just buy one." Hearing that, Minh Ha grew deeply discouraged. He looked away and sighed. "I don't have the money." She chuckled under her breath at his words, pointing at herself with confidence. "The rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutations. And you, lucky guy, ran into someone one of a kind like me." Minh Ha began to imagine other superheroes who were lucky enough to be gifted such power. He held out his hand, tone filled with lament. "Other people get bitten by spiders or struck by lightning and immediately start flying, ready to look down on the whole universe. I get hit by a huge star, and I still have to level up one by one? Can't you just give me the maxed out version right from the start?" Hearing him complain, Xiaohua shut down his hopes with a cynical look. "That's just in the movies, buddy." Regardless, Minh Ha kept pestering her to create an opponent for him. He raised his fist, patted it with his other hand, and said, "I'm free anyway, so be a dear and conjure up a few opponents for me to punch." She stopped sitting, stood up, put her hands on her hips, and snapped at him. "Are you a training addict? Don't you have a date? Don't you want to enjoy a beautiful college life? You just got here, and there's plenty you're still not used to, right?" Minh Ha seemed to take it in and replied, "You've got a point." His gaze dropped slightly, as if he had realized something, his tone turning expectant. "If it's school," then seeing a black mask lying on the floor, Minh Ha leaned over to pick it up. He put it on, covering half his face with it, and said, "I've actually wanted to visit that place for a long time." Minh Ha quickly left his dorm and headed toward the training grounds. There were many people training there. It was the open training field. He looked at the arena and muttered, "Finally, some opponents worth practicing against." Xiaohua could only throw her hands up in defeat, slapping her forehead as she groaned. That training-addicted idiot is beyond saving. In a small corner of the training ground, his jacket was draped over a nearby sign that read, Arena 1, keep the grass clean, no using soul energy. He was currently sparring with a student who stood opposite him and spoke up. Watch my blindside kicks closely. Minh Ha didn't show a hint of fear and shouted back, Bring it on! The student gritted his teeth and lunged toward him. The student threw a flurry of attacks toward Minh Ha. He dodged every single one. Not only that, but he was dodging them with his eyes closed while thinking to himself, this is even worse than a virtual opponent. While he thought that, he mumbled out loud, well, I guess this serves as a warm-up. I've got nothing else to do anyway. At that exact moment, in another corner of the training grounds, there were figures fighting intensely on Arena 3, with neither side willing to back down. Feng Lin was fighting someone who had taken on the form of a spirit beast. She stood her ground, blocking the other's attack. Suddenly, she powered up, lifting her leg high, clenching her fist, and kicking the guy away with lightning speed. Feng Lin leaped into the air, and as the other person was falling, she jumped even higher and raised her leg. Feng Lin landed a devastating blow on him with immense force. The person's body went flying and slammed straight into the ground, causing a small explosion on impact. The spirit beast person was smoking, tears welling up in his eyes as he complained, Hey, classmate, this is just practice. Do you really have to be this brutal? After finishing him off, she landed gracefully. Her face was flushed with competitive spirit as she paced toward the others and said, Next, seeing no one respond, Feng Lin turned back and pointed at someone randomly, causing them to jump in fear. You, come here. The person was so terrified that they immediately bolted. She turned to call someone else, but the reaction was the same. Then you come here. Everyone in the training area had run off out of fear, leaving her standing alone in the middle of the field. Feng Lin felt a bit sad seeing everyone leave. She glanced around. With no one left, there was no point in staying. With her hands in her pockets, she slowly walked up to someone. The person handed her a towel, and Feng Lin waved her hand, lamenting, I didn't even break a sweat today. Old Vienne smiled at her, bored, holding the towel tightly as he said, With your strength, you're on a different level than everyone else here. Do you even know what they call you behind your back? Fighting Queen Feng Lin. Feng Lin closed her eyes, tilting her head back, and continued her earlier complaint. Who cares about their nicknames? I used to be able to come here for a warm-up, but now I can't even get that out of it. He lifted his hand to point in a direction and said, That's because you're growing too fast. By the way, I saw a kid over at Arena 1 who looks pretty impressive. Want to give it a shot? Feng Lin kept her hands in her coat pockets and turned to walk away, saying, Forget it, not interested. Seeing that, old Vienne stopped pushing. All right then. As she walked past the spot where Minh Ha was fighting that guy, she was intrigued and turned her head. He was still fighting intensely. Minh Ha raised his hand to block an attack. He pulled the guy forward, swept his leg, and left the opponent with no time to react. In an instant, the guy couldn't do anything, and fell face first onto the ground. He lay there, sprawled out, tears streaming down his face. Feng Lin stood with her arms crossed, watching the scene, quite amused. She said to old Vienne, who was standing behind her, I've changed my mind. She quickly took off her outer jacket, revealing her toned physique underneath. Their technique isn't bad. Maybe they can last 2 or 3 minutes. Old Vienne stepped closer, reached out to take her coat, and laughed. I'm not so sure. I've been watching, and I think they might last even longer than that. Feng Lin cracked her knuckles, stepped onto the field, and looked back at the old man with a challenge. You don't believe in me? Then let's make a bet. 3 minutes. If I can't take him down in 3 minutes, I'll go through the intensive training you want. The old man agreed. Minh Ha was already pointing at someone else to spar with. Feng Lin walked over to get his attention. I'll take you on. They stood facing each other. Minh Ha held up his hands, looked her in the eye, and challenged her. Never backing down from a fight, Feng Lin lunged toward Minh Ha with a sudden burst of speed. Seeing such incredible power, he froze for a second, his eyes wide with surprise. She closed the distance and leaped into the air, aiming a kick at his head. But Minh Ha dodged it. As she followed through with the strike, he quickly shifted his stance to evade. Minh Ha dodged, leaving a long trail of dust on the ground, while the momentum of her missed kick sent her flying back. Feng Lin looked at him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Not bad, she muttered. Minh Ha stared back, his expression turning serious. You're not bad either. Now, it's my turn to counter. Minh Ha lunged forward and swung his fist at her, but Fuang Lin dodged it easily, just like he did to her. She sprang back, landing firmly with her legs spread wide. Beads of sweat were starting to form on her forehead. Fuang Lin looked at him and praised. Very good. Minh Ha unleashed a massive strike, the force of which shook the ground. A look of determination filled her eyes. Fuang Lin raised her leg high and shouted, "It's over!" Minh Ha's eyes flashed as he pulled his hand back, ready to counter with a punch. She swung her leg down with immense power, and Minh Ha met her with the full force of his strike, the moon-falling dragon technique. The battle grew intense and relentless. Neither side was willing to give an inch. The crowd watching from the sidelines was shocked, and some were even starting to feel scared. These two are freakishly strong. Are they even human? After a moment, their fists collided with a heavy thud. Since he was a guy, he had the physical advantage, putting everything he had into the swing. Fuang Lin quickly backflipped to evade. She landed a distance away after dodging his strike. Fuang Lin's legs were starting to shake. The crowd outside was cheering them on. The old man standing nearby smirked and called out, 3 minutes are up. She straightened up, clenched her hands into fists, and praised him. You're really strong. I underestimated you. He shook his hand out continuously, acknowledging her compliment. I could say the same. She suggested another round. This time, it was his turn to advance. Minh Ha jumped forward toward her. He rushed at her, swinging his fist confidently. My turn to attack. A barrage of powerful punches flew at her. They were so fast, it was impossible to follow. Wind fist. Fuang Lin wasn't about to lose. She nimbly dodged those dangerous strikes. Using the shadow step, she leaped away from him. She kept her eyes on him, thinking, I need to put some distance between us to regain the initiative. Both of them quickly switched tactics and began sprinting as fast as they could. Speed burst, stage 2. Their fight was so intense that no one dared to interfere. The force of their movements kicked up a massive cloud of dust. A student watching the fight from the side analyzed the situation, looking serious. He couldn't clearly see their movements, but somehow they were both parrying each other's attacks. Their speed, power, and reflexes were perfect. Suddenly, the phone in the old man's pocket vibrated, catching his attention. He picked it up and listened in silence. Seeing how intense the fight was, the old man decided to intervene. He raised his hand toward her and called out, Fuang Lin, we have an emergency. Hearing his voice from afar, Fuang Lin skidded to a stop, digging her heels into the ground. She turned her head to look at him. The people watching the fight started to chatter excitedly. Fuang Lin, that's the fighting phoenix. It really is her. Oh my god, she's my goddess. Fuang Lin turned back to him, hands on her hips, and said, I've got urgent business. Let's finish this next time. I come here every Wednesday morning. Minh Ha agreed quickly. Fine. She walked over to the old man and took her jacket and phone from him. All right, I'm heading over immediately. Fuang Lin grabbed her coat and sprinted off. But she didn't forget to tell the old man, Old man, I forgot to ask that student's name earlier. Could you ask for me? I have to get to the front lines now. In a flash, they both disappeared. Everyone was stunned. Minh Ha stood there with his hands in his pockets, calmly walking toward the building. He muttered to himself in admiration, no wonder it's Nandu Academy. Even a random girl is this strong. Looks like I really need to work harder. The sky was clear, and English chatter filled the space. What was that girl's name again? The training ground was too crowded. I couldn't hear clearly. I think it was something like Fuang Lin. On the TV, the news anchor was reporting on the current situation. Thanks to everyone's hard work, the red-eyed monsters have been eliminated, and the residents of Tu Lin can finally return home. Reporters were interviewing the students there. Everyone had a bright, radiant smile on their face. A special thank you to the 13 students from Nandu Academy. Their team successfully destroyed the monster's lair. Watching the TV, Trong Vien leaned forward. He pointed at the person being interviewed and said proudly, See that? That's my older brother Trong Do. He's the one being interviewed right now. Vuong Jiang got all excited hearing that. He eagerly leaned in, wanting to see. Where? Let me see. In the living room, the four of them were watching the TV together. Vuong Jia stood up and started dreaming. That's so cool. I want to be on TV too. The whole school is talking about those 13 people. Trong Vien stood there, clutching his stomach and laughing. After a moment, he glanced over and teased, Li Cam, do you even qualify for the front lines? How's the fighting going in the rear guard? Li Cam sat quietly, looking uninterested. He turned the pages of the book on his lap and replied, Big deal. It's your brother getting recognized. What does that have to do with you? Like he'd hit a sore spot, Trong Vien gritted his teeth in anger and growled. You, he pointed a finger straight at Li Cam. Vuong Jia saw things weren't going well and hurried to intervene. Don't get mad. You guys are roommates. He walked over to the angry Trung Vien, holding his gear, and asked, by the way, have you guys packed your things? He looked blankly at Vuong Jia and asked, packed what? Hearing the clueless question, Vuong Jia looked worried and started explaining, field training. It's like the military training for university students. It's mandatory for all freshmen. Don't tell me you guys forgot? He slapped his forehead, quickly turned around, and headed to his room to pack. Oh man, I totally forgot. I need to go get my essentials ready right now. Vuong Jia turned toward him and asked, what about you, Minh Ha? Minh Ha was sitting back comfortably in his chair, looking cheerful as he replied with his eyes fixed on the TV. I'm all set. On the TV, images of Lu Qian were playing. Her voice could still be heard on the screen, expressing her thanks. Lastly, let's thank the students once again. Just then, outside the quiet classroom building, a voice suddenly echoed. Class, the training plan has been set. Professor Trung was standing near his familiar desk, looking stern as he asked, everyone, listen carefully. Do you hear me? All the students sitting below nodded in unison. He continued to talk about this upcoming training session and the training schedule. We have consulted with the authorities, and we've decided to use Tiulin as the site for this field training. The blonde student looked annoyed, resting her chin on her hand as she complained. Huh? Why go there? There are so many mosquitoes, tons of insects, and we'd have to live in farmhouses. The female student next to her chimed in to argue. Didn't the battle just end there? Professor Trung slammed his hands on the desk, his face darkening with anger as he said, don't you dare treat this training like a fall vacation. He then began to describe an area filled with various eggs of all sizes. According to information from the Hunter Association, the red demons in Thiulin are capable of breeding, and what's more, their eggs hatch and mature extremely quickly. He then painted a picture of the place. Green, lush meadows that hid potential dangers deep beneath the soil. Although the adult red demons have been completely wiped out, the remaining monster eggs left in Thiulin pose a massive hidden threat to the local residents. He stood tall and solemnly stated the main purpose of this trip. Therefore, you first-year students who haven't stepped into society yet will be the ones to clean them up. The students sitting there began to grumble and complain upon hearing this. You've got to be kidding me? You're leaving this dirty, tiring work to us? Exactly. Isn't it enough to just find some adults to clean it up? Professor Trung placed his hands on the desk, turning his gaze toward the chatty students to reassure them. Thiulin needs to be 100% clean and safe. Since you are all superhumans, you shouldn't look down on the task of protecting the people. Besides, if any red demons happen to have been missed in Thiulin, you must report them to the school board and the authorities immediately. Trung Vien leaned in close to Vuong Jia, looking excited as he smirked. If we could find a stray red demon and take it out, that would count as a contribution. He nodded in agreement. That's right. As freshmen, we haven't encountered real disaster-level demons yet. We have to start with these tedious tasks. Professor Trung suddenly remembered something and looked at the class, saying, our class hasn't elected a class monitor yet. I heard that Phuong, Niam-dung performed very well in the reserve unit and received praise from the higher-ups. The whole class turned to look at Niam-dung. She was completely caught off guard, unable to process what was happening. So, Phuong Niam-dung will take on the role of class monitor. Does anyone have any objections? Other class positions will be decided later based on performance. The class ended quickly, and all the students dispersed. The briefing is over. Everyone, go prepare for the Thiulin trip. Minh Ha walked out of class with his friends, looking at his phone and thinking about the missed call from Lu Qian. He quickly called her back, and as soon as he held the phone to his ear, she answered, sorry, I just got out of class. Without letting him speak further, Lu Qian said, I'm at that cafe from before. Can you come? Minh Ha stuffed his hands into his pockets, busy answering her, and not noticing the curiosity of Trung Vien and Vuong Jia behind him. The moment he lowered his phone, Vuong Jia jumped in front of him, excitedly exclaiming that it sounded like a girl. I didn't realize Minh Ha had a girlfriend, he hurriedly explained. She's not my girlfriend, she's a classmate. Trung Vien stepped up to his other side, placing a hand on his shoulder and speculating. She talked to you so gently. Your relationship is definitely not ordinary. Minh Ha helplessly turned to him to explain further. There is no relationship. I've already been handed a nice guy card. Vuong Jia kept pestering him, constantly questioning. Then why did she call you to invite you for coffee? He replied, we can still be friends. Minh Ha kept quiet, trying to walk away, but Trung Vien and Vuong Jia wouldn't let him go. They kept tailing him, whining. And here we thought you had a girlfriend. Turns out you're just her simp. Wait, who is that girl? Is it that classmate Lu Qian you were talking about? He turned and shoved his books into Vuong Jia's hands, answering their pestering. It's her. I'm not talking to you guys anymore. I'm going to see what she wants. Minh Ha turned and walked away, not forgetting to turn back and wave, asking for a favor. Take my books to the room for me, please. Vuong Jia held the books in one arm and draped the other around Trong Vien's shoulder, plotting to follow him. There was nothing to do back at the room anyway. Want to go see? He grinned meaningfully in agreement. Sounds good. I also want to see him being a simp. He didn't forget their other friend, turning his gaze toward Lai Cam. Are you coming, Lee Cam? He didn't care. Looking bored. Lai Cam brushed past them, stopping briefly to pick a fight. I'm going back to read. I don't hope to be stuck in that dump of a room with you guys next semester. Suddenly hearing that, Trong Vien became extremely angry and shouted, What did you say? He lunged forward aggressively, pointing his finger straight in his face to curse at him. You little punk, do you think you're some big shot? Vuong Jia tried his best to grab his arm, struggling to hold him back. Forget it. Let's not lose track of Minh Ha. He kept yelling, You fake piece of trash. After a while of struggling, Vuong Jia finally managed to break up the argument. He put his arm around Trong Vien and pulled him along. Let's go. Don't you want to see Minh Ha's pathetic state in front of a woman? Trong Vien still hadn't cooled down from the argument. I'm so pissed off. At a spot on the second floor of a large cafe, Minh Ha and Lu Qian sat opposite each other. He looked at her and said, I saw that you were commended. Lu Qian hurriedly and shyly explained to him, the seniors in the group were very impressive. I was just added to make up the numbers. He leaned forward slightly, looking intently at her as he asked, Were you hurt? Lu Qian replied calmly, No, not at all. Hearing her say that, Minh Ha felt somewhat relieved. He smiled foolishly and said, That's good. He picked up his coffee, then remembered why he needed to meet her, which made her jump. So, was there something urgent you wanted to see me for? Lu Qian held a small spoon in one hand and raised her other hand to brush her hair, her face turning bright red as she stammered, No, nothing special. She looked incredibly frustrated, feeling a bit hurt inside. She thought, He didn't even call to check on me after registration, and then he acts so strangely when we talk? Are we actually dating or what? Not wanting to answer, Lu Qian smiled brightly and quickly changed the subject. Oh right, aren't you freshmen supposed to go for training soon? The hospital is hoping I'll be an assistant instructor for you, new students. And I agreed. The two guys far away were using their books to hide. They were shocked to hear his conversation. I'll be joining your team of freshmen to go to Shaoling Mountain. The two guys had the same thought. Is Lu Qian really Minh Ha's classmate? They were still chatting away, completely unaware that they were being watched. When Minh Ha heard her say that, his face lit up with joy, and he happily exclaimed, That's great then. We'll get to see each other often. Lu Qian suddenly felt shy. She reached up to brush her hair and stammered, Hey, could we go see a movie? After 10 days on the front lines, my roommate said my nerves are a bit frayed, so she told me to go watch a movie to relax. At this, Trong Vien and Vuong Jia were absolutely furious to hear her invite him to the movies. Their eyes darkened, and they gripped their books so hard their knuckles turned white, gritting their teeth in rage. The goddess is actually asking him out. Minh Ha picked up his coffee cup, tilted his head, and gave a thoughtful, gentle smile. That's a good idea. Work hard, play hard. I can recommend a comedy to you. I heard it's got great ratings. Her face was already blushing a deep red. Seeing that he didn't seem to get her hint, Lu Qian hesitantly probed, Are you busy with something else? He brought the coffee cup to his lips to take a sip, looked away, and said, Just some training, nothing else too special. Lu Qian blushed, glanced to the left, and rubbed her wrist as she asked, Then, would you like to go with me? He felt intrigued and readily agreed. Sure, why not? By now the other two were so angry they felt like they might cough up blood, their eyes bloodshot. They thought, How can my goddess be so humble in front of a guy? Minh Ha stood up from his chair and looked around, completely unaware that his two friends were sitting not far away, shaking with rage. I have a friend who told me I'm becoming a cultivation addict, so I guess it is time to relax with a movie. Let's go. She quickly and happily replied, Okay. Minh Ha and Lu Qian walked away side by side, slowly stepping out of the cafe. Trong Vien slumped down, burying his face in his book. Meanwhile, Vuong Jia bit down hard on his book, weeping in utter despair and bitterness. Trong Vien finally snapped. He grabbed his book, tore it in half, and wailed. Vuong Jia hunched over, repeatedly punching his own chest. Oh my God, I can't accept this. Both of them were a mess of tears, refusing to accept reality. She took the initiative to call him for coffee, and even invited him to a movie. Why do I feel like my goddess is fawning over Minh Ha? Their mournful, desperate cries echoed throughout the second floor of the cafe. No, wait back at Shaoling Mountain. On the road at the foot of the mountain, a large crowd had gathered. The villagers were happily bringing out fruits and produce to send off the people who had saved them. Thank you all for getting rid of those monsters for us. You're all students from the academy, right? This is all homegrown fruit. Please, take some and try it. The academy students were all very polite, waving their hands to refuse. We really can't take this. Thank you so much, sir. Suddenly, Nian Dong turned back, pointed ahead, and said, Minh Ha, the teacher is looking for you. He wants you to head over there. Minh Ha replied indifferently and then hurried his pace, trying to run ahead. In front of the line of students, 3 people were walking slowly. The head of the combat department, Dean Meng, and the vice dean. Minh Ha dashed ahead and greeted them. Hello, Dean. I heard someone from the teaching staff was looking for me. He replied, Go ahead and see them. He cheerfully said, Yes, sir. He ducked past another line of people. Luo Lin was standing in the distance, smiling and waving at Minh Ha. Minh Ha was happy to see her and asked with a smile, Luo Lin, you're here too? She didn't hesitate. She turned to face forward but looked back to answer, I come to your Nandu Academy every year to serve as an instructor and lead the freshmen. For me, this is a nice break. Field command is exhausting work. Minh Ha walked beside her, asking, Is there anything special you need to tell me? Luo Lin replied, Nothing much. When we get here, aside from supervising field combat and survival training, my team and I have another important job, ensuring the safety of you freshmen. Well then, thank you for your hard work. She didn't hesitate to call him out immediately. Hard work? It's not like I don't know your capabilities as a member of the Dragon Tooth Squad. You're more than qualified to be an instructor for these freshmen. He scratched his head, avoiding eye contact. Luo Lin winked at Minh Ha, her voice playful. All right, I know you want to enjoy your college life, so I won't expose you. Then she added seriously, but you left in such a rush before, and I've had so many missions lately that I didn't get a chance to explain the situation to you. He looked puzzled. What situation? Luo Lin explained. The status of the Dragon Tooth organization members. Even though every member is independent, I still need to let you know your authority. Minh Ha was surprised. Authority? Luo Lin put her hands on her hips, looking annoyed, and said, Did you think I let you join just to be a small-time soldier? Do you know how many elite superpowered fighters would break their heads trying to get into Dragontooth? Even Tianshu is begging to get in, don't you know that? Minh Ha let out an "oh" and said, Then tell me, what is it? You have B-level authority, Luo Lin said, raising her hand with a serious expression. The authority to command in your execution zone. The school and all reserve members from the government must follow your orders. If combat members are fighting on the front lines within your command zone, they are also required to prioritize your arrangements. He was confused and asked, What is an execution zone? She answered immediately. It's the area where you are currently carrying out your mission. For example, right now, Shaoling Mountain is your execution zone. Minh Ha questioned. But I'm not on a mission, Luo Lin countered. Isn't that exactly what I'm assigning you right now? Luo Lin held up 2 fingers and said with a serious face, You have 2 missions this time. Student safety is always the top priority. It's especially important, and since a Dragontooth member like you is in the freshman squad, obviously, you have to help us take responsibility for this. Minh Ha heard this and replied without a moment's hesitation. That's not a problem. Even if I weren't a member of Longya, I would still do my job well. He asked, So, what is the second mission? Luo Lin hesitated for a moment, tilted her head, and said, You don't need to know the second mission yet. I'll give you the details when the time comes. Minh Ha heard this and didn't press further. All right, then I'll head back to my line. She nodded and said, Go ahead. For now, I'll keep your status as a Longya member a secret. That's perfect. I'm a humble person, after all. On the cliffside, everyone was settling in, some setting up camp, some surveying the terrain, others just having fun. The atmosphere was incredibly lively. Assistant Teacher Cat was holding an unassembled tent, complaining. I thought we'd be staying at a local resident's house, but here we are in the middle of this desolate wilderness. Who could actually sleep in this raggedy tent? A curly-haired blonde student nearby, who was trying to get a signal on her phone, added, Exactly. The signal out here is absolutely terrible. How are we supposed to survive? Professor Trung, looking annoyed, spoke up and shouted, Camping is a basic survival skill for field expeditions. Everyone must take it seriously and learn from the instructors. Do you understand? A chorus of, Yes, sir, echoed. While the student was helping Assistant Cat with the tent, she noticed the boys had been distracted by something and were running toward the same spot. It turned out they were swarming around the campus belle, Lu Qian. Some were taking photos, others were asking for her number, and some were even setting up her tent for her. Minh Ha had already finished setting up his small tent. He began to analyze his next steps. Tents up. Next, I need to spread the insect repellent powder. Someone nearby was doing the same. It was Chu Chi, who explained while working, "This is a wildlife trail. Most wild beasts have a keen sense of smell. They are terrified of forest fires, so if they smell anything burning, they won't come near. Of course, you all need to make sure the fire is completely extinguished, otherwise it could easily ignite." A student, seeing this, smugly spoke up. "We're all superhuman power users, so why would we be afraid of some wild beasts?" Chu Chi continued applying the powder as he replied, "Beasts that feed on dead monsters can undergo mutations." Recalling a past memory, he slowly explained, "We once encountered a mutated bear over 10 meters tall." Just then, Chu Chi finished his work. "Since you're all camped together right now, you're relatively safe." He looked up and spoke loudly to emphasize his point. "When you're out on missions, you'll often be alone or in small groups. You must prepare thoroughly for these trivial things. At critical moments, these things might just save your life." Chu Chi then walked away. "I'm going to go light a fire over there." Someone quickly responded, "Teacher, light a big one. I want to get some warmth too." By nightfall, all the tents were set up. Everyone gathered around the campfire in front of the tents. Luo Lin sat, resting her chin on her hand, looking very relaxed, when a student asked, "Teacher, what's the scariest memory you have?" "The scariest memory? That would definitely be the time I encountered an emperor beast." The campfire crackled, and Luo Lin began her story. "Back then, I was still just a student." A flashback showed a young Luo Lin with a face full of terror, her eyes wide with fear, and her body trembling uncontrollably. In the distance, behind the high-rise buildings, there was a massive monster. It was larger than hundreds of buildings combined. Even from over 10 kilometers away, the monster stood like a mountain range. Everyone in the city could feel that this mountain was moving toward them. The magnificent, sprawling city collapsed into piles of rubble everywhere. Now, that city has been abandoned. It has practically become a monster's lair. Fortunately, most of the citizens were evacuated safely. The student asked, "What rank was that emperor beast, teacher?" She answered with a somber, heavy expression, "King tier." Another student asked, "Can humanity actually defeat something like that?" She closed her eyes to reflect for a moment before speaking. "During that campaign, we lost several high-level leaders, including the dean of your very own Namdo Academy." Suddenly, Professor Trung spoke up with a stern expression. "Students, get some rest early. Starting tomorrow, you'll begin clearing the battlefield." And with that, the story came to an abrupt end. Bright and early, a piercing call rang out. "All right, time to wake up." All the students, divided into 10 squads based on their classes, stirred from their long sleep. Miao Lan stood in front of the students and instructed them that the teachers would lead them into the mountains for an hour-long morning jog to warm up. "After that, we'll come back for breakfast." As she stood there, the boys below were clearly captivated by her beauty. Minh Ha stood below, listening intently as Miao Lan continued, "I'll be in charge of your team." She raised her hand, her expression sharp, and flashed a cunning smile. "You all better keep up with me. Those who fall behind the team today will only get mantu steamed buns to eat." The boys around her were confident and arrogant. "That's not hard at all." "Exactly. We're all superhumans. Our physical strength isn't that bad." Miao Lan gave one final warning before leaving. "The instructors or teaching assistants will be running at the back of the pack. If you get lost, just follow them to finish the route." Wearing square-heeled high heels, she stood on her toes and said, "Let's begin." Miao Lan dashed off, leaving the students in shock. Sunlight filtered through the crags of the mountainside forest. Inside, two groups were chasing each other. Miao Lan sprinted ahead as the students struggled to keep up. "She's so fast." Their silhouettes blurred, moving too quickly to see the path clearly. They had to run, jump, and climb over obstacles and steep cliffs. Miao Lan gracefully leaped over a ledge, followed by Minh Ha and the students. Her feet touched the ground, and she planted her hand perfectly. Without pausing to rest, Miao Lan gained momentum and took off again. Some students behind her managed to jump down, while others tripped, fell, or lost their balance. Miao Lan skillfully navigated the rough terrain. 4 students were still in close pursuit, calmly trying to overcome the difficult terrain. The others behind them weren't so lucky. Many fell, and others couldn't keep up due to exhaustion. On the cliffside, as the morning sun began to brighten, 4 figures were still running along the ridge. Everyone's pace began to slow down to match the clicking of Miao Lan's heels. Li Cam, drenched in sweat, asked, "Teacher, why don't you keep going ahead? You don't need to wait for us. We can follow along." Miao Lan looked at them with a playful expression. "You 4 can keep up, but most of the students can't. Let's wait for them a bit. You can take a moment to rest." The four who kept up were Luong Dong, Li Cam, Minh Ha, and Phuong Niem Dung. While the other three were panting heavily, Minh Ha stood there, completely expressionless. This guy isn't he even sweating? After a while of resting and waiting, a few stumbling footsteps approached. Look at these students, dragging their feet like they're falling apart. Luong Dong teased, his voice dripping with sarcasm. It's not like they couldn't keep up with us. We've been standing here waiting for you lot for 5 minutes, Miaolan said, scanning the group. The students were panting, breathless, and exhausted. We're done, for we can't run anymore. It's too much. Is everyone here now? Good, let's keep moving. A chorus of groans and pleas echoed through the clear, sunny air. We have to keep running? Wait, please. Give us a break, miss. Just a moment. After the run, Miaolan led them toward the camping area, where many others were already cooking. Breakfast isn't ready yet, so take a breather, Nien Dung said. Watching the bustling activity, she added, Seems every class has a few standouts who adapt easily to this kind of intense morning training. Lai Cam adjusted his glasses and replied, It's nothing special. They're all top students from their respective cities. A plump hand rested on a nearby rock. Among those who made it to the Nando Academy, Luong Dong sat down, a natural smile on his face. Who isn't a top student, or at least in the top 3? I'm from Lu City. Where are you guys from? Li Cam spoke up first. I'm a Nando native. Impressive, right? What about you, class monitor? Nien Dung replied, Lanyang City. Minh Ha chimed in, Me too. Luong Dong asked, Are you two fellow townsfolk? They answered in unison, Yes, we are. Suddenly, Luong Dong sniffed the air, clutching his stomach and drooling with a loud laugh. Food's ready. Let's go eat. The aroma was intoxicating, and someone couldn't help but shout, I'm starving to death. After breakfast, Luo Lin spoke up clearly to assign tasks. Remember your morning jogging route? Next, I need you to step up the search. Within a 1-kilometer radius along that path, she began detailing the plan to the students, tasking them with cleaning up the monster eggs. Don't miss a single tree root, patch of dirt, or rock cave. If you spot a red-eyed beast hiding, do not act alone. Once you reach the designated spots, fire a signal flare to alert the teachers and assistants. Standing beside the vice principal, with her arms crossed, she asked if that was clear. Everyone replied, Understood. The vice principal spoke up. Your performance in this training will count toward your grades. Make sure you show us what you've got. Everyone responded with excitement. Yes, sir. Let's go. Under the scorching sun, the group gathered together. Luong Dong suggested, Let's form a team and figure out our direction. Lai Cam pushed his glasses up, looking like a total nerd. During the run, I noticed a patch of dense vegetation downstream. I've studied the red-eyed beasts. They prefer damp, overgrown areas, much like snakes. A female student said, Lai Cam, you're amazing. We were gasping for air while running, and you still managed to observe that closely. Luong Dong agreed. Exactly. Aimless searching won't get us anywhere. Let's follow Lai Cam's lead and head downstream to search the bushes. Everyone agreed. They began searching through the thickets. Someone complained, These bushes are so tall and dense, it's such a pain. I could just use a spirit skill to blast them away, one student suggested. Nien Dung immediately stopped him. That's not necessary. Just bend down. A little manual effort is all it takes. If you don't need to use your spirit skills in the wild, don't. Besides, Li Cam pointed forward and said, It's fine, you lead the way. If there's any danger, the others will handle it. The young man laughed triumphantly. This feels so much easier. Fang Nien Dung turned to Minh Ha and asked, You didn't finish what you were saying earlier. What did you want to say? Minh Ha replied, Didn't the teacher say there might still be remnants of the red-eyed beasts? Doing that will just stir up trouble, revealing our location and letting the beasts escape. Nien Dung agreed. That's right, Minh Ha continued. But it should be fine. The chances of remaining beasts are slim. The teachers definitely cleared the area before letting us come here. As he continued working, he added, Cleared it? How can you be so sure? This is the teacher's first time here too. Minh Ha recalled the sight of Miss Miao Lan this morning, but they guided us on that morning run first thing, leading us straight back without needing to scout any extra paths. He deduced, That proves that after we fell asleep last night, the faculty team ran this route in advance and spent the whole night checking the surroundings. Fang Nien Dung wondered, Then what are we even here for? Minh Ha answered without hesitation, The monster eggs are tiny. You either need machines or a large group to search with a carpet method, he explained while continuing the search. Red-eyed beast eggs are like snake eggs. Machines might not detect them. Suddenly, he froze in his tracks. But perhaps the teachers didn't check this spot last night. Neon was surprised and asked, "Why?" Suddenly, she sensed something and spun around. It was a red-eyed beast. It was coiled around a tree trunk, slowly raising its head. Minh Ha braced for battle, while Neon was terrified. Suddenly, it slithered quickly down from the branch. Minh Ha tensed, thinking, "You're not getting away." Just then, they heard someone screaming in the distance. Minh Ha and Neon rushed over to see what was happening. "What's wrong?" The blonde student pointed forward. "It's the eggs. There are so many of them." Everyone was busy collecting the eggs. Neon pointed the other way, panicked. "A moment ago, a red-eyed beast tried to ambush Minh Ha and me." "Where?" "It ran off. It was going to attack me, but for some reason, it turned and fled." Lee Cam's eyes lit up. "Which way did it go? Let's chase it down. This is a huge chance to earn extra credit." Minh Ha stepped in calmly. "It's already long gone, and with the dense bushes for cover, finding it will be extremely difficult. Let's notify the teachers first. It would be safer to have the assistants and instructors focus on searching this area." Lee Cam panicked and argued, "It's just one leftover beast. What are you afraid of?" Others chimed in. "Yeah, spotting and killing it will give us different points." However, Minh Ha insisted, "Absolutely not. These beasts are dangerous and cunning. This isn't a place for us to act rashly, and it can hide anywhere. Getting more people here is the safer option." Lee Cam angrily pointed at Minh Ha. You're just a coward. How do you expect to survive on the front lines in the future?" Neon noticed the situation was unstable and said, "Listen to Minh Ha." Seeing Neon taking his side, Lee Cam angrily replied, "Fine. Your speed is fast. Go notify the teaching assistant quickly. Don't let that monster get away." Minh Ha replied immediately, "Got it." He stood on a high rock ridge and fired a signal flare into the sky. Just after firing it, a figure dashed over. He asked anxiously, "Did you find the monster's eggs?" Minh Ha quickly replied, "No. We discovered a leftover monster hiding in the bushes." The person asked again, "Red-eyed beast?" "Yes. Where are the other students?" Before he could answer, a shrill scream was heard. "Help me!" Without thinking, Minh Ha jumped down, leaving behind one sentence, "Go call for backup quickly." The teacher was dazed and ran after him, saying, "Hey, what are you doing? Go call for help and let me save them." Afterward, that teacher also stopped to notify the other instructors. "Teachers near the river area, gather at the red signal point immediately. A leftover red-eyed beast has been detected, and students are injured." Minh Ha dashed toward the monster's shadow like lightning. Just as he lunged forward, he was suddenly attacked by the red-eyed beast. Furious, Minh Ha punched it, sending it flying backward. Suddenly, another red-eyed monster grew angry and opened its mouth to let out a roar. Minh Ha gripped one with one hand and slammed a blow down onto the other. The monster he was holding turned back, intending to bite his hand. A miscalculation, he thought. There wasn't just one here. He used his strength to smash the monster hard into the ground. Minh Ha's expression became more serious. This was likely a hidden lair that the frontline team hadn't discovered yet. In the distance, there was another desperate scream, "Help me!" Leaving the bodies of the two monsters there, he ran quickly toward the voice. "It's right nearby, help me!" After arriving, he looked all around but saw no one, yet the cries continued. "Help me!" The sound was coming from the mouth of a mutated red-eyed monster. "Help me!" Minh Ha felt uneasy. It could mimic human cries for help. He was surrounded by many red-eyed monsters. "This is bad. I have to deal with them quickly." Perhaps Fang Niandong and Lee Cam had also been fooled by these cries. But these monsters didn't attack him. Instead, they started biting the vines, which left him stunned. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to collapse. "This is bad." Minh Ha fell into a deep hole below. He landed with difficulty. The hole was filled with eggs being incubated. He looked around for a while. "There's a cave like this too?" They had hidden in this vine-covered pit to escape the sweep. The scene changed abruptly. The sky turned gloomy as dark clouds gathered and thunder rolled incessantly. Rain began to fall, and purple petals drifted in the air. Luo Lin stood on high ground, her left hand lightly touching her radio. "It's getting foggy." Qing He stood solemnly behind her, one hand in front of her chest and the other behind, reporting, "Commander, a student has discovered a hidden lair of the red-eyed beasts." She slowly walked forward, her eyes fixed on the distance. It was raining, and the mountains were humid. Fog in the daytime was very normal. Luo Lin reached out to feel it, then paused, sensing something was wrong. This mist, Luo Lin panicked, her eyes widening, and she couldn't help but speak loudly. "It's not ordinary mist. In this desolate mountain area, the rain never stopped." Qing He's voice echoed in the rainy sky. Luo Lin was extremely serious and anxious. She shouted urgently, "Evacuate all students immediately, at once." The rain never let up, and it was a terrifying, gloomy sight. Qinghe quickly acknowledged the order and turned toward Miaolan, who was hurriedly leading the group forward. Ahead was the location of the red dot. Miaolan also felt a suspicious, bone-chilling sensation in her heart. Suddenly, someone appeared from the cliff ahead to report. Minh Ha, Fang Niandung, and Lai Cam are still inside. I was afraid everyone wouldn't be able to find them, so I stayed here to wait. Lu Qian heard a familiar name and shouted in surprise, "Minh Ha!" Miaolan calmly accepted this, steadying the chaotic situation. "The others will arrive one by one. Let's evacuate the students first." At the same time, the radio on her ear crackled. A voice spoke from the other side. That person urgently ordered, "Leave the area immediately." Miaolan didn't waste a second, and got straight to the point. There are students trapped in the bushes. There are leftover red-eyed beasts inside. The person on the other side said sternly, "Follow orders." She had no choice but to acknowledge. Professor Trung, standing nearby, pointed to the side and urgently urged Miaolan, "Teacher, please come, save people with me." She frowned and explained, "There is an unknown catastrophe approaching the area. The commander has ordered a retreat." Professor Trung was a bit stunned. An unknown catastrophe? Miaolan pressed her radio with one hand while explaining clearly to him, "The level of this catastrophe exceeds level 6. We must retreat immediately. Otherwise it will cause an even greater tragedy." Lu Qian interrupted, "Volunteering, I'll go save them. Teacher, everyone, please find the other student groups and take them away." Miaolan immediately approved the request. "All right." Lu Qian's voice echoed in the space. The sound reached even the mouth of the pit filled with tangled vines. Minh Ha was in the hole, surrounded by snakes and a pile of eggs being incubated. Minh Ha was fighting off the entire pack all by himself. That voice, she was still desperately shouting to find people. "Minh Ha, where are you?" He stood down there, his eyes lighting up, and shouted as loudly as he could. "Lu Qian?" Hearing his voice, Lu Qian anxiously tried to pinpoint his direction. "Minh Ha, it's getting foggy here. I can't find where you are. Are you okay?" From the bottom of the pit, his voice echoed up. "Don't come over here yet. The vines under your feet are rotten. Don't fall into the hole." Lu Qian crouched down, doing her best to speak as loudly as possible. The area was becoming foggy, and Luo Lin ordered all teachers and students to leave immediately. The fog might be the catastrophe itself, the thing that caused everyone living in the West Mountain Industrial Zone to go missing. It's extremely dangerous. Minh Ha's eyes grew cold as he calmly assessed the current situation. "I'm fine, but the other students might have been lured into the lair by the red-eyed beasts. You go save them. I'll deal with this place and then head over." Lu Qian frowned slightly upon hearing this, but didn't argue. She raised her head, her mind made up. "Minh Ha, you must be careful." Just as he said goodbye, the leader of the red-eyed beasts also appeared inside the cave. "You too." He intently observed every detail on the creature. Minh Ha firmly concluded, "Mimicking human cries, setting up a deep pit to lure the enemy the moment I saw you. I knew you were their leader." He turned, a faint blue aura radiating from him. Minh Ha stood alone, facing the entire pack of red-eyed monsters, hiding behind their leader. "So you intended to wait until I was exhausted before attacking? You cunning beasts." With lightning speed, he nimbly dodged the minions. "Do you think hiding behind them will save you?" Minh Ha turned his head, startled, as another creature lunged at him, ready to bite. It was no easy feat, but he dodged the strike in the blink of an eye. He vaulted up, pulling his arm back to gain momentum, and aimed straight for the leader. "Take this!" Minh Ha landed a powerful punch. The red-eyed beast leader managed to block it, but couldn't hold on for long. It was sent flying, crashing hard into the wall. The leader looked at the surrounding eggs that had been caught in the crossfire, its face turning pitch black with rage. The monster opened its mouth, flicking its tongue out. It charged at him, hell-bent on a fight to the death. The minions shared a link with their leader, and their expressions grew just as twisted and furious. Minh Ha took a defensive stance and sneered, "Do you honestly think they can stop me?" He reached down to grab a vine. A surge of blue smoke, his spirit technique, flared up around his arm. Minh Ha coldly repeated the punch, but this time he had the added power of his technique behind it. He didn't aim for anyone in particular. Minh Ha slammed his fist into the ground. A terrifying shockwave erupted, and in one swift move, he easily wiped out the minions with his spirit power. Every last one of them panicked, helpless as the vines coiled around their bodies. Minh Ha crouched down and gently laid the vine back. He raised his hand high, slowly controlling the vines to wrap around each creature one by one. "I was only pretending to be weak earlier, so I could wipe your whole nest out at once." Minh Ha clenched his fist, forcefully dispelling his power. The red-eyed minions were caught in the backlash, their bodies crushed until they coughed up blood. The leader, terrified, retreated further and further, not daring to advance. It stared intensely at the human before it, trembling with fury. The monster lunged, hurling its snake-like body toward Minh Ha. He easily jumped aside, landing a punch directly on its body. That arrogant beast had thought itself clever, but the leader was sent flying, powerless, as it smashed into the wall. Minh Ha grabbed the snake-like body, unleashing his power at close range. The pit filled with fog and strange, unsettling sounds. He turned and walked away, emotionless. Behind him, the leader's carcass hung on the wall, drenched in its own blood. Minh Ha didn't forget to clean himself up, walking to the vines to use the rainwater to wash his hands. He used the vine to toss himself upward. This fog Minh Ha gripped the vine. The path ahead was filled with clusters of eggs everywhere. These eggs weren't meant for reproduction. They were filled with gas from an alien planet. They would react to the rainwater and turn into a disaster. The sky grew gloomier, the rain falling incessantly. He muttered to himself, calculating, if there were still this many eggs left in the sector, a disaster would strike as soon as the rain kept falling. These red-eyed monsters were just foot soldiers. Their true purpose was to lay these eggs, wait for the rain, and trigger a terrifying disaster. Minh Ha finally climbed out of the pit, thinking anxiously, this is bad. Once the sector is covered by this disaster, no one here will make it out alive. Outside, the fog grew thicker, and the patter of rain never ceased. A group of people ran frantically through the rain. Wang Jia gasped for air while running. The safety fence is right ahead. The wooden fence, wrapped in dark steel wire, exuded a gloomy, repulsive aura. Trong Vien followed, out of breath. Struggling to speak, he panted. It's not even 200 meters, so why can't we reach it? Wang Jia encouraged him from the side. We're almost there. Don't worry, just a little further. Suddenly, a sea of white fog rushed through the trees. In front of the group, there was no fence, only a dark, eerie forest. Trong Vien looked on, stunned. How is this possible? Did we run in the wrong direction? Wang Jia clutched his head, falling into superstitious dread. We've been led astray by ghosts. This fog is making us walk in circles. Trong Vien turned deathly pale. It's over. We might never get out of here. I once heard my older brother talk about the white fog. Wang Jia grabbed his hand, panicked. Stop scaring me! Their friends chimed in, confirming the story. It's true. Once you accidentally step into the fog, it's like being cut off in a strange, alternate dimension. I've heard about this. The Tae-sun industrial zone was the same. After the fog cleared, everyone who had been inside simply vanished into thin air. In the light rain and mist, they cried out for help in desperation. No one knew what had actually happened inside that shroud of fog. Being young, they didn't want to die. Someone, please save us. Teachers, help! On the other side of the fence, a rescuer peered into the thick fog, puzzled. The students were running toward us a moment ago, so why haven't any of them reached us yet? Other rescuers followed, approaching the scene. Running the other way? That close? Impossible, one of them shouted out. Hey, can you hear us? Get back to the safety line. Tio stepped forward, pointing out into the mist, and volunteered to search. Maybe I should go in and see. The teammate next to him didn't stop him, but cautioned him. All right, but this fog is very strange. Let's tie a rope around you so you won't get lost after you go in. He smiled confidently. Yeah, that's a good idea. Another teammate added. If there's any danger, call out or pull the rope. Tuho bid everyone farewell and tied the rope tightly around his waist. All right, I'm heading out. He turned and left. The others behind him still couldn't shake their unease, shouting again. Be careful. If things don't look good, pull the rope. He gave a thumbs up to show he understood. The rope continued to feed out. The person holding the spool tracked the distance intently. Other rescue members arrived, asking for an update on the situation. How many meters? The person holding the rope estimated carefully. Over 200 meters now. Upon hearing this, the other guy grew anxious and shouted, Hey, Tu-ho, can you hear us? But there was no response from the front, only the sound of rain and the shroud of fog. The rescuer panicked. 200 meters, so why can't he hear us calling? Something's wrong. Pull the rope back, now! The rope was yanked back with force, but it recoiled with an abnormal speed, as if there were nothing attached to it. The entire rope was pulled in, but there was no one there. The rescue team was stunned, unable to find their words. Everyone who witnessed the scene stood with wide, disbelieving eyes, sweat rolling down their faces. On Minh Ha's side, he was still feeling his way through the rain to regroup with the others. Luong Dong was relieved to see him. Why is the fog so thick? I almost got lost. Lucian and Niamdung greeted him, clearly relieved. Minh Ha waved, slightly confused. Why didn't you follow me out? Niamdung, acting as the spokesperson for the group, explained. My apologies. We heard a female student screaming, so we thought someone was crying for help. Minh Ha mused, recalling the appearance of the red-eyed monster leader. The red-eyed monster leader can mimic or record human voices. One of you must have called for help, right? The female student in the group recoiled, stuttering nervously. It was me. I did it. Half of my foot sank into the vines as he looked sternly at everyone. That explains it. That red-eyed monster mimicked her voice. From now on, if you hear similar cries, be very careful. Lee Cam didn't believe it, and shouted back at him, How is that even possible? Why isn't it written in the books? And why didn't the frontline operatives notice this before? Lucian joined the conversation, rubbing her chin in thought. Actually, I heard rumors about this at the front lines, but there was no concrete proof. Luong Dong pulled out his phone and cut the explanation short, trying to contact the instructors and teachers first. He looked frustrated at the glowing screen of his phone amidst the rain. Damn it, there's absolutely no signal. Minh Ha was startled, lifting his arm toward Luke, searching for something on his person. Is something blocking the signal? He pulled out something that looked like an earpiece, but it was much more modern and larger. Lycam gasped, eyes wide with amazement, and slowly stepped forward. This is a special government communication device. Only teachers have them. How do you have one? The person on the other end spoke up. Minh Ha, can you hear me? He put the device to his ear and replied, Yes, tell me. Nearby, near the fences, large tents had been set up. The person on the other end was hiding inside. We have lost contact with the outside world. Luo Lin was on the other end, communicating with Minh Ha. Haven't you gotten out yet? What about the other students? She sounded troubled. I've evacuated more than half, but many teachers and students are still trapped in the mist. He glanced around, observing the area to devise a plan. If you are at the assembly point, you might still make it out before the mist closes in. Did you volunteer to stay behind? Luo Lin leaned against the table, slightly hunched over. Yes, I will find a way out for everyone. Please, trust me, Minh Ha asked confidently. The communication devices of the other teachers are working fine, right? She brought good news. Yes, but they only work within the misty area. We cannot communicate with the outside. He furrowed his brows, hand on his chin, and reported, I have made a rather important discovery, although it might not be very useful in the current situation. Luo Lin flipped through her papers grimly. Tell me. We can't overlook any clues right now. Minh Ha reported everything he had observed meticulously along the way. This white mist is created by the monster's secretions. After coming into contact with rainwater, they release a gas. With his knowledge of physics and chemistry, he theorized that the gas rising to higher altitudes and encountering humid air would form a large-scale disaster. Luo Lin's eyes widened, and she shouted excitedly, I understand now. She eagerly reported back to him. Minh Ha, this clue of yours is vital. We have hope of getting out. Minh Ha was equally urgent, urging her, tell me. She recalled the giant black centipede, the giant yellow-legged centipede that had gone missing from the insect research laboratory. Luo Lin recalled the intense battle back then, noting it was the only living thing that could move through the mist. We tracked it before, but we lost it in the end. Right at that moment, a qualitative report of that centipede appeared on her desk. Researchers once said that giant yellow-legged centipedes love eating insect eggs. Luo Lin trusted her deduction and analyzed it clearly. I'm sure it must have eaten a large amount of the monster eggs. After mutating, it gained the ability to pass through the mist. Minh Ha sounded disgusted, a chill running down his spine. So we have to eat those monster eggs too? Luo Lin gritted her teeth in anger, absolutely loathing his lack of common sense. The secretions are poisonous. Only a creature like a centipede can digest them. She updated him based on the current situation. According to the last tracking clues, the giant yellow-legged centipede is in the northern region, and it is highly likely it is inside the mist. Minh Ha asked again, if we find the giant yellow-legged centipede, we have hope of leaving? Luo Lin answered firmly. Yes, you have prepared everything. Just report the situation. All right, then we will begin our move. From far away in the thick mist, a familiar voice rang out. Was that Minh Ha's voice? He listened carefully, guessing. Teacher Trung. Luong Dong saw him and squinted, joyful. It really was, Teacher Trung. Teacher, what do we do now? Teacher Trung approached, covering his face with his hand. Perhaps we cannot escape. This is a disaster. Even now, the astronomy department has not been able to explain its appearance or its strange isolation capabilities. He looked a bit flustered. No way, right? We're really trapped in the mist? I've heard this mist is terrifying. Teacher Trung didn't hide anything and poured a bucket of cold water on their hopes. Yes. And furthermore, the people outside don't know about the situation inside, so don't put too much hope in outside rescue. Minh Ha spoke up to reassure them. Teacher, don't worry. He happily announced the good news he had just received. Commander Luo Lin has figured out a way for us to leave. Everyone just needs to work together, and we can get out. The good news came too suddenly for Teacher Trung to process. Are you telling the truth? Lu Qian stepped forward. Minh Ha just spoke to Commander Luo Lin. Minh Ha reminded everyone of their duties. They had to make the most of their time. Take advantage of the fact that the monsters haven't appeared in the mist yet, and try to collect as many undissolved monster secretions as possible. Lai Cam was unhappy and refused to cooperate. What was the point of collecting that stuff now? The blonde student next to him chimed in. That's right. It's not even clear if we'll survive, so why would anyone care about test scores? He patiently explained it clearly to the two of them. The monster secretions are the prerequisite for whether we can get out or not. We need them to lure a creature. Only that creature can take us out. After some time passed, Minh Ha had relayed the combat plan to everyone. Teacher Trung mused, rubbing his chin in analysis. Is what you're saying true? Minh Ha raised his fist, his expression filled with determination. Yes, this is our only way. Even though this mist is terrifying, we cannot give up so easily. He praised him happily. Filled with fighting spirit, he said, Good. We cannot give up. He began executing the plan, and everyone split into groups to take action. Minh Ha looked over at Teacher Trung and Lu Qian, pointing and giving orders. Lu Qian, teacher, everyone, please try to find the students still trapped in the mist. Tell them to gather at the campsite, don't wander off in the fog. He then turned to Lai Cam's group. Lai Cam, you know the monster egg nest locations better than anyone. You and Phuong Nim Dung take the other students and keep searching for those monster eggs. Minh Ha could already imagine the lure operation playing out. The more the better. That's the only way we can lure out the giant golden beast. Teacher Trung glared at him coldly. And what about you? Minh Ha acted cool, pointing behind him. Whatever is inside that fog, I'll be the one to handle them. Luong Dong, hearing this, paced back and forth nervously. Minh Ha, don't scare me like that, I'm already terrified. Phuong Nim Dung added in a serious tone, Minh Ha is telling the truth. There is something extremely terrifying inside that mist. She recalled the scene of the fat man struggling to break free from the massive tentacles. On our way to school, the Star Machine train stopped at the edge of the fog, and then we encountered the monsters within the mist. Some people were killed. Minh Ha summarized, reminding everyone once more. In short, everyone must be careful. If you see anything in the fog, remember to avoid it. The group was filled with determination, shouting in unison. Understood. Lu Qian ran in front, asking Teacher Trung as she moved. Teacher, you haven't searched in this direction yet, right? He replied confidently. That's right. Over here, Lai Cam cautiously instructed. You guys, check over there. Phuong Nim Dung also said firmly. Everyone, stay alert and don't get separated. On the other side, Minh Ha moved silently and quickly in a different direction. His face was tense, his eyes focused straight ahead. Luo Lin looked at the report below and spoke up softly. I've converted the information into a video. She was stern, her eyes glancing over the comms as she continued. All organization members, please respond. Chu Chi quickly received the signal and immediately replied, Instructor Team Chu Chi, awaiting orders. Right after, Ching He also responded, Instructor Team Ching He, awaiting orders. Then Miao Lan, Instructor Team Miao Lan, awaiting orders. Kang Jing didn't delay in responding. Instructor Team Kang Jing, awaiting orders. Next was Fang Qin. Instructor Team Fang Qin, awaiting orders. Finally, Guo Min said in a low voice, Instructor Team Guo Min, awaiting orders. The moment he finished, he found himself gritting his teeth for reasons unknown. In another direction, Minh Ha also slowly responded, Longya organization member Minh Ha, awaiting orders. At that moment, a nimble figure suddenly flashed through the forest. That person suddenly landed on a nearby branch and spoke up. Longya organization? Miaolan asked in surprise. Minh Ha? Is that the student who finished his morning run without even breaking a sweat? Luo Lin suddenly announced that the mutant distribution scanner could be used. She pointed to the screen on the table and said, From my position, I can observe the movements of mutants within the fog in a 3-kilometer radius. Luo Lin scanned the surroundings and said seriously, For now, the mutants haven't appeared. But her stuttering voice made Minh Ha anxious, so he asked, What's wrong? Luo Lin exclaimed in a panic. The valley! Her voice filled with shock. Upstream, Luo Lin screamed in terror. The mountain peaks. They are appearing everywhere in the mist. She seemed unable to believe her eyes. Just seconds ago, there hadn't been a single fog mutant within a 3-kilometer radius, and no creature could possibly move that fast. Minh Ha immediately bombarded her with questions before charging off without hesitation. "Which direction are they coming from?" Luo Lin replied in a panic. "They aren't coming from anywhere. It's like they're appearing out of thin air." She suddenly froze for a few seconds, her face turning pale as she shouted, "Wait! Fang Qin! Fang Qin! Chu Chi! The mountain peak!" Luo Lin screamed frantically. "Fang Qin! There's a monster near you! Get out of there!" At that moment, a giant spider suddenly appeared behind Fang Qin. She spun around immediately, her eyes glaring angrily at it. The spider opened its mouth and spat out streams of venom directly at her. The venom rays shot out as fast as death-dealing arrows aimed at Fang Qin. Right after, its sharp claws were raised high, precisely targeting her position. Fang Qin whispered anxiously, "That didn't work." Just then, the spider suddenly opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp, jagged teeth. It roared and lunged directly at Fang Qin, creating a massive tremor. She instantly leaped high, dodging the attack while reporting into her comms. "Commander, your analysis was correct." Without time to rest, Fang Qin hurried away, running while shouting, "These fog mutants are appearing out of thin air." Her gaze flickered toward the dense, fog-filled forest nearby, thinking, maybe there's some kind of demonic gate existing within the mist. Luo Lin ordered urgently, "Run out of the forest. I've already told Chu Chi to come and support you." Hearing this, Fang Qin paused for a second, then realized the area outside the forest was the base camp. She suddenly looked at the giant spider still chasing her and shouted, "This mutant is a spider type, stronger than a lord level." Fang Qin tried to dodge its sharp claws while running. "I'm afraid I'm no match for it." Luo Lin looked at the map, her face turning pale as she said in a panic, "Get out of the forest. You're running in the wrong direction." But Fang Qin said calmly, "I know. Everyone take care." Luo Lin called out to Fang Qin in despair. At that exact moment, Fang Qin's icon on the map was swallowed by the spider, and it quickly vanished without a trace. Luo Lin was so devastated she burst into uncontrollable sobs. The pain of losing a teammate made her whole body tremble. However, Luo Lin had to force herself to calm down. Her voice sounded hoarse as she said, "Teacher Wang, Fang Qin has lured the giant beast away, fulfilling her mission. The other members must head to the designated locations immediately to monitor the fog mutants." Her eyes flashed with cold hatred. Her voice turned sharp. "Once you detect any mutant nearing the student assembly point, you must kill it." Meanwhile, in the valley, where the fog had covered everything, obscuring all vision, Minh Ha sat quietly on a rock and slowly said, "For now, our understanding of these fog monsters is extremely limited." He pondered, remembering the previous monsters. Some could disguise themselves as women. Minh Ha stayed silent for a few seconds before continuing. "Some can even mimic human voices." And finally, he faintly recalled Fang Qin's words from earlier, "I'm afraid I'm no match for it." And there are also monsters in the shape of spiders that are stronger than a lord level. Perhaps Fang Qin sacrificed herself to lure that terrifying beast away. He stated his speculation solemnly. These monsters were born to slaughter. The most terrifying thing about them is that they possess intelligence, and it seems they even have the ability to learn. Just then, Luo Lin suddenly spoke up to warn him. Minh Ha noticed her hand gesture. Immediately after, he looked over and saw a faint shadow appearing in the fog without making a sound. That shadow was getting closer and closer. A monster appeared with sharp teeth, flying rapidly toward Minh Ha. Luo Lin shouted in a panic, "It's a scorpion-tailed fly, a low-level one, just a foot soldier." At this moment, she looked at the map, her eyes widening, and she shouted in a fearful voice, "Minh Ha!" Luo Lin was completely panicked, trying to speak as fast as she could. "They are appearing out of thin air. There are so many of them, and there are some behind you too." Minh Ha frowned, thinking, "How is that possible? I clearly just checked behind me." With that said, he spun around instantly. Behind Minh Ha, countless monsters had appeared, so many that they were impossible to count. Minh Ha glanced to the side, letting out a deep, heavy sigh. "Foot soldiers, huh?" Surrounded by a swarm of scorpion-tailed flies, he threw a punch at them and shouted, "I'll kill as many of you as show up." The scorpion-tailed flies roared, tearing through the air, their wings filling the sky. Minh Ha swept his hand downward, releasing a blast of energy that shot toward the leader. Following that, thousands of beams were unleashed continuously, cutting through them one after another. His eyes were filled with killing intent, his entire body surrounded by sky-tearing light as he unleashed his attacks. Minh Ha kept attacking while charging forward. The scorpion-tailed flies were all blown away by him, and finally, his eyes lit up, his body lowered, and he swung with a phantom fist to blast the monsters away. The scorpion-tailed flies quickly regained their strength, flying frantically toward him once again. The swarm circled around, just waiting for a chance to dive. Minh Ha stared at them with eyes sharp as blades, showing no intention of backing down. They surged forward once more. They pointed their sharp scorpion tails toward him as they lunged. Minh Ha clenched his hand tightly and slammed a powerful punch into the ground. The sound rumbled through the space, and the flies flying toward him were blown backward. They lost all strength in their wings, being sent flying helplessly into the dust. The punch finished, his arm muscles rippling under his skin. Minh Ha stood up and raised his hand. The hand he had punched with was still steaming, but the silence didn't last long, as another swarm of scorpion-tailed flies rushed in. Minh Ha stood straight, looking around at the flies, and called out helplessly, "Did I just jump into a hornet's nest?" A voice echoed from the void, reminding him, "Minh Ha, you probably won't be able to kill all those scorpion-tailed flies." Minh Ha asked while trying to escape the swarm. "Then what do I do? It seems they can smell me, so they keep flocking to my position." Luo Lin, in the observation room, analyzed the situation. "I've been watching closely to see how they appear. All those flies are flying out from a single fixed point." She looked at the Gada board, spotted the target, and announced, "To your south, it looks like there's an insect nest. That's where they are coming from." Minh Ha defended himself against the dozens of monsters approaching and replied, "I've already got dozens here. Doesn't that mean there are hundreds at that nest?" Luo Lin looked at the red dots and tried to explain. "No, the red dots on my end only show a few dozen as well. But it's like there's an insect factory right near you. Scorpion-tailed flies are constantly being produced." She tracked Minh Ha's position on the map and said, "After you kill the ones in front of you, that factory will spawn a new wave." Minh Ha focused on defending and taking down the flies, asking, "In such a short amount of time? And I keep killing them, yet there are still so many?" He looked at the buzzing flies and asked her a worst-case scenario question. "If I ignore them, will these flies fill up this whole valley in a few hours?" Luo Lin's brows furrowed, and she said gravely, "That's right. Once they form a grand army, forget about us living people, even the plants will be devoured clean." Minh Ha looked at the vicious flies in the air and replied, somewhat helplessly, "I really underestimated them. These monsters are indeed not simple." On the system signal screen, Luo Lin informed him, "Not far behind the valley is our assembly camp." After helping him for a while, Luo Lin excused herself to go help the others. "Minh Ha, I'm entrusting the defense of the valley to you. The other teachers are in danger just like you, and I need to direct them." Minh Ha dodged attacks with lightning speed and replied, "Don't worry, leave this place to me." Before switching to the others' radar, Luo Lin called out apologetically, "Minh Ha, even though you are a member of the Dragon Fang organization, you are still a student just like the others." She closed her eyes to suppress her emotions and continued, "Making you shoulder such a responsibility as a representative of the government. I truly feel very sorry." Luo Lin placed a hand over her heart and clenched her other fist to cheer him on. "Minh Ha, you are truly exceptional." Her eyes gazed into the screen, and she whispered, "Promise me, you must survive." While focused on fighting off the flies, Minh Ha replied, "Commander, you and the teachers staying here for the sake of us students, I am already very grateful for that." He surged forward into the middle of the dense swarm, launching continuous attacks and taking down hundreds one after another. Charging straight ahead, he encountered a region with a circular flash of light. Minh Ha guessed that this must be the insect factory Commander Luo Lin mentioned. From that glowing hole, dozens of scorpion-tailed flies scrambled to fly out. Minh Ha tried to stand firm against the vortex of flies. They kept following each other out. He gritted his teeth and hissed, "There's wind, a very strong gust of wind." Then he raised his hand, unleashing his technique while saying, "Thanks to you, friend Pham Kai, for helping me learn this move." Minh Ha stomped his foot hard on the ground and shouted. He clenched his fist, swung his body to build momentum, and roared, "You little runts, go to hell." Minh Ha used the Gale Fist technique, slamming his hand into the ground to create a shockwave that spread out, blowing the flies away. The flies were all blasted away, some smashing into the nearby cliff walls. The flies emerging from the glowing hole were all caught in the wake of his punch and swept away by the wind he created. Minh Ha walked calmly, while a few tiny flies fell around him. A moment later, the larger flies dropped down, their carcasses scattered across the ground. Minh Ha decided to head straight in. He stood before the glowing hole to observe. After a moment of investigation, he decided to step through the glowing gate. As he traveled to another world, Lu Qian suspiciously wondered, "Is this a gateway connecting to another dimension?" He paused, then turned toward the glowing hole, propping his chin on his hand in deep thought. Suddenly, a whirring sound erupted, and something sharp prepared to rush out. Lu Qian dodged to the side with lightning speed. When he saw a fly zip by, he exclaimed, "I see." A giant scorpion-tailed fly was preparing to attack him. It thrust its sharp tail in and out, then lunged back toward him. Without turning his back, Lu Qian swung his arm and sliced it in two, and then he realized it and muttered, "This isn't an insect factory, but a gateway leading from an unknown location into this fog." Lu Qian stood there, observing carefully. He studied the portal between the two dimensions and murmured, "The strange monsters also appeared within the fog this way." He leaned in close, reached out to touch it, and wondered, "So what is on the other side?" The orange glow of the portal reflected in Lu Qian's eyes, and he whispered, "The other end of this insect nest." Lu Qian hesitated for a moment, but finally, he decided to step through the gate once more. The portal swallowed him, flashing with lightning all around. Lu Qian slowly poked his head into the other dimension. His face filled with confusion as he looked around. As his whole body stepped into the other world, he was met with another beam of light flashing from a distance. Lu Qian's eyes widened, his gaze trembling in disbelief at the light before him. Inside was an entirely new universe, with skull-like creatures growing spider legs, crawling over floating rocks. Suddenly, a monster with a mouth full of sharp teeth flew out. A fierce dragon was flying toward him, its eyes and head spewing fire. It glided past the floating rocks in the void. It breathed fire from its nostrils as it flew. The dragon suddenly froze in midair, its eyes wide as if disturbed by something. Lu Qian was still standing in the middle of space, watching what was happening when something in the air plummeted to the ground near where he stood. Hundreds of scorpion-tailed flies appeared again. This time, they were even more ferocious. One that seemed to be the leader shrieked, its eyes emitting a glow as it lunged forward. Lu Qian rushed toward the glowing hole, while the flies behind him chased after him with full force. Xiaohua suddenly screamed, "Are you crazy? Why did you come here? Get out of here now." Lu Qian opened his eyes wide, looking around vaguely, and stammered, "This place, where on earth is this? Why?" Seeing that he was still dazed and refusing to leave, she shouted again, "Hurry up! Do you want to die without a grave?" Hearing the second shout, he suddenly snapped back to reality. Lu Qian then turned around instantly and ran back into the hole that had brought him there. As Lu Qian fled that dimension, a swarm of scorpion-tailed flies chased after him. Lu Qian kept running without looking back, and a flash of light burst behind him. Xiaohua appeared and said, "Get out of here now. I'm going to destroy this insect den." She crossed her hands and unleashed the Bao Yan technique. A burst of light surrounded Xiaohua's body as she launched the attack. The portal was shrinking, but luckily, Lu Qian managed to leap out just in time. The moment he jumped through, the interdimensional portal vanished. A pile of rubble appeared, and a monster was struggling within the debris. The moon demon wrapped itself around the corpse, laughing sinisterly. "Let's become one." It wrapped tightly around the body, slowly lifting it up to complete the possession. The moon demon had completely taken over Fang Qin's body. Meanwhile, everyone was searching for something together. Liu Tu grumbled as he walked. "Which way are we supposed to go in this god-forsaken fog?" Suddenly, a silhouette appeared behind the mist, and everyone headed toward it to take a look. A man in the group rushed up and said, "It's the instructor! It's Fang Qin!" Thank goodness. The others followed, cheering happily. "We're finally saved. Fang Qin, we encountered so many scary monsters earlier, I ran and ran until I got here." A young man walked up to Fang Qin and asked, "Instructor, why aren't you saying anything?" At this moment, the moon demon had already entered her body. So, when she opened her mouth, blood-stained fangs were revealed. Then, the moon demon erupted. It opened its fang-filled mouth toward the group. It crazily grabbed the young man and bit into his neck. The young man's body grew weak as it bit him to death. The moon demon released him, and he lay motionless on the ground, his hands still clutching his bleeding neck. The people standing behind backed away, screaming, "This isn't our instructor." Everyone turned and fled in terror, but it used magical vines to capture them. Those close by couldn't escape, though two girls were lucky enough to get away. As they were running, Xing Xing's foot got caught in a branch, causing her to fall. Her friend heard the noise and stopped to check. Seeing Xing Xing sprawling on the ground, she urged her anxiously, "Xing Xing, get up, quick." Xing Xing groaned, looking at her bleeding ankle. "My leg." Her friend quickly helped her up and supported her. Xing Xing struggled to limp forward, crying out, I can't hold on much longer." Just when it seemed the moon demon's vines had let them go, they surged forward again. The two girls tried to escape, but were caught by two strands of vines wrapping around them. The moon demon stood behind, holding the vines, trying to pull them back. Xing Xing was tangled by her legs, while her friend was wrapped around her waist. It pulled them closer, one of its eyes glowing with a purple light, staring at them savagely. At this point, the friend's mouth was gagged by the vines, tears welling up in her eyes. After dealing with the two girls, the moon demon turned and disappeared into the fog. The mist now turned entirely purple, spreading everywhere. Back at the camp, someone was struggling to resist the gloomy fog to get inside. In the observation room, Luo Lin was monitoring everyone when she suddenly startled. She saw Fang Qin's dot approaching, and Lu Qian immediately tried to contact her. Fang Qin? Is that you, Fang Qin? Seeing she didn't answer, Luo Lin frantically kept trying to call. Fang Qin, if you can hear me, please respond. Are you injured and can't speak? Keep moving forward, and you'll run into Lu Qian. He'll help you. Lu Zi walked in, and, seeing this, asked with concern. Fang Qin isn't dead, but it was clear earlier that her signal turned dark. That's a sign that a life has been extinguished. Could your machine be wrong? Luo Lin hesitated for a moment, then said, I don't know. Regardless, Fang Qin is one of ours. If she's still alive, we can't just abandon her. After thinking seriously for a while, Luo Lin raised her hand, her tone slightly cautious. But I feel like there's something strange about this. The machine's error rate isn't very high. Based on my experience, Lu Zi suddenly ran over and shouted, No way! How could something like that be in the fog? Due to the urgent situation, Luo Lin decided, in any case, it's better to be careful. I'll remind Minh Ha to stay alert. A moment later, Minh Ha's green dot vanished from the screen, and both of them exclaimed in unison, How is that possible? Lu Zi panicked and blurted out, Could it be that Minh Ha lost his life too? Minh Ha's green dot reappeared and remained stationary, but Fang Qin's dot was still moving. Realizing the danger, Luo Lin's eyes widened in horror. She hurriedly pressed the radio to contact Minh Ha. Minh Ha, if you can hear me, please respond. Lu Zi held up the screen to show Luo Lin. The communication device displayed that the signal on the other end was being blocked, likely due to some interference. Damn it. At a time like this, in the midst of the crisis, a student ran in, panicked, and called out to the instructor. Liu Zi asked, What's wrong? The student cried as he reported, Fang Qin, she killed some of our classmates. This shocking news left Luo Lin stunned. Her eyes widened, unable to believe the truth. Luo Lin immediately turned around and hurriedly tried to reconnect with Minh Ha. Minh Ha answered the moment he heard her. She spoke into the radio with such intensity that sweat beaded on her forehead. The person heading toward you is not Fang Qin. She has been possessed by something. That is not Fang Qin. Minh Ha, can you hear me? The thing approaching you is extremely dangerous. Minh Ha had just woken up. He was sitting on the ground, panting. Minh Ha looked dazed, his body trembling. Xiaohua folded her arms and said, Lucky for you I woke you up in time. If you had looked at it any longer, your soul would have been gone. There are many mysteries in this world. It's not just the way it looks to you humans. Minh Ha bowed his head and whispered, To me, it felt like I accidentally caught a glimpse of hell itself. She sat with her legs crossed, casually comforting him. It's okay, cheer up. Once you're strong enough, those things won't be anything to worry about. He took a deep breath and exhaled to regain his composure. Finally, Minh Ha propped his hands on his knees, forced himself to stand up, and said, All right, I admit I was scared. Minh Ha clenched his fists, braced himself, and asserted, But that still won't be enough to scare me off. His headset started ringing. Minh Ha noticed something wrong with it, so he reached up to check. I guess I was too reckless. Even the radio was broken. Behind the tree, footsteps were approaching him. The possessed Fang Qin was standing behind him. Minh Ha called out to her, a bit suspicious. Fang Qin? Seeing that she was alive, he exclaimed, You're not dead. Thank goodness. Yet, she only moved her lips to manipulate him, moaning, I'm hurt, help me out for a second. Without any doubt, he replied, All right. Seeing Fang Qin's eyes full of blood vessels, Minh Ha asked anxiously, Instructor, what happened to your eyes? It looks like you're bleeding. She quickly raised her hand to cover them and said, It's nothing, just an injury, I'm just hurt. Help me for a second. I'm exhausted. Minh Ha glanced down at her feet and felt a bit puzzled. That's strange. Why are the instructor's shoes wet? He recalled the places he had traveled through, muttering to himself, To get from the forest to my location, I definitely had to cross that river. Given Fang Qin's current condition, it would be very difficult for her to step on the stones to cross the river, wouldn't it? At that moment, his mind realized the danger. When he looked up, he saw Shang Yue fully revealed and lunging at him. It used its sharp tentacles to try and grab him, but they missed. Minh Ha luckily dodged and sighed in relief. As expected, something was wrong. At this point, Shang Yue revealed its true form as a monster covered in tentacles. Minh Ha recognized it immediately as the beast from outside the train earlier. He processed the event and speculated, so that's how it is. Back then, it swallowed the staff member on the train just to transform and then take on the appearance of that staff member to sneak onto the train. Connecting the dots, he realized the truth and exclaimed, Fang Qin is already dead. Based on Shang Yue's modus operandi, Minh Ha concluded that it must have swallowed Fang Qin's body and then taken on her appearance. He watched it cautiously and silently assessed. This monster is extremely dangerous. I didn't expect it to have such powerful deceptive abilities. If I hadn't seen its blood-red eyes earlier, I would have dropped my guard. Shang Yue gave a savage smile and whispered, The taste of your instructor was delicious. The voice it emitted was also Fang Qin's. Minh Ha frowned, looking at it with some confusion. That's Fang Qin's voice. Has it already inherited human language? Then he looked at it and shouted, You beast! I won't forgive you! Shang Yue powered up, unleashed its attack, and roared, It's I who won't forgive you. It used its fingers to throw Minh Ha away and cursed, You filthy, despicable trash. Shang Yue approached him and said, Last time you ruined my fun. It swung its long tentacles to grab Minh Ha and roared, I'm going to eat you clean without leaving a single bone. He agilely dodged every attack and said proudly, Its attack pattern is very similar to the demonic tree in the training room. Fortunately, he had been training recently. As he tried to avoid getting snagged by the vines, Minh Ha thought about finding an opening to attack and then counterattacking. A tentacle slammed down hard near where he was standing. Minh Ha's dodging steps became faster and faster. He hid behind a tree to observe his surroundings and considered, I need to find a suitable spirit fist technique. Ordinary martial arts probably won't be enough to kill it. A foot suddenly stomped down in front of him. He looked up to see Shang Yue transforming into a long vine, screaming as it lashed out. Thanks to your instructor, it growled fiercely, striking the trees repeatedly. It brings me even greater power. Shang Yue struck the tree Minh Ha was hiding behind. He quickly bolted out. Its long, hanging arms shattered several rocks into dust. It delivered a final blow and said, I'm only going to get stronger. After fighting for a while, Minh Ha managed to dodge the attacks. Shang Yue said angrily, Once I've fed, I'll be stronger. Minh Ha didn't say a word. He grabbed a handful of sand and leaped up. Shang Yue jumped to pounce on him. Meanwhile, Minh Ha was scraping up earth. He whipped the handful of soil at it, using the flying sand, moving stones technique. A massive wave of dirt rolled up, blowing Shang Yue away. Minh Ha narrowed his eyes coldly and said, The spirit energy medium isn't sufficient. The force isn't strong enough. There's no way to kill it. Shang Yue stood up, sneered, and challenged, Is that all the talent you've got? It didn't wait any longer, and lunged at him again with taunting words. Your instructor would be so disappointed in you. Minh Ha pressed both hands to the ground, gathering energy until his entire body began to glow. Mud and soil gradually clung to his arms, forming an armored layer that allowed Minh Ha to block Shang Yue's attacks. Every strike it threw was parried by his guarded hands. Shang Yue sneered and shouted, I already know your human fighting style like the back of my hand. It coiled back, preparing to lash out with its arm, and boasted, For instance, you're about to Shang Yue slammed a long arm into the ground and roared, forcing Minh Ha to jump back. Minh Ha leaned to the side, using his feet as a brake to keep from sliding too far. Suddenly, something began to erupt from the ground beneath him. Before he could react, a tentacle pierced upward, throwing him off balance. When the tentacle failed to grab him, it retracted. Shang Yue pulled it back and taunted him. Lucky you, dodging that. A bit of Minh Ha's blood clung to the tentacle. It held it up, licked it, and gloated. Your blood is so potent, far more delicious than your instructor's. Minh Ha watched its actions and cursed angrily. You make me sick. He tried to stay calm and recalculate his attack patterns. He had only landed 13 punches earlier, far from the 49 needed to unleash his ultimate soul technique. On top of that, it had already figured out how he dodged. His eyes turned sharp as blades, reflecting a cold, decisive resolve as he prepared to close the distance for hand-to-hand combat again. That was too close. Minh Ha glanced back at the hole and exhaled in relief. If not for his luck talent, he probably would have been gutted. His eyes remained fixed on Shang Yue with an icy glare as he thought, My luck talent can't save me every time. I need to find a source of power strong enough to kill it. Ordinary mud and sand had no effect on it at all. He didn't notice the tentacle snaking through the dirt until it suddenly popped up right in front of his face. Minh Ha arched his back, easily dodging his opponent's strike. But it wasn't finished. With high intensity, it lunged toward him again. This time, he performed a backflip, keeping himself safe from the opponent's power. Its energy slammed into the ground, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Minh Ha hunched over, retreating into a defensive stance. He calmly raised his hands to shield himself from the flying rocks, and thought to himself, "Obsidian. This obsidian is 10 times harder than normal volcanic rock." Through the thick mist, he began to run. Memories flooded his mind. During morning training with the instructors, I saw an obsidian mine on a cliff in the valley. Minh Ha focused his gaze forward, searching relentlessly. The fog is too thick to see where the mine is. He slammed a strike into the ground, causing the earth to crack. As the ground erupted and surged, Minh Ha seized the opportunity to leap upward and get a better view. I remember there was a lone tree. After searching, Minh Ha finally spotted it. Perfect. That's the spot. Just then, it caught up to him and stood above, taunting. Trying to run? He ignored it, eyes scanning the area as the ground continued to tremor violently. In the vast space, it screamed as if to grab his attention. "You can't escape! Let me eat you!" Turning a deaf ear to the insults, Minh Ha watched carefully from the tree. Seeing the cave entrance ahead, he smiled to himself. Found it. Minh Ha landed on the ground, preparing to attack. With a burst of speed, he threw a powerful punch, aiming straight for the obsidian. Everything turned into chaos. It stepped forward with a smug grin. Minh Ha glared at it with sharp eyes, his body enveloped in a mysterious green energy. It wasn't afraid. Instead, it felt triumphant. "Your punches are useless against me." Minh Ha looked at it coldly, completely dismissive. "Is that so?" He raised his glowing, power-charged fist, challenging it. "Then try this one." Minh Ha delivered a devastating blow, with such force that the ground split in two, catching it completely off guard. A massive explosion erupted. The shockwave from Minh Ha's strike kicked up so much dust that visibility dropped to zero, and rocks rained down like a storm. That energy didn't stop, continuing to surge through even the obsidian. Minh Ha stepped toward it, repeating his words, face to face, calmer than ever. "I told you, I won't let you get away." It clutched a piece of obsidian, hoping for a counterattack, its voice trembling. "How? How did you do that?" Minh Ha stared it down, his voice cold and filled with contempt. "No matter what you are, no matter how terrifying your monster kingdom is, if you dare to invade our human lands, we will wipe you out." Even though it was on the defensive, it remained arrogant, even boasting. "You won't get out of here alive." It seemed to be losing control, screaming incessantly. "You'll all die. You won't escape this fog. No one gets out." Suddenly, a wave of agony racked its body, and its face contorted in pain. But moments later, it returned to its vicious form, mouth wide open, bearing sharp fangs. It still wouldn't accept reality, and wanted to keep fighting, hunching down over the obsidian rock to draw more power. Watching it be so insanely stubborn, Minh Ha sighed in annoyance. At that moment, it could no longer hold its footing, and nearly fell freely into the fractured obsidian rock, and then it crashed down hard, sending stones scattering everywhere. Now it lay motionless, with something leaking out of its body. Minh Ha watched, naturally curious. "What is that?" That question caught Xiaohua's attention. She was extremely surprised. "A life essence." Minh Ha's gaze remained fixed on the life essence. He asked, slightly puzzled, "So, this life essence can grant or change those extraordinary talents?" Xiaohua checked the information board and replied, "That's right. This Shang Yue demon is a pretty high level, but it was still in its growth stage when you took it down." Minh Ha reached out to grab the glowing life essence and reasoned, "When I first met it, it didn't seem that strong, but this time it was much more powerful. It nearly took my life." At this point, Xiaohua prepared to step down the stairs and explained, "Mature beasts with intelligence like this are terrifying. If allowed to grow indefinitely, it would eventually become a Shang Yue demon emperor." Minh Ha held the life essence in his hand, his eyes filled with contemplation. No wonder such a precious life essence appeared. "Give it to me first. I'll purify it for you. This essence is contaminated with the spirit of an exotic beast. You can't use it yet." Hearing this, Minh Ha immediately turned the life essence toward Xiaohua without hesitation. "All right." But he quickly pulled it back, as a sudden doubt crossed his mind. "Wait a second, Xiaohua, are you using me to grow stronger? You seem much more powerful than that moon-eating demon." Xiaohua wasn't pleased with Minh Ha's attitude. She acted arrogant and authoritative. That thing isn't even worth comparing to me. Didn't we have a deal? You convinced me, and I'm helping you." Xiaohua reached up to tuck her hair, offering a subtle, knowing smile. "After all, you said you wanted to help me feel the greatness and meaning of human existence. Although she had been a bit more sympathetic lately, she was still far from changing her stance. A moment later, they both looked in the same direction. Minh Ha expressed his gratitude to Xiaohua. "You've helped me, making me strong enough to face all these cosmic entities descending upon Earth." Xiaohua gave a faint smile and replied softly, "That's right. Isn't that what we're betting on? I rely on you to grow, and you rely on me to become stronger." An unpleasant memory flooded into Minh Ha's mind, dampening his mood. But having seen the scene inside the beast's lair earlier, Xiaohua glanced at Minh Ha and asked sternly, "Don't you believe in yourself?" That question snapped Minh Ha back to reality. He regained his usual confidence. "I do, don't I?" Xiaohua propped her hands on the stairs and advised him, "Then forget about what you saw in that cave." She sat down, her eyes clouding with a flicker of sadness as she remembered something. "I hate that place too. Compared to your world, it's incredibly ugly and primitive." While Xiaohua was lost in thought, Minh Ha confirmed the information. "You're right, we did have a deal." Later, Minh Ha stumbled upon Fang Qin lying amidst a pile of rubble. He carried Fang Qin away, wrapped in dense fog and a lingering sense of anxiety that clouded Minh Ha's face. Suddenly, his radio crackled. Someone was calling him. "This is Minh Ha, go ahead." The voice seemed to jolt him back into a state of serious focus. "I'm listening. What are your orders?" On the other end of the radio, an unseen person asked after receiving his signal, "Did you find Fang Qin?" Minh Ha replied as he continued to carry her. "Yeah, I'm heading back to base with her now." The voice from the radio asked another question. "She's dead, right?" At that moment, Minh Ha's gaze became resolute, and his voice carried a tone of responsibility mixed with defiance. "That's right, but I won't leave her here to be insulted by those beasts." The person on the other end revealed herself to be Luo Lin. She was extremely worried. "Are you okay?" The beast had already taken control of Fang Qin. Minh Ha's voice came through. He shared the good news. It was a moon-eating demon, capable of swallowing people whole. "I've already killed it." Luo Lin's anxiety lessened, and she breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." Minh Ha was anxious to know about Luo Lin's situation, as things were getting more complicated. "Have you found all the eggs? We need to leave this fog-covered village soon. I've spotted some." Suddenly, images of strange, glowing objects surrounding the space appeared, accompanied by Minh Ha's anxiety. "I'm seeing some terrifying things. If they get here, we're done for." Luo Lin was determined and reminded Minh Ha, "Just a little more time. You head back to base. It seems like there are no beasts on your path." Amidst the dense fog and the sound of rocks shifting, Minh Ha's response echoed back. Underneath the suffocating atmosphere of the thick fog, amidst the tall grass, some farmers were walking in a line, carrying baskets of eggs. Than Thien, walking in the middle, asked, "Shu, we've been walking for so long, we should have reached the village by now, right?" No sooner had he finished speaking than he took a heavy punch. Mr. Shu, having just landed the blow, scolded. "If it weren't for your stupid idea, would we have come all this way just to steal red-eyed beast eggs to sell for money?" The poor man held his head and cried, explaining, "It wasn't that far. I didn't know the fog would roll in, and we wouldn't be able to find our way home." Mr. Shu turned to look at the basket on his shoulder, still grumpy as he warned, "We've got a whole basket full of red-eyed beast eggs now. It'll be a real pain if we can't make it back." As the three farmers continued down the road, Hao Li, who was walking at the end, felt something strange. He spoke up. "Guys, do you feel like something is following us?" Irritated Mr. Shu turned around and snapped, "You kid, stop talking about ghosts and spirits all day." From that moment, faint shadows began to emerge behind him. Than Thien pointed, his hand trembling, and shouted, "It's here!" The three grown men jumped and clung to each other. Opposite them, Teacher Trung froze for a moment when he saw them. Teacher Trung's group stepped forward. Recognizing them, he immediately asked, "Are you guys farmers from the village?" Liu Tu, standing nearby, also wondered, "Why are you out here?" Behind them, Than Thien and Hao Li were collapsing to the ground. Mr. Shu panted, "You scared the life out of us. We thought we'd run into monsters." Liu Tu, having not received an answer, asked again, "Didn't we issue a notice saying no one is allowed in the mountains?" Hao Li gave a sinister smile. "Truth is, we wanted to make some money." Mr. Shu scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, explaining, "We heard red-eyed beast eggs sell for 100 times more than chicken eggs. We thought the beasts had already been wiped out, so it would be fine to come find some." Teacher Trung asked immediately, "Do you have a lot of those red-eyed beast eggs?" The three of them set down their baskets, followed by Mr. Shu's introduction. "That's right, all three of these big baskets are full of beast eggs." Teacher Trung was overjoyed. "That's great. With these eggs of yours, we have enough. Let's get them back to base quickly. Then, he turned to Liu Tu. How are things on Lu Qian's side? She pulled out her tablet and quickly replied, I can see the signal Lu Qian marked. She's looking for the last group of students. She signaled us. She'll probably meet us at the foot of the mountain in an hour. After hearing the update, he suggested, it'll take some time for us to get there, so let's meet up with Lu Qian first, then head back to base. Having decided on their next move, Liu Tu waved her hand and shouted, stay close behind us. At the same time, Thon Thien stepped forward, embarrassed, and asked, teachers, you two are superhumans, could you check behind us for a second? Teacher Trung glanced behind him and asked seriously, why? Thon Thien explained his feeling nervously. Earlier, we felt like something strange was following us. Liu Tu then stepped forward to share her observations with everyone. I checked everything earlier and didn't find anything. If there was something, I probably wouldn't have made it back. Teacher Trung pondered for a moment and requested, check it one more time. Better to be safe. She's fine with following that plan. The scene shifts to an abandoned house deep in the forest, where someone is now teleporting to the front door in waves. The atmosphere around the house is unusually gloomy and tense. As Lu Qian opens the door and steps inside, she is stunned by the sight before her. In front of her, the group of students has already taken up a defensive stance. Upon seeing her, they call out with joy, Lu Qian. She quickly steps inside and immediately checks on how the students are doing. Is everyone okay? Is anyone hurt? They take turns recounting the horrific situation they just faced, saying, it's not just that. There was something chasing us a moment ago. That's right. It was terrifying. Hearing this, Lu Qian feels a sense of relief, quickly turns around, and gives instructions to the students. All right. It's okay now. Follow me. We need to head back to the base. That's the only way we'll get out of this fog. Following her words, the students chorus a grateful reply. Yes, thank you, Lu Qian. Under her leadership, the group of students carefully navigates through the mountain pass. As they reach the stream, things go relatively smoothly, and they manage to find a few more students. The path through the bamboo forest also saves some others who were trapped. At this point, Lu Qian carves an arrow symbol on a bamboo stalk, pointing forward. While directing everyone, she doesn't forget to remind herself that they have found all the missing students in the area. Now, we just need to follow the marked signs to meet up with Professor Trung. She calls for everyone to raise their hands and shouts a reminder. Stick together, everyone, don't get left behind. Just then, the sound of footsteps clattering echoes through the bamboo forest. With her sharp senses, Lu Qian immediately pinpoints the direction of the sound. Suddenly, she raises both hands, releasing a blinding bolt of lightning that paralyzes the monster above. Afterward, she draws the electricity back into her hands, eyes locked upward, and shouts a warning. Everyone, watch out above. They all look up simultaneously, and the sight of red-eyed spider monsters hanging densely overhead strikes them right in the eyes. Just then, a red-eyed spider opens its mouth wide and lets out a deafening roar. Without a second's hesitation, Lu Qian steps onto the bamboo stalks and leaps up. Suspended in midair, she presses her palms together, and a current of lightning begins to emerge from them. A second later, she spreads her arms wide. Her hair turns into bolts of lightning, and her whole body erupts with a violent electrical discharge that blasts throughout the forest. A short while later, Lu Qian lands lightly on the ground. She stands with her hands on her hips amidst the falling monsters, surrounded by words of admiration. Lu Qian is so powerful. The students look at the red-eyed spiders lying dead and discuss among themselves. She's truly incredible. It was hard enough for us to deal with just one of those spiders. And yet, she wiped out dozens of them all by herself. That's true. When will we ever reach her level? I bet Lu Qian has reached the Sun Halo stage, right? It's so reassuring to have her here. Absolutely. Professor Trung's group has entered the forest. Everywhere they go, strange shadows immediately begin to tail them. Upon seeing Professor Trung, the students following Lu Qian excitedly run over, calling out, Professor Trung, Master. A female student quickly asks a question. Professor Trung, what exactly is this fog? There are so many terrifying things inside it. Another male student is also reeling with questions. I saw a classmate get dragged away. Are they monsters? Weren't all the monsters in Shaoling exterminated? He answers briefly, then warns everyone. The things inside this fog arrived in a different way. We can't stay here long. Even more formidable monsters will appear. Lu Qian places a hand on the boy's shoulder and continues. We've found a way out of this fog. In short, everyone must work together. Then Professor Trung raises a fist, shouting fiercely to boost everyone's morale. That's right. Remember, you are students, but you are also transcendent beings. The students are stunned, listening intently to every word that follows. What you are facing now is what every transcendent must confront on the front lines. We must keep our spirits up. Let's go. Get through this mountain pass, and we'll reach the base. As soon as he finishes, smiles appear on everyone's faces, and they all regain their strength. Shortly after, the boys in the lead reach the mountaintop, and upon seeing the scene before them, they gasp in shock. The ground is now littered with the carcasses of ferocious beasts of all sizes. The students look around nervously, whispering, "There are so many monster corpses here. If we had run into this many, we'd be dead for sure. Who killed them all?" Suddenly, a boy points forward and shouts, "Look over there!" Professor Trung gasps as he follows the direction. Lu Qian stammers as she calls out the name of the drill instructor, Miao Lan. Right in front of her, she is staggering, leaning on a divine lance, her voice weak. "Hurry back to the base. Everyone is waiting for you all there." Lu Qian anxiously asks about her condition. "Instructor, Miao Lan, are you okay? You're severely injured." She breathes heavily, her voice growing fainter. "I'm fine, just a little tired. I just need to rest a bit." Just as she finishes, a sharp spike suddenly pierces through Miao Lan from nowhere. She doesn't have time to react, and blood spurts from her throat. At this moment, a withered widow monster on a tree branch is pulling Miao Lan and her divine lance up. The air is filled with desperate screams. "Instructor!" The divine lance is suddenly dropped. Then the monster opens its slimy mouth, slowly pulling the trembling Miao Lan inside. The divine lance slams into the ground, and everyone faces the horrific scene. One boy is in extreme agony, tears welling up in his eyes, his whole body trembling with fear. Some scramble away in a panic. Thon Thien, who was carrying eggs, falls flat on the ground in shock. Just as they flee for their lives, the monster shoots out a barrage of pitch-black silk threads. The silk strikes the two boys running away with pinpoint accuracy. Their entire bodies begin to be tightly bound. With just one move, it successfully controls the group of students who intended to leave. The silk threads cover the entire foggy mountain. In this situation, everyone can only scream in despair, "We can't get out! We're trapped here!" At this moment, Thon Thien starts to cry. He trembles as he points forward, insisting, "I told you something was tailing us. That's it." Liu Tu also has tears in her eyes, her voice sobbing as she asks, "If it was always following us, why didn't it strike from the beginning?" Professor Trung is also in a very difficult spot. He grits his teeth and explains, "That monster is waiting for us to gather together. Then it will take us all out in one fell swoop." Just like the behavior of antlions, Lu Qian realizes this is the behavior of an antlion. Then she begins to explain this behavior. When an anteater discovers an anthill, no matter how hungry it is, it won't just eat them right away. It will carefully stalk and track the ants until they return home, waiting for them to lead it back to their colony. Only then will the anteater swallow the entire colony, including the queen. Giant ants have a special way of communicating. If one ant is attacked, it warns its companions to flee the area. She becomes furious as she blurts out the next few words. "So, that monster has been toying with us like ants. It intentionally waited until there were a lot of us gathered here before wiping us all out." Professor Trung nods in agreement. "Exactly." Lu Qian grits her teeth, glaring at the beast. Her rage swells, but it didn't wait until we reached our base to strike. Instead, it blocked our path right here in the middle of these mountains. It realizes that there are more capable people guarding our camp. She steps firmly in front of the beast. Determined, she declares that it, too, can feel fear. This means the monster is not invincible. As she moves forward, she doesn't forget to assign tasks to the others. Professor Trung, teaching assistant Liu, help those students. I'll handle this monster myself." Luzi reminds her, "I know you're very strong, but please, be careful." At that moment, the dry widow raises its two sharp legs high, then tilts its head back and lets out a piercing, screeching roar. The bizarre sight doesn't stop Lu Qian. Her feet continue to sprint resolutely forward. Just then, sharp stone pillars erupt from the ground in front of Lu Qian. She gracefully weaves her body through the spikes of the stone columns. Even when a massive stone pillar suddenly erupts, Lu Qian easily leaps over it. These events stir a question in her heart. What is it trying to do? Back at the dry widow, it leaps high into the air, its mouth still wide open. With surging momentum, it slams its legs down in a violent strike. The ground shatters into blocks. Immediately after, a series of sharp stone pillars erupt simultaneously. Lu Qian begins to accelerate to escape the danger zone. In a split second, she stands firmly on a patch of ground without any spikes. But before she can even catch her breath, a bead of sweat rolls down as she sees something. Unlucky for her, Lu Qian has stepped into the beast's trap. The ground around her begins to crack, and then, in just a few short seconds, a series of sharp stone pillars crowd together and erupt from the earth. At the Dry Widow's position, other stone pillars start to appear around it, and then, those long, jagged pillars aim straight for the hovering Lu Qian. At the same time, Professor Trung, rushes to free each student, secretly praying in his heart for what Lu Qian expects, the power of the second year's top student. She is the pride of our school. If it were any other student, we wouldn't feel so relieved. I hope she can buy us some time. Suddenly, Liu Zi covers his mouth with both hands. So panicked he can't choose his words. Lu Qian, don't tell me. Lu Qian. Seeing the current scene, even Professor Trung is startled. By now, each sharp stone pillar has become much larger. It widens the distance between everyone and the place where the beast is clashing with Lu Qian. Without another thought, he immediately waves his hand, ordering, "Hurry! We have to hurry." Liu Zi, standing beside him, gapes and lets out a loud sound. Looking at her heroic fight, he insists, "We need to trust Lu Qian." Just then, the beast is suddenly spun around in place. Lu Qian jumps high above, and below her, the Dry Widow is knocked sprawling. Seizing this rare opportunity, she unleashes her ultimate move, Thunder Eagle, kicking straight down onto its body. After landing the lethal blow, she leaps far away, planting both hands on the ground. Only seconds later, the spot where the beast was hit collapses into a hole, smoke billowing out. Not stopping there, Lu Qian spreads her arms wide, and a bolt of lightning suddenly appears from afar. In an instant, Miao Lan's spear, carrying a surging source of lightning, is grasped firmly in her hand. After channeling enough energy, she spins once and launches the spear straight forward. Instead of flying straight, the spear changes direction and stabs into the ground in front of the beast. Right then, the spear starts to surge with scorching electric sparks. In a heartbeat, the electricity from the spearhead is transmitted to the beast. Its entire body convulses repeatedly, its mouth hanging wide open. Taking advantage of the Dry Widow's weakness, Lu Qian leaps forward. Her pupils flash with light as she aims carefully for the finishing point, then delivers a violent palm strike to the beast's leg. Its massive limb is instantly severed in two. Just then, the beast opens its mouth wide and begins to absorb streams of purple fog. Lu Qian stares up, her expression filled with shock. Just as she is stunned, Professor Trung behind her hurriedly calls out, "Lu Qian, this way, hurry." She turns and runs toward him. He begins to use his own special techniques to help. Before he can even do anything, Lu Qian declares, "I'll think of a way." He calls out in confusion, but at that moment, she turns her scratched face back to look at him, still finding the mood to smile. "Professor, this is my choice, and it is my duty. I believe that after they grow up, one day, my juniors will follow in my footsteps when they encounter danger." After saying that, she resolutely advances toward the beast once more. Knowing everyone is worried, she offers more reassurance. "It's fine. It's also my duty to protect my people." From the place where the students are stuck to the spider silk, swarms of spiders suddenly appear on the webs. They crawl everywhere, and the students scream in horror. "Damn it! Where did these bastards come from to do this?" Everyone screams in agony, but the spiders pay no attention, only focusing on devouring the flesh of other monsters. A student puts a hand to their mouth, the urge to vomit rising, as they ask, "This is horrific. What the hell are they doing?" In a corner nearby, Liu Zi is also gaping when he suddenly realizes, why are they eating their own kind? After the small spiders eat the other monsters, they begin to move toward the Dry Widow, which is slowly swelling up. It opens its mouth, and the small spiders obediently crawl inside. After one round, it snaps its jaws shut, quickly chewing up the swarm of small spiders in its mouth. The sight before their eyes leaves everyone with the same feeling of horror. At the leg of the Dry Widow that was just punched off earlier, after finishing off the small spiders, the limb has regrown, firm as if it had never been affected at all. The hole on its back is also starting to fill in. Everything happening makes everyone scream in terror. Eating their own kind to heal? This bastard monster uses its companions to heal itself. This is insane. Doesn't that mean we're fighting for nothing? It's going to take a lot of effort and energy to finish it off. Hearing that, Professor Trung spun around instantly. Seeing all the students clutching their heads in pure terror, he tried to calm everyone down. "Students, remember, you are evolved hunters too. You have power. We have to work together to escape this spider." Liu Zi added, "How can you all let Lu Qian fight it alone? She's helped us so much, hasn't she?" In the chaos, Lu Qian had to speak up. "It's not their fault. This widow spider is a master-level monstrosity. It has its own domain. It sows fear into our minds and buries our will to fight, using everyone's terror as seeds for its spores. Once those seeds sprout, it can control everyone's mind. Those who haven't reached the solar tier can't resist it. Liu Zi immediately asked, "So, what are we supposed to do now?" Lu Qian thought of a plan and turned to Professor Trung. "Professor, do you have a way to melt this web?" He replied apologetically, "I could, but some students are still trapped. I can't abandon them." Hearing that, she immediately took charge. "This widow spider has self-regeneration. It's nearly impossible to kill. Professor Trung and Assistant Liu, take the students out of here first. I'll hold this monster off." They both asked instantly, "What about you?" "After we leave, they'll surround and attack you. It'll be nearly impossible to escape if that happens." Just then, the widow spider began raining down acid. Professor Trung instantly created a solid, massive shield to block it for everyone. Wherever the rain touched, it sizzled and corroded. A truly terrifying acid rain. Professor Trung held his shield high and announced, "Half the students are saved." Lu Qian moved beneath the shield and said, "I've already seriously wounded this widow spider. We have a chance to escape." He looked back at her and sighed, feeling ashamed. All he could do was create a shield. He couldn't go head-to-head with this wretched disaster beast. Just then, the widow spider glared with killing intent, its maw gaping wide. In the middle of the chaotic battle, Lu Qian faced the widow spider and its brood alone. Nearby, Liu Zi was busy untying students, but her mind was fixed on the beast. The widow spider had consumed more than half of its own spiderlings. Not only had it healed, but its power seemed to have surged. Lu Qian said nothing, slowly rising into the air as she began to channel her energy. Below, everyone was doing whatever they could to free one another. Just then, Professor Feng placed his palms, crackling with energy, onto the silk threads to destroy them. Everyone quickly tore at the webs to free the students still stuck in the trees. At that moment, a spider clinging to a tree trunk suddenly took a powerful blast. A student, tears streaming down his face, smashed the spider while screaming, "Damn it, even if we're scared stiff, we're still students of the Superhuman Academy. I'm not going to sit here and die like a coward." Sparks of lightning now swirled around Lu Qian. Liu Zi happened to catch the sight. Lu Qian brought her hands together and raised them, channeling all her energy into her ultimate technique. After a long moment, Lu Qian finally unleashed her lightning storm dance. The bolt of lightning rushed toward the widow spider like a wild beast, engulfing its massive body. The monster stood still, taking the full force of her strike. It was drowned in a sea of violent electricity, looking as if it were about to be charred black. A moment later, Lu Qian's feet, still sparking with residual current, touched the ground. She hunched over, breathing heavily after that all-out attack. Then, she looked up, waiting for something to emerge through the thick smoke. A massive, pitch-black body slowly appeared through the haze. The most horrifying thing had happened. Not only was the widow spider uninjured, but it looked even more vicious than before. It glared, the reflections of the battlefield flickering in its compound eyes. Lu Qian's small form was mirrored perfectly within them. Her eyes suddenly went blank. While she was dazed, streaks of red and black silk appeared, binding her mind, as if trying to trap her forever in a bloodweb mirage. Lu Qian stood tiny amidst the dense, suffocating aura, facing the widow spider, while the words "little ant" echoed again and again. The giant web drew closer to her, the words "little ant" repeating incessantly. Lu Qian's hands were clamped tight by the web. She couldn't pull them free. Sweat beaded on her cheek. She snapped out of it, realizing this was an illusion. While trapped in the web, countless red eyes from all directions stared at her, and a demonic voice hissed, "Delicious little ant." At this point, she couldn't hold back and roared, "We are not ants." Lu Qian remained pinned in the suffocating air. The widow spider looked up and continued, "You are vermin. The vermin of the universe. We only feed on vermin." From Professor Trung's side, he unleashed a scroll to melt the silk, calling out to reassure them, "It's all right now." Everyone scrambled out in relief. He immediately urged them, one by one, "Don't push." A student cheered. "We finally made it out." Once outside, Professor Trung immediately shouted for Lu Qian. Liu Zi realized something was wrong and told him, "I think she's been soulbound. Nothing we do wakes her up." He kept calling her name, but she remained frozen, not moving a muscle. Just then, a red-eyed spider began to emerge. More spiderlings swarmed around them. Professor Trung stood there calling to her, while Liu Zi fought them off, saying, "There it is again. Too many monsters." The spiders began weaving webs to block them off. She urgently suggested to him, "The web cage is being repaired. If we don't go now, it'll be too late." Seeing he didn't respond, his eyes fixed on Lu Qian in the distance, Lu Zi screamed, Professor Trung, the students still need you to protect them. We can't stay here. Sweat poured down the professor's face. Finally, he spoke up. If she's been soul-bound, only Lu Qian can save herself. He looked one last time at her blank face in the distance, silently praying that the girl's will was strong enough. Then, he and Liu Zi turned and ran, his heart heavy with regret. I'm sorry, Lu Qian. You have to stay safe. Professor Trung and assistant Liu had only run a few steps when a thread on the web cage suddenly snapped. Up ahead, Lu Qian, with her iron will, finally regained her senses and let out a roar that shook the heavens. No, we are not the vermin of this universe. Her eyes remained vacant, but her mouth kept hurling insults. Don't you find that ridiculous? A low-level monster that devours its own kind to heal itself, daring to mock humans as vermin? She looked down at the spider webs beneath her feet, continuing to sneer at the dry widow. At the very least, when it comes to this, we humans are 100,000 times more noble than your kind. I can sacrifice myself for my comrades, while you devour the flesh and blood of your own kind. Don't you find that repulsive? Hearing those words, the dry widow tilted her head up and retorted with disdain. Your comrades? Your comrades have already abandoned you and left. She immediately countered. This was my choice, and it refuses to lose. She continued. But that was also their choice. They chose to leave you behind. Images of people cheering and crying with joy flashed before her, accompanied by mockery. They can continue to laugh and live their lives in peace. They don't even know you're trapped here. A swarm of eyes stared at Lu Qian again, and she grew dazed listening to what came next. Your physical body will be bitten to pieces by my children until there isn't a single bone left, and your soul will be trapped here forever, enduring an endless cycle of being torn apart. Yet, those words had no effect. She let out a fierce roar. I know all your tricks now. You can't imprison me. The dry widow, naturally, did not stop, continuing to open her mouth to manipulate her psyche. I know your willpower might be strong, and your faith steady, but loneliness is your fatal weakness. Lu Qian struggled to break free from the spiderwebs as the creature kept pressing with relentless words. Humans fear loneliness the most. So-called faith or willpower is just something others have instilled and imposed upon you. When there is no one left by your side, in this world, you are all alone, suffering your punishment here. What meaning does your faith hold then? Since time flows slowly here, you have plenty of time to reflect on it. Lu Qian's eyes widened as fragments of memory began to emerge, while the dry widow's pitying voice continued. In truth, you are quite pathetic. Search through your memories. Think about it carefully. You may appear to be the darling of heaven, always attracting the crowd's attention, but you have never truly felt genuine affection. Images appeared of male students gathering around, secretly making lewd remarks about her figure. At this age, she must have had boyfriends massaging her already. A conversation with a short-haired female student also surfaced, with no lack of cold explanations. They flatter you. They treat you dismissively. They pretend to fawn over you while keeping their distance. They feel you aren't approachable, that you are far out of reach, and that you are hypocritically maintaining your flawless, perfect image. The evidence was an image of her grandparents laughing happily while bragging about her achievements. In this mission, our Lu Qian has achieved glory again. Yet, inside her room, she was bandaging her own wounds. Even though it was difficult, no one bothered to help. Missed calls to Minh Ha also appeared. The mirror image of her and him talking to each other appeared afterwards. Now, Lu Qian was standing face to face with the ferocious expression of the dry widow. It feigned empathy and said, "Time inside here passes very slowly. You can slowly reflect on it." Just then, a pair of long strides came rushing desperately toward Lu Qian. That person was none other than Minh Ha. He dashed forward, while instructor Professor Trung yelled, "Have they all run out? Is there anyone else inside?" Very quickly, he was discovered, and a hand reached out to hold him back. Right before the spiderweb gate, Liu Tu pulled Minh Ha back and warned him. It was so hard to get out. Don't let Lu Qian down. Instructor Professor Trung stood by, shocked. Minh Ha, why is it you? With a serious face, he cautiously spoke about the current situation. Minh Ha, don't go in there. That dry widow has master-level threat potential. Your strength hasn't reached the solar crown level yet. Once you enter, it's hard enough just to move your legs, let alone unleash supernatural abilities. You'll be suppressed by sheer fear. Liu Tu agreed and added, "That's right. Doing that will only add more trouble for Lu Qian." No sooner had she finished than he screamed in anger, fueled by the pain of potentially losing someone. He grabbed his jacket and charged forward with a declaration that such fear was nothing. Without a moment's hesitation, Minh Ha tore through the webs and lunged straight out. Inside the spiderweb cage, everyone was stunned for a moment. Liu, too, who had been pointing, hurriedly fumbled with her hands when she heard a call for a response. After pulling out the communication device, Luo Lin on the other end spoke up immediately. Instructor Lu, Instructor, Professor Trung, I hear your voices. If you can hear me, please respond. Instructor Professor Trung hurried forward and replied in a frantic tone, Luo Lin, we hear you. Instructor Miao Lan has been killed by the Dry Widow. Instructor Liu took her communicator. As for the current situation, before she could finish, the commander cut in to make an announcement. I am aware of the situation. The communication line has been open. As soon as the incident occurred, I sent members of the Longnya organization over. They should be arriving soon. Hearing this, Instructor Professor Trung hurriedly asked, Longnya members? Are Longnya members even stronger than the instructors? But we only see Minh Ha running toward us. There are no Longnya members? He and his assistant gasped in unison as a thought occurred to them. Could it be Minh Ha? But isn't he just a student who just enrolled? It can't be. It's impossible for it to be Minh Ha. Are you kidding? How could a Longnya member be a newly enrolled student? Luo Lin didn't have time to explain and gave an urgent order. All right, Instructor, Professor Trung, you two take the students back to the barracks. They responded in unison. Yes, sir. At the same time, outside the spiderweb shield, Minh Ha was running for his life toward Lu Qian, shouting her name at the top of his lungs. After running a bit further, he launched himself into the air and, in a flash, appeared right behind her. The force of his landing shattered the ground, and several spider demons were sent flying. Minh Ha ran in front of her, swiftly striking away the swarming creatures, and roared, You all go to hell! A few seconds after clearing out the spider demons, he raised his fist high, filled with power, and charged straight at the Dry Widow, shouting, You're next! Minh Ha leaped up, holding a stance with one leg extended and one bent in midair, unleashing his attack with a scream. You're next! How dare you lay a finger on her! In a flash, a blast of energy from his palm shot straight at the Dry Widow. A few of the red eyes on its face vanished behind a cloud of dust. In a fit of absolute rage, Minh Ha lunged forward again, with his aura surrounding him. His teeth gritted together as he prepared to pour all his strength into this strike. He swung both hands, unleashing two energy blasts, pierced straight through the Dry Widow's tough body, shattering it. Without wasting a single second, Minh Ha unleashed a barrage of ferocious blows. As he fought with relentless intensity, he let out a guttural roar. In those few short seconds, he landed more punches than he could count. The Dry Widow, now utterly exhausted, began to plummet. Its body was covered in the dark bruises he had left behind. It crashed into the ground, sending rocks and debris flying from the cloud of dust, and the impact sent shockwaves rippling through the area. Suddenly, from within the thick smoke, a white silk thread shot out. Near where the Dry Widow lay in the forest, a web line fired upward, anchoring to the silk barrier above. Taking advantage of the dense cover, the creature lunged upward along the thread. As it vaulted into the air, it spat out a venomous curse. I'll kill you. Minh Ha, calm and composed, extended a palm surging with energy. He thrust his hand high into the air, the very atmosphere around him whistling with tension. Trying to run, huh? At that moment, a massive flurry of giant fists, empowered by Minh Ha's strength, manifested in the sky. This was his ultimate technique, the Raging Silver Fist. Following his command, those lethal fists rained down toward a single point. Die! Where they struck, the earth was devastated, leaving a scene of absolute destruction. A moment later, as the dust began to settle, a massive crater appeared on the ground, with the tragic, flattened remains of the Dry Widow lying inside. Minh Ha stood before it, waiting for any sign of movement. Quickly, the Dry Widow's head crawled back toward its remaining body, its mouth agape, preparing to devour anything it could to regenerate. But the plan fell apart when Minh Ha stomped down hard, sending the torso flying away. He glared at it, with eyes burning with energy, raising his fist high to prepare the final blow with the Raging Silver Fist technique. After gathering enough energy, he lunged at it with sheer fury. A single, ruthless palm strike successfully tore a hole right through the remaining spider silk shields above. The ground below was rocked by the intense surge of energy. After delivering that lethal blow, Minh Ha cast a slow, cold glance at the Dry Widow. By now, before Minh Ha lay a deep, abyssal crater, with hazy energy rising up and spider silk clinging to the rim. Once the beast was finished, Lu Qian regained consciousness and immediately snapped to. Above, the spider silk shield was slowly dissolving, and below, her body was tipping backward, losing balance. Just then, Minh Ha rushed over and caught her hand. He steadied Lu Qian, her eyes already shut tight. As he called out to her urgently, she flickered, her drowsy eyes open. She felt like she was falling into a bottomless abyss, her ears still ringing with his desperate cries. Deep down, she wondered, what's happening to me? As her consciousness began to fade, Lu Qian felt as if she were sinking into deep darkness. Just then, a ring of light appeared below. Minh Ha, his face obscured, reached out and called, Lu Qian, you have questions. Who are you? He immediately grasped Lu Qian's weak hands. She felt a growing sense of frustration. Who was it that saved her? Her head throbbed with pain. Shortly after, Minh Ha began his trek back toward the camp, with Lu Qian carried on his back. Just then, someone appeared before them. He immediately called out to instructor Chu That. Chu That surveyed the surroundings before speaking. All the students have reached the camp safely. It's a good thing you managed to deal with the dry widow. Otherwise, the casualties would have been much worse. Minh Ha looked at the unconscious girl on his back and recounted. Lu Qian had already beaten the dry widow to a pulp. I just finished it off. She was hit by a Soul Seeker attack. Her condition isn't looking good. He examined Lu Qian's state and replied, I hope she hasn't fallen into a psychic trap. If she has, she might end up a vegetable. Minh Ha thought optimistically, then added, it should be fine. She said a few things before she passed out. Chu That smiled, relieved, and gave the order. That's good. Let's head back to base first. Their strides were long as they walked along the trail, and Chu That began to ask, I suppose Commander Luo Lin has mentioned the second mission to you already, right? Minh Ha recalled that moment and replied, that's right. When we first entered the mountains, she mentioned it. She said she'd tell me when the time was right. He then asked another question. Did anyone see you fighting when you saved Lu Qian earlier? These words made Minh Ha curious. I don't think so. They only saw me go in. Why do you ask? Chu That chuckled slightly, then began to explain. When Commander Luo Lin introduced you to the Long Nya organization, I wasn't entirely in favor of it. But now, I feel lucky that I didn't stop you from joining. His hidden implication left Minh Ha intrigued. What do you mean by that, instructor? Chu That placed a hand on his chest, speaking with an air of authority as he introduced himself once more. I am the team leader of the Southern Long Nya organization. Of course, you can keep calling me Instructor Chu That. Minh Ha's eyes widened in shock. He muttered the words to himself. Long Nya, organization team leader. He quickly turned his head away, continuing to walk, not forgetting to explain. The identities of Long Nya members must remain classified, just like yours. On the surface, you're a freshman at Nando Academy, but you're still a member of Long Nya. My apologies. His expression darkened slightly as he said the next part. Forgive me, but I have to maintain my stamina. You were clearly already that exhausted, yet you couldn't come to save them in time and had to make you come all the way here. You don't blame me, do you? To still want to maintain my stamina at a moment like this. Chu That's question made Minh Ha go silent for a moment to reflect, before he respectfully replied, you have your duties. That giant centipede is the key to getting us out of this white fog, but we can't just expect it to listen to us obediently. I trust Commander Luo Lin's tactical command on the battlefield. Those words made Chu That extremely pleased. You are very sharp, and you did well. He then confided in him. If I had wasted my energy on the dry widow, I might have made a mistake later when dealing with that mutated human-faced centipede. That giant human-faced centipede has mutated twice. Once in the pipelines of Landuang City, and once more in the mist at Taysun. Its strength is now at the military level. Hearing this, Minh Ha stated his conclusion. It's a monster, so we cannot afford any mistakes. If the team leader has a problem, all the search and rescue efforts would be meaningless. Your choice and Commander Luo Lin's was the correct one. He nodded slightly, smiling as he replied, I'm glad you understand that. Minh Ha, still carrying Lu Qian on his back, asked, then, what is the second mission? Chu That quickly informed him. We need you to continue hiding your identity as a member of the Long Nya organization. You're wondering why, right? He turned his head back to explain. We received intel that there's a member of the Heaven's Will organization inside Nando Academy. Minh Ha was stunned as he repeated that hateful name. Heaven's Will? Them again? Chu That emphasized that the main mission of the Long Nya organization was to root out the poison that was Heaven's Will. This is exactly why you were brought into the Long Nya organization. That doctor, Triu Thu Hoa, whom you encountered in Lan Duong, was just a freelancer operating outside the circle of Heaven's Will. He was using his works to apply for entry into the cult, hoping to gain recognition from the Heaven's Will organization. He hesitated deeply, causing a disaster and inflicting harm to create chaos in the city. That's what they call a cult initiation work? He sighed and confirmed it. Exactly. They treat it as an honor. Thu Hoa's face flashed through Minh Ha's mind as he listened to Chu That. You've crossed paths with Trio Thu Hoa. so you must know just how insane he is. He's nothing more than a failed experiment. He furrowed his brows and asked, "Are there people like that in Nando Academy too?" He spoke softly, probing. "What's your take on this fog of agony?" Minh Ha lowered his head, sweat pouring down, and replied bluntly, "It doesn't look like it was man-made." He began to analyze. This incident shows no signs of human interference. Everything points to a natural disaster. But if they take advantage of this freshman training period, then a natural disaster that would normally cause very few casualties will turn into a massacre at the very cradle of superpowered beings. The image of a pair of blood-red eyes and mutated creatures waiting for people in the dark cave flashed through his mind. Chu, that proposed a theory. Powerful, superpowered individuals are highly vigilant, making them very difficult to kill, even for heaven's will. But if they kill these individuals while they are still growing, in 10 years, there will be a massive disparity in our forces opposing the heaven's will universe. Every year, Nando Academy produces a large number of superpowered beings for society. Nando Superpowered Academy, for example, people like you and Lucian will certainly become the pillars of humanity in the future. He leaned forward and stated firmly, "If you both die in this fog disaster, they will have won this game of chess." Minh Ha stammered, I'm sorry, I didn't think that far ahead." Chu, that's tone grew increasingly grave. "This is a long-term war. We fight for the survival of our species, while they fight for their instinct to slaughter." He continued walking, rambling on. "They can use any method they want. Humans aren't the only intelligent species in this war." Minh Ha frowned, his tone filled with resolve. "If there really is someone behind this fog incident, I will definitely drag them out." Chu, that pointed out immediately. "They hide very deep. They could be a lecturer, a student, or even one of us. I need you to remain suspicious of everyone you interact with at Nando Academy." He instantly shouted, "I understand." He turned his gaze toward Lu Qian, warning, "You must hide your identity as a member of the Long Nya organization, including from your little girlfriend. You mustn't mention it." Minh Ha hesitated. "It's not her." "Right. She's been in a coma. She probably didn't see you." Chu that held up a finger, reminding him, "The students and lecturers before didn't see you fighting, so you'll have to take the hit. I will take the credit for killing the withered widow and saving Lu Qian for you." He agreed immediately. "I will follow the organization's arrangements." He suddenly offered something everyone would want. "Don't worry, we will compensate you well." Minh Ha's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "A cash bonus?" Chu, that nodded, being vague. "Of course, money is just one part of it." Soon after, the three of them arrived at the rendezvous point. Teacher Trung saw them and asked loudly, "Minh Ha, did you save Lu Qian?" As he set Lu Qian down for others to care for, he replied, "Not me. I just ran over and bought some time." Instructor Chu that killed the withered widow. He remained skeptical. "Really?" Minh Ha insisted. "Of course. I just acted impulsively in the moment. Lu Qian is my high school friend, after all." He lied without batting an eye. "How could I possibly defeat the withered widow?" Someone nearby chimed in, "I knew it." Phuong Niem Dung recounted, "They even said you were a member of the Long Nya organization." Minh Ha brushed it off. "How could that be? Long Nya is the elite of the government's elite." "We just started school." Li Cam stood by, putting a hand on his shoulder and teasing, "I'm his roommate. He has nothing in common with Long Nya." Minh Ha turned around, asking, "Did you collect all the ghost eggs that haven't been vaporized by the rain?" He pointed forward and replied, "Yeah, the compost is over there, just waiting for that mutated monster to appear." Not far away, several puddles were prepared, and a rack had been set up. Inside were a series of baskets containing ghost eggs, covered by a tarp. In the distance, a shadow appeared on the mountaintop. Li Cam froze for 5 seconds, his mind full of confusion. The ground suddenly shook violently, making the two puddles swirl. He guessed, "It's here," while everyone else was still stunned, asking, "What's wrong?" Minh Ha thought back to the scene of him running on the train tracks, and realized it was the monster that had stopped the train before. He scanned his surroundings, feeling the mountain shake. It really was a giant monster. Only Chu, that stood silently on the cliff with his hands behind his back. His lips moved. "It's here?" As soon as he spoke, 2 sharp horns rose from the abyss below. Suddenly, its long body rose up, its centipede-like form towering toward the sky. In the ethereal smoke, its 3 blood-red eyes and sharp fangs slowly revealed themselves. The giant emitted a terrifying aura of darkness. It stared straight down at Chu that below. The monster opened its massive mouth and roared loudly to show its dominance. The crowd behind retreated from this overwhelming pressure. Just with that one roar, everyone had to endure a terrifying gust of wind. They couldn't even stand still. They clamored, "What level is that monster? It's even scarier than the withered widow." Minh Ha, at the front, tried to run to the cliff, but suddenly his whole body stiffened. Panic gripped Minh Ha's heart. Damn it, why can't I move? He looked at Chu That, who was alone, facing it in the distance, and couldn't help but wonder, am I scared? Is this a monster nearing the military level? If it attacked me, I wouldn't even have the courage to fight back. On the other side, Chu, that was reaching up to pull down his hat and glasses. He muttered, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Chu That stomped his foot hard on the ground and cursed, "You beast." His pupils instantly glowed bright, and veins bulged all over his face. Chu That growled, "I used the soul oath." His entire face was covered in golden lines, and his pupils constricted. It looked quite terrifying. Chu That roared, "I command you to submit." The monster still kept its massive mouth wide open while the energy from his voice attacked its body. The giant slayer stood perfectly still, not moving an inch. His pupils glowed golden again. Chu That took a deep breath, then shouted fiercely, "I command you to submit." Golden sound waves instantly radiated outward. A second later, the monster was knocked back by the force of his voice. It let out a shrill cry of pain. Its body began to sway, crashing into everything around it. Chu That continued to scream the word "submit" with all his might. Immediately, 3 golden flames appeared in the 3 eyes of the giant slayer. The monster grunted in response. Its whole body collapsed to the ground in an instant. At that moment, a red energy radiated from his body. Chu That stood still as it crashed down behind him. Minh Ha stood there, eyes wide and jaw dropped, realizing that Instructor Chu That's extraordinary power was actually psychic control. He rushed over, thinking, he's too strong. That was a monster with strength near the military grade level. Yet Instructor Chu That had forced it to submit. Then Minh Ha shouted, "Instructor Chu!" He stood in front, glancing at Minh Ha as he rushed over, and said softly, "Minh Ha, I'm sorry. I, as one of the mediocre older generation, couldn't bring a bright and peaceful era for you guys." Chu That spoke in riddles. Instead, he forced them to grit their teeth and fight for their own survival. Standing behind him, he wondered, "Instructor Chu That, why are you saying these things all of a sudden?" Only then did he turn around, his face covered in blood, and continue, "But at least I used this mediocre body to protect the brilliant future of the superhumans for the next 10 years. Minh Ha widened his eyes and called out to Instructor Chu That. Chu That began to sway, unable to stand steady anymore. He shouted in panic, "Instructor!" Minh Ha rushed over, reaching out and screaming at the top of his lungs. "Instructor Chu That!" Chu That's pupils flickered open. Before him was the small figure of Minh Ha reaching out as if to hold him back. Minh Ha didn't give up. He tried to call out loudly. Yet, Chu That's eyes gradually became unfocused as that voice still echoed in his ears. "Instructor." And just like that, he fell into the deep abyss. Minh Ha closed his eyes tightly, his palms curled into fists, and he painfully whispered, "Instructor." The rare tears began to roll down his cheeks. Suddenly, the centipede's legs touched Minh Ha's head. By now, the giant centipede had been tamed. It turned around and roared once in front of him. Golden pupils appeared on the monster's face. Minh Ha stood up, reached out to touch its horn, and pondered, "Instructor Chu That, is this the path to survival you left for us?" He recalled Chu That's face and muttered, "Along the way, you told me so much." Minh Ha's whole body trembled uncontrollably. I didn't even notice. I'm sorry." Luo Lin slowly walked up from behind him. She reached out and placed a hand lightly on Minh Ha's shoulder to comfort him. The sorrow and pain of loss were etched clearly on Luo Lin's face. He said softly, "Commander Luo Lin." Minh Ha sadly affirmed, "I will definitely catch that bastard. I will definitely do it." As Luo Lin reached out her other arm, she hugged him to soothe him. "We all believe in you." Minh Ha still shouted, "I will definitely do it." Luo Lin whispered in his ear with teary eyes, "We all believe in you." Tears streaming down his face, he remained determined with his will. "I will definitely do it." Minh Ha's shout echoed in the air, "I will definitely do it." At this moment, the centipede began to move. Soon after, at the camp, everyone climbed onto the centipede. Everyone exclaimed, "Wow, so cool, so scary," while some urged, "Get on quickly." Teacher Trung raised his hand to announce, "All right, everyone is on, let's go." Minh Ha leaned down on its head and gave the command. "All right, now take us out of this mist." The giant slayer growled once. Then, it moved, making everyone a bit unsteady and confused. At the foot of the mountain, someone was on the radio. "Control center, we need to get the situation inside immediately. Stay vigilant, and don't let anyone into the mist. Suddenly, they saw the giant centipede appearing from above. The soldiers shouted, "A monster has appeared." They raised their guns and warned each other. "Watch out!" Luo Lin stood on its head, reaching out to stop them. "I am Luo Lin, the commander of this military training." She quickly explained, "This giant mutated creature has been tamed." The people below couldn't help but cheer with excitement. They were still alive, thank goodness. They had conquered the mist. The Nandu Guardian also joyfully said, "They are still alive." After the giant slayer landed, everyone slid down from it. Luo Lin raised her hand in a salute to report, "Guardian Ban, we have safely brought out 346 students." He looked at her and praised, "In a sudden outbreak like this, you all did very well. What about your team of instructors?" Luo Lin read each name. Thon Tu, Kan Tin, Quach Dan of the instructor team have returned to the squad. The others were called, but the tone was extremely gloomy. Phuong Cam, Mio Lan, Chu That. She bowed her head sadly and announced they had sacrificed themselves in the line of duty. They fell into silence for a moment. Then everyone simultaneously raised their hands to their foreheads in a salute. Guardian Ban shouted, "Thank you to the soldiers for your service to the nation." Vice President of Nandu Academy, Vice President Mong, also spoke up. "Nandu Academy will always remember your contributions." The scene shifted to Nandu Academy. Here, they were holding a memorial service for the heroes. Vice President Mong stood on the podium, gesturing toward the three people holding 3 photos, and announced, "They are the benefactors of our Nandu Academy, and they are heroes and shining stars worthy of our respect and emulation." They bowed their heads reverently, holding the 3 photos of Phuong Cam Mulan and Chu That in their hands. He continued, "Please look here and bid them farewell on their final journey." Afterward, the 3 people carrying the portraits slowly walked before the thousands of people present. Among those attending, someone suddenly bowed their head and sneered. Then Vice President Mong spoke. "Next, we will commend the students who showed outstanding performance during this sudden incident. First-class merit, anonymous student." His words echoed in everyone's ears. "Thank you for your wonderful contributions to the Academy." Everyone is buzzing with curiosity. Who could that be? That's a first-class merit award, second only to the 3 instructors who sacrificed their lives. The crowd murmured in speculation. "I heard one of the students is a member of the Long Ya organization. It has to be him." "One of our students is in the Long Ya organization? He must have made a huge contribution. Who is he? It's so mysterious. Does anyone know? I'm even more desperate to know than you are. He's not accepting such a great honor? If it were me, I'd want the whole school to know." Everyone agreed. Exactly. It's a first-class merit award after all." Vice Dean Meng continued pointing out the honors. Second-class merit awards. Lu Qian, a junior from class 21, served as a teaching assistant for the group. The students behind her immediately gave her a thumbs up. "Wow, it's Lu Qian again." Lu Qian is truly the pride of our 21st class. The students were in awe, hearing that she had single-handedly killed a master-level beast and saved the lives of nearly 100 freshmen. "Lu Qian, you'll always be our goddess. Thank you for saving us. I was there at the scene. Lu Qian is seriously so powerful. I'm willing to protect her for the rest of my life. She saved your life and you want to protect her? Aren't you embarrassed?" Next to be named for a third-class merit award, student Lu Tu from class 21, serving as a teaching assistant. Teaching assistant Lu, along with class 22 freshman Lai Cam, for crucial rescue efforts. Class 22 freshman Minh Ha for crucial rescue, and class 22 freshman Phuong Nim Dung for crucial rescue. Vice Dean Meng explained, "After this tragic incident, I trust you all realize how cruel the outside world is. In reality, the unexpected events you experienced are just daily occurrences for every transcendent." He raised his hand, speaking passionately. "They use their own bodies and willpower to build a peaceful city for you all, so that we can have this precious peace in this era. However, I believe that in the future, you will certainly live up to everyone's expectations. From the way you students stand tall, bravely overcoming danger, I see a very different future. A future that will surely be as full of vitality as you are." As he finished his speech, thunderous applause erupted. Not long after, someone arrived carrying a bouquet of entirely white flowers. Lu Qian was holding it in her hands, smiling shyly. As soon as she got inside, her phone rang. Lu Qian quickly opened it to check. She stared at the phone screen, lost in thought. Suddenly, the ringtone startled her, and she excitedly answered the call. On the other side, Minh Ha stammered, I'm downstairs." "Oh." Minh Ha blushed slightly, asking, "I want to see you. Can I come up?" Lu Qian agreed immediately. Of course, just ring the doorbell. I'll open it for you. Moments later, he arrived and knocked on the door. Inside, she quickly rushed to open it. As soon as the door opened, a gentle breeze blew in. The white flowers swayed in the wind. Lu Qian looked at Minh Ha, beaming with joy, and softly called out his name. Minh Ha scratched his head, looking away to make an excuse. I came to check on you. Are you still feeling sore? She reassured him. I'm much better now. Lu Qian gestured inside. Come on in and have a seat. A moment later, she went to the fridge to get water. Lu Qian handed the glass to Minh Ha and asked, Minh Ha, that anonymous student was, that you? He replied while drinking. It wasn't me. She was puzzled. But so many people saw you charge into the spider web cage. I didn't think much at the time, he admitted. After I got in there, I was almost eaten by the dry widow spider. Minh Ha continued gloomily. Luckily, Instructor Chu That arrived just in time to save us. Lu Qian was doubtful. But why do I remember you being the one who pulled me out of the abyss? He held the glass, refuting. You were under the spell of the dry widow spider, so you were hallucinating. I don't have that kind of power. Did you forget? I'm just a mediocre student who barely scraped through the exams. It took all my strength to get into the Namdo special admission. She let it go. Regardless, thank you for being so brave. She quickly gave Minh Ha a peck on the cheek, leaving him stunned. After that kiss, an awkward silence fell between the young couple. Lu Qian sat back, bowing her head as she explained, I was just thanking you. Nothing else. He turned away, clearing his throat. Yeah. Scene shifts to the training ground. A shout echoed, but no one appeared. Fuang Lin gritted her teeth, cracking her knuckles in annoyance. Last Wednesday, he didn't show up, and he's not here this Wednesday either. Does that guy not care about his promises at all? Old man Vienne stood nearby, hands in his pockets, teasing her. First time I've ever seen someone stand up, our great lady Fuang Lin, she shouted angrily. I hate people who don't keep their word. It's obvious we haven't decided the winner yet. He stroked his chin, muttering, Actually, today is the freshman commendation ceremony. Last week, when the freshmen went to Thu Lin for training, some strange things happened. Fuang Lin's eyes widened. Old man Vienne, do you know what happened behind the scenes? He shook his head, still unclear. I'm wondering if the kid you fought is one of the first-year freshmen? If so, that would explain why he hasn't shown up either Wednesday. Fuang Lin was startled and countered. How could that be? Haven't you seen his skill? If he's a first-year freshman, I'll go to the middle of the field and dance with fans right now. He stood in the middle of the path, watching her throw a fit, and laughed. You already lost to him last time, remember? Fuang Lin screamed in frustration. If he doesn't show up next Wednesday, I'm going through every security camera until I find him. Old man Vienne couldn't help but try to soothe her. All right, just find another opponent. Although that boy was a suitable sparring partner, she brushed it off. Not interested. Meanwhile, Minh Ha was standing under a high-rise building, rubbing his cheek. Lu Qian was inside, leaning against the wall, covering her face in embarrassment. What am I doing? How embarrassing. Her cheeks were bright red. Lu Qian tried to justify it. But we're dating now, so this shouldn't be too out of line. Right? Elsewhere, Minh Ha's face was just as red, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. He shook his head dejectedly, thinking, what am I thinking? She already has a boyfriend. Maybe she was just expressing her gratitude. Not long after, at the training ground, he walked by, glancing at the people playing basketball. Suddenly, Fuang Lin's face flashed into his mind. Minh Ha suddenly remembered, that's right. I had an appointment with that girl, to meet at the training ground this Wednesday for a duel. Seeing this, he immediately put on a black mask, turned around, and left, muttering, oh no, today is Wednesday. I totally forgot. I wonder if I can still make it in time. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Old man Vienne spoke up immediately. Huh? So the kid finally showed up, huh? Minh Ha scratched his head nervously. Min, I'm so sorry. I was at the commendation ceremony, so I couldn't make it on time. She stumbled back in shock. What? You're actually a freshman? His eyes widened, and he didn't hesitate to admit it. That's right. The old man behind them let out a hearty laugh. Fuang Lin, you lost again. I remember you said you were going to show off some fan dance in the middle of the training ground. Fuang Lin began to tremble violently. Her eyes turned completely blank. Furious, Fuang Lin stomped past Minh Ha, shouting, Damn it, I'm so pissed. As she walked a long distance away, he still stood there blankly, reaching out and yelling, So, are we sparring today, or what? She snapped back, Forget it. I don't ever want to see your face again. Mister. Vienne stood there, explaining, She assumed you were an upperclassman. which is why she fought you so evenly. She had no idea you were 2 years behind her. Minh Ha asked. She's a junior? The old man confirmed. Exactly. Suddenly, Mr. Vien's tone sounded a bit surprised. Wait, you don't even know who she is? He slowly pulled something out of his jacket. Well, I guess it's pretty strange to be at the Superhuman Academy and not know who Fuang Lin is these days. Mr. Vien handed him a card and instructed, This is my number. If you get bored training on your own, you can be Fuang Lin's sparring partner. She's been needing a sparring partner with your level of strength. Minh Ha accepted it, feeling a bit dazed. Oh, sure. The old man asked something very puzzling. What's your price? Minh Ha looked down at the card, curious. My price for what? Mr. Vien held up a finger and said bluntly, the training fee. How about we pay by the minute? 100 per minute. Does that work? Minh Ha jumped in surprise. Wait, what? The old man rubbed his chin, calculating. Is that too low? You're right. Your strength is worth more. How about you train with Fuang Lin once a week for 10,000 yuan? Minh Ha's eyes bulged. One surprise after another kept hitting him. He swallowed hard and replied immediately. Of course, that works. Mr. Vien patted Minh Ha's shoulder. We'll see you next week. Then, he replied politely. Yes, sir. After the man left, Minh Ha took off his mask and muttered, 10,000 per session. A grin slowly spread across his face as he repeated, 10,000 per session. Minh Ha's eyes sparkled like stars, drooling at the thought of the money. 10,000 each time. I'm rich. I'm going to be rich. Cut to the dormitory, where he sat blankly in his room. The image of the dry widow creature striking him flashed back into Minh Ha's mind. He had fallen backward, completely defenseless. A second later, it lunged forward, baring its razor-sharp teeth. Minh Ha raised his hands to shield his face from the green liquid, when suddenly a hand reached out, and a voice called out, Min. So, this is where you've been practicing. Xiaohua pointed out. You need to increase your cultivation rank. She floated in mid-air, reporting, based on the human classification of superhuman tiers, you're currently only at the sun ray level. Minh Ha leaned back and sighed. I know I'm still not strong enough. He thought of the bone dragon, treating the dry widow like a snack. He imagined the scene, the creature glowing with a terrifying, golden light. Every gruesome detail played in Minh Ha's mind. And above the bone dragon, there was an even larger sky demon beast, as big as the sky itself. The dead skin falling from its body would turn into nests for the scorpion-tailed dry widow. Minh Ha recalled the relentless attacks, his voice trembling with fear. If Lu Thien hadn't severely injured the dry widow beforehand, with my current strength, I would never have been able to defeat it. He clenched his fists and shouted, That's why I'm still not strong enough. Minh Ha stood up, cracking his wrists, and yelled, When standing before a truly terrifying beast, I'm not even worthy of being its food. He closed his eyes, picturing Chu That's blood-covered face, and made a firm decision, gritting his teeth. I want to be stronger. I don't want to watch anyone else die in front of me again. Xiaohua, floating above, didn't know what to do but sigh and cross her arms. She swung her legs and analyzed. Even though you've been recovering through training for the past 6 months, there's a limit to how much the human body can regenerate and strengthen. If you want your body to break through, you'd be better off using some supplements. Minh Ha asked. Supplements? Xiaohua confirmed, exactly. I've been studying human science and technology. You humans are very clever. After killing demons and beasts, you always dissect and research them. The laboratories filled with demon parts were proof of that. She summoned a blue, water-drop-shaped orb and continued. Fate shards are the most powerful weapons you humans have ever invented. They can turn an ordinary person into a superhuman, granting them extraordinary power. Xiaohua handed it to him, adding, But low-level fate shards won't have any effect on you. Minh Ha asked curiously, You've already purified a fate shard? She watched it in his hand and explained, Yes, this is a soul death grade shard. After purification, it might grant humans the ability to camouflage. Minh Ha inspected it for a while and sighed. The effect is pretty powerful, but it doesn't really suit a fighter like me. Xiaohua frowned in agreement. True. And besides, the superhuman power you gain from a fate shard still requires you to train and improve from scratch. He presented his plan. I should focus on training my current strength first. Besides, hasn't my Hongtun level power yet to awaken? She laughed dismissively. Your soul death power isn't even fully stabilized, let alone the Hongtun level. Every stage of power requires diligent practice. Though, I can't blame you. The ultimate soul meaning of the soul death level corresponds to the sun halo level. Since your body's durability hasn't reached the sun halo level yet, being able to unleash it at all is quite an achievement. Minh Ha looked up and asked, Then how can I quickly reach the sun halo level? Xiaohua answered vaguely. Didn't I just tell you? She repeated. Humans have invented quite a few things that can boost superhuman strength. Besides fate shards, humans also invented something called stardust nectar. Xiaohua leaned close to his face and whispered, It's refined from the fluids, blood, and bones of beasts. Minh Ha asked, confused, How come I've never heard of that? She put a hand on his shoulder and said, You're only a freshman. You've only just started university, and you haven't been here long. He nodded in realization. Oh, right. There's still so much I don't know, especially about things that cost a fortune. Minh Ha looked at the vial of liquid sketched out before him and judged that the item she just mentioned looked like something only the rich could afford. Xiaohua confirmed immediately. That's right. This item is incredibly precious. She smiled and revealed. Compared to your self-training, I see that your level of effort is sufficient, but your body cannot absorb higher power. Relying on meat products, dairy, or muscle-building supplements is truly too slow. Only Star Essence serum refined from beasts is suitable for a training fanatic like you. Minh Ha felt as if he had been enlightened. His spirits lifted, and he shouted, I understand now. I'll go look into it right away, trying to buy a bottle to help me break through to the Sun Realm. Little Oa suggested, You could sell this purple soul-grade life core. He smiled brightly and replied, Sure. Suddenly, his phone rang, making Minh Ha return to his dorm room. The incoming call was from Ban Lin Hai. As soon as he picked up, Lin Hai spoke excitedly. What are you doing, brother? Minh Ha looked at the bag in his hand and said, I was just looking for you. If I have something good to sell, where can I get a fair price? Lin Hui got out of his car and suggested, That? If you want to save yourself the trouble, just go straight to the Hunter Hall and ask a female hunter to help you sell it. Minh Ha put on his jacket and inquired, Oh, I see. What if I'm selling something valuable? Then I still recommend you go to the Hunter Hall. Lin Hui waved at a girl in the distance and continued, Hire a private hunter receptionist and have her keep an eye on things for you. Once the Hunter Hall has a sale, tell her to sell it at a reasonable price, and that's it. Minh Ha shrugged, clamping the phone to his ear, and exclaimed, That's actually really convenient. Suits me. He quickly got to the main point. I invited some friends who got into the school through our special admissions to grab a drink. Are you coming? He bluntly refused. Next time. I've been a bit busy lately. Lin Hui could only laugh it off and advised, All right, if you run into any trouble, just let me know. I have some connections in Namdo. Minh Ha politely replied, Thanks, brother. The scene shifted to a modern high-rise building at the Hunter Hall, where a receptionist sat sighing in boredom. So boring, there haven't been any big spenders lately. The other one whispered that they only dealt with walk-in customers. The commissions were too low, and they were almost unable to pay the rent. Suddenly, the girl beside her saw Minh Ha walking in wearing a mask and softly asked, Looks like a young hunter is here. Are you going to help him? She noticed the item pinned to his jacket. I saw from afar that he's wearing an apprentice hunter badge. The two women still looked down on him. Greeting, a hunter like this is basically charity work. Let little Mai go. Let's pretend we didn't see him. Just then, Mai Du passed by the hall. She walked up to Minh Ha and greeted him. Hello, do you need any help? Mai Du raised her hand with a smile and introduced herself. I'm hunter receptionist Mai Du. Would you mind giving me your hunter ID number? That way, I can serve you better. He quickly rattled off a string of numbers. Year 2009, she said, politely while typing on her tablet. Yes. Seeing the information pop up, Mai Du was stunned. You are a Starta Thashna apprentice hunter, but based on your past reward completion rates, you are already qualified to become a full Starta Thashna hunter. She excitedly proposed. Would you like me to help you upgrade? If you do, you can receive higher-level reward commissions. Minh Ha put his hand inside his coat and replied, Yes. He looked down at his shirt and added, But I'm not here to accept commissions today. Minh Ha took out the item he wanted to sell and said, I want to sell a purple soul-grade life core. Mai Du was so shocked, she cried out, A purple soul-grade life core? Are you sure it's purple soul-grade? It made the other receptionist glance over. The blue orb in his hand was glowing brightly. She covered her mouth in awe. My God, it really is a purple soul-grade life core. The other two receptionists were stunned. One long-haired girl rushed over, stretching out her arms warmly. Respected hunter, little Mai is new here and hasn't been with us very long. She placed a hand on her chest, trying to compete. I am a veteran hunter receptionist. Dealing with the auction of high-end items like this requires a professional. Let me serve you, okay? Minh Ha glanced at Mai Du and immediately refused. No need, she's doing just fine. Hearing that, the woman turned away in a huff, completely forgotten. Mai Du held the item in her hands, touched. Thank you. He crossed his arms and looked toward the receptionists. I'm not blind. I stood here for a while earlier. Did they think I was invisible? Maidu excitedly announced, I will contact an appraiser for you now. They will conduct a more comprehensive analysis of this life core's functions and then calculate a starting price. We will put it up for public auction then. Is that all right? Minh Ha nodded and added a request. That's fine. Also, there's one more thing I'd like you to help me with. I want to buy some star essence serum. She asked, what purity level do you need? He replied with 2 words. High purity. Maidu quickly invited him, please follow me to the VIP lounge. I'll explain it to you slowly. Minh Ha nodded and said softly, In the VIP lounge, Maidu's voice echoed. The appraiser is already evaluating your life core. She handed him a cup of tea and said, it will calculate the starting price in a moment. If you feel the price is too low, you can raise it. He answered generously, that's fine. Just follow your team's valuation. Maidu sat down with her tablet and read the information. Recently, some star essence serum portions have been trading at around 900,000. Minh Ha's eyes widened in shock. 900,000? She raised her hand to explain, yes, high purity means the price won't be low. The purity level of star essence serum is related to your metabolism. After all, star essence serum is refined from mutated beasts and monsters. With our current technology, no matter how much we remove impurities, the serum will still contain a certain amount of toxins. Therefore, you cannot overuse it. Once toxins accumulate in the body, it will affect the health of a superhuman's physique. He could only groan internally. It's so expensive. Even if I wanted to overdo it, I couldn't afford it. Maidu continued. The higher the purity, the lower the toxins, and the faster the metabolic excretion rate. The detoxification time for the 900,000 serum for a normal person is 1.5 years, she concluded. Which means every 1.5 years, you can use the star essence serum once. Minh Ha finally realized. So that's how it is. Maidu proposed a hypothesis. Of course, if you train and fight at high intensity, your increased metabolism could shorten this interval. He instinctively asked, what about lower purity? She muttered. Lower purity, and looked down at the tablet. Maidu calculated. For example, if you buy a 400,000 portion, the detoxification time for a normal person is about 3 to 4 years. If the purity is even lower, priced around 100,000 to 200,000, it would take over 10 years to fully excrete the toxins. She insisted that there was still a certain level of danger that could affect his health. Minh Ha recalled his training and thought to himself, due to overtraining, his body was suffering from a lack of proper nutrition. If he wanted to quickly increase his strength, he had to buy the highest purity grade available. That way, he could gain a significant boost every time he used it. A moment later, he looked up and made his request. All right, please look for the highest purity grade of stardust liquid for me. Maidu smiled brightly, nodding as she handed him her card. This is my business card. From now on, I'll be your personal hunter receptionist. If you need anything, just reach out to me. Suddenly, the door opened, and someone called out, hello, sorry to bother you. The appraiser carrying the box containing the Life Soul Jewel entered to report. We have finished appraising this Life Soul Jewel. Your Death Soul grade Life Soul Jewel is a top-tier item. It can grant others the ability to camouflage. He bowed his head and suggested, I recommend a starting price of 2 million. Minh Ha felt like he was about to strike it rich. 2 million. And that's just the starting price. I'm rich again. Maidu added, if there are no other issues, I'll start posting the information now. He agreed immediately. That's fine. She looked down at her tablet to assess the situation. His transaction would also increase his hunter accumulation points. If these 2 items sold, perhaps his points would be enough to rank up. He only needed an evaluation of his strength to become a Sun rank hunter. Minh Ha looked down at his palms, feeling overjoyed. My strength hasn't reached the Sun rank yet, but it's close. Maidu finally understood. No wonder you needed the stardust liquid. He suddenly remembered and added, oh, right. If there are any high-paying commissions, please send them my way too. She quickly replied, of course, I'll keep an eye out for you. The scene shifted to Namdo Academy, where students were bustling in front of the school gate. Minh Ha looked up and sighed. Phew, after everything I've been through, I can finally return to a peaceful student life. Everyone at the stadium was working hard at their training. His day began with morning classes. By dusk, Minh Ha was back to burying himself in training. By evening, he diligently sat at his desk, studying various subjects. The scene shifted to a classroom, where the professor's voice echoed. Most meteor fragments are radioactive. Feng Tin stood at the podium and announced, They will alter the structure of certain minerals. Professor Feng, with his silver hair, continued. For example, ordinary black rock, after being exposed to radiation from meteor fragments, can condense into rare rock crystals in an extremely short time. He opened a small box, revealing a fragment as clear and blue as a small block of ice. Its hardness can even surpass the steel we refine. Feng Tin introduced, "What I have in my hand is condensed rock crystal." Suddenly, the phone next to Minh Ha buzzed. He quickly opened it to see the notification. Transaction successful for the life soul jewel you sold. The transaction fee is 3 million, with a 5% processing fee deducted. Account 8C190 has been credited with 2,850,000 dong. Minh Ha was stunned, thinking about the mountain of gold and feeling amazed. I'm rich. I struck it rich overnight. The professor was still holding the condensed rock crystal and asked the class president, "Are there any strength-type superhumans in the class? Could someone come to the stage and demonstrate for us?" Niam Dung reached out and nominated him. Yes, there is. Minh Ha is a superhuman with a fist-based talent. Feng Tin smiled and called out, "Oh, then please, Minh Ha, come up and perform for everyone." Minh Ha felt shy. He coughed and walked up, followed by applause and whispering, "Isn't that Minh Ha from the pharmacy department?" The professor held it up and said, "Now, use all your strength to try and crush this rock crystal." He looked at it in his hand, puzzled. "Use all my strength?" Feng Tin confirmed. "That's right. Use all the strength you have." He held up a finger and warned, "Don't underestimate this small rock crystal." While Minh Ha's arm was straining to crush it, he squeezed tightly, and suddenly, a cracking sound rang out. Minh Ha's pupils brightened, and a blue glow radiated from his palm. Feng Tin had turned away, so he didn't notice, insisting, 99% of you won't be able to do a thing to it. Minh Ha stared, wide-eyed, at the fragments flying in front of him. While the crowd watched the scene and listened to the explanation, materials exposed to radiation from meteor fragments will change their structure. Feng Tin pointed at the screen, with a cold blue color radiating from the ice fragments, and continued, "They will even absorb the surrounding elemental elements and then become heterocrystal materials in a crystalline state." After speaking, he turned around and said, "All right, thank you very much to this student for performing for us." Suddenly, a scream rang out. "Oh my God!" Feng Tin's eyes and mouth were wide open as he looked at the pile of debris in his hand and shouted, "My heterocrystal teaching material, how did you do that?" Minh Ha scratched his head and repeated, "You told me to use all my strength." He asked suspiciously, "Are you a senior student sneaking into the class?" Niam Dung immediately clarified, "Professor, Minh Ha is a student in our class." Other girls saw this and immediately praised him. "Minh Ha is so handsome, and he's so powerful too." Li Cam snorted coldly, thinking that the rock crystal must have been rotten to begin with. Feng Tin held out the box for him to put the fragments in. He muttered, my mistake, I should have brought a higher grade heterocrystal." After that, Feng Tin coughed and explained, "In short, heterocrystals are quite valuable minerals." He instructed, "In the future, if you find them, you must definitely take them. They will be of great help to you." As Minh Ha walked back to his seat, he saw small blue heterocrystal fragments still on his hand. He held up his hand, surprised and talking to himself. "What's going on? Such a small piece of heterocrystal caused my mysterious fist to trigger an absorption reaction." Not long after, the school bell rang. Feng Tin ordered, "All right, class dismissed." Everyone left while chatting. "Where should we go later?" "Let's play games." But Minh Ha was really impressive earlier. Minh Ha stayed behind, still puzzled. "Professor Feng, can I ask you some questions about heterocrystals?" He replied immediately, "Of course you can." Minh Ha immediately rolled up his sleeves to show Feng Tin the crystal fragments. "Professor, look," Minh Ha explained. "This is the medium absorption reaction that occurred after I touched the heterocrystal." He gently touched it and asked, "What is your superhuman talent?" He clenched his fist and spoke honestly. "Mysterious fist. I can absorb surrounding medium materials, and when I unleash it, it's accompanied by a spirit fist with corresponding attributes." Feng Tin adjusted his glasses and answered, "So, that's it. Then this is a normal phenomenon. Logically speaking, a lava fragment that small shouldn't have caused such a clear reaction in your arm." He frowned with a hint of reproach. "You definitely weren't listening during the lecture earlier. Didn't I already explain this?" Feng Tin explained that radiation-contaminated lava absorbs similar elements and crystallizes, reaching a concentration hundreds of thousands of times higher than the original material. So, don't underestimate this small stone. The substance it contains could be equivalent to a regular small-scale lava mine. Minh Ha asked suspiciously, "Does that mean my spirit power capability is related to the concentration, not the volume of the medium?" He tidied up his books and suggested a test to find out. "Follow me." As Feng Tin turned to walk away, he added, "The lab has higher-grade exotic crystals on display. I'll show you." He asked hesitantly, "Oh, will I be bothering you, Professor? Class is already over after all." He smirked and countered, "Do you call me Professor when you run into me outside of school?" Minh Ha obediently replied, "Of course I do." Feng Tin explained, "Exactly. I am your teacher at all times. Clearing up a student's doubts is my responsibility. How could that be a bother?" He said happily and gratefully, "Thank you, Professor Feng." "Thank you, sir." Shortly after, at the Level 3 laboratory, he invited him in. The two pushed the door open to enter, where rows of items were displayed inside protective cases. Beside them were vials filled with colorful liquids. As Minh Ha rolled up his sleeves, he saw strange iron-like fragments. He clenched his fist and looked at his arms in shock. Feng Tin handed him gloves and warned, "These are material insulation gloves. Put them on first." Minh Ha immediately obeyed. "Yes, sir." He watched him put on the gloves and asked curiously, "Your innate superpower is of a very high rank. Is it the Red Venerable level?" he asked, caught off guard. "How did you know?" "Professor." Feng Tin adjusted his glasses, feigning intellectual authority as he questioned, "If I didn't have the ability to discern that, how could I teach the geniuses at your academy?" Minh Ha beamed and exclaimed, "You're truly amazing, Professor." He continued, "I don't just see that it's a Red Venerable level talent. I also noticed something else." He stood there blankly as Feng Tin explained that his understanding and control over his supernatural power were far from sufficient. When he walked in earlier, his arm had instinctively reacted to all the exotic crystals nearby. Hearing this, Minh Ha turned to look at the crystals right beside him. He said honestly, "I haven't had this power for long, so I hope Professor Feng can offer some guidance." He adjusted his glasses, his tone sounding a bit devious, as he let out a hum. "How will Professor Feng guide Minh Ha?" Feng Tin explained, with a serious expression, "As you said before, your spirit technique is to absorb the medium material and unleash a spirit fist that carries the effects of that material." He recalled the scene at that time and declared, "Therefore, when you need a certain material, you have to touch it." Feng Tin thought about the changes in Minh Ha's arm and continued, "But from the way you had a medium reaction to all the crystals in the room, right from the moment you walked into the lab, it shows you thought you could only absorb material by touching it, but that's not true." He looked at the exotic crystals on the table and told him that his arm reacts to all surrounding medium materials. Minh Ha looked at his clenched hand and said, "Basically, the higher the concentration of the material, the clearer the reaction. I hadn't paid attention to this at all before." Feng Tin pointed at him and asked, "The more pure, single medium material you absorb, the stronger the power you unleash, right?" He calmly instructed, "So, if you want your spirit technique to be stronger, you must first learn how to refuse to absorb the medium." Minh Ha was startled and shouted excitedly, "Refuse to absorb the medium?" Feng Tin pointed at the crystal on the table and stated, "That's right. For example, now, if you take off the insulation gloves, I want you to only absorb this icebone exotic crystal. Can you do it?" Without touching it, he watched as he opened the cover of the crystal on the table, and Minh Ha took off one glove, replying, "I'll try that." Minh Ha raised his hand and slowly moved it toward the foggy crystal. His eyes narrowed as he stared intently at it. Strands of energy from the crystal quickly flowed into his arm. Right after that, strands of energy from the other crystals in the room began flowing toward him as well. Minh Ha looked in shock as his arm was covered by the different energy streams from the crystals. Feng Tin stood by and calmly said, "You see, you haven't mastered your own spirit technique at all. In a situation like this, the spirit fist you unleash won't have any power." He added, "Not to mention that your method of fighting by absorbing the medium through touch is very unstable. If you want to use the blazing spirit fist, but you're 100 meters away from any fire, and the enemy knows your ability and deliberately blocks you, what then?" Then, Feng Tin used the cover to seal the foggy crystal. Minh Ha clenched his transformed hand tightly, feeling like he was in a tough spot. Then, he pointed at the crystal emitting the fog and said, "Now, touch it, and let's see what level of reaction you produce." The energy from it poured endlessly into his extended arm. Minh Ha's whole body was engulfed by blue energy from the crystal, and the mutation on his hand spread up to his elbow. Feng Tin, standing nearby, reached out to stop him. "All right, stop." Then he adjusted his glasses. Feng Tin smiled, pointed in one direction, and said with a laugh, "Come on, let's go to the testing range in the back and throw a punch." He led him to open the door to the testing field. Feng Tin looked at the large area filled with dummies and introduced, "These are all from previous experiments, don't worry about them." He pointed at the testing field ahead and said, "Give it a punch, and put your full strength into it." Hearing this, Minh Ha nodded lightly in agreement, then took a short step forward. Minh Ha's hands began to gather energy. Staring fixedly at the target ahead, he unleashed the ice-burst fist with all his might. The stream of ice energy shot straight out and quickly engulfed the training field. Afterwards, Minh Ha looked at the scene before him in amazement. The test site had been leveled to the ground by the ice crystals. He was startled, eyes wide open, unable to believe what he was seeing. Feng Tin was surprised and couldn't help but exclaim, "That's an insane spirit technique." Minh Ha immediately turned to look at him and explained repeatedly, "Professor Feng, this is the first time I've unleashed a medium spirit fist with this much power." Feng Tin adjusted his glasses and replied, "That proves that the power of your spirit technique is related to the concentration of the medium material. The crystal in class was only a small glint-level crystal. The spirit stone you're touching is just a glimmering grade." Lucian. He lowered his head, staring in shock as his arm was enveloped by the fading spirit energy. "A spirit stone this small is worth as much as an entire ice mine? That's incredible. With this, won't I be invincible in battle?" Feng Sheng chuckled behind his hand as he asked, "You think this is just cabbage that grows everywhere?" Minh Ha asked, covering his mouth in curiosity. "Teacher Feng, is there anyone who sells these?" He thought about the other spirit stones of the same grade and replied, "You can find low-grade ones, but they're rare. As for high-grade stones, they rarely ever hit the market." Feng Sheng calmly explained, "Most owners treat them as rare treasures for their collections. This glimmering grade bone-chilling spirit stone was donated to our academy by a social organization." Minh Ha looked at him and said, "So, if I carry a few of these on me, then at the critical moment, I can crush and absorb them to instantly unleash a powerful spiritual strike several times stronger than usual?" Feng Sheng held up a finger in approval. "That's right. With that kind of external boost, your combat strength is guaranteed. But there is one drawback." Minh Ha tilted his head, confused. "What drawback?" His next words hit him like a heavy blow. "It costs a fortune, that's what." Feng Sheng asked with a dead serious expression. "Are you rich or something?" He thought about the massive spirit stones and exclaimed, "Let alone the glimmering bone-chilling stone. Even if you had the money, you couldn't always buy one." Feng Sheng's voice deepened as he continued, "Even a low-level spirit stone is worth several times more than a diamond." Hearing this, Minh Ha sighed inwardly, "And here I thought I was rich." He placed a hand on his shoulder in comfort. "It's better to train hard on your own. You can keep 1 or 2 stones just in case of an emergency." He was practically in tears, thinking, as expected, the poor rely on hard work, while the rich rely on technology. Feng Sheng looked directly at Minh Ha, encouraging him, "Start by learning to identify catalysts. Your supernatural talent is truly exceptional." His voice continued, "If you use it properly, every bit of matter around you can become a weapon to make you stronger." He asked doubtfully, "How do I identify them?" Feng Sheng spread his arms and smiled. "Look, listen, smell. Use your skin to feel everything lingering in the air." Minh Ha was startled as he added, "Right now, you're still stuck using your eyes to see, taking things only at face value. But what the human eye can see is very limited. Human beings easily overlook the matter and elements that were already there." Feng Sheng said softly, "Your skin can sense the moisture in the air." His voice echoed, "Your nose can detect pollen and dust in the wind." Feng Sheng looked at Minh Ha's ear and said, "And your ears can hear the flowing of water." His voice was gentle, "Your hands can feel the movement of the wind." Feng Sheng held up his hands and reminded him with a smile, "You need to focus on training your 5 senses. Pay more attention to the small but significant things. Don't let your mind be controlled only by what your eyes can see." Minh Ha closed his eyes and asked, "Should I start by closing my eyes and feeling everything around me?" He immediately went to the door and shouted, "I have some scrap spirit stones of the same shape in here. Wait a moment." Feng Sheng placed a jar of spirit stones into his hands. "These are dim, low-level, and glimmering stones. Start your training by learning how to tell them apart." Minh Ha looked at the stones inside and muttered, "They really do look the same." He kept his hands in his pockets and calmly replied, "That's exactly why you need to learn. I told you not to rely on your eyes. I'm having you train this way, so that in different situations, you can quickly and accurately identify which catalysts are useful to you." He beamed, gripped the glass jar, and shouted, "I understand now." Skillfully utilizing everything around him to turn it into a weapon would help him become stronger. Feng Sheng instructed him with a serious look, "Sensing is the first stage you need to master. Absorption is the second stage you must train. Minh Ha was stunned as he listened. The absorption I'm talking about isn't through physical touch. It's about being able to absorb matter from tens of meters away, hundreds of meters, or even several kilometers away, and transforming it into your own power. He was astonished, shouting in excitement. I can absorb things from several kilometers away? Feng Sheng crossed his arms and said, Don't underestimate yourself, and don't underestimate your own innate talent. His voice carried on. Imagine one day, a bolt of lightning flashes overhead. If you can catch and absorb it, that's when you've succeeded in your training. Minh Ha's eyes widened, a flash of determination in them. I will do my best. He clenched his fist tightly, thinking to himself that he hated the feeling of being small and powerless. In his mind, Minh Ha recalled that scene and told himself he hated the feeling of being helpless even more. He lifted his head, looking straight ahead, with resolve he wasn't strong enough yet, but he would definitely become powerful. The next morning, sunlight filled the entire dormitory. Minh Ha was alone on the rooftop, while down below, everyone else was just starting their day as usual. He sat silently, looking at the spirit stones in front of him, muttering that they looked exactly the same. Minh Ha closed his eyes, silently telling himself that he lacked focus. In the darkness, his voice repeated over and over, Focus your mind to identify them, to identify them. Suddenly, faint flickers of light flashed, making Minh Ha jolt and open his eyes. He squeezed his fist tight, shouting with excitement, I've got it. Minh Ha looked at the spirit stones emitting different energies before him. Dim, low-level, and glimmering. He closed his eyes, using his mental energy to probe, and continued trying to sense the surrounding matter. Minh Ha stood still, sensing energy everywhere, and noted, The wind isn't strong right now. If I absorbed it, it would only be equivalent to a dim grade. He realized there was energy around him and muttered, I can't unleash much power like this. Let me try sensing a bit further away. Minh Ha stood still, sensing the entire area around him. He whispered softly, The wind is blowing from that direction, and it's bringing moisture. That's the lake. Minh Ha felt the energy inside the water and exclaimed, If I absorbed all of that, it would be equivalent to a low grade. Just then, he opened his eyes and looked forward in surprise. He took a startled step, thinking, it was blocked. Minh Ha quickly moved forward. He leaned against the railing, spotted the low-grade energy below, and praised, Not bad. Not bad. It works, he said with a calm expression. From now on, in battle, I won't have to worry about finding effective catalysts. Meteor was waving from the ground below. Minh Ha, surprised, asked, What are you doing here? She smiled brightly and shouted back, I brought what you needed. He immediately jumped down from the rooftop and said, Oh, great, I'm coming down. The prince watched Minh Ha land and started scolding him. Damn it, why is a beauty coming to find Minh Ha? Trong Vien chimed in loudly. That's so unfair. He already has a girlfriend, yet he's still out here flirting with others. The two single guys grumbled, green with envy, as Medu reached into her bag and said with a smile, You're in luck. I found a highly pure spirit branch. The seller needed cash fast and didn't want to go through the auction process. She held up a box and smiled. I snagged it for $850,000. I got it for you. Minh Ha excitedly took it and asked, Really? Thank you so much. Maidu replied with a smile, It's all in a day's work. I didn't expect you to be a student at the Superpower Academy. When you gave me the address, I thought I had misread it. He tucked it into his jacket pocket and replied, Thanks, but I'd rather my classmates didn't know about my business. Could you please keep this confidential? Of course, we take client privacy very seriously. She tilted her head and asked with a smile, Is there anything else you need? Minh Ha pointed forward and instructed, Actually, keep an eye out for anyone selling fire attribute essence crystals or granite and copper ore. I want to buy some. Also, if there are any bounties or commissions at the Hunter Hall, please let me know. Medu immediately took notes and nodded. No problem. I'll take care of it for you. He clenched his fist and said brightly, With this, I can finally break through to the Sun Corona level. It's going to be a massive leap in my power. Minh Ha then walked into the woods, opened the vial, and decided, This is the spot. He tilted his head back and swallowed it all in one go. The red liquid slid down his throat. Minh Ha closed his eyes, slowly absorbing the fluid into his chest, his heart beating rhythmically, pumping the glowing red serum through his veins to every part of his body. It surged forth, rushing straight down his arm. He gritted his teeth, his face covered in cold sweat. Suddenly, a terrifying blue energy erupted from his body. From the center of the forest where he sat, a shockwave of volatile energy rippled outward. Feeling the disturbance, he let out a sigh of relief. Minh Ha opened his eyes, smiled slightly, and whispered, "Success." He pushed himself up from the ground. Minh Ha grabbed his jacket, threw it over his shoulder, and declared, "Sun Corona level." He put the jacket on and quickly tidied up to leave. Just then, his phone rang. It was Uncle Vien. He asked softly, "It's Wednesday. Are you coming to train with Fuang Lin?" Minh Ha immediately replied, "Sure, I was actually looking for a real fight." Uncle Vien grinned and suggested, "Let's go all out this time. No restrictions on spirit techniques." He hesitated. "Isn't that a bit dangerous?" Uncle Vien immediately doubled the pay. Hearing that, Minh Ha's eyes lit up as he shouted, "Where? I'm on my way." Meanwhile, Fuang Lin stood alone on the massive arena, waiting. She started warming up, glanced to the side, and said, "Spirit techniques are allowed, right? Then he's definitely going to lose." Uncle Vien called out coldly from the sidelines, "Don't forget, you've already lost to this kid twice." He turned to Fuang Lin and added, "One more time. If you lose, you have to stand in the middle of the training field and dance for the whole school to see." She lifted a leg high and huffed. "My strength has broken through a major bottleneck. There's no way he can handle me now." Fuang Lin glanced over and added, "Besides, you know my spirit technique isn't exactly fair to most people." Uncle Vien was startled and looked over. He gestured toward the entrance and replied, "We'll see. He's here." Watching Minh Ha walk in wearing a mask, Uncle Vien remarked, "This kid is truly mysterious, always wearing that mask." Fuang Lin looked at him and smirked, "I won't go easy on you today." Minh Ha stepped into the ring, looked straight at her, frowned slightly, and said calmly, "Bring it on." Fuang Lin stood still, stared back, and shouted, "Let's go." With that, flames erupted around her feet as she stepped aside. She quickly gathered fire in her hands. Minh Ha frowned at the flames and asked, "Using your ultimate move right from the start?" She dashed toward him, yelling, "I told you." Engulfed in flames, Fuang Lin charged forward, screaming, "I'm not holding back." Minh Ha saw the fire racing toward him and narrowly dodged to the side. He landed on his feet and looked back at the flames. His eyes flashed with a blue light as he silently thought, "Her explosive speed is terrifying." Fuang Lin spun in midair and shouted, "Doesn't look like you're focused enough." She stomped down hard. Minh Ha could only cross his arms to block. Cracks instantly appeared in the ground beneath his feet. Fire burned and spread out from the fissures. Fuang Lin immediately flipped backward to create some distance. The hair tie in her hair couldn't withstand the heat and snapped. Her hair cascaded down. She looked straight at him, raised her hand to gather energy, and said confidently, "Doesn't look like you'll last more than a few minutes." Outside the ring, a crowd of male students gathered and whispered excitedly, "Is that the Phoenix Princess? Why is she using her spirit technique today? Her opponent is doomed. He's already being used as a punching bag after 2 moves." Someone from the front turned around and said, "You guys are late. You missed the look on her face earlier. That speed, that power, that form." Inside the ring, Minh Ha stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and said, "Your superpower is incredible. You're the strongest person I've ever fought." He grabbed his left hand, shook it, and continued, "If it were before, I wouldn't have been able to handle even 2 of your moves." Minh Ha strode forward and shouted, "But, unfortunately for you, I just leveled up to the Sun Corona stage." He felt a powerful surge of energy erupting from his heart. A wild, untamed power was raging within him, and a brilliant white energy radiated from his body. He let out a loud roar, and the pent-up power burst forth. A gale of wind centered on him blew out in all directions. Fuang Lin couldn't even open her eyes and had to shield her face. Minh Ha charged forward, his fist ready to strike. A voice rang out, "Look out!" Fuang Lin immediately crouched down, gathering flames to block the attack, and she was sent flying back a fair distance. Minh Ha stomped his foot hard into the ground, using the momentum to leap high into the air in pursuit. He quickly dashed forward, chasing after Fuang Lin. Without a moment's hesitation, Minh Ha continuously rained powerful punches down upon her. A flash of light sparked in Fuang Lin's eyes as she quickly formed a hand seal, then thrust her palm forcefully into his chest. Minh Ha took the hit and couldn't help but retreat rapidly. He looked at his scorched hand and chest, thinking to himself, "I'm the one attacking, yet I'm the one getting hurt by her flames." Minh Ha stared at the burns spreading across his arm, deep in thought. "If this keeps up, my arm is going to be crippled." Fuang Lin raised both arms, now wreathed in flames, and shouted, "Come and get me. But honestly, you're only fit to be my punching bag." She pursed her lips in a faint smile, and the surrounding flames flared up intensely. Minh Ha narrowed his eyes, keeping his gaze locked on Fuang Lin. As the fire on her body roared higher, a massive phantom of a vermilion bird emerged from the flames. He felt the grim reality of the situation beneath his feet. She's right, if I keep this up, I won't be able to beat her. Is this the true power of Huang Lin from the martial arts department? No choice. I'll have to make do with this for now. Minh Ha's entire body emitted a blue glow as he placed his hands on the ground, muttering, no choice. I'll have to make do with this for now. He looked at his arms, now coated in earthy energy, and continued, this way, my arms won't get burned anymore. Just then, Huang Lin charged toward him, engulfed in flames. Above her head, the phantom of the fiery vermilion bird dove down, flapping its wings. It lunged straight at him, intent on swallowing Minh Ha whole. Huang Lin spun around, appearing behind his back, and braked hard. She hunched low, pressing her body against the ground to a stop. In the next second, Huang Lin turned into a streak of lightning and bolted away. Wrapped in fire, she raced circles around him. Huang Lin moved forward with a stern expression, and the flames began to spread rapidly, quickly engulfing her entire body. Finally, Huang Lin's form instantly morphed into a phoenix. A massive explosion erupted, and thick smoke quickly filled the arena. A dark silhouette surged forward, rapidly closing in on the standing Minh Ha. He reached up, grabbed his outer shirt, pulled it off with force, and tossed it behind him. With a look of extreme caution, he scanned the ring of fire surrounding him. The flames rapidly intertwined, aiming straight for Minh Ha. Huang Lin's eyes flashed with intensity as she stared him down. Minh Ha raised his hands to fend off the incoming fire from all sides, thinking to himself, the power of Huang Lin from the martial arts department is terrifying. This is clearly just a spirit technique, yet it's even more fearsome than some people's soul artifacts. Two onlookers outside were also startled, their jaws dropping as they stared at the arena. They watched the rock and stone coating Minh Ha's arms begin to crack. They thought, that makeshift earth armor isn't strong enough. Even if he absorbs it, it can't withstand Huang Lin's flames. Watching Huang Lin charge forward with full force, they speculated, if this continues, he's definitely going to lose. She slammed her foot down to come to a halt. Huang Lin dropped to one knee, looking at Minh Ha, and said, just give up. The arms he had held up to protect his face were now covered in flames. Minh Ha glared in that direction and shouted, I haven't lost yet. Huang Lin let out a breath and advised him, this is just a sparring match. There's no point in fighting until you're so badly injured that you have to be hospitalized. Minh Ha looked straight at her, asking, you've spent quite a bit of your own stamina too, haven't you? Huang Lin breathed heavily and replied calmly, maybe, but you can't take much more. Don't push yourself too hard. In this entire elite academy, fewer than 5 people can spar with me in this state. You've already done well enough. His eyes filled with stubborn defiance. He said, but I still want to try. Minh Ha closed his eyes and began to meditate, sensing everything around him. Minh Ha felt the ground beneath his feet, whispering, the earth beneath me. Next, he picked up the breeze on the arena, whispering, wind blowing from the south. Then, Minh Ha caught a scent and said, the smell of plants and humid air. A vision of water appeared before his eyes, and he shouted excitedly, a lake, it's dense water, elemental energy. Minh Ha kept his eyes closed, using his spirit to calculate. If I go out of bounds, I'll lose. I have to use the sensory method Professor Feng taught me. First, he rejected the unnecessary elements, no wind, no plants, no earth. By then, he had focused his choice on water. I only need water. A single drop landed on the ground with a soft sound. Huang Lin stood still, gathering flames while watching him, her brow furrowing slightly, her eyes filled with doubt. Huang Lin pressed both hands against the ground, hunched over, and said, fine then. I don't want to waste any more time with you. Let's end this. Right after, a surge of flames instantly circled around, rushing all over Minh Ha. His entire body radiated a blue light, trapped inside the ring of fire. Minh Ha kept his eyes closed, ignoring the closing flames as he yelled, I'll take it. He raised his hands, which were now wrapped in water elemental energy, and his voice echoed, use it for me. A massive torrent of water surged from the lake, gathering rapidly, targeting the fire on the arena floor. He raised his fist and slammed it hard into the ground, glaring straight at Huang Lin. A water dragon appeared, looking majestic and powerful. Opposite him, the flames were ready for battle. She started, looking up in shock at what she saw. In Huang Lin's eyes, the image of the water dragon grew larger as it charged forward. It opened its mouth wide, as if to swallow her whole. Huang Lin looked up, gritting her teeth as she stared at the water dragon before her, and in the next second, she was completely submerged by the torrent. The audience outside saw the water overflowing from the arena, and they ran away, screaming, we're going to be flooded. Run! The safety railing is about to break. The water burst from inside, rapidly cascading toward the stairs. A male student caught his friend and looked back, shouting, "My God! What kind of super ability is that? Isn't the use of soul artifacts forbidden in school matches?" The two of them argued loudly. "I only saw blue light earlier, no purple light. They must both be using spirit techniques. If spirit techniques have this kind of power, I'll drink the whole lake dry." The sky turned dark, and raindrops began to fall continuously. Minh Ha stood still in his spot, letting the water pour down on him. The crowd watched him standing there, exclaiming, "Is this the true power of a Hongzun-class superpower? It's strong, so strong." The water rapidly drained away through the system. Minh Ha started when he saw Fuang Lin lying unconscious nearby, looking shocked that she had been covered by the water. Minh Ha immediately lunged toward her, shouting, "Oh no!" Minh Ha carefully lifted Fuang Lin into his arms and called out, "Hey, are you okay?" He stared intently at her, whispering to himself, "It looks like she inhaled too much water." Minh Ha pressed down hard on Fuang Lin's chest to perform first aid. Both his hands were pushing firmly against her chest. Uncle Vienne approached from behind, laughing as he said, "Just doing chest compressions isn't enough. You need to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation." Minh Ha, hearing this, was startled and exclaimed, "Huh, that doesn't seem like a good idea." The old man urged him loudly, "Hurry up, didn't they teach you how to perform CPR at school?" Fuang Lin had her eyes tightly shut, lying still on the ground. He frowned slightly, and finally, he made up his mind. Minh Ha reached up to pull the mask off his face. His face flushed red as he used one hand to pinch Fuang Lin's nose, used the other to tilt her chin up, and leaned in close. Minh Ha parted his lips slightly and slowly moved toward her face. Suddenly, Fuang Lin reached up to block his mouth, coldly refusing. "That's not necessary." She propped herself up and sat, saying that this young lady wasn't that fragile. Minh Ha coughed, quickly pulling his mask back up as he replied, "I'm glad you're okay." Uncle Vienne stood to the side, sighing in disappointment. So frustrating. Just a little bit more. Fuang Lin bowed her head, closed her eyes, and declared, "You won." Hearing this, Minh Ha looked straight at her and replied, "It was just a spar. There's no need to decide a winner or loser. You are truly very strong. If I hadn't grasped the foundation of my own superhuman ability at the very last moment, I would have been beaten to the point of having no strength left to resist." She rested her hands on her knees, stood up, and countered, "A win is a win, and a loss is a loss. You don't need to be modest." He reached his hand out toward her and said, "Fair enough. Being able to become your opponent is also my honor." Fuang Lin reached out and took his hand, smiling as she replied, "Next time, let's spar with soul arts." Uncle Vienne immediately stepped in to protest. "That won't do. With your level of strength, soul arts has immense destructive power. You should use them to wipe out the beasts invading our human cities, not against your own people." Hearing that, Minh Ha glanced at her and agreed, "That's right. Uncle Vienne is right. Our enemy is those beasts." Then, he turned and pointed behind him. "Goodbye. I have things to do. See you later." The old man raised his hand and replied, "All right, goodbye." The group of male students nearby had their eyes wide with excitement and shouted, "It's the goddess!" "Yeah, that's the saintess of martial arts." Fuang Lin reached up, using her hands to quickly gather her hair. Uncle Vienne glanced at her, startled for a moment, then immediately draped a shawl over her shoulders and said, "All right, you're soaked to the bone. Let's head back quickly." A black car sped along the highway. Uncle Vienne was driving and glanced back at her, saying, "That kid is a bit different." Fuang Lin frowned and let out a cold huff as she replied, "I won't lose next time." He looked straight ahead and said, "This is a university, a gathering place for young geniuses. Anyone who can go head-to-head with you would be dying to brag about it everywhere, using your reputation to become famous in school, let alone the fact that he pushed you to the brink today." She pulled the towel down and muttered, "He's always so mysterious. I don't know what he's being so cautious about." Uncle Vienne thought about Minh Ha and remarked, "He wore a mask the whole time. He probably doesn't want others to know his identity or his true strength. But not many young men can resist the temptation of being in the spotlight." Fuang Lin's voice rang out. "He's just trying to act mysterious." The old man's voice followed. "Come to think of it, at the school's awards ceremony, they honored someone for special meritorious service. People there were whispering that it must be him. Are there members of the Longna among our students? He definitely made a very important contribution. Who is that person that's so mysterious? Does anyone know? I want to know even more than anyone else. With such a great honor, he didn't even accept it? If it were me, I'd want the whole school to know." Thinking of this, Uncle Vienne added softly, "They say he made a huge contribution during the Tulin accident. But in the end, he didn't reveal his identity. Feng Lin lunged forward and shouted, "Are you implying he might be that mysterious student with the special merit?" He pointed out quietly. "He's a freshman, and his strength is already far beyond his peers. Oh well, we should respect his wishes. Next time you spar, pick a more private spot." She heard him, and immediately replied, that works too." Uncle Vienne smiled and teased, "By the way, did you see his face earlier?" Feng Lin crossed her arms over her chest, angrily replying. Uncle Vienne's voice echoed as he teased her, "Even though you were covered in dust from fighting, you could tell that kid was pretty good looking." Her eyes blazed with fire as she shouted, "Uncle Vienne, don't think that just because I was a bit dazed, I didn't hear what you said. It was you who scared him." He laughed and said, "Of course I knew you wouldn't be in any real danger. Didn't I do that to help you pull off his mask and see if he was handsome, and if he matched your aesthetic?" High on the highway, Feng Lin threatened him. "Uncle Vienne, you should go sweep the streets later. My training class doesn't really need you." Uncle Vienne laughed and conceded. All right, young lady. I sincerely apologize." In the hunter's lobby, people were coming and going, very busy. Maidu gestured for Minh Ha to follow her inside. He sat down in a chair, and she immediately placed a box on the table. Maidu pointed at the box with both hands and said, "This is the item you told me to look out for earlier." Minh Ha immediately reached out to open the lid. He stared at the blue glowing essence crystal inside and exclaimed, "A bone-chilling essence crystal. Is this a master-level essence crystal?" Minh Ha smiled, quickly closing the box, and replied, "That's right. Are you satisfied?" "Thank you. I'm very satisfied." He thought back to the scene in the testing field, thinking that with this, even if he faced an enemy many times stronger, he wouldn't be left without the strength to fight back. Right after that, Maidu held up one finger to quote the price. "It cost 1 million of the currency you deposited here." Minh Ha jumped up in surprise and shouted, 1 million? She smiled and replied, "That's right, this stuff is very rare. I had to go to Northern Capital to win it at auction." He sat back down in the chair and laughed. "Regardless, thank you. If there are any other essence crystals being sold, please keep an eye out for me as well." Maidu immediately agreed. "No problem." He asked softly, "Right. In your message, you said there was one more important matter. What is it?" She turned her head, searching through her bag, and said, "It's this." Maidu took out a badge and a certificate and cheered. "Congratulations. You have become a Suncrest-level hunter in our association." Minh Ha smiled, reached out to accept it, and replied, "Thank you." Maidu added, "After becoming a Suncrest hunter, you will receive many more privileges." She said with excitement, "The intelligence reports collected by the Hunter Association will be promptly and synchronously updated for you. You will also have the eligibility to participate in the annual Hunter Assembly and can submit formal requests to the association." Minh Ha stood up, staring at Li Cam in the lobby. Maidu stood up and looked at him, asking, "You know him? Before you arrived, he was always looking for bounties, but since he's a Sun-rank hunter without much experience, he's had no luck." Li Cam was below, arguing excitedly with the receptionist, but she kept shaking her head to refuse him. Maidu added that not many people in Nandu wanted to hire him. Minh Ha smiled and replied, "I do. Actually, I have something I need his help with. Can you set up a task for me? How much does a simple information gathering job usually cost?" She smiled slightly and continued, "No need to pay. He'll be more than happy to do it for you." He was startled and exclaimed, "Why?" Maidu pointed to the paper from earlier and explained, "You must not have been paying attention when I mentioned the privileges of a Corona-rank hunter. Normally, low-rank hunters need a recommendation stamp from a high-rank hunter to get promoted." Her tone turned serious as she continued, "And those high-rank recommendation stamps are exchanged using accumulation points. The points you have right now can be traded for 4 stamps. Plus, when choosing a hunter, clients really value those high-rank recommendation stamps." Minh Ha rubbed his chin, muttering, "I see, so that's how it is." Maidu looked down at the lobby and reminded him, "Since you're a high-rank hunter now, you can delegate smaller tasks and errands to low-rank hunters." She looked at the high-rank hunter below and continued, "That way, you'll have more time for more important matters. And new hunters are often very willing to work for a high-rank hunter for free just to earn these limited recommendation stamps." Maidu smiled, pointing out that without a reputation or a recommendation stamp, it's very hard for them to land high-paying bounties. Minh Ha agreed. "All right then. Keep me anonymous. I don't want him to know he's working for me." She stared down at Li Cam below. Maidu chuckled, picked up her notebook, and called out, "No problem. Just tell me exactly what you need him to do, and I'll draft an agreement. The payment would be 1 recommendation stamp." Eventually, Li Cam was about to leave in disappointment. Just then, Maydew appeared and gestured for him to stop. Lee Cam grabbed the paper, exclaiming excitedly, "This is great! Finally, someone values me. I can't believe it's a Corona rank hunter." He couldn't stop bowing and thanking her. Lee Cam was full of excitement, clutching the paper tightly and shouting, "I have to do a great job this time." He wanted to leave a good impression on this senior. Maybe then he could keep getting good missions from her in the future. He quickly ran off to complete the task. Minh Ha watched Lee Cam and thought to himself, "Being rich really is great. Becoming a Corona rank hunter is so easy, and I can even order others around. This is awesome." Suddenly, he froze, his eyes glazing over as he remembered, "Wait, no, I just spent $1 million earlier." Minh Ha was teary-eyed, feeling the pain. That money could have bought a decent house in Lanyang. Supers need to spend so much money. I have to find a way to earn more. And I still need to buy a house in the big city. He smiled, looking at the weird crystal in his pocket and concluded, but this thing must be worth the price. It should make killing a main-level disaster beast very easy. Especially since after reaching the Corona rank, my ability to absorb spirit medium has become stronger. Just then, the phone in Minha's pocket rang. He saw the most beautiful sister in the universe on the screen and exclaimed, "Sister." Minh immediately picked up and asked with a smile, "Sister, why are you calling me so early today?" Chinyu, dragging her luggage, laughed and asked, "Guess where I am?" He thought about what she usually did and replied, "At the park, right?" Chinyu immediately puffed out her cheeks and criticized him loudly. "You don't care about me at all. Didn't I tell you I was self-studying to take the exam?" Minh quickly said, "Didn't you always self-study before?" She lifted her suitcase up and replied, "Isn't it because I fell behind for over a year to take care of you? I don't want to work for others for the rest of my life." He smiled and said, "You don't have to work for others forever. I can support you now. Did you get the money I sent?" Chinyu sat down and said, "I heard supers need to spend a lot of money. Keep it for yourself. Besides, it's not like I don't have hands and feet. Why should you support me?" She smiled brightly and interrupted, "Don't try to change the subject. I'd like to officially announce that the astronomy organization has agreed to interview me in Nandu. I finally have a prestigious job." Minh was startled and shouted, "The astronomy organization? They want to hire you?" Chinyu sounded very proud. "That's right. Even if it's just a temporary position, working at the astronomy organization means I have a stable career now. Who knows, maybe after working for a year, I can buy you some high-quality gear." His voice filled with excitement. "You're amazing, sister. You got into the astronomy organization all on your own." "Of course." She tilted her head back and replied, "I'm already on the bus. Remember to come pick me up." Minh immediately replied, "Yes." The phone screen showed 3 o'clock. He looked up at the sky and thought, "That's right. I almost forgot how smart she is. She only gave up her studies to raise me." The corners of Minha's mouth lifted, and he said, "This is great. Finally, she doesn't have to struggle anymore, and on the weekends, I can take her out to eat often." Afterward, Chinyu dragged her suitcase out and shouted, "Minh." He immediately smiled and called out, "Sister." Minh looked at her and said, "You've worked hard. Today, I'll take you on a tour around Nandu." Hearing that, Chinyu smiled. "I've been looking forward to it." The two of them rode a sports car around the city. Next, he and his sister laughed and walked through the snack streets. Then, Minh and Chinyu watched the stars together. Finally, the two ran around and admired the moon. He and his sister lay on the bed, sighing. Minh shouted, "So tired. We played all day." She held up her camera and praised, "Nandu is so beautiful. I must work hard and buy a big house here." Just then, Chinyu turned to him in a panic and shouted, "A big house here costs 10 to 20 million? 10 to 20 million? She sat up, clenched her fists, and declared with determination, "I must work really hard from now on." Minh sat silently as he listened. Chinyu stood up straight and shouted, "I'm only getting married if he has a big house." The next morning, he stood waiting for her. Minh looked at the building in front of them and shouted, "Let's go. I'm coming to the astronomy organization with you." Minh looked ahead and said, "Let's go. I'm coming to the astronomy organization with you." On the high mountain peak, a tall tower stood firm. The Nandu Astronomy Organization stood there majestically. Minh and Chinyu arrived and had to stand still for a full body scan before entering. A female employee asked, "Chinyu, right? Please follow me." He saw her turn back and wave at him, saying encouragingly, "Cheer up." Minh stood waiting outside, staring incessantly at the inside. He glanced at the items in the main hall and couldn't help but exclaim, "As expected of the observatory, there are guards everywhere." Minh muttered to himself, The entire observatory relies on comet observation, allowing humanity's superhumans to foresee disasters and take appropriate measures. He walked over to the sofa, sat down, and said, "The observatory is like the eye of humanity, constantly monitoring movements from deep space." Minh Ha looked around and whispered, "She managed to get into this place. Even if it's just a small office job, that's already quite impressive." Just then, a guard noticed someone walking down the stairs and greeted him in surprise. Ngo Long immediately put a finger to his lips, signaling him to be quiet. He walked over to where Minh Ha was sitting and whispered, "It's cleaner in here." Ngo Long sat down with a stack of documents, complaining that organizing those chaotic mathematical formulas was giving him a headache. Minh Ha looked at him, wondering, "Isn't this Dr. Ngo from the textbooks?" He glanced at him and asked, "Young man, is this your first day on the job?" Minh Ha heard this and waved his hands repeatedly to deny it. "No, I just came with my sister for an interview." No Long exclaimed, "Oh, no wonder. I was wondering why the observatory would hire someone so young." He stood up excitedly and asked, "Are you Dr. Ngo Long?" He lowered his head and smiled without answering. "What do you think?" Minh Ha excitedly affirmed, "It must be you. I've read about your story in textbooks." Ngo Long paused slightly and asked curiously, "Really? What does the book say about me?" In his head, the content of the book appeared. The book stated that he discovered an extraordinary material in a comet and named it Hong. By observing the energy that the Hong material emits, one can predict the strength of a beast's life force. He raised an eyebrow slightly and continued, "It seems it's all praise." Minh Ha smiled brightly and exclaimed, "Of course, the book calls you a great scholar. If not for your discovery, our superhuman organization wouldn't have been able to come up with effective response measures." Ngo Long calmly asked, "So, do you want a photo with me?" He raised his phone to look at the screen and replied immediately, "Yes, I do." Then, the doctor picked up the magazine on the table and gently shooed him away. "All right, you can go show off to your classmates now. Don't bother me while I'm reading." Ngo Long held up the magazine and said, "I'm hiding here because I want some quiet time to read this." Minh Ha saw the magazine in his hand and yelled in shock, "You're reading a women's fashion magazine?" He waved his hand to shoo him away. "Isn't a magazine a book? Stop interrupting my downtime." Minh Ha heard this and scratched his head, replying, "I understand, doctors are men too." His roommate also likes watching shows like that. Right after that, he immediately turned and left. At that moment, a female assistant walked over and criticized loudly, "Doctor, please don't run off and slack when the machinery is only halfway through operation." Ngo Long closed his eyes and replied calmly, "I'm just changing my train of thought." She frowned and demanded, "Please finish your work before indulging in your personal hobbies." He placed the magazine over his face and sighed, "You're so annoying." Ngo Long raised his hand to explain, "I've already told you all. There is no Hong material in the comet debris at Lan Duong City, and it is absolutely impossible for any undiscovered comet lifeform to have fallen to Earth." The female assistant's serious voice rang out, still hoping he would carefully check all the debris. He had to pick up the magazine and reluctantly replied, "Fine." Afterward, No Long tossed it into Minh Ha's chest. "It's a gift for you. It's a waste to throw it away." He caught it in surprise and said, "Thank you, doctor." Minh Ha stood still, watching their backs as they walked away. Chin Yu came out from inside and waved excitedly. They said they could try out for 3 months, so they could finally work here. Hearing this, he smiled brightly and exclaimed, "That's great. Congratulations, sis." She leaned over to look at the magazine in Minh Ha's hand and wondered, "Why are you reading this kind of magazine?" He replied softly, "Dr. Ngo Long left it behind." Chin Yu's sister immediately laughed and teased him. "He's a great scholar. Why would he come here to read this kind of vulgar book?" "Minh Ha, why are you still the same as you used to be? It's so easy for people to tell when you're lying." Minh Ha heard this and said urgently, "It's not like that, sis. Listen to my explanation." Afterward, the two quickly returned to Minh Ha's apartment. Chin Yu dragged a large suitcase inside. She flopped onto the sofa and laughed. Finally found an ideal job, living in a house full of sunlight, barely managing to put down roots in this big, bustling city. No need to wander around anymore. Chin Yu leaned against the back of the sofa and muttered, "It's so good. Everything is moving in a positive direction." Minh Ha stood on the balcony, looked down, and suggested, "Don't you love planting flowers? This balcony can hold many of the flowers you like." Chin Yu immediately jumped up and said, "Let's go plant them now." When she came into the residential complex earlier, she saw a flower shop. "Go take a look with me." He turned his head and smiled, agreeing. "Sure." The two quickly prepared and rushed out of the room. Minh Ha took out his phone. An unknown number appeared on the screen. He held the phone to his ear and answered. The person on the other end spoke immediately. Hello, are you Minh Ha? May I ask if anyone is next to you? What I'm about to discuss with you shouldn't be heard by outsiders. Minh Ha pulled the phone away, looked toward Chin Yu, and called out, Sis, you might have to go buy flowers by yourself. It seems my superior is giving me a mission. She heard this and agreed. All right. He quickly went out to the balcony and said, Please, go ahead. The person on the other end confirmed if he was Minh Ha, a member of the Long Nya organization. Is that you? Minh Ha replied, It's me. Instructor La touched his earpiece and introduced himself. Chu, that is my subordinate. Lori told me to contact you. You can call me Instructor La. Minh Ha heard this and urged, Instructor La, please give me the address. He was sitting in the distance, looking forward, and solemnly announced, Lori introduced you to me and highly recommended you to take over Chu, that's position. The Long Nya organization thinks highly of your 2 recent actions, so I am officially informing you that you have become a freelance member of the Long Nya organization. He widened his eyes and repeated, A freelance member? Instructor La frowned and explained, The enemy's infiltration is even more terrifying than we thought, and it's possible that even the information of Long Nya members has been compromised. His voice rang out, explaining, That's why we need to establish a new branch within Long Nya, called freelance members. Instructor La calmly compared, You will be like bloodthirsty sharks in the murky sea, hunting down the henchmen of the Thien Qian organization. Minh Ha heard this and gripped his phone tightly, asking, Do you already have a clue about the mastermind behind this? He thought of the stack of documents he had received and replied, Recently, we found a very important clue. A long time ago, Lu Qian once bought a batch of medical equipment on the black market. We suspect that when he bought these machines, he made connections with people from the Heavenly Authority organization. Minh Ha frowned and concluded, So that's how it is. Triu Thu Hoa Tin needs specialized machinery to refine bestiar blood. Instructor La looked at the stack of documents in his hand and gave the order, I'll send you the address later. You're a newcomer, so you won't easily arouse their suspicion. I'm entrusting this investigation to you. I hope you can find out who is in close contact with Triu Thu Hoa. He looked down and nodded in agreement. Understood? I will investigate it thoroughly. The instructor added softly, Proceed with caution. If you discover the lair of the Heavenly Authority organization, notify Lori immediately. We will have to dispatch the supernatural special forces to support you. Before long, Minh Ha arrived at the given address. He stood still, looking at the crowded building in front of him. He walked toward it, unable to help but sigh. Is the black market so high-end these days? Or is it just because I watch too much TV? The real black market was actually hidden within a magnificent, grand skyscraper. Minh Ha stood still, looking at the 4 people in front of him, and muttered, Just looking at these 4, I can tell they are supernaturals. Minh Ha stepped forward, heading toward the building. A girl with a blindfold immediately walked up and blocked his path, asking, Do you have an appointment? Minh Ha smiled at her and made up a story. My girlfriend looks a bit plain. I suggested she come here for plastic surgery, but I don't know the prices here, so I wanted to get a consultation. Hearing this, the blindfolded girl silently looked at him. After a moment, she raised her hand to point inside, guiding him. Take the elevator to the lobby on the next floor. That is the main part of the hospital. Don't wander around. Minh Ha replied. Got it. He stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 3rd floor. Soon, the elevator doors opened. Minh Ha arrived at his destination and saw only a few customers inside the hall. A young man immediately walked out and asked with a smile, Hello, how can I help you? Trin Dang, the sales manager, asked, Are you looking to buy our longevity supplements, or are you interested in our biochemical beauty procedures? Minh Ha put his hands in his pockets and asked back, Longevity supplements? The man immediately jumped in, I can tell you're a filial child. You're here to buy longevity supplements for your parents, right? He scratched his nose in embarrassment and replied, Something like that, mister. Dang pointed toward a nearby customer and said, Everyone who comes to learn about our products is like you. At first, they are skeptical, but once you see how our products are made, you won't doubt us anymore. Minh Ha exclaimed in surprise. Is it that miraculous? Can your products really help people live forever? Hearing this, the man laughed, patted his chest, and replied, At Lekang, we have always produced things that defy the laws of nature. He urged, Then lead the way. If it's really effective, I'd like to buy a good amount. Mister, Dang pointed in one direction and said with a smile, Seeing is believing. I'll take you to see our production room. Minh Ha agreed. Sure. He walked toward the elevator and said, We go up from here. Just as Trin Dang was about to press the button, he paused for a moment. He pressed the up button and exclaimed, "I almost forgot." Trin Dang's expression darkened, and he threatened in a low voice, "You have to tell me who introduced you here. We rarely get walk-in clients. Everyone comes through referrals from existing customers." Minh Ha looked at the men in black on both sides and replied, "I just heard you guys have good stuff." He kept his hands in his pockets and threatened with a smirk, "You have to give me a name, otherwise I can't take you up. If you can't provide one, we'll have to verify your identity." He glanced behind him, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect them to be this vigilant." The men in black quickly closed in, surrounding Minh Ha. He looked at them thoughtfully. They didn't ask at the beginning, but waited until they got here to interrogate him. Was this obviously a trap for investigators? Minh Ha pursed his lips slightly and asked, "If I name one of your regular clients, can I go up?" Trin Dang laughed upon hearing this and replied, "Of course. If you are genuinely interested in learning more, we will be happy to serve you." The group stared intently at Minh Ha, and the man's voice echoed, "But we have to be careful, in case you're here to steal our technology." Trin Dang added with a cold laugh, "There's no room for error." A name popped into his head, and he shouted, "Miss Ho introduced me." The man was startled and paused. Trin Dang's face softened, and he said, "Oh, so it's Miss Ho. In that case, consider yourself an honored guest." Then, he pointed forward and replied, "I'll take you up to visit our cultivation area." Immediately after, the elevator reached the 22nd floor. Mr. Dang walked ahead, saying, "Humans only know that beast ear serum can cause mutations in some plants and animals on Earth." He led Minh Ha to a massive building and continued, "But they don't know that plants can also mutate." He scanned the surrounding space, counting the artificial sun lamps and automatic misting equipment. Mr. Dang walked over to the cactus cultivation area and explained, "Look at these cacti. If crushed into powder, they actually have some beauty benefits, which is why all succulent plants have value." He leaned over to touch the misting system and said, "But after we cultivate them, their vitality is 100,000 times stronger than an ordinary cactus." Trin Dong's voice continued, "Grinding it into powder can help users feel youthful and vibrant. Our cactus powder is the most popular product among young women right now." Minh Ha was startled and probed, "Cultivated with beast ear serum? But are you sure the beast ear serum you get here isn't fake?" Trin Dong laughed and replied, "We have our own sources. In fact, every city has its own official supply channels. Not to mention beast ear serum, even beast ear eggs, hearts, or brains, we can get it all." Upon hearing this, he lowered his head and sighed to himself. It's no wonder this is called the black market. No matter how luxurious and high-end it looks on the outside, it can never change the nature of the black market. He pointed in one direction and shouted, "Look over here." Minh Ha mused silently, wondering how the remains of large beast ears ended up in the hands of these unscrupulous merchants. Trin Dong pointed to another cultivation spot and introduced, "These are the creatures that humans hate the most." Immediately after, a piece of meat was dropped into the cultivation chamber. The man's voice echoed as he explained, "But what if what they eat isn't human blood, but fat?" Mr. Dang asked softly, "Do you know how many people struggling with obesity would love these cute little creatures?" Minh Ha looked at the mutated mosquitoes inside and uncertainly replied, "So, instead of doing liposuction, you let these mutated mosquitoes feed on the bodies of girls who want to become beautiful?" Tiet Tron Dang watched the mosquitoes, quickly flew away, leaving that piece of meat behind, and replied, "It's natural and harmless. Traditional liposuction causes extreme trauma to the body, but our company's Life Force product is relatively safe and healthy." He pointed forward and said, "There is something even more amazing in the back." Minh Ha heard this and smiled, answering, "Sure." He quickly followed behind, thinking to himself, "So these unscrupulous merchants are profiting from disaster." Tiet Tron Dang's voice echoed. The serum technology extracted by Zhao Shuhua was causing the creatures in the sewers to mutate, which was definitely 100% originating from here. His footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Tiet Tron Dang touched the door and asked, "You've watched Journey to the West, right? You know that eating a piece of Tang Seng's flesh grants immortality, don't you?" Minh Ha calmly replied, "Yeah." Then, Tiet Tron Dang flicked his finger, and the curtain was instantly lifted, revealing the light inside. Minh Ha was startled and opened his eyes wide as he heard Tiet Tron Dang explain, "Human lifespan isn't as short as we think. In reality, everyone can live to be at least 120 years old." He spread his arms wide and declared with a big smile, "Why do most people pass away at only 70 or 80? Think about it. If everyone could reach 120, then 60 or 70 would just be middle age." Minh Ha stood still, looking forward defensively, and asked, "What is that?" Surrounding the two of them were a series of earworms. Tiet Tron Dung calmly answered, earworms. He thought about those earworms and explained them as a species somewhat similar to humans. When the research staff dissected these earworms, they discovered that they were immune to every disease on Earth. A wild look flashed in Tiet Tron Deng's eyes as he continued. After running tests, we discovered that once the human body absorbs their eggs, his voice was filled with excitement as he shouted, we will also gain immunity to most diseases, especially those that shorten human lifespans. This is Tiet Tron Deng spread his arms, proudly declaring the longevity capsule researched by our company. Inside was a green vial containing the monster eggs. Tiet Tron Deng spread his arms and shouted about this stage of evolution in the universe. He held up the vial and introduced this Xuanzang pill as the key to human evolution. Illness and old age, these are things that will be in the distant future. Humanity will enter a new stage of life. Minh Ha's eyes widened as he looked at the bottle, groaning silently. Oh my God, what are these people doing? These beasts have crazy vitality and terrifying reproductive capabilities. There are a few special cases I've been taught about. Minh Ha found it hard to believe, thinking that some of these eggs were frozen at -40 degrees but showed no signs of life. Minh Ha couldn't imagine them being able to revive themselves in a warm, humid place and even hatching out of their own shells. He panicked and pondered. Even the eggs that the ultraviolet light killed could recover under compatible conditions. Tiet Tron Deng placed the vial into a drawer and said that he only needed to put the samples here. He laughed loudly and pointed to one side, adding, that's still not the best thing here. Minh Ha heard this and cursed angrily to himself. These evil merchants. To make more money from the eggs, they turned them into capsules. He followed Tiet Tron Deng around the floor. Minh Ha couldn't stop worrying in his mind. They don't know that when these eggs enter the human stomach, they are basically providing the perfect environment for the eggs to develop and hatch out of their shells. He thought, full of crisis, even if it's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, it's still too dangerous. Maybe they don't know this, and they are selling it to unsuspecting people as a longevity product. It's so frustrating. Immediately after, another room door was pushed open. Minh Ha followed Tiet Tron Deng inside. He called out happily, what I'm about to show you will surprise you, but to convince you of the authenticity and reliability of our product, I will make an exception to let you see it. Tiet Tron Deng tried hard to convince him. Actually, there are many wealthy businessmen in the city willing to pay to come and see a zombie. After all, they are all interested in what is happening outside of our world. Next, he raised his hand and pointed to the curtain, ordering it to be opened. The person next to him respectfully replied, yes. Minh Ha, standing behind, saw this and asked suspiciously, what are you showing me? The curtain slowly pulled back, letting the light inside shine out. The blinding light shone over the head of the monster inside. Minh Ha was startled as he looked at it chained inside and exclaimed, this is the Monster King. Tiet Tron Deng, standing behind, asked, you're not new here, are you? He crossed his arms in front of his chest, looked up at the Monster King inside, and affirmed, that's right, this is the Monster King. You should know it's still alive. Minh Ha turned his head and questioned him excitedly, are you guys not being prosecuted for things like this? Tiet Tron Deng glanced inside and replied, we don't just do research on the eggs. We also report a series of data to the astronomy team and the red team. Minh Ha touched the glass cabinet and asked in disbelief, but isn't the government banning private companies from researching the living bodies of monsters? Tiet Tron Deng heard this and calmly replied, there are exceptions to everything, and besides, we are supported. Suddenly, Tiet Tron Deng paused slightly and made a suspicious sound. He frowned and smiled, asking, all you need to know is that our product is real and reliable. So, do you want to buy it? The corners of Minh Ha's mouth twitched, and he smiled, replying, this isn't bad, not bad at all. He pointed inside and responded, I didn't expect everything to be so well developed, especially the longevity capsule. Tiet Tron Deng smiled brightly and reminded him, that's the Xuanzang pill. Minh Ha immediately smiled and continued, Tang Seng's flesh, the Xuanzang pill. Tiet Tron Deng smiled brightly, trying to convince him, do you want to buy it? I can give you a 30% discount. Minh Ha put his hand in his pocket, looking for his card, and asked, all right, can I try it out? Tiet Tron Deng immediately raised his hand to stop him. Sorry, we only accept cash. We want to be cautious and also protect our customer information. Minh Ha raised a finger and replied, no problem. But there is one more thing I'm worried. Just like you said before, I'm not a fool. I'm worried that these are contraband and are being investigated by the authorities. Tiet Tron Deng heard this and crossed his arms, hesitating. Oh, this. After a moment, he raised his hand and smiled as he continued. Since you were introduced by Miss Hu, I won't sell you this anymore. Tiet Trandung leaned into Minh Ha's ear and added, Didn't I tell you we were affiliated with a specific department? Minh Ha heard this and made a sound of doubt. Huh? He immediately added. The department is Minh Ha's eyes widened when he heard him say, the research department of the Nandu Superhuman Institute. Tiet Trandung stepped back a little and said with a smile, Many famous professors help us, so you don't need to worry, he muttered calmly. I see. So that's how it is. Minh Ha's expression darkened, thinking to himself, the Nandu Superman Institute, turns out it's the Southern Superman Institute. He immediately chuckled and asked, I believe you now. Can I go pick up the cash? Tiet Trandung gestured toward the door, agreeing, Sure, I'll take you down to the 3rd floor. Entering the elevator, he reached out and pressed the button for the 3rd floor. Minh Ha stood silently inside the elevator, lost in thought. Watching the floor numbers tick up, he concluded that it wasn't just his imagination. The elevator took significantly longer to pass between the 9th and 10th floors. Minh Ha stared intently at the button panel, pondering. The elevator's speed hadn't changed at all, so why would it take twice as long to go between the 9th and 10th floors? He analyzed it quietly. He had felt the same thing when riding the elevator up earlier, which meant they must be hiding something between the 9th and 10th floors. Everything he had done so far was highly illegal. Minh Ha fixed his gaze on the control panel. There must be an unspeakable secret hidden between the 9th and 10th floors, but where was the button to reach the 9.5 floor? Just then, a sound chimed, and the elevator doors slowly opened. Tiet Trandung gestured for Minh Ha to go first. As he walked out with Tiet Trandung's group, a woman suddenly brushed past them. Minh Ha shot her a quick glance before moving on. Tiet Trandung narrowed his eyes and smiled as he saw them pass each other. The elevator doors closed immediately, and the area plunged into darkness. Suddenly, Tiet Trandung stopped, pointed behind them, and asked, Did you see that woman? Minh Ha looked startled and asked back, What about her? Tiet Trandung furrowed his brows and questioned him in a low voice. You didn't recognize that woman just now? He tilted his head slightly to look back and said, Oh, so what if I did? Tiet Trandung scowled and pointed out, You didn't recognize her? She's the woman who introduced you. Ho Minh Ha's eyes widened as she cried out, Oh, we didn't cross paths. He pressed in, step by step, demanding, Aren't you going to explain? Tiet Trandung raised his hand to have the men in black surround Minh Ha, saying calmly, Don't you know, we hate unidentified spies here. He reached into his coat pocket to search for something, his voice declaring, We never let them survive. The men in black began to mutate. Minh Ha reached into his pocket, clutching the crystal inside his hand. The people around him stared at him with glowing eyes. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Tiet Trandung, causing the group to freeze immediately. Tong Lam waved her hand and greeted them with a smile. Manager Tiet Tran, why is everyone surrounding him? Minh Ha is here to pick me up after work. Tiet Trandung frowned and pointed at Minh Ha, asking, Tong Lam, so he's your boyfriend? She nodded immediately. Hearing that, he furrowed his brows and questioned, Miss Ho just passed by, but your little boyfriend didn't recognize her at all. When I brought him upstairs, he said she was the one who introduced him. Tong Lam immediately stepped forward and explained, I asked Miss Ho about the longevity, beauty products, and I asked him to come so he could help me understand them better. I didn't think you would let a lowly nurse like me go upstairs. So she reached out to take Minh Ha's arm and continued. Asked my boyfriend. Tiet Trandung pondered for a moment and replied, I understand. He smiled faintly and pointed out, You could have just told us you knew Tong Lam. We would have treated you the same. Hearing that, he smiled at Tong Lam and explained, I wanted to respect her wishes. She didn't want anyone to know about our relationship just yet. Tong Lam tilted her head toward Tiet Trandung and said, So I hope manager Tiet Tran can keep it a secret for us. I don't want everyone to know yet that I'm dating a guy younger than me. Hearing this, he touched his chin and laughed in agreement. I guarantee I know your preference for dating younger men. Tiet Trandung raised a finger and shouted, I'm just joking. If that's a great partner in the same business looking into our department's products. Oh, I certainly wouldn't mind giving you a discount. Hearing that, Tong Lam covered her mouth and giggled. Thank you very much, manager. After that, she took Minh Ha and left, not forgetting to turn back to say goodbye. We're leaving now. Tiet Trandung waved back. All right. He furrowed his brows, staring at the two as they walked away. Outside, Tong Lam and Minh Ha were chatting and laughing as they hurried away. Tiet Trandung poked his head out to watch their silhouettes disappear, cursing under his breath. Damn it. That guy has a pretty nice girlfriend, huh? The blindfolded girl beside him chimed in. Oh, you know, Women are never satisfied with just beauty. His voice echoed in agreement. Right at a shopping mall in Tran, people were coming and going. The two sat inside a restaurant. Minh Ha looked at Tong Lam with concern. Why do you work at that place? Tong Lam. She stammered. I know it's dangerous and very. Tong Lam stood up abruptly and patted her chest, shouting, but one time, Triuthu Hoa asked me to run an errand for him at the Nadu Institute and he seemed to have bought some kind of equipment there. And since then, Triuthu Hoa has visited Nadu more often. So I suspect that only happens when interacting with the less savory people there. Minh Ha listened, resting his chin on his hand in praise. You're very sharp. There's a high possibility that this place is a facility belonging to the Heavenly Sovereignty Group. She heard that, hugged her chest, and added, yes, and there's more. I intended to tell you, or Lalam, but it seems I found you first. He looked at her with sincere gratitude. Oh, thank you for protecting me just in time. Their security force is quite tough. I wouldn't have been able to escape without losing a leg or two. In Minh Ha's mind, a scene flashed, thinking to himself that he had almost had to use the crystal. He thought this item would only last for 3 uses, and 3 million would just disappear like that. Tong Lam rested her chin on her hands, looking at him, and asked curiously, what about you? Did you find anything? He smiled brightly and replied, a few clues here and there, but I could use more to get a clearer picture. She smiled and continued, I discovered a few things myself. Are you interested? Minh Ha's expression turned serious as he warned, Tong Lam, those people are extremely dangerous, very dangerous. You're walking into a tiger's den. Tong Lam lowered her head and calmly explained, my friend was a victim in that incident. Minh Ha, I can't just live like this. She patted her chest, excitedly lifting her head to shout, I have worked with Dr. Triyu for many years, and I have asked myself if I had paid more attention to his suspicious behavior, I know I could have stopped the madness. Oh, that. He immediately advised, you shouldn't blame yourself, Tong Lam. Tong Lam bowed her head helplessly and replied, I'm just thinking about myself. That's all I can do. At least I must bring the truth to light. Minh Ha listened and decided to change the subject. So, what did you discover? Her memories from that moment surfaced as she recounted, I know they're in regular contact with the research department at the Nandu Institute, and they've received generous donations from the beauty product division. What's more, Zhao Shuhua often takes sudden leaves of absence, Tong Lam added, recalling the details. When I asked him where he was going, he said he was off to consult a professor from the Nano Superhuman Institute. Minh Ha interlaced his fingers on the table and whispered, that professor again. She exclaimed immediately, yes, I'm on good terms with Miss Hu from the administration department. Tong Lam thought of Song Si and explained, thanks to her, I found out the organization responsible for covering up Yuhong Enterprises' activities is the Nandu Research Department. They are in constant contact with the deputy director of that department. She looked him straight in the eyes and added, but I haven't been able to find the identity of that deputy director. Hearing this, Minh Ha mused. So, Zhao Shuhua took serum samples from Yuhong and stopped by Nandu to consult this professor. And this professor is deeply involved in Yuhong's business ventures. He held up a finger and said, that means this professor is exactly who we need to find. Tong Lam said urgently. And finally, from what I've heard, there's a secret department that Yuhong has hidden within the building, but I have no idea where it is. Minh Ha thought of the suspicious look on Tiet Tran Deng's face at the time and suggested, perhaps you should call in sick starting tomorrow. Tong Lam, you shouldn't put yourself in such a dangerous place anymore. Tiet Tran Deng is a cautious man. He'll definitely be watching you after what happened today. She agreed instantly. Hearing this, he said, I'll look into that professor at the Nandu Superhuman Institute. Tong Lam's voice rang out as she cautioned, you need to be careful, too. Suddenly, she exclaimed excitedly, oh, and promise me one thing. Don't tell Luo Lin about what I've done. Tong Lam clasped her hands together, bowing her head in plea. I just know she'd be shocked if she heard about this. Minh Ha hesitated for a moment, but eventually compromised. Fine, that's all right, but don't do anything this dangerous and reckless ever again. She smiled brightly, tucking her hair behind her ear as she said, I'm so glad I met you. I just wanted to prove that there was something to be gained from my months of secret work. Hearing this, Minh Ha laughed. You still seem quite excited, don't you? Tong Lam confirmed. Of course, I'm happy to help in this case. I can finally breathe again. A taxi pulled up in front of the research institute. He got out alone and walked toward the building in front of him. Minh Ha took out his phone to call Luo Lin. He said softly, there are a few things I need to tell you. She asked curiously. What is it? Minh Ha replied calmly. Back at Yuhong headquarters, I ran into Tong Lam. On the other end, Luo Lin, lying in the bathtub, replied nonchalantly, "Oh, I know," he exclaimed in surprise. "You do?" She reached out for the bathrobe on the table and continued. From one perspective, she is actually one of the culprits behind the incident. The scene played out in Luo Lin's mind, remembering how she had been in pain for a long time. Our colleagues, all the citizens, she thought of the monster, and added, and all the superhumans who died at the hands of those monsters. Luo Lin stood up from the water and added, "If I stop her, she'll only continue to wallow in pity and self-blame." Minh Ha replied, "I'm just worried about her safety. One more thing regarding our infiltration of Yuhang." He thought of Miss Hu and added, "On paper, Miss Hu is supposedly a contact for Dragontooth, but that's just a cover." Luo Lin's voice sounded, comforting him, "Don't worry, we're still keeping an eye on her." Only then did Minh Ha realize meaning Tong Lam is the real undercover agent. She heard this, stood up, looked at the moonlight outside, and said, "Oh, I didn't make myself clear. It's just that Miss Hu's track record here is less than ideal." At the Black Market Hospital building, the elevator quickly rose to the 8th floor. Then, the number 9 appeared on the display, and finally, it reached the hidden floor, 9.5. Immediately after, the elevator opened, and Tiet Trandung stepped out. Behind him, 2 men were dragging Miss Hu along. Tiet Trandang walked in front, suddenly stopped, and muttered, "Miss Hu, I believe we've treated you well over this past period." His voice sounded calculating. "But selling substandard face cream products, we covered that up for you, didn't we?" She hung her head, stuttering, "I didn't do anything. Please, believe me." Tiet Trandang smiled, raised a hand to lift Miss Hu's chin, and replied, "It's useless, you know. I'm a rather paranoid person." He stood up, looked at the 2 pools on either side, and continued, "But you're in luck. Our most recent product was developed from the cells of a disaster-class monster, designed to repair broken limbs. So, we'd like to ask you to be a volunteer to test its effectiveness." Her face filled with terror, she struggled incessantly and screamed, "No, no, I really didn't do anything." Tiet Trandang looked at Miss Hu's broken legs and whispered, "It's fine. Everything will be fine. It's not that I don't trust you. I just broke your legs myself." He smiled and lifted her tear-stained face. "Have faith in our enterprise, just as they have faith in this research," she begged continuously. "Don't do this. I'll do whatever you ask." Tiet Trandang raised his hand as a signal to throw her in. Miss Hu screamed in panic. "No! Wait!" She was thrown into the pool and kept on screaming, "Tiet Trandang, you'll go to hell." Miss Hu plummeted in, and the water in the pool splashed out instantly. She struggled and begged, "No, save me, help." Finally, Miss Hu's figure dissolved and disappeared, leaving behind only a few tatters of fabric. Seeing this, Tiet Trandang curled his lips into a terrifying smile. Suddenly, he sensed the researchers behind him and stopped. Immediately after, Tiet Trandang turned his head and criticized those 2 employees. Look at what you've done. We threw Miss Hu in to heal her legs, but the product you upgraded didn't help at all." His roaring voice echoed throughout the floor. "I need improvements, you bunch of losers." On the other end, Luo Lin promised Minh Ha, "We will do our absolute best to protect everyone's safety, including yours." Minh Ha held his phone and looked up at the sky. Minh Ha stared intently at the experimental building in front of him. With a calm face, he walked inside the research institute. He took steady steps toward the facility. Stepping inside, Minh Ha saw a list hanging on the wall, a list of research staff, including Deputy Director Feng Jing. Then, Minh Ha stopped, closed his eyes for a brief moment, and finally turned to continue walking forward. Minh Ha's feet halted in front of a research room that still had its lights on. He calmly and quickly walked inside, finding Feng Jing working on his research. The man jumped in shock when he saw Minh Ha. Feng Tin looked up, asking in surprise, "Minh Ha, why are you here?" He spoke with a serious expression. "I came to see you, Professor. The concepts you taught me, I've finally mastered them." He smiled, took off his glasses, and replied, "Is that so? That's truly amazing. You've arrived at just the right time." Feng Tin looked toward the gloves on the table and said, "After our talk that day, I realized your potential could be developed even further. So, I found a material capable of absorbing elements and made these gloves for you." He sat back down in his chair and continued his work. "I think they'll suit you well." Minh Ha exclaimed in surprise, "Professor Feng, you're working this late just to make these for me?" Feng Tin adjusted his glasses and replied with a smile, "I've been having trouble sleeping lately, so I wanted to do something to keep busy. You're quite a unique individual, so I wanted to give you a gift." He turned back to his work and continued, "It's still a prototype, so come back in a few days." Minh Ha looked at him suspiciously. Professor Feng, are you truly being this kind to me because of the strange incidents in Longduang City? Feng Tin froze for a moment, sitting perfectly still, before his hands resumed their work. He asked, feigning confusion. What are you talking about? My job is to take care of my students. Minh Ha, he shouted, clearly agitated. Professor Feng, I don't believe you're that kind of person. Minh Ha pointed behind him, shouting, I could come back tomorrow and bring the Dragon Tooth team here, but if they knew I did that, you wouldn't say a word to me. Feng Tin paused slightly and stammered. Minh Ha, I don't know what you're trying to say. I'm just making some gloves, he remarked, his face full of panic. It's rare that I meet a student as eager to learn as you. Hearing this, Minh Ha patted his chest, trying to persuade him. Professor Feng, you can tell me if someone is forcing you. Hearing that, the professor's face filled with panic as he denied it. I really don't know what you're talking about. Let's talk about my younger days. Where was I? Feng Tin thought back to his youth and continued. Ah, right. When I look at you, I see myself when I was young. I was always focused on the things I loved. His voice echoed as he recounted. Back then, I wasn't as lucky as you. I had no mentor. So, I faced many obstacles in my journey while doing my research. Feng Tin thought about those destructive anomalies and added, I didn't achieve anything. Not to mention I had no money to buy expensive tools, materials, or the necessary laboratories. His voice sank. Just like that, I became depressed, lost my motivation, and was completely lost. Until the day I met someone. I'll call him the instructor. Feng Tin immediately continued. He was very generous. No matter how many times I failed, he continued to fund my research. He encouraged me, no matter how disappointed I felt. He added calmly, with his help, I won many academic awards, Feng Tin said softly. And I became a respected professor at Nando University. I could even stand in classrooms, filled with the pillars of our nation, and hear them call me Professor Feng. I love this feeling of teaching and educating, watching my students grow. In his mind, an image of the two meeting appeared as he said, whenever I see a student with potential, I always want to help them. I hope they don't have to go through what I did and end up so depressed. Hearing this, Minh Ha urged him urgently. Professor Feng, it's not too late. Please, tell me who that instructor is. Feng Tin lowered his head and admitted, obviously it's me. He couldn't help but shout, but I know it's not you. He bowed his head and apologized softly. I'm sorry, Minh Ha, for letting the place you live in suffer so much. Feng Tin's eyes widened as he called out. Ever since I learned about you in Langduang City, I haven't been able to sleep well. He pressed the soldering iron to the glove. The gloves were almost ready. You must use them. You must accept them. Minh Ha asked suspiciously. So, it was you who taught Triuthu Hoa how to extract blood from beasts? The professor thought back to that moment and admitted. Yes, he came to me seeking advice, and I knew everything. He clenched his fist and asked coldly, then did you know the consequences that would follow? Feng Tin heard this and held his head, exclaiming, I'm truly sorry. If I could turn back time, I would never have accepted that money. Minh Ha thought about those aberrations and shouted, the research was all carried out with your support. He leaned in close to interrogate him. Did you know the consequences that would follow? Feng Tin clutched his head with both hands, muttering, I can't go back. Minh Ha's eyes widened as he urged, as long as you tell me who the instructor is, it's not too late yet. He whispered softly, Minh Ha, you might not believe me. Feng Tin closed his eyes and said, but I don't know who the instructor is. All I know is that everyone calls him the instructor. Hearing that, Minh Ha shouted in disbelief, you're just a scapegoat. You're being manipulated by them. The professor placed the soldering iron on the table. I consider myself academically excellent, but compared to the instructor, I feel ashamed. Feng Tin's voice echoed. You know, with his level of understanding, if I knew his true identity, I wouldn't be alive to talk to you right now, he shouted agitatedly. You've never seen him? He closed his eyes and replied, that's right. Minh Ha gritted his teeth and muttered, how are we supposed to prove your innocence? You aren't the one who started all of this. Feng Tin picked up the gloves and called out, that's the beauty of being a teacher. He smiled and exclaimed, when all the traces emerge, all the evidence will point to me. I am the instructor. Minh Ha widened his eyes in protest. I don't think so. Just then, a bright light shone in from outside, and the gloves startled him, falling to the floor. Outside, a drone shined its light directly inside. A crowd of people rushed in, shouting, don't move. Do not move. They held up a document and declared, Professor Feng Tin, you are suspected of developing illegal substances for beasts. We are forced to arrest you for acts endangering society. Feng Tin immediately raised his hands and shouted, "I've seen on the news what happened in Langduang City." He glanced at Minh Ha beside him and explained, "I saw the little hero fearlessly protecting the city, fighting until the bones in his knuckles were exposed." Feng Tin raised his hands and knelt down, saying, "I am grateful to him. He is the one who compensated for my unforgivable mistakes." "So, Minh Ha, will you accept these gloves?" The group led Feng Tin away. "All right, take him away." At that exact moment, he turned back to look at LT. "Minh Ha, are you really going to use those gloves?" Feng Tin kept turning his head, prying for an answer. "Minh Ha, are you going to use them?" The group struggled to hold him back, reminding him, "Professor Feng, please, cooperate." Minh Ha stood still, silently watching as he was led away. Finally, the laboratory returned to silence. Minh Ha walked alone through the quiet night. Everyone here had someone by their side, but he was all alone. Minh Ha held the gloves up before him, staring at them in silence. Shortly after, he sat by a large lake when suddenly a fantastical light flashed, catching Minh Ha's attention. A slender foot gently touched the water's surface. Xiaohua quickly appeared, her long, voluminous hair swaying in the breeze. She hovered before him and spoke. "I don't understand." Minh Ha asked what she didn't understand. She looked away, leaving a giant question mark hanging. Whose side is Professor Feng really on? He looked up, sighed, and said that this question was just a question, regardless of whether someone was good or bad. Xiaohua swooped down beside him, looking suspicious. "Well then, is he a good guy or a bad guy?" Minh Ha looked down at the gloves and muttered, "I can only give you my own answer." He remembered Feng Tin's face and continued, "Sometimes, it's just very complicated. He is truly guilty for his actions, yet he is also remorseful and deeply pained by his mistakes." She raised a finger, arguing that what the instructor had done was unforgivable. He taught Trio Thu Hoa how to extract poisonous blood. If it weren't for him, so many people in Langduang City wouldn't have died. Minh Ha's expression darkened as he countered, "True, but compared to him, the true mastermind, the instructor, is even more unforgivable." Xiaohua asked in surprise, "Why?" He explained calmly, "Because he exploits everyone's weaknesses to achieve his ultimate goal." Minh Ha imagined a person pulling the strings like a puppet master. His voice grew deeper. "Even when things are exposed, the ones who suffer the consequences are those he used. While he gets away with it, he can keep causing chaos in the world and commit endless, unforgivable crimes." She challenged him, "You're going to catch him, right?" Minh Ha hesitated before answering, "I don't know." He looked down at his reflection in the water, troubled. "I feel like this instructor is even more mysterious and stronger, not just a student in training, but someone with heavenly power." Xiaohua suggested, "Well, start with that simple clue. Perhaps if there's a lead on this powerful instructor, then Professor Feng won't have to bear all the consequences." Minh Ha tilted his head toward her, smiled faintly, and whispered, "Why do I feel like you're starting to change your mind?" Xiaohua rested her chin in her hands, wearily pouring out her heart. "I suddenly thought that humans also live difficult lives, fighting not just against the operations of the space agency, but also against all these traitors within." She looked up at the star-filled sky and continued, "You don't have too many problems. We only have one constant enemy." He smiled to reassure her. "I'll do my best to make you change your mind." Hearing that, Xiaohua flew up, hands on her hips, and brushed it off irritably. "No way, I'm not that easily swayed." Minh Ha began listing a series of foods. "Vanilla ice cream. I'll buy some when I get back to the dorm. Want one?" Her eyes sparkled like stars. Xiaohua held up 2 fingers, looking hungry, and shouted, "I want too," he teased. "After humanity is wiped out, you won't be able to eat ice cream anymore." Realizing she was being mocked, she crossed her arms, turned her head away, and huffed. Minh Ha bombarded Xiaohua with a list of delicacies: steamed chicken, sandwiches, spicy lobster, milk tea, juice, desserts, and bean ice. Unable to take it anymore, her scream echoed through the night. "You demon!" Afterward, Minh Ha continued his school life as usual. He diligently attended his classes. Minh Ha never stopped improving and training himself to become a courageous warrior. Not only that, he frequently read books to broaden his knowledge. Suddenly, Trong Vien stood there, arms crossed, shouting, "Li Cam is getting way too arrogant." Vuong Jia asked curiously, "What happened?" He turned around to vent. "A few days ago, I don't know what kind of luck he had. He was recognized by a solar class hunter, and he even received a recommendation badge." The chubby guy didn't understand and asked, "So what?" Trong Vien clenched his fists, shouting with burning intensity, "Of course. The school looks for things like that, like the mysterious Dragon Wind group. If they want to recruit apprentices from the Southern Academy, they'll prioritize those who have earned the badge. Lai Cam walked in, cutting him off. Dragon Wind Group? Don't even dream about it. He smirked and added, after graduation, if you can't find a good job, you can come find me. I'll have work for you. Trong Vien pointed his finger and yelled, work for you? Who do you think you are? Li Cam put a hand on his chest, mocking, the whole school knows who the second credit member is. He shouted back, how many times are you going to say that? Li Cam adjusted his glasses and changed the subject. Actually, I'm not hiring you guys. Minh Ha is more reliable. Li Cam reached out his hand to him. What do you think, Minh Ha? If you switch to the astronomy team or the Dragon Wind Group, be my assistant. He looked up with a forced smile and said, I'll consider it. Inside, he thought to himself, oh, you're the one working for me. Trong Vien was livid and started spewing curses. You slippery bastard. Li Cam didn't bother arguing, but he didn't forget to add, I have important documents to handle. Don't cause a scene outside. It'll reflect poorly on me later. Li Cam turned his head, looking sinister, and warned, if you guys handle the Scholar Hunter issue poorly, you won't be able to deal with the consequences. Suddenly, someone asked Li Cam, so, have you finished your work yet? He turned back and replied, soon. Why? Minh Ha asked casually. No reason, just asking. Good luck. Suddenly, the door swung open along with a familiar voice. Minh Ha. It was Lin Hu. He walked over and exclaimed, I knew you'd be here. He asked, bewildered. Why? Lin Hu sat down beside him, placed a hand on Minh Ha, and said, why? You promised me earlier you wanted to go to the sorority party. You can't back out now. Hearing that, he froze. Minh Ha broke out in a cold sweat and refused. A sorority party? But I can't go yet, he challenged. How could you refuse? You're always in the dorm, never seeing the outside world. It's hard to understand. Lin Hui grabbed his arm and pulled him. Let's go. You might meet some new friends. Trong Vien's eyes lit up as he jumped in. There are girls? He added excitedly. Not just that. There are also my mysterious female guests. Vuong Jia and Trong Vien's eyes sparkled at the mention of girls, and they insisted on tagging along. Me too. I'm going. Lin Hui smiled and agreed immediately. Sure, no problem. So, they decided to go check it out together. Let's go. Fine. I'll go. Minh Ha, feeling dazed, asked if he could at least put his books down first. Before long, they were outside as dusk fell. Trong Vien spoke up. Minh Ha, you're acting strange. Lin Hai replied with a weary sigh. We're out for fun, but it feels like we're just following his life. He looked around thoughtfully as he walked, sensing that the issue regarding Professor Feng had been suppressed. His classes had been taken over by other teachers, who told the students and faculty that Professor Feng had gone abroad for further studies. Before they knew it, they were at a bar. Vuong Jia was truly having his eyes opened. CEO, Bon, you must be loaded. A high-end bar like this costs at least $10,000, right? He denied it. It's not my treat today. Then whose is it? Today is Phuong Lin's birthday. Trong Vien, standing nearby, asked in surprise. Young Master Bon, you know Phuong Lin? Lin Hui revealed, it's not just me. Our families are often linked by marriage. Vuong Jia's eyes widened in disbelief. So that means you and Phuong Lin are Lin. Hugh scratched his cheek and gave a wry smile. In terms of status, she's like my aunt. Suddenly, he gasped, his eyes and mouth wide open as if he had spotted something shocking. Lin Hui pointed in that direction and urged, go over there and look. Vuong Jia and Trong Vien exclaimed from behind, oh my god, isn't that one of the three goddesses of the southern city? Princess like Duong Nin is so sexy. They couldn't help but marvel as they watched the two dancing. Phuong Lin and Duong Nin's hot dance was worth coming for. The crowd cheered. We're only missing the last one. If all three goddesses hadn't gathered today, I wouldn't believe it. I can't believe Phuong Lin and Duong Nin have such a close relationship. The two girls intertwined their hands and raised their arms high. Phuong Lin gently lifted Duong Nin's chin. The bar lights flashed everywhere. Phuong Lin and Duong Nin walked away, holding hands amidst the roar of the crowd. Fans swarmed them, buzzing like crazed enthusiasts. Soon after, the two sat at their private table, and Lin Hai's group approached. Several young men passing by didn't forget to shout, Happy birthday! Phuong Lin, that was a great dance. She waved back. Thank you. Once that was done, Phuong Lin turned to him and chided, You're late. Lin Hai quickly came up with an excuse. Don't you want to meet some new faces? He put a hand on Minh Ha's shoulder and introduced him. All right, let me introduce my best brother. Although Minh Ha waved, he thought to himself, with lighting this dim, She surely wouldn't recognize him. Lin Hui spoke up. I really didn't expect Duong Nin to be here. It's an honor. Hearing this, she turned around while fixing her hair. Fuang Lin swirled her wine glass and sighed. It's the same every year, just a bunch of noisy people gathering. I'm tired of it. As he poured wine into her glass, he advised, You should look forward to the excitement of the party. It's all because you don't care about anyone, right? Duong Nin leaned in to comfort her. It has its meaning. Fuang Lin snapped. What are you saying? Just as she poured the wine, Duong Nin asked about the training opponent he kept mentioning. Did you invite him? Fuang Lin replied wearily, Not sure. Duong Nin teased. You should invite him. I'm quite curious to know what kind of person he is to be able to attract the great heiress Fuang Lin. Lin Hai shouted, Aunt, even the martial arts goddess has tasted defeat. Who is tough enough to do that? I'm getting curious now. Fuang Lin hung her head and brushed it off. Forget it. He's quite a mysterious guy. He won't appear at events like this. Duong Nin suggested. Try calling him. You can reach him, can't you? She was still quite flustered and said, but Minh Ha was sweating profusely, praying silently. Please don't call. Please don't call. I forgot to silence my phone. Duong Nin provoked her. Are you afraid of him? Fuang Lin countered. No way. I lost because I underestimated my opponent. Her friend propped her chin up and urged, Oh, then call him. It's your birthday today. You have the right not to hesitate anymore. She placed her glass on the table, her tone filled with determination. Fine, but I have to get his number from Uncle Nguyen first. Uncle Vien is the one who is always in contact with him. Hearing this, his pupils dilated, and he felt restless. Minh Ha stood up abruptly, scratched his head, pointed to the side, and made an excuse. I'm going to the restroom for a bit. Lin Hai looked up, a bit suspicious. What's wrong? Go ahead. And here I thought it was something important. So he dashed into the restroom, determined to turn it off quickly. Inside, Minh Ha stared at his phone screen, hesitating. Wait, I can't do that. The commander told me to be on standby, so I need a way to communicate with her. He waited for the phone to ring, and a strange number called. Duong Nin squinted and asked, Did it connect? Fuang Lin nodded. A voice quickly came from the other end. What is it? Fuang Lin. She shouted. How do you know it's me? Minh Ha was startled, sweating and stammering. Oh, Uncle Vien gave me your number. Fuang Lin didn't suspect a thing. She grabbed the back of her chair and suggested, Is that so? Today is my birthday. Want to come over? We have a few matches, but I don't know much about you yet. He scratched his cheek, his voice trailing off. Today? Maybe that's a bit difficult. I'm currently in the hospital. Fuang Lin raised her voice on the other end. I can't hear you clearly. What did you say? Minh Ha replied hesitantly. I said. Suddenly, the sound of DJ music blared through the phone. She was surprised and suspicious. Why do I hear a DJ in the background? Fuang Lin stood up and looked around, questioning him. Are you at the Ngu bar right now, aren't you? He had no choice but to rush an excuse. Oh, some things came up today. We'll meet another time. The signal here is poor. I'm hanging up now. After hanging up, Minh Ha clutched his face, blaming himself. I'm such an idiot. I should have just ignored the call. If they find out I'm the one who defeated Fuang Lin, it won't be long before they connect the dots and realize I'm the Long Nya member among the students. Suddenly, the phone rang again. Minh Ha groaned. Again? But the person calling this time was Mai Du, which caught him by surprise. As soon as he answered, she spoke up. Minh Ha. Li Cam has completed the task you assigned to him. Minh Ha asked urgently. Did he find anything? Mai Du reported. According to your request, he secretly searched for the first few students who escaped the fog. Li Cam really went around asking everywhere. Excuse me, do you remember? She continued. In total, there were 133 students, and 9 of them are from the student council. Minh Ha lowered his voice and said, Right, got it. There's no way they could have covered it up perfectly. There'll be clues, let me be blunt. He pictured a group of people moving out with backpacks and reasoned, if they plan to use this experience as a merit, they might be among the new students. If I were them, and I knew there was going to be a disastrous fog, I'd stay as far away from danger as possible to avoid getting caught. So, I can narrow it down to the people who weren't trapped in the fog. And among those who escaped first, as the cycle instructor mentioned, this training phase is critical. If they take full advantage of this recruit training, then what should have been a low-casualty disaster will turn into a massacre in the cradle of superhumans. Images of the past flooded into Minh Ha's mind. He continued, I still remember when I first signed up, myself included. Most students didn't know how long the training would last. While the school made some adjustments to suit the students' needs, It ended up being a last-minute announcement. Minh Ha thought to himself, and so, to carry out their plan, they needed to inform the new students about the time frame. He proposed a hypothesis. If it were me, I'd join the student council, so I'd be informed of any schedule changes as soon as possible. Minh Ha thought of those mysterious people, telling himself, 9 of them. I'll have to examine all 9 of them one by one, but I'm afraid it'll take more than that to expose them. Suddenly, Mai Du's voice cut through his thoughts. Oh, there's one more thing. Lai Cam mentioned in the report, she recounted, since the vice president's birthday is being held today, the remaining members will likely attend, and the 9 suspects might be among the guests. Even though Lee Cam couldn't provide more details on their whereabouts, suddenly, Minh Ha turned his head and saw a familiar face. He softly called out to the vice principal. Minh Ha quickly followed her outside, hearing loud, thumping music. Mai Du complained, "It's too noisy on your end." He hurriedly announced, "I might be right in the middle of the birthday party you mentioned." On this side, Fuang Lin was still trying to make a call, but only got a message from the operator saying the number was unreachable. Duong Nin felt uneasy and asked, "What's wrong?" She glanced around, guessing, he seems to be somewhere in the bar, his friends must have brought him. Seeing that, her friend tried to offer hope. What a coincidence. Perhaps it's fate. Fuang Lin frowned, analyzing. He must have seen me, but he doesn't intend to show himself, and the call says he's busy. Lin Hui cut in. Don't you think things are getting interesting now? What is it? How about we play a game to see which one of us can discover this mysterious person? Minh Ha returned to their table and asked, Fuang Lin, you're the student council vice president, right? She answered casually. You didn't know? Lin Hai excitedly introduced. Duong Nin here is the president. Lin Hui continued. While Fuang Lin is the vice president, everyone here is part of the student council. Minh Ha smirked. Now it's getting interesting. She replied excitedly. I know, right? Lin Hui suddenly had an idea. I have a suggestion. Let's play truth or dare, and we'll see if the mysterious man who caught Our Lady Fuang Lin's eye is among us. He put his arm around him and whispered, he's confirmed to be somewhere around here, maybe brought here by a friend, but there are so many people now, it's hard to tell. Minh Ha smirked in agreement. Good idea. I also want to know who that mysterious person is, he thought to himself. With a different agenda, we'll see which one of us gets to him first. Cut to a remote, desolate place, where a silhouette stood in the middle of the field. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind. Kanvu stared sternly, looking at the mysterious figure slowly walking toward him. Kanvu held out his hand to take the documents from the other person and spoke up. Were you able to get anything from Professor Fung? Bon Wei Thu adjusted his hat, replying, he's just a puppet. Kanvu, with a blade of grass in his mouth, replied skeptically, at least we've uncovered one layer of the conspiracy. What about Nga Khan? He reported. Based on Minh Ha's information, we scanned the 9th floor of the Ngok Ha building. Bon Wei Thu affirmed, so our message was correct. He wondered, what message? His eyes suddenly lit up, emphasizing each word. The presence of acolyte. Bon Wei Thu closed his eyes and explained. We saw traces of him from the fog accident, and he didn't just infiltrate the Namo Superhuman Research Institute. Kanvu guessed. Acolyte. He continued. Quite remarkable. Bon Wei Thu imagined a masked face and reasoned. Young, steady, evil, and just like his mentor. The most remarkable thing is, he wiped his traces clean and left without a single mark. His tone became increasingly cryptic. He's very good at stirring up all sorts of disasters that seem to happen by chance. He looked down at the documents and thought, the fog disaster is truly unpredictable, but if he can understand the inner workings of the mist and leverage his position as a student at the institute, he could cause a disaster. Bon Wei Thu stood with his hands behind his back, turning around suspiciously. There was a bit of luck involved, but with his influence, he managed to orchestrate 2 seemingly unrelated incidents. Everything seems like chess pieces on his table, white bones, training exercises, and connecting them all together. Kanvu took the grass out of his mouth and sighed. It's a mess. If it weren't for the few traces we have left of his actions, we wouldn't be able to connect the incidents. He looked up at the sky and continued. There is still so much we don't know about the disaster stars. Bon Wei Thu suggested a method, but they can utilize their innate insights and coordinate their movements accordingly. He slowly stepped forward, suggesting, while operating without us knowing, Kanvu assessed the signs. Bon Wei Thu kicked a nearby stone hard, shouting, These ordinary people. He looked into the distance, his tone sullen. They could have used their power for better things. Bon Wei Thu reported the situation. Now that we've caught Professor Fung, the fake mentor, we've put them in danger. He made his argument. I'm sure Acolyte will lie low for a while if we can't catch him during this time and let him run wild. Ban Veithu was extremely worried. Who knows if he'll give birth to another existence as terrifying as the Mentor. Kanvu closed his eyes, imagining him, and couldn't help but shiver in fear. Even just thinking about the instructor is enough to give me the chills. I can't forget the day that Calamity Beast arrived. Then, the two of them looked at each other in silence amidst the vast space. The scene shifts to a bar. The crowd there is dancing away to the rhythm. Suddenly, a dark figure stands on the second floor, taking a phone call. He was caught as a scapegoat, and the biology lab was locked down. A good start, he said. Just a friendly reminder. The other person grinned and replied, Understood. The voice on the other end echoed again. This is quite a sensitive stage. When you act off script, the officials will go easier on you. The person on the other end, imagining the hunt across the vast field, continued. It's hunting season. If you turn into a scared little duck, spreading its wings and fleeing from its cover, it will be the perfect opportunity for the hunter to put you in his sights. The person on the other end was curious. Is your side doing all right? Are you sure you'll be safe while we talk? The person leaned against the railing and burst into laughter, saying there was no better place to hide than right out in the open. The mysterious figure looked down at the surroundings and reported, Right now, I'm at the bar, and my lovely peers are enjoying their youth playing childish games. Anything on that anonymous Long Nya member? Not at the moment, the voice on the other end replied. If you can take care of him before you depart, I'm sure the instructor will be very pleased. The mysterious figure wondered. Is that so? Does the instructor care about that guy? His tone grew increasingly sinister. Even though it was just a rumor among students that the mysterious member of Long Nya might be a new student, the person on the other end reminded him that he would be responsible for tracing the source himself. He smiled and affirmed, I guarantee the instructor will be satisfied with this. Suddenly, a foot stomped hard on the floor, and someone shouted, This isn't just a regular game of truth or dare. Lin Hai raised his hand high and declared, Because we have the high-level Tai Ham here as our judge. He turned his gaze toward Tai Ham and aggressively introduced her. I'm sure everyone already knows about Tai Ham's superpower, the walking, human lie detector. Tai Ham and Lin Hui looked up, asserting there was no room for lies. People around them started gossiping. I don't really care for these kinds of games. It's going to affect my mood. Why worry? It's just a fun game, that's all. He raised a finger threateningly. We're going to play big. If you don't want to join, you can go right ahead and rot at the cafe in the next block. Lin Hui leaned back, spread his arms wide, and shouted, Tonight, this place belongs to real men and women. The mysterious figure standing above received a prompt from the other end of the line. You really should avoid activities like this, the person agreed, thinking of the mind reader nearby and everything else. He turned to continue listening, playing the role of the ideal student and looking for a chance to get away. He walked away, affirming to himself, Don't worry. I won't leave any traces behind. The crowd below was playing together while he was walking down. Each step the mysterious figure took grew more urgent. Lin Hui was still rambling on. I'll announce the rules of the game after they leave. Minh Ha glanced back, lost in thought. This isn't good. He rolled his eyes and muttered to himself, If I were a sovereign member, I'd avoid activities like this. It's not worth the risk. Suddenly, Minh Ha grabbed Lin Hui's arm, making him turn around. He pointed in a direction and reminded him, If the person we're waiting for has left the event, wouldn't that be a waste of time? He looked around, agreeing, Right. True. So what should we do? The two walked away, chatting. What do you think? If they leave, they have to answer a question. What are we going to ask? Minh Ha replied with a stern face. We'll just ask if they are the one who defeated Fuang Lin. Lin Hui jumped up and exclaimed, Great, let's go. Tai Ham, he raised his hand and shouted toward the entrance. Just a moment, everyone. The people around stopped him and asked, What's wrong? Bang Lin Hui stepped forward with a cunning smile and said, Before you go, we want to ask you a question. Don't worry, we won't make it hard for you. The other person quickly replied, Sure. Lin Hui stood in the middle, questioning, Do you know who the student who defeated Fuang Lin is? The response was a firm denial. Definitely not. The mysterious figure behind them thought, A newcomer who could defeat the vice president? A student with this much power. He deduced that the mysterious member must be right here, someone from Long Nya. He clenched his fist and told himself that the Long Nya member responsible for blocking his path was right there. Just then, he bared his teeth in a grin, thinking, Looks like this little game is getting more interesting than I thought. Minh Ha seemed to have guessed who the person was. He wore a confident smile and said, Now, let me see your true face. Lin Hui took a moment to leap up, simultaneously speaking, The rules are very simple. He stood on a table, holding up 2 index fingers to declare the rules. Anyone can come up on stage, ask everyone a question, and everyone has to answer. Then Lin Hui started rallying the others, telling them to come up and stand on stage so everyone could see them. Screams echoed throughout the bar. Now there was no way to cheat. Everyone had to face the truth. He coolly brushed back his hair, signaling the start. Now, let me begin. My first question is, Lin Hui frowned, saying, "That's right, got it. A party is only boring if it lacks the people you like." He posed a question like a matchmaker. So, the first question is everyone here today someone you actually like? Then Lin Hui started counting. As he shouted 2, everyone started stepping forward. By the time he reached 3, Duong Nin's group was incredibly excited. Trung Vien and Vuong Jia also joined in the fun. By now, only a few people remained below, including Duong Nin, Phuong Lin, and Minh Ha. Tai Ham brushed her hair and reminded them, "Let me listen and watch the rhythm. Someone is lying, but you can't fool me." She closed her eyes, using her ability to sense the truth. However, the whole space was filled with silence. Tai Ham took a deep breath and let it out. She shrugged her shoulders and sighed. "That's a shame. No one is lying." Lin Hui stood on stage and shouted, "All right, round 1 finished." Then everyone ran back down. The question echoed, "Does everyone remember the names of these people?" He raised both hands to announce, "So, let's start the second question." Suddenly, Duong Nin placed her wineglass on the table. She jumped up, brushed her hair, and spoke up. "Let me ask the second question." Duong Nin clasped her hands behind her back, reasoning that since today was Phuong Lin's birthday, they should ask something related to her. She stood on stage and asked, "Is everyone here? Our Vice President Phuong Lin, please step onto the stage immediately." Several young men raised their hands in unison and shouted loudly. Lin Phuong scolded him when she saw that. "What kind of nonsense question are you asking?" she demanded, as the boys rushed onto the stage to express their feelings. Vuong Jia and Minh Ha sat nearby, laughing uncontrollably. Seeing this, Tai Ham leaned over and asked him, "Aren't you going up there?" The chubby guy blushed and jumped in surprise. Vuong Jia looked back and forth, stammering, "I really can't fool her," so he reluctantly walked up to the stage. Minh Ha scratched his cheek, thinking, "It's amazing that so many people like Lin Phuong." Then, a bunch of guys on stage kept cheering and shouting, pouring their hearts out to Lin Phuong. As soon as Duong Nin stepped down, she quickly walked over and flicked her friend's forehead. Lin Phuong stood on stage and spoke up. "Now it's my turn to ask." She held up a finger and shouted, "Whoever likes Student Council President Duong Nin, please come up to the stage." A swarm of boys rushed forward like moths to a flame, and of course, Trung Vien couldn't miss out. Everyone on stage kept making heart signs at Duong Nin. Lin Hu suddenly held up a finger and shouted, "Oh, she's making a new rule. Anyone who hasn't stepped on stage after 3 questions has to drink a bottle of liquor." The crowd quickly cheered in agreement. "I agree." So, Minh Ha was forced to down a bottle. Lin Hui walked down and patted his shoulder, teasing him. "There are 3 goddesses in the southern city. There must be one you like." He scanned the girls and whispered in his ear, "Minh Ha, you don't like Lin Phuong, and you're not into Duong Nin, so don't tell me you're a loyal protector of Lu Qian." Vuong Jia suddenly interrupted and aggressively answered for him. "What protector? Lu Qian is his girlfriend." Duong Nin and Lin Phuong were shocked and turned to look at Minh Ha. Embarrassed, he rushed over and playfully hit the chubby guy, telling everyone not to listen to his nonsense. "Lu Qian is just my high school friend. We're just good friends." Trung Vien stepped in to add fuel to the fire. "Stop acting. We saw it with our own eyes. Lu Qian invited you to the movies." It was true that she had asked him before, "Want to see a movie?" "I was on the front lines for 10 days. My roommate said my nerves were a bit frayed and asked me to go see a movie to relax." He continued to expose them. "After the awards ceremony, we both saw you walking to where Lu Qian lives." Duong Nin heard this and stepped closer. She leaned close to Minh Ha's face, suspicious. "Are you and Lu Qian really dating?" Suddenly, someone from above asked a question. "Everyone who is a virgin, please step onto the stage." Suddenly, he stood up abruptly, leaving everyone bewildered. Minh Ha silently walked onto the stage under their suspicious gazes. So, there were about 5 young men standing there, making a fool of themselves for everyone below. Next was a question that seemed a bit rude. "Those who never wear underwear, come up to the stage." Trung Vien's face twisted, his eyes widening. He slammed his hands on the table, making everyone look over in confusion. Trung Vien walked forward, making excuses. "It was an accident. An accident. I dried it last night and it blew away. I always wear them. Everyone has to believe me." Soon after, bursts of laughter erupted again. Lin Huai held a glass and clinked it with him, asking Minh Ha. So many people are asking questions. Why don't you ask one? Minh Ha replied distractedly, still deep in thought. He was calculating, I only have one chance to ask. What should I ask to reveal his identity? Minh Ha stroked his chin to analyze. If the question is too sensitive, it might cause panic, and the game won't be able to continue. If it's not detailed enough, too many people will step up, making it hard to identify him. Duong Nin suddenly put her hand on Lin Fuang's shoulder, reminding her, Oh Jia, aren't we supposed to be looking for the mysterious person? Why did we forget the main topic? She hung her head and covered her face in regret. Because of you guys and your nonsense, the chance to ask questions has been used up. We can only ask in the next round. Lin Hui excitedly raised his hand to volunteer. It's okay, I'll go find someone to ask for us. Before he finished, several people in the distance were already volunteering. Minh Ha glanced over, speculating, this game only allows yes or no answers. If the question isn't precise, the person answering can dodge it. The next question will likely expose me, so I must use it to ask something important. I'll test him. The other person quickly asked the question, according to his suggestion. Here is my question. Who defeated Vice President Lin Fuang in the previous debate? Please step onto the stage. The crowd began to murmur in excitement. No way. Lin Fuang is the top fighter among our southern city students. There's no way anyone could beat her. Trong Vien and Lin Hui teased Minh Ha again. 3 questions and you still haven't stepped on stage? Come on, drink another bottle. Drink it fast. Minh Ha. Suddenly, he stood up slowly. The 2 friends beside him couldn't help but stare in shock. The crowd went silent for a few seconds. No one expected this move. Lin Puang was startled, realizing that the person who had been sitting at the same table as her for so long was the person she was looking for. Now, she could finally picture it. Minh Ha's back looked exactly like the person she had met. Duong Nin suddenly remembered. Lin Fuang, I remember when you called that person. He stepped out for a bit. Lin Fuang narrowed her eyes and muttered, that person was sitting right in front of us. She remained dazed, stammering without finding the right words. But Trong Vien clutched his head in exclamation. Oh my God, Minh Ha is that good? Lin Hai frowned and offered his own theory. I guessed it was Minh Ha. Duong Nin hurriedly asked, why is he explaining? He and I took the special entrance exam together. You guys don't know how beastly he was during the competition. Vuong Jia was enlightened and exclaimed, what? Minh Ha got a special recruitment? How come we, as his roommates, didn't know anything about it? Minh Ha still stepped up confidently. Before that, he had indeed worn a mask to face Lin Fuang. She saw that figure and affirmed it was him, it had to be him. Duong Nin, standing beside her, rubbed her body against Lin Fuang's back to tease her. What a pity. He likes Lu Qian. Our Lin Fuang's birthday isn't perfect today, actually. He looks pretty good too. Lin Fuang clenched her fists, huffing suspiciously. If he was here, why did he have to hide? Damn it. At that moment, the mysterious person among the crowd thought to himself, found you. Suddenly, that person froze, eyes widening, as a long-haired person slowly walked onto the stage. Not long after, the others walked up leisurely as well. The crowd saw this and shouted, how can so many people beat Lin Puang? They looked at each other in confusion, whispering, exactly. Is someone lying? A girl pointed to herself and introduced, we belong to the esports club. Lin Fuang's face turned red as she shouted, does losing in a game count too? The young man shrugged and replied nonchalantly, of course. The questioner asked who competed, and didn't specify what they competed in. Minh Ha exhaled in relief, feeling like he'd dodged a bullet. Now, it was time for him to ask his question. The question had to be phrased perfectly, or else things would get complicated. Trong Vien jumped up and said, so that's how it is. The prince muttered, an esports club? You beat Phoenix in the game? Tang Ning teased, are they all from the esports club, including Minh Ha? Phoenix gritted her teeth and snapped, how would I know? There are plenty of people in the club. She slowly stood up, brushed off her hands, and said in a weary tone, all right, that's enough for today. Lin Hai suddenly stopped her. Minh Ha hasn't gone yet. Let him ask his final question. Afterward, everyone started to leave, leaving him alone on stage. Minh Ha spoke up. Before I ask, I need to clarify one thing. I am not part of the esports club. He placed a hand over his heart and declared bluntly, using my spiritual technique, I once sparred with Phoenix, and I also made a significant contribution during the previous training session. The crowd erupted in panic. What did that mean? Was he admitting to being the mysterious freshman who defeated Phoenix? The prince spat out the drink he was just sipping. He turned back and affirmed, no need to guess, it's definitely Minh Ha. But he didn't seem to want to talk about it before. Why is he admitting it so plainly now? Tang Ning's eyes widened as she guessed. It must have something to do with his question. Minh Ha furrowed his brow and hesitated. My question is, for those who just found out who I am, if you were to scream with all your might, and you feel annoyed by me, have a grudge against me, or even wish I were dead right now, come up on stage. The crowd below gradually began moving closer to the stage. He took a deep breath, facing them head-on as they stepped up one by one, surrounding him. Suddenly, he ran over to Phoenix. Minh Ha held up his phone and whispered, Phoenix, you're the vice president. Please help me verify this. Did anyone among these 9 student council members step up? He pleaded with her. This was incredibly important. She looked at the people on the screen and said, but I don't know every single member of the student council, especially the freshmen. Tang Ning suggested. Take me with you. I never forget a face once I've seen it. Then, she looked up and down to carefully confirm. Minh Ha tightened his expression, waiting for the answer. The other 4 remained standing coldly on the stage. Suddenly, Tang Ning spoke up. None of them. He stared, repeating the words. None? Minh Ha slammed his hand onto the table, questioning. Not a single one of these 9 people stood up? Tang Ning handed the phone back to him, confirming. That's right. None of these 9 people stepped onto the stage. Minh Ha grabbed it, clenching his fist as he cursed under his breath. Damn it, I was so close to catching him. Then Lin Hu waved his hand, announcing, all right, it's getting late. The game ends here. The crowd approached to congratulate them one by one before leaving. Happy birthday, Phoenix. We're heading out, she waved back happily. Goodbye, goodbye. Suddenly, a mysterious shadow brushed past Minh Ha. The figure grinned and muttered, found you me. Minh Ha, dragon ancestor. He clutched his aching head and slowly sat down in his chair. Minh Ha covered his face thinking, I've been exposed, but he's still in the shadows. This won't just bring trouble to me, but to everyone around me as well. He reached out to grab a bottle of liquor from the table. Minh Ha didn't hesitate to chug it all in one go. Phoenix glanced at his behavior, feeling like something was off. Minh Ha lowered his head, blaming himself. How could he have let him get away? How could he let him go? That bastard who killed Chu, that and the instructors, and he had let him escape right before his eyes. Suddenly, she stood up to comfort him. If I brought you trouble, I apologize. Minh Ha gloomily denied it. It has nothing to do with you, it's my own problem. I failed to seize the opportunity. Lin Hui was still playing his diplomatic role well. Let's get together again when we have time. He paused, catching sight of Minh Ha's back. Lin Hai walked over and said cheerfully, You can hold your liquor that well? I should have invited you to our special selection team to have a round together. Those guys are real monsters. Trong Vien stood up, suddenly shouting in surprise. Special selection team? What special selection team? He quickly explained, Minh Ha and I didn't enroll with this cohort. We entered with the 5 participants of the special selection for Namdo Academy. Lin Hui tilted his head toward Minh Ha and continued, It's fate that we met, so I invited them over too. He turned back and asked, Are they here too? He admits it. Yeah, they were at the table next to us. Didn't you notice? He replied dismissively, I didn't really pay attention to them. Being nagged at by him was normal anyway. I invited you out to hang out last time, but you didn't come. Those guys are pretty interesting too. Just a while ago, they were talking about your heroic performance during the special selection exam. That information hit Minh Ha like a bolt of lightning. He stared blankly, thinking about the special selection exam. Minh Ha gazed at the bottle on the table, deep in thought. If he already knew me, and even had a huge grudge against me beforehand, he wouldn't need to step onto the stage. He racked his brain, his question was airtight, but he subconsciously felt that the moment the killer learned his identity just now, the urge to kill him must have surfaced. Minh Ha recalled that exam day, when the professor announced that everyone had arrived. Regarding the content of today's exam, Lin Hai suddenly spoke up. Teacher, there's one more person. His name is Minh Ha. You seem to have missed his name. Then he became suspicious. If he had known me beforehand, the mysterious shadow was hiding behind a wall, muttering, Let's see what the master is like. And the professor yelled furiously because he dared to interrupt. Don't be so loud. Minh Ha deduced that he already hated him and wanted to kill him. My question won't work on him. He immediately stood up, anxiously questioning. Among these 9 student council members, did anyone participate in the exam with us? Lin Hu noticed the image on Minh Ha's phone. He snatched it, pointed to someone, and confirmed, Yes, it's him. Lin Hai pointed at the screen and exclaimed joyfully, Chunyak, it's definitely him. Hearing that, Tulan immediately stepped forward, saying, I remember that name. He was the last person to join the student council presidium. Minh Ha repeated, full of suspicion. Presidium? He furrowed his brow, probing, Did you all and the school discuss the freshman training schedule? She calmly confirmed, that's right, we were the ones who discussed it. But the final decision rested with the school administration. While Phoenix stood to the side, arms crossed, listening to the two of them talk, Minh Ha felt a bit uneasy and continued to question. So, you would have known in advance, right? You're acting suspicious. Toulon didn't hide it and replied bluntly, that's right. By this point, he could confidently say, it's definitely him, it's definitely him. Minh Ha excitedly grabbed Lin Hui's shoulders, demanding answers. Lu Qian, which way did he go? He asked, looking a bit flustered. I just said goodbye to him. Lu Qian pointed in one direction and muttered, he must be at the parking lot by now. I remember he has a pretty nice sports car. Before the words even left his mouth, he was already sprinting toward the parking lot, leaving everyone else stunned. Meanwhile, in the outdoor parking lot, there were only a few scattered cars. A man angrily slammed his hat onto the passenger seat. Chula cursed under his breath, furious. If I find out who you are, I have 100 ways to make you suffer. If it weren't for you, my work would have shaken the entire world. After ranting for a bit, he started the engine, still muttering, just you wait. As soon as he finished, Minh Ha appeared right in front of Chule's car. The sudden appearance made him eyes go wide with shock. After a few seconds of confusion, Chule quickly frowned, his eyes filled with hatred. Without hesitation, he slammed his foot on the gas. This reckless move caught Minh Ha off guard, making him jump in surprise. Just as the car lunged toward him, Minh Ha agilely leaped to the side. Seeing he had missed, Chule floored it, speeding away while Minh Ha watched him go. However, the moment his feet touched the ground, Minh Ha gathered all his strength. He launched himself forward like a rocket, giving chase. Chule was cruising along in his sports car, zooming ahead. Through the rearview mirror, he could see the faint figure of Minh Ha keeping pace. Seeing the car ahead, a glint of determination flashed in Minh Ha's eyes. Just then, Lu Qian suddenly sped past on a motorcycle. He sat up and shouted, are you really going that far? How is a person supposed to outrun a sports car? Lu Qian yelled, take it. Then, he immediately jumped off the bike, leaving Minh Ha stunned. Minh Ha quickly hopped onto the bike, revved the engine, and said, thanks. Minh Ha took off instantly, leaving a trail of smoke behind. The cold wind blowing past helped his mind clear up quickly. A few days ago, when he went to Nandu Academy for the special entrance exam, that was when the white fog appeared. That meant he was witnessing the fog. Minh Ha recalled every detail, thinking that he might be using the Nandu Academy freshman training to carry out his schemes. No wonder the examiner had made things so difficult for him during the special exam. The image of the judge constantly nitpicking flashed in his mind. Make your beast chase that brat named Minh Ha out of the arena first. By now, Minh Ha was certain that he hadn't just donated 6 million to the academy, he must have secretly bribed the examiner as well. He gritted his teeth, realizing how he had managed to squeeze into the Nandu Superhuman Academy. And back then, as a special recruit, he had almost kicked him off the acceptance list. Unfortunately for them, their plan didn't succeed. The examiner could only grumble as he offered his welcome. Congratulations on becoming a student at Nandu Superhuman Academy. Once you're in the academy, don't be arrogant or conceited. Stay humble, study hard, and learn to respect your teachers. That's why he and I have been enemies ever since. Miao Lan just squeezed her eyes shut in resignation. I understand. Everyone. Minh Ha thought angrily, remembering the scene where she was stabbed through the stomach. He had almost let him get away, and he had harmed so many people. The flashback ended with the image of another one of his victims. But at least I used this ordinary body to protect the bright future of superhumans for the next 10 years. The more he thought, the angrier he got. Minh Ha shouted, don't think you can get away with this. When he saw the bright headlights of the motorcycle, Chule realized with a start that he had caught up. He frowned, muttering smugly, in such a hurry to die? As he finished, Chule raised his hand, and a dark aura quickly enveloped the surroundings. The next second, he swung his hand overhead, and suddenly, broken tree branches collapsed right in front of Minh Ha. Facing this sudden situation, he furrowed his brow, focused his mind, and quickly swerved the handlebars to the side, dodging the blow. Minh Ha successfully cleared the second set of branches with ease. Seeing this from ahead, Chula bit his lip in anger. Then, he suddenly unbuckled his seatbelt. Chula stood up, stretching both hands covered in dark energy to the sides. Suddenly, from the roadside, countless broken branches came crashing down. Faced with a whole forest suddenly collapsing on him, Minh Ha just clicked his tongue and muttered, no room to hide now. With that, he squeezed his eyes shut, as if he had accepted his fate. His hand, resting on the throttle, tightened suddenly. Minh Ha didn't hesitate to use his invisibility talent. relying on luck to get through the debris. Just like that, he dodged all the falling branches. Minh Ha kept his eyes closed to concentrate, his mental energy to the fullest. Once again, he quickly caught up to Chule, making him stare in a fit of rage. Chule slammed his hand against the steering wheel and roared, "Damn it!" At that moment, Minh Ha sped past him and threatened in a low voice, "You aren't getting away." Hearing this, Chule laughed contemptuously. "Are you in such a rush to reunite with those instructors in the underworld?" As he spoke, both of them revved their engines, racing each other on the narrow mountain pass. At a sharp turn, Minh Ha impatiently stood up on the bike and cursed, "You scumbag." Seeing this, Chula hastily yanked the steering wheel, still cursing, "You lunatic." Unfortunately for him, Minh Ha had already gained momentum to leap toward the car, and in an instant, he successfully grabbed the back of the vehicle. Chula angrily tried to swerve to shake Minh Ha off, but he stubbornly held onto the driver's seat. At this point, the man lost his mind and slammed the gas pedal to the floor. The car shot forward like a rocket, heading straight for the safety barrier, which took Minh Ha by surprise. Meanwhile, Chule suddenly raised his hand to steer. He wore a crazed smile and shouted, "Go to hell." Chule wanted to force him to perish together with the car at the bottom of the deep abyss. By the time Minh Ha realized the cruel plan, it was already too late. In a blink, the car plunged into the ground, creating a massive explosion. On the edge of the cliff, Chule looked down at the smoldering embers below. He wore a cruel smile and muttered, "Fighting with me, falling into an abyss, and dying without a trace, that's too good for you." After that, Chule stepped aside to make a call. "Hello, it's me. I've taken care of him." He continued casually, "The identity information. You're dead anyway. Why bother investigating? Though, I guess I can't stay at Nandu Academy anymore. Find me a more secluded spot," Chunyats ordered irritably. But before he could finish his sentence, a dark figure with glowing eyes suddenly emerged from the forest, making him freeze. The full moon hung high, illuminating the dark night. Under the faint light, Minh Ha's muscular frame, marked by a few minor wounds, was revealed. He spoke with cold fury. "I told you. I would catch you and drag you before their graves to atone for your sins." Upon seeing the intruder's face, Chunyat's eyes widened in disbelief. You're not dead?" He hurriedly shoved his phone into his pocket, then covered his face with his other hand, muttering, "You even followed me here?" Enraged, Chunyat channeled all his power into his palms and roared, "Do you think you're invincible? To me, your little tricks are nothing." He bellowed like a petulant child, then unleashed a flurry of slashes at Minh Ha. Minh Ha was forced back, taking the full brunt of Chunachi's assault. Yet, he held his ground firmly, even as the surrounding trees were sliced in half and deep trenches were carved into the earth. The slashes left 3 deep gouges across Minh Ha's muscular chest. On the other side, Chunyat, poised for another strike, suddenly paused as if he'd realized something. He looked at him and laughed mockingly. "Don't think I don't know what your ability is." Chunak spread his arms wide and laughed boisterously. "There are no mediators around for you to absorb. Do you really think you can oppose me with just that little bit of strength?" As he surged with power, he roared excitedly, "Keep dreaming. Let me show you what a true superhuman is." With that, Chunyak used his power to manipulate the surrounding trees. "I'll open your eyes so you can see what a transcendent really is." But Minh Ha remained perfectly calm. A strange light suddenly flickered within his palm. At the same moment, Chunyats stood tall, gathering trees, earth, and rocks into a towering, crushing mass. He didn't hesitate, slamming both hands down decisively. At his command, the debris flew straight toward him like a landslide. Just then, Minh Ha suddenly clenched his hand around a mysterious object, shattering it. Immediately after, his arm was encased in a layer of solid, icy spiritual energy. From that ice, a giant serpent's head, with blood-red eyes, formed. Minh Ha quickly unleashed his ice python fist technique. The giant serpent's head lunged forward with its mouth wide open. A thick layer of ice instantly encased all the earth and rocks Chunyak had hurled. Not stopping there, the ice rapidly spread from where Minh Ha stood. Seeing this, he hurriedly tried to fill the gaps with more earth to block the attack. But quickly, Chunyak was completely engulfed by the thick ice, and all the debris was frozen solid. He couldn't believe it. Stammering in shock, frozen Minh Ha said nothing, just clenched his fist. His eyes flashed with killing intent. He launched a punch filled with immense rage, accompanied by the giant serpent, which extended its long body forward. In an instant, Chunyacha's entire lower body was sealed in ice. Looking down from above, a large area of the forest was blanketed in ice and snow, accompanied by a thin mist that spread in all directions, making the surrounding air turn freezing cold. He lifted his hand, grabbed his shredded shirt, and shouted at him, "You're trapped in a block of ice. You think you can act high and mighty, trampling on and mocking things that others protect with their lives? Yeah, right." Minh Ha angrily tore off the rest of the sleeve hanging from his body. He stepped forward and questioned, "Who do you think you are, a superhuman?" With that, Minh Ha immediately swung his muscular arm, preparing to strike down on Chunyak's head. At this moment, only extreme hatred remained in his eyes. Facing imminent death, Chunyak finally felt fear. Tears streamed down his face. Ignoring that pleading look, Minh Ha showed no mercy, throwing a punch that severed one of Chunyak's arms, accompanied by a curse. From head to toe, "You're nothing but trash." Chunhat groaned in silent agony as he lost his arm. While he continued his lecture, "If you don't like living like a human, go find a hole to rot away in. Stop causing trouble for those of us who just want to live in peace." Under the bright moonlight, a piercing scream suddenly rang out, tearing through the quiet night. At the same time, at the Nandu Superhuman Academy, in the Memorial Hall, Instructor La heard the news and hurried over to ask, "Is Minh Ha up there?" Luo Lin replied anxiously, "Yes. I don't know why he suddenly wanted to meet us here." She speculated, "He must be feeling troubled. He's still so young, and he's had to go through so much since he enrolled." She thought for a moment before continuing, "Yeah, I understand how he feels. After all, he saw Instructor Chu that with his own eyes." Instructor La sighed, "We have to help him move past this. He must be under a lot of pressure lately." Saying that, the two walked inside, chatting as they moved. True, he must be grieving, especially after Teacher Feng was captured. Luo Lin nodded in agreement. Minh Ha never imagined that someone from the Heaven Authority organization was right next to him, and it was his own teacher, no less. As they entered, they saw Minh Ha and Chunat kneeling on the ground. She was stunned and asked softly, "Minh Ha, you?" Instructor La said nothing, just silently raised his hand in a respectful salute. Hearing her voice, he turned back and smiled gently, his face smeared with blood. "I caught him. I promised everyone I would definitely catch him." Then, before their horrified eyes, Minh Ha pointed at Chunach and shouted, "He is a disciple of the Heaven Authority." He hurried toward him. Meanwhile, both of them couldn't believe it, and shouted, "A disciple!" As soon as Chunyak saw them, he sobbed and pleaded, "Help me, someone." His mental state seemed to have collapsed. At this moment, Chunhat hung his head low, crying and begging, "Lock me up, please. Don't make me stay with this maniac." Seeing his hysterical state, Instructor La looked over at Luo Lin. She said nothing, just gave a slight nod. Then, Luo Lin stepped forward and gently wiped the blood from his face. She looked worried and scolded him. "You really didn't have to push yourself like that." Meanwhile, the instructor turned away to make a report call. "There is something here that needs to be reported to the boss," Luo Lin said softly. "You've done a great job." These actions and words immediately left Minh Ha feeling a bit flustered, unsure of how to respond. He turned to look at the 3 framed photos on the wall, his voice choking up. "I only wanted to get justice for those officers." She patted his shoulder gently, trying to comfort him. "You didn't have to risk your life like that, you know. You could have died." Meanwhile, across the room, Officer Law reached a final agreement after some discussion. He replied in a low voice, "I understand." After hanging up, Officer Law walked into the hall to announce to the two of them, "They've already sent people over." Saying that, he turned to look at Minh Ha with genuine surprise. "You really are." Before they could finish, Officer Law respectfully raised his hand in a salute. "On behalf of the entire Dragon's Tooth organization, I thank you." He quickly raised both hands, waving them off. "It was the least I could do." A while later, the Dragon's Tooth sent people to escort Chunyak away. Officer La followed, while Luo Lin walked Minh Ha out to his car. Once he was settled in the car, she leaned down and whispered, "Make sure you get proper treatment at the hospital later." Minh Ha nodded obediently. "I will." After the conversation, Luo Lin stood still, watching the car drive away. She straightened up and offered a salute, thinking, everything everyone did was worth it. The next day, the sun shone brilliantly across a clear blue sky. Inside the lecture hall, people were bustling about. In the hallway, Neum Dung came running up from behind, calling out loudly to Minh Ha. "You chose Professor Duong Hang's class too?" Minh Ha smiled and replied gently, "Yeah, what a coincidence." She clutched her book tightly, looking up with excitement. "I've been taking these public lectures for half a semester now. I think Professor Duong Hang and Professor Feng's classes are really fascinating. I was actually torn between taking classes from Duong Hang or Professor Feng, but Professor Feng went abroad for further studies." Recalling the scene where Professor Feng was arrested, he felt a little smug inside, but feigned sadness on the outside. "Yeah, It's a real shame. Minh Ha couldn't help but blurt out his true feelings. Professor Feng was a great teacher. You could really learn a lot from him. As they talked, the two walked into the classroom. Niam-dung muttered to herself, I wonder what topic Professor Duong-hang will pick for us this time. He followed up. Whatever it is, it'll definitely be interesting. Once the lecture began, the words, "The Civilization of Geniuses," flashed onto the board. On the podium, the professor with the silver-white hair began his greeting. First, I'd like to apologize to the great scholars who came before us. The professor was Duong-hang. He continued, My research and the topic at hand are built on the foundation of refuting their life's work. As soon as he finished, Duong-hang bowed to the students, sending the atmosphere into an instant frenzy. A student couldn't help but whisper, No wonder it's Professor Duong-hang, a real university lecturer. Starting the first public lecture with such a bold, rebellious statement. As if he had anticipated the students' reactions, he offered a faint smile. Duong-hang raised his hand and began his lecture. Regardless of the era, we should always maintain a certain level of skepticism about everything. After all, those great scholars sought the truths of the world just like we are doing now. As he finished, the students cheered excitedly. The professor is right, one student shouted while taking notes. Exactly. After all, what scholar hasn't broken the conventions of their time? He continued his speech. Have you ever thought that perhaps the Creator has always favored humanity? If not, how else could we have evolved to free our hands? Duong-hang grew more passionate as he spoke. Learning to use tools, learning to harness fire. The skyscrapers everywhere are a testament to his question, each step laying the foundation for the brilliant civilization we have today. Duong-hang kept rambling on, raising one question after another. Humans have intellect and a civilized system far beyond other species. Is this just a coincidence, or a result of gradual evolution? An image of a primitive creature's calloused hands holding a stone appeared, followed by the scene of it rubbing the stones together. This was accompanied by Professor Duong's explanation. What happens when we are no longer the Creator's favorite? When another species appears, and they are just like us in the old days, knowing how to use tools and harness fire? A scene of creatures rising up to seize territory appeared. He posed a question. Step by step, intelligence is born. What will the world look like then? Hearing this, all the students fell silent, deep in thought. Just then, Duong-hang hit a key, and the large screen behind him displayed a photo along with his declaration. That's right, it's the world we live in, the era we are experiencing right now. On the screen, a creature hundreds of times larger than a human stood in the center, making everything around it look like mere ants. And he continued his lecture to the curious students. In reality, we are lost in a beautiful dream that humans are the only intelligent beings, even thinking it's a natural fact. Immediately after, he made a profound statement. But we've never wondered why we are so different from other life forms in nature, like gods controlling the entire world, dominating other species. Saying this, he slowly placed his finger on the space bar. A picture of a desolate space appeared. Duong-hang continued. Now, suddenly, there is another species in the world that is just as knowledgeable as us. Should we finally drop our chosen race arrogance and try to understand them? He then provided evidence. Right now, veteran scholars share a consensus. The alien creatures we are facing are currently in their primitive stage, a civilization comparable to our own Stone Age of fire and tribes. At this point, Duong-hang glared at the computer screen and emphasized every word loudly. And yet, it only took them over a dozen years to go from hunting wild beasts to mastering fire. He shouted at the top of his lungs in the quiet classroom. And how long did it take us, do you know? That is why we cannot help but ask ourselves, what level will these alien creatures reach in 30 years? How many years will they need to surpass human civilization? And then, after much research, he provided the answer himself. According to my predictions, in less than 70 years, we will become their pets. The only reason for our existence will be to serve as their fresh food. A stifling silence hung over the entire student body after Duong-hang's words. Most people were now filled with fear or disbelief. Just then, a student stood up to ask, Professor, what evidence do you have for this claim? Or are you just like other experts who love to blow things out of proportion? He stepped down from the podium, speaking slowly with a stream of logic. There's no concrete evidence. My entire thesis is built on hypotheses. You could even call it just wild speculation. Standing in the middle of the lecture hall, Tung Hung-jung spread his arms and announced, As an instructor, I am in the exact same position as all of you. We are all facing an alien civilization for the very first time. Just then, a student with a dazed expression raised his hand and asked, We won't be surpassed by those disasters, will we? Professor Tang placed a hand on the student's shoulder and responded, This is precisely why I opened this topic. He looked at the student with a serious face and said candidly, I truly hope my research topic is wrong. That is the only way our human civilization can remain in the lead. Then, as Tong Hang walked up the stairs, he continued, if that is the case, we still have enough time to learn, adapt, and prolong the survival of humanity. When he reached this point, Fuang Niam-dung immediately raised her hand to speak. So, the topic for this semester is to prove that the disaster civilization will not continue to evolve, right? Tong Hang stopped and continued to explain under everyone's attentive gaze. That's right. We will go and collect several unique disaster creature specimens to bring back for comparison. Just then, a pair of hands went up again, followed by the question, for this topic, we have to go out into the field, right? He pointed a finger and replied seriously, yes, we have to go frequently. Moreover, there is a certain level of danger involved, so we need to cooperate with the Hunter Association and the authorities. He then clutched his head in frustration, his tone clearly showing his regret. It is just a pity that this topic is not highly valued. We were granted very little funding, and it is very difficult to gain the support of the combat personnel. A student excitedly raised his fist and voiced his thoughts. But I feel that our topic is very meaningful. Who knows, we might make a major discovery. Across from them, another male student stared wide-eyed at Tong Hang and asked, like Dr. Long Wu of the Astronomical Organization? Hearing this, the professor couldn't help but picture Dr. Long Wu's expression in his mind. Before he could reply, another male student stood up and declared, exactly. Who knows, we might discover the important secrets of the disaster star, and from there, contribute to the progress of humanity. Tong Hang chuckled softly at the remark, then spoke in a gentle voice to reassure the students. However, don't worry too much. The school will support us, and senior students from the student council will join us as well. Professor Tang's voice echoed through the hall. They will ensure everyone's safety during the time we are out collecting specimens. Not long after Tong Hang's class ended, Minh Ha was walking alone in the forest, deeply lost in thought. As he was strolling along, Xiaohua suddenly appeared. This left him puzzled. What's wrong? She manifested beside Minh Ha, her tone filled with disbelief. It took you scholars until now to realize we possess intelligence? He slowly explained to her. Professor Tang Hang is an excellent scholar. I feel that the topic he is researching is not as simple as it appears on the surface. That is why I want to study under him. Xiaohua curled her lip with a smile and began to mock him. However, he is a rare person who considers us equals to humans. She started to grit her teeth, every word dripping with resentment. The previous instructors always spouted beast or monster, likening us to animals. I can only say they were far too ignorant. Hearing this, Minh Ha raised a question. So, what do you think? Does the disaster civilization really have the potential to surpass us humans within the next 70 years? She propped her chin on her hand, looking ahead, and provided a series of facts. According to my knowledge, your civilization also went through a transitional period. In just 200 short years, the human world went from cold weapons to firearms, and then to the era where transcendent beings are combined with firearms. After saying that, Xiaohua glanced at him and affirmed, however, that instructor is right. Humans are no longer the only creatures favored by the heavens. Minh Ha looked up at the distant sky and silently voiced his wish, hoping that all intelligent creatures could be like him and her, living in peace and mutual care. Xiaohua was startled for a moment upon hearing this. Then she jumped back, balled her hands into fists, and shouted aggressively, who wants to live in mutual care with you? Regaining his serious demeanor, Minh Ha asked the question that had been on his mind. I still don't quite understand. Why must they always be killed? She floated in front of him, tilting her body playfully as she retorted, viruses in a system are just innocent programs after all, but why don't antivirus programs spare them? He immediately refuted her words. You are conflating concepts. There is no proof that we are a virus. Xiaohua then floated above Minh Ha's head and asked, do you know why your teachers bow and apologize to the great scholars of the past? He answered honestly, I don't know. And so, she began to pose a myriad of questions. According to the theory of evolution, there is indeed a great deal of evidence proving you evolved from apes. Then she brought up an extremely logical point. But why was it you? Dolphins are also very intelligent. Why didn't they become the humans of the ocean? Xiaohua leaned toward Minh Ha, posing a question with no answer. Why are there so many animals with intelligence not inferior to apes, yet only you know how to use your hands and tools? In the end, who helped you? Minh Ha looked at her, showing his dissatisfaction with those words. You are twisting the problem around, like asking why a meteorite happens to land right in a meteorite crater. Xiaohua began to gesture wildly and ramble on. There are many things that cannot be verified, but they can provide us with a new line of thinking. For example, There are many traces that coincide with this line of thought, which only further proves the authenticity of this new perspective. He continued walking, and curiously asked, "What new perspective?" Just then, Xiaohua pointed her finger straight at him. She curled her lips into a smile and declared something. "You humans were once the immune system of the Tianquan universe." And then she continued to state a theory to reinforce her words. After all, wasn't the previous ruler of Earth a species called dinosaurs? Not long after, Minh Ha returned to his home. He opened the door and stepped inside, surprised by the scene before him. Qin Yu was busy at the table, and Minh Ha hurriedly approached, saying, "Are you still packing your things? Just keep it simple." She pulled the zipper of her backpack with one hand and lifted a water bottle with the other, asking, "Why do you even have to go on a field trip? Aren't students supposed to stay at school and study?" He let out a loud laugh, excitedly giving his answer. "It's the course topic. We have to do it every semester. I chose a subject I'm quite interested in, so I have to go out and collect samples, and at the same time, I need to delve deeper into research." Seeing Minh Ha's reaction, she quickly reminded him of a few things. "You need to be a little careful, and don't you dare slack off. If the situation looks bad, just run immediately." He replied with a simple, "I know." At that moment, Qin Yu secretly slipped a piece of candy into his backpack, though she remained calm on the surface. He had only thought that joining the astronomical organization would give him access to national secrets, but in the end, it was nothing more than organizing documents. Minh Ha patted her shoulder and spoke up to reassure her. "You're still just an intern. Eventually, you'll be given more important work." She happily replied, "I think so too." Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Qin Yu rushed over, explaining hurriedly, "I'll get it. It's probably my colleagues." As the door opened, Qin Yu saw everyone and spoke up. "You guys got here so fast." Her colleague, Chao Tu, asked in a friendly tone, "Are you all set?" The two colleagues entered, and Chao Tu asked Minh Ha, "Is this your boyfriend?" Qin Yu immediately clarified, "He's my younger brother, Minh Ha. He's studying at Namdo Academy." Hearing that, she joked, "With such a handsome younger brother, why didn't you tell us sooner? If we'd known, we would have come over to visit every day." Tai Din, who was standing nearby, agreed. "That's right." Minh Ha shyly scratched his head and greeted them. "Hello, you two." Following her habit, Xiao Tu quickly extended an invitation. "Minh Ha, come have a drink with us." Before he could respond, Qin Yu spoke up quickly. "He still has things to do. Let's just go." "The other colleagues are still waiting," Tai Din said excitedly. "Yeah, let's go." She felt a bit flustered and replied with a simple, "Okay." With that, Qin Yu quickly led her two colleagues outside. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind him, "Minh Ha, I'm heading out first. I've finished packing your things, so remember to call me when you arrive." He gave a short reply. "Okay." After his sister left, Minh Ha exclaimed to himself, "She's so good at socializing. She made new friends already." He grabbed the backpack from the table and reminded himself that it was time to go. Under the scorching midday sun, students were gathering in large numbers outside the school gate. In a nearby corner, Minh Ha stood alone with his backpack. At the shuttle bus stop, Pham Kai stood behind Lu Qian and asked a question that caught his attention. "What do you think?" Lu Qian. While the guy was pestering Lu Qian, her gaze shifted towards someone else. She hurried over, waving her hand and calling out, "Minh Ha." He walked slowly toward her and asked, "Where are you guys going?" Pham Kai sneered from behind. "Can't you tell? We're heading to the front lines to fight." Ignoring the guy's comment, she asked Minh Ha excitedly, "Are you bringing that backpack for fieldwork too?" He pointed at the green bus in the distance and replied, "Yeah, that's where we're gathering." She looked thrilled at that, wearing a bright smile as she said, "Looks like we're heading in the same direction." Pham Kai curled his lip and chimed in, "Freshmen can only work as reserves, doing odd jobs." Filled with arrogance, he crossed his arms and boasted, "Only upperclassmen with real skills and outstanding records get to go to the front lines." It was a fine speech, but no one bothered to reply because everyone was busy chatting happily. Feeling slighted, Pham Kai gritted his teeth and hissed. He braced himself, muttering 3 words to himself. "Don't fight, don't fight." Lu Qian and Minh Ha chatted for a long while. Then, she shyly reminded him, "You have to be careful and stay safe too. Take care of yourself." After saying what she needed to say, she lowered her head, feeling nervous as she wondered, "Should I give him a hug?" Minh Ha placed a hand on his chest and declared firmly, "You two, if you run into any trouble, just tell me. No matter how far away I am, I'll come to you." Lu Qian nodded in agreement. Yeah. At that moment, a student carrying a massive backpack bumped into them while trying to squeeze through. "Let me through, please." He accidentally knocked into Minh Ha, constantly saying, "Excuse me, let me through." By force of habit, Minh Ha fell forward, right as Lu Qian stood blushing in front of him. She squeezed her eyes shut and smiled slightly, quietly waiting for what was about to happen. As expected, the two collided, both blushing with embarrassment. Seizing the moment of closeness, Minh Ha glanced down. The two stood there hugging for a long time, while the other students started lining up to board the buses. After an awkward silence, an older man pointed at the large bus and shouted, "Get on the bus, hurry up." Lu Qian then spoke softly, "I have to go." Hearing her voice, Minh Ha snapped back to reality. He quickly stepped back, awkwardly turning away as he replied, "Right, travel safely." Lu Qian ran quickly toward the shuttle bus, not forgetting to call out, "Goodbye." In an instant, the three white buses sped off, leaving only the green bus parked at the school gate. Minh Ha then stepped onto the bus, and as soon as he appeared, he politely waved to the president. Lin Hui stepped on behind him, looking straight ahead as he said, "We really have a connection, traveling together again." They both stopped where Duong Nin was sitting, and he continued teasing. "Getting to travel with the young lady, Duong Nin, is surely going to be anything but boring." She propped her chin up, bored, and replied, "I was forced to come be a nanny for you freshmen. Who told him to be my uncle anyway?" Duong Hang was putting his things away nearby, and hearing that, he opened his mouth to say, even though the battlefield at the front lines is extremely important, he offered a gentle smile toward Duong Nin and continued, "What we are about to do also makes a huge contribution. When the time comes, you'll see that this trip wasn't a waste." She glanced at the big picture with a bored tone. "You're the elder uncle, so whatever you say must be right." The green bus carrying everyone finally started its journey. Inside, the students' gazes were fixed on Duong Nin, and a buzz of whispers erupted. "I can't believe the student body president came to protect us personally. Anyone who can get into the student council has terrifying skills, let alone the president." Everyone peered around the bus, guessing and speculating. Surely the other four seniors were also top-tier fighters in the school. Luong Dong laughed heartily and started introducing them to everyone. In the front row on the left is our sniper. His extraordinary talent is camouflage, and he has superhuman eyesight. The person just mentioned was Lu Fong. He gazed thoughtfully at the neighborhood, accompanied by the introduction of his skills. But with his incredibly modified sniper rifle, he has become someone no one in the school dares to offend. The students sitting in the back stood up curiously and whispered to each other, "So it's him. I saw him on the school's power ranking board once. He's incredibly strong." Next, Luong Dong talked about the girl with twin braids sitting on the right. "Don't let her cute outfit fool you. If she ever snaps, I doubt even a whole class of superhumans could take her down." After hearing that, the girl stood up, threw her hands up, and looked back at everyone. A curious girl asked, "What's her superpower?" Luong Dong chuckled and replied, "Just know that she uses fire, and that's enough." Nian Dung's eyes widened as she pointed ahead and asked, "What about that girl in the retro outfit?" "Oh, that's Hana, the archer. She's quite mysterious, so I haven't been able to gather much intel on her." Someone else pointed and asked, "What about him? He looks so polite and gentle, honestly like a middle schooler." The person being mentioned was Wu Xiaodong. Luong Dong only knew a little about him. "I'm not entirely sure, but I know his combat strength is in the top 10 of the school." After learning the identities of the four of them, a female student clapped excitedly and cheered. "I never expected so many top-tier upperclassmen to be protecting our sample collection trip to the wilderness." Ban Lin Hui turned around and added, "That just goes to show how much the school values Mr. Tang's course." Amidst the lively chatter, the bus kept rolling forward. That same noon, at Fenghuang Town, inside the Guanyun Reservoir, a place vibrant with the colors of nature, Chang Zhang set his toolbox down next to Uncle Wang Jun, who was fishing, and started, "Mr. Wang, you're quite tough. I was on the other side of the wall yesterday and could still hear you and your wife arguing, yet you're still up this early to go fishing." His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked frustrated as he snapped, "What of it? I'm having a battle of wills with this reservoir. I've been fishing all night. I'll be damned if I don't catch a single silver carp." Then, his eyes filled with broken capillaries shifted as he sensed something was off. "Wait. What did you just say? What about my wife last night?" Chang Zhang knew trouble was brewing, so he quickly looked away and said, "Nothing. I said your cat was yowling all night. It was so loud I couldn't sleep." Then, he changed the subject, hinting at wanting to help him. "Mr. Wang, look at you. You've been up all night. Your eyes are all bloodshot. You should really go home and get some rest." Finishing his sentence, Chang Zong cast his fishing line. The sharp hook splashed into the water, just waiting for a bite. The two men didn't say another word, just sat there fishing in silence. Around the nearby iron fences, Dandelion seeds floated in the wind. On the road filled with dandelions, a four-wheeled vehicle sped by. Inside the car, a little girl poked her head out the window and couldn't help but shout, "Look! There are so many dandelions." As the girl reached out for the flowers, the woman beside her pulled her back in. The mother pointed and said in a firm, stern voice, "I've told you so many times, sticking your head out the window like that is dangerous." The father in the driver's seat tilted his head, smiling at the two of them in the back. Just then, a sparkling dandelion seed landed on his collar. The family of three drove past the reservoir, surrounded by the colorful scenery of the flowers. Meanwhile, at the reservoir, Changzong's fishing rod was twitching. His eyes lit up, and he excitedly exclaimed, "I got here later than you, but I'm catching fish faster." He stood up, struggling a bit to pull the rod high. "That's heavy, must be a big one." Feeling the strain, Changzong called out to Wang Jun, "Mr. Wang, give me a hand." Wang Jun sat motionless, leaving him to struggle alone. Damn it. After a bit of tugging, a large fish was yanked out of the water. The fish flew high into the air, and Changzong was overjoyed. "I actually caught a huge one," but before he could even celebrate, the fish suddenly detached its mouth fringes from the hook. The large fish began to drop, and strange tentacles appeared where its mouth should have been. Changzong stumbled back below. After the fish landed, he picked it up and panicked the moment he saw the cluster of tentacles. Tentacles sprouted all over the fish's body, wrapping around Changzong's arm. He screamed, "What is this thing?" The grotesque fish plunged its tentacles into the ground, and he fell backward in terror. Further away, Wang Jun was still silently fishing. Around the fish, everything was a chaotic mess, its body covered in holes of all sizes. Changzong backed away, tapped Wang Jun on the shoulder, and yelled, "Mr. Wang! Mr. Wang! Are you seeing this? This is insane. The fish was clearly alive just a second ago." Hearing no response, he nervously asked, "Are you still thinking about your wife?" Still no reply. Changzong turned around to call for Mr. Wang again. At that moment, Wang Jun's skinny body was slumped over, his hat sliding off his head. Seeing the gaunt, skeletal remains in front of him, Changzong's mouth hung open in terror. At the same time, at the old man's feet, squirming tentacles were emerging from his legs. Mr. Wang didn't move an inch, as the strange tentacles slithered toward the water in front of them. It was a horrific sight. Changzong abandoned all his gear and ran for the main road as fast as his legs could carry him. Back on the highway, the green shuttle bus was still moving steadily. Inside, Nian asked, "Right, teacher. You still haven't told us what kind of samples we're collecting this time?" Tang Hang pointed his finger upward and replied slowly, "A very common plant." He looked at the students on the bus and began to explain. "Not long ago, a hunter gave me some special specimens. I've done some research." His expression turned serious as he said, "I've discovered that these plants exhibit invasive behavior." Nian had a big question upon hearing this. Aren't plants naturally invasive, though? She didn't forget to provide an example. Many skyscraping giant trees, because they have better growing conditions, instinctively spread their canopies wide, blocking the sunlight from smaller trees and causing them to die, just so they can hog the nutrients in that soil. After Nian finished, Mr. Tong replied, "That's true. Invasive behavior does exist among plants. But the specimen I have this time doesn't compete for sunlight or soil nutrients with other plants. It shows extreme aggression toward animals, much like a carnivorous plant." Just as he was explaining, a purplish creature was running alongside the bus. The group on the bus still had no idea what was about to happen, just silently listening to Tang Hang. But the thing is, they don't catch flies or mosquitoes, they catch large animals, including humans. Just as Tang Hang finished his sentence, something suddenly lunged at the vehicle. The driver went pale, desperately trying to steady the steering wheel, but the front tire still ran over the creature. Instantly, the windshield shattered with a loud bang, scattering shards across the road. As the shock wore off, Ha stood up, bow in hand, and asked, "Was it a monster attack?" The driver turned back to her and explained, "No, it was just a deer that suddenly darted out." Tang Ning then suggested, "Ha, you go down and check it out. The rest of you stay on the bus." The driver left his seat and hurriedly protested, "It's just a deer. There's no need for that." Right then, Liu Feng coldly warned, "We aren't that far from the old battlefield. Don't let your guard down." So, Hana took her bow and stepped off the bus to assess the situation. She followed the trail of blood leading into the woods, questioning to herself if the creature was still alive. Did it run away? Large pools of blood appeared among the tall trees and dandelion patches. She silently concluded that it surely wouldn't survive much longer. Ha walked back to the bus step by step, her eyes still scanning the area, and reported, "Just a deer, nothing dangerous." As soon as she sat down, Tang Ning leaned over and asked, "What about its body?" She quickly replied, "It didn't die. It ran into the woods." Hearing this, Tang Ning walked up to the driver and asked, "Is the bus still drivable?" The driver pointed at the broken glass and replied, "No problem. The damage is on the other side. It doesn't affect my view." The atmosphere on the bus calmed down under the driver's reassurance. There are too many deer on the mountain. This happens on this road all the time. If you run into one, it's just bad luck. She felt relieved and replied, "Then let's keep going." The bus continued on its way, while the strange deer stood silently hidden in the dandelion patch, watching. At that moment, strange energy pulsed from its body, and its eyes began to glow with aura. A while later, the bus arrived safely at Phuong Niem Dungjian town. Seeing the police swarming the side of the road, Luong Dong asked curiously, "What happened?" Ban Lin Hui speculated, "It looks like a murder." Phuong Niem Dung also stood up to look and noted the large number of police officers. The bus kept moving, passing countless civilians and police by the roadside. Moments later, the group arrived in front of the hotel. Each of them grabbed their suitcases and backpacks and stepped off. Professor Tong stood aside, reminding them to check in before going to lunch. Once everyone gathered in the dining hall, Professor Tang stood up to announce, "I will now begin assigning tasks." He stretched out his hands, looked at the students, and began. "According to information I received from the Hunter Association, there are specimens in the surrounding towns. We will start here in Fuyong Town. Everyone, split into groups shortly to conduct surveys and collect samples." Tang Ning then stood up and suggested, "Let's split into 5 groups total. The 5 of us will each lead a group." As soon as she finished speaking, Luong Dong and Ban Lin Hui chimed in one after another. "Sis, I'll be in your group. I want to be in your group too." Soon, other students raised their hands, chiming, "I want to be in Sister Tang's group too." Tang Ning shook her head helplessly and said, "We'll choose." She then pointed at each person and announced, "First, Phuong Niem Dung, you're with me." The next student she called was named Lin Hui. The next student chosen was Hu Guangyi. The 3 members stood up. Tang Ning pointed to the final member, Minh Ha, and said, "And you too." Once she finished selecting her team, Tang Hang made a request. "Xiao Ning, when we entered town earlier, there were a lot of people gathered. Go investigate a little. If it's just a normal murder, leave it to the police. But if there's anything unusual, get involved." She pointed to the students behind her and said one thing first, "I am only responsible for protecting the safety of the juniors." He agreed completely. "Fair enough. This project was originally designed for the first years. They really should be the ones to investigate." After the first group's tasks were assigned, Liu Feng walked over to where Wen was playing games and suggested, "Let's split into our group too." She replied, "Sure." Tang Hang then held up a stack of notebooks and said, "These are field signal logs, one for each group. In case of an emergency, it'll be easier to stay in contact." The team leaders took their notebooks, and Tang Hang's voice rang out again. "Are the groups finished? Each group is responsible for one area." Once that was settled, he slowly assigned tasks to each group one by one. "Tang Ning, you are responsible for the outskirts of the town. Ha Na, you go to the area around the lumber mill. Liu Feng, you go to, if there are no other issues, head out." Then, each group split up to carry out their work. In the police-filled Fuyong town, someone complained in frustration, "Why did we run into this?" Police officer Tiet Tron Wei scratched his head and sighed. "We can't clearly distinguish if it was done by a human or a monster." Officer Huayan chimed in from behind. "We should just wait for the superpowered hunters from the association to arrive." Tiet Tron Wei disagreed and retorted, "We're this far from the city center. Who knows if the Hunter Association will even send anyone?" Just as the officer finished his sentence, Phuong Niem Dung approached and said, "Hello, sir." He turned his weary face to look at her. Phuong Niem Dung and her group walked forward. She introduced herself proudly. "We are students from the Nandu Superpowered Academy. We're here for research purposes. May I ask what happened here?" He silently repeated the words, "Students and Superpowered Academy." Tiet Tran Wei looked them over, a trace of doubt rising in his heart, wondering if students from the Superpowered Academy could actually spot the problem. Huai-an, standing nearby, didn't hesitate and said, "Fine, let them in to take a look." He pointed toward the crime scene and didn't forget to ask, "There's a victim's body inside. Do you all dare to look?" Phuong Nimdung and Lin Hui gasped at his words, and everyone instinctively looked toward Tang Ning. Seeing this, she spoke up. "It's up to you guys to decide. I won't interfere with the project you're researching. After all, this is related to your credits." As soon as Tang Ning finished, Minh Ha decisively declared, "I'll go." T8 Tronway gestured inside and stated his requirement. Then follow us. We need you to identify if there are any traces of a monster attack. Within seconds, Minh Ha was walking behind the two officers, followed by Phuong Nim Dung's hesitant voice. I'll go with you. The two of them followed the officers inside. Those standing by the body looked up. A bald old man approached and asked, Has someone from the Hunter Association arrived? Tiet Tron Wei quickly explained. They are students from the Nandu Superpowered Academy. They just happen to be doing research here. The others at the scene seem to disagree. Huh? Why are we letting trainees handle this? Exactly. What experience do students have? Just wait for the Hunters Association to arrive. The bald old man looked up at Trinve and explained seriously, Officer, it's not that we're being difficult on purpose, but we take this very seriously and can't just brush it off. I think to put everyone's minds at ease, we should wait for someone from the Hunters Association. Minh Ha and Nim Dung stepped up from behind. He solemnly announced the situation. We have already contacted the Hunters Association. They feel the traces of the demon beast aren't clear. The victim likely succumbed to poison or ingested some mutated species. Without clear traces of a demon beast, it's very difficult for them to send anyone over. Then, Trinve bowed to the old man, enunciating every word clearly. He knew the frontline battles were currently intense and there was a severe shortage of manpower. The old man remained stubborn, insisting on waiting, saying they didn't mind how long it took. His attitude put Trinve in a very difficult position. The old man remained steadfast. Wang Quan was a man of status. This is something our Fu Dung clan takes very seriously, and his case cannot be handled carelessly. The older police officer chuckled and agreed, saying he was right. In that case, we will continue to discuss this with our superiors. Trinve had no choice but to apologize to the two students behind him. I'm sorry, they still hope for someone more experienced to investigate. They just want the truth to avoid public panic. I hope you understand. Niem Dung naturally wouldn't accept that and retorted, but we're not inferior either. Minh Ha just slowly asked one question, wondering what rank of hunter would be enough to earn everyone's trust. The old man remained adamant, insisting that it had to be at least a moon rank hunter. Hearing this, he reached into his pocket to pull something out. He then held up a sun rank badge, stunning everyone, and asked calmly, How about this? The black and white sun-shaped badge hit the stubborn old man's eyes like a physical blow. He didn't understand what Minh Ha was doing, his head full of confusion. Just then, a guy pointed and announced it was a sun rank badge, declaring him a sun rank hunter. Another person behind them doubted if it was real. The other villagers stared wide-eyed at the badge, and one woman among them spoke up, It looks real. Everyone rejoiced, amazed at how powerful he was. Our town once had a moon rank hunter, but once he went to the city, he never wanted to come back. After that event, the two police officers saluted Minh Ha in unison, saying, Our apologies. The attitudes of Trinve and Hoi An had become much warmer. Each of them said, If there is anything you need us to cooperate with, just let us know. That's right. We will tell the townspeople to try and accommodate you. Minh Ha put the badge away under Niem Dung's bewildered gaze, and he simply asked, Can we examine the victim's body first? The officer immediately agreed. Of course. Trinve and Hoi An each held one side of the shroud, asking before opening it, Are you ready? Minh Ha nodded. Immediately after, the shroud was slowly pulled back, revealing the frail body of a man. Some closed their eyes tightly in fear, while others stared in terror without blinking. Once the shroud was fully removed, Minh Ha and Niem Dung couldn't help but be shocked. Right there on the bed was nothing but skin and bone. Wang Quan's eyes were as deep as cosmic black holes. Minh Ha glanced down at the corpse with a look of astonishment. Once finished, he slowly moved closer, trying to remain calm to observe from head to toe. At this moment, Trinve provided a summary. We have already performed a preliminary autopsy. The cause of death is extremely strange. Minh Ha glanced over each part of the body, his ears still listening to the officer. The victim's internal organs are severely withered. The muscles look like they've been left in the sun for half a month. There is massive dehydration, and the blood seems to have been completely drained. Trinve recalled Wang Trong's horrified expression as he continued. According to the testimony of a witness named Wang Trong, just minutes earlier, he was still talking to Wang Quan. A few minutes later, Wang Quan suddenly turned into this. Then, a series of updates came from Hoi An. There is a camera on the main road. Although it's quite far away, it still captured the victim. Wang Quan had been fishing there since last night. This morning, he was still as fit as a fiddle. He continued to recount unbelievable details. In the extracted video footage, there is no sign of any demon beast, let alone any attack, biting, or blood-sucking. Seeing Minh Ha observing thoughtfully for a long time, Trinvei stepped closer and whispered, "Hunter, do you think this was caused by a demon beast?" He didn't answer immediately, his mind already spinning with questions. In just a few minutes, going from a living person to this, it's truly strange. Minh Ha's eyes narrowed, focusing on his own deductions. The lack of footage of a demon beast attacking was key. Either this demon beast has the ability to turn invisible, or there is some detail that the police have overlooked. Just as the atmosphere grew extremely tense, a woman lost control and screamed, "It must be the bat demon. It's definitely it. It's on Black Mountain. It has huge fangs that can suck human blood and turn them into dried husks." An old man chimed in, agreeing. "That's right. Hurry and send the supernatural squad up the mountain to catch it." Another man raised both hands high, emphasizing every terrifying word. "You guys don't know how big that blood-sucking bat demon on the mountain is. When it spreads its wings, it can cover this entire ancestral hall. Just think about it. If it sucks blood, it's no wonder he ended up as skin and bone." Amidst the commotion, the gym bro added a few words to support the claim. "We've seen it before. Ever since then, no one has dared to go up the mountain to work." After that outburst, Hoayan glanced at the contemplative Minh Ha. He realized that the crowd would influence the hunter's train of thought. Thinking of this, he immediately ushered the townspeople out with an excuse. "Everyone go back first. Now that we have a hunter here, the problem will be solved quickly. Any clues? Just leave it to us to discuss with the hunter." When the space became quiet, Neum-dung walked up to Minh Ha and shared her theory. It's possible he was attacked during the night. There was already poison in his body. After sunrise, some trigger, perhaps sunlight, caused it to suddenly take effect. The officers slowly walked back in, just in time to hear Minh Ha's sharp deduction. Even if he were attacked at night, he would have run away. He couldn't have just sat there fishing until the next day. Hoayan spoke up after he finished. "That's right. The witness named Thuong Trong also said that when he saw Wang Quan this morning, he still seemed completely normal. After a moment of deep thought, he raised a finger and pointed out two possibilities. If we assume the victim was attacked, then whatever attacked him is either so small it's easily overlooked, or it's incredibly hard to spot." Minh Ha then shared his hunch. "I'm leaning towards small, insect-like, demonic beasts. In any case, we must have missed something. It's best we head to the scene." Officer Hoayan gestured toward the door, inviting them without hesitation. "The scene is already cordoned off. Let me take you two there." Soon after, the two students and the three officers stepped outside. Kwang Dat, standing opposite them, asked, "So, was it an attack by a demonic beast?" Minh Ha looked at everyone seriously and replied, "It looks like one, but we can't be certain until we find clues at the scene." Lam Hu thought that made sense and added some information. "That's true. There are so many types of demonic beasts, and their methods of attack and killing are often so unusual that soldiers on the front lines are frequently caught off guard." Neum Dung then brought up the next step of their mission. "We really need to get to the bottom of this." Just then, Kwang Dat remembered something and suggested it to the group. "I heard people in the clan saying there's a bat-type demonic beast hiding in a cave on the mountain. Why don't we go check that out?" Minh Ha shook his head repeatedly, firmly opposing the idea. "If that's true, we don't know anything about that beast. If we go into the cave, our lives could be in danger." His words provoked Kwang Dat, who shouted, "We're extraordinary beings. What is there to be afraid of?" Lam Hua, standing nearby, chimed in aggressively. "Exactly." She then gestured toward Duong Nin, who was standing quietly beside them, and said with immense pride, "Besides, aren't we with the president? We'll be just fine." After a brief back and forth between the three, Duong Nin simply replied, "Decide for yourselves." Seeing this, Minh Ha calmly voiced his thoughts. "If it was a bat-type demonic beast, we should just report it to the Hunter Association. They'll send hunters of the appropriate rank to handle it. After all, we came here to collect specimens for Professor Duong Hang. If it's unrelated to our task, there's no need to waste time on it." Kwang Dat was furious upon hearing this. Unable to contain his emotions, he shouted, "As a student of Namdo Academy, how can you say that?" He then insisted, pointing at himself, "Eliminating threats to the people is our responsibility." Lam Hu followed up, "Exactly. You're so pragmatic, are you going to ignore the villagers just for some extra points?" Seeing the tension rising, Neum Dung immediately stepped in. "Oh please, everyone, stop arguing. Minh Ha just meant we should investigate this thoroughly first. Let's go. Let's head to the scene." The argument ended, and the group quickly set off. Not long after, the group arrived at the Quan Van Reservoir in the police car. Trin Vei pulled back the caution tape and introduced them, saying these were the hunters who had come to help solve the case. The five of them quickly entered the scene. He pointed in one direction and said, "Right here." As Kwangdat walked forward, he suddenly glanced down. He was stepping on a strange fish, its entire body covered in thousands of vertical slits. He quickly pulled his foot back and shouted in shock, "What the hell is this?" The officer behind him laughed dismissively. "People often come here to fish. If they catch a big one, they just grill it and eat it right here." Kwangdat wiped his boot on the ground, grumbling, "How unlucky." Minh Ha squatted down to examine the fish closely. The group approached the cordoned-off area. Trinh Vei gestured and explained. The victim here was suddenly drained dry. Minh Ha stepped forward and asked, "Did you check underwater?" The officer glanced away and replied briefly, "No, we don't have the equipment for that." He kept his eyes glued to the strange fish and continued, "I just saw that fish. Was it already there when you arrived?" "The skin is still there," Trinh Vei answered hesitatingly. "We didn't really pay attention to that. After all, it's just a dead fish." Lam Hu couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked Minh Ha, "Why are you asking about this? Aren't you going to check the actual crime scene?" He pointed out the anomalies he saw regarding the skin and bones fish. "Anyone who's eaten grilled fish knows the skin is the tastiest part, and I don't see any burn marks." With those few words, Trinh Vei understood the implication. "You think this fish is connected to the victim?" He wasn't entirely sure, so he quickly denied it. "I don't know. I was just asking." Just then, the officer clapped his hands, remembering something important. "Now that you mention it, I remember during the interrogation, the witness, Thuong Trong, said he was terrified by the fish he'd just caught. Indeed, Thuong Trong had turned pale at the sight of its bizarre appearance earlier. This strange detail bothered Minh Ha. What was there to be afraid of regarding a fish? The officer scratched his head, looking puzzled. "I find it strange too, but he was incoherent and extremely terrified. He's running a high fever now, so it's hard to get valuable clues out of him." Minh Ha then pointed at the roadside camera and suggested, "Isn't there a camera? Let's check it." Trinh Vei agreed immediately. "No problem. We didn't pay attention to it before." He then picked up his phone and informed Minh Ha, "I've asked my colleague to send the footage from the camera." He continued to instruct the group, "Let's see if we can find any other clues." Saying that, he climbed up the grassy slope alone. After a few steps, he squatted down and held a handful of dandelions. Just then, footsteps approached. Duong Nin stared intently at Minh Ha's actions, unable to understand why he would pay attention to such ordinary weeds. He kept his eyes fixed on the bundle of plants in his hand and replied, "I took Professor Duong Hang's class very seriously. He once mentioned something about anomalous plants." He recalled the scene while they were still in the car, when Professor Duong Hang had mentioned, "Not long ago, a hunter gave me some special specimens. I've been doing some research on them." He then explained his intent. "He brought us here to collect specimens, but then this strange incident occurred. So, I'm trying to see if the two are connected." Duong Nin brushed her short hair, which was fluttering in the wind, and whispered a compliment. "You really know how to look for an advantage." After examining the plants, Minh Ha asked, "Just dandelions and reeds here?" She gave a short answer, "Just very ordinary weeds." Hearing that, he let go of them, his expression changing noticeably. "Yeah, no valuable findings." Just then, Trinh Vei held his phone up and announced, "I've got the video." Minh Ha looked down and replied with a single word, "All right." The clip showed Thuong Trong terrified, throwing the fish away. Minh Ha looked down and simply replied, "Fine." The scene then shifts to Thuong Trong, who is frantically tossing the fish away in terror. Trinh Vei quietly assessed the situation and gestured toward that spot. It seemed like the fish from a moment ago was right there. With that, he and the two others, Minh Ha and Duong Nin, approached the fish. A massive question mark hung in the air. It had only been a day. How could it be completely dried out and reduced to just bones? Just then, Minh Ha asked a question that made him jump. "Officer, don't you think the condition of this fish looks exactly like the victim's?" Trinh Vei hurriedly pulled a photo out of his pocket. The photo of Vuong Quan was compared to the dried-out fish. As expected, they matched perfectly. The resemblance was uncanny. Realizing this horrifying similarity, he gritted his teeth, terrified to even voice it. It was true aside from the fact that one was a fish and the other a human. Their conditions were nearly identical. After such a shockingly coincidental discovery, everyone turned their eyes toward the nearby lake. The blurred silhouettes of three people appeared in the strange, rippling water. Minh Ha stated firmly that the problem likely lay beneath the surface. Without wasting a second, Trinh Vei sprang into action. "I'll contact a professional diving team right away." Not long after, the professional divers arrived. On the pontoon boat, they busied themselves with their gear and oxygen tanks. Once suited up, the female diver dove straight into the water. After jumping in, she kept one hand over her mask and extended the other to gauge her surroundings. A camera was mounted on the male diver's goggles, allowing everyone to monitor the situation. Trintvey handed a tablet to Minh Ha, still feeling a bit curious. Do you really think there's something bizarre hiding underwater? He kept his eyes glued to the screen. The answer came simultaneously. I can't be sure yet. I need to collect some samples first. Having seen enough, he made a serious request to Officer Trintvey. Could you please tell the two divers to bring up some aquatic plant samples for me? Though a bit uneasy, he pulled out his phone and agreed immediately. No problem. Quang Dat and Lam Hu had been sitting on the ground watching the whole time, and she couldn't help but wonder, why are the police listening to him so much? How strange. Quang Dat stood up, brushed himself off, and said, It's mostly because of our master's reputation. He then pointed in another direction and suggested, let's just investigate in the direction we feel is right. She followed his gaze and asked how they should proceed with the investigation. Quang Dat kept walking, still trusting his gut. If we go into the mountains, who knows? We might find the tracks of a monster. Lam Hu was surprised at first, but quickly followed him. They hadn't taken more than a few steps before a hand blocked their path. Standing opposite them, Duong Nin sternly reminded them, the investigation group needs to stay coordinated. If you two split off, I can't guarantee your safety. Not getting the answer she wanted, she snapped back angrily. I feel like we're just wasting time here, same as usual. Lam Hui chimed in to support her point. That's right, and why should we listen to him? He's not even the group leader. That clear declaration reached Minh Ha's ears. Seeing how adamant they were, he finally had to speak up. Sister Duong, you go into the mountains with them. The police also want us to conduct a total survey of the surrounding mountains to ensure no monsters are hiding. Duong Nin didn't want to at first, truly feeling a deep sense of concern. What if you run into something here? I can't. Before she could finish, Minh Ha interrupted. It's fine. I won't leave the town. Splitting up is more efficient anyway. Besides, haven't you heard about my capabilities? I'm not saying I'm invincible, but I can certainly keep myself safe. Hearing that it seemed reasonable, Duong Nin nodded reluctantly, not forgetting to give a few final warnings. Fine, but if anything unusual happens, report it to your master immediately. Having said that, she walked off with Quang Dat and Lam Ho. Minh Ha stayed behind, looking at the tablet. Beneath the lake, the divers were still intently scouting the area. The girl reached out with her slender hands, feeling through the weeds on the seabed, her eyes tracking every movement. Just then, the female diver's eyes widened in horror. The sight before her was a vast number of skulls scattered behind the grass. She was so panicked that she thrashed in the water, surprising her companion behind her. She pointed forward, signaling the male diver to move in and observe. Swimming a bit further in the direction she pointed, he grimaced in terror. The compact camera on his ear recorded the horrifying scene. Looking at what was unfolding on the tablet, Niam Dung covered her mouth as nausea surged, while Trintvey stammered out, Oh my God. Minh Ha tried to stay calm to confirm one thing. They're mostly the remains of livestock, right? A little later, the professional diver's boat left the horrifying canal. The girl stood there panting, still shaken, while the young man pulled the boat in and relayed the information. Mostly remains of cattle, goats, pigs, and wild deer. No human bones for now. Upon hearing this, Trintvey anxiously mentioned something. He remembered people in town reporting that their livestock had suddenly gone missing. To this point, the female diver still couldn't stand straight, her voice trembling with fear. It was so creepy. I've got goosebumps all over. I'm not doing this anymore. You guys find someone else. Trintvey, of course, didn't want that, and pleaded desperately. Don't. We haven't found the cause yet. Just then, the male diver held up a large bag. He handed another large bag to Minh Ha, and said, I picked up some bone fragments and the aquatic plant samples you asked for. Minh Ha took the two bags and thanked the diver gratefully. You've worked hard, thank you. Even though he wasn't entirely steady himself, he tried to keep his voice clear. Regardless, we're only ordinary people. There is definitely something in that water. He then looked straight at Minh Ha, full of trust as he handed over the responsibility. At least it's a terrifying predator. The rest will have to be left to the police and superhumans like you. Minh Ha replied briefly. We will investigate this clearly. The sun had begun to set behind the clouds. Seeing Minh Ha and Niam Dung sitting there looking at the bags, Trintvey immediately reminded them, It's getting dark. We can't investigate any further tonight. Let's go back and analyze the samples we've collected. At that moment, holding the two large bags tightly, he made a serious suggestion. I need to give these to my master so he can analyze them thoroughly. Is that all right? The officer didn't hesitate, continuously agreeing. Of course, you guys are the experts. Afterward, he added one more request. I noticed the townspeople are quite anxious. It would be a trouble if you could go and reassure them a bit. Finally, he didn't forget to remind the police of one important thing. As for the remains found under the reservoir, they shouldn't be made public until a clear investigation is conducted. Once again, Tiet Tran Wei agreed with his points. You're right, he said. We'll tell our colleagues to keep it a secret. Leaving the public reassurance to them works too. Immediately after, Minh Ha handed a large bag to Niam Dung and assigned her tasks. I also managed to collect a few more samples on the shore. Please give these to Professor Durang Hong for analysis. Officer Tiet Tran Wei and I will go find more information. With that, the three of them began working according to their plan. Minh Ha and Tiet Tran Wei took the time to walk around the town. A short while later, the two stopped in front of Huang Gao's house. They both walked inside together. He was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. A woman was currently sobbing miserably in the middle of the room. Knowing he was confused, Tiet Tran Wei whispered in his ear that she was the wife of the victim, the Quan. Afterward, he turned to Minh Ha and said, "It seems we haven't had anything to eat yet." He immediately offered a suggestion. "Let's find a noodle shop then." The two of them were overheard by Thu Quan. Hearing this, she quickly stood up and left the spot where she had been kneeling. Then she looked toward them and invited, "If you two don't mind, please come to my house for a meal. You've been busy all day because of my husband's affairs. It would be impolite of me not to prepare anything." Tiet Tran Wei looked hesitantly at Minh Ha and muttered. He, on the other hand, didn't think much of it. He agreed immediately. "Then thank you. We actually wanted to ask you a few things as well." Hearing this, Thu Quan wiped away her tears with a handkerchief and said, "Please, follow me. My house isn't far from here." She led them along a small path, pointing ahead as she spoke. After returning to her front gate, Thu Quan invited them to sit at the table and said, "You two wait a moment. I'll go start the fire." Tiet Tran Wei replied apologetically, "Sorry to trouble you." The two men quickly walked over to the wooden table. As he sat down, Minh Ha speculated, "Based on these remains, we can basically be certain that there is a spirit beast in Tren Fudong. Moreover, its appetite is enormous, and it's in a dangerous, starving state." He asked for his opinion. "So, what should we do now?" He stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and came up with an idea. Evacuating the citizens would be best. Tiet Tran Wei looked a bit troubled, his expression tightening when mentioning the current situation. "That's difficult. I just received news that the combat zone on the front lines is expanding, covering the main roads." Then he suggested a more reasonable path. Currently, the evacuation route for Tren Fudong has been blocked by the expanding battlefield. Unless we evacuate everyone to the desolate mountains, there's no way out. Minh Ha looked up at the star-filled sky and said briefly, "The mountains aren't necessarily safe either. No wonder reinforcements haven't arrived even though it's late." He rested his chin on his hand and remarked, "That's right. We've already reported it to headquarters, but because of the front line, Nam Do is having trouble sending people over. Now, we can only rely on ourselves." At this moment, Minh Ha said seriously, informing Tiet Tran Wei, "Tomorrow morning, I'll dive down to see what's going on." The officer's eyes widened, his confusion clearly showing. Worried, Tiet Tran Wei asked back, "Isn't that too dangerous?" With a grim expression, he replied reassuringly, "It's fine. If it's hiding underwater, I'll do my best to take care of it." He didn't ask anything further. "Then I'll leave the hard work to you." As the two were discussing this, Thu Quan brought a tray of food out from the house and excitedly called out, "Time to eat. Time to eat." She began placing plates of food on the table. Minh Ha picked up his chopsticks enthusiastically and said, "Thank you." She gently reminded them, "Eat while it's hot. I'll go get the soup." He picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Tiet Tran Wei also picked up some vegetables, both of them enjoying the taste of a home-cooked meal. After tasting the food, the two of them went blank, eyes wide as if struck by lightning. Minh Ha spat it out with tears in his eyes, groaning in misery. Regretting that they hadn't gone to the noodle shop earlier, he dropped his chopsticks, his eyes welling up from the terrible taste. I don't know what more to say about her cooking skills. The scene shifts to the old battlefield city, where dense high-rise buildings are the habitat of countless spirit beasts. From everywhere, large and small, spirit beasts with fierce appearances could easily be spotted. 10 miles away from the city, students carrying protective gear and air tanks were jumping into the canal one by one to swim toward the city. A pair of strong, masculine hands pulled on a shirt as a deep voice sounded. Over the years, the old battlefield city has become a breeding ground for spirit beasts. If we don't destroy it, this place will become a nightmare. Lao Tian stared at the other person, unable to believe it. "Is it really possible to infiltrate like this?" The man insisted. "We have received accurate intelligence. All the spirit beasts in the city are afraid of water." The man who had been hiding his face was named Lo Dut, Lao Tian's older brother. He shouldered his air tank and continued strictly, The only way to get in is through the river that runs across the city. Her eyes flashed with sadness as she hesitated. It's too dangerous for you to do this. What if she didn't hesitate anymore and voiced her worry loudly? What if you're discovered? Lodut put on his swimming goggles and stepped into the river. Before leaving, he didn't forget to give a few reminders. It'll be fine. You and the others just need to do a good job with the support mission outside. My team members and I are extraordinary elites. Even if we're discovered, we can still fight those spirit beasts. How much did he say? Lo Thian was still uneasy. Seeing his younger sister so worried, Lodut reached out to stroke her hair and said, "The army is about to launch an all-out assault. We need people inside first. These spirit beasts only know how to breed and kill. They don't understand what internal and external coordination is." Then he turned toward the distant city, every word filled with certainty. "We just need to get inside. Even if we just send information out, it could increase our chances of winning the campaign several times over." His eyes showed deep thought as he continued. "If we can't destroy this city this time, the southern region will face an extreme threat. At that time, the number of lives lost will be hundreds or thousands of times higher than it is now." Even though Lodut poured out his logic, Lao Thian remained worried. "Then I'll go with you. At least we can coordinate." Just then, in the distance, a team member raised his hand and called, "Hurry up, team leader." He placed his hands on her shoulders, emphasizing every last word. "You aren't qualified yet. Every member of my team is at least at the Heaven's Fate level. Doing your support job well is the greatest help you can give us. Understand?" Even though she wasn't thrilled about it, Lu Thuan eventually gave in. "Fine, brother." She then looked up, reminding Lu Yi as if sealing a promise. "You promised to be here for my 20th birthday." He grabbed his oxygen tank and headed toward the group, assuring his younger sister, "Don't worry, I won't miss any of your birthdays." After that brief declaration, Lu Yi and his team members began to dive, heading steadily toward the citadel. Lu Qian stood there watching them, when a female teammate spoke up from behind. "Is this the legendary Falcon Special Ops team? I feel like every one of them is incredibly strong. If this operation succeeds, whether they survive or make the ultimate sacrifice, they will all be legendary heroes for our southern region." The white wolf guy beside her fell into deep thought, silently muttering those words to himself. "The lowest rank is Heavenly Mang? Really?" From behind, Pham Kai held up a finger, wiggling it with a sinister smirk before speaking up. "You guys don't know? Lu Qian's brother, Lu Yi, isn't just at the Heavenly Mang rank." White Wolf gasped, shouting out loud. "Could he be at the White Rainbow rank?" There are 4 ranks in the Pillar Board ranking, from top to bottom. At the very top is the White Rainbow rank, represented by someone like Lu Yi. Next is the Heavenly Mang rank, with those 2 special operatives representing it. The second to last is the Ren Mian rank, which includes Lu Thuan. And finally, the Yue Yao rank, where White Wolf and his teammates are. He held his head and sighed. "I'm 3 whole ranks behind them." Early the next morning, as the dawn light began to peek over the Fufuang Niamdung Hotel, Minh Ha was already dressed and stepped out into the hallway. He stood at the door, stretching his arms, and let out a refreshing yawn to start the day. Just then, something caught his attention. In a nearby room, a light was shining through the door gap. Minh Ha wondered to himself, "Is Professor Duong up already?" Without a second thought, he walked over to room 1802 and knocked. A voice called out from inside, "Come in, it's not locked." Hearing that, he quickly pushed the door open and stepped inside. At a nearby desk, Duong Hang was examining something through binoculars, surrounded by piles of scattered papers. Minh Ha stepped over the messy pile of documents and curiously asked, "Professor Duong, have you been researching these samples all night?" He continued to examine the plant in his hand and replied briefly, "I'm not used to the bed, couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd get a head start on the research." Then he dumped all the responsibility on him. "You brought back so many types of reeds, bamboo leaves, and dandelions. How could I not study them all night?" Minh Ha scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. He admitted he didn't know much about these things, so he just brought everything back, mostly out of fear that he might miss an important clue. Hearing that, Duong Hang didn't hesitate to praise him, saying that while the method was clumsy, it was careful. Just then, he mentioned the bones he had brought back as well, saying, "I was planning to go collect more later." The professor turned to look at Minh Ha and announced, "No need. The specimens you brought back already explain the problem." Minh Ha couldn't help but ask immediately, "Explain the problem? What did you discover, Professor?" Duong Hang slowly brought up that day's lecture. "Did you listen carefully to my lecture, especially the theory about Yao Yao evolution?" Seizing the opportunity, he began to share his own observations from all this time. "In reality, I've encountered Yao Yao that could evolve. Their growth and evolution rate, it's terrifying." Minh Ha's words made the professor jump in shock. "So, He started recounting the situation with the Shang Yue Yao Yao mother to Duong Heng, describing how easily he could have defeated it when he first met it. Upon hearing his words, Duong Heng wanted to record it all carefully, so he urged him, "Slow down, let me take notes." And so, Minh Ha slowly talked about their second encounter, how it had disguised itself as an instructor, its power had increased significantly, and it had learned the instructor's martial arts. Finally, he recounted how he had killed it. After hearing the whole story, Duong Heng looked seriously at the papers and concluded that the Yao Yao species he described was very valuable for research. But it was a shame it was in the fog, and he had killed it anyway. At this moment, Minh Ha curiously brought up another matter. "What do the bones dumped in the reservoir tell us, Professor?" He pointed to the samples on the table and replied that the situation was somewhat similar to the Shang Yue Yao Yao mother he mentioned. "Look at these 3 specimens. From left to right, we have chicken and duck bones, then cat and dog bones, and finally goat and buffalo bones." Duong Heng then asked, "Take a look and see if you notice anything different." Minh Ha picked up the trays of bones, eyes scrutinizing every detail. Not long after, the answer spilled out. The chicken and duck bones at the bottom of the lake are almost rotten, which shows these were dumped into the lake much earlier than the others. Next, the dog and cat bones have green moss on them, meaning they haven't been there long. Finally, the goat and buffalo bones, they look like they were just dumped. Minh Ha placed the trays back on the table, an answer that made Duong Heng very satisfied. "You observed that well." Then he continued to ask, "Why do you think there's a pattern like this?" He rested his chin on his hand, eyes fixed on the pile of bones, hesitant. Just as he was thinking, the professor dropped a hint. "I've just given you a clue." With those few words, Minh Ha's mind started generating thousands of arguments for this problem. He leaned his hands on the table, lowering his head, and began to explain step by step. Suppose that thing is a carnivore. It has gone through several stages of evolution. At the initial stage, it could only eat chickens and ducks, small poultry that are easy to hunt. Sometime later, it evolved and could eat domesticated animals like dogs and cats. At the same time, this also shows that its appetite is increasing. He then placed his hand on the goat bone that didn't have any algae on it, then spoke about the current state of the Yao Yao. Recently, it has evolved again and is now capable of eating large livestock like buffalo. He picked up the goat bone, seriously scanning it one more time. Duong Heng patted him on the shoulder, a smile appearing as he confirmed the information was very accurate. "This thing is truly terrifying, its rate of evolution." His expression turned somber as he mentioned a terrifying event that was about to happen. "What concerns me most is, once it eats all the livestock in Fufuang Nim Dung town, what will it eat next?" As soon as he finished speaking, Minh Ha's face turned pale, his mind flashing back to what a civilian had said yesterday. "Our town used to have a Ren Yao rank hunter." Professor Duong stood up abruptly, starting to voice his reasoning. "If it dumped the bones into the reservoir, it shows that it has been lurking around Fufuang Nim Dung town all along. It might even have found a way to hide within the town itself." Hearing this, Minh Ha's mind went into a spin, and he shouted out in panic. "Doesn't that mean the people in the town are in danger? But the evacuation route has been cut off." Duong Heng didn't answer, only emphasizing his request. "Go collect more bone samples and bring them here." Without a second thought, he turned sharply and left, shouting, "Understood. All right, I'm heading out now." Master Tang didn't forget to remind Minh Ha of one crucial thing. Be careful. It's highly likely it's always hiding underwater. He quickly headed down to the hotel entrance and took a few seconds to call Tiet Tron Wei to update him. "Officer Tiet Tron, I'm heading to the reservoir now." Just then, a pair of dirt-covered feet was trudging weakly from the opposite direction. Guang Yi, with heavy, dark circles under his eyes, was hunched over carrying a bag of botanical samples, followed closely by Tang Ning and Lin Hui. Nian Deng, standing nearby, happened to see the group walking back, looking exhausted. She stepped forward a few paces and asked, "Did you guys find anything?" Even though he was utterly drained, Guang Yi held up the bag of plants and answered loudly. Naturally, in her state of sheer exhaustion, Lin Hui still managed to mutter, "If you count rocks and plants as a discovery, then sure, you could say that." He didn't let it slide and pressed her. "What do you mean by that?" "We agreed to search the forest together." She let out a long, weary yawn, tears welling up in her eyes. "I'm too tired to argue with you. I need to get some sleep." Guang Yi shouted from behind, "There's definitely something we missed." Then, he aggressively hoisted the large bag and declared, "As long as we analyze the samples I brought back, we're sure to have a breakthrough." Lin Hui was too wiped out to bicker and just kept it brief. "Yeah, sure. Good for you. You're a genius." Tang Ning, despite having dark circles under her own eyes, noticed Minh Ha walking away and asked, What is he planning to do? Niandong quickly replied, he wants to go down to the reservoir to investigate. Without a second thought, she spun around with the intention of following him. I'm going with him. Niandong hurriedly pulled her back and reassured her. Chairman Tang, Minh Ha is very strong. He can protect himself. She held on to Tang Ning's shoulders and suggested, on the contrary, you've been up all night. Look at those dark circles. You should go get some rest. Knowing she was still worried, Niandong gave her a bright smile. Don't worry, we'll be fine. At that point, Tang Ning had no choice but to listen. All right then, if anything happens, make sure to let me know. The two walked inside together, and Niandong warmly replied, yes. Once that was settled, she rushed to the reservoir and went straight to Officer Teet Tron Wei to ask, where's Minh Ha? He pointed toward the lake and replied, he's all set and is about to go under. Currently, Minh Ha was sitting on an inflatable boat, fully equipped with diving gear and an oxygen tank. After taking a few deep breaths, he plunged into the strange, murky waters. He dove like a professional, his mind calm and his demeanor incredibly confident. In no time, he reached the pile of skulls at the bottom. His eyes narrowed as he looked at them. Minh Ha quickly picked up the bones one by one and put them into a mesh bag, reminding himself, there are really a lot of them. I should take back as many as possible. Just as he was focused on gathering the bones, a strange black shadow with a red glint appeared nearby. The creature's eyes radiated intense, murderous killing intent, with pupils as black as a cosmic void. With those glowing red eyes, the strange creature crept closer to where Minh Ha was collecting the bones. With his sharp instincts, he quickly realized something was abnormal behind him. He spun around 180 degrees, his eyes sharpening as he stared at the creature. He threw a punch, his fist surging with roiling energy underwater. His fist stopped for a split second when he realized it was just an ordinary fish behind him. The fish didn't do anything else and just swam away, while Minh Ha watched it closely. Not thinking much of it, he went back to his main task. The fish swam off, looking completely normal. Suddenly, its entire body began to shake violently, as if something wriggling was trying to burst out. A second later, countless tentacles appeared all over the fish. The water where it was moving began to churn violently. More and more black tentacles appeared, quickly devouring the unfortunate fish. In the blink of an eye, only a white skeleton remained, resting silently at the bottom of the lake. After finishing its meal, the bizarre tentacled creature slowly swam upward. Suddenly, the strange creature stopped, its thicket of tentacles constantly wriggling in the water. At the same time, Minh Ha, carrying a large bag of bones, swam up and grabbed onto the inflatable boat. Seeing the large mesh bag in his hand, Teet Tron Wei shouted from afar, is this enough for now? Minh Ha pushed up his goggles, tossed the bag onto the boat with a splash, and replied, the more samples we have, the more accurate the data analysis will be. I'm going back down to get another bag. With that, he dove back into the bottom of the lake. Minh Ha took a quick look around, and then swam straight toward one side, thinking, this bone is too round. However, Minh Ha didn't realize that the tentacled monster was silently hiding in a corner nearby. He quickly placed his hand on the round piece of bone, this time having to use some strength to pull it out from the lake bed. At the same time, the creature slithered over his head. After flipping the other side of the bone and looking at it, Minh Ha was shocked to realize it was a human skull. That monster had evolved to the point where it could eat humans. He stared blankly at the skull in his hands, his heart racing, completely unaware that something was growing larger behind him. So that means Wang Jun wasn't the first victim. When did this start? Master Tang had said, the monster's appetite was increasing, and it was lurking in the vicinity of Fudong Town. By now, the strange creature had evolved into a massive form. Even though the threat was preparing to strike, Minh Ha was still standing there, realizing that the townspeople were in imminent danger. It wasn't until Xiaohua shouted, Minh Ha, there's something behind you, that he panicked and whipped his head around. By then, the monster had grown to an unimaginable size. Minh Ha didn't understand what the writhing mass in front of him was, only that he needed to raise his fist and gather energy. But before he could land a blow, the monster suddenly disappeared in a flash. Taking advantage of the moment, he asked Xiaohua what they were. She didn't give an answer, instead focusing on her surroundings and warning, be careful, it's not dead yet. Just then, a series of long, twisting tentacles began to appear in the water. They moved in a circle, surrounding Minh Ha as he tried to keep his balance. Immediately afterward, dozens of strange tentacles swirled toward his head at once. In a flash, they engulfed half of Minh Ha's body. He struggled to break free. Xiaohua calmly reassured him, don't waste your strength. Stay calm. A few seconds later, the crowd of tentacles began to dissipate. He could feel that he could move his legs again. Seizing the chance, he kicked his legs as hard as he could to blast them away. Minh Ha's legs spun a few times, and streams of energy began to wrap around his body. Moments later, the energy he channeled enveloped the tentacles on his head. As the connection between them began to sever, Minh Ha was able to use his hands to rip them away, shouting, "Use it on me!" At that moment, something massive began to take shape from the soil and rocks at the bottom of the lake. A surging force gathered in his fist, appearing near Minh Ha. He kept shouting internally, "Use it for me!" The fist obeyed his command, channeling power for a massive blow. Using the technique of the distant spirit fist, he swung his fist straight forward, his hand covered in skulls. The strike was closing in on Minh Ha. At that moment, he yelled, "I can take this hit, but can you handle it?" Suddenly, the vibrations from the surrounding water became violent. Sensing danger, the pile of tentacles began to detach from Minh Ha. Now, he could see everything clearly as the tentacles started to flee. He narrowed his eyes sharply, a blue light radiating from his pupils. The tentacles thinned out, and the pressure from the current became suffocating. The giant hands were now only centimeters away from Minh Ha. He stood his ground, ignoring the fact that his body was free of tentacles and a lethal punch was closing in. The punch, carrying a barrage of skulls, rushed toward him like a wild beast, instantly blowing away the fleeing tentacles. Minh Ha floated in the deep water, the cold blue light reflecting off his diving suit, making him look like a wandering soul in the ocean depths. Nien Dung knelt on the crumbling shore, her panicked gaze following the abnormally rippling sea. Her heart felt crushed by a foreboding sense of dread rising from the depths. Seconds later, the water surface rippled violently. Waves dozens of meters high erupted repeatedly. The police team rushed to the water's edge in a panic. "What's going on?" Trinva asked urgently over the radio. "Minh Ha, answer me if you can hear me." Under the deep ocean, he calmly replied through his diving mask, "I'm fine." Everyone let out a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Trinve quickly suggested, "That's good, come back up, we'll cover you." Minh Ha touched the rotting object and calmly replied, "I'm coming up now." He slowly used his hands to lift the opening of the object. It appeared to be a giant, decayed creature. Minh Ha entered its mouth to search, and a long, slender creature emerged. He quickly moved to catch it. Minh Ha coldly said to it, "Gotcha, you beast. Did you think I'd break myself with one punch?" Afterward, he immediately swam toward the surface. A while later, the wind picked up, and the weather turned clear and ideal. Minh Ha surfaced. Trinvo approached and announced, "We've brought all the skeletal samples you recovered to the hotel. Your teacher has already started analyzing them." Minh Ha placed the creature he had just caught into a sealed jar, watching it intently. I need to bring this to my teacher to see as well." Trinve curiously leaned in and guessed, "What is that?" "It looks like a horsehair worm." Minh Ha recalled the mysterious death and immediately surmised that the king's death must be related to this. They were carnivores, and there was a large number of them in the reservoir. He pointed into the distance and gave a serious order, "Please, block off the reservoir and maintain distance from the water's edge." Trinve immediately responded, "No problem." Minh Ha remembered something. "Right, has the witness, Thuong Trong, woken up yet? I want to ask him about the situation at that time." Trinve glanced away, thinking, "I think he's awake. I'll ask for you when I get back." Minh Ha sincerely replied, "Thank you, you've worked hard." Trinhe politely dismissed it. "Don't mention it. You superhumans are the ones risking your lives." After returning to the hotel, Minh Ha rushed to find Duong Hang. "Teacher, look at this." Duong Hang watched the creature inside the jar intently. Minh Ha rushed to explain, "It seems to rely heavily on water. On the way back, I saw it drying out, so I added some water to the jar. That made it much more stable." Duong Hang used specialized equipment to examine every detail, smiling and praising. "Excellent, excellent." He raised his head and said happily, "I think I can find the answers to many of my doubts here." Minh Ha pointed to the bag of bones next to the table and asked, "Are these bags of bones useless now?" Duong Hang frowned and seriously denied. "No, they are very useful," he added in a soft, reassuring voice. "However, it will take some time to analyze them, so you don't need to stay here and wait for me." "Understood," he replied calmly. "Then I'll go find out if there's a way to catch all these creatures in the reservoir." Duong Hang pulled on his gloves and replied, "Go ahead. I'll let you know when I have results." At the same time, outside at the Sun K lumber mill, in Tran Phu Dung, Luong Dong carried a backpack on his shoulder and moved with the group. He looked up and slowly announced, "This lumber mill is 10 miles from Tran Phu Dung." A local said, "Vuong Jiangnong has been on duty here for 2 days and hasn't gone home." Trong Li curled her lip indifferently and replied, Didn't his family already say so? He loves to drink and often drinks alone at the mill until late at night. Why report this to the police? Why do you keep forcing us to come here to look for him? Hoang Pham chimed in angrily, agreeing. Exactly. If he's just passed out drunk in his room, we've made this trip for nothing. The car couldn't enter the mill, so they had to walk. Suddenly, Ha-na stopped, signaling them to be quiet. Ha-na tilted her head and pursed her lips, pointing forward. The other three immediately became cautious and fearful. She quickly drew an arrow, hiding behind a tree to observe in silence. A deer appeared in the forest, searching for food. Luong Dong walked up gently and asked, "Is it a monster, sis?" She smiled and replied, "Nothing. It's just a wild deer." He clutched his chest in relief. "You scared the life out of us. What a godforsaken place." Ha-na turned and suggested they check the mill. Maybe Vuong Jiangnong is sleeping inside. Just then, the deer's eyes suddenly turned a terrifying red, exuding a mysterious danger. One of its eyes flickered with a strange aura, its body seeming to slowly decay, eyes staring fixedly toward the warehouse. The group walked inside to search. Luong Dong pointed at a cutting machine and said, "The machines aren't even turned off. Don't tell me he's fast asleep." He volunteered to lead the way and continued, "The break room must be ahead." Ha-na covered her nose in disgust. "The smell of alcohol is too strong." Luong Dong quickly opened the room door, and the air was thick with the stench of sweat and alcohol. He pinched his nose, complaining, "It's so stinking. How much did he drink?" Trong Li widened her eyes in confusion. "I don't get what's so good about alcohol." In front of them sat a man with his back to the door. She said flatly, "Look, I told you Vuong Jiangnong was just drunk. Isn't he lying there peacefully on the bed?" Luong Dong immediately replied, "We were worried over nothing." Hoang Pham walked over and shook Jiangnong's body. "Hey, wake up." Trong Li guessed, "Is he that drunk? How can he sleep soundly in a room that smells this bad?" He called out loudly, "Vuong Jiangnong, at least go home to sleep." Hoang Pham pulled him to lie flat in that desolate place. A terrifying sight appeared, and he collapsed to the ground in fear. Jiangnong's rotting body was exposed, his eyes wide open, rolled back in a ghastly stare. He opened his mouth wide and snarled. Jiangnong flipped over to stare directly at them. Zhang Li gasped in terror, but only Ha-na remained calm and quickly dashed forward. She leaped up and delivered a powerful kick to his face. Jiangnong was sent flying by this classic strike, his body slamming hard against the wall. Luong Dong looked fearfully at his friend, whose eyes had rolled back from the toxin, and called out anxiously, "Huang Fan!" He grabbed Huang Fan's hand, trying to save him. Meanwhile, the creature jumped up and lunged at them to attack. Jiangnong bit down hard on Hana's sword. Everyone couldn't help but tremble with fear. What the hell is this? Is he rabid? She pivoted quickly, turning the situation around. Hana delivered a kick straight to his stomach and swiftly pulled out an arrow. She immediately drew her bow and gathered her strength. Each arrow fired pierced straight through Jiangnong's forehead. His body immediately lost consciousness, revealing a terrifying, withered appearance. Zhang Li asked in a panic, "Sister, why did you kill him?" Hana replied coldly, "Look at him. Does he even look human anymore?" She looked at Jiangnong's body lying on the floor and asked, puzzled, "What on earth is this? A zombie?" She answered coldly, "I don't know. In any case, we need to get out of here first." Luong Dong supported one of Huang Fan's arms and spoke with concern. "He's fainted, his veins were bitten through, and he's still bleeding uncontrollably." Hana frowned and ordered urgently, "Go, carry him back to the town." He immediately suggested, "Let me carry him. You tend to his wounds." Zhang Li responded in surprise, "Yes, okay." Then they immediately carried Huang Fan away together. Suddenly, another strange creature appeared outside the room. A deer stopped, one of its eyes looking horrifying. Hana asked, confused, "What is it now?" A monstrous deer appeared, its thin body bulging with veins, its empty eye sockets as if its soul had been drained. Meanwhile, a dark purple aura of evil energy wrapped around it, as if manipulating its will and turning it into a brutal hunting tool. Hana hurriedly pulled out her bow and arrow in defense. Her eyes widened in shock as she watched it. Zhang Li looked on, wary and anxious. An arrow was fired, but the forest deer easily tilted its head to dodge. Hana's eyes widened in surprise at its reflexes. She pursed her lips, drew her bow, and warned the others. "Its speed is incredible. Everyone, step back a bit. Let me handle this." The forest deer, with cold eyes, quickly charged to attack. Hana stepped back quickly, gracefully drawing her bow and firing at it. The forest deer moved at dizzying speeds, its reflexes extremely sharp, dodging all the arrows. Hana, it immediately chased after her. Taking advantage of this opening, Hana hurriedly stepped aside, letting the forest deer run straight toward the cutting machine. The cutting disc sliced straight into one of its horns. The forest deer raised its head, snarling as it smashed the cutting machine to pieces. Luangdong narrowed his eyes in fear and exclaimed, "Is its horn made of steel?" She dug her heels into the floor, bracing herself. Hana remained undeterred, loading the next arrow and readying herself for battle. She pursed her lips coldly, drew her bow, and aimed straight at the target. The arrow flew like a blazing fire toward the forest deer. Its eyes glowed, its body emitting a gloomy aura, ready to face the attack. The forest deer gritted its teeth and leaped to dodge. The arrow flew past it, creating a shocking explosion. Hana gasped, stunned. "This is a boss-level monster," Zhang Li suggested anxiously. "Let's retreat a little further." Luang Dong replied awkwardly. "Huang Fan is still losing a lot of blood, but it seems like this monster isn't planning on letting us leave." At the same time, inside the room, Jiang Nong's body seemed to show signs of movement. His fingers twitched slightly, and one of Jiang Nong's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly left the room, his eyes vaguely looking at the chaotic scene before him. The scene shifts to the Guanyun Reservoir. Ning Fuangnim Deng observed the reservoir and spoke anxiously. "The water level has dropped way too much." She tilted her head and continued, "I don't see anything that looks like a sea anemone, like you described." Minh Ha replied calmly, "It's fine. Let's drain the water from the reservoir completely." A while later, the water level in the dam had drained significantly, and the work crew had gathered. A drone was deployed to search the bottom of the dam. Trinvei frowned and announced, "I don't know where the thing you talked about hid itself. We searched the bottom of the reservoir and saw nothing." He widened his eyes, suspecting, could it have run upstream? He frowned in frustration. "If so, it'll be hard to find." Minh Ha replied firmly, "It's fine. With the reservoir empty, their range of activity is restricted, so the people in town will be safer." Chi Kiat intently watched the computer screen and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "My God, I never expected there to be so many bones at the bottom of the reservoir." Thuong Trong stood behind him, frowning in anger. "No wonder the livestock we raise keep disappearing for no reason." On the screen, the image of the bottom of the dam was reflected. Countless animal bones appeared, and he exclaimed loudly, "So, they were all buried here." Chi Kiat walked over and asked anxiously, "Do we have to fish all these bones out? That's a huge workload." Trinvei ordered, "Just send people to keep watch here." Duong Nin stretched lazily and spoke, "I heard you discovered something underwater." Minh Ha replied calmly, "That's right." She pointed toward the dam and asked curiously, "Are all these bones related to that thing?" He replied, confused, The cafeteria server came over to announce, "It's getting late. Everyone must be tired. Let's go to the ancestral hall to eat first. The clan leader has prepared dinner for us. Thank you for all your hard work." Minh Ha tilted her head and asked Han, "Have you had dinner yet?" Duong Nin replied slowly, "I've already eaten. Your teacher told me to come here and stand guard for the night." She lowered her eyes and suggested considerately, "In any case, your schedules have been turned upside down by those two. Just leave this place to me. Go get some rest." Tudong, standing behind, replied happily, "Okay. Then we'll trouble you." Everyone slowly headed toward the cafeteria, not forgetting to praise her before leaving. "With you watching over this place, the people in town will surely be much safer." A while later, at the ancestral hall, the excited sounds of everyone rang out incessantly. "Let's eat, let's eat," Minh Ha asked while eating. "Has that person named Thuong Trong woken up yet?" Trinvei replied seriously. "This afternoon, I heard my colleague say he seemed to have woken up for a moment." He raised an eyebrow and continued, "Then I'll go ask him a few questions." He immediately suggested, "Let me go with you after I'm done eating." Minh Ha sincerely declined. "It's fine. You've been working hard all day too. I can go myself." Trinvei replied politely, "All right then." That night, Thuong Trong snuck over to the house of the teacher's wife. He knocked on the door and asked loudly, "Sister-in-law, are you in there?" She was surprised and hurriedly used a towel to cover the front of her body, speaking hesitantly, "Yes, I'm bathing in my room. Is there something wrong?" Thuong Trong tilted his head toward the window and replied, "No, nothing, nothing. I just came to visit you." He closed one eye, trying to peek inside. With a feigned, delicate tone, she spoke, "Wang has already left, and I was worried you wouldn't be able to manage on your own, so I came over to see if I could help." Shu Jun wore a sinister smile upon hearing that fake show of kindness. "Oh, I was just about to ask for help myself. Why don't you come inside and sit for a moment? I'll be right there." Chang Zhang replied with excitement. "All right." Shu Jun stepped out, wearing a flimsy camisole dress that revealed her hot, alluring body, and gently wiped her hair as she asked, "What brings you over so late?" He sat at the tea table, unable to hide his shyness and flushed face. Chang Zhang chuckled awkwardly and hesitated. "Sister-in-law, that day, that night, my brother Wang was fishing at the reservoir all night, but I distinctly heard you that night." She lowered her head, showing off her seductive cleavage, and asked in confusion, "What did you say?" Chang Zhang hurriedly changed the subject. "Nothing. I just thought, since we're neighbors and brother Wang is gone, I should take care of you in his place." Xu Jun turned her face away, putting on a fearful expression, and replied, "Please, stop talking. To be honest, I'm terrified, especially being here all alone. I can't even sleep." He stood up excitedly and offered, "Don't be afraid. Why don't I come into the room and stay with you?" Chang Zong walked over and touched her shoulder. Xu Jun pursed her lips and shyly refused. "That doesn't seem quite right." He gave a sinister smile to reassure her. "It's fine. Just pretend I'm brother Wang." Without another word, they headed into the bedroom together. Chang Zhang reached out and touched her back, pulling her into a tight embrace from behind as he growled, "Sister-in-law, I heard it." She bashfully replied, "What are you doing? Don't do that." Chang Zhang grinned slyly. "I heard how alluring your moans were that day." Xu Jun awkwardly warned, "Don't you go talking nonsense." He leaned close to her ear and threatened, "You wouldn't want the people at the ancestral hall to know you were cheating with someone else the night before brother Wang left, would you?" As soon as he finished, Chang Zhang lowered his head and kissed the beauty's shoulder. Xu Jun pretended to scold him. "Don't be naughty." He provoked her loudly. "Stop pretending. I heard it and couldn't sleep all night." Chang Zhang quickly stripped the dress off her body, grinning as he said, "If you can be like that with someone else, then you can be like that with me too." With every step, something else comes off. He expressed with excitement, "I've liked you for a long time." Chang Zhang was captivated by the beauty's perfect body. Xu Jun gently reminded him, "Don't be so hasty. There's no one else like you." He looked up and asked obediently, "Then what should I do?" She placed her hand on the man's nose as he hovered above her and softly replied, "You lie down, let me take the lead." Having gotten his wish, Xu Jun immediately adopted a seductive tone and closed her eyes. Chang Zhang obediently followed along, not forgetting to praise her, "You are so skilled." She exposed her beautiful body under the dim lights and replied with a bewitching smile, "That's right. I do love to cheat." As soon as she finished, Xu Jun instantly reverted to her parasitic form and attacked him ruthlessly. Chang Zhang screamed in terror. The sound of his screams echoed throughout the village in the middle of the dark night. After finishing her work, Xu Jun calmly stepped down and picked up the dress. She licked her lips and scolded him, "Complaining about me being alluring, indeed." Xu Jun walked over to the vanity and said coldly, "The sound of you lot screaming was wonderful too." At the same time, Minh Ha was walking around, searching for clues. He looked up and noticed the sign of a house. Minh Ha went over and asked the village chief, "Sir, who runs this restaurant? And who is this Sister Tao?" The old man looked up and answered leisurely, "That's Wang Quan's wife, Zhou Tao. His wife is very capable and cooks delicious food. Everyone in town loves it. That's why she opened this restaurant here. People from other towns often drive by to eat." Fragmented memories flickered in his mind. He opened his eyes wide, repeating in surprise, "Delicious food?" The village chief chuckled happily and said, "That boy Wang Quan lives a good life but doesn't appreciate it. He only knows how to fish all day, while his wife is home, busy and worried, even having to earn money herself." He looked at the locked door and continued, puzzled, "But I don't know what's gotten into her lately. Wang Quan's wife stays home all the time, and the restaurant rarely opens." The village chief recalled a time when a customer had vomited immediately after eating. On the one rare occasion she did open, the food was terrible and she had been complained about by the customers outside. Minh Ha asked curiously, "When was that?" The old man looked up, trying to remember. 10 days ago. Minh Ha asked urgently, "Did her restaurant open every day before this?" The village chief answered dismissively, "Of course, even on New Year's Eve, I never saw her take a single day off." Minh Ha frowned and asked seriously, "Have there been any other strange occurrences in the village lately?" The village chief answered leisurely, "Speaking of strange, there's plenty." The chief recalled in his mind the one-eyed man in the forest letting the fruit rot instead of picking it. What a waste of money. The fabric shop owner down the road keeps giving back the wrong change. He continued, puzzled. Even the old gambling addicts I know, who would sit there playing cards even in a snowstorm, have acted like they've quit gambling lately, giving me no chance to win their money. He chuckled awkwardly and agreed, "That is indeed very strange." Minh Ha hurried away. "You enjoy the cool air, sir?" The village chief waved in reply. "Yeah." He turned around, busy searching. Strange. Where did Changzong go? Isn't he supposed to be mentally unstable and recovering at home? Minh Ha glanced at the house next door, silently plotting to ask Zhou Tao. He walked over, opened the courtyard gate, and called out, "Sister Tao, are you home?" Xu Jun stepped out and said gently, "I am. Is something the matter?" Minh Ha pointed toward the house in front and said, "I'm looking for Changzong to ask him a few things, but I don't see him at home, so I thought I'd ask if you've seen where he went." She moved away gently, pointing inside as she revealed softly, "Looking for him? He's inside my house." Minh Ha widened his eyes in confusion. "Inside your house?" Xu Jun crossed her arms and replied dismissively. "He said he was scared being alone and couldn't sleep, so he came over to ask for a place to stay. He and Wang Quan were like brothers. He often came over to eat here before," he calmly suggested. "Is that so? Then could you please wake him up for me?" She gave a sinister smile and refused. "I'm cooking right now. If I stop, the whole pot of meat will burn. You can go wake him up yourself. He's in the bedroom." Minh Ha replied gratefully, "All right." Xu Jun leaned in and asked warmly, "By the way, have you eaten yet? If not, have some. There's such a big pot of meat, I can't finish it all." He replied awkwardly, I've eaten. I had some with everyone at the ancestral hall. No need to be so polite." She kept insisting, "How can that food compare to what I cook? Have a taste later." Minh Ha hesitated, feeling anxious. All right, fine. I'll go check on Changzong first." Afterward, Xu Jun went into the kitchen to prepare the food. She raised a meat cleaver high and brought it down coldly, fresh blood splattering all over the floor. He opened the door and walked inside, calling out loudly, "Changzong! Changzong! It's me, Minh Ha from the Hunters Association." Changzong was lying in bed under a blanket, with only his thin legs exposed. Minh Ha walked over slowly and said, "I have some questions for you." He pulled back the blanket, calling out to Changzong with concern. His bony hand grabbed Minh Ha's, and he stuttered in fear. "Truong, it's you." His horrifying, gaunt face was revealed as he let out a sinister, loud laugh. "Gotcha, you animal." Minh Ha was startled and hurriedly backed away. "What is going on?" he asked, his voice laced with anxiety. "What is that thing?" Truong immediately stepped off the bed. Long, slimy creatures emerged from his mouth. The entity, Bao Kong, appeared and growled. "Didn't we already meet underwater?" Minh Ha couldn't help but ask in surprise. "You're that water monster?" Its eyes glowed with a terrifying light. It coldly punched the bed to pieces and growled, "Monster." Bao Kong loudly remarked, "In the presence of superior beings like us, you are the ones who are monsters." Just then, Thu Quan appeared behind them and coldly spoke up. "Didn't we say to eat first before leaving?" She smiled, bringing in a bowl of food, while he pursed his lips, retreated, and shouted, "What exactly are you people?" Thu Quan replied with a fake trembling voice, "Us? We are humans. We are your friends." Minh Ha secretly gripped the power orb in his hand and yelled angrily, "You bunch of savage, man-eating monsters, stop trying to make me sick." She replied nonchalantly, "Whatever you think we are, that is what we are." Bao Kong eagerly suggested, "Let me tear out his organs and eat them first." She smiled and replied, "Don't be in such a rush, he's already on the chopping block. Besides, I have something I need to ask him." He grumbled angrily, "You're so annoying." Thu Quan calmly placed the food tray on the table, inside which was a dead chicken sitting in a bowl of terrifying black broth. She spoke slowly, "Don't worry, this isn't human meat, it's just chicken soup." Thu Quan brushed her hair back and asked calmly, "Haven't you already eaten my cooking? How does it taste?" Minh Ha frowned, cold and guarded, as she smiled confidently. "I've perfected it to the point where there are no flaws. Even if someone close to Chow Dao Not were to talk to me, I could answer perfectly. No one suspects a thing." Thu Quan cast her eyes down, pretending to be sad. "But there is one thing I am extremely dissatisfied with." She gritted her teeth and added coldly, "I wanted to ask you." Minh Ha asked coldly, "What exactly do you want to say?" Thu Quan touched the bowl, and he thought to himself in shock, "This bowl of chicken soup looks like it was just freshly boiled." She asked curiously, "What exactly is this human cooking craft?" Minh Ha's eyes went wide with surprise. "Cooking craft?" Thu Quan put her hand, covered in chicken broth, into her mouth and licked it. She said with dissatisfaction, "The taste is wrong. It's completely different from the flavor Xiao Dao used to make. I clearly followed the instructions, but I just can't recreate those flavors." Thu Quan gloomily revealed, "I seriously mimicked, studied, practiced, and even tried opening a restaurant, but all I got in return was cursing. This made me very angry, so I broke the rules." Memories of the past flickered in her mind as she raised her hand and continued, I killed that villager and dumped him into the reservoir. He angrily questioned, aren't you born to kill people anyway? What is this about breaking the rules? Thu Quan dropped her gaze and replied indifferently, that is true. But before I fully understand all the arrogant behaviors of you humans, I don't want to expose myself. Minh Ha clenched his fists, scolding angrily. That's why you are all just savage beasts. No matter how well you mimic us, you can never become true humans. In her mind, she thought about the process of human cooking, scraping off fish scales, then throwing them straight into a pot of boiling oil while they were still alive, just to keep the meat fresh and tasty. Images of cruel cooking methods appeared one after another. Thu Quan spoke slowly. We raise goats, waiting until they are plump to pick a good day to slaughter them. She asked mockingly, have you ever thought that maybe they consider you family? Thu Quan was overflowing with rage as she kept questioning. Wild flowers growing outside can't be eaten or used, yet you still pluck and trample them. She leaned against the table and added, perhaps this is the reason I can't cook those delicious dishes you talk about. I am kinder than you. At least I just kill. I don't deceive them. Minh Ha sneered. What are you pretending for? He yelled in anger. On the pile of bones you left at the bottom of the reservoir, there are still the ugly bite marks of yours. Even as a pile of broken bones, one can still recognize how much they struggled in fear while they were alive. Minh Ha gritted his teeth and shouted, humans are inherently imperfect, with both good and evil, but you parasitize humans. I'm certain you've never done a single good deed. Thu Quan's eyes flashed instantly. The parasite on Bao Kong was also overflowing with rage. He questioned furiously, but you've learned all the evil in the human heart. This is proof enough that you don't need instructions, nor environmental influence. You naturally become cruel, wretched animals. It spoke nonchalantly. I've changed my mind. I shouldn't eat your organs first. Bao Kong offered a sinister suggestion to cut out his tongue, dip it in the soup she made, and eat it. The parasite on Thu Quan slowly revealed itself. She licked her lips and chimed in. They have a dish called spicy boiled fish. I suppose since the ingredient wasn't human, I couldn't recreate that flavor. Bao Kong immediately launched the long, slimy tentacle of the sea anemone parasite toward Minh Ha. He tilted his head to dodge it. It quickly retracted the tentacle. Bao Kong tilted its head, gave a sinister smile, and praised, flexible, aren't you? Its face split in two. The sea anemone parasite emerged and continued. However, Bao Kong loudly provoked, let me see how you hide this time. Minh Ha backed away, staring at a series of long tails in front of him, and hurriedly summoned bone-chilling ice, touching it to create a powerful ice-bone arm. Thu Quan's eyes went wide with surprise as it lunged forward, ready to attack. The sea anemone parasite was flung at him, and Minh Ha prepared to counter. She immediately launched her attack and shouted, his power level is rising. Be careful. He quickly executed the Soul Death Mystery technique. Minh Ha nimbly combined it with the Ice Fist attack. Immediately, a barrage of ice bones rained down on the house. Thu Quan looked up at the looming danger as rocks and ice bones quickly crushed Bao Kong's body. The power source intensified as rocks and ice bones rained down, causing chaos. She glanced over in panic. The next second, the room exploded. Minh Ha stood in the middle of the room, watching them being buried under the ice bones, breathing heavily in exhaustion. Xiaohua urgently ordered, Minh Ha, run! They still have signs of life. Minh Ha quickly hunched over and ran out of the house. She flew alongside him, tilting her head to observe from behind, and frowned as she spoke. You crushed the Icebone Spirit Crystal and unleashed a strike using the ultimate soul technique. Its power is enough to threaten a military-level creature, he asked anxiously. Are they military-level monsters? Xiaohua recalled the creature's greedy expression and replied calmly. One of them is a military grade, and the other is that girl. My intuition is rarely wrong. If you don't use the Icebone parasite now, you might not even make it out alive. They sprinted toward a narrow trail, surrounded by deep forest. Minh Ha asked in confusion, what exactly are these things? How can they shapeshift into humans? And before they reveal their true form, they look just like us. Picturing the way the parasites had infested the military-grade ones and the Storm Force creatures, she replied calmly, I don't know. All I know is, every sentient creature has a certain capacity for evolution, and they can even adapt to their environment. It's similar to your human natural selection, except their mutation process doesn't take thousands or tens of thousands of years. It only takes a few months, or even less. Minh Ha hopped onto Xiaohua's foot and said anxiously, that's too unfair. In all the hero stories, the enemies are just mindless, hulking monsters. They act just like animals, So why are we the ones stuck dealing with these fast-evolving, smart ones? She tilted her head and explained, those alien creatures in your movies are just low-dimensional beings, all brawn and no brain. That's just something you arrogant humans invented. You should be lucky that they haven't been on Earth for long and are still in their early growth stage. As they hurried across a field, he frowned and said seriously, if that's the case, then Professor Duonghang's analysis is spot on. Xiaohua reminded him earnestly, you'd better figure out how to escape first. They're frozen for now, but they will definitely come after you later. Minh Ha frowned and replied worriedly, like I said, some of our movies are quite arrogant, especially the ones focused on individual heroism. He grinned innocently and added, if I can't handle them alone, can't I just call for backup? The upperclassmen in the student union are no joke. She remembered Duong Nin's cold demeanor and replied in surprise, that makes sense. Surely that student union president has the strength to fight this female monster one-on-one. Ta thachting to another room, Duong Hang excitedly slapped the table. He looked at the sealed jar containing the parasite with fascination and muttered, so, that's how it is, so that's how it is. Duong Hang pressed his hand firmly on the lid, bent down to search his desk, and muttered, it seems its host has started harming people again. He placed the jar inside the desk drawer and said to himself with a smile, that's safe for now. Duong Hang quickly pulled out his phone to make a call. Minh Ha, where are you? I'm near Phu Phuong Niem Dung village. Minh Ha answered the call while running. I'm sprinting for my life on the field edge near Vuong Quan and Thuong Trong's house, he commanded calmly. Okay, don't go looking for Thuong Trong and Vuong Quan's wife yet, Duong Hang said solemnly. According to my analysis, there is a very high chance those two have already been parasitized. We always felt like something was hidden in the reservoir or the town. In reality, they possess parasitic traits like tapeworms, leeches, or roundworms. They generally go through 5 stages: hiding, parasitizing, feeding, occupying, and assimilating. He panted wearily. Thanks for the heads up, Professor. Your warning is crucial. Though it would have been even better if you had called me half an hour earlier. His eyes widened in confusion. Why are you panting so hard? Is this news that shocking? It really is. Even I couldn't have imagined it. Minh Ha shouted urgently, Professor Duong Hang, I just escaped from their house. Please help me contact the authorities and the Hunter Association. Both Thuong Trong and Xiao Dao have been parasitized, he warned sternly. Among them, Xiao Dao might have been parasitized by an extremely dangerous military-grade monster. Duong Hang was shocked. What? I'll contact them right away. Hello? Suddenly, the other end went silent. He gripped his phone tightly and called out urgently. Hello? Why aren't you saying anything? Minh Ha pleaded desperately. Hello, Professor Duong Hang. Please summon the student union members. Hello? Can you hear me? At the hotel, Duong Hang's phone signal suddenly dropped. He frowned, puzzled. Why did the signal drop? He gripped his phone tightly and cursed in anger. Damn it, how can the signal just cut out like that? This can't be a coincidence, Xiaohua calmly speculated. That parasite daring to show up now means she has already prepared some countermeasures. For example, destroying the signal tower or something similar. She won't allow word of this to get out. The two of them had reached a populated area, Minh Ha recalled urgently. I remember someone in the ancestral hall said, Phu Phuong Niem Dung town is too remote. The only signal tower was near the sawmill. She replied calmly, That's right. Some of your group members have already gone there. I just don't know if they noticed this point or not. At the same time, in another location, a group of people was fleeing in panic. Luong Dong's face twisted in irritation. Damn it, isn't the zombie's weakness the head? Something strange appeared in front of them, and he gasped in exhaustion. Before them stood a burly man holding a pickaxe, his head bowed mysteriously. He slowly lifted his head to look at them. Trong Li trembled in fear. Don't come over here, no! Luong Dong frowned, confused. What on earth are these things? She was so terrified that tears streamed down her face. No, please. A sob of pure terror echoed through the deep forest. No. A few minutes earlier, inside the warehouse, Jiang Nong stood up and looked at Luong Dong's group. He shuffled toward them, and Luong Dong couldn't help but praise. Hana, Dan Tri, you're strong. A wild boar charged aggressively, but she quickly jumped to dodge. Because of that, it slammed directly into a shipping crate. Luong Dong cheered. That should hold it for now. At that moment, Hoang Pham, lying on his back, had fallen into a critical state. His eyes fluttered open, reflecting the vivid image of Giang Nong. The creature grinned maliciously. Hoang Pham's eyes widened in horror as he watched Jiang Nong charging toward them. He opened his mouth to warn the others, but no sound came out. I can't speak. Hoang Pham glanced around, calculated, pulled his hand away from Luong Dong's shoulder, and cursed silently. Damn it. Hoang Pham gritted his teeth and pushed himself back, pinning Jiang Nong down. He tilted his head in surprise. How is it still moving? Hana bit her lip, deep in thought. So the head isn't the weakness after all? Hoang Pham fell to the ground in pain. The creature wasn't phased at all, and stood up slowly. Jiang Nong's eyes turned blood red, his mouth opening wide, eager to devour his body. Immediately, he lowered his head to bite into Hoang Pham. Luong Dong shouted in worry. Hoang Pham! Hana yelled, don't go over there. Watching the scene of Jiang Nong devouring his limbs, she quickly ordered, he won't survive this. Looking at Zhang Li, who was still clutching her head in terror, Xia Na urged her urgently, run. If you don't, we're all going to die here. Immediately after, the three of them turned and bolted from the warehouse. Just then, the forest stag smashed through a crate and escaped its confinement. Luong Dong gritted his teeth in fear, turning his head to scan for his prey. Xia Na hurriedly drew an arrow, aimed her bow at the forest stag, and warned coldly, don't stop, keep running. A net was fired, and the forest stag stared blankly at the large net flying toward it. The three of them seized the opportunity and quickly scrambled away. Back in reality, Zhang Li couldn't help but scream in terror. Why is it like this? She gritted her teeth, crying and complaining. I'm just a first-year student. Xia Na looked at her empty quiver and couldn't help but exclaim in worry. Damn it, I wasted too many arrows dealing with that stag. The parasitized man dragged his axe across the ground as he walked slowly. She bit her lip and calmly speculated. His speed doesn't seem to be as fast as that stag's. As he reached Xia Na, he raised his axe high, but she remained indifferent. Xia Na bit her lip and leaned to the side to dodge. She leaped backward to avoid the shockwave created by his strike. Xia Na planted her feet firmly, steadying herself. Luong Dong ran over, worriedly asking, Are you all right, senior? She pursed her lips and replied apologetically, This guy isn't fast, but he's freakishly strong. I'm out of arrows. I'm afraid I can't handle him. He gritted his teeth, muttering in fear. That stag will break free soon. And then there's that guy. Vuong Jiangnong. Xia Na turned to look at Zhang Li, who was still clutching her head, and continued, He destroyed the signal tower. Damn it. We can't call for help. We have to rely on ourselves. Luong Dong opened his backpack and calmly suggested, Senior, you're badly hurt too. How about this? I'll draw his attention. You lead Zhang Li to town first. She loudly refused. How can that work? You take Zhang Li and go. I'll deal with him. He took a red box out of his backpack and boasted confidently, Senior, don't let my size fool you. I'm actually quite agile. He threw out a long shield. Luong Dong urged urgently. This isn't the time for talk. He grabbed both sides of the shield and declared resolutely, I'll show you what I'm capable of. Luong Dong quickly hurled the shield forward. The shield spun through the air toward the parasitized man, slamming forcefully into his head. The man was quickly sent flying back. After completing its task, the shield returned to its master. He raised his hand to catch it. Luong Dong lowered his head, catching the shield coldly. Senior, I'm not weak at all. Xia Na stared, wide-eyed in delight. Suddenly, a series of terrifying sounds emerged. She gritted her teeth in anger and announced, They've caught up to us. He walked over and firmly suggested, You two go first. I'll lead them to the river ridge. She worriedly cautioned him, Take care of yourself. Xia Na and Zhang Li left. Luong Dong bowed his head with a small smile and muttered, Don't worry, I'll definitely be back. When I do, I'll take you out for coffee and a movie. The parasitized man immediately stood up, growling. He winced in anger and muttered, What on earth are these things? They don't even flinch after taking one of my hits. As soon as he finished speaking, Luong Dong threw the shield at him. The parasitized man gritted his teeth, raising his hands to catch it. He grabbed the shield with ease. Luong Dong gasped in surprise. What? Even that works? Luong Dong quickly turned and ran. Here's a gift from me, goodbye. The parasitized man was stunned. It turned out the forest stag had caught up as well. Luong Dong stood helplessly before a cliff, with the stag closing in behind him. He frantically rummaged through his bag. Damn it! Luong Dong gritted his teeth and leaped across the ravine. He quickly hooked a rope to a flying disc. He jumped off the edge of the cliff, swinging his arm back for momentum. Luong Dong hurriedly threw the disc toward the opposite edge. The disc and rope luckily snagged onto a large tree branch. He tightened his grip on the rope and swung powerfully toward the cliff ahead. Luong Dong landed calmly, tilted his head, and gave a provocative smirk. Want to kill me? Come fly over here. The forest stag stood on the other side of the ravine, opening its mouth to roar. At the same time, In the residential area, Minh Ha was hurrying through the streets, trying to escape. Suddenly, the streetlights went out, and he stared in shock. A power outage? An old man leaning on a cane appeared in front of him. Minh Ha pursed his lips and clenched his hands defensively. Oh, an acquaintance. The village chief looked up and asked with a confused smile. Kid, what are you in such a rush for? He immediately suggested, seriously, sir, please tell everyone in the village to find somewhere to hide as quickly as possible. The old man looked puzzled. Hide from what? Everyone is at the ancestral hall for the feast right now. We have a custom no matter what happens. On the third day, we must have an evening feast. Minh Ha's eyes widened in surprise. Most people are at the ancestral hall? The village chief answered slowly. Yes. Is something wrong? Is there really a monster in our village? He chuckled and revealed honestly. Something like that. In short, the town isn't very safe right now. Is there a place like a shelter for everyone? The old man pointed behind him and replied. Yes, there's a huge shelter behind the ancestral hall. Minh Ha suggested sincerely. Then please, help me tell everyone to hide in there as fast as you can. Realizing something, he frowned and continued coldly. Wait, you can't move fast enough. I'll run over there myself. The village chief immediately pointed at a tricycle and scolded. Hey, I might not be able to walk fast, but can't I drive? That's my vehicle. Minh Ha immediately changed his expression and replied warmly. Sir, you're doing me a huge favor. This is urgent. Please, you have to help me. The village chief climbed onto the tricycle, started it, and raised an eyebrow, boasting excitedly. When I was young, I was a courier soldier. He quickly drove toward the ancestral hall, not forgetting to reassure him before leaving. Don't worry, kid. Watching this scene, he couldn't help but marvel. He was a big deal back in his day. Suddenly, the door of the house next to him creaked open. Minh Ha walked over curiously, using both hands to push the door open. Inside, a girl was hunched over a table doing something. He was confused. Didn't they say everyone was at the feast? Minh Ha stepped inside quickly and sincerely urged the girl. Fortune Town isn't safe. You need to leave here with me right now. Yi Shi was busy gnawing on a raw chicken, complaining constantly. So hungry, so hungry. He stopped in his tracks, terrified, and said, Take your time eating. I won't bother you anymore. Her eyes glowing red, she let out a sinister grin. That's the fifth one. Why am I still so hungry? Yi Shi tilted her head and struck a threatening pose. You smell so delicious. Only your meat will satisfy my hunger. She opened her mouth, flicked her tongue, and lunged at Minh Ha, declaring, I want to eat you. He gritted his teeth and nimbly dodged the parasite's claws. Minh Ha watched her grotesque movements and made a silent assessment. So fast, just like a hunting leopard. He spun around and kicked the door open, rushing outside. Minh Ha braced his feet against the ground. The two doors lay scattered on the sidewalk. Diet Thuk crawled on the ceiling, hanging upside down, and groaned, Hungry, so hungry. He couldn't help but feel confused. What on earth were these monsters? Xiaohua shouted a warning. Minh Ha, stop dawdling. There isn't just one of these things. No sooner had she finished speaking than another parasitized man appeared behind him. Regardless of age, two men of different generations had both fallen victim to the parasites. Minh Ha gritted his teeth in annoyance. Had they all been taken over by parasites? She urgently ordered, Let's go, now. That parasite is chasing us. Don't let them pin us down here. He looked at Diet Thuk, who was reaching out with his arm, and hurriedly replied, Understood. As soon as he finished, Minh Ha used the momentum to leap onto the roof opposite them. She ended up falling face first onto the ground in shame. Immediately after, they were sealed off and immobilized on the spot. But it only lasted a moment before Diet Thuk quickly jumped onto the roof to pursue him. Minh Ha arched a brow as he looked back. Xiaohua gritted her teeth in anger. They broke free from your ice seal. He frowned in shock. That fast? That move cost me 300,000. She lowered her eyes, speaking with concern. That sound just now was a summoning call. It's an ability many of these monsters possess. Minh Ha gracefully vaulted across the rooftops and asked, The problem is, what are they calling? Xiaohua spoke softly. I'll say something you won't like. It's highly likely there are quite a few people in Fuyong Town who have been taken over by parasites. Before she could finish, another mutant holding a chainsaw appeared on the left, while another one blocked the way with a stick. He angrily shouted, You've got to be kidding me. How is there another one? Duok Tok excitedly started the chainsaw, muttering, Sawing, I love sawing things. The one with the stick raised it high and shouted, I'm going to dig a hole in your head. Minh Ha spun around and kicked him square in the chest. The man gritted his teeth, glaring at his prey. He quickly followed up with a punch straight to the guy's chest. The man fell hard to the ground from the powerful blow, but after only a moment, he was back on his feet. Duok Tok growled and lunged forward with the chainsaw. Minh Ha couldn't help but exclaim in confusion, "Why won't they die?" The man seized the moment and swung the saw forward. Fortunately, he agilely arched his body to dodge. Duok Tok looked excitedly at Minh Ha, who was bracing his hands on the rooftop. He laughed crazily and brought the saw blade down hard. He panicked as he watched the blade stop just a few centimeters away from his vital parts. Duok Tok's eyes glowed a murky red. He gritted his teeth in fury and coldly pulled the saw back up. Minh Ha gritted his teeth in fear. He quickly braced his hands on the roof, went into a handstand to create distance, and nimbly sprang high into the air. Minh Ha successfully landed on the ground, and the night chase truly began. Diet Thuk opened his mouth wide and lunged to attack. Minh Ha watched the danger approaching in shock, and quickly dodged to the side. She gritted her teeth and swung herself onto Minh Ha. Diet Thuk hurt himself, tears streaming down his face. She clutched her mouth in pain and fell backward. Diet Thuk writhed in agony on the floor. Minh Ha murmured in surprise, "Is it dead? Why did it die this time?" His eyes landed on the severed tongue on the floor, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Is that all it took?" Minh Ha pondered. Could it be? Xiaohua urged him. "Minh Ha, think about it later. Get out of here." He quickly jumped onto the rooftops and fled. All right. Over at Neemdung's location, everyone was being directed into the shelter. Lathian stood inside, earnestly urging them on. "Hurry up." Lam Hu stood outside, feeling curious. What on earth is going on? He gloomily informed the townspeople. There are monsters in our town. She quickly went down to the basement to relay the news urgently. I heard so many screams, it was horrible. Close the stone gate, don't let any monsters get in. The people standing around urged in fear. That's right, shut it, Lathian said calmly. There are still people outside, get inside quickly. Outside, Fuyong town became silent. Minh Ha successfully reached the gathering spot. Duong Hang was standing outside the door, waiting anxiously. As soon as he saw him, he waved his hand, urging him. Minh Ha, come in quickly. He spoke with concern, Professor Duong Hang. The situation isn't looking good. Duong Hang asked urgently, what happened? Minh Ha immediately revealed, it's not just Chao Dao and Thuong Trong who have been taken over by parasites. He frowned, recalling his memories from a few minutes ago, and continued seriously. On the way here, many townspeople attacked me. They seemed normal, but suddenly they changed. He calmly explained, these things have an incubation period. They need to fully take over the body's organs to completely control the host. Thuong Niem Dung watched the two men talking outside and couldn't help but be curious. Minh Ha asked worriedly, what about the people here? Has anyone been taken over by a parasite? She walked over and asked, what are you all talking about? He crossed his arms and bowed his head in thought. They mimic human speech and behavior. Talking like this, how would you know who has been possessed without checking carefully? The village chief frowned and asserted loudly, it's nothing. Most of the monsters are outside. Surely everyone here is normal. Minh Ha asked seriously, how can you be sure? He frowned firmly. They are like foxes. They only mimic human behavior. They act strangely, so they're afraid of being in crowded places. The village chief explained slowly. Many people in town have died. There will surely be a memorial feast during the first 3 nights. It's an old, dark custom of ours. He firmly believed in these spiritual elements. The elderly still say that for the first 3 nights after death, the soul returns to visit everyone. Outside the town now, only empty tables remained, and the atmosphere was extremely gloomy. The village chief explained calmly. Everyone must pretend that nothing is wrong and quietly go to the ancestral shrine to finish the feast. That is the only way for the souls to depart in peace. Duong Hang exclaimed happily, this old man says that those possessed by parasites don't know that custom, so they won't come to eat at the ancestral shrine. The village chief sat on the steps, sighing. Yes, I tried to tell everyone that something strange was happening in town, but they didn't believe me. This old man had to keep watch all night. He asked urgently, Minh Ha, were the mutants you encountered the same? Minh Ha bowed his head, lost in thought, and replied, not exactly. Recalling the hosts, he continued slowly. Except for Chao Dao and Thuong Trong, the other monsters were weaker and had lower IQs. Duong Heng frowned, hiding his joy, and replied, that fits with what I've researched. He said calmly, the parasites are divided into the first and second generations. We can tentatively consider Zhao Dao and Chang Zhang to be the first generation. Their power is enough to perfectly mimic humans, including their language, knowledge, and habits. Minh Ha let you think and speak. I remember Zhou Dao once appearing at the ancestral shrine. She also invited me and Trin Wei to her house for a meal. Duong Hang was immersed in the image of those who had been parasitized, calmly speculating that the first generation had evolved to the point of being able to blend into society. Meanwhile, the second generation is like zombies in movies, crude and violent, not yet fully evolved. He remembered the image of Thu Quan and others calmly judging based on data I had collected and analyzed earlier. There are probably 3 first-generation parasites and about 30 second-generation ones. You wonder why? Duong Hung raised his hand to stop him. We'll discuss that later. What's certain is that the second-generation parasites are not among the people here. Outside of Furong Town, the parasitized people are wandering everywhere, he announced anxiously. Then the only way to protect the remaining people is to seal this place and wait for reinforcements. It's the only thing we can do. Duong Hang couldn't help but say, feeling uneasy. The second-generation parasites are roaming the town. They're starving and will eat anything they see. He turned around and suggested, enough, let's go inside. Suddenly, Niam Dung loudly intervened. Wait, just because there aren't any second-generation parasites among the people at the ancestral shrine doesn't mean there aren't any first-generation ones. She looked at you seriously and asked, you said there are 3 first-generation parasites. One is Zhou Dao, one is Chang Zhang. But what about the third? Niam Dung looked at the people standing in the shelter, anxiously speculating. Could it be among them? Where did the parasitized person come from? She gritted her teeth and turned to look at them. Duong Heng urgently grabbed Niam Dung's hand and replied, that's right. He quickly pulled the door down. Duong Heng stared, shouting, but we have no other choice. The parasitized people are crazily rushing toward the shelter. The door fell in time to block the parasitized people from rushing in. A terrifying sound rang out. The villagers couldn't help but look at the parasitized ones at the entrance in horror. The children huddled fearfully against their parents. The villagers were wide-eyed with anxiety. What was that sound? Lothian frowned, panicked. It's the monster hiding in Furong Town. Outside, the parasitized people were wandering near the shelter, just as he had warned. They're hiding among the villagers. Minh Ha hesitated as she spoke. The danger outside has been temporarily resolved, but she turned to look at the people behind her. Uneasy. She blurted out, what about the threat from within? Witnessing this scene, the villagers couldn't help but cry in fear, worried about their own tragic fate. The residents of Furong Town couldn't help but stare in terror at what happened that night. The loudspeaker continuously blared a danger warning. In the nearby forest, Andi looked up and asked anxiously, Furong Town, what's happening? Lu Fong stood in front and replied, it's a level 7 disaster alert. Huang Lang frowned and spoke up urgently. Then, doesn't that mean we need someone with supernatural powers of at least the Tianmong level to be able to deal with it? She asked timidly. So what should we do now? He coldly replied, regroup with members of other teams, then immediately retreat from here and find reinforcements outside. He hesitated and spoke up, but Sister Duong Nin's team and Minh Ha are still inside Furong Town. Lu Fong's eyes became sharp, and he coldly asserted, this warning is to remind us, don't go back and throw your lives away. The two of them couldn't help but feel guilty and conflicted upon hearing these words. The alarm echoed throughout the mountains and forests, reaching far-off places. The parasitized demons, standing in front of the loudspeaker, clutched their heads, annoyed. At the same time, a beauty appeared from afar on a rooftop. Bao Kong jumped down from the height, aiming his feet straight at the 2 loudspeakers. He quickly delivered a kick, powerfully destroying them. Bao Kong's eyes were glowing red, radiating ruthlessness, and he angrily said, finally, it's quiet. This sound was making my head feel like it was about to burst. Thu Quan stood on the roof observing, and Tutan judged. Most of the people in the town are hiding in the shelter now. It raised its head angrily. Damn it, doesn't that mean we're going to starve? Ata smiled menacingly, speaking with contempt. Do they think they'll be fine if they hide inside and don't come out? Bao Quan leaned over and asked curiously, do you already have a plan? She smiled and asked back, have you forgotten that we still have one more friend? Its eyes lit up like it had struck gold, and it happily replied, that's right. Memories flashed through its mind. Bao Quan spoke with hatred. At first, only the 3 of us came to this strange, filthy place. Back when I was just a parasitic demon, I always had to live in a lowly state. Even when I saw a cockroach, I had to hide far away. But now it's different. Bao Kong and Thu Quan have rampaged everywhere. The number of innocent parasitized people has grown more and more. Now we have so many descendants. Humans always talk about family and ancestry, always acting superior. It looked at the cockroaches squashed flat on the floor and couldn't help but continue with contempt. But have they ever thought about how low quality their way of reproduction is? Bao Quan, filled with hatred, stomped on the ground and said, compared to us, They're no different from pests that multiply quickly, like cockroaches and rats. It lowered its head, frowning mysteriously. We, Bao Kong, it opened its mouth to show its power, raised a finger to the sky, and loudly declared, are the superior species. The parasitized villagers also opened their mouths and growled as if in agreement. Thu Quan crossed his arms and calmly spoke. Why the need to distinguish like that? At the very least, everyone in Furong Town has contributed to us. They can be considered our umbilical cords. Hearing these words, it couldn't help but excitedly stick out its tongue and repeat, umbilical cords. In the middle of the moonlit night, the horrific sounds of the parasitic demons echoed endlessly. Umbilical cords. At the same time, in the shelter where the people who hadn't been invaded by parasites were, everyone kept reassuring one another. The police and the hunter team were also present to speak up. Everyone must trust the hunter. Minh Ha and Duong Hang sat inside the storage room, deep in thought. The police calmly reassured the people that everything would be okay. He handed him a small bag and calmly suggested, take a look at this. Minh Ha stood up, took it, and asked curiously, what is this? Duong Hang slowly explained, dandelion seeds you collected by the lake. He looked confused and asked, what does this have to do with the parasites? Clues surfaced in his mind. He calmly pieced everything together. It's not a real dandelion, but an extremely sophisticated form of camouflage used by the parasite. Dandelions disperse seeds through the wind, and this way of multiplying is what the parasite has mimicked. Therefore, they transform into dandelion parasitic seeds and disperse parasitic spores onto humans and animals, thus completing the process of parasitism in a more sustainable and terrifying way. Minh Ha narrowed her eyes, judging, could it be that Vuong Quan, who often went fishing, died like that? Tang Hang pointed out seriously, he must be carrying the first-generation parasite. It used his body to crawl into his wife, Xiao Dao. He clenched his fists and continued coldly. It perfectly took over her body and replaced her. Now, Vuong Quan has become nothing more than a puppet for his own wife. Tang Hang recalled the times Vuong Quan went fishing and stated calmly, he goes fishing every single night. Part of it is to dispose of the corpses that Xiao Dao devoured, and the other part is to feed her two accomplices. He frowned, hesitating. So, what about the other two? He took out a sealed vial containing the parasite they collected underwater that Minh Ha had asked him to study. This is one of them. He widened his eyes in surprise. Is this the other first-generation parasitic demon? Tang Hang replied calmly. It's only a very small part of it. The main host is likely parasitizing someone in the village. Minh Ha leaned in closer to observe, muttering to himself. In his head, he remembered being at the dam searching. Gotcha. Or when he encountered the violent male, it said the exact same thing. Gotcha. Minh Ha couldn't help but admire him, stating, it's quite hot-tempered. He furrowed his brows and replied seriously, that's right. I gave them nicknames one by one. Thinking of the two causing chaos these past few nights, Tang Hang continued calmly. The parasite that attacks the male is Scholar, and the sea anemone parasite is Violent Male. You were angry, so you called them Scholar and Violent Male. Tang Hang asked with a blank expression. Do you remember me saying I came here to take samples and investigate because the hunters found a very special specimen? Fragmented memories appeared in his mind. On a full moon night, a parasitic demon attacked a human. Leaving behind clean-picked bones, he confidently asserted that it was the third first-generation parasite. I call it the demon husband. In reality, it was the first one to enter Fudong Town, the pioneer of the parasites. After scouting, it led the Scholar and the Violent Male here. Minh Ha's eyes widened in surprise and hesitation. You mean he tried to stay calm, as he finished. The one hiding among us now is the first-generation parasite, the demon husband. At that same moment, everyone outside was filled with fear and confusion. My father didn't come to the feast. Could it be my daughter isn't coming either? Tang Hang looked at the people in front of Tutan and replied, that's right. It evolved the earliest. It understands human behavior, and it might even know the customs of Fudong Town. Minh Ha bowed his head in thought and spoke up. But we have too little information. How are we going to find it among so many people? He glanced over and asked calmly. When you were fighting them, did you notice anything? He tried to rack his memory, muttering to himself about the fight. Familiar images flashed through his mind, and Minh Ha widened his eyes, exclaiming in surprise, the tongue. It seems the tongue is the most important organ in their bodies. Tang Hang narrowed his eyes in admiration. Oh, the tongue. He lifted his head and continued calmly. If that's the case, I have a way. He couldn't help but ask curiously. A way for what, sir? Tang Hang replied calmly. It's just that you might have to take a risk. Outside, People were sharing food. We were in such a rush, we only brought a little bit. It won't last long. Inside the storage room, Minh Ha and he were calmly planning. After a while, he nodded calmly. All right, that's the only way. The children couldn't help but cry in fear. Mom, when can we go out? She patted her son's shoulder to reassure him. Soon, sweetheart. Lathian stood up, pointed at Tang Heng, and said, Everyone, don't be afraid. Let's hear what our expert has to say. He stepped forward, placed a hand on his chest, and solemnly announced, Fellow citizens, we are facing a type of demon that is very good at disguising itself, to the point where it can even turn into a human. Tang Heng continued with a serious face. Furthermore, through our investigation, he pointed at the crowd and stated confidently, There is a monster among us wearing a human skin. A monster with a human appearance, waiting for the right moment to strike. The villagers were in a panic, doubting one another. Who among us is it? Don't be afraid, Tang Heng quickly reassured them. Everyone, do not be afraid. I am an expert, and I have found a way. He reached into his pocket and spoke calmly. I have developed a type of medicine. He held up a round pill. Tang Heng explained calmly. You just need to hold it in your mouth for 3 minutes, and we can distinguish whether someone is a parasitic monster or not. He handed them out to everyone present, gently instructing, Now, everyone take a pill. We will do a collective test in a moment. The villagers went to get the medicine. Tang Heng carefully reminded them, Once you have it, don't swallow it yet. We'll take it together so it's easier to keep track. Now everyone was scrambling for pills. Give me 2, I'm getting one for my wife. The scene gradually became chaotic. He shouted loudly, Everyone gets one. What's the rush? Tang Heng also held a pill in his hand and spoke calmly. All right, everyone has received this special medicine. Please put it in your mouth. He furrowed his brows, putting on a serious expression. Remember, until our inspector checks you, I hope no one lets anyone else see their tongue. After that, Tang Heng, Minh Ha, and Nim Dung also held the pills in their mouths. The villagers held the pills in their trembling hands, worried. There are no side effects, right? We can't worry about that now. Be careful not to drop it. 3 minutes later, he looked at his watch and announced, It's time. Tang Heng repeated seriously. I'll emphasize this one more time. Everyone, keep your lips tightly shut. Do not let anyone except the inspector see your tongue. Immediately, everyone followed suit. The children even carefully covered their mouths with their hands. He placed a hand on his shoulder and gently suggested, Everyone, please line up so Minh Ha can check each person one by one. All the villagers immediately lined up in an orderly fashion, waiting to be checked. Trinvei stood guard outside, reminding them strictly, Line up, don't push. Niam Dung stood inside, guiding them gently. One at a time, please. The first woman stepped inside, and the iron door immediately closed behind her. She carefully covered her mouth and walked over to Minh Ha. He spoke calmly. Let me see your tongue for a second. She hurried over and replied, All right. The first woman immediately opened her mouth wide. Minh Ha narrowed his eyes, checking carefully. All right, thank you for your cooperation. He called out loudly for the next person. Niam Dung reminded them strictly. After you're checked, go over to the side. The woman ran outside, smiling happily. I'm okay. Minh Ha carefully checked the second person's tongue. You're fine. Then he called loudly for the next person. Tang Heng walked over and asked, We're more than halfway through. Is it still not effective? After a while, the demon husband also entered as he was called. Next, it pursed its lips, looking at the iron door that had been shut. Minh Ha quickly reassured it. Come here, don't be nervous. He narrowed his eyes and suggested coldly, Please open your mouth so I can see your tongue. The suspect opened his mouth wide, revealing his long tongue. Minh Ha observed him carefully and replied, Your tongue looks normal. Thanks for cooperating. He couldn't help but ask the boy, feeling confused, Is this method really useful? I felt like I was eating candy. The man smiled mysteriously and replied, Maybe it was candy all along. The suspect turned and walked toward the exit, muttering to himself, That young man sure knows how to joke. He widened his eyes, looking ahead in surprise. The suspect turned to glare at Nian Dung, loudly demanding an explanation. Why are you looking at me like that? Open the door. Tang Heng also stepped forward, staring at him with sharp eyes. The suspect couldn't help but exclaim in confusion. What is the meaning of this? Didn't I pass the check? It turned out Minh Ha had signaled to them from behind by making an X with his hands. Lathian stared in shock, stammering. Wang Dasheng, how did you turn into a monster? Everyone murmured in fear. Why him? What's going on? He shoved his head into the iron bars, loudly denying it. Nonsense. I'm perfectly normal. If you don't believe me, look at my tongue. The suspect immediately stuck out his tongue to prove it. See? He roared in anger. My tongue hasn't changed at all. Let me out of here. I'm not a parasitic demon. Tang Heng calmly exposed him. Stop pretending. You are the third original parasitic demon. The suspect clenched his fists and shouted, Bullshit. I'm a human being. Minh Ha slowly began to warm up his hands, as the suspect continued to rage. You beast, thinking you're so clever. Open your eyes and look at what a normal person's tongue looks like. He immediately suggested, Everyone, open your mouths, stick out your tongues, and look at each other's. Everyone did as instructed, and tongues of various colors appeared, some red, some blue, some purple, some yellow. The children exclaimed in surprise. Your tongue is blue, yours is red. Isn't this that color-changing candy we always eat? After you eat it, your tongue changes color. Everyone was taken aback by this. A man widened his eyes in surprise. The kids love this stuff, so I bought a huge bag to share at the feast. The suspect gritted his teeth in anger upon hearing this. I was confused earlier too. How could this thing be a weapon to kill demons? Flashing back to when the police were handing out the pills, he had hesitated, biting his lip as he looked at the pill in his hand. Then, the suspect tossed the pill into his mouth. He bit down, silently crushing it. The suspect felt smug and disdainful. A bunch of ridiculous fools. A young boy widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, I get it now. The boy pointed at the suspect, confidently guessing that he was the demon. He was acting guilty, which is why he didn't follow instructions, and didn't eat the candy that would change the color of his tongue. The suspect was infuriated at being exposed in front of everyone, his eyes bulging and bloodshot. He growled, You guys, I can't believe you'd use such a childish, ridiculous, and shameless trick. Minh Ha bit his lip and said coldly, That's the first lesson humanity is teaching you. He warned him. At that moment, the suspect's body began to overflow with a dark aura. He clutched his head and hunched over. Finally, the parasitic demon revealed its true form. The suspect raised his head and arched his back, showing off his power. He laughed mockingly. When I first set foot on this land, I saw a species as pathetic and lowly as all of you. Everyone standing outside the iron bars felt fearful and anxious. The suspect's body became extremely grotesque due to the third original parasitic demon, and he asked loudly, Do you know what that is? He spoke slowly. It's a small, unremarkable banyan tree. The suspect's face twisted as he revealed the truth. I watched with my own eyes as it sprouted on a cycad tree, watching it grow vines like tentacles that wrapped around the trunk. In his mind, a massive tree appeared in a sky filled with flames as he slowly recounted how, along with the banyan tree's healthy growth, its vines multiplied more and more. Before anyone knew it, it had covered the entire cycad tree. That cycad tree, which nurtured it, couldn't even receive a single ray of sunlight. The suspect felt angry as he recalled how the nutrients absorbed by the cycad's roots were stolen by the banyan's vines. The cycad could never have imagined that a tiny banyan sprout would turn into a blood-sucking demon with bottomless greed, eventually dying in torment and bondage. He remembered the scene of humans standing in front of the tree, pointing and staring. The most ridiculous part is when you humans see a tall banyan tree. At the same time, when you see the beautiful scenery of the blue sky peeking through the leaves, you can't help but praise it, never thinking about the desperate mother that once stood there. You worship the banyan as a god, instinctively pitying this vile, ruthless thing. The suspect seemed lost in hatred as he saw the population growing, his voice filled with disdain. You reproduce without restraint. Modern devices like satellites in space, the greed of sophisticated colonialism. Skyscrapers growing like mushrooms, he snarled angrily. Your intelligence and civilization, which you take such pride in, are like slowly tightening the throat of Mother Universe. The suspect roared in fury. We absolutely cannot let you grow into towering trees. We must strike while you are still saplings. He lashed out with vines, attacking Minh Ha. He coldly declared, I will wipe you out completely. Fortunately, Minh Ha stepped back just in time to dodge. Jiang gritted his teeth in shock. A casual strike is already this powerful? The suspect turned around, looking amused, and spoke. So, you are their hope? Mr. Inspector. As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly moved from his previous spot, his body shifting with fluid agility. Minh Ha's eyes widened in surprise at the suspect's movements. He panicked and tried to dodge every lethal claw strike. Minh Ha looked at his torn shoulder, sighing in admiration. This guy is really strong. If I don't use a spirit technique, I won't even have a chance to fight back. The suspect walked over slowly, not hesitating to compliment him. Your reaction time is pretty good. Minh Ha thought deeply. I can only use the Icebone Spirit Crystal one more time, and there's still a military-level demon outside. Minh Ha frowned and thought, No, the Spirit Crystal is my last resort. He stretched both hands forward to draw in nearby stone fragments, forming two sturdy rock arms to use. In just a few seconds, the arms were ready. Minh Ha gritted his teeth and lunged forward with a surging rock attack. The suspect immediately summoned a whip shield. He bit his lip, trying to smash through the suspect's shield, feeling surprised in his heart. He managed to block that too? The suspect's eyes glowed bright red, his mouth growling in a threat. He secretly created a sharp lash behind the shield. Minh Ha's eyes widened in horror as he saw the sharp lash pointed right at him. The suspect landed a precise blow to his face. Tong Hung and Nian Dung shouted in a panic, "Minh Ha!" He braced his feet against the floor to steady himself. Minh Ha covered his face to defend, blood streaming from his forehead. He calmly reassured them, "I'm fine." In his mind, he was already calculating, regular spirit techniques won't work. Liu Ye asked indignantly, "Why would you people at the Superhuman Academy let a kid go up against such a terrifying monster?" The man explained awkwardly, "There's nothing else we can do. I'm a lecturer, but I only know how to do research." She couldn't help but suggest, "Sir, please, let me go in." Tong Hung warned her seriously not to cause any more trouble for Minh Ha. He looked inside, his face full of worry as he spoke. "If Minh Ha can't handle it, we're all going to be killed here. We just have to trust him." The young boy immediately cheered out loud, "Brother, you can do it." The kids, with their innocent and honest expressions, chimed in, "You have to defeat this monster." The demon glared, tilting his head. "Shut up. Once I finish off this annoying brat, I'll eat the parents of you noisy little brats." He stuck out his tongue, threatening, "I'll let you know exactly what your parents taste like." The children immediately cried out in fear. The demon said confidently, "So, how do you want to die?" He raised his sharp whip and charged forward. The demon attacked instantly. Minh Ha tried to dodge every strike of the whip. The demon glanced back, then swung the whip directly at his back. Suddenly, Minh Ha caught the demon's arm. He used the momentum to punch the monster right in his hideous face, but it was nothing to the demon. He grinned maliciously and said, "Your strength isn't enough. By human standards, you're only a mid-level novice supernatural." Minh Ha quickly backed away. The demon continued confidently, "And me?" He looked up and laughed loudly, declaring, "Under the heaven-plundering stage, I have no rivals." "I hear you rambling on and on," the demon said. "Looking at your eyes, you don't intend to give up, do you?" He threatened slowly. "Then I'll show you what true despair feels like." Minh Ha clenched his fists, bracing for the demon's power. A skeletal frame suddenly erupted from the monster's back. The demon transformed into a strange, quadrupedal creature. One hand became a whip shield, the other a sharp whip. He said confidently, "For someone like you, dying under this form of mine is your greatest honor." The demon growled with hatred. "You tricked me into this, thinking you could trap me, but you didn't account for this life-or-death battle." Minh Ha's eyes widened in alarm as he watched the monster rushing at breakneck speed. The demon asserted loudly, "Everyone who comes in here meets the same end." The monster slammed into Minh Ha's armored fist. The demon attacked in a flash, and before he could defend himself, Minh Ha was kicked flying into the wall. The demon used his glowing red eyes to project an aura of intimidation over everyone, saying coldly, "Have you ever thought about why you couldn't perceive our existence before?" He sneered with confidence. "That's because by the time we let you find us, you were already powerless to stop us." Minh Ha gripped his shoulder and slowly sat up, his eyes blazing with fury. The demon went berserk, moving at blinding speed, and shouted, "Die!" He leaped into the air. The demon launched his ultimate technique. The people outside couldn't help but shut their eyes in fear, followed by a series of resounding impacts. Minh Ha knelt on one leg, successfully pinning the creature's sharp limb. The demon sneered with contempt. "You're just rushing to your death. Your arm is crippled now. How else are you going to fight me?" Minh Ha opened his eyes wide, facing the blade right in front of him, and calmly replied, "Who said my arm is crippled? I was just gathering the fighting medium I needed." The demon looked up and mocked him. "I've seen your ridiculous passion. You think you need to be beaten to a pulp to unlock your hidden potential, right?" One of his eyes glowed a bright red. He said calmly, "You misunderstood. I don't rely on willpower in desperate situations. I rely on the blood flowing from my own body. Every ounce of my power is surging from within." Minh Ha continued calmly. "My blood." He exuded a powerful aura in his erases state, coldly asserting, "It is my strongest medium." The demon was stunned by this transformation. Minh Ha slowly explained, "You aren't as fast as you think, and your strength isn't that great either. But to conserve energy, I had to take a few hits to draw my own blood." The monster looked surprised, blurting out, You could have dodged those earlier." He stood up quickly and replied nonchalantly, "Dodging only makes me more tired." Minh Ha's eyes burned with intensity, and his body radiated power as he spoke calmly. So, it's better to just accept the damage. He easily pushed the demon away and declared loudly, I'm going to crush you completely. The monster was sent flying by the blow, unable to stop himself. The demon stood up painfully, tilting his head, and muttered, What? Minh Ha seized the opportunity and lunged with a punch. The demon was attacked relentlessly from all sides. He fell over and over, like an endless cycle. He picked up speed, kicking from behind. The demon stumbled, muttering, before he could finish. Minh Ha delivered a punch straight to his throat. After the blow, he dropped to one knee. While the demon was still writhing in pain, Minh Ha launched himself up, preparing for the next attack. He clenched his fist and dove down. Minh Ha delivered a devastating punch. The monster was sent flying, crashing into the floor with rocks and debris scattering everywhere. The testing room was a total wreck, filled with smoke and dust. He stood before the crater the demon had created, thinking with disdain, Don't play dead. As a first-generation parasite, you can't be this weak. The monster lay on the floor, spitting out blue fluid, secretly plotting. This brat can't just be at the novice level. I have allies outside. I need to protect myself first. As soon as he thought this, the demon revealed sharp bones all over his body. He curled up and started spinning. Minh Ha smirked. What? Did you guys copy your moves from hedgehogs and turtles? The demon continued to spin, and as he clenched his fists, he said calmly before charging in and punching the monster, Useless. The demon reverted to his human form, hiding inside and muttering in fear, You. The people watching from outside were astonished by his power. Minh Ha, is that strong? Did I talk down to him earlier? I need to be careful from now on. Nian Deng called out to Minh Ha in surprise. Tang Hang cheered excitedly. This kid really lives up to the hype, the children shouted with excitement. Hit him. Get him, brother. The young boy grinned and cheered. Beat that monster to death. He clenched his fists, preparing to throw the next punch. Suddenly, the parasite-possessed chef returned to his original form, his body losing all control as he was sent flying. He crashed to the ground, lying helplessly right by the doorway. Tang swiftly ushered everyone further back. Deng gritted her teeth, holding up her hands in a defensive stance. Everyone retreated, wary of the creature lunging at them. The parasite sat on the ground, head bowed, revealing no expression. Ha stretched out his arms to warm up, showing off his toned, muscular physique and powerful arms as he slowly approached. Ha stood before the creature, observing it intently. The parasite sneered contemptuously. You think you've won? He calmly continued his assault. Parasites love to spout their last words, don't they? The creature said, its voice filled with a twisted sense of joy. I've already finished my mission. The parasite revealed its dark, sinister eye sockets as it warned, Don't forget why I chose to parasitize a chef. The creature spat out a mouthful of blood along with a dried grasshopper. The grasshopper quickly leaped off its host, leaving Deng and Tang wide-eyed in shock. Ha coldly stepped on it, crushing it. Frowning, he spoke coldly. One problem at a time. The parasite slumped on the floor, head hung low, looking completely defeated. Wa realized something and loudly suggested, Ha, go check Wang's body to see if he has anything useful. Ha immediately walked over and knelt to search him, lifting the apron and muttering, Is this? His eyes widened in surprise. I never expected to find stardust nectar here. A blue light appeared from inside the apron. Ha curiously asked, Is this the nectar that helps improve human cultivation? He held the liquid in his hands, showing it to everyone. Tang, filled with excitement, replied, That's right, but this is extremely rare. It's produced by the parasitic plant itself. Its purity is nearly perfect. It doesn't need to be processed, and it can be consumed immediately. Ha said apologetically, Too bad. I just consumed some not long ago. The elder quickly explained, No, this portion is special. It's like the difference between natural honey and artificial honey. Not only can it raise your cultivation level, but it can also help your body recover rapidly. Ha stared at the stardust nectar with wide eyes, asking in surprise, Is it really that amazing? Tang urged him, Trust me, hurry up and drink it. Ha immediately put the stardust nectar into his mouth and replied, Then I won't be polite. Right after, he sat down, focusing on absorbing the power. The elder stood outside, quietly reminding everyone, Don't disturb Ha. The wounds on Ha's shoulders gradually began to heal, and the areas under his arms and across his body also started to mend. Tang immediately ordered, Go bring over a bucket of water. A villager volunteered, Yes, sir. The villager brought a bucket of water over, and the elder took it, saying, I'll handle it. Meanwhile, Ha's body was undergoing a molting process. Ha suddenly opened his eyes, snapping to attention, just as a stream of water was poured directly over him. Tang smiled and asked, "How do you feel?" Lam Hu placed a hand on his shoulder, and Dung smiled, exclaiming, "The wounds are actually gone." "Is Ha really that good looking?" Suddenly, Ha wore a sinister smile and spoke. "That's great, at least by you humans' standards." His eyes glowed with a bright, purple light, as he said in a villainous tone, "I must be at the Sun Crown level now." Tang and Dung couldn't help but gasp in shock at this transformation. Seeing everyone looking tense, Ha quickly laughed and explained, "I'm just messing with you all." The elder pointed at him, annoyed. "You brat." She carefully opened the door and teased him. "Ha, you've learned to be a troublemaker." The boy excitedly jumped around, praising him. "You're so strong." Ha rubbed his head, feeling shy. "Can someone find me a shirt?" As he put on the shirt, he spoke. "Teacher Tang, there's something I'm quite concerned about." Tang pointed inward and replied, "I know what you want to talk about." The two walked deeper inside. The elder spoke calmly. "All right, it's quiet here. We won't alarm the others." Ha immediately revealed, "Wang's death is far too strange." Tang asked gently, "What do you think?" Ha replied, "Let me explain. Wang shouldn't have died. For example, he always served the island's masters. To the parasite group, he had value. He could act as their eyes and ears to deceive the public." Ha couldn't help but continue, confused, "But he died. And he died right in front of Thuong Trong." The elder calmly suggested, "Go on." Images of the masters and Bao Kong flashed in his mind. He slowly reasoned, with the intelligence of these three first-generation parasites, if they wanted, they could have easily killed Wang without anyone knowing, unless they needed everyone to know he was dead. Tang frowned, surprised. So they had a reason to make sure Wang died. "What do you think that reason is?" Ha asked calmly. "When someone dies, in our culture, what do people usually do?" The elder tilted his head, hesitating. Other than drawing attention and causing a massive investigation? As a new thought crossed his mind, Tang's eyes widened in horror. "They're going to hold a funeral feast." Ha frowned and spoke calmly. "Exactly. No matter where you go, when someone dies, they always hold a feast." A scene of a spiritual ceremony appeared in his mind, a place where people honor the deceased. Ha stated confidently, "Especially in places that value traditional clan customs." The elder frowned, questioning, "You mean the parasites intentionally created a funeral?" Aiming to, Ha remembered his conversation with the village chief and replied firmly, "It's because of this feast tonight." Wang was a member of the Wang clan. Everyone outside was still oblivious. Ha continued steadily, "And most of the men in Lotus Town are from the Wang clan. They intentionally got the entire village to gather in one place." Tang repeated, confused. "Gather in one place?" Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. "To parasitize everyone." Ha recalled the chef in the village and reasoned calmly. The parasite was hosting in Wang, the chef who was cooking for the feast. A vision of the parasite easily carrying out its invasion plan appeared, with everyone happily urging it on. "Old Wang, hurry up." Realizing the situation was becoming critical, he said in a stern voice, "That means tonight, it could be putting the parasite eggs into every single person's bowl." Tang laughed nervously and said, "Parasite eggs can't survive in hot food." Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he shouted, "That's not right." Recalling the dishes served at the feast, a sweet dish came to mind. Tang panicked and exclaimed, "There's a cold dish! There's a cold dish at the feast!" Both of them turned, their faces pale. "This is bad." Outside, the children were still playing, and the elder spoke in distress. "If nothing unexpected happens, everyone here has already consumed the third-generation parasites." Tang Hang frowned, his face tight with worry. 2 days in 2 days, they'll all definitely be parasitized and turned into second-generation parasitic monsters. Once the battlefront collapses, it'll be total chaos, he continued. The army of parasitic hosts will swarm the populace, and the war zone, along with the Storm Lord, will be overwhelmed. Minh Ha's eyes widened in shock. That fast? Tang Heng's tone turned grave. They don't stop evolving, and their parasitic abilities only get more efficient. He knitted his brows, anxious. Their target is the entire Fufuang Niem Dung town. They intend to turn this place into their own undead army. Suddenly, Tang Heng's expression sharpened. This is bad. Something terrible is coming. Minh Ha looked confused. Sir, you just said that, didn't you? Tang Heng clutched his forehead, sighing. No, we've been thinking too shallowly about this. Tang Heng gripped his shoulder, his gaze intense. Don't forget, we are currently behind the front lines of the war zone. Visions of everyone fighting monsters flashed through Minh Ha's mind, and he stammered. You mean, he asked, panicked. The front line has become a war zone? Inside the storage room, Tang Hang spoke with heavy solemnity. This campaign involves the safety of our entire southern region. There are tens of thousands of superhumans on the front lines right now. He slowly sank into a chair and continued. Fufuang Niamdung town lies right on our primary retreat route. Minh Ha's eyes went round with disbelief. The retreat route? Tang Hang responded calmly. No campaign is guaranteed to succeed. A tactical map formed in his mind as he spoke. Once the front lines fall, the only way for the survivors to retreat is through here. Minh Ha's voice cracked with shock. You mean, while the survivors are trying to pull back, if the parasitic undead army from Fufuang Niamdung town suddenly strikes that retreat path, they'll create a pincer attack. No one from the front lines will make it out alive. Tang Hang rubbed his forehead wearily. Exactly. They don't need to be exceptionally powerful. They just need to act as a death squad to pin us down. Remembering their final goodbye before they left for the front, Minh Ha frowned, his voice trembling. The entire army, the superhumans involved in this operation will be completely wiped out? What about the front line then? Tang Hang looked up, curious. Why? Is there someone important to you at the front? Minh Ha answered anxiously. Yes. Minh Ha asked urgently. Master Tang, is our campaign really going to fail? Countless grim memories surfaced in his mind. Tang Hang closed his eyes slowly. The books won't tell you this, but we've already failed countless times in the war against the alien tribe. He lowered his voice. If not, why do you think there's such a massive lair of demon beasts right on the outskirts of the most prosperous plains in the south? Tang Hang mourned for the city that was once beautiful, his voice growing heavy. You should know, the war zone was once one of our own cities. It was my home. Yen Rang asked indignantly. Sir, are we just supposed to stand by and watch this happen? Tang Hang grabbed his arm, gently reassuring him. Minh Ha, I know you are exceptional. You've performed miracles more than once. Tang Hang explained calmly. But with your current strength, rushing into the war zone will just make you cannon fodder. It serves no purpose. Minh Ha replied, I'm sorry, I lost my cool. He stood up, guiding him seriously. Right now, you have to face reality. Outside, the scene was filled with both the lively laughter of children and the heavy, somber reflections of the adults. Tang Hang spoke deliberately. If the front line falls, I absolutely cannot let those filthy parasitic monsters take over. I must fulfill this wish. We don't just need to protect the people of Fufuang Niamdung town. We must also ensure a safe retreat for those on the front lines. He ordered quickly, get Fang Fuang Niamdung and the others over here so we can discuss this. The other three appeared, ready to listen to his instructions. Tang Hang spoke slowly. Based on the samples we've collected, we can estimate the number of second-generation undead to be around 40 to 50. Minh Ha crossed his arms, his voice low. I've fought them before. Their strength usually sits between a high-level general rank and a low-level master rank. He frowned, recalling the reveal. But they have one trait. They are incredibly hard to kill, unless you sever their tongues. Quang Dat lowered his eyes, voice tinged with worry. Lam Hu and I are only at the moon brilliance rank. We're still one step away from the sun brilliance level. Tang Hang instructed quickly, don't get cocky when the time comes. The two of you only need to handle 2 or 3 of the second-generation undead each. Fuang Niamdung clenched her fists, showing her resolve. I think I can handle about 3. Tang Hang responded calmly. Good. If we can rally the members of other groups, we still have a chance to wipe out these parasites. She looked up, confused. But didn't we already send out the distress signal for the other groups to retreat earlier? He explained calmly. They haven't gone far. If the front line falls, they will eventually have to retreat through here anyway. Tang Hang ordered quickly. For now, we need to call them back. Lam Hu and Quang Dat immediately took out their phones to contact them. But our phones have no signal. He lifted the box of fireworks, reassuring them. It's fine. We can use these fireworks. Every student has learned the basic field signaling course. Minh Ha was surprised. Fireworks? He carefully recalled the training. The manual we were given at the start, 112, is the emergency assembly signal. Minh Ha's eyes widened, realizing the plan. So, we just need to light the fireworks 3 times, and the members of the other groups in the forest will know what we want. Tang Hang replied slowly. Exactly. Quang Dat lowered his eyes, sounding discouraged. I'm afraid they've already run very far. Who doesn't value their own life? He held the fireworks, answering calmly. We can't control what they think, but if we can call back even one group, we increase our chances of victory. Fuang Niamdung smiled happily. That's right, and Minh Ha already took down a first-generation parasitic monster. Lam Hu asked anxiously. But how are we going to light them? Tang Hang smiled and pointed to the sky. Immediately, a child who had been given the task put the firework tube into the launch pipe. Lathian reassured them calmly. Don't worry, the exit is designed to be very discreet. The kid won't be spotted. Phuong Niem Dung said with regret. If the pipe wasn't so narrow, we could have gone through it. He continued slowly. There are many ventilation shafts. Even if one is blocked, it doesn't matter. Just then, a firework shot into the air. In the dark of the night, a burst of fireworks shot high up, lighting up all of Phu Phuong Niem Dung town. Another one followed. Over on Tang Nin's side, she saw the fireworks. The final 2 fireworks were fired. A dazzling display of colors filled the sky. She pulled her icy arm out of the undead's mouth and looked up, muttering to herself, 112. Emergency assembly. Lu Ning walked while contemplating. There was no way to retreat. She had to fight with everything she had. Suddenly, something appeared on the wall. She quickly jumped far away. Lu Ning crouched, holding her ice spear forward in defense. The root zombie roared angrily. You killed 7 of my children while I wasn't looking. Its eyes glowed red as it hissed. Your guerrilla tactics are decent, she calmly declared. You'll be the 8th monster to die by my hand. The root zombie laughed loudly. I never fight alone. As soon as it finished speaking, zombies flooded both sides of the walls. It rolled its eyes and shouted orders. Tear every piece of flesh off this girl for me. They immediately leapt down. Lu Ning clenched her fists, calmly waiting. Her eyes brightened, ready to fight. Lu Ning quickly created a giant ice block to protect herself. With a massive shockwave, the zombies were blasted away, standing there dazed. The root zombie watched its minions gnawing on the ice blocks, shouting in anger, Get lost, you bunch of useless trash. It immediately leapt high, looking for a way to attack. The root zombie swung its arms, slashing repeatedly at the ice block, but nothing happened. It couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This girl has some skill, but she's just waiting to die. Let's see how long your ice crystal armor can hold out. Suddenly, a series of strange sounds emerged, and the root zombie's eyes widened in surprise. The rats hiding in the basement have finally come out. It turned around and ordered the zombie army. You guys stay here and finish this girl off, the root zombie coldly commanded. The rest, follow me. A while later, the bright moon rose high. Phuong Niem Dung's group stepped outside. Minh Ha spoke up coldly. I was wondering why there were no demons inside. Before them, Shu Jun sat arrogantly on a man's back, surrounded by parasitized villagers. He couldn't help but sneer. Couldn't open the stone door, so you came out to greet the leader? Ah, she said, twirling a knife in her hand. You killed my comrades, so I'll turn you into my comrades? I didn't really like him much anyway. Shu Jun licked the blade and replied, Of course, but first, I have to strip all the meat off your corpse. Shu Jun frowned in annoyance and kicked toward Minh Ha and Phuong Niem Dung. The two quickly split in different directions, and he shouted, Watch out! Shu Jun grinned excitedly, slashing twice at her targets. Minh Ha crouched, using his intuition to move. 2 strikes, 3 strikes. A parasitized villager rushed over with a pickaxe. He quickly realized, counting silently. 4. Minh Ha grabbed his wrist and threw the man to the ground. Minh Ha's eyes became fiery, teeth gritted in deep thought. While the blood mediator hadn't fully vanished yet, he jumped past them all, aiming straight for the main target. He had to cause her serious damage. Shu Jun licked her lips, calmly watching the show, and jumped down to blend into the crowd of parasitized people. Minh Ha frowned as he assessed the situation. Pretty agile. He crouched, dodging the attacks of the nearby parasites, still calculating in his head. It seems she knows I'm in an agitated state and won't face me head-on. Minh Ha smirked, casually throwing a punch at his target. He stepped forward and delivered a direct hit to the guy's stomach. Immediately, 2 others rushed in with weapons. Minh Ha ducked, grabbing the 2 of them by the throat and lifting them high. They struggled to breathe, shaking uncontrollably, saliva dripping from their mouths. Suddenly, both of them stuck out their tongues to threaten Minh Ha. At that moment, a bullet from the distant forest suddenly flew over, piercing through their tongues. Phuong Niem Dung raised her hand happily and shouted, It's Senior Lu Feng. He saw the signal we sent out. Senior, the weakness of these zombies is their tongues. They immediately collapsed to the ground, spitting out green fluid. He pressed his lips together, looking at the zombies behind, thinking to himself, is the blood-killing fist ineffective too? They really are hard to kill. Looks like if we don't rip their tongues out, they won't die. At the same time, on the other side of the forest, Lu Feng returned to provide support. He focused on aiming, confidently instructing, Minh Ha, you just focus on breaking through the encirclement. I'll cover you. Receiving this support, Minh Ha immediately surged with energy and charged into the zombies. Elsewhere, near Fudong Town, zombies climbed the walls, finding the ice block to attack. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the outside of the ice statue. Lu Ning bowed her head, using her internal power to pressure the ice. She opened her eyes wide, frustrated. Just a few seconds later, Lu Ning successfully shattered the ice, regaining her freedom. With the massive force, the zombies were blown away, along with the ice shards. They dug their feet into the ground to hold their ground. She crouched down, her arm trembling uncontrollably, thinking, "Damn it. After using this soul technique, my mobility will also be stiff for a short while." A group of zombies returned to their aggressive posture, approaching their prey again. They used a swarm tactic, rushing forward. Lu Ning gripped her injured arm, calculating, "I can only grit my teeth and keep fighting." Suddenly, a flame surged from behind, incinerating the zombies to her astonishment. A massive fire erupted, roasting everything as someone slowly approached. Gyangvan returned to provide support in her fire-resistant combat gear, smiling cheerfully. "So our guild leader can actually find herself in such a tight spot." Lu Ning frowned and asked in pain, "Why didn't you retreat?" She pretended to be arrogant and replied, "I wanted to, but the main battlefield situation isn't looking good. If we don't handle this well, everyone will die here." Only a moment later, the zombies stood up as if nothing happened. Van couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, they don't die even when burned," Lu Ning calmly explained. "Their weakness is their tongue. Your fire can only strip them of their ability to move for a short while." She smirked, calmly creating a fireball and replying, "No need for all that trouble." Van threw the fireball at the zombies, shouting excitedly, "I'll just burn them into ashes then." She rounded her eyes, surprised, looking ahead. A parasitic beast had been waiting on the rooftop, watching Van, who shrugged, looking contemptuous. Just a bunch of cannon fodder. It seized the opportunity, lunged down, and opened its mouth wide to swallow her whole. An ice arrow was immediately shot straight into the beast's mouth. Lu Ning warned seriously, "Don't let your guard down. They are much harder to deal with than you think." Van managed a smile and said, "I can handle it myself." She walked over and kept responding, "All right, but you're not wrong." They looked at the zombies waiting ahead, and Lu Ning calmly commanded, "These are just cannon fodder. We must finish them off quickly." She spoke in a low, dangerous tone. "Then, we head to the main road. It seems there are two stronger ones over there. They're like the masters of these zombies." Van immediately surged with energy and suggested, "Leave this side to me." The two of them teamed up. Duong Nin stood behind and replied, "All right, I'll handle this side." Immediately after, the two polar opposites charged in, one side unleashing fire, the other ice, wreaking havoc on the zombie horde. Two massive streams of ice and fire shot into the sky toward them, burning and freezing everything in their path. Lu Fong focused on his target. A bullet pierced through a zombie's tongue and flew into the distance. Minh Ha immediately swung his fist to strike the next one. Through the scope, he could see him giving a thumbs up while 4 zombies were still surrounding him. Lu Fong couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What's with the thumbs up? The enemies are right in front of you." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive army of zombies appeared before Minh Ha. Not wanting to be trapped, he quickly leaped into the air, knocking them back. After breaking through, Minh Ha rushed to attack Thu Quan. Her eyes were sharp and cold. She gripped a small knife and scolded angrily, "I can't believe you couldn't even buy me some time, a bunch of useless trash." Thu Quan pursed her lips and slashed with a blood-killing skill. Luckily, he ducked just in time. Minh Ha seized the opening and landed a dragon spirit punch right on her chin. Thu Quan was sent reeling, her head slamming into the ground. He looked at his arm, feeling relieved. "Good thing I managed to land a hit on her before the blood-killing charm wore off." She slowly stood up and said, "It's only been a short while, but you've gotten much stronger." However, Thu Quan's eyes glowed with a terrifying light. She said with a sneer, "Why do I feel like your power is slowly fading?" Minh Ha flexed his hand and retorted, "Still acting arrogant after being knocked back? Your durability is nothing special." She licked her hand, wearing a sinister expression. "This body is too weak, but don't worry, I'll swap to a better one soon." He got into a fighting stance, and Chak Ngich declared, "You only have one outcome, being crushed into dust by me." The moment he finished, Minh Ha charged straight at the zombies. He gritted his teeth and punched their stomachs, shouting, "Get out of my way." Thu Quan stood proudly with her arms crossed behind the giant zombie. Minh Ha shot a sharp gaze at it and yelled, "Get out of the way, leave it to me." He clenched his fists tight and threw a punch forward. Minh Ha tried to strike the chest of the one in front, but it had no effect. Bao Kong growled loudly, "We meet again." He couldn't help but mutter in surprise, "General Bao Kong." It angrily swung its hand down at the vermin. Minh Ha quickly leaped back to dodge the blow. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Damn it, this bastard has gotten stronger too." Their evolution speed was incredibly fast. Luckily, he had decided to fight them head-on. Minh Ha glared, trying to plan. Otherwise, if I had waited any longer, I wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Thu Quan smoothed her hair and arrogantly ordered, "Find a way to kill it without making it bleed." Bao Kong glanced over curiously. "Is this a new way you're cooking, mistress?" She replied coldly. "It can use the blood in its body to attain greater power." It laughed sinisterly. "So that's why no wonder our partner was killed by it." Thu Quan warned in a cold tone, "Don't just toy with it. Hurry up and finish it. We have more important things to do." Bao Kong stuck out its tongue and laughed excitedly. "If I can't let it bleed, then I'll crush it." It swung its mace to its back and growled, every single bone in his body. Bao Kong threw the mace directly at Minh Ha. With its terrifying strength, tables and chairs were sent flying, and he was forced backward, slamming into a metal crate. Bao Kong bared its teeth in satisfaction. Suddenly, a bullet whistled through the air. It quickly raised its palm to block it. Lu Fong, lying in the forest, couldn't help but exclaim, "It actually blocked it?" Bao Kong licked its palm and said, "I'll deal with you later." It grabbed the arm connected to the mace, teeth gritted as it added, "First, I'll settle things with this brat." Bao Kong used all its strength to slam the mace forward. It spun the weapon into a vortex, making it impossible for Minh Ha to predict its trajectory. He quickly jumped onto the roof, but Bao Kong swung its hand and destroyed the house. Minh Ha was stunned. What? He quickly jumped down to avoid being crushed. It seized the opportunity to jump in front of him, intending to stomp Minh Ha into the ground. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to scramble in another direction. Bao Kong immediately launched an attack from behind. Minh Ha fell into a crater, the impact creating a mini earthquake. Debris flew everywhere. Dust filled the air, and everything descended into chaos. He knelt on the ground and praised it, even stronger than the Ghost King. Bao Kong stomped its foot and shouted angrily, "Don't compare me to that old man you killed." It laughed arrogantly. "I am younger, stronger, and evolve faster." Suddenly, the first-generation parasite appeared from nowhere, crawling on the ground. Bao Kong saw it and exclaimed in surprise, "My child, you escaped on your own?" Its eyes were sharp, and it smiled sinisterly. "Perfect. Join me in witnessing this moment of slaughter." It was the one who had trapped the creature in a glass container for research. The first-generation parasite crawled into its body, and Bao Kong shouted in excitement, "Come back, my child. Oh, you are part of me." It leaned down, eyes glowing, hands clenching aggressively. "Your return makes me even stronger." Purple veins suddenly appeared on Bao Kong's body. It laughed with contempt. "Now, how will you fight me?" Bao Kong raised both hands high, confidently declaring, "This is my perfect form. No one can defeat me." Only Thu Quan remained alert, sensing something wrong. Wait, how did his split-off part escape? As she finished speaking, it began spitting out green fluids, eyes rolling back, speechless. Bao Kong knelt, trembling, and muttered, "What is happening?" It looked in disbelief as its special weapon slowly dissolved. "Even my war mace," she shouted angrily. "You idiot! Why didn't you check before absorbing it?" At the same time, at Fudong Town, Duong Heng held a sealed jar in his hand and said mysteriously, "Minh Ha, this is the only way I can help you." Bao Kong screamed in agony, "What did you do to my body? What did you do to my child?" Duong Heng replied calmly, "Nothing much. I just had it carry a tiny crystallization of decay." It painfully clutched its chest, which was losing energy rapidly. Bao Kong looked up, fists clenched, furious. "You fool!" It threw the first-generation parasite to the ground. Bao Kong stomped its foot and roared, "If you want to die, die alone. Don't drag me down with you." Minh Ha rolled up his sleeves, revealing his toned arms, and said, "A moment ago, you cherished it like a treasure. Calling it your child, now you're killing it." He crouched into a fighting stance. "Ready to start the war?" he coldly questioned. "I really don't get it. Where do you guys get off calling yourselves a superior species? All I see in you is pure selfishness." Minh Ha moved quickly. Using the second stage of his speed, he kept trash-talking, cold-blooded. Next, he unleashed the third stage with a solid, twisted confirmation. "You're the ones who deserve to be wiped out." No sooner had he finished speaking than he threw a punch straight into its chest. His eyes burned with battle intent, as he arrogantly stated, "So what if I used a few tricks? Your strength is nowhere near enough." It turned its body, letting its muscular back take Minh Ha's attack. Bao Gong stood tall and shoved him away. It laughed hysterically and unleashed a wild attack toward Minh Ha. "That's what you call a punch." He took a defensive stance, his feet carving a long trench into the ground from the force of Bao Gong's blow. It clenched its fist and gave a scornful laugh. "Are you just scratching me? Do you get it now?" Suddenly, 3 bullets fired, striking Bao Gong directly. It rubbed the back of its neck, grinding its teeth in anger. Damn pests. Suddenly, Bao Gong gave a sinister smile, its eyes full of schemes. Liu Feng was still focused on observing from the front, muttering, "Damn it, I clearly hit him," but he didn't realize that Xu Jun was charging at him from behind. Sensing something off, Liu Feng glanced back and quickly jumped away to dodge her attack. Xu Jun raised her head and gave a wicked laugh. "Not bad, you actually dodged a lethal hit." Liu Feng clutched his injured arm, thinking anxiously, "When did she get behind me? Damn, I slipped up." He quickly leaped through the trees to retreat, silently judging, she must be at the military level. "Oh, trying to run?" Stretching her fingers out, she gave a sinister smirk. "You still want to leave?" Xu Jun shot her hand forward, trapping Liu Feng within her reach, shouting loudly, "Too late." She easily pulled him closer, licking her lips with delight. "Little lamb, I really love your flavor." Xu Jun brought Liu Feng close, ready to feast. Just then, Wen flew in from the distance and roared, "Let him go!" She dove down, scorching a section of the forest. Tang Ning quickly tended to her subordinate's injured arm. Liu Feng gritted his teeth and forced out the words, "Leader, she's at the military level." She replied calmly, "Yeah, I know." He added anxiously, "Among us, only you are a Heaven Mang level superhuman. Other than you, I'm afraid no one can go toe-to-toe with her." Tang Ning immediately ordered, "Jiang Wen, keep your distance from her." She glanced over and replied hurriedly, "These things are afraid of fire. I'm their natural predator." Suddenly, Tang Ning's eyes widened in shock. Xu Jun had perfectly stood back up, running her hand through her hair, and spoke with a delighted laugh. "Good, you've all come, saving my children from having to go everywhere to find you." She looked at Wen standing before her, and immediately lowered her voice to a wicked tone. "Little girl, your skin is so smooth and tender, you definitely won't taste ordinary." She calmly suggested, "Leader, take Liu Feng somewhere else." Wen quickly fired a fireball forward and continued, "Let me handle her first." Xu Jun casually raised her long, spindly fingers to intercept, completely unaffected by the fire. Xu Jun laughed with delight and swung her whip, knocking her far away. Wen didn't falter. She landed firmly on the ground and shouted, "Witch!" She surged with power, unleashing her next move. "Die for me." Spirit technique. Detonation. She calmly whipped it into a spiral, unleashing her solar flame beam attack. She sneered, raised her arm high, and spun it in a circle, preparing her body to receive the opponent's fire attack. Xu Jun's arm now resembled a giant tornado, emitting a powerful aura. She calmly let the tornado approach the prey. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Jun powerfully unleashed her move toward Wen. As she lay in pain on the ground, the witch couldn't help but speak with delight. It would taste even better if it were roasted. Xu Jun poked her tongue out, licking her lips with a devious plan. "I'm starting to get hungry. I'll chop off your limbs and pickle it all in a big vat filled with human meat." Tang Ning stood before Wen, holding an ice spear, and spoke loudly, "That would require my permission first." The witch sneered, "You're the one who's been sneaking through every nook and cranny like a little cat, killing a dozen of my children," she calmly replied. "I'm just taking out the trash." Xu Jun lowered her voice. "You look pretty, and your figure is fine. I'm very satisfied." "Tang Ning, let me ask you something." "What?" The witch shamelessly replied. "Naturally. I'm talking about your corpse. I've already taken a liking to your body. I'm tired of Zhou Tao's body." She gritted her teeth in anger and cursed, "You are truly disgusting." Xu Jun gave an arrogant, smug laugh. "Strange, isn't it? Being human for the first time, I can already distinguish between beauty and ugliness, just like you humans. Besides, I also pursue a beautiful figure. A beautiful vessel makes me have a better appetite." Her eyes glowed, and she gave a sinister smile while reassuring her. "Don't worry. After I take on your form, I will eat your friends in a very elegant way." Xu Jun swung her whip and sent Tang Ning flying, flicking her long, slender tongue as she said, "The closer the bond, the better it tastes." She pursed her lips and calmly utilized her spiritual energy. Tang Ning successfully escaped the witch's binding attack. She quickly unleashed her bone-binding technique, sealing off Xu Jun's every move. The witch glanced over and shouted in anger, "You!" Tang Ning gritted her teeth and launched her ice spears forward. Ice Spirit Technique. Xu Jun was stunned, staring at the sharp ice spears charging at her. One ice spear pierced her chest, making her gasp in pain. Xu Jun hung her head. Her face darkened as she stood motionless. Wen clutched her injured arm and cheered. "It worked," Tang Ning warned her cautiously. "It can't be killed that easily." True to her word, the witch's eyes suddenly glowed, her body emitting a summoning aura. Just seconds later, chaos erupted before them. Ice shards flew everywhere, and thick dust covered Shu Jun. From far away, the parasitized people were trudging toward them. Tang Ning announced anxiously, "She's calling the second-generation zombies nearby." From within the thick dust, her morphed figure was revealed. She spoke coldly, "You are very impressive." From Shu Jun's abdomen, a giant mouth grew, laughing in a sinister tone. "Come here to me. I'll keep your beautiful skin, while everything else will dissolve completely." The witch launched vines to search for the zombies. The vines pierced the necks of the second-generation zombies. Shu Jun exclaimed excitedly, "My children!" The zombies immediately felt the abundant life force within their bodies, their eyes glowing red as they opened their mouths and roared. The witch continued loudly, "I grant you strength." Now, as if empowered, the zombies shrieked wildly. Shu Jun laughed loudly and commanded excitedly, "Bring that girl to me." Meanwhile, in Fufu Town, Minh Ha was fighting fiercely against Bao Gong. He punched its arm with force. Minh Ha firmly tossed Bao Gong away, smirked, and leaped up to deliver a thunderous punch. He spat blood everywhere after that strike, his body slamming painfully against the ground as he cursed under his breath, "Damn metamorphosis." Bao Gong scrambled to his feet, eager to rush toward her. Minh Ha narrowed his eyes, catching onto the monster's scheme, and chased after him, shouting, "Don't you run! Weren't you acting all cocky just a moment ago?" Bao Gong climbed frantically up the Bianming cliff, growling, "If it weren't for that cursed metamorphosis, you wouldn't even be a match for me." He leaped into the forest, dropping to his knees with a desperate plea, "Lend me your power, quickly." A vine instantly shot out, embedding itself into Bao Gong's bones. His arm swelled in size as the war mace materialized. Bao Gong lowered his head, savoring the surge of power. His eyes gleamed as he grinned excitedly, snarling, "I'm back! I've finally recovered." Minh Ha vaulted into the forest just then. Bolstered by the extra strength, Bao Gong grew arrogant. "You beast, I'm going to grind you into mincemeat." He swung the war mace toward him and roared, "Die!" Minh Ha leapt away, grinding his teeth in frustration. "Damn it, I've already landed 49 spirit marks on him." He crouched low, calculating calmly. He's grown corpse armor now. If I use my ultimate soul technique, I might not be able to finish him off. Just a little more if I'd been a second faster. Bao Gong laughed maniacally, spinning his mace in circles, muttering, "This meat is going to taste delicious." Shu Jun tilted her head, giving a sharp command. "Stop playing around with that brat. Take care of this girl first." "Don't hesitate. That brat is a threat too." Shu Jun's eyes glinted with malice as she explained, "Here, she's the only one at the heaven tier level. Kill her? And do you think the others have any chance of surviving?" The tyrant leaped up, changing his attack vector, and replied, "You're right." He rushed toward her, mace in hand, with the zombie horde trailing behind. "Follow me!" Wen immediately stepped in front of Tang Ning, frantically pleading, "Guildmaster, let me buy you some time." She leapt into the air, unleashing her ultimate soul technique. Wen struggled to manifest a defensive barrier, using the blazing chain fortress to swallow the zombies for a moment. Hovering above, she called out, "If we can't deploy the Hongzun ability, we're all going to die here. What do we do?" Tang Ning replied in a rush, "It won't work. Even the Hongzun ability can't kill him." Minh Ha ran up, breaking into the conversation. "You can use the Hongzun ability." She frowned, answering calmly, "I know, but Shu Jun is extremely cunning. She's always been on guard against me. The moment she senses a massive surge of energy within me, she'll surely use these zombies as a shield." He immediately pressed, "What if I kill all the zombies, including that brute?" Tang Ning threw her hands up, exasperated. "I can't be entirely sure. And besides, in your current state, you can't deal with the brute on your own." Minh Ha pointed to his pocket, revealing calmly, "I have an ice bone crystal. It can boost my power. If I use my soul technique, I can take down the brute." But Shu Jun, she regained her composure, asking softly, "So, you plan to use your own strength to kill the brute, and then use this trump card to deal with Shu Jun?" He answered honestly, "Exactly. But the best strategy now is for me to use the crystal's soul technique to clear the path, so you can unleash the Hongzun ability to kill Shu Jun." Tang Ning closed her eyes, scowling and growling. "That won't work either. Shu Jun is too wary of me, and my Hongzun ability is too obvious. She'd definitely have time to react." Minh Ha shouted back, "But we don't have a better choice." By now, Wen was exhausted, her arms trembled, and she gritted her teeth, urging them, "Hurry up and decide, you guys." Outside, the brute was relentlessly attacking with his mace, and cracks were starting to form in the defense. Minh Ha frowned, asking urgently, "You can absorb the ice essence from the bone crystal to amplify your power, right?" She lowered her voice. Yes, Minh Ha asked with a commanding tone. What if I give you an even larger amount of ice essence? Are you certain you can kill Shujun? Tang Ning bowed her head, hesitating. If it were a medium with strength up to the glory tier before she could finish, the defense shattered. Wen screamed in panic. There's no more time. The zombies, now unopposed, surged forward. She pressed her hands to her chest, urging her. No time left to hesitate. Tang Ning drew an ice blade. Her eyes blazed with intensity, the sword radiating a powerful aura. She deployed the Absolute Saint Realm technique. A pair of wings was summoned by the Ice Saint Yusi. Tang Ning was now equipped with ice arms, armor, and a blade. She pursed her lips and soared into the sky to face the zombie horde. Tang Ning smirked, laughing triumphantly as she flew forward, pointing her sword ahead. I'll clear a path for you. Tang Ning flew straight towards Xu Jun, and the brute cried out in alarm. Too dangerous. He glanced at the woman beside him, unsettled. It's only the two of us left. What do we do? She drew her sword back, hovering high in the air, and shouted, Die! Suddenly, vines connected to the brute's back, yanking him forward. The brute turned, panicked, and tried to resist. No, I'll die. Her eyes glowed crimson with malice as she retreated quickly. Xu Jun smirked, answering coldly, You dying is better than me dying. Tang Ning gritted her teeth, gasping for air. She had expended too much stamina. Xu Jun laughed smugly, lashing out with a whip. I knew you were on your last legs. Her eyes widened in shock. Damn it. Tang Ning bit her lip in pain as the vines pierced straight through her armor. She was left dangling, restrained by Xu Jun. Xu Jun flicked her tongue, licking Tang Ning's face, full of praise. This body is so perfect, I hate to damage it. But why couldn't you just listen to me? I have no choice but to make you suffer. Wen burst into tears, crying out for her guildmaster. Xu Jun stuffed her into her gigantic maw, her eyes gleaming with wicked delight. Come here, my little darling. Get into my belly. Let's become one. Tang Ning gritted her teeth in panic, unable to move. Before being swallowed, she quickly threw the crown behind her. Minh Ha rushed to catch it. Tang Ning struggled inside the creature's mouth, thinking, The rest is up to you. Minh Ha crouched low and successfully placed the crown on his head. The ice crystals instantly converged, locking onto their new host. Minh Ha leapt high, embracing the surge of icy power. He stood heroically atop a towering whirlwind. Ice arms were summoned, massive wings attached to his back, and he roared, Let me use this. Minh Ha took a deep breath, his eyes filled with determination as he thrust his arms forward, unleashing the ultimate soul technique. A massive ice fist appeared, hurtling toward the queen. She stood frozen, unable to block the blow. The fist slammed down, causing an explosive shockwave. A giant glacier shot upward. This was the heaven-shattering ice technique. It was even visible from Furong Town. Guang Yi asked anxiously, What's happening over there? Niang Fuang Niam Dung suggested uneasily. Let's go check it out. They immediately crossed the plains and headed toward the forest. He looked at the giant glacier in front of him, confused. This is, she replied instantly. Minh Ha did this. Fang Niang Fuang Niam Dung frowned and asked Lin Hui worriedly, Where is Minh Ha? Guang Yi peered through a crack, his eyes widening in shock. My God, is he even human? Inside the massive block of ice, Minh Ha was frantically dissecting the queen's body, searching for something. Duong Nin, Duong Nin. He grabbed her tightly shut jaw with both hands. Minh Ha pulled her mouth open, calling out desperately. Duong Nin. He carefully pulled her out, pressing his hands to her face, trying to wake her. Duong Nin. Little Hua shouted urgently. Her airways are blocked by mucus. Minh Ha immediately leaned down, mouth to mouth, sucking the mucus out for her. She screamed in panic. Are you crazy? That's corrosive fluid. Your mouth and throat will be eaten away too. He didn't care, calmly spitting the green slime out. Little Hua grimaced, warning him, You might not even save her. But if you keep doing this, your mouth, esophagus, and airways will be burned through. Minh Ha glared at her, wiped his mouth, and used all his remaining strength to keep sucking the mucus out, silently praying in his head, Don't die, don't die, don't die. Minh Ha repeated the process dozens of times, thinking to himself, I refuse to let anyone else die in front of me. By now, the others had found his location. Niang Fuang Niem Dung called out to Minh Ha worriedly. A moment later, Duong Nin's body showed signs of movement as she began to cough up the mucus herself. Minh Ha's eyes widened with joy as he watched Duong Nin slowly sit up. Van Van breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. You're both still alive. Duong Hang appeared like a savior, commanding, Drink this immediately. He said softly, reassuring them. You two will recover quickly. A while later, they all returned to Furong Town. Guang Yi stared at the frozen queen in amazement. Minh Ha, you're incredible. You killed a military-level demon queen. Seeing Minh Ha's face becoming increasingly serious, Duong Heng immediately reassured him. Don't worry. He calmly announced that the remaining zombies had been wiped out by the returning student group. Anha stuttered in surprise. I Duong Heng understood and said, It's all right. The medicine doesn't work that fast. Fang Niang Phuong Niem Dung bowed sincerely and reported. President Duong Nin is also receiving treatment. Her wounds are quite severe, but her life is not in danger. Suddenly, Minh Ha turned to stare directly at him. Duong Heng looked outside and said calmly, I know what you're worried about. You've done the best you possibly could. I believe they will retreat safely. At the same time, where the students were returning, a river flowing through the forest had turned completely red with blood. A teammate standing on a tree branch observed and shouted, Blood! The river is full of blood. Pham Kai ordered quickly, Maintain defense. Suddenly, a creature emerged from the river. He shouted, Demon beasts, get ready to fight. A fish thrashed on the surface of the water. Lo Dat grabbed the fish and stepped onto the shore, his face bruised as he said, It's me. Lu Qian frowned and ran over worriedly. Lo Dat bowed his head and whispered, The demon army knew our plan. The members of my team couldn't survive. Pham Kai said anxiously, It seems the main battlefield has failed too. Commander, what should we do now? He replied sadly. Retreat. We can only return in shame. Lu Qian instructed worriedly. Yes, sir. You rest first. We will escort you back safely. He placed a hand over his chest, showing his determination. That's right, sir. You've completed your mission. Leave the rest to us. Lo Dat shed tears of regret, gritting his teeth. I should have sacrificed myself with my comrades. She called out to him, heartbroken. He clenched his fists in grief, but they wouldn't let me die. I need to bring this vital information back to our marshal. Lo Dat tried to stay calm, taking a deep breath to steady himself. He looked up and suggested, Let's go. Hopefully, we can retreat smoothly. Lu Qian immediately walked over to help him. Pham Kai reassured him. Don't worry, that's why we came here. Even though we couldn't go as deep into the demon nest as you did, being able to protect an outstanding, great superhuman like you is an honor for us. At the same time, in outer space, 7 glowing red meteorites were hurtling toward Earth. They flew toward the Gobi Desert. Immediately, troops inside camouflaged tents aimed their guns, ready to attack. The 7 meteorites flew straight toward the city. The guns fired, and 3 bright missiles flew straight at the targets. The 7 meteorites were instantly intercepted. The people in the city cheered in joy. Look, it worked. At the Nandu Superhuman Academy, a series of vehicles carrying superhumans returned. Dudu shouted for his friends. He smiled happily and pointed to the sky, announcing, Although we temporarily failed in this campaign, our interception plan has achieved a huge success. Huang Long stood beside him, curiously asking, Dr. Wu Long's interception plan? Dudu clenched his fists excitedly. Yes, this is a landmark victory for humanity. From now on, whenever these demon stars try to invade our world, the astronomical organization will intercept and destroy them. They stared in joy and shouted, Really? Does that mean the demon beasts can't swarm us anymore? He smirked confidently. That's right. As long as we keep working to wipe out the demon nests, we will definitely usher in the most glorious era in history. A temporary defeat cannot break us. Huang Lang raised both hands to celebrate. Dr. Wulong's interception plan is a victory for all of humanity. Dudu followed suit. Long live the astronomical organization. The crowd around them quickly joined the celebration, chanting, Long live the astronomical organization. Suddenly, someone called out, Minh Ha. He was surprised to see the girl in front of him, Lu Qian. They both smiled brightly and rushed to each other. She said happily, Minh Ha, you're okay. Lu Qian leaned her head on his shoulder, sighing. Thank goodness, we're both safe. Minh Ha nodded, reassuring her. Yeah, I'm doing great. Face to face, he smiled and expressed. Seeing you safe and sound, I'm so happy. She hung her head, shy and hesitant. Me too. Duong Nin was just about to raise her hand to call Minh Ha when Duong Hang stopped her. This kid is risking his life. I bet it's all for this moment, right? Let him soak it in a little longer. She crossed her arms, feigning annoyance. Though it wasn't just his own achievement, he immediately comforted her. Of course, the only reason we were able to withdraw safely is because of you and Minh Ha. Duong Nin looked up at the sky, his voice filled with contemplation as he said, Uncle, weren't you one of the people who pushed for the containment plan? So, did you miss your chance to be the greatest contributor to humanity? You really should have stuck it out with Dr. No Long. Duong Hang bowed his head with a hint of regret and replied, I didn't think it was reliable, so I gave up halfway. Now he's proven that he was right all along. From today on, he's a legend. He furrowed his brows, sadly blaming himself. As for me, I almost ruined even a small task like this. It seems I'm truly just a teacher after all. At the same time, in the Gobi Desert, inside the laboratory building, high-ranking officials gathered to celebrate the success of the plan, starting from the left. The Special Forces Commander, General Lai, the Supreme Commander of Namdo, the Dean of the Extraordinary Academy, and the President of the Hunter Association. Ngo Long smiled brightly and spoke sincerely. The groundbreaking victory we achieved today would not have been possible without your support. He bowed to express his gratitude. General Lai and the guards politely replied that this was their duty. Ngo Long rubbed his forehead apologetically. I've pulled all-nighters for days. I've finally completed my mission. I won't be attending the celebration party. Please allow me to go back and get some sleep. They couldn't help but laugh and tease him, saying they would see him off. Soon after, everyone went up to the rooftop. A helicopter was waiting to take him to rest. It flew high, crossing the forest to its destination. Inside the observatory building, Qin Yu stood in the doorway, hesitating with a stack of documents in her hand. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew through the door. She closed her eyes tightly, standing motionless as the papers in her hands were blown away. Just then, No Long returned and walked over slowly. He bent down to pick up the documents and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, I thought I was the only one working at the observatory this late. Ngo Long handed the papers to Qin Yu and smiled warmly. You've worked hard. She jumped in surprise. You've worked harder, sir. He immediately turned to leave, not forgetting to remind her, get some rest soon. Qin Yu bowed and said sincerely, Dr. No Long, thank you for protecting our city. That evening, outside the city, Minh Ha and Lu Qian were taking a walk. The two stopped in front of a house, and she bowed her head and said, Thank you for walking me home. He asked curiously, Is this your room in Namdo? It's very nice. Lu Qian immediately explained, This is his room, my brother's. He's injured, so I've been taking care of him for the past few days. Lao Dat, with an injured arm, stood in the yard watching them talk. Minh Ha suddenly exclaimed, Your brother? Lu Qian blinked, confused, and replied, That's right. I have an older brother. Didn't you know? He quickly walked over and smiled. Hello, Minh Ha. Lu Qian immediately introduced them. This is my brother. Lao Dat? Minh Ha asked, surprised. You know me? Lao Dat smiled. I've heard Lu Qian mention you. She shyly denied it. Brother, stop talking nonsense. I didn't mention him. He returned to a serious demeanor and said, I've heard from my superiors that the reason we were able to withdraw safely this time is because a small group resolved a massive underlying disaster in Fudong town. Lu Qian widened her eyes in surprise. What underlying disaster? Lao Dat placed a hand on his shoulder, his voice serious and grateful. Regardless of everything, the fact that Lu Qian and I were able to survive and return is thanks to your efforts. Thank you very much. Minh Ha replied politely, It was just a coincidence. I'm honored to have been able to support the front lines. Suddenly, he closed his eyes in pain. Lao Dat bit his lip, trembling. I'm currently injured, or I would have invited you inside to properly thank you. Minh Ha frowned with concern. It's all right, sir. You're too kind. I only brought Lu Qian home, and it's getting late, so I should head back to let my sister know I'm safe. After Lao Dat went back to his room to rest, Lu Qian smoothed her hair and smiled shyly. Get home safely. The day after tomorrow is my birthday. Make sure you come. He smiled happily. I will. Good night. Minh Ha put his hands in his pockets and slowly headed home. His face was filled with happiness as he thought. So he is Lu Qian's brother. It was all a misunderstanding on my part. Minh Ha calmly recalled the time when he and Lu Qian walked under the night sky, thinking to himself, could it be? Or when we watched a movie together, could it be that all these days in Namdo? Minh Ha blushed, remembering when she kissed him on the cheek, wondering, actually, is Lu Qian trying to date me? Minh Ha walked through the night, his heart filled with questions. But that letter from back then, why didn't she answer him directly? After a while, he arrived. As he opened the door, he ran into Qin Yu. You're back? Minh Ha replied politely. Yes. She wiped her hair and informed him. A little girl called earlier asking if you were home yet. He immediately checked his phone. Ah, my phone died. Minh Ha hurried into the house and said, I need to call her back. He used the landline to contact Lu Qian. I got home safely. My phone died earlier. Good night. Qin Yu walked over, curious, and asked, Is that a girlfriend you met at school? Minh Ha replied calmly. No, not a classmate. She teased him with a bright smile. Calling specifically to ask if you got home? Your relationship doesn't seem ordinary. Who is it? Have I met her? He replied calmly. It's Lu Qian. You've probably met her. Qin Yu turned to leave and calmly revealed. Oh, it's her? When you were in a coma, she visited you very often. Oh, right. I remember she even left a congratulatory letter for you. Minh Ha widened his eyes, stunned, and asked urgently, a letter? Did she really leave a letter? She sat down on a chair to dry her hair and replied slowly, yeah, I was busy with work at the time, so I couldn't put it away for you. Later on, it might have been thrown away by a hospital nurse. He rushed to pick up the landline to call, but hesitated in his heart. It's too late now. Minh Ha put the phone down, thinking, it's fine. Her birthday is the day after tomorrow. I can just ask her about the content of the letter then. Qin Yu saw her brother's anxious look and asked curiously, what's wrong? Was that letter really that important? He replied happily, it's nothing. She smiled mysteriously. Guess who I ran into before I came home? Minh Ha looked up, puzzled. Who? Qin Yu replied excitedly, Dr. No Long. She clapped her hands and exclaimed happily, I never expected Dr. No Long to be so young. He totally shocked me. This is the first time I've met a living hero, he said in a low voice. I already met him when I went to interview him with you last time. He even gave me a magazine. Qin Yu angrily pointed at him. Don't talk nonsense. Dr. No Long is a legend. Why would he read that kind of stuff? Minh Ha replied flatly, sis, doctor, Ango Long is a man too, you know. She tightened her voice and warned, don't you dare badmouth his idol. He lowered his head and took a deep breath. Minh Ha closed his eyes and calmly said, truly, he is an incredibly powerful man. We all gave it our all, but we still failed. The failure of this campaign is a disgrace for every superhuman, yet his success makes it seem like a trivial, insignificant matter. Seeing his younger brother's downcast look, Qin Yu immediately stepped forward to comfort him. Don't look down on yourself. You are still young, and in the future, you will be able to stand on your own 2 feet. After that, a quiet period of time passed by in the tranquil evening at the sports complex. Intense training sounds erupted from inside the practice room. Minh Ha pursed his lips and trained diligently with the punching bag. Xiaohua hovered above, intently watching the stardust fluid, her face beaming with joy as she spoke. Ready to be shocked? I never expected these parasites from the parasitic race to have such pure stardust fluid inside them. She handed the stardust fluid to Minh Ha, speaking in a low voice as she speculated that it must be related to how these parasitic bodies have to adapt to human hosts. He asked excitedly, does that mean we can use as much as we want? Xiaohua replied calmly, just about. As long as your body can adapt to their energy, you won't be restricted by age like we discussed before, and you can naturally improve your strength without any harm. She recalled the moment Minh Ha was anxiously providing first aid to Duong Nin while she rushed to Xu Jun's body to collect treasures. This was stardust fluid, extracted from a military-grade parasite like Xu Jun. Xiaohua placed a hand on his shoulder and praised him profusely. After nurturing it for nearly a year, your physique is now truly exceptional. Minh Ha carefully observed and replied, right, heaven-bound level, here I come. As soon as he finished speaking, he put the stardust fluid into his mouth. Minh Ha quickly sat down, meditating and feeling her lean against the punching bag, confidently asserting that once he reaches the heaven-bound level, he will grasp the profound nature of the Hong Tan's superhuman talent. Deep within his subconscious, he found himself appearing before an arena, with Xu Jun standing in front of him. Minh Ha couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Even at this point, you still haven't forgotten to increase the simulation training for me? Xiaohua's eyes widened in surprise as she denied it. No, this isn't a simulation I created for you. This is the remnant resentment of Xu Jun left inside the stardust fluid. He frowned, confused. What does that mean? She looked at the figure of Xu Jun, who was growling in anger, and immediately concluded, the stardust fluid obviously doesn't accept you and doesn't want to be absorbed by you. Upon receiving that answer, Minh Ha rushed forward. So that's how it is. That makes it simple. I also prefer talking with my fists. Xiaohua cheered excitedly. Punch her. He jumped up, threw a punch toward Xu Jun, and loudly declared, this is my territory. You can't stop me from leveling up. Surrender. At the same time, at the secret laboratory, Duong Nin and Qin Vu were walking along the hallway. She asked worriedly, what exactly is wrong with my uncle? He replied calmly, we aren't sure either. Yesterday, he locked himself inside, wouldn't come out, and wouldn't let us in. Qin Vu frowned and explained calmly, if we hadn't heard his shouting, we wouldn't have invited you here. Duong Nin's eyes widened in surprise as she asked, "Uncle, what responsibility do I have here?" He refused awkwardly. "I don't have the authority to answer that question. Perhaps he is suffering a mental breakdown right now," she replied with deep concern. "Is it that serious?" But he was acting normal just before. The two stopped in front of a room, and Kinvu said calmly, "He is pushing all of us away and won't allow anyone near." Duong Nin hesitated before suggesting, "Then, leave it to me." After he left, she immediately knocked on the door and spoke up. "Uncle, it's me, Tunin." Duong Hang was sitting on the floor, head bowed in despair. The room was a chaotic mess, with papers scattered everywhere and alcohol and drinks spilled on the floor. Duong Nin called out repeatedly, "Uncle, what's wrong with you?" His face was dark, his eyes blank as he listened to her calling. "Uncle." Duong Hang tried to walk over and open the door a crack. Duong Nin called out hesitantly, "Uncle." He replied coldly, "There is no one else." Duong Hang turned and walked inside, ordering, "Come in." Her eyes widened in shock as she looked at the chaotic scene inside the room, and she asked worriedly, "Uncle, what are you doing? Even if the project isn't progressing, you don't have to be like this." Holding a bottle of alcohol in his hand, he replied irritably, "I actually wish it didn't have any progress at all." Duong Hang walked silently to the balcony and stepped onto the railing in frustration. Duong Nin panicked and followed him, asking, "Uncle, what on earth has made you this depressed?" Duong Hang raised his head, drank some alcohol, and replied sadly, "We lost. I lost." Clutching his head in disappointment, he muttered, "I lost completely." She reached out to reassure him. "Uncle, haven't you let that go yet?" Duong Hang lowered his head and loudly blamed himself. "We lost completely. I am a sinner. I am a sinner." Duong Nin comforted him urgently. "Uncle, please don't get so worked up. Can you tell me what actually happened?" Suddenly, 5 shadows appeared behind her, and she quickly turned to defend herself. "Who are you?" the Longya leader asked coldly. "Professor Duong. We have formally initiated the remedial action plan." Team 1 leader, reporting. The Longya team immediately responded. "All Longya members are on standby." Duong Hang clutched his head and muttered, "Everyone." His gaze sharpened, and he spoke coldly. "This plan is like throwing ourselves into the jaws of death, but it is for our spark of hope." The Longya leader and his subordinates immediately raised their hands to salute solemnly and firmly. "Professor, even though we just met, we all share the same goal. Even if we meet in the afterlife, we will never regret this." As if renewed with hope, Duong Hang calmly stood up and loudly declared, "Excellent. We may fail, but we can never live with regret for the rest of our lives." The sky was covered in a gloomy orange-red hue, and streaks of black smoke swirled in the air, as if signaling that a disaster was about to descend upon the neighborhood, which was currently buried in thick fog. Chin Yu was fixing Minh Ha's tie. She looked at her younger brother in the mirror and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. "Looking handsome. Today you'll definitely win that girl's heart." He smiled brightly and reminded her, "Sis, I'm just going to a friend's birthday party." Chin Yu was moved to tears, stroking Minh Ha's hair. "That's wonderful. In the blink of an eye, you're already old enough to date. I'm so happy for you." He expressed sincerely, "Sis, all these years you've always taken care of me. It's been hard on you." She turned toward the door, not forgetting to remind him, "All right, go buy her a gift quickly. I have to head to work now." A while later, Minh Ha carried 2 bags as he strolled to the meeting spot. Looking at the 2 carefully separated bags, he said, "This one is for Luqian, and this one is for you." Suddenly, a car ahead slammed on its brakes. 2 cars going in opposite directions collided head-on right in front of Minh Ha. He stared in shock, eyes wide, at the scene ahead. Years ago, on a similar road, a horrific collision between 3 cars had occurred. Back then, Minh Ha was just an innocent boy who had to witness that tragic crash. His gaze went blank, and tears streamed down his face. Returning to the present, fortunately, there were no casualties in this accident. The drivers were both men. They stood in the middle of the road, bickering and blaming each other. "How are you even driving? It's so foggy today. Why didn't you turn on your fog lights?" He turned and walked away, the angry voices of the 2 men still echoing behind him. "Driving the wrong way, you're responsible for the damages too." After a while, Minh Ha arrived at Lu Dat's villa. He carefully rang the doorbell. Chin Yu opened the door and said happily, "Minh Ha, you're here." He handed her a gift bag and said, "Happy birthday, Luqian." She replied with a shy smile, "Thank you. I invited a few other friends too." Chin Yu turned and walked inside, suggesting, "They're on the 2nd floor. Come with me." Minh Ha reached out in a panic, calling out, "Wait." He blushed, feeling awkward as he confessed. There's something I've kept inside for a long time, and I really wanted to hear your thoughts. She closed her eyes and said coldly, whatever it is, let's talk about it upstairs. Minh Ha firmly refused. It's better if it's just the two of us. Qin Yu looked away, hesitating. Fine. All right then. He scratched his face, feeling shy, and said, Lu Qian, I wanted to know, did you send me a letter before I fell into a coma? She stammered, Yes, I did. Minh Ha noticed something was wrong and immediately asked with concern, why do you look so pale? Are you sick? Qin Yu bowed her head, her eyes sad as she replied, No. Didn't you read that letter after you woke up? He explained hurriedly, I think that letter got lost. I don't know what was in it. She widened her eyes in surprise. Huh? You don't know? Minh Ha took her hands and said sincerely, I've been thinking about this for 2 days, trying to guess how you would answer me, whether you'd refuse, agree, or just wish me well. He closed his eyes, calmly continuing, but actually, those things don't matter anymore, because the present is what's most important. Minh Ha looked up, his expression earnest. The me of now is just like back in high school. My heart still pounds when I see you. I care about everything related to you, and I unconsciously think about our future before I go to sleep. Minh Ha said seriously, Lu Qian, I want you to be by my side. She couldn't help but widen her eyes, looking at him shyly. Without a moment's hesitation, they hugged each other tightly. Lu Qian replied joyfully, Minh Ha, I agree. Suddenly, her eyes widened in alarm. Lu Qian hurriedly pushed him toward the door, urging him, Go, you have to go now. Minh Ha was stunned as she revealed, They're coming to arrest you. Immediately, strange men armed with weapons appeared behind them. Minh Ha tilted his head, confused, and asked, What are you doing? Lu Dat stepped out from the house and said sternly, Minh Ha, don't resist. He added coldly, We've investigated and found you're a member of the Dragon Tooth organization. The higher-ups have ordered your immediate arrest. I don't understand. He frowned in confusion. Lu Qian, what is this about? She looked down, eyes sad, and pleaded, There must be some mistake here, brother. Lu Qian protested, insisting that Minh Ha couldn't be a traitor to humanity. Lu Dat raised his voice coldly. That's exactly why we need to investigate. He frowned uncomfortably and said, If you want to arrest me for being a traitor, you need a valid reason. Lu Dat stared coldly and asked, Minh Ha, as a member of Dragon Tooth, do you really not know what happened? Minh Ha replied innocently, I don't know. And what is Dragon Tooth? I've never heard of it. Lu Dat pointed at the TV and said, See for yourself. On the screen, the news was broadcasting that all members of Dragon Tooth, the superhuman special ops team of Nam Do, had suddenly risen up against the government. The rebel organization, led by Dragon Tooth leader Li Hoang and Professor Duong Hang of Nam Do, had used the morning fog to seize Heaven Mountain. According to the government, it was feared that all members of Dragon Tooth were traitors hiding among them. Minh Ha stood frozen at the news reporter's words, as they were referred to as the Heaven Authority Organization. Professor Duong Hang was the leader of the Heaven Authority Organization, known as their mentor. Their target this time was to stop Dr. Ngo Long's Star of Calamity project. Currently, the superhuman special forces had blockaded the inside and outside of Heaven Mountain. The situation inside was extremely complex, the professional reporter continued. Most of the staff at the observatory had been taken hostage, and there had been a large number of casualties during the rescue attempts. He stammered, stunned and heartbroken. How can this be? How could Professor Duong Hang do this? Minh Ha's eyes widened, shouting in panic. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Dat was also surprised. Minh Ha, your presence here proves you weren't involved in this uprising. But according to the information we received, you joined Dragon Tooth a year ago and secretly carried out their missions. He looked at the armed tactical team closing in and urged him urgently, Minh Ha, don't resist. Lu Dat frowned, concerned. Your organization has betrayed everyone. They stand against all of humanity. I believe you must have been lured by them. He didn't stop trying to persuade him, suggesting he had helped them without knowing. However, that doesn't change the fact that you are a member of Heaven Authority. Minh Ha asked, his expression dark and filled with rage. I'm a member of Heaven Authority? Lu Dat said angrily. The situation is much more complicated than you imagine. Cooperate with our investigation. The higher-ups will surely clear your name. He looked at the forces closing in from outside. But if you resist now, it means you're admitting you're a traitor. He replied coldly, I can't trust you people. Lu Dat insisted urgently. That's why you need to cooperate. He placed a hand on his chest to show his sincerity. You're very special. Lu Qian and I believe you haven't been brainwashed or controlled by them, and you have the potential to be the key to this event. You are connected to Dragontooth and Duonghang. Now, Duonghang and all, the members of Dragontooth are occupying Heaven Mountain, becoming traitors to all of humanity. Don't you want to clear this up? Lu Dat pointed to his younger sister, who was sobbing. I'm begging you, don't resist. Do it for Lu Qian's sake. As her brother and the deputy captain of the Special Forces, I will guarantee your personal safety. Minh Ha frowned and bit his lip, agreeing. Fine, I'll follow your arrangements. They immediately handcuffed him. Lu Qian frowned, asking worriedly, Didn't you say you were just going to cooperate with the investigation? Why do I still have to be handcuffed? He asked, then explained seriously. These are sensitive times. We can't take any chances. Lu Yi reassured him earnestly. Lu Qian, don't worry. She frowned with unease. I want to go too. I have to stay close to Minh Ha. He walked ahead and replied, There are also some things we need your testimony for. At the Sky Observatory headquarters, the Special Forces team was working in shifts. The Special Forces soldier coldly declared, Luo Lin, you are a traitor to humanity. If you dare to harm Dr. Wu Long, we will surely annihilate all of you. Standing inside the Sky Observatory, Luo Lin calmly spoke, insisting, We need more time. Her subordinate immediately replied. Outside, it was like a chaotic battle. Rocks were flying everywhere, and explosions were constantly being triggered. At the same time, inside the Special Forces Command Center, in the underground interrogation room, Minh Ha sat alone in the room, lost in deep thought. What on earth had happened? Xiao Hua asked anxiously. Could you have been tricked into joining an organization that isn't actually Longya? He pursed his lips and calmly replied, I'm not worried about that. Whether it's Longya or some righteous organization, I only know that what I've done doesn't weigh on my conscience. She leaned back and slowly speculated. That's true. So the problem must lie with the leaders of Longya, or there's internal conflict among your people. Suddenly, someone entered. The deputy captain of the Special Forces, Hong Xiao, opened the door, with Lu Yi following behind. Minh Ha asked anxiously, Where is Lu Qian? He gestured behind him and replied, She's right there. She spoke with a stern tone. Minh Ha, we have a few questions for you. He hung his head and suggested, Can you let Lu Qian come in? She's the only one I trust right now. The two of them tilted their heads and exchanged a look. Lu Qian immediately entered and ran over, calling out anxiously, Minh Ha, rest assured. Lu Yi watched this intimate scene, his face turning black with anger. Hong Xiao spoke calmly. Minh Ha, we've investigated. We've analyzed your situation thoroughly and reached a conclusion that is actually in your favor. Minh Ha answered honestly. I still don't know what on earth happened. Outside, they're fighting against giant monsters. She continued slowly. We might not even know for sure ourselves. The truth is, the government still believes that Longya is humanity's most loyal force. The image of Wu Long being held hostage appeared. Hong Xiao raised her voice in concern. Look, the truth is laid out before us all. Right now, they have occupied the Sky Observatory, plotting to murder Dr. Wu Long, the hero of human civilization. Minh Ha couldn't help but find these words hard to believe. She flipped through the documents in her hand and said sincerely, In truth, your record is very clean, so we lean toward the theory that you were being used. We hope you can clear your head and reevaluate yourself. He questioned angrily, Do I look like someone who's been brainwashed? I am very clear-headed, but I cannot understand what is happening. Outside, the specialized equipment of both sides were confronting each other. Hong Xiao explained, clearly troubled. We find it hard to understand too. Right now, all members of Longya are holding their ground at the Sky Observatory. Longya, state your purpose. They aren't communicating with the outside world. We've sent negotiators, but we haven't been able to talk to them. Minh Ha frowned in disbelief, confirming it was the engineering professor from Longya. She firmly insisted that the information was accurate. You know their commander very well. It's Luo Lin, the one who gave you your mission. An image flashed through his mind, and he gasped in surprise. Luo Lin. She's in there too. Hong Xiao seized the opportunity and quickly suggested, We need someone with a clear head to make contact and find out what's going on inside. Minh Ha seemed lost in his own world, as familiar and unfamiliar faces appeared in his mind. She spoke sincerely. We also believe that among these traitors, many are like you, manipulated by them. If we can use you as a link to help those you realize what they are doing right now, perhaps everything can still be saved. Minh Ha asked slowly. Use me as a link? Hong Xiao replied sternly. Yes, we know you've only been out of the hospital for less than a year and a half. Before that, you had no contact with them. Before she had him brought in, she had spent time investigating everything about him. Her voice was full of admiration. Furthermore, in this year and a half, what you've done wasn't out of betrayal, but of your own free will, and you've even been responsible toward humanity. Lu Yi stood up and said sincerely, Minh Ha, we trust you. Hong Xiao suggested slowly. We need you to continue using your status as a Long Ya member to infiltrate the secret mountain and rescue Dr. Wu Long. He took out a piece of paper and said, Here is a map. Lu Yi held the map out, revealing that before the information was blocked, the last distress signal we received came from this location. Dr. Wu Long has led his subordinates to hide in the hexagonal hall. That place is located deep in the forest, he continued anxiously. Inside this hall, there are many hidden shelters. The situation is hanging by a thread now. Every second is a struggle for breath. Lu Yi expressed his unease. It's only a matter of time before they are found. Minh Ha asked slowly, What about the others? Hong Xiao asked, confused. What others? He replied slowly. The staff of the Sky Observatory, she answered honestly. Most of them are currently hiding in the emergency shelters. He breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, Hong Xiao said urgently. There's not much time left. Our Special Forces unit is about to launch a direct assault. We're trying to break through their front line, she instructed hastily. While we are engaging them, Lu Yi commanded coldly, You must find Dr. Wu Long and get him out safely. Suddenly, someone ran in and whispered to Hong Xiao. She listened and immediately stood up to announce, Minh Ha, you have 5 minutes to decide. Cooperate with us to save the situation and clear your name. Hong Xiao placed a hand on his shoulder and continued seriously, Or sit here and wait for the court's judgment. You decide. Lu Yi reminded him sincerely. Minh Ha, think it over carefully. After that, both of them left the room, leaving the couple alone. The surveillance camera was also turned on. Lu Qian held the arm of the person across from her and said apologetically, Minh Ha, I'm sorry. I should have warned you sooner. He reassured her sincerely. It's okay. She blinked, curious. So what are you going to do? Minh Ha clenched his fists and replied slowly, I'm going to Sky Mountain. I have to clear this up myself. The image of Qin Yu appeared in his mind, and he hesitated anxiously. Furthermore, suddenly, Minh Ha turned to face her. He asked seriously, Liu Qian, do you trust me? Liu Qian replied mischievously, Of course, you saved my life after all, although I don't know why you don't want to admit it. He lowered his voice and proposed, All right then, I have a few things to ask you. You have to answer honestly, okay? She answered honestly, Okay. Immediately after, Minh Ha leaned in closer. He bent down and whispered right by her ear, making Liu Qian's face turn bright red. After hearing what he said, her eyes widened in surprise. Liu Qian immediately covered her mouth and whispered into Minh Ha's ear. Inside the meeting room, Hong Xiao watched the camera intently, and the two men sitting behind her couldn't help but ask curiously, What are they saying? Are you interested in their flirting too? Fine. Time will tell. Hong Xiao opened the interrogation room door and asked urgently, Minh Ha, have you thought it through? He tilted his head to look at her and replied calmly, I've thought it through. I will cooperate. She instructed with satisfaction, Good. We will send someone to take you to the back of the mountain. You will go inside from there. Hong Xiao used a key to unlock the handcuffs and said slowly to reassure him, If you get caught, just say you're a member of the Dragon Tooth team. They shouldn't give you a hard time. Minh Ha stood up and replied calmly, I understand. Hong Xiao informed him slowly, We will attach a tracking device to you. Every action and every word you say will be under our surveillance, and it will also help us understand the situation. Minh Ha replied calmly, Understood. She pointed to Liu Qian's brother and said, Of course, to prevent you from betraying us, Liu Yi will accompany you. Once he discovers that your behavior is suspicious, he has the authority to execute you. I hope you understand this clearly. He bowed his head gloomily and asked, Are you sure? Hong Xiao shrugged awkwardly and replied, We are forced to take some measures. I'm sorry, Liu Yi added seriously. Don't worry, Minh Ha. Our mission is to rescue Dr. Wu Long. As long as our goals are the same, I will be your teammate. Minh Ha closed his eyes and replied helplessly, Fine. She placed a hand on his shoulder happily and continued, Great. We believe you won't let us down. Get ready to depart. Suddenly, Liu Qian raised her hand and suggested, Wait, I want to go with them too. He ordered angrily, Nonsense. We are carrying out a very dangerous mission. You stay here. Minh Ha turned around and suggested in a low voice, That's right, Liu Qian. Just stay here and wait for us to return. She placed her hand on her chest and seriously proposed, As deputy leader, I request to join their group. Until now, Minh Ha still couldn't fully believe the authenticity of this story, while her brother suspected his identity. If disagreements occur during the operation, who should we listen to? How can we complete the difficult mission of rescuing Dr. Wu Long if we doubt each other? Hong Xiao frowned, thinking what she said made sense. Liu Yi immediately shouted in protest. That won't work either, he insisted firmly. Exactly. Liu Qian tilted her head and smiled with satisfaction. Deputy leader, you saw it too. At least regarding me, their opinions are unanimous. She replied calmly. Fine, let's decide it that way. The three formed a special operations team with the goal of rescuing Dr. Wu Long. They immediately regained their serious demeanor and said in unison, Understood. Liu Qian stuck out her tongue to tease Liu Yi. Outside, the special forces were working together to face the enemy. Afterwards, the three moved together along the small mountain path. They successfully climbed the fence and reached the Tianwen Mountain dormitory. Liu Yi suggested calmly. First, we have to pass through the dormitory building. He recalled the floor plan and continued slowly. Then, to the square through the mountain corridor. Then go through the square to the hall where Dr. Wu Long is hiding. Immediately after, the group went inside to check. Minh Ha led the way, observing intently. It seemed they had retreated in a hurry. Suddenly, someone walked down the stairs. The guard frowned and shouted, Who are you? Liu Qian and Liu Yi looked at him anxiously. Minh Ha calmly put his hands in his pockets and introduced, I am Minh Ha, a member of the Dragon Tooth team. He took out a badge and showed it to them. This is my Dragon Tooth badge. The guard smiled with satisfaction and replied, So it's the first team. Excuse the rudeness. Minh Ha explained nonchalantly, I received orders from Luo Lin to check the back of the mountain. There were rumors of intruders. The two immediately said, Thank you for your hard work. He replied politely, You all worked hard too. After the two members of the Dragon Tooth organization left, Liu Yi spoke up. Let's go, keep checking the corridor. After a while, they moved to another place, and Liu Qian praised him admiringly. Not bad, Minh Ha. He smiled politely and replied, I was still a bit nervous. Before the entrance, three people appeared on guard. Nan Ning stepped forward and said, Stop. Who are you? He immediately presented his badge. I am Minh Ha, a member of the first team of Dragon Tooth. This is my badge, the man asked slowly. What about the two of you? Please state your identity clearly. Minh Ha tilted his face, stammering. They are my teammates. Nan Ning ordered coldly. If you are teammates, you must also show your identity badge, or mission badge. He was confused and hesitant. About that, Liu Yi immediately spoke up. The mission badge is with me. I'll take it out for you to see. Nan Ning stepped closer to observe. Hurry up. His eyes flashed with fire as he acted secretly. Liu Yi turned around and punched Nan Ning in the stomach swiftly. He attacked the man quickly. Liu Yi pursed his lips and knocked him out coldly. Kadi panicked and ran away quickly. He lowered his head, focusing his strength slowly. Liu Yi thrust his large hand toward the prey. She shouted urgently, Team leader, intruders detected in the corridor. He gripped the phone coldly and crushed it. A voice came from inside the phone. What did you discover? Liu Yi crushed the phone angrily. He turned around and ordered calmly. Let's go. They already know there are intruders. Liu Qian, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but rejoice. It seems you have fully recovered. Liu Yi quickly ran toward the two. Xiao Hua appeared and reminded him sincerely. This person's strength is unfathomable. Minh Ha frowned in agreement. These members of the Dragon Tooth team must be at least crown level. In the blink of an eye, he incapacitated them. She asked curiously, So, if you do something against the rules, he could really take care of you. He replied calmly, One step at a time. It's better than being locked in an interrogation room. Liu Yi tilted his head in confusion. Who are you talking to? Minh Ha replied calmly. Oh, I'm just calculating the path. He smiled slightly and reasoned. I've been here before. If we go straight through the central square, it's very likely we'll be surrounded. Liu Yi glanced at him coldly and said, The strength of the members of the first and second teams of Dragon Tooth is very high. If we encounter their team leader or instructors, even I would have a hard time escaping. Minh Ha immediately pointed toward the building in front of us, suggesting we should bypass the staff cafeteria. I remember my sister saying that the staff cafeteria has a delivery path, a fast-track route for bringing food to the offices. Liu Qian couldn't help but wonder, Your sister, how does she know about these things? He quickly explained, My sister works in administration here. When she was an intern, she used to make tea and deliver food to everyone. She was pleasantly surprised. Oh, that's a huge help for us. Right after that, Minh Ha took the lead. A short while later, members of the Dragon Fang organization appeared to search the area. They met at a street intersection. loudly reporting that they hadn't found anyone. The others were on their radios. We've got patrol staff here, and guards on duty, so how could they let anyone in? Do they not know the intruder's identity? He calmly replied. It's still unclear. The 3 guards from Group 5 were taken down immediately. The person on the other end of the line coldly ordered, "Tighten security. Don't ruin our master plan." He immediately acknowledged the order. The patrol team was confused, wondering, logically, they should be right here. At Teet Lin, the fog was so thick you couldn't see ahead, and a line of cars was backed up on the bridge. The fog was so dense that the scenery was blurred. Everyone was getting impatient. Why hadn't the fog lifted yet? What kind of cursed weather was this? Were people supposed to stay inside forever? On a hovering helicopter, the onboard screen was broadcasting the news. The fog is closing in. We urge everyone to be extremely careful when going out. It is estimated that this fog will last all day, so please stay home and do not go out unnecessarily. The helicopter hovered over the city, opening its doors to observe the scene below. The female reporter and her cameraman couldn't help but panic. What was going on? The entire city seemed to be drowning in a sea of fog, with nothing visible except the skyscrapers. They said nervously, "Our city seems to have been swallowed by this bizarre fog." The city was in a dangerous situation. On the road, only one car was still moving. Feng Hai, the leader of Dragon Fang's Group 5, touched her earpiece and spoke angrily. Damn it. The communication device has lost signal. She took off her earpiece and asked her teammates, "Have you still not found the intruder's location?" Lin Yue answered calmly. "We asked the guards behind the mountain. They said Minh Ha from Group 1 brought 2 people in." Feng Hai furrowed her brows in confusion. Minh Ha from Group 1? I remember he wasn't part of the operation. She clenched her fists in agitation and shouted, "This is bad. It's highly likely he's been compromised." Feng Hai immediately ordered her team, "Notify the squads if you encounter Minh Ha. Capture him immediately." Lin Yue quickly acknowledged. She added urgently, "The rest of you, follow me." Meanwhile, the 3 of them were racing against time. They crossed the fountain, and he said happily, "Past this square, we'll be there." Feng Hai stood in front, smiling triumphantly. Surely, waiting for them was easier than searching for a needle in a haystack. Minh Ha exclaimed in surprise. "You're also a member of Dragon Fang." She gestured for her team to surround them, and walked slowly forward, saying, "I am Feng Hai, leader of Dragon Fang Group 5. I've heard of you, but I never expected you to betray us." He furrowed his brows and retorted, "Betrayal? Don't you guys know what you're actually doing?" Feng Hai's face darkened as she shouted furiously, "Before joining Dragon Fang, did no one teach you that we are humanity's last line of defense?" "What a joke," Lu Yi said, cracking his neck with cold contempt. "A Dragon Fang group that was long ago swallowed by the Heavenly Authority Organization, turned into mere cultists, and you still have the nerve to say that? You're truly beyond saving." He stepped forward and said confidently, "You two go ahead and wait for me. I'll handle these guys." She smirked and asked, "If I remember correctly, you are Lu Yi, the deputy captain of the Special Operations Unit." Lu Yi smiled defiantly. "That's me." Feng Hai continued sinisterly, "I've admired you for a long time." She frowned coldly and added, "But I'm not sure you have the skills to go head-to-head with Dragon Fang." He rushed forward and urged, "Stop talking." Katie's eyes widened in surprise. Lu Yi launched a flurry of attacks, but Feng Hai dodged them all. He jumped to kick, but she ducked underneath. Without missing a beat, Lu Yi spun around and kicked straight at Feng Hai's face. He noticed something strange as she lightly caught his leg and said coldly, "Your lightning-fast attacks are impressive." Feng Hai's eyes turned a strange shade of green as she stated angrily, "But they can't escape my perception." He didn't care. His body kept moving agilely. Lu Yi kept attacking, and she ordered urgently, "You guys, catch Minh Ha and that girl. Leave Lu Yi to me." The 3 subordinates immediately obeyed. "Take this." KD quickly threw a punch. Minh Ha was caught by surprise, but he also used combat techniques, clashing firmly with her. Minh Ha powerfully threw KD aside. On the other side, Lu Qian was also fired up to face the enemy. She clutched her injured arm in horror. Is this why he was ranked in Group 1? While KD was lost in thought, Lu Yi appeared from behind and grabbed her shoulder. He joined Dragon Fang not long ago, yet he's already this strong? He quickly slammed KD to the ground. She grimaced in unbelievable pain. How could he? KD fell to the ground, her eyes rolling back as she went motionless. Feng Hai shouted in alarm, "Watch out!" Lu Qian and Lu Yi teamed up to attack. Feng Hai rushed to support her teammate, cursing angrily. "You shameless wretches!" he shouted urgently. "You two go on, I'll follow." She nodded worriedly. "All right. Take care of yourself." Immediately after, Minh Ha and Lu Qian left. After observing for a moment, Xiaohua concluded, "It seems that team leader Feng Hai has a type of ability similar to a fly's compound eyes. The movement of objects becomes extremely slow in her vision." He replied while running, "Yeah, Lu Yi has already realized this, which is why he changed his strategy. He's no longer stalling with Feng Hai, but is taking out the other members instead." She sat on Minh Ha's back and commented calmly, "This Lu Yi's strength is unfathomable, and his mind is incredibly sharp." He pursed his lips uncomfortably and said, "Looks like it's going to be pretty hard to shake him off," Minh Ha said irritably. "All right, get down." Lu Qian was confused. Minh Ha looked up and answered, "Huh? What's wrong?" she asked curiously. "Who are you talking to?" He quickly made an excuse. "I was just muttering to myself. The auditorium is just ahead." The two of them quickly ran inside. Minh Ha calmly repeated, "The captain said most of the astronomical staff retreated here." Meanwhile, back at the scene, Feng Hai's group lay sprawled across the floor. Seeing her lying motionless, Luke Thon couldn't help but panic. Tan Hao pointed into the distance, urgently calling out, "Team leader." The others, they've stopped breathing too. Wei Kong judged grimly. It seems the intruder possesses immense power. He picked up Feng Hai, his body radiating a murderous aura as he growled, "I will tear him to pieces." At that moment, inside the hall, Minh Ha carefully surveyed the surroundings and spoke up. "I didn't expect the hall to be built with aluminum. Each floor is relatively independent." Lo Thien calmly reported, "There are 5 floors in total, no basement. Given how they overlap, finding Dr. Ngolong's hiding spot will be difficult. Besides, they can't even distinguish friend from foe." She turned to look behind her, and Bonchon spoke up. "Actually, ever since we entered, I've felt like something is staring right at us. It's making me feel uneasy." Minh Ha asked anxiously, "Could it just be your imagination?" Lo Thien looked up, surveying the area, and explained, "This is the transcendent ability I gained after reaching the Thien Meng rank intuition. Something is definitely tracking us." He pressed his lips together, on guard. "Then, we need to be careful." As she suspected, on the floor above, So Oan was secretly watching them through a gap, a sinister smirk on her face as she mused, "The little beauty is quite vigilant, isn't she?" Above, an animal skeleton was hanging by a rope when, suddenly, the rope was cut. The two looked up, stunned by the looming danger. Minh Ha quickly bent over to shield Lo Thien. "Watch out!" The massive skeleton crashed down, creating a thunderous sound. Just then, So Oan approached them. As the leader of the second team of the Tolong Ya, she sneered, "Your transcendence, so surely you won't be crushed to death, right? If you were, I'd be so heartbroken." So Oan gritted her teeth in surprise as she looked ahead. Within the massive skeleton, the two were completely unharmed. Minh Ha carefully used his hand to protect her head, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" Lo Thien smiled shyly and replied, "I almost forgot you have an ability awakening gift too." He cast a cold glance at her, warning, "We're all transcendents. There's no need to resort to such underhanded tactics." She crossed her arms and let out a loud, mocking laugh. "First time I've seen someone bring their partner along on a mission. Aren't you afraid you'll both die here?" Minh Ha asked indifferently. "Who are you?" So Oan held up her badge, proudly introducing herself as the leader of the second team of the Tulong Ya. "So Oan, what about you? Whose hound is a handsome guy like you?" He moved to protect Lo Thien, answering calmly, "I am Minh Ha." She sneered, "So, you're a new defector. I've heard Instructor La mention you." Minh Ha stared in shock. "Instructor La is here too?" So Oan replied coolly, "Of course." Recalling images of him, Minh Ha asked in confusion, "Why would Talongya do this?" She toyed with her blade and answered, "Why even ask?" Lo Thien frowned, shouting in anger, "You attacked Tu Thien Van and kidnapped Dr. No Long. Is that not worth asking about?" So Oan replied nonchalantly, "Since ancient times our Talong Ya has always operated in the shadows." "Surely, Minh Ha, you know that well." She was indignant, "But don't you realize you're opposing all of humanity?" The woman gazed at her blade and explained calmly, "Our orders this time are absolute obedience, no questions asked. I assume that's why your superiors didn't include you since you haven't been in Talong Na very long." Minh Ha lowered his head, his face darkening as he asked coldly, "Where is Instructor La? Where is Teacher Duong Hung?" So Oan replied flatly, "Upstairs." She stroked her ear and continued with a sinister smile, "But my orders are to kill anyone who dares to try and go up there." He quickly leaped into action. "Then I have no choice but to offend you. So Oan smiled, calmly throwing a small blade at Minh Ha. He pressed his lips together, lifting his arm to dodge swiftly. She immediately summoned countless more blades, laughing fake-heartedly. Not bad. So Oan ordered the blades to attack their target, shouting, "Can you dodge this one?" Minh Ha gasped in shock. "I can't dodge. She's locked onto the 7 vital points on my body." Lothian immediately released a bolt of lightning to counter, ordering urgently, "Minh Ha, get down." The blades were struck by the lightning and flew backward. Some pierced deep into the bones. He stood motionless, staring in shock at a blade that had landed just a finger's width from his foot. Xiaohua couldn't help but exclaim, "Your luck really pulled through for you this time." Once freed from the seal, Minh Ha immediately lunged at So Oan. She raised both hands to parry his punch. A series of strange sounds occurred. So Oan lowered her head, closing her eyes in anticipation. She opened her eyes to check. So Oan was stunned to see Minh Ha with his fist aimed at her. He instead delivered a powerful punch into the wall right beside her. So Oan quickly jumped away. The two traded blows, one attacking, one dodging, neither willing to yield. Minh Ha's eyes became vacant as he punched at empty air. He looked around, bewildered. Where did she go? Xiaohua's eyes widened, and she shouted urgently, "She's behind you!" As soon as she finished, So Oan lunged forward with murderous intent. Minh Ha gritted his teeth and leaped away. Lothian's eyes sparked as she raised 2 fingers, apologetically. "Sorry, Minh Ha." A phoenix made of lightning immediately flew toward the two. So Oan glanced up as the phoenix unleashed a strike of lightning down onto him. A moment later, Minh Ha's clothes were tattered, his head hanging low as he caught his breath. So Oan rubbed her neck and smirked. "Decisive. But if you'd hesitated for half a second more, your boyfriend would be dead." Lothian rushed over to ask if Minh Ha was all right. He pressed his lips together, taking off his jacket, and replied, I'm fine. You saved me this time." Lothian frowned, saying coldly, "She's very dangerous. I heard Luo Lin say that Tulongnya is full of combat monsters. Their reputation is well deserved." Minh Ha calculated calmly, "It's not impossible to win, but if we exhaust ourselves here, how will we rescue the members of Tuthin Van afterward?" She suggested in a low voice, "Why don't you go ahead? I'll hold her off." He pulled her close and whispered, "I have a plan." Watching the two act as if she weren't there, So Oan grew irritable. "How much longer are you two going to negotiate?" Immediately after, Minh Ha and Lothian looked up, their faces filled with confidence. Both quickly split up, charging at her from different directions. He gritted his teeth and threw a punch, but So Oan dodged it easily, a mocking smile on her lips. Strong, but way too slow. Lothian immediately delivered a kick, but she easily caught it with her hand. So Oan smirked, continuing, "Fast, but a bit weak." She struck Lothian square in the stomach. Minh Ha was hit by a powerful kick from So Oan, forcing her to drop the sword in her hand. Lucian looked up, and he pressed his lips together, realizing his chance had finally come. The two of them immediately dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the 2 blades Su Ying had just hurled at them. Minh Ha frowned in shock, staring at the blade just an inch away from him. He urged, "Lucian, now!" Her eyes lit up as she released a bolt of lightning, her body moving with incredible agility. Lucian stretched out his arms, firing lightning at the object hanging from the ceiling. The massive thing plummeted, crashing down right where Su Ying was standing. She quickly slashed repeatedly at the falling object. After dealing with it, Su Ying lowered her head and spoke coldly. "It seems you two have run out of tricks." Suddenly, she looked up, exclaiming in surprise, "Damn it, you two!" It turned out that, while Su Ying was busy with the falling object, Minh Ha and Lucian had grabbed hands and dashed toward the elevator, leading to the next floor. Minh Ha frantically mashed the button to close the elevator doors. Su Ying rushed up, but seeing the doors half closed, she couldn't help but burn with rage. Damn it! She immediately hurled a flurry of blades at the elevator. One blade wedged firmly into the door. Su Ying ran up and hammered her fists against the elevator door, cursing those 2 cunning little brats in a fury. She gritted her teeth, ripping the blade out. Just little brats, and yet as sly as foxes. Who on earth recruited that kid into Team 1? Infuriating. Suddenly, the window beside her shattered, and the outside air began to pour through the gap. Su Ying narrowed her eyes and spoke coldly. "Show yourself." The glass reflected the image of a mysterious figure, glowing red eyes peering inside. Minh Ha and Lucian heard the strange noise as well. They both furrowed their brows in thought. He carefully shielded her head with his hand. The two shared an unspoken understanding. The elevator had reached the 2nd floor. Minh Ha took Lucian by the hand and pulled her out. He looked back, panting, and exclaimed, That woman is terrifying. Lucian nodded in fearful agreement. Yeah, you're right, it's best not to mess with her. After all, she is the captain of Team 2. They stood by the railing, observing the area. Minh Ha pointed ahead, speculating. This elevator only has a button for the second floor, so the one for the third floor must be on the other side. After watching for a moment, she couldn't help but marvel. This building has decent security. A design like this is meant to keep intruders out. He said anxiously, I wonder if there are any masters guarding this floor. Lucian turned around, looking ahead uneasily. It seems like there are people up there. Do we have to fight them? Minh Ha frowned, thinking, and replied, if we run into the team captain or the instructor, we won't be a match for them. It's better if we just slip past them from here. She quickly pivoted, and the two of them immediately jumped down to the floor below. That's the only way. The two of them searched for a path through the vast forest. Through the foliage, he silently observed the two guards on the floor above. Suddenly, Minh Ha's sensitive ears caught a strange sound. Trinduk, holding a cigarette, frowned and said, I heard some movement over there. Tavan's eyes widened in surprise. Should we go check it out? They both quickly went down to investigate. A bird flew from a branch, and he cursed irritably. Just a stupid bird. The bird flew up and landed on a branch near the hallway. Trinduk stood close to the railing, speaking anxiously. We've lost contact. We should just hold our position. I wonder if the guys from Team 1 have found the doctor, yet the guys outside can't hold out much longer. She panicked, guessing. They are looking for the observatory team staff on the third floor. Someone among them definitely knows where the doctor is hiding. The two of them were lost in conversation, and he sighed with boredom. I hope this ends soon. Luckily, Minh Ha and Lucian had ducked behind a larger tree to hide. Lucian whispered, let's go. He looked up, his eyes wide with horror, stopping her. Wait, there's something over there. She looked up to search. Something? Her eyes brightened, her face full of anxiety, as her hands trembled, covering her mouth to keep from making a sound. A puppet hovered high above, its eyes flashing with a crimson light, watching the two prey below. Tavan was still chatting away. Team 1 is so strong. Why are they struggling so much with those science researchers? The two of them were still unaware of the danger lurking behind them. Trinduk coldly reminded them, don't ask so many questions. Just execute the mission. No sooner had he finished speaking than the two of them were murdered in an instant. After Duan Thuong was finished, the mission was put aside, blood dripping from the sharp tip of his weapon, his arm slowly changing form. The puppet returned to its normal state after the attack, calmly using a cloth to wipe the blood from his hand. Then he flatly threw the cloth down. The blood-soaked cloth fell right near Minh Ha, and both of them were filled with terror. They stood up to observe. He frowned, cautiously guessing. That's an awakened. Lucian immediately countered. It doesn't look like it, that guy is strange. Minh Ha asked, utterly confused. But why would he kill people from the dragon team? She frowned, continuing. Could there be another faction involved besides us? The two quickly moved through the forest, talking as they ran. Maybe things aren't as simple as the government says. Suddenly, Lucian grabbed his arm, pointing ahead. Minh Ha pressed his lips together in worry, walking over to pull the leaves aside. Inside, there was a man trembling in fear. The man panicked and turned to run. Minh Ha called out urgently, Are you Mr. Triu? The man crawled on the ground in fear, trembling. You are Chin Yu's brother. He pointed to himself and replied calmly. Yes, it's me, Minh Ha. Mr. Triu frowned and asked in terror, How did you get in here? Minh Ha walked over slowly and replied, I heard there was trouble here, so I came in to look for my sister. Have you seen my sister anywhere? The man spoke while trembling. Your sister is probably in the safe room on the third floor. He couldn't help but be confused. Mr. Triu, what on earth happened here? Mr. Triu backed away in fear, muttering frantically. I don't know. There are so many dead people, I'm just hiding here. Lucian touched his shoulder, reminding him, Don't provoke him right now. His mental state is very unstable. Mr. Trio kept backing away, muttering, I'm hiding here. Minh Ha whispered, Mr. Triu, can you take me to find my sister? The man crawled into a hollow tree, trembling and whispering to himself, This place is safe, I can't go anywhere. You'll die if you go out. It's safest here. He decided to change tactics, gently asking, Then can you tell me where the safe room on the third floor is? Mr. Triu hid behind the tree bark, timidly suggesting, Come here, I trust you. I'll only tell you. Minh Ha quickly walked over, listening to the whisper in his ear. He turned around and urged, Mr. Triu, come with us. Once the man heard that, his face went deathly pale, and he refused. No, this place is safe. Mr. Triu panicked and laid down, holding his head and muttering, Don't trust anyone, don't trust anyone. Liu Ti calmly spoke up. Let's go. He must have been through a massive shock. He won't come out. Minh Ha agreed immediately and cautioned him carefully. Brother Triu, be careful. The two of them ventured deeper inside. He pointed ahead, calmly deducing that there must be an elevator in front of them. The two approached it. Minh Ha couldn't help but feel puzzled. That's strange. There's no one guarding this place. She replied calmly. The weirdo from before must have already gone up. He turned around and suggested, then let's wait a moment. It's best not to run into him. Suddenly, Xiaohua urged them urgently. Minh Ha, watch out above. Minh Ha immediately looked up. He turned around quickly and pulled Liu Ti behind him, shouting, watch out. Both of them fell to the ground, narrowly dodging a blade that slashed horizontally. Koi Chio flipped down from above. He landed calmly on the ground, grabbed his bangs, and laughed sinisterly. I'm a bit curious. How did you manage to detect me? Minh Ha frowned and spoke coldly. Who are you? The man shouted angrily. I do not allow myself to fail, so answer my question. He firmly refused. Answer my question first. Koi Chio sneered, then angrily threw his blade toward his opponent, growling, then die. Minh Ha was sealed in place, immobilized by a body-locking technique that made dodging useless. He calmly clenched his fists and prayed, unlock your power. Minh Ha threw a punch straight at the blade. He was pushed back by Koi Chio's immense power. Minh Ha clutched his injured arm, trembling as he said, this guy, Xiaohua, I'm worried. This is bad. He's at the white rainbow level. He quickly decided, if that's the case, I have to use that power. Otherwise, Liu Tie and I will end up buried here. Suddenly, Liu Ti, fearless of death, stepped forward and shouted angrily, stay away from him. She decisively unleashed a lightning attack. He sneered contemptuously, you look a bit impatient. Koi Chio's manifestation looked like a giant scorpion. Liu Tie couldn't move her limbs at all, wondering in her mind why she couldn't control her body. He laughed gleefully and charged to attack. She thought in fear, damn it. She expected Liu Ti to be hit, but it didn't happen. Lo Dat, who had vanished earlier, suddenly appeared and grabbed Koi Chio's arm. Koi Chio's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth in frustration. Lo Dat pushed the person in front of him away. Koi Chio smirked in praise. Not bad skills. Lo Dat frowned and said coldly, no matter who you work for, if you dare to hurt her, you're done for. He glanced at them with a sneer, just two brats. I have other things to do. Koi Chio quickly turned and leaped onto the building ahead. Goodbye. He tilted his face and asked with concern, are you two okay? Liu Tie asked worriedly. He doesn't seem to be one of the ancestral dragon people. Minh Ha gently helped her stand up and speculated. It seems like he came from the outside, just like us. Lo Dat explained calmly. Many parties are trying to save Dr. Enjo Long, including other hidden forces. He commented calmly that the man was like a killing machine. He gives me a strange feeling, yet it's somehow familiar. Lo Dat asked nonchalantly. Let's ignore him for now. Do you two have any other news? Minh Ha quickly revealed. The sisters are being held in the safe room on the 3rd floor. He reminded them coldly. Our top priority is to find Dr. No Long. He replied unwaveringly. Of course, the structure of this building is extremely complex. Without an insider to show us the way, it's very hard to find the path. Liu Tie added impatiently. That's right. Every floor is guarded by experts from the ancestral dragon. Not to mention there are other forces infiltrating it now. Lo Dat lowered his head in thought and replied, fine, but you two must stay close to me. Afterward, he immediately led the group inside. Minh Ha and she quickly jumped onto the balcony to follow. All three stepped into the elevator. Lo Dat observed, this elevator has a safety lock. It must have been broken by the ancestral dragon. They looked up at the glass panel above, and he calmly suggested, let's climb straight up. Liu Ti thought worriedly, be careful of that guy earlier. Could he be ambushing us here? Lo Dat frowned and spoke slowly. I'll go first. You two follow. Immediately after, all three climbed onto the top of the elevator and crawled up. He led the way and said calmly, according to intel from above, the 3rd floor has been integrated into the ground levels. If we want to reach the 4th floor, we must find the exact metal secret room. Only there will we find the elevator leading to the 4th floor. Finding it is as hard as finding the treasury of an international bank. As soon as all three climbed to the next floor, they were horrified by the scene in the hallway. Minh Ha looked at the corpses scattered on the floor in shock. Are there really this many dead? He pointed to the side and said, I know the way. It must be this way. Immediately after, both followed Minh Ha. He walked slowly, and suddenly Xiaohua whispered, Minh Ha, wait. She placed her hand on Minh Ha's shoulder and pointed with a playful smile. There is a secret room in this wall. and there's good stuff inside. He quickly walked over to check. Liu Tie watched this series of actions, unable to help but wonder, "What is it?" "Minh Ha." He replied attentively. "Wait a moment." Suddenly, the wall was pushed back. She was surprised and asked, "How did you know there was a door here?" Minh Ha stepped inside. The scene within was chaotic, with bodies piled on top of each other. He couldn't help but feel heartbroken. They couldn't even escape here. "Wait. I need a few things inside." Minh Ha went to the broken cabinets to collect items, holding a purple fire in one hand and a spirit furnace in the other. Xiaohua's eyes rounded in excitement. "Wow. All grade A legendary crystals. This time, your power can level up." Lodat leaned against the door and said coldly, "How can you be such an opportunist?" Minh Ha took the opportunity to pick up more snow pearls and acid dust, explaining calmly, "We're in a critical situation. These things can help me increase my power," he replied helplessly. "Fine." After gathering items for a while, all three turned and left. Lodat was curious. "But how did you know there was a secret room inside?" He admitted, slowly. "I have a special sensitivity to strange elemental crystals." They stopped before two paths. Minh Ha calmly pointed to the right and said, "Next, let me see this way." All three stood before a massive wall, and he asked irritably, "It's a dead end. Is the person who told you this route reliable?" Minh Ha rubbed his chin and thought, "Don't be impatient. Wait a moment." He immediately walked over and tapped his hand on the wall in front of him. A screen appeared on the wall. Liu Tie's eyes widened in surprise. "It looks like we found the right place." Minh Ha calmly used his hand to control the screen, spoke slowly, and then entered the password. Immediately after, a series of sounds occurred, and a gap suddenly appeared in front of them. He exclaimed happily, "The whole wall is moving back." They gradually entered, and the chemical spray device above immediately activated. All three covered their noses and waited as the sterilization process began. Minh Ha placed his hand on the steering wheel to lock the door and replied, "Finally, behind this door is the safe room." The man looked inside and remarked, "This place is quite spacious." Inside, the innocent people were being held hostage, and the guards frowned in panic as they sounded the alarm. Josie, struggling to contain her fear, glanced outside. She stood up and said joyfully, "It's Minh Ha, Qin Yu's younger brother." Minh Ha rushed over, asking anxiously, "Sister Tai, Sister Jo, have you seen my sister?" Suddenly, Qin Yu came running over in a panic. She squeezed her eyes shut in fear, hugged her brother tightly, and cried out, "Minh Ha!" He breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Sister." Witnessing this scene made Lu Qian bite her lip in embarrassment, with thoughts of jealousy creeping into her mind. Many years ago, in the heart of the city, a tragic collision occurred between two cars. Police cars had arrived just in time to secure the scene. The crowd standing around watching the accident victims being pushed into the ambulance couldn't help but feel heartbroken. So tragic. Two families just like that, gone, leaving only the two children behind. Yeah, life is a long journey, and safety is the top priority. At the hospital, Minh Ha and Qin Yu sat listlessly on the waiting bench. A police officer holding a stack of documents informed his superior that the preliminary investigation results were in. The faces of the two children darkened. They bowed their heads as they heard the police conclude that the boy's father had run a red light, causing this tragedy. His eyes became hollow and numb with despair. She slowly walked over and stood in front of her younger brother. Qin Yu said listlessly, "Your family is gone, and so is mine." Minh Ha lifted his head in fear and stammered, "I'm sorry." She glared in anger, grabbed his shoulders, and shouted, "You have to compensate me." Minh Ha was confused and hesitant. He returned to reality, and the two siblings embraced each other, overwhelmed with emotion. Qin Yu asked with concern, "You were worried. You didn't want to live anymore. Why did you come here?" He replied calmly, "It's good that you're okay. Besides, you're the only family I have left." Seeing his sister move to tears, Minh Ha immediately reassured her, "Don't worry, your little brother is very strong now." She used her hand to wipe away her tears and asked Minh Ha kindly, "Did you encounter anything strange on your way here?" He couldn't help but look confused. "What exactly do you mean by strange?" Qin Yu frowned worriedly and replied, "I can't really describe it. In short, it's like some kind of monster. And moreover, some people within our group have become extremely strange, as if they are enchanted and controlled." Lu Dat walked over and coldly ordered, "We don't have much time left. Quickly lead us to find Dr. Ngo Long." Minh Ha turned around and asked gently, "By the way, does anyone know where Dr. Ngo Long is?" Hadu stepped forward and asked, "Who are you all?" He immediately produced his ID card to identify himself. "We are here to rescue Dr. Ngo Long. He widened his eyes in surprise. It turned out to be the deputy captain of the special operations team. The two men quickly saluted each other. Ha-do said joyfully, "You finally arrived." Habak asked with concern, guessing, "I'm afraid that group has already reached the fourth floor somehow." Ludat frowned impatiently. "Then doesn't that mean Dr. Nulong has fallen into their hands?" He replied calmly, "It is very likely." Tai Din placed a hand on her friend's shoulder, urging her, "It's come to this, you should just tell them." Josie lowered her head, confused, but she kept persuading. "He is the deputy captain of the special operations team. Could he possibly be untrustworthy?" She frowned and replied awkwardly, Fine, okay." Josie slowly walked over to the group. She placed her hand on her chest and spoke slowly. "I know the way to the fourth floor." He couldn't help but be overjoyed. "Really?" Josie calmly introduced herself. "Yes, I am a safety evacuation officer for the Celestial Organization." She quickly revealed that there is a helicopter on the fifth floor of this building. Once the Celestial Organization encounters an emergency, someone will take the important documents onto that helicopter to get out of here. Lu Dot frowned and guessed seriously, "I understand. The reason Dr. No Long and the others are trapped on the fourth floor is because they want to leave here using the helicopter on the roof," Josie explained, losing her confusion. In reality, the fourth floor is the most secure document repository. Inside, it contains all the information related to the Tai Yo civilization that humanity has collected over the past few decades. She continued anxiously. "According to our assessment, this raid is not just about wanting to capture Dr. Eno Long, but it is very likely they want to destroy the document repository related to the survival of all mankind." He widened his eyes and asked in surprise, "Don't you have a backup?" Josie frowned uneasily. "No, because this data is not just images and text. It also includes a large number of Tai Yo specimens. The specimens taken from the bodies of the Tai Yo species are the most precious things." Ludat crossed his arms, understanding the situation. No wonder the Heaven Power Organization is so reckless. Lu Qian calmly reminded them that regardless of anything else, finding Dr. No Long was the most urgent matter. She looked up and revealed slowly. When they were attacked, Dr. No Long and his group immediately went there to take the precious specimens. Josie continued sadly. "But, unfortunately, they underestimated the enemy's determination. Because they wanted to take many specimens, they were delayed and trapped here by the enemy." Minh Ha asked urgently, "Sister Josie, do you know how to get to the fourth floor?" She turned around and suggested, "Everyone, follow me." Josie walked quickly to the wall with a circle mounted on it to check. She tapped the wall repeatedly, and a gap immediately appeared on the wall. Josie carefully observed the security device. The camera system shone a red light into her eyes to check, confirming her iris. After passing the first step, Josie quickly entered the passcode, and the system announced, "Password confirmed." She immediately placed her hand on the circular button, successfully passed the fingerprint verification, and the entrance opened. Everyone looked up at the ceiling, which was gradually changing, and they were all surprised by the machine that had just appeared. Tai Din widened her eyes in surprise. "So this is the secret passage leading to the fourth floor." Josie replied calmly, "That's right." Suddenly, the floor began to move, and everyone exclaimed in surprise, "The ground is rising!" The floor stopped, hovering in front of the door. Minh Ha said slowly, "In reality, the best way to leave is also by taking the helicopter on the fifth floor." Everyone was worried as the system constantly emitted alarm sounds. "Warning, warning, the shield is being attacked." In front of them, a scene of devastation unfolded, and the alarm continued to ring without pause. "Warning, the shield is being attacked. Warning." Josie's eyes widened in joy. "The shield hasn't broken yet. Dr. No Long must still be inside." Minh Ha suggested urgently, "Let's go support them immediately." Suddenly, claws grew out from her stomach. It turned out the friend traveling with them had heartlessly attacked. Everyone standing behind was startled and horrified. Tai Din and Josie muttered in pain. Tai Din smiled wickedly and said, "I'm very sad." She glared, smiled devilishly, and continued, "We've been best friends for years, yet no matter how I asked, you wouldn't tell me the way to the fourth floor. And now, you believe them after just a few words?" No sooner had she spoken than Tai Din ruthlessly sent her best friend to the afterlife. Qin Yu stared in horror, demanding, "Tai Din, what are you doing?" She tore at her own face, revealing her true form underneath. Tai Din laughed maliciously. "Obviously, to kill the lot of you." Revealing her parasitic form, she cackled with glee. "Finally, I can start killing people." Hadu stumbled back in terror. "What on earth are you?" Ha stood behind her, sticking out his tongue as he spoke. You don't need to know. He used his tongue to wrap tightly around his colleague's neck, adding, just die quietly. Just like that. Ha-du was gone in an instant. Panic erupted among the group as everyone began eyeing each other with suspicion. Stay back. Get away from me. I don't trust any of you. Tai-din and Ha-bak stood side by side, looking satisfied. Chin-yu stared, trembling. Tai-din, what's happened to you? Minh Ha immediately stepped up to protect the others, speaking coldly. That is no longer Tai-din. Tai-din looked surprised. Minh Ha, you're surprisingly calm. Ha-bak grinned wickedly and suggested, leave it for now. Come over here and lend a hand. He used his tongue to shatter everything behind him, gradually revealing a gap in the space. Minh Ha turned his head to warn the others. Everyone, stay back. The two parasites looked at each other and laughed deviously. Koichio emerged, grabbing Tai-din's tail, a sinister smile on his face. We meet again. Heh. Lo-dat couldn't help but gasp. You were following us? The man strode forward, speaking casually. Finally found my subordinates. I hope you'll mind your manners this time. Koichio let his parasitic nature show, laughing with a cruel threat. Otherwise, I'll deal with you first, even if it costs me everything else. Lo-dat frowned, watching the three parasites intently. He gritted his teeth, trying to figure out a way to deal with them. Suddenly, the system alarm blared continuously. Warning. Barrier shield has been breached. Warning. Barrier shield has been breached. The man cast a scornful glance. Consider yourselves lucky. They left immediately, claiming they had to go assist their master. Lo-dat bowed his head, letting out a sigh of relief. He tilted his eyes, speaking calmly. If it were just that guy, I could handle it. But with those two subordinates, Lu Qian bit her lip in worry. What are they exactly? Minh Ha frowned. They're parasitic demon seeds. She repeated, confused. Parasitic demon seeds? He recalled his memories, explaining calmly. I encountered them in Fudong Town. They are a parasitic species that infects human bodies and assimilates them, replacing the host. Lu Qian furrowed her brow in fear. How can such a terrifying species exist? I've never even heard of them. Lo-dat turned away and warned coldly. This isn't the time for that. Those three are incredibly powerful. Dr. Ngo Long is in danger again. Minh Ha quickly suggested. Then we should go support him. He placed a hand on his friend's shoulder, suggesting softly, Minh Ha, you've already completed your mission. Now, you just need to keep yourself safe. Lo-dat looked at Lu Qian, arranging things calmly. I'm leaving my little sister in your care. No matter what happens, you must look after her, she asked indignantly. But shouldn't we go save Dr. No Long together? He glared at her, snapping, Who do you think you are? A great hero who can save humanity? Do you have any idea what level that guy is? He's definitely at the White Rainbow level. With a flick of his finger, he could kill both of you. Lu Qian remained firm in her resolve. But now that we're in this situation, shouldn't we at least try? Minh Ha quickly grabbed her hand, speaking seriously. He's right. If we go there now, it's a death sentence. We need to make sure we survive first. We'll talk later. Lu Qian hesitated. Lo-dat placed his hand on their shoulders, warning them carefully. Remember, your mission now is to survive. Dr. Ngo Long, or those parasitic monsters have nothing to do with you. Live well, understand? With that, he turned and left, leaving the two of them behind in anxiety. Minh Ha bit his lip, looking back. Chin-yu sobbed. Chao Tu, she's in pain, she wheezed. Get to the 5th floor, activate the evacuation protocol for the 5th floor. Chao Tu shakily handed her a pass card. Chin-yu comforted her tearfully. There's a medical kit by the helicopter. Just hang on a little longer. Chao Tu wept silently, whispering her last request, don't trust anyone. Minh Ha remembered meeting someone in a similar state when he and Lu Qian were in the forest. He thought to himself, it seems Brother Triyu has been through this too. Only seconds later, Chao Tu's arm went limp and fell to the floor. Chin-yu cried out in pain. Chao Tu? She sadly laid her colleague on the floor and asked helplessly, what do we do now? Chin-yu fell into despair, tears streaming down her face. She asked numbly, do we go to Dr. Ngo Long, or take the helicopter on the 5th floor to get out of here? Minh Ha replied calmly, get out of here first, she whispered. Okay. Shortly after, everyone followed the escalator to the upper floor. A man ran up behind them, shouting, wait for me! Once they arrived, he looked around and spoke. This is the 5th floor. Everyone stepped closer to observe. Minh Ha was confused. And the rescue helicopter? Why is there still a shield barrier? Suddenly, the system broadcast sounded. This is an unmanned helicopter. The destination is preset. All evacuees, please board the helicopter within 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the helicopter will initiate forced takeoff. Minh Ha stood before the console and spoke. Sis, give me the card. He quickly swiped it against the screen. The door gradually opened after the identity verification announcement. Chin Yu rushed toward the helicopter, revealing, Minh Ha, the helicopter has specimens and important materials from the demon department. Surely Chao Tu wanted us to protect these. Seeing him still hesitant, Lu Qian urged him, Minh Ha, why aren't you getting on? Suddenly, the door shut abruptly. She ran over in a panic, screaming, Minh Ha, open it. Chin Yu asked worriedly, Minh Ha, what are you doing? There are so many people waiting inside. They were furious. What are you doing? We haven't boarded yet. If you want to play hero, don't stop us from leaving. She pounded on the door, shouting, Minh Ha, don't do anything stupid. Lu Qian firmly suggested, come and leave with us. Minh Ha bowed his head apologetically. Lu Qian, I want to leave with you both, but the situation won't allow it. Chin Yu's eyes went wide as she asked anxiously. Why? He answered coldly. I can't trust anyone but you two. They glared at him, shouting, I am a department head at the Heaven Observation Organization. Isn't it the responsibility of you superhumans to help us evacuate? A staff member nearby chimed in. That's right. Who gave you the right to decide who gets to leave and who has to stay? Minh Ha rolled up his sleeves and spoke calmly, relying on his own judgment and fists. He pointed aggressively and shouted, He's lost it. He's totally lost it. You really are a traitor to humanity. He widened his eyes, realizing something was wrong. Minh Ha frowned and repeated coldly, A traitor to humanity? He calmly asked, Where did you hear that from? The staff member was immediately flustered. What do you mean? Where did I hear it? Minh Ha slowly closed in on them and spoke coldly. The astronomy organization staff should have their communications with the outside world cut off. Hardly anyone should know about my affairs. Diep Huyen and Tham Duong backed away in fear. Han Fong glared, shouting angrily, What do you mean? Are you suspecting me? Minh Ha replied calmly, I know what you are. He slowly clenched his fist. Minh Ha delivered a decisive punch and shouted to expose him, Stop pretending. Han Fong was sent flying by the strike, slamming into the wall. Diep Huyen clutched his head in terror. What are you doing? Tham Duong, panic-stricken, speculated. Could it be that you were also turned by those monsters? He pressed his lips together, waiting. Minh Ha pointed forward and ordered loudly, See for yourself if he's even human. Its body began to crack open. Han Fong slowly stood up, shedding the appearance of the astronomy organization staff. A parasitic form emerged. It flicked its tongue and laughed wickedly. We're already at this point, yet you're still guarding yourself? Han Fong revealed his true form as a multi-headed snake and arrogantly disclosed, That's right. I was planning to wait until we boarded the plane, but forget it. I'm not waiting anymore. I'm hungry. Seeing you guys slink around in front of me every day, especially when you're alone, it's really irritating. That's right. Refraining from taking a bite of your soft meat is truly difficult. Someone clutched their head in horror. What on earth is happening? Why is everyone turning into this thing, one by one? Minh Ha calmly suggested, Everyone, get back first. It curled its lips in excitement, lunged, and declared, I'll eat you first. Xiaohua quickly appeared and warned, This guy is no match for the violent growth monster. He's at the peak of the Sun Crown level. Be careful. Minh Ha took a stance and charged. Got it. He bravely confronted Han Fong, his limbs moving at full power. Minh Ha quickly squeezed one of its heads. He bent down and decisively snapped it. Blood from Han Fong slowly dripped onto the floor. It covered the bleeding area with its hand, grinding its teeth in anger. Heavenly Mang level. To have this much strength at such a young age, I underestimated you. Minh Ha held the snake head and calmly replied, I should thank your kind. That's how I was able to level up so easily. He bluntly threw the snake head to the floor and stomped down hard, crushing it. Han Fong flicked its tongue and laughed mockingly. In front of our Lord Koi Chiu, you wouldn't dare to be this arrogant, would you? Minh Ha narrowed his eyes and coldly retorted, Koi Chiu? Is that the spider demon guy you just mentioned? It shrugged and replied with a grin. That's right. He didn't kill you, it was just for me to sharpen my teeth. He stood with his hands on his hips and laughed. How does it feel to break your teeth? Han Fong clenched his fists and shouted angrily. You! Minh Ha raised his hand and calculated triumphantly. You have 5 heads, and all 5 can talk. So killing you means I get 5 portions of pure essence of stardust. Very good. Just in time for me to boost my strength. It glared and shouted, You arrogant brat! Han Fong crazily launched fire at him. Die. Another of its heads suggested excitedly, Let me handle this. It immediately released green liquid to surround Minh Ha. Below was fire, above was toxic liquid. He pressed his lips together, landed on the ground, and looked up to observe. Minh Ha calmly unleashed the heavenly sky fist, using both hands to attack Han Fong relentlessly. Minh Ha bit his lip and grabbed two of its heads, face to face. Han Fong grinned sinisterly. "Let's see how many arms you've got." It opened its massive mouth and lunged at him. Minh Ha planted his feet firmly, bent his knees, and kicked Han Fong hard in the stomach. Minh Ha immediately stood up, turned around, and kept his guard up, looking where it had fallen. Three snakeheads and Han Fong trembled in pain, clutching their stomachs and cursing angrily. "Damn it!" Hit in the gut again. After a moment of diligent research, Xiao Hua appeared and instructed. "Its lower body hasn't fully evolved yet. Attack that spot." He immediately engaged his limbs to execute a combat technique, replying coldly, "Got it." Minh Ha quickly moved toward the target. Han Fong gasped in horror. He moved nimbly, attacking continuously with the shadow image fist. It fell over. Minh Ha gritted his teeth and raised his hand to defend. He decisively stood up and threw a critical punch. A giant arm was summoned by soul meaning. Minh Ha's eyes glowed. His head lowered as he controlled the technique. The giant arm immediately struck down with the still essence fist. Han Fong lay in the deep pit, its body being continuously struck by lightning. He walked over and picked up a piece of bone. The snake head on the ground tried to lift itself to curse. "Stupid, you stupid humans." Minh Ha bent down and smashed its head, shouting, "I'm not interested in hearing your nonsense." Han Fong's body slowly vanished. Xiao Hua immediately appeared and said, "Look, he has 5 portions of essence of stardust to adapt and assimilate humans. These parasitic demons have made their own essence perfectly compatible with humans. There are no side effects." He held the 4 portions of stardust in his hand, hesitated, and she urgently urged, "Don't hesitate anymore. Drink it. Your strength will increase rapidly." Minh Ha immediately threw the 5 stardust portions into his mouth and swallowed them. He sat still, feeling the power surging through his body. Xiao Hua hovered beside him and asked, "How do you feel?" Minh Ha looked at his palms and replied, "Not bad. I feel like my strength has gone up a notch." Hearing that, she let him go and stretched playfully. "Your body was too weak before. You have to realize that the 5 years you spent lying in that hospital bed actually counted as training. The software developed, but the hardware couldn't keep up." Xiao Hua stretched and yawned, continuing, "These parasitic demon essences can nourish you, helping your software and hardware match up, and your strength will skyrocket to the heavenly Hmong level in an instant." Minh Ha didn't say a word, just thinking about the times he had been hurt. Before, he had struggled quite a bit when fighting the violent growth monster at Fudong Town. Now, dealing with an opponent of the same level is much easier. She lay back, stretching her arms above her head to relax, and reminded him, "Now that you're at the heavenly Mang level, you can freely use soul meaning, red," he muttered. "So, the power of the red honorable talent," Xiao Hua warned. "That is our final trump card. With your current cultivation at the heavenly Mang level, you can only use that power once." She leaned close to Minh Ha's ear and whispered, "It was smart of you to concede before. Even now, no one knows you possess a red honorable level ability." Outside, a massive barrier still stood. Liu Qian and Qin Yu kept pounding on it, urging him on. "Minh Ha, there are only 10 minutes left. That's right, hurry up and get inside." A foot slowly stepped forward, followed by a familiar voice. "There are others who still want to board the helicopter." Minh Ha stood before the gate of the barrier and declared, "Only I can close this entrance." Liu Qian furrowed her brows in confusion. "I still don't understand what on earth happened here." She turned to ask Qin Yu, "Why did those insect monsters crawl out of the bodies of people from the astronomical team?" Minh Ha's sister glanced over in agreement. "I've been working here for a while, and honestly, I've found it a bit strange too." He clenched his fist tightly. "So, the situation is much more complicated than what we can see." Minh Ha recalled the words from before, the truth already laid out before them. He judged, what the Ma government told us earlier might not be accurate. Liu Qian asked, filled with doubt, "Then which side should we believe?" Minh Ha glanced back, offering an answer more honest than ever. "I can only trust my own judgment." Suddenly, an explosion occurred in front of them, and debris scattered everywhere. 2 dark figures gradually emerged from the thick dust and smoke. It turned out to be Lu Yi, supporting Dr. Wulong. Seeing him, Lu Yi cheered. "Minh Ha, you're here?" "Thank goodness." Liu Qian stood inside the barrier, waving her hands and shouting, "Brother, you saved Dr. Wulong?" Minh Ha stood with his hands on his hips, looking skeptical. "Is that really Dr. Wulong you're holding?" Qin Yu also excitedly confirmed. That's right, Minh Ha, this is Dr. Wu Long. The man on the other side admitted immediately. Yes, I am Wu Long. It feels like we've met somewhere before, haven't we? He narrowed his eyes and introduced himself. I am Qin Yu's younger brother. Lu Yi, with one arm draped over his shoulder, spoke in a wheezing tone. Ah, I vaguely remember now. While still supporting him, he said, Hurry, Minh Ha. Help me get Dr. Wu Long onto the helicopter. He is humanity's hope. We cannot let him fall into the hands of those people. The two women behind also desperately shouted from inside. Hurry, Minh Ha, that's right. Open the protective screen. But they were met with a terrifyingly eerie silence from Minh Ha. The two saw this and called out, Minh Ha? Minh Ha? Lu Yi quickly stepped forward, pointing behind him and yelling, Those people aren't dead. They're right behind us. We're at this point now. What are you still hesitating for? He removed his hand from the man and said, Getting on the helicopter is useless. It won't take off for another 10 minutes. This is a preset timer. It cannot be changed. They are about to catch up. Minh Ha then gritted his teeth and refused. I am very sorry, but for now, I cannot let you two board the helicopter. Qin Yu exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong with you, Minh Ha? Lu Qian was equally shocked. Minh Ha. Lu Yi's pupils flared with intensity. He retorted. Do you even know what you're saying? Lu Yi, seething with anger, grabbed his collar and questioned him. Do you know how many of our brothers in the Special Ops Squad are fighting desperately against the Heavens Authority guys out there? To save Dr. Wu Long, we are willing to sacrifice everything. He turned his body, placing his other hand on Wu Long's arm to emphasize, Do you know what Dr. Wu Long means to humanity? Did you really get brainwashed by the Longya organization? Do you want to betray all of humanity? He still stood still, repeating his stance. I know exactly what I am doing. If I am standing here right now, then I will be the one to decide who gets to leave. Lu Yi clenched his fists and roared. Minh Ha, who do you think you are? He leaned his face close to Minh Ha's, threatening, Don't forget, I have the authority to execute you. He responded coldly. You can try to execute me, if you have the power to do so, Lu Yi scolded. You're provoking me. He pulled the man's hand away and affirmed, I can't trust anyone, including you. Suddenly, Lu Yi vanished right before their eyes, leaving only a streak of yellow light and his voice echoing in the air. This is absurd to the extreme. It turned out he had lunged behind Minh Ha, wrapping his arms around his neck to choke him. Lu Yi shouted, I think you're beyond saving. Just as the other arm was raised to strike, Minh Ha quickly used his own hand to block it. With just a slight hunch, Lu Yi's entire body was thrown forward. He summoned his ice energy onto his arms to prepare for the unexpected. As Lu Yi landed on his feet, the impact created a loud, violent boom, but a figure immediately darted through the thick haze. He had instantly leapt up from behind Minh Ha, preparing to kick and punch. Lu Yi took the opportunity to lash out with his leg, but Minh Ha, all too familiar with this, immediately raised his arm to partially block it. However, because of the immense force, Minh Ha still had to retreat several meters. Little Oa instantly appeared beside him, warning him about the white rainbow technique. If you don't use your defensive gear, that kick could cripple your left arm. Minh Ha pulled out a glove and muttered, That's why I have to use this. She looked at it suspiciously. The one Professor Feng gave you? He put it on and confirmed, That's right. It's been upgraded. Little Oa still couldn't help but worry, but just increasing elemental control won't be enough. Minh Ha pulled out another weapon, saying, It's fine. I have this too. She recognized it immediately. The Ice Awakening Gauntlet set? Not bad. By now, both of his hands were encased in supernatural ice. Minh Ha fiercely challenged him. Bring it on. Lu Yi gritted his teeth and shouted, You don't know what you're doing. He immediately created two clones standing in front of Wu Long. Seeing this, he widened his eyes in disbelief. He's fast enough to create clones? Both of them lunged forward at the same time. One figure attacked directly, while the other leaped into the air, intending to bring his leg down onto Minh Ha's head. Just as the foot descended in a dangerous strike, he agilely stepped back to avoid the blow. Minh Ha glanced over and saw the other figure rushing toward him. He immediately punched the ground, creating a sharp wall of ice right in front of the man. Both of them were startled and recoiled for a few seconds. Lu Yi didn't give up. He cloned himself into even more figures. Little Oa stood behind Minh Ha, warning him not to let them get close. His ice-covered arm was still touching the ground. Then, Minh Ha raised his arm high, spinning beautifully as a sheet of ice formed in a circle. Instantly, an ice dragon with overwhelming presence was summoned right behind him. A second later, Minh Ha crossed his arms in front of his face to form an X. He then took a stance, tensing his arms to make the dragon move. A roar echoed through the air. Back off! Immediately after, Lu Yi's clones dispersed in the blink of an eye. With just one shout, a series of ice pillars erupted from the ground, surrounding them. Liu Qian choked back tears and screamed, "Minh Ha, turn around!" she shouted, watching him cling to an iceberg, gasping for air. "Liu Yat, if you want me to trust you, stay back," he retorted firmly. "I saved Dr. Engo Long from the Long Ya team's encirclement," Liu Yat stammered. You have feelings for someone from Long Ya? Doubt me all you want." He looked at Ngo Long and shouted, "But are you really telling me you don't trust Dr. Ngo Long either?" He fell into a brief silence, his eyes fixed intently on the doctor. The others rushed forward to add their voices. "Exactly! Even if you don't trust us and think there's a monster among us, surely, Dr. Ngo Long, who has contributed so much to humanity, can't be one of them, right?" An observer from the astronomy team pointed at the aircraft and yelled, "Regardless of anything else, get Dr. Ngo Long onto the plane first. Isn't your top priority to rescue the doctor?" Suddenly, Nago Long pushed the two people in front of him aside and spoke up. "Young man, it's good to have your own judgment, but the situation is urgent. I must take this crucial research data and leave. Otherwise, what will become of humanity's future?" Qin Yu also stepped in to help. "Minh Ha, it's true there are many parasitic monsters in the astronomy team, but Dr. Ngo Long has contributed so much to mankind. There is no way he is one of the monsters hiding in the astronomy team." Liu Qian tried to persuade him. "That's right, Minh Ha. I'm afraid the monster's target is Dr. No Long himself." Liu Yat chimed in again. "Minh Ha, just let Dr. No Long get on the helicopter. I know you don't trust me, but as long as the doctor is on that chopper, you can do whatever you want with me. Otherwise, how can you convince everyone that you're on the side of humanity?" Minh Ha's face darkened, his voice dropping low. "Not long ago, Master Duong Hong and I went to a small town in the southeast Maku." He recalled the past, recounting, "They even evolve based on their living environment. There, we encountered Taima parasite demons, which left us deeply shaken. Their screams still echo in my mind. Do you want to know what they are?" He continued, "They are a highly intelligent species that parasitizes human bodies. At that time, Master Duong Hang and I felt this was a major discovery, and we had to reveal their existence to the world immediately." Unable to hold back, he roared. But after we returned, Master Duong Hang didn't announce it. Instead, he suddenly led the Longya team to seize the astronomy observatory and wiped everyone out. The scene of the battle played repeatedly in Minh Ha's mind. Liu Qian and Qin Yu listened to every word. "At first, I didn't understand, and I thought Longya had betrayed all of humanity." His tone grew somber, but when I saw the parasite demons crawling out of the bodies of the astronomy team staff, I realized they hadn't just appeared a year or two ago. They had been here for 10 or 20 years. They had been hiding in our society, infiltrating the levels where policies are made. Before that, I couldn't understand why anti-human scum like the Teen Quine organization existed. Minh Ha said painfully, "Now I understand. The parasite race has deep roots in our society. The parasite race has always been right beside us. They wear the skin of our fellow humans. Daily life seems peaceful, but in reality, they are watching our every move, from clumsy mimicry to perfect fusion without us even noticing. In a split second, some poor victim can have their life snuffed out by them. They stay beside us and silently laugh at us. Innocent people are scattered everywhere. From happy families with wives and children, our people are now like livestock, being fattened up only to be slaughtered when the time is right. No one can survive their blade of death." At that moment, he could confirm one thing. Long Nya did not betray humanity. They staked their honor and their lives to wipe out the parasites hiding in our society. Everyone fought with all they had, united as one, he shouted. Long Nya as he bowed his head. The last line of defense for humanity. I will not waver. I will fight alongside them to the very last second. Suddenly, someone clapped, praising, "Impressive. I didn't expect you to figure out the truth." A dark shadow emerged, accompanied by a sarcastic tone. "But what's the point?" Koichio walked out calmly, dragging a corpse behind him. Koichio smirked and said, "Once you discovered our existence, we no longer needed to hide." He lifted the body and mocked, "Oh, by the way, this is the chief instructor of the Long Ya first team. Recognize him?" Minh Ha clenched his fists, screaming in a panic. "Instructor?" Koichio roared with satisfaction. Recognizing him as good. Instantly, one of his arms transformed into a sharp, green weapon. Without hesitation, Koichio impaled Instructor La. He flashed a wicked smile. Minh Ha's eyes widened as he watched an old friend destroyed before his very eyes. Minh Ha cursed, You beast! Koichiro then tossed Instructor La aside. He touched his face with an excited expression. Pretending to be human really makes me feel disgusted. I've been waiting for this day. Shortly after, green arms sprouted all over Koichiro's body. He threw his head back and roared in his true parasitic form, to finally tear off this filthy skin. This lower-class disguise, a giant figure with multiple strange arms and a grotesque face, revealed itself. Koichiro stretched and sighed. Much more comfortable now. He emphasized every word. You disappoint me. Why haven't you finished off this brat yet? Liu Yat jumped in fear and screamed, "Shut up." Koichiro didn't stop. At a time like this, are you still trying to care about your sister's feelings? Liu Qian listened to every single word. You infiltrated human society so early. Even if you're becoming more like humans, there's no need to develop feelings for them. He lunged, trying to punch him as a warning. I told you to shut up. But the moment he threw the punch, Koichiro caught it easily. He grabbed Liu Yat by the head. Koichiro restrained him in an instant. He growled at his battered, injured body. You still want to tell me to shut up? Liu Qian stood behind the barrier, banging on it and screaming. Let him go. He lifted him up and whispered in his ear. It's time you were honest with your sister. Liu Yat, in pain, glanced back and demanded, Let me go. Koichiro used his multiple arms to rip the human skin right off him, laughing maniacally. You didn't dare reveal your true form? Let me help you out. She, trapped inside the barrier, couldn't take it anymore. Her pupils flared with rage as she screamed at him to let him go. But Liu Qian froze for a split second at the sight of the torn flesh. Before them stood the true form of Liu Yi. He dragged him up, gloating, Take a good look at your beloved brother. Liu Yi let out a pained, desperate cry. No. Then, Koichiro carelessly tossed the man's human-like form onto the ground. Only then did he release his grip, smirking, That's much easier on the eyes. Liu Yi collapsed to his knees, clutching his head in regret. Liu Qian, I'm sorry I never did anything to hurt you. Liu Qian couldn't believe her eyes. Tears streamed down her face as she backed away, stammering his name. In total shock, Liu Qian squeezed her eyes shut, her body swaying backward. She collapsed to the ground, sobbing his name. Liu Qian. Koichiro held up a finger, sneering. Don't worry, senior. We higher-order species keep pets too. You're a hero of our race. Why wouldn't our master allow you to keep a human girl as a pet? Liu Yi gritted his teeth and roared, Shut your mouth. He tried to stand up and fight back, but was pinned down. Liu Yi screamed wildly, You don't understand anything. As the two continued to bicker, a pair of feet stepped forward. He reached out to punch Koichiro, but the creature stopped him as easily as grabbing a toy. Seems like your memory isn't as good as it used to be, senior. A familiar voice spoke up. Koichiro, that's enough. The man stepped forward to restrain Liu Yi. You need to calm down. It turned out that Wu Long was the real mastermind. He stood with his hands behind his back, giving orders. This isn't the time for infighting. Both of them knelt down respectfully, calling him master. The staff member and the head of the astronomical observatory were stunned, their eyes widening in shock. Dr. Minh Ha had suspected as much, but was still caught off guard. Qin Yu was perhaps the most panicked by this revelation. Wu Long reached up and pulled out his hair tie, saying, I'm sorry for keeping this from you all for so long. His long hair flowed in the wind, his eyes glowing deep red, his tone chillingly seductive. The truth is, I am also a parasite. Wu Long gestured toward Koichiro and continued, In reality, I don't agree with him. I don't find living among you to be a torment. On the contrary, it is my honor. He calmly analyzed. Whether human or parasite, despite having intelligence, we are fundamentally animals. And as animals, there will always be hunters and the hunted. Qin Yu welled up, suppressing the pain in her heart. She desperately questioned, Doctor, you have contributed so much to humanity. You discovered the pink matter on the meteorites. You predicted the arrival of the catastrophe. And just recently, you completed the plan to stop the starborn threat, destroying more than half of the invading alien forces. Qin Yu bowed her head, clutching her face as tears rolled down her cheeks, asking in resentment, How could you be one of them? Suddenly, someone interrupted, revealing that it was a massive lie he had fabricated for humanity. 20 years ago, Minh Ha saw a familiar face and shouted, Professor Duong Heng, Luo Lin. He was being helped out by Luo Lin. Despite being severely wounded, he spoke loudly to get to the point. They don't come from outer space at all. Duong Heng stepped forward to explain. We have always looked to the stars, searching for signs of extraterrestrial life in the vast universe, but we never realized another intelligent civilization was right beneath our feet, deep within the heart of this earth. He shouted firmly, These invaders are right here inside our own planet. The others were stunned. They never could have imagined such a theory. They all shouted in disbelief. How is that possible? The observatory head argued back. Professor Duong Hang, you were once a member of our astronomical organization. How could you say such things? That's right, the staff member added. It's impossible. How could they come from underground? Duong Hang pointed at Wu Long, exposing him, noting that he was the one who discovered the pink matter. He revealed, that is a lie. It's a sign of the invader's life force. The truth is, that substance should be called wormhole stone. This type of stone also exists deep underground and in groundwater. When two pieces of this stone are within a certain distance of each other and create an impact, it stimulates them, creating a wormhole. The meteorites carrying these stones falling to the surface were just a coincidence. There isn't much of this stone in the Earth's crust, and very little near the surface. The chance of a meteorite hitting one of these stones is extremely low. In millions of years, this coincidence has only happened twice. Once was during the Cretaceous period, which wiped out the dinosaurs. Duong Hang shared his insight. The other time was 40 years ago. Ever since then, humanity has entered the era of the catastrophe. It means that from that point on, they were able to track every meteorite carrying the stone and place a piece of it in the impact crater beforehand. That is how they created wormholes in swarms. Swarm after swarm of invaders crawled up from underground. They bragged about being a cosmic civilization, boasting about their universal power. He looked at Wu Long's face, his anger rising. It was all to destroy us, to show us who the real masters of the earth are. Qin Yu, unable to believe what she was hearing, collapsed to the ground. The observatory head also clutched his head, arguing, that means all our previous research was wrong. We were fools, searching for their nest in outer space, never knowing they were right beneath our feet. Minh Ha looked up and spoke. Then the entire plan to stop the starborn threat was just a long-planned lie to deplete our precious resources and weapons research. He hung his head, painfully realizing, we have failed miserably. Duong Hang did not deny it. That's right. We have failed miserably. He steeled himself and shouted, but we cannot abandon our final shred of dignity. Minh Ha stared at him, still clinging to a desperate hope. In reality, we have always believed in our own strength. The Dragonfang organization is humanity's last line of defense, Luo Lin added with spirit. That's right, even if the Dragonfang is wiped out, we cannot let these parasites go. She turned to them, reminding them, Minh Ha, Doctor, Wu Long is the leader of the parasite race, and also the mentor of the very organization we've been struggling to find. We cannot let him escape. Koi Chio sneered mockingly. Dragonfang? Most of you are already dead. Besides, we don't need a helicopter to leave. He laid out his plan. Master, we should wipe these people out, release the insect mist, and take direct control of this city. After all, there are some tough human experts in the south. The Longye organization almost clashed with us to the point of mutual destruction. Wu Long replied calmly. Leaving now is the smartest move. Besides, this is only the largest human city. He bowed respectfully and said, as you wish. Koi Chio stared fiercely at him and declared, in that case, I'll kill this little pest who's in our way. Lo Dat intervened cautiously. Teacher, Minh Ha is just trying to stall for time. The helicopter will take off in 5 minutes. He probably wants to get the two girls inside to safety before fighting to the death on his own. But when I was fighting him earlier, I disabled the helicopter's auto takeoff mode. Hearing this, Minh Ha cursed under his breath. Damn it. No wonder the countdown timer disappeared. This guy is really cunning. Koi Chio stretched and stepped forward, instructing Lo Dat. Protect the master. I'm going to play with this brat. A strange, mystical energy radiated from his body, preparing for battle. He was no slouch, even boasting that if Lo Dat hadn't stopped him earlier, he would have already turned into a soulless corpse. He walked up to Minh Ha and mocked him. You were so scared of me before, so what gives you the guts to stand before me now? Minh Ha held a mutation fragment in his hand. Minh Ha retorted boldly, you humans are truly disgusting monsters. He then crushed the mutation fragment in his hand. Instantly, a suffocating spiritual power erupted from Minh Ha's body. Koi Chio recoiled at the sight. He waved his arms everywhere and shouted, what is this? The ice on his arms gradually melted away, replaced by the absorption of a deep red spiritual energy. Minh Ha walked forward slowly, his arms surging with 2 different types of energy. Soon after, he crouched down and swung both arms back. In a flash, Minh Ha lunged forward with his foxtail spirit fist, triggering a brutal clash. Thinking he was all that, Koi Chie was sent flying backward by that single strike, crashing into a nearby wall and leaving a crater. He remained undaunted and retorted, now this is interesting. Koi Chio started playing mind games. The instructor is yours, but it hasn't broken me yet. Hearing this, the spiritual power on Minh Ha's arms grew even more intense. Minh Ha leaped forward, swung a glowing red arm backward, and screamed, "You animal!" He looked up and roared, Spirit Flame Fist, as a surge of purple spiritual energy enveloped his opponent. Yet, Koi Chio started running, forcing Minh Ha to chase him. He stood mid-air and unleashed his ultimate move, Soul Restraint, binding the opponent with that energy. Next came Stellar Ice, and a massive sheet of ice formed instantly. It slammed down exactly where he was standing, shattering the ground and sending debris flying. A scream rang out. "Teacher, be careful!" Duong Hong and Luo Lin quickly hid in a nearby spot. The staff and the department head couldn't react in time and were just sent flying back. Wu Long stood behind Lo Dat, thinking to himself, is this brat hiding his true strength that well? No wonder all my disciples lost to him. Minh Ha stared intensely at the ice pressing down on Koi Chio and shouted, "You are nothing but insects crawling out from the dirt. Go back to where you came from, or we will wipe every last one of you out." He wasn't fully defeated yet. Koi Chio struggled to stand up and mocked. "Fine, I admit you people from the Longya organization have some skill. The previous fight consumed a lot of my strength, making it hard to deal with a small fry like you." His body began to recover, and Koi Chio bragged, "You can call us insects, but insects have powers that you humans cannot even imagine." Luo Lin shouted from behind, "Minh Ha, his regeneration ability is extremely powerful. You have to kill him in one hit," he roared. "Got it," and lunged forward again. A surge of energy was thrown at him, but Koi Chio leaned back to dodge it. An ice punch from a distance instantly flew toward his face. An explosion followed, but Koi Chio managed to dodge again. Wherever he went, Minh Ha poured his energy into attacking him. His spirit-imbued foot was ready to strike. Minh Ha stomped hard on the ground, sending energy rippling everywhere. He paused for a few seconds, looking around, thinking to himself, his speed increases in this form. While Minh Ha was busy wondering where he had gone, Koi Chio appeared right above his head. Just as the two sharp blades on Koi Chio's arms swung down, intending to send him to his grave, Minh Ha ducked and lunged forward. He agilely spun around and extended his ice-covered fist. However, the guy used his agility to weave a giant spider web in the air, anchored to the ice chunks Minh Ha had created earlier. He smirked and scoffed, "And you still let me dodge it." He and Xiaohua looked up, judging that his wounds were now only minor. His healing ability is too strong. During the evolution process, they must have assimilated the abilities of insects. "It looks like I'll have to use another mutation crystal." Koi Chio took a deep breath, his cheeks puffing out. Seeing a volley of spider silk being fired, Luo Lin quickly warned, "Dodge." Minh Ha. Minh Ha pointed one hand forward to unleash fire while crushing a mutation fragment with the other, ignoring her panic. Fire won't do anything to his silk, and if you get stuck in it, it's hard to get free. Koi Chio lunged, his tone extremely sinister. "Watch out." But he bared his sharp pointed teeth and shouted, "It's useless." The web grew denser and denser, forcing Luo Lin to gasp. "It's too big, we can't dodge it." Minh Ha replaced his ice with a green liquid. He said in a deep voice, "Fire won't work." Minh Ha spun around and shouted, "Then try this." A barrage of acid fist strikes were fired, and the green slime quickly splashed right onto Koi Chio's face. He lost his vision, was hit repeatedly, and fell from high above. Koi Chio hit the ground with a loud thud. He rolled around on the ground, questioning, "What is this? What did you use?" Minh Ha approached, stepped on him, and replied nonchalantly, "Just insect repellent spray." Then, his slime-covered hand slammed straight into Koi Chio's chest. In an instant, a cloud of green smoke rose from his body. Minh Ha kicked Koi Chio far away, his body soaring through the air and sliding several meters across the ground. Koi Chio showed no signs of life, finally coming back to Wulong's side amidst a resounding shout, "Go back to the dirt." Minh Ha recalled the parasitic demons he had faced before. He stepped forward slowly and asked, "Is Triuthu Hoa one of your students?" Wulong replied coldly, "That's right." Minh Ha thought of Kan Fung Tin being left hanging from the ceiling. He continued his interrogation. "Professor Feng was the one taking the fall for you." He recalled the look of terror on the professor's face and admitted, "That's right." Lu Yat's smug face flashed through his mind once again. Minh Ha deduced that the person who caused the fog-shrouded accident was also his student. Ngo Long replied nonchalantly, "Correct." Mentally tallying the parasitic demons, he growled, "What about the monsters in Furong Town?" The man calmly claimed they were growing and awaiting his command. Minh Ha's expression darkened as he pressed, "Exactly how many people like you are in the astronomical organization?" Go Long looked up at the sky and muttered, "Nearly half. But unfortunately, all of them were wiped out by your Dragon Tooth organization." Tun Vu remained silent, tears streaming down her face as she listened to every word he said. "So, the astronomical organization that my sister worked so hard to join is actually the largest nest of monsters hiding within human society." The man raised his hand and continued, "In fact, once the girl in Furong Town matures, we will have her replace your sister." Upon hearing this, she gasped in surprise, covering her mouth with her hand while watching Minh Ha scream in a fit of rage. "Why can't you people just stay underground?" The man placed a hand on Lu Yat and explained, "Minh Ha, you've had contact with Tri Uthu Hua, so you must understand the truths of our Heavenly Authority organization." He dismissed it instantly. "Those are all just insane ramblings." Go Long ignored him and continued to ramble on. "You belong on the surface. We belong underground. The reason we've emerged," he shouted, "is because Mother Earth is begging for our help. Mother Earth is sick, and she can't hold on much longer. Even though you are also her children, you have never felt compassion for her scarred, suffering body." Minh Ha regained his composure and pressed, "Then why must you use such extreme murderous methods?" Go Long justified, "Your human race has wars too. That is the result of countless fractures in your negotiations. We even tried to warn you." He fell into a brief silence upon hearing this. The man explained, looking at it positively, "Compared to you humans slaughtering each other to ignite a third, fourth, or fifth world war, it's better to hand that sin over to us. We help you solve the problems of overpopulation and insatiable demands." Minh Ha frowned and politely requested, "Please leave. We will handle our own problems." However, Ngo Long turned back and said cryptically, "If there were a few more leaders among humanity like you, we wouldn't have had to meet this way." He was confused and suspicious. "What do you mean?" The man revealed information no one could have expected. "Minh Ha, it wasn't us who flew the flag of attack first." Minh Ha's eyes widened as he shouted, "What are you talking about? You clearly used the guise of the Heavenly Authority to slaughter humans." Ngo Long raised his palm, displaying a drop of his own spiritual energy, and said, "The truth lies with humanity's leaders. Try to figure it out, Minh Ha." He then walked toward Lu Yat and continued, "I hope you can become a true leader. By then, your humanity can negotiate with our underground civilization." He still hadn't received his answer, so he blocked his path. "Don't you go anywhere." Go Long said nothing, only transferring that drop of spiritual energy into Lu Yat's shoulder. Suddenly, the man collapsed, clutching his own body. Strange things gradually sprouted from Lu Yat's back. In an instant, two sharp horns formed. The winds swirled continuously, making the atmosphere even more stifling. Within seconds, he had evolved into a higher level, his body covered in iron armor with two horns on his head. Lu Yat looked blankly at Minh Ha, who was chasing the man to stop Lu Thien. "You cannot leave." Suddenly, he lunged to block his path. Seeing this, Minh Ha shouted, "Lu Yat, have you lost your mind? He will hurt Lu Thien." Lu Yat still insisted, "The professor wouldn't do that. He is the person I trust the most. The special forces are coming soon. Only the survivors have the right to speak." Infuriated, he lunged forward and yelled, "I won't let you go, and I won't let you get near them." Minh Ha punched his chest directly, shouting, "Get out of the way," but his blue arms stopped against that chest, and nothing happened. Minh Ha questioned, "It didn't corrode?" Lu Yat grabbed his hand and threatened, "I'm not some insect anymore. In human terms, I am now a dragon man." The arm behind him began to accumulate spiritual energy. Minh Ha swung it up and shouted, "Get lost, burning dragon fist." It still had no effect. He continued to try and stop him. "You were never my match. You only lasted this long because of those strange crystals." Lu Yat simply spat a violet flame in front of him as a warning. He quickly raised his arms to block. Minh Ha was sent flying backward, but he remained ready to fight at any moment. Inside the barrier, Ngo Long had lifted the two beauties. Tun Vu kept screaming, "Let me go!" Her sister turned toward the sound of the scream and shouted, "Lu Thien!" Minh Ha quickly dashed past Lu Yat toward that spot. However, he grabbed his arm to stop him. "Don't even think about crossing." Minh Ha struggled to break free from his grip. He swung his arm, knocking Lu Yat's hand away. Minh Ha flew toward the helicopter and shouted, "Let them go!" Ngo Long spoke slowly. "Minh Ha, I am taking your sister." A circle, just like the one on Tio Hoa, appeared on his forehead. Ngo Long emphasized, "I hope you take good care of the goddess of our clan. She is the goddess of the clan, and I treat her like my own daughter." He stared, stunned, at the mark, and muttered, "How is that possible?" Taking advantage of Minh Ha's distraction, the man waved his hand, knocking him back hard. Minh Ha landed in pain, and immediately the helicopter started up and lifted off. He asked himself, what is really going on? Tio appeared, confused, and clarified, I don't know either. I have no memories of before. We are symbiotic. I am not lying to you. Minh Ha lay sprawled on the ground, gasping, sorry, Tio. I don't doubt you. The truth of this world is more complex than what we see, isn't it? Complex or not, I don't know. But if you don't get up, Lu Yat is going to kill you. While they were talking, a dark shadow lunged at them. He instantly jumped backward to dodge the attack. It turned out to be Lu Yat, flying toward him with his arms crossed. Lok Lam raised her leg from behind and shouted. Before Minh Ha could kick him, he was grabbed by Lu Yat. He effortlessly threw her aside like she was nothing. Lu Yat clenched his fist, his tone turning sinister. The one who survives has the right to speak. It's a pity that all of you in the Dragon Tooth organization will still be remembered as traitors to humanity. Tio hovered above Minh Ha, trying to stop him. No, he is much stronger than before. If this keeps up, you're going to die. Minh Ha gritted his teeth, bracing himself. So, I have no choice but to use that power. He had no other option. A mark on his forehead glowed brilliantly as his voice dripped with killing intent. Fine, then let them taste your Hongzun-level power. As he spoke, Minh Ha was engulfed in blazing flames, causing Lu Yi, currently in his monstrous form, to jump back in shock. Lu Yi wondered, are you turning your own blood into the ultimate catalyst? He hesitated, thinking, with just this much ability, how could he ensure Lu Qian's safety? Meanwhile, Minh Ha marched forward with heavy, deliberate steps. Only a second later did Lu Yi truly see the terrifying figure that emerged from the transformation. Astonished, Lu Yi shouted, Hongzun, domain of the honored. Lu Yi dropped to his knees, bracing for battle, and arrogantly declared, so what if you're a Hongzun? That still won't do anything to me. Only by staying by my side is Lu Qian truly safe. I am her brother. Even if every single one of you humans dies, I can guarantee she won't suffer a single scratch. Behind them, Duong Hang, who was supporting Luo Lin, yelled, that's not Hongzun. As Minh Ha erupted with both purple and blue spirit energy, Duong Hang pointed at him, correcting the assessment to Saint Forest. His shout echoed in Minh Ha's ears. This was the power of the Black Saint realm. Minh Ha's eyes had been tightly shut, but suddenly they snapped open, his pupils glowing intensely. Along with a command, a purple void appeared on his forehead, identical to the eye on Xiaohua's face. It was as expected he was being empowered by her from behind. This realization made Duong Hang shout in even greater terror. It's the Saint Soul descent. Lu Yi was sweating bullets, bewildered. He leaped 2 full stages of cultivation. Minh Ha crushed a golden object in his hand, and energy surged from his arm, radiating waves of purple mist. Simultaneously, a golden spirit energy, sharp as thorns, took shape. Minh Ha hovered in midair, his clothes torn, revealing his muscular physique. 2 different powers surged on either side of him. Wings gradually manifested, with the projection of Xiaohua behind him. He looked down upon Lu Yi in judgment. Though I'm grateful you never harmed Lu Qian. We humans are absolutely not pets for you to keep, and we are certainly not animals for you to slaughter at will. Under Minh Ha's control, the spirit projection reached out, lifting the very ground beneath Lu Yi. Minh Ha said with deep resentment, our fate is ours to decide. As for you lot, he delivered a crushing punch downward, roaring, get back into the dirt where you belong. Lu Yi was slammed deep into layers of rock and earth. The soldiers watching from the sidelines were equally stunned by the projection of Xiaohua. Before long, her spirit form began to fade, and the ground, along with the remnants of Xiaohua's soul, cracked into pieces that flew everywhere. The crowd scrambled to safety, some shouting in panic, watch out, those are dragon scales. At that moment, Minh Ha threw something straight down from the sky. Through the thick dust, a dark figure gradually emerged. It turned out to be Lu Yi, evolved with pitch-black wings. He refused to back down and charged forward, leaving everyone stunned. Again? Is this a demonic form? A fierce battle erupted in the sky. The crowd muttered to each other. This is fundamentally not a power humans should possess. Above, Minh Ha and Lu Yi wrestled, perfectly matched in strength. Soon, Lu Yi gained the upper hand, delivering a kick that sent Minh Ha flying far away. Seeing him plummet, the soldiers shouted, this isn't a fight we can interfere in. Save the doctor first. Lu Yi wouldn't let up. He took a deep breath, and in an instant, unleashed a torrent of dark energy over the entire area. Wherever he flew, the energy followed. Minh Ha blocked the force with his muscular arms, stomping his feet to gain momentum and launch himself back up. His palm suddenly opened, crackling with lightning. At that moment, Minh Ha looked like a savior, a hero of legend. Golden bolts of lightning shot straight toward Lu Yi amidst a resounding shout, "Get back into the dirt." The attacks converged, striking exactly where their master intended. This time, it was Lu Yi who was being chased. Wherever he flew, the lightning followed. Duanghang's eyes lit up as he cheered, "Saint Forest. It really is the Saint Forest. He possesses the power of the Black Saint level." Luo Lin clutched her wounded arm and praised, "We, the Dragon Tooth, aren't worthy of our titles. Minh Ha is the true final line of defense for humanity." Two soldiers nearby looked on in doubt. "He's too strong. Is he even human anymore? Can the entire Special Forces unit even hope to intervene in a fight of this caliber? The whole area is nothing but a barren wasteland now." Minh Ha looked down at Lu Yi, who was sprawled on the ground, and spoke, "The failure at the old battlefield, that was because of you, wasn't it?" Lu Yi trembled and replied, "What does any of that even matter now?" Minh Ha landed, his wings fading away. He stated firmly, "Once we wipe you lot out, we won't fail again. Only by eliminating you will we truly be safe, and Lu Qian will be safe too." Lu Yi chuckled weakly. "Is that so? You have no idea what lies beneath your feet. You are strong, boy, but not strong enough." Minh Ha demanded urgently, "Where did Dr. Wulong take Lu Qian and my sister? Tell me." Lu Yi smiled cryptically, lips stained with blood. "Do you really have to ask?" Minh Ha furrowed his brow, questioning him. "The old battlefield, that massive monster nest on the plains." Lu Yi confirmed, "That's right. If you have the guts, go try to rescue them." Minh Ha's tone was filled with resolve. "I will save them, no matter what." Hong Teo arrived, running up, and asked in a panic, "Is that Lu Yi?" Someone behind her answered, "That's right. I saw him transform with my own eyes." He stated the truth clearly. "He is a parasitic demon. He has been hiding in our society for over a decade." She paused, hesitating. "Is that true? Then what about the rest of the Dragontooth team?" Minh Ha looked up, deep in thought, telling them they were humanity's last line of defense. "The astronomical organization has been taken over by parasitic demons. The Dragontooth team realized that human ranks were deeply compromised, so we had no choice but to initiate the cleansing plan." Hong Teo jumped in shock. "Does that mean we were hunting down true heroes?" He somberly recalled those faces and continued, "In their eyes, trading their lives for this cause was worth it." She quickly issued an order, "Immediately transmit the order to establish a perimeter across the entire city and eliminate every parasitic demon hiding among us." In an instant, the supernatural guard followed orders, setting up the perimeter. "Eliminate every parasitic demon hiding among us." The city guards also scrambled to deploy and secure the entire city. "To eliminate all the parasitic demons hiding among us, the Paranormal Association is scrambling to establish a defensive perimeter throughout the city. We must wipe out every last parasite." The rain starts to pour. During this astronomical organization incident, the leader of the Dragon Fang unit and all the members of the 5 task forces, a total of 87 people, have all been killed in action. This means the Dragon Fang unit has been effectively wiped out. Everyone, dressed in black, gathers before their graves to pay their respects. The heavy rain falls like a final farewell. They gave their lives to uphold their oath. The Southern Protector, the principal of Nandu Academy, the president of the Hunter Association, and the mayor of Nandu. They are humanity's last line of defense. Everyone raises their hands in a salute, their voices heavy with grief. The entire Special Combat Division pays their respects to the heroes of the Dragon Fang unit. Group by group, their shouts echo as if to tear through the pouring rain. The Paranormal Guard, the Hunter Association, the Paranormal Academy, they all shout in unison, honoring the fallen heroes of the Dragon Fang unit. Luo Lin stands deep in thought. "Comrades, rest in peace. I will carry on your will." He intends to spread the spirit of the Dragon Fang. Minh Ha's sorrowful gaze cannot hide his determination to fight the monsters, protect Nandu, and defend humanity. Once it's over, they all leave together. Luo Lin speaks up. "Minh Ha, I know what you're thinking." She turns to warn him. "If you want to save them, you must have the strength to do it. Otherwise, aren't you just throwing your life away?" He retorts in a harsh tone. "But Luo Lin, my sister and Lu Qian have already been dragged to the old battlefield. They are in constant danger." Luo Lin leans in close to Minh Ha to gauge his reaction. "Even though we don't know what the instructor is planning, if he took them, then they shouldn't be in immediate danger for the time being. You must protect yourself first. The Dragon Fang is down to just the 2 of us now." He looks at her with a big question mark. "Commander, what is considered enough strength?" She gives him the answer immediately. "The old battlefield is the largest stronghold of the monsters near Nandu, and it is heavily guarded. You must reach at least the White Rainbow stage to even have a hope of sneaking in to save them. Minh Ha mutters, "The White Rainbow stage?" He thinks to himself, "I'm only at the mid-level Heaven Mang stage right now. There's still a significant gap before I can reach the White Rainbow stage. I must break through quickly. I absolutely cannot afford to waste any more time." Luo Lin closes her eyes and instructs him, "Minh Ha, you fought too much today. You look exhausted. Stop thinking about these things for now and go get some rest." She sighs, "I still have to command the battle. There are still a large number of parasitic demons hiding in the city." In a flash, Minh Ha is back at his familiar dorm room. As soon as he steps inside, a voice rings out, "Minh Ha, I saw you on TV." Vuong Jiang turns his head and shouts, "I can't believe you were part of the Dragon Fang unit." Truong Vien also rubs his head, exclaiming, "Yeah, you're amazing. You really kept that hidden from us for a long time." Suddenly, Li Cam stands up quietly and slowly walks over step by step. Li Cam bows respectfully, apologizing. "Minh Ha, I'm sorry. I was wrong before. I was jealous and mocked you. You're the hero of our city." Minh Ha closes his eyes, shakes his head, and says, "It's fine, it's fine. We're all brothers in the same dorm." Just as things are getting emotional, the door bursts open, and Ban Lin Hui rushes in like a moth to a flame. Like a child, he hugs him tightly and laughs. "Minh Ha, my brother, my blood brother. I heard you got back to campus and I ran straight over." Ban Lin He rubs his cheek against Minh Ha's stomach, acting spoiled. "There must be so many people worshipping you now, right? How does it feel to be a hero? How does it feel?" Minh Ha, his eyes dark with exhaustion, glances back and makes an excuse. "You sure get news fast. I don't really feel anything. I'm just tired. I just want to get a good sleep now." Ban Lin Hui looks dazed and replies, "Oh, okay, sure, go ahead." Just as Minh Ha turns to walk away, Ban Lin Hui raises his hand to stop him. "Wait, I have one last question. I heard that a powerhouse at the Black Saint stage stepped in, and that's how the crisis was resolved." Vuong Jiang and Truong Vien look stunned and shout, "What? The Black Saint stage?" Ban Lin Hai confirms, "That's right. The government hasn't announced who it is yet." Ban Lin Hai looks at Minh Ha's retreating back and asks, "Minh Ha, do you know who that person is?" Minh Ha is so nervous he breaks into a cold sweat. "How would I know someone that elite? I only saw them from afar. Plus, it's a matter of national security. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you." After saying that, he silently enters his room, leaving Ban Lin Hui grinning foolishly behind him. "I was just asking the Black Saint stage, man. It would be so cool if I knew someone like that." Minh Ha clenches his fists tightly in the quiet room. He sits down and begins to cultivate. Suddenly, a familiar voice speaks up. "Minh Ha, stop cultivating. You need to rest and heal your injuries immediately." Xiao Hua manifests and advises, "You forced a fusion with my power. Your body is on the verge of collapse, and yet you still insisted on going to that memorial service." Minh Ha squeezes his eyes shut and explains, "They were all heroes. I had to see them off. Instructor Luo and all the comrades in the Dragon Fang unit sacrificed themselves for Nandu and for humanity." She is speechless. "Fine, I can't win against you. But if you don't rest, then someone else will be seeing you off next." He trembles as he replies, I'm fine." Xiao Hua rolls her eyes at his stubbornness. Minh Ha then falls into a deep sleep before he knows it, until the sunlight hits his face, making him wince. Minh Ha sits up, stretches, and lets out a sigh of relief. Xiao Hua asks, "You're finally up. Minh Ha, how do you feel now?" He asks, "How long have I been asleep?" She teases, "Still asking? You slept for 40 hours. You almost went to the afterlife for good." Suddenly, Minh Ha's stomach growls loudly. He groans, "I'm about to starve to death. I need to go get some food." In a flash, he arrives at the cafeteria, and everyone passing by stares at him. One might think it's because Minh Ha looks so cool, but that's not it. Seeing the stack of empty bowls and the way he's devouring his food, anyone who didn't know him might think he just survived the famine of 1945. Ignoring the prying eyes, he picks up a water bottle and takes a drink. Minh Ha then lets out a satisfied sigh. The entire long table is filled with squeaky clean empty bowls. He leans back in his chair, feeling like he's come back to life. "Xiao Hua, can we talk now? Do you have any way for me to quickly improve my strength?" Xiao Hua appears instantly and warns, "Your strength has already increased very rapidly. You need to consolidate your foundation now. Otherwise, you might completely lose yourself in the future because you won't be able to control your own power." Minh Ha looks unhappy and frowns, questioning her. You know I have to save people. I must reach the white rainbow level as quickly as possible. She sighed, having no choice but to follow his lead. The fastest and most effective way to improve strength is to absorb the spiritual dust essence within a parasite monster. Minh Ha nodded and asked, I know that, but these parasite monsters can't be easy to find, right? Xiaohua held up a pink drop of blood essence and started explaining, this contains a drop of my essence blood. You can take it to craft a tracker. Unless they have special concealment methods, no parasite monster below your level will be able to hide from you. His pupils glowed, and he hesitated with doubt. Xiaohua, have you ever thought that helping me like this might be a catastrophe for your own kind? What if they are your own kin? She let out a breath and placed her hand over her heart, saying, perhaps, but as you said, for me to feel the beauty of the human world, I have felt it through you and those members of the Dragontooth organization who willingly sacrificed themselves. This seems to be a power born from faith. Perhaps this is the greatness of human civilization. Xiaohua recalled Wulong's face and continued, as for the monsters, especially parasite monsters like the instructor, I don't know much, but I instinctively hate him. After the instructor, Dr. Wulong's conspiracy was exposed, Professor Tang Hang became the most influential person in the field of monster research in Nandu City. Nandu Academy, the monster research laboratory. Minh Ha looked at the building in front of him, deep in thought. He wanted to build a monster detector. Among those he knew, Professor Tang Hang was definitely the most suitable person. Not long after, he walked inside and knocked on a room door. Tang Hang was dripping a drop of liquid into a test tube. Seeing him, he turned and asked, Minh Ha, is something the matter? He was busy and instructed, my experiment needs a little more time. Wait a moment. Minh Ha sat obediently on a chair and said, Professor Tang Hang, I'm not in a hurry. Please continue. Suddenly, something strange began to vibrate on the experimental table. He immediately lunged forward and pushed Tang Hang away. Professor, be careful, he said, raising his hand to block the thing about to explode. Minh Ha was fast and dangerous, but it still exploded completely. He asked Professor Tang worriedly, are you okay? Looking at the debris and black smoke in front of him, the professor lamented, I'm fine. Luckily you were here. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble. Unfortunately, the experiment failed. Minh Ha brushed his hands off, puzzled. Professor Tang, what kind of experiment are you doing? You look very anxious. Tang Hong hung his head in frustration and brushed it off. It's not my turn to be anxious. He recounted the situation. Currently, the entire city of Nandu is under martial law to hunt down those disgusting parasite monsters, but the current situation is not ideal. Those parasite monsters hide too well. As long as they don't reveal themselves, we can't find them. The Special Forces and Luo Lin are both hoping I can help them create some kind of device to find those parasite monsters. Tang Hang slammed his hands on the table, blaming himself. I intended to use the essence, blood, and body tissues from previous parasite monsters to conduct experiments to see if I could find a way. But it was still a failure. Suddenly, he turned around and wondered, right, Minh Ha, what did you come to see me for? He held up a bottle containing a strange object emitting purple spiritual energy and said to Professor Tang, Professor, take a look at this and see if it can be used to build a monster detector. Tang Hang was stunned. He took it, adjusted his glasses, and suddenly realized, what is this? High-level monster essence blood? I can feel the surging essence blood inside it. Minh Ha pointed at himself innocently and hesitated. This is a crystal I refined using my own essence blood. You know, I have a Black Saint level talent. I think it can help in tracking monsters. So, Tang Hang started working again. All right, let me try. Wait a moment. It should be very fast. I have everything else ready. He stood behind and softly replied, okay. The professor pressed one eye to the binoculars. He rambled on. Incredible. This essence, blood crystal, perfectly matches my experimental requirements. This time, it will definitely be a success. An hour later, Tang Hang picked up a watch and announced, Minh Ha, the detector is finished. Try it yourself first. It will work within a 100-meter radius of a monster. Minh Ha looked curious. He took the watch and pointed at it, asking, how do I use this? The professor explained, just channel your supernatural power into it. As soon as Minh Ha channeled his energy, the entire watch emitted a supernatural spiritual force. In an instant, it displayed a red arrow signal. He shouted with joy, it really works. The red arrow symbol must be where the monster is. Sure enough, there is a parasite monster in our academy. The smile on Minh Ha's face suddenly vanished, and he exclaimed in surprise. It disappeared. Tang Hang urged urgently. The parasite monster must have left the 100-meter range of the detector. Hurry up, follow the direction you just had and chase it. Don't let it escape. Hearing that, Minh Ha immediately jumped out of the glass window. He judged that the target was headed toward the dormitory. Then he flew like a rocket in the direction of the dorms, leaving Tang Hong alone with the mess, who just stared, dumbfounded, at his window. Meanwhile, Minh Ha followed the trail. As he ran, he pondered, could the parasite monster be a student? Suddenly, a shortcut appeared before Minh Ha, and Fuang Lin's figure flew past. She was running at full speed, chasing someone flying in midair, her shout echoing through the space. Stop! Seeing it was too difficult, he flew up ahead to help, chanting a spell. Minh Ha extended his palm forward and unleashed his ultimate move, Vine Fist. A series of green vines were shot toward the person. Those vines immediately wrapped tightly around that guy's body. With tremendous force, Minh Ha gripped the ends of the vines and slammed him into the ground. By momentum, that person fell with a crash, landing hard on his entire body. Suddenly, his pupils widened. Minh Ha quickly recognized an acquaintance. Lai Cam, with pitch-black eyes, pleaded, Minh Ha, for the sake of us being roommates, please let me go. He stood there stunned, blankly saying, I really didn't expect it. You're also a parasite monster. Lai Cam struggled to sit up, while one hand reached behind his back to cut the vines. He justified, I was forced. Although I am of the parasite monster race, I have never harmed humans. Fuang Lin interrupted, Minh Ha, don't listen to him. He's just making excuses. When we were tracking him, he was planning to destroy the academy. She recalled the scene where Li Cam was setting up explosives in a small alley and exposed him. He intended to blow up the academy's dormitory. His crimes were listed one by one. Furthermore, back when he was in the reserves, he had already leaked quite a bit of intel from the front lines. While his squad was fighting their hearts out, he'd chime in, I'll cover the rear, you guys pull back first. Then, Lu Jin would make a call to leak the info. The retreat route is Fuang Lin's tone grew increasingly heavy. It led to many of our innocent comrades in arms losing their lives. If not for that, we never would have caught him. Seizing the moment, he tore through the blue wire, trying to scramble up and escape. But no, a rock-encrusted arm suddenly shot out toward her chest, startling Fuang Lin. Minh Ha said coldly, yeah, about that. He raised his fist high, as a massive stone formation took shape. Minh Ha, you're dead. A minute later, the giant stone fist came crashing down on Liu Jin. Watching the massive boulder looming over him, Liu Jin screamed, no, Minh Ha, you can't kill me. With a deafening boom, the ground shook violently, and a cloud of dust billowed into the air. Even though the rock had pinned Liu Jin down, he still reached out to check if he was truly done for. She stood to the side, eyes wide, witnessing the whole thing, thinking to herself, while I was confident I could take down the parasite Liu Jin, doing it as effortlessly as he did, that's just impossible. Fuang Lin was still half doubting. In such a short time, she hadn't expected him to become this powerful. Minh Ha finally turned to greet her. Long time no see, Fuang Lin. I didn't expect you to have broken through to the Heaven Mang level already. She closed her eyes, imagining herself trampling him, then sighed in frustration. She had thought that by breaking through to the Heaven Mang level, she'd finally be able to challenge him to a fight and save some face. But now the gap between them felt even wider. Seeing no response, he asked hurriedly, Fuang Lin, what are you doing here? Fuang Lin glanced aside, avoiding the question. The entire Namdo city is under martial law now. The professors at the academy have been deployed elsewhere. The student council is responsible for searching for and dealing with the parasites hiding within the academy. The council is split into 2 teams, and Duong Nin and I are each leading one. Minh Ha nodded, saying, I see. So, how's the situation? She put a hand to her chest and blurted out, not ideal. These parasites are hiding too well. Liu Jin was the first one our group discovered, and we only found him through tiny breadcrumbs from previous clues. He clenched his fist, declaring confidently, don't worry, leave the rest to me. Not a single parasite will get away. The scene shifts to Namdo Academy. A voice rings out, all right, class is in session. Professor Lam stands at the podium, stern-faced, holding up a finger. Let's continue where we left off. The boys in the back weren't focused on studying. They were busy gossiping about her looks. Professor Lam is such a great teacher, and she's so young and pretty too. That's right. Simple, easy to understand, witty, and funny. I love Professor Lam Not's class. One student smirked and added, Professor Lam is so dedicated. She often tutors students who can't keep up. I heard she was tutoring 2 people until 2 in the morning last night. The chubby guy turned red, drooling as he exclaimed, really? That's perfect. I have a few things I don't understand either. I wonder if Professor Lam could tutor me? Suddenly, Fuang Lin and Minh Ha pushed the classroom door open, leaving Professor Lam bewildered. The students began to clamor. It's Fuang Lin, and I think that's Minh Ha, the freshman. I heard he just earned a merit in the Heaven Organization event not long ago. Isn't he the mysterious freshman who defeated Fuang Lin? Everyone looked at each other in suspicion. What are they doing here? Do they want to attend Professor Lam's class too? They saw the two in front and called out to Fuang Lin and Minh Ha. Professor Lam asked, confused, "Are you two here to audit the lecture?" Meanwhile, he held up his watch, seeing a red dot appear right there. Minh Ha signaled to her. He spoke up. "Yes, Fuang Lin and I are here to listen to the lecture." She let out an O and replied, "If you're here to listen, find a seat." So, the two of them walked to either side of Professor Lam. A fist formed in his hand, and Minh Ha and Fuang Lin lunged forward to attack together. Professor Lam didn't have time to defend herself and was pummeled. They each struck hard from their respective sides, sending her flying backward. The students witnessed the chaotic scene and couldn't help but tremble in fear. She shivered against the broken wall, holding her cheek and screaming, "Have you lost your minds? How dare you attack a professor?" One of his arms had evolved, with veins bulging all over it. Minh Ha said in a low voice, "Stop acting." Fuang Lin, standing behind her, also unleashed her spiritual energy. He held up his watch, tilted his head, and coolly exposed her. "We already know you're a parasite." Everyone was shocked and shouted, "What? Professor Lam is a parasite? How can that be? She's been in Namdo for 5 years. How could she be a parasite?" "That's right. Is there some mistake?" Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. Two students, one fat, one thin, stood in front of Professor Lam, trying to stop them. "Fuang Lin, Minh Ha, I know you two just earned some merit, but you can't falsely accuse Professor Lam. That's right. We are determined to protect her." She glanced at him and whispered, "Minh Ha, are those two?" Minh Ha looked down at the two faint black dots on his watch and replied, "They don't count as parasites. At most, they've just been infected by the parasite's aura." Fuang Lin suddenly leaped up with a flash of determination. "Then we'll capture them too and see if they can be saved later." She thrust her foot forward, unleashing her ultimate move, Phoenix Burning Heaven. Minh Ha followed immediately behind her. The two boys were still shouting, "What are you two doing? These two are crazy. They're the real parasites. Everyone, let's go get them." Professor Lam couldn't take it anymore. She lunged forward, screaming, "Don't you dare hurt my students." Just as Fuang Lin's energy was released, Professor Lam managed to create a shield to block it. Yet, he had already appeared right beside her. His voice was cold. "Professor Lam, there's no point in acting anymore. You've been exposed." Minh Ha swung his hand with his mystic wood technique, a fist strike that forced her back, pinning her against the wall, while tentacles from his hand restrained her. The student turned back, calling out worriedly, "Professor!" Seizing the opportunity, she lunged to kick him. The chubby guy didn't fare much better, taking a direct punch to the face. Fuang Lin landed just as the two dim-witted students were knocked out and fell to the ground. Professor Lam, with her clothes in tatters, lowered her head and begged, "Don't kill me." She transformed into a monstrous form and bellowed, "I have never harmed anyone." The students finally saw the truth, so terrified they almost wet themselves. "It's a parasite. Professor Lam is really a parasite? What on earth is going on? Why is she a parasite?" One student with dark circles under his eyes reached out, pointing. Both of them have been infected with the parasitic demon's aura. The two guys from earlier collapsed, with their eyes rolled back in their heads. Someone asked in confusion, "Didn't they come to Professor Lin's house for extra lessons yesterday?" Minh Ha chided him, adding that she hadn't hurt anyone yet. Those two had already been parasitized by her last night. Sharp, vicious slashes instantly appeared in midair, so she was unfurling her hideous wings. Professor Lin sneered, calling humans nothing but pests. He leaned back, gathering momentum for his punch, and growled back, "Who did you call a pest?" Minh Ha slammed his fist straight into the floor, unleashing his spiritual energy, and bravely declared, "That's not for you to decide." A second later, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the prison-shattering flame fist, sending her flying into the air before she vanished into thin air. Fuang Lin stood behind him and couldn't help but exclaim, "So strong he took down a military-grade parasitic demon just like that?" She tightened her expression and told herself, "But I won't lose. I'll definitely catch up to him." Fuang Lin was still bewildered, saying, "I really never expected Professor Lin to be a parasitic demon too. If you hadn't used that scanner to find her, we never would have discovered them. These parasitic demons hide way too well." Minh Ha stood up straight and nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Parasitic demons hide within society. They've learned to perfectly mimic human daily habits and can even work just like us. He wondered how the progress was going outside and suggested they finish clearing out Nandu Academy first. She replied from behind, "Got it." Not long after, Minh Ha froze, his face flushing bright red as he gasped. Huang Lin just covered her mouth and giggled. He stood there, struck dumb, watching a group of young women changing clothes with such hot bodies. The what was still stuck in his throat. The girls saw him and began covering themselves, screaming, "Why is a guy in the girls' dorm? Get out!" Minh Ha looked down at the arrow pointing forward and muttered, "I can't worry about that now." He lunged toward one of the girls like a moth to a flame. Minh Ha showed no mercy, throwing a punch while shouting, "Die!" Huang Lin stood there in awe, completely stunned. So strong. The parasitic demon hadn't even reacted before he killed it. Can I really catch up to this freak? The other two ran over to her, terrified. Huang Lin? Huang Lin stopped them. Don't misunderstand. Look. At that moment, he had picked up a strange object from the girl's body and began talking to himself. As expected, plant-based parasitic demons are rare. We've basically cleared out Nandu Academy. 9 parasitic demons found in total, but only 1 is plant-based. Finished, Minh Ha walked over to the other 3 and said, "Huang Lin, we've pretty much swept through the whole of Nandu Academy. I don't think there are any more demons left." She nodded and asked, "Okay, where to next?" He suddenly remembered that Luo Lin was in charge of operations outside the academy. "Let me give Luo Lin a call and see if she needs help." Huang Lin replied quickly, "Sure." Minh Ha walked away to make the call. "Luo Lin, how is the progress over there?" The other end didn't sound very optimistic. Luo Lin was massaging her temples, sighing, "The parasitic demons are hiding too well. We've only found 3 based on previous clues, and now we're at a dead end. No other leads, unless something unexpected happens." He reported the situation on his end. "The parasitic demons at Nandu Academy have been cleared out by me and Huang Lin. There were 9 in total." She gasped in shock on the other end, shouting in panic, "What? You found 9? Luo Lin held her head, feeling exasperated as she heard Minh Ha's chuckle on the other side. "That's right. Need me to come help?" He was currently calculating. According to Xiaohua's estimation, he still needed at least 5 portions of star essence fluid to break through to the white rainbow rank, so helping Luo Lin would be a good opportunity. She had no other choice but to agree. "Fine. I'm on Dien Ha Road." And so, Huang Lin gave Minh Ha a ride on her cool motorcycle. He sat in the back, holding on tight and grumbling. "Aren't you a rich kid? Why do you only have 1 bike?" She furrowed her brows and scolded him. "Excuse me? This is an academy. Why would I ship 2 bikes here? Drive one, dump the other, or do you want everyone to know I'm filthy rich?" Minh Ha was stunned by the scolding, his face turning red, and he muttered, "Just pretend I didn't say anything." Suddenly, one of Minh Ha's hands slipped from around Huang Lin's waist. Right then, the bike hit a large rock, causing it to bounce into the air. Fate played a cruel joke, causing his hand to brush against her ample chest. Huang Lin turned bright red and screamed, "Your hand! Even if you jumped into the Yellow River, you couldn't wash away this misunderstanding." Minh Ha awkwardly coughed and said, "My apologies." Not long after, they arrived. Luo Lin crossed her arms and glanced at them. "You're here." The bike came to a halt with a screech. Huang Lin called out, "Luo Lin." Minh Ha followed. "Luo Lin." She nodded and reeled off a list. "Yes, I know who you are. The heiress of Heaven Phoenix Biotech, the genius of Nandu Academy." She glanced at him, looking weary, and denied it. "Luo Lin, please don't say that. Before I met Minh Ha, I really thought I was a genius." But in front of him, Luo Lin comforted her immediately. "Don't compare yourself to him. He's a total freak." He, however, was calmly thinking, "Heaven Phoenix Biotech is supposedly the largest pharmaceutical company in Nandu, isn't it? I heard that a lot of the medicine's superhuman use is produced by Heaven Phoenix Biotech. I never imagined Huang Lin was the heiress of Heaven Phoenix." He finished his thought and spoke up. "Luo Lin, any new discoveries?" She replied quickly, "Nothing yet. How did you guys find the parasitic demons in Nandu Academy?" He held up his watch and said, "We used this." Luo Lin looked skeptical. Minh Ha explained immediately, "It's Professor Tang Hang's latest invention. It can detect parasitic demons within a 100-meter radius." He looked at it and continued, "However, the materials are limited, so it's hard to mass produce. We only have this one for now." She nodded, reassured. "Having even one is not bad. Let's start the operation." Luo Lin walked while keeping her eyes glued to the watch, asking, "Any hits yet?" Minh Ha shook his head. "Not yet. The road is too wide. The range is only 100 meters. If it's beyond 100 meters, we can't detect it, so we'll just have to search slowly. 3 hours later, the three of them huddled together after he said, "Got one." Luo Lin asked excitedly, "Quick, where?" He pointed his finger straight ahead, toward the mall in front of them. They went inside together. As the clerk reached out with the items, she smiled and said, "Welcome, thank you for visiting." Suddenly, Minh Ha's hand reached out, making her stare in bewilderment as she screamed, "What are you doing?" Before she could finish, he had shoved her head straight into the ground. The two girls rushed forward at the same time, shouting in unison, "Leave it to me!" Each had a different ability, but they shared the same goal. The two of them pounced on her like hungry wolves hunting prey. Once it was over, Luo Lin let out a sigh of relief. He stood behind them and gave the pair a thumbs up. She remarked that they had finally found one. Minh Ha's detector was really useful after all. Fuang Lin agreed, though she noted the efficiency was a bit low. It was fine within the Nandu Academy, but Nandu City was so vast that the detector's 100-meter range was quite limiting. Luo Lin muttered, "Yeah, it would be great if the Longya team still existed." Besides the combat squads, Groups 1 and 2, Groups 3 through 5 were responsible for intelligence gathering. If we had the Longya team's intelligence network combined with the precision of this detector, our efficiency would skyrocket. It's a shame that during the battle against the Heavenly Writing Organization, even our leader sacrificed himself. Now, only Minh Ha and I are left from the Longya team. Minh Ha, hearing the mention of his old comrades, asked, "Luo Lin, are you thinking about the Longya team again?" She shook her head, refuting, "No time for that. Our priority right now is finding the parasitic fiends." The three of them quickly located the second one. It began to reveal its true form. The parasitic fiend appeared with a sinister tone. "I recognize you lot." He charged forward, screaming, "The stragglers of the Longya team." Fuang Lin threw her fist forward, but it was blocked by the creature's mutated legs. Minh Ha frowned as he looked toward the back, where the police were directing the crowd. "Hey, when can we get through? I'm in a hurry. The Longya team is on duty ahead. Please cooperate with us." Meanwhile, she was still confronting the grotesque creature. The parasitic fiend bared its sharp teeth and declared, "I'm going to tear you apart." Before the words even left his mouth, he punched a massive hole right through the creature's chest. The parasitic fiend was sent to meet its maker instantly. Fuang Lin watched in stunned silence as Minh Ha finished it off in a single strike. She huffed, annoyed, "Minh Ha, you have no fighting etiquette. Why did you steal my kill?" He glanced away and explained, "It's the traffic, you know." Afterward, the two of them walked over to Luo Lin. She spoke up, "We only found 2 parasitic fiends all afternoon, and that's even with Minh Ha's detector." Luo Lin raised her hand and added, "I checked on the other Special Forces squads earlier. They haven't had any luck either." Fuang Lin sighed, hands on her hips. "Clearing out these parasitic fiends is a tedious job. We can only do it step by step." Minh Ha, however, remained lost in his own thoughts. These 2 parasitic fiends weren't plant type. He hadn't managed to collect a single drop of Stardust serum all afternoon. The only bit he had was from the Nandu Academy. If this keeps up, when will I ever reach the White Rainbow rank? Seeing him so quiet, Fuang Lin poked her head in and asked, "Minh Ha, what's on your mind?" Minh Ha smiled. "It's nothing. Let's keep looking for the parasitic fiends." She patted her chest confidently. "How about we grab a bite first? It's late. We can continue tonight." "My treat," Luo Lin immediately agreed. "Sure. It really is different when you're hanging out with the wealthy Miss Fuang Lin." Fuang Lin turned to him. "Minh Ha, what do you want to eat?" He replied vaguely, "Anything is fine. I'm not picky." She excitedly pointed in one direction. "Let's go have some French food. I know a great restaurant nearby." "Luo Lin, what do you think?" Luo Lin muttered in surprise. "French food? Doesn't that usually require a reservation?" Then she laughed. "All right, let's go." As they walked, Fuang Lin kept chatting, reasoning that since they had to patrol everywhere anyway, a busy restaurant with lots of foot traffic might actually be a better place to spot parasitic fiends. "What do you think?" Minh Ha nodded. "Sure, that works." Soon enough, they arrived at a fancy restaurant. The three of them sat around a large round table. As the food was served, she skewered a piece of meat and held it out. "Minh Ha, try this. This beef fillet is so juicy, it's amazing." Luo Lin, forced to watch their public display of affection, thought to herself, "Great. Now I'm just a third wheel." And a completely ignored one at that. She sighed, though she had to admit, they did look like a good couple. It's just a shame that the person Minh Ha likes is Lu Qian. She's a very outstanding girl, too. The three raised their glasses to toast, but suddenly, a phone rang. He answered immediately. A voice came through from the other end. "Minh Ha, How is the parasitic fiend situation going on your end? Minh Ha replied quickly. The efficiency is a bit low. We've only found 2 all afternoon. The person on the other end nodded. I see. Take it slow. It was Professor Tang Heng. He added, I know that your sister and Lu Qian were taken by Wu Long. I have some good news for you. My superiors have asked me to attend an emergency meeting of the leadership team tonight. The topic is a plan for an all-out assault on the war-ruined city. When that happens, your sister and Lu Qian will be rescued. He jolted, shouting in excitement. Really? When is the attack scheduled for? The voice replied. It's not finalized yet, but it should be soon. Unlike his earlier excitement, Minh Ha felt a surge of anxiety. Professor Tang is being too naive. A full-scale human assault on the war-ruined city? If it fails, there's no chance of saving them. Even if they succeed, that tutor will likely kill my sister and Lu Qian out of spite. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. No, I have to speed things up. Luo Lin felt something was off as she watched Minh Ha sink into deep thought. Before the human forces launch their full-scale attack, I have to save my sister and Lu Qian. She lowered her head. Fuang Lin asked softly, Luo Lin, is something wrong? Luo Lin clenched her fist, remaining silent for a long time. After a moment, she finally spoke up. Minh Ha, was that a call from Professor Tang Heng? Is he really attending the leadership conference? He confirmed, yes. Luo Lin analyzed the situation. Ever since Dr. Wulong's true colors were revealed, Professor Tang Heng has become the top expert in Nandu City regarding demon parasite research. She suddenly had a suggestion. Could we ask for his help? Could he propose the reformation of the Longya team during the meeting? Minh Ha repeated. Surprised? Reform the Longya team? He thought to himself that it wasn't a bad idea. He calculated the odds, putting aside his personal attachment to the team. If they could bring back the Longya team to handle intelligence gathering, their search efficiency for the parasitic fiends would definitely increase. That way, he could collect enough Stardust Serum, break through to the White Rainbow, rank soon, and save his sister and Lu Qian. Minh Ha was suddenly burning with determination. He stood up and said, Let's go. We're going to find Professor Tang Heng right now. He left poor Fuang Lin behind, still busy stuffing her face. The two of them walked off, leaving her flustered. Hey, we just started eating. The least you could do is finish the meal. Fuang Lin scrambled to her feet, chasing after them while shouting, Wait up for me. These two, they want to ask Professor Tang Heng for help. Her voice echoed in their ears. We should bring Tang Ning along. If she's there to help us plead our case, the chances of success will be much higher. Suddenly, both of them turned around, making Lingfeng jump in surprise and blurt out, No way, why are you two looking at me? Did I say something wrong? Minh Ha patted her shoulder and replied excitedly, You're absolutely right, sister. You and Tang Ning are the ones closest to her in the student council. He urged her, Please, go call her and ask her to come to Professor Tang Heng's place. The scene shifts to Tang Heng's office, where the three of them wave to greet Tang Ning. She walks over and says, I'm sorry. Tang Ning raises a hand to greet them. I was with the Hunter Association dealing with a parasite demon, so I'm a little late. Minh Ha replies with a friendly smile. It's fine. We just got here too. You're just in time, so let's go in and see Professor Tang Heng together. A moment later, he turns toward the office and knocks on the door. Professor Tang. Tang Ning peeks her head in and calls out, Uncle. Tang Heng turns in his chair and asks in surprise, Minh Ha, aren't you all busy dealing with the parasite demons? Why do you have time to come here? Seeing this, Minh Ha and Luo Lin exchange a look as if signaling each other. She steps forward and gets straight to the point. Professor Tang, we came here this time because we heard you'll be attending the Nandu City High-Level Summit later. We hope you can help us. Propose the re-establishment of the Dragontooth organization during the meeting. He frowns and listens to every word. He also knows that Dragontooth suffered heavy losses this time, and now only he and Minh Ha remain, saying the Dragontooth only exists in name and is not locked down. He also steps forward to confirm, That's right, Professor. Minh Ha tries his best to persuade him. Besides, we really need the capabilities of Dragontooth right now. Although we have the demon-detecting sensor, its range is truly too limited. He presents his argument. In this vast city of Nandu, trying to find all the demon eaters is like looking for a needle in a haystack. If we had the intelligence capabilities of Dragontooth, based on clues to narrow down the range, efficiency would increase significantly. Tang Heng finally speaks up. Luo Lin, Minh Ha, I know the situation you're talking about. The fact that Dragontooth ended up like this is partly my fault. Re-establishing Dragontooth is also my hope. He bows his head, his tone dejected. It's just that right now, the entire city's focus is on the Battle Ruins assignment. I'm afraid this won't be that easy. Tang Ning walks over and touches Tang Hang's shoulder lightly, adding her own voice. Uncle, you're just offering an opinion. If it weren't for you, Dragontooth, and Minh Ha as well, who knows what would have happened to Nandu City? She lowers her head and continues sadly. Dragontooth sacrificed so much, and now that we want to rebuild it, if people still oppose it, what are their hidden motives? He reaches out to pat Tong Ning's head to comfort her. You don't understand. Then, Tong Hang stands up, complying. Fine, I agree, he says generously. Let's start with that for now. I must try to find the dean of our academy. His status in Nandu is very high. If we can get his support, maybe there will be hope. Luo Lin and Minh Ha look at each other and smile after hearing this. Both of them use the old Dragontooth team salute to show their gratitude and shout in unison. Thank you, Professor Tang. Tong Hang waves his hand and says softly, All right, hurry up and go find those parasite demons. At the Nandu City High-Level Summit, a group of prominent figures are sitting and listening. The host's voice echoes. The fog incident in Tiaoling, the failure of the frontline special forces, and the recent astronomical organization incident all prove one thing to us. The Nandu Guardian asserts, the evil demon eater forces are gradually closing in on us. The threat from the battle ruins is imminent. Guardian Peng frowns and continues. Therefore, I have consulted with the Nandu Defense Zone commander and the guardians of the neighboring districts. On the screen, a red X quickly appears at the battle ruins. He explains the decision to use any means necessary, including the use of large-scale destructive weapons on the battle ruins, a full-scale counterattack on the battle ruins, and completely destroying the core base of the Demon Eaters. Guardian Peng states the purpose of today's meeting is to build a detailed and comprehensive battle plan. 2 hours later, he clasps his hands together and orders. If everyone agrees, then we will proceed according to this battle plan. The time for the full-scale counterattack is 1 week from now. Finishing up, Guardian Peng declares the meeting closed. Suddenly, an arm is raised, stopping the Guardian and the leaders. It turns out to be Tang Hang speaking up. Please wait a moment. Tang Hang urgently announces that parasite demons are currently appearing almost everywhere in Nandu City. He frowns, his tone full of determination. If we cannot resolve this thoroughly, our battle plan is very likely to be exposed. Therefore, I propose that we re-establish the Dragontooth organization. Guardian Peng clasps his hands and ponders. Re-establish Dragontooth? If Professor Tang Hang believes this is very necessary, then let's discuss it together. Someone turns to offer their point of view. The recent astronomical organization incident was discovered and prevented in time, thanks to Professor Tang Hang and Dragontooth. They are heroes to all of humanity and have also been very helpful. She raises her hand in agreement. Therefore, I agree to the re-establishment of Dragontooth. The person opposite says, That's not wrong either. That person adjusts their glasses and wonders. But this also reveals a problem. The management of Dragontooth is too independent. Guardian Peng raises a finger and affirms immediately. The independent management style of Dragontooth is not a problem. To be the vanguard, they must have certain special privileges. A middle-aged man nods in agreement. I agree with the Guardian's opinion, but our urgent task now is to focus all our strength on destroying the battle ruins. He poses a big question mark. Our Nandu superpower forces are limited. Can we put the Dragontooth matter aside for now? Someone holding a paper rests their chin on their hand and says wearily, analyzing based on the combat situation. Although Dragontooth performed well this time, in the end, they still acted on their own initiative. They didn't even trust our leadership and lacked the ability to control the battlefield. He recalls the heroic image of Minh Ha and hesitates before continuing. If Minh Ha hadn't appeared in the end, I'm afraid things would have been very troublesome. The chief government official also speaks up. That's right. Although Minh Ha is a member of Dragontooth, his appearance was not part of their plan. She glances toward Tang Hang and questions. Especially since Dragontooth suffered such heavy losses this time. Shouldn't Luo Lin take a certain amount of responsibility? Old Su closes his eyes and picks up the glass of water in his hand to bail him out. That's too harsh. Everyone, don't forget. If it weren't for Dragontooth, I'm afraid humanity still wouldn't know the true face of the astronomical organization even now. The others hearing this also remain silent for a moment. Suddenly, he opens his eyes wide. He spoke aggressively. No matter what happens, every member of the Dragontooth squad who sacrificed their life is a hero to humanity. Elder Suo slammed his glass down hard as if to vent his anger, then continued, Heroes deserve respect. The Dragontooth squad is no exception. Protector Ban saw this and tried to calm him down. All right, Elder Suo. Don't get so worked up. Everyone is just here to discuss the situation. He sighed and remarked that the parasite problem Professor Tang mentioned was indeed serious, but everyone else had a point too. Our superhuman forces are limited, and it's very difficult to handle both tasks at once. Protector Ban gestured, setting a goal. I believe that as long as we destroy the source, the war ruins, the parasites in Nam-do will be like duckweed drifting in the water, they'll be wiped out quickly. The man in glasses nearby chimed in. In that case, I also agree with the Protector's idea to destroy the war ruins first before considering the re-establishment of the Dragontooth Squad. He nodded, asking for consensus. If everyone has reached an agreement, then let's proceed with that. What do you think, Principal Suo and Professor Tang? The two were helpless and had no choice but to comply. Well, there was nothing else they could do. Outside, Minh Ha and his group were waiting, everyone's heart burning with anxiety as they awaited the results. Not long after, Tang Heng opened the door from the inside, and as soon as they saw him, Luo Lin and he rushed over, asking in unison, Professor Tang, what happened? Tang Heng closed his eyes, looking helpless as he hesitated. I'm afraid this matter has to be put on hold for now. Minh Ha was startled, exclaiming, On hold? The professor recounted everything calmly, finishing with, That's the gist of it. He and Luo Lin looked grim. Although they weren't happy, they listened to every single word. That was the result. Even with the full support of the Protector, many leaders believed that superhuman forces were limited, especially after the heavy losses in the Celestial battle. Tang Heng sighed. Now that we have to start the attack on the war ruins, we can't spare any attention for the Dragontooth Squad for the time being. Fuang Lin couldn't help but jump up and shout. Using this as an excuse to fool children is one thing, but does that mean superhumans can't attack the war ruins once they join the Dragontooth Squad? Duong Nin agreed with this point. Fuang Lin added, Exactly. We can find the leaders and try to convince them. Minh Ha, however, was still deeply troubled, fearing it was because the Dragontooth Squad had kept things from the leadership, acting on their own during the Celestial battle, which had made the superiors wary. Luo Lin had no choice but to intervene. All right, Fuang Lin and Duong Nin, you two stop talking. It's completely normal for the leadership to have their own considerations. She glanced at him and asked, Minh Ha, what is your plan now? Minh Ha looked up, responding dejectedly. I don't have a better plan. Since we're about to launch a full-scale attack on the war ruins, we'll just have to leave the parasites as they are. He furrowed his brows, expressing his intuition. I feel like a huge problem is going to happen. The other three in the room fell into a heavy silence. Minh Ha slowly stood up and declared, If the plan to re-establish the Dragontooth Squad is on hold, then I will continue to deal with the parasites myself. He told himself he would rely on his own strength to face them. Even though the efficiency is low, every bit helps. At least it can reduce the danger to the city of Nam-do while he continues to collect stardust. Tang Heng asked worriedly, Are you still going out this late? Minh Ha replied firmly, Time is running out. I have to seize every single second. Luo Lin tried to persuade him, Minh Ha, you don't actually have to risk it like this. Don't push yourself too hard. He shook his head, affirming, No, I can wait. But my sister and Lu Qian cannot. Fuang Lin hurriedly chased after him, calling out, I'm coming with you. Duong Nin looked confused, only managing to mutter, The two of them. 3 days later, a serious brawl broke out. A police officer raised a hand, reminding the citizens that the Dragontooth Squad was conducting official duty. Inside, Fuang Lin delivered an uppercut to a parasite. Its head snapped back instantly, and it let out a cry of pain. Seizing the opportunity, she leaped high into the air, driving her foot into the back of the parasite's head. The creature crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yet, the parasite still had the strength to try to run away. Fuang Lin chased after it with all her might. Before she could finish it off, Minh Ha, who was nearby, unleashed his flames. A fierce flame fist struck the creature directly. The parasite instantly raised both arms to block the blinding light in front of it, but it was too late to save itself. Its body went limp and collapsed. Seeing this, Fuang Lin ran over, frowning and complaining, I could have handled that by myself. You just had to jump in and kill it. He gave a wry smile and apologized. I was just afraid it might run away. Sorry about that. My hands are just too fast. Minh Ha knelt down to inspect the body before turning back to coax her. Next time we find another parasite, I'll definitely leave it for you. No choice, it's a rare plant-type parasite anyway. Fuang Lin folded her arms, huffing a response. That's better. He collected a bit of the green fluid from the parasite's body and muttered, In 3 days, we haven't even killed 10 parasites, and I've only obtained 1 portion of stardust. Minh Ha stood up, thinking, The attack on the war ruins is starting soon. My time is really running out. Suddenly, An explosion erupted from a nearby high-rise building. He and Fuang Lin shielded their faces with their hands. Minh Ha shouted in alarm, "What is this?" Looking at the collapsing building, he asked in a panic, "What is going on?" The explosions continued to ring out one after another, and countless victims were thrown into the air. Fuang Lin stared wide-eyed at the horrifying scene, suspecting, "It's the parasites. They're retaliating against us." Minh Ha was so panicked that beads of sweat dripped down his face. He replied, "Exactly." Assessing the situation, he added, "An explosion of this scale is definitely not an accident. It must be a planned attack, orchestrated by the parasites. Call the police quickly," but they had been hiding their identities for days. Why would they suddenly launch a terrorist attack? Amidst the echoing screams of, "Someone help me, please, save me," Fuang Lin urged Minh Ha, "Let's go save the people." Minh Ha agreed. "All right." Then both of them flew off together. While running, she suddenly saw someone trapped under a fallen cabinet. Fuang Lin pointed out, "There's someone under that vehicle." He quickly stepped forward, stomping his foot down hard. Minh Ha threw a powerful punch at the cabinet, sending it flying away. Below was a woman clutching her child tightly to her chest. She immediately went over, knelt down, and reached out to help, while the child continued to cry out, clinging to their mother. "Mommy!" Fuang Lin picked the boy up, wiping the tears and mucus from his face. The child was still crying out in heartbreak. "Mommy!" She couldn't hold back her own tears at such a tragic scene. Fuang Lin shouted in fury, "These parasites, I will definitely wipe them all out." Not long after, rescue workers arrived. One of them looked at them with suspicion. "Are you two superhumans?" Minh Ha turned around and affirmed, "That's right, we are students from Namdo Academy." He couldn't help but feel moved. It's a good thing. The building in front collapsed, and with our abilities, we wouldn't have been able to save many more people. The rescue team requested their help. "Please, could you two assist us? You can hand this child over to us." He turned around and urged them. "Sure. Ling Feng, let's head over there quickly." Ling Feng brought the boy out and said softly, "Yes, please take good care of this child." He took the child into his arms to comfort him. "Yes, please rest assured." On the other side, the rescue team was searching through the debris. As they rescued the injured, moans could be heard incessantly. "Help us. Save my child." It was painful. Minh Ha stepped forward and spoke up. "Please step aside. I am an awakened." This made them freeze. One person turned around and asked, "An awakened?" Without a word, he slammed his palm heavily against the ground. Following that, pieces of rubble and stone were blasted up into the air. Everyone there looked up at the debris flying high above and couldn't help but exclaim, "So powerful." "Is this what an awakened can do?" The leader hurriedly ordered. "Take this chance to save the people." Ling Feng stood behind Minh Ha in admiration. "Minh Ha, he's truly powerful." A massive slab of concrete was instantly cleared to a vacant spot. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Everyone there cheered. "We're saved! It's the people from Longya organization who saved us." The rescue team walked up to Minh Ha, gratefully thanking them both. "If not for you two, the rescue work here wouldn't have gone so smoothly." He waved his hand modestly and said, "This is what we should do." Having said that, Minh Ha frowned and turned to her to set their next goal. "Ling Feng, let's go to another spot to help out." Ling Feng nodded in immediate agreement. "All right." As he rushed off, he said, "A total of 4 buildings collapsed. It's too slow if it's just the two of us. Time is everything. I'll call Luo Lin to see if she can find more help," Minh Ha suggested. "You should also call Tang Ning and ask her to request the director of the Southern Capital Academy to send over some students." She agreed instantly. "Yes, I'll call Tang Ning right now." Afterward, Ling Feng reported, "Tang Ning says the director has already sent them over. How are things on your side?" He recounted. Luo Lin said she and the awakened guards, along with the special operations team, are on their way. They should be here soon. She nodded and asked, "I see. So, what do we do now?" Minh Ha repeated his familiar line, "Keep helping. Let's wait for them to arrive before deciding the next move," Ling Feng added. "All right." Instantly, the rubble was lifted into the air again. Not long after, a series of footsteps could be heard. A giant figure with arms raised high approached quickly. Luo Lin called out to Minh Ha from behind. She asked anxiously, "Leave the rest to us. The awakened army and the special operations team are all here. How are you holding up?" Minh Ha shook his head quickly and replied, "I'm fine." However, this explosion caused a lot of casualties. Luo Lin grabbed his arm gently and sighed. "These parasite monsters are truly detestable." At the same time, Ling Feng waved and called out, "Tang Ning, we're over here." Tang Ning and the other students ran over, shouting, "Ling Feng, we've arrived," she urged, Everyone, hurry and help the rescue team save the people. On this side, Luo Lin was still wondering. Ever since the battle with the Heavenly Organization, these parasite monsters have been hiding as fast as they could. Why would they suddenly cause this explosion? Minh Ha looked up at the sky. He felt the same way. I feel it's very strange too. I'm afraid the only way to know the real reason is to find the person behind this explosion. She stepped onto a nearby rock and wondered, how do you plan to find them? He looked down and explained, after the explosion happened, I was at the rescue site. Minh Ha visualized their positions in his mind and deduced. 4 buildings exploded simultaneously. It couldn't just be one parasite. This was a coordinated attack. It was planned. Moreover, to carry out this plan, there must be at least 10 parasite monsters. Luo Lin looked suspicious. What do you mean? He held up the watch on his wrist to expose their plan. During the rescue, I specifically used a detector to check once. No parasite monsters were found buried underground at the epicenter. Then there is only one possibility. The parasite monsters prepared an escape route beforehand. Minh Ha looked at the smoke and dust in front of him and stated, so, I suspect their escape route is not on the surface. He offered a guess that no one could have expected. It's in the sewer system. Minh Ha continued his analysis. Yes, the buildings on the surface exploded. The nearby sewers must have been damaged. The parasite monsters, in order to escape, had to choose an exit far away. It's highly likely they are still in the sewer system, he suggested. However, the sewer system is complex, and the number of parasites is large, so we need to form a squad. Minh Ha emphasized every word, a map, and an experienced commander. Luo Lin smiled when she heard this, looked at him, and placed a hand on his shoulder. Minh Ha. Minh Ha blurted out a bewildered, yes? Luo Lin praised him. You're becoming more and more like a commander now. He immediately denied it. No, you are the most experienced commander. She didn't argue, just left one sentence before walking away. Let's not talk about that for now. I'm going to get the map of the sewer system here. Luo Lin's tone turned somber. It's a pity that only you and I are left in the Longya organization. We'll have to rely on the special operations team to help catch the parasite monsters. Ling Feng turned her head to look at Minh Ha. She volunteered, I can go with Minh Ha. Tang Ning walked over and added, me too. Ban Lin Hui, Trong Vien, and Vuong Jia all agreed and shouted in unison, count us in too. Afterward, Luo Lin quietly handed an item to Minh Ha. It was a high-tech headset. Everyone gets one. She watched as everyone put them on and introduced them. This is equipment from the Longya organization. A second later, Luo Lin held a tablet in her hand and announced, I've obtained the map. I will be commanding from above. He quickly pried open a manhole cover, shouted for everyone to move out, and jumped down without hesitation. After everyone was present below, Minh Ha began to split them into groups. I, Ling Feng, and Pengban Lin Hui will be Group 1. He looked at Vuong Jia, who was climbing down, and continued. Tang Ning, Trong Vien, and Vuong Jia will be Group 2. Trong Vien nodded in immediate agreement. Got it. Minh Ha quickly gave the order. If you discover any traces of the parasite monsters, remember to just track them. Wait until both groups are gathered before making a move. Everyone excitedly shouted in unison that they understood. Group 1 set out. Ban Lin Hui cheered. I finally have a chance to participate in a Longya organization mission. I'm so excited, Ling Feng reminded him. Keep your voice down. He replied dejectedly. Okay. Above, Luo Lin put on her headset and closed her eyes with a faint smile. She quickly connected through the headset and called out, Minh Ha, any discoveries? He pressed the button to reply. Not for the moment. As long as there are parasite monsters, my detector and I will pick them up within 100 meters. Minh Ha stopped in front of 2 paths. Minh Ha, tell me, there are 2 paths up ahead. Which one should we take? Luo Lin guided him through the earpiece. Take the left, he replied. 10 minutes later, Minh Ha glanced at his watch, saw a bright red mark appear, and shouted, Are they parasites? He frowned, feeling a sense of pride. I knew it. They were indeed retreating through the sewers about 100 meters away, at the 11 o'clock position. His joy was short-lived, as the red mark suddenly vanished, causing Minh Ha to gasp in alarm. They're moving at an incredible speed. He quickly reported in, and Commander Luo Lin notified Team 2. I've found them. She cautioned him further. Got it, Minh Ha. Don't get too close to them. Luo Lin, watching from above with her tablet, reported back. I've told Team 2 to group up with your team from a different path, but the sewer line on their end is severely damaged, so they need some time. Fuang Lin turned to him anxiously and asked, How much longer until Duong Nin's team arrives? Minh Ha frowned and proposed a plan. The sewer line on her side is broken and will take time. We should pursue them first to see where they're heading. She immediately agreed. Got it. Fuang Lin suddenly felt that something was off. That's strange. According to Luo Lin's map, everyone is out of the blast zone now. Usually, these monsters should have exited the sewers by now, right? The two stopped abruptly, hiding behind a wall. She looked at him as he peeked out to observe, feeling puzzled. Minh Ha, don't you think this is a bit strange? It seems like these monsters don't intend to leave the sewers. Minh Ha agreed. Yeah, I think so too. Lin Hai, trailing behind, mused. If they aren't leaving the sewer, could it be that they're trying to reach somewhere through the tunnels? He suddenly posed a question. That's a possibility. But where are they heading before they break out? He offered a hypothesis. Could these monsters be heading back to their lair? If we follow them, we could wipe out all the monsters in Nando City in one go. Minh Ha pushed forward while refuting. No way. The Heavenly Observatory has already been toppled. There shouldn't be any other lairs. Besides, the monsters have been hiding everywhere, making them hard to track. Lin Hui struggled to keep up, arguing. Then it's truly strange. Haven't they completed their mission? They should be splitting up to escape. Fuang Lin shared the same thought. Exactly. They blew up 4 buildings, and are now out of the blast area. They could have easily split up to flee. But why aren't they leaving the sewers? Suddenly, his pupils dilated as he muttered. Completed their mission. Minh Ha stopped in his tracks, pondering. Wait, there's another possibility. What if they haven't finished their mission yet? She looked confused. Minh Ha, what do you mean? He looked back to explain. I felt something was off earlier. Why would these monsters want to bomb 4 buildings? They were clearly hiding so well, there was no need to expose themselves. She asked anxiously, they have another goal? Lin Hui wondered. If they have another goal, why blow up the 4 buildings first? Doesn't that just draw our attention? Minh Ha replied, conflicted. Exactly. Why would they intentionally draw our attention? I don't have any other choice. I have to see it with my own eyes. Let's keep following them and see. Minh Ha tapped his earpiece, testing the waters. Commander Luo Lin, I strongly suspect these monsters still have another plan. Is there any way to predict where they'll go next based on their movement path? Luo Lin replied. Let me look into it. She checked the information on her computer and reported, based on your current positions and the monster's direction, there are 3 likely locations. Minh Ha muttered. 3 locations. Luo Lin pointed out. 1 is the Vin Hung Shopping Center. It's the most crowded place in Nando City. She questioned. Could they be aiming for the Vin Hung Shopping Center? Maybe. But what about the other 2? The map appeared, showing a clock tower and an abandoned water treatment plant. Luo Lin was skeptical. A water treatment plant? She added a massive question mark. Could they be trying to poison the city like last time? He immediately dismissed it. But if they wanted to poison it, wouldn't it be better to do it quietly? Commander Luo Lin, check the areas around those 3 spots. Luo Lin hurried to follow his instructions. Understood. I'm checking. Fuang Lin asked, feeling suspicious. Minh Ha, what do you think? Minh Ha frowned and replied, I don't think this is that simple. Lin Hui pointed backward, suggesting, why don't we just block their path? That way, no matter what they're up to, we can stop them. He looked down at the red dots on his watch and disagreed. There are too many of them. If we can't meet up with Team 2, there's a high chance we'll miss some. That would only lead to more trouble. It's better to tail them while they're unaware. She agreed. Yeah, Minh Ha is right. He noticed this and pursed his lips, thinking, since when does the young Miss Fuang Lin listen to Minh Ha like this? Suddenly, a notification echoed in his ear. Minh Ha, I've found a critical location. Minh Ha asked urgently. Where? Luo Lin hesitated, her brow furrowed. Not far from the water treatment plant, she announced. There's a nuclear power plant. He was startled and gasped. What? A nuclear power plant? Luo Lin exhaled, confirming. No doubt about it. But they can't possibly reach it. The nuclear plant is always guarded by the superhuman guard. Minh Ha's expression darkened as he questioned. If they head there, haven't the superhuman guards already been dispatched for reinforcements elsewhere? Hearing this, she was stunned, her eyes and mouth wide open. Luo Lin gripped her tablet tightly and shouted, This is bad. Their true goal is to bomb the nuclear power plant. Over the last few days, a portion of the superhuman guard was deployed to prepare for the attack on War-Ruined City. They were already short-staffed, and after the earlier explosions, the guards were dispatched for temporary rescue operations. He was so panicked that he broke out in a sweat, explaining, I'm afraid there aren't many guards left protecting the power plant now. She clutched her head, her voice strained as she reminded him, Minh Ha, You have to stop them. If the power plant explodes, all of Nando will face a severe power outage. Forget about attacking war-ruined city. Even Nando's own defense system will fail. The consequences would be unimaginable. Minh Ha quickly reassured her. I understand. We will definitely succeed. Luo Lin shouted from above in a panic. I'll immediately notify the superhuman guards to turn back. Minh Ha realized it was already too late. He thought about the current traffic situation and analyzed. Although the superhuman guards are superpowered individuals, the city center's traffic infrastructure is severely damaged. I'm afraid it's gridlocked everywhere. They won't be able to reach the monsters in time, she stammered. Then what should we do? Minh Ha, while running, proposed a gamble. The only chance now is that the parasitic monsters haven't realized their plan has been exposed. He hid behind a wall, peeking out to continue. But judging by how these parasitic monsters operate, I have my doubts. Minh Ha imagined a mysterious stranger as he pondered. Perhaps they have an insider inside the nuclear power plant. Minh Ha set his tablet down on the car, then slammed his hand onto it in frustration. You're absolutely right. They must have an insider in the power plant. These parasitic fiends are making such a big move, their goals are clear, and they're acting fast. Luo Lin pointed to a spot on the map and continued. It's clear they know the nuclear plant situation like the back of their hand, otherwise they wouldn't dare do this. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully, especially since they seem to know the status of the superhuman guards so well. Minh Ha, come up with a plan. Fast. Minh Ha quickly posed a question. Isn't there an abandoned water treatment plant in front of the nuclear plant? Luo Lin checked the map, saw both the nuclear power plant and the abandoned water plant, and confirmed, yes, that's right. He devised a plan to notify Tang Ning's group to abort the original mission stop, surrounding and blocking the parasitic fiends, and head straight to the water plant to blow it up. Hearing this, she was stunned, her eyes widening as she shouted, What? Blow up the water plant? Minh Ha analyzed the situation calmly. Even though we're a step behind, in the end, Nando is still our human territory. He paused and added, If we already know their target, there's no need to follow them anymore. Minh Ha looked up at the stairs in front of them, asserting that after transforming, these ugly fiends would have to use the underground tunnels. But they didn't have to. He explained that the water plant connected to the river system and held a massive volume of water. Minh Ha sighed, expressing his view that blowing up the water plant to flood the tunnels would buy them time before the parasitic fiends could reach the nuclear plant. Luo Lin furrowed her brow and questioned, Minh Ha, your plan is really daring. But what happens after that? He turned to look at Fuang Lin and replied, Fuang Lin and I will go above ground straight to the nuclear power plant. That way, we'll definitely get there before the parasites do. Minh Ha looked at his watch and made his decision. I have a scanner. As soon as I reach the nuclear plant, I will find the parasitic fiend's mole. Once that's done, we'll regroup with Tang Ning's team. She had no choice but to agree. Understood. I'll tell Tang Ning right away. Fuang Lin finally spoke up. Minh Ha, Tang Ning's team only has 3 people. What if they run into those parasitic fiends? Ban Lin Hui stammered as he added, There are over a dozen of those fiends. Will Sister Tang Ning be okay? He remained silent, gripping the stairs in front of him. Minh Ha confidently stated his strategy. We don't have time to worry about that right now. I believe Tang Ning's group can hold them off. Only by getting to the nuclear plant quickly to find their insider can we come back to reinforce them. He listened and thought to himself, Is this the ancestral dragon tooth? She called out softly, Minh Ha. Minh Ha climbed up decisively and gave the order. Let's go, get up there. The other 2 didn't have time to think and just followed along. Not long after, a sudden scream echoed out. Robbery. The middle-aged man slumped to the ground, reaching out to complain. Are you kids, students? Don't be stupid and break the law. It turned out the robbers were Minh Ha and Fuang Lin. He jumped onto the hood of the car and urged, Fuang Lin, drive. She quickly opened the car door and replied, Got it. Once everyone piled inside, the car took off like a rocket. Fuang Lin drove so fast and recklessly that Ban Lin Hui was almost thrown out. Luckily, he held on tight, and a second later, he scrambled back into the back seat to the annoyance of the other 2. Their car zigzagged like a crawling worm. Everyone complained, What kind of driving is this? Are you trying to kill us? Don't wreck my car. She was driving and suddenly spoke up. The water company is right ahead. He ordered, Drive past it. Suddenly, Ban Lin Hui popped up excitedly and told Minh Ha to look. It's Sister Tang Ning. The second team was also rushing over at this moment. Fuang Jia pointed out, Sister Tang Ning, it looks like Minh Ha's team. Tang Ning nodded. Yeah, I see them. She slammed on the brakes and announced, However, our mission is to destroy the water plant and hold our ground here. Minh Ha sat in the car, watching through the window as Tang Ning prepared to storm the water plant, putting her life on the line. He frowned and prayed silently. Tang Ning, please don't die. Fuang Lin also saw the scene and called out softly, Tang Ning. Suddenly, an explosion occurred behind them. Fuang Lin quickly realized it was Tang Ning's superhuman ability. She set her face and muttered, Tang Ning, you must wait for us. Done talking, Fuang Lin focused on driving, her foot slamming down on the accelerator. The car kept its momentum and shot forward, while explosions continued to rock the area behind them. Not long after, several white buildings appeared in the distance. Bang Linhui spoke up, Minh Ha, we're here. At the gate, several men were standing guard with rifles. When they saw the car approaching, they stopped them. Stop, this is a nuclear power plant. Minh Ha stepped out, checking his watch as he introduced himself. I am Minh Ha from the Ancestral Dragon Tooth team. Ban Linhui and Fuang Lin also exited the car. She reported, we are students from Nando Academy, on a special mission. The two guards murmured in surprise. Ancestral Dragon Tooth? Nando Academy? He quickly informed them, there's no time to explain. We suspect parasitic fiends are hiding inside the nuclear power plant. The guards panicked and shouted, what? Parasites? He walked toward them and ordered, take us to the control center immediately. One man stammered nervously, understood, but we can't make that call. We have to report it to the station chief first. Minh Ha frowned and urged, then hurry up and go report it. He reached out to stop them. You can't tell the station chief. Minh Ha explained. The scanner's range is only 100 meters. We can't confirm yet if the station chief is a parasitic fiend. He turned to Ban Lin Hui. If we report to the station chief, there's a high chance we'll alert the enemy. He responded anxiously, but the nuclear plant is so huge. Without the station chief's help, how are we going to find the parasites? Ban Lin Hui analyzed. If we search the whole plant, it'll take at least an hour or two. We'll never make it in time. What could they do? Minh Ha suddenly turned and asked, which department is responsible for daily security and maintenance? The man quickly replied, machine repair. It's the maintenance team from the engineering department. He asked, where is their office? The man pointed to the west side of the office building. He looked confused, not understanding what was happening. Minh Ha, why are you asking about this? In the plant, isn't the maintenance team a low-ranking position? Minh Ha held his palm out to explain. Most superhuman guards have been deployed elsewhere, but the parasites here still don't dare to strike immediately. They must be waiting for other parasitic fiends to arrive as reinforcements. That means they definitely don't have enough manpower, and their strength probably isn't that high either. To ensure their plan succeeds, that parasite must be working in a key position. He analyzed the situation. Aside from the station chief, only the maintenance team members have access to the nuclear generator unit at all times. Ban Lin Hui finally understood. Right, why didn't I think of that? Fuang Lin urged. Minh Ha, let's go there quickly. Minh Ha replied. All right. Then he threatened the group. Aren't you going to lead the way for us yet? The parasite demons want to blow up the power plant. We won't make it if we delay any longer, one person shouted in a panic. What? They want to blow up the power plant? Ban Lin Hui snapped. Obviously. Why else would we be here? The two men looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, then one said, fine. I'll lead you there. 3 minutes later, inside the maintenance office, everyone stopped what they were doing and stared at the newcomers. Someone asked blankly, who are you guys? Just then, Fuang Lin whispered to Minh Ha, are there any parasite demons? He quickly replied, none. She was startled, eyes widening in suspicion. None? Then aren't they maintenance staff? Minh Ha then raised his ID card and introduced himself. I am Minh Ha from the Long Nha team. We are on a special mission. Is the entire maintenance team here? The young man nearby looked confused. Long Nha team? The man in glasses announced. I am the leader of the maintenance team. Half an hour ago, Old Ha took Anam to the generator unit, saying they found a malfunction in the machinery. They are performing maintenance right now. He was shocked and ordered, maintenance? Hurry, take us to find Old Ha. The team leader was dragged along by Minh Ha, still completely bewildered. Is something wrong? Duc Da. There's no time to explain. Hurry up. He had no choice but to follow. They headed toward the generator, the space lighting up wherever they went. Minh Ha kept checking his watch as they walked. Suddenly, he stopped and shouted, found it! Minh Ha pointed to the ground below. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch into the floor. Ban Lin Hui stared in shock at the huge hole underneath, and Minh Ha swiftly flew down. Anam looked dazed, feeling completely lost. Old Ha shouted, what are you guys doing? Ban Lin Hui and Fuang Lin followed them down. He pointed accusingly, Stop pretending, old Ha. We already know you are a parasite demon. The old man looked confused, eyes bulging as he yelled, What? I'm a parasite demon? Bon Lin Hui eagerly lunged forward, calling out loudly, Minh Ha, what are you waiting for? Take him down. However, Minh Ha poured cold water on his enthusiasm. It's not old Ha. Old Ha is innocent. After getting punched by Bon Lin Hui, the old man stumbled back, confused. It's someone else. What? The two other maintenance staff members panicked, realizing A Nam was the parasite demon. It's a Nam. The old man collapsed to the ground, seeing the horrifying shadow reflecting off himself, and screamed frantically, He's the parasite demon! Anam is the parasite demon! Anam now revealed his true nature. He bared the sharp teeth growing out of his body and questioned, Strange, how did you find me? Bon Lin Hai, facing this danger, cried out, Help me, Phuong Lin. Phuong Lin swore under her breath and unleashed her technique. Phoenix soar. Taking advantage of the distraction, Bon Lin Hui scrambled away. Anam's pupils turned deep red as he intently observed the situation. Anam let out a cold snort and barked, Just you? Then he swung his long, twisted tentacle forward. She was so worried that cold sweat broke out on her forehead, realizing, This is bad. This parasite demon is even stronger than we imagined. He has reached the peak of the Heaven Mang level. Minh Ha, standing nearby, spoke up, Phuong Lin, leave him to me. During Nin is struggling in battle, we have no time to waste. Saying this, he immediately cracked his knuckles, ready to fight. Minh Ha stepped forward as a wave of crimson energy erupted from his body. Bon Lin Hui, hiding behind them, gasped, What is this? Phuong Lin was equally stunned. She realized it was the Hong Ton level. Anam still stood there dumbfounded, looking slightly intimidated by the scene. Full of fury, Minh Ha stepped forward and accused, To destroy the power plant, you blew up 4 buildings in the city center. Countless innocent lives were lost just like that. Minh Ha's voice rang out in the air, filled with resentment. They were just ordinary people, with no innate powers, just wanting to live their lives in peace. Every word he spoke cut like a knife into everyone's heart. But now, they are dead. They lost their loved ones, children, fathers, mothers. Minh Ha seethed with anger, gesturing accusingly. It is all because of you. You parasite demons are the parasites of the earth. Instantly, the entire space was engulfed by the terrifying energy radiating from him. Minh Ha screamed madly, Die! Absolute sovereign domain, vacuum fist domain. Anam still bared his teeth, growling as if trying to show off, yet he held a stone tightly in his palm. Minh Ha squeezed it, forming ice on the back of his hand with his ultimate move, the bone-freezing mysterious fist. In an instant, thousands of bone-chilling punches were unleashed. Anam controlled his tentacles to retaliate. A mouth with rows of sharp teeth lunged from his body toward Minh Ha. In a flash, he created a barrier with thick, dense ice. Anam was attacked so hard he lost a few teeth, but he still had the strength to curse. Damn it! Anam stared at Minh Ha's imposing figure. His pupils were filled with the reflection of his opponent. Anam growled. You suddenly. He felt incredibly small compared to Minh Ha. He stepped back, in doubt. What kind of monster are you? He scrambled to turn and run, shouting, I don't want to die. But before he could escape, a layer of ice surged forward, locking his legs in place. Now, he was completely frozen. Minh Ha sneered, You don't want to die? His face radiated a cold, murderous aura. Every word sounded like he wanted to devour Anam alive. Then did the innocent people you harmed want to die? He grabbed Anam by the head and declared, I won't let your plan succeed. As he whispered, D.A. Anam's face was frozen solid by the layer of cold ice. Bon Lin Hui witnessed the scene and couldn't help but pull at his hair in disbelief. Is this the power of Minh Ha's Hong Ton level? The overwhelming pressure formed a vacuum domain. Phuong Lin was also wide-eyed in amazement. So powerful. In a vacuum environment, the temperature of ice can drop lower, even reaching absolute zero. She watched as he collapsed before their eyes, still skeptical. A peak Heaven Mang level parasite demon was defeated this easily? She nodded in confirmation. In a near absolute zero environment, I'm afraid even my phoenix flames would be frozen solid. Bon Lin Hui bowed his head and sighed. The gap in power is just too huge. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Wait, I remember Minh Ha's innate power wasn't at the Hong Ton level. Just then, Minh Ha turned his gaze toward them. Scene shifts to Ban Vei Thu. He stood, watching his troops conduct rescue operations amidst the chaos. The captain glanced down at an injured person lying on a stretcher. He asserted that it was imperative to wipe out these parasite demons at the root. Otherwise, Nando City would never know peace. Hong Xiao stood nearby, puzzled. Captain, I find it a bit strange. Why are these parasite demons causing such a huge commotion right in the city center? He rubbed his chin, muttering, It is indeed strange. What could their objective be? Suddenly, his phone rang, and the captain answered. Professor Du Hang, is something wrong? The voice on the other end replied, Captain, Lin Lin from the Dragontooth organization reported to me. Du Hang hurriedly announced from his office. Minh Ha concluded that the likely target of these parasite demons was the nuclear power plant. Minh Ha is already there. The captain widened his eyes in shock and shouted, What? You say their target is the nuclear power plant? The voice on the other end confirmed the information before hanging up abruptly. The captain closed his eyes and whispered, Minh Ha. He turned to Hong Xiao to pass on the message. Minh Ha from the Dragontooth organization has concluded that the true objective of these parasite demons is the nuclear power plant. She was equally startled and exclaimed, What? The nuclear power plant? The captain fell into deep thought. The nuclear power plant is the city's main source of electricity. If they succeed, not only will our plans to attack the ruined city be ruined, but the very defenses of Nando City will fail. Hong Xiao rushed off, not forgetting to call back. I'll lead a team over there right now. He stared at her retreating figure and prayed. All right, I hope you can get there in time. Over at the water plant, the site was already in ruins from an explosion. Truong Vien asked nervously. Sister Tang Ning, can just the three of us stop them? Vuong Jia chimed in. Are we going to die? Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. Tang Ning muttered, They're coming out. Vuong Jia jumped back in terror as a swarm of parasite demons surged upward. They aggressively moved toward the group. Faced with such fierce monsters, the three of them were overwhelmed. Damn it, there are so many of these parasite demons. Vuong Jia trembled, glancing over, and stammered, Sister Tang Ning, we. She quickly reassured him. I know you're scared. I'm scared too. But we still don't know the situation at the nuclear power plant. Tang Ning observed them and continued. Unsure of how many more were hiding there. We are the first line of defense. If we fail, and let these parasite demons through, I fear Minh Ha and Phuong Lin will be caught in a pincer attack, flanked from both sides. If that happens, not only will Minh Ha and Phuong Lin die, but the power plant will be blown up. Without enough electricity, many of Nando City's defenses will become useless. We will be completely at the mercy of the monsters. She imagined those heartbreaking scenes and shouted, Things like today will keep happening in this city. Can you stand by and watch your friends and countless innocent people be slaughtered by monsters? Truong Vien asserted fiercely. Of course not. We are students of Nando Academy. We are superpowered individuals. If we don't stand up, who will? He furrowed his brows, his tone full of determination. Let's just do it. Vuong Jia also regained his spirit and added, That's right. As superpowered individuals, we should shoulder the responsibility of protecting humanity. This is our first operation with the Dragontooth organization. We can't run away. Hearing this, Tang Ning offered a satisfied smile. She gave the command, All right, let's stop them together. The three of them charged forward simultaneously. Tang Ning swung both arms back to summon her weapons. She thrust two sharp blades straight into a parasite demon. Truong Vien punched a nearby monster. He gritted his teeth and said, Even though I'm only a first-year student, Truong Vien's body erupted with fiery power as he used his signature punch. He declared, I am going to join the Dragontooth organization in the future. Tang Ning's sharp ice spikes rose from the ground, piercing a nearby enemy amid shouts of battle. Vuong Jia clenched his fists, using his ability to control earth elements. He arrogantly shouted, Don't underestimate us. We are the future elite of humanity. Immediately after, several earthen spikes shot straight into the air. Suddenly, a parasite demon opened its maw wide at Vuong Jia. While he stood frozen in place, Truong Vien rushed over and punched it. Danger began to close in. To protect his friend, he took a claw strike. Vuong Jia immediately reached out to catch his comrade, calling out to Truong Vien in concern. As Truong Vien nursed an injury on his back, he hunched over in gratitude, almost got mobbed by these beasts. Thanks, Vuong Jia. At the same time, Vuong Jia reached out, manipulating the earth to form a barrier in front of them. The two stood back to back, and as he looked at the surrounding parasite demons, he yelled, Don't talk, we're surrounded. Suddenly, they both froze, as Vuong Jia glanced to the side, having spotted something. It turned out Tang Ning had flown in just in time. She unleashed her ice descent technique, freezing the entire group in place. For a moment, the three looked around to assess the situation. The two students cheered excitedly. Sister Tang Ning, but before they could celebrate, they heard cracking sounds coming from above. Vuong Jia looked up as one of them broke through the ice, exclaiming, This is bad. There's a fire attribute monster. It instantly unleashed fire to rescue its comrades. He warned, there are nearly 20 parasite demons, each with different powers. Even Sister Tang Ning's ice descent is being countered by them. Trung Vien reassured him. Even if it's being countered, it can still hold them for a moment. We can take this time to wipe them out. He nodded and shouted. All right. Tang Ning jumped high, raising her hands to summon sharp shards of ice in midair. A second later, she whipped her arms downward, unleashing her technique. Ice spikes. Those ice shards rained down on the parasite demons. Taking advantage of the monsters being frozen, the two boys shouted battle cries and dealt with the horde. Tang Ning gritted her teeth and declared, Stop them. We can definitely stop them. Unfortunately, the two boys were eventually struck by attacks, leaving her alone to face the terrifying mob. Suddenly, a long, slimy tongue shot out, wrapping around Tang Ning's leg. She was instantly reeled in. The parasite demon opened its mouth, ready to swallow its prey. Just as Tang Ning was inside its maw, the monster closed its mouth and swallowed. It seemed like she was done for, but suddenly, several sharp ice shards pierced from the inside out of the parasite demon. 2 sharp, clean slashes followed. The entire monster disintegrated in an instant. Tang Ning escaped and landed with a cool demeanor. She let out a breath and prayed silently. Minh Ha, Fuang Lin, you two must find the parasite's mole inside the nuclear power plant and stop their plan. Tang Ning erupted with tremendous energy, driven by her obsession to stop them and buy time for Minh Ha and Fuang Lin. She frowned, telling herself she couldn't give up. Tang Ning gripped her weapon and moved forward, surrounded by blocks of ice. She shouted aggressively that she absolutely could not fail before Minh Ha and Fuang Lin found the parasite's mole. Vuong Jia was also ignited by the flames of battle, gaining strength. That's right. He had to buy time for Minh Ha and Sister Fuang Lin. Trung Vien was just as fired up, even if it meant burning his own vitality. The two of them charged together, shouting in unison, refusing to retreat. She growled her orders. You maggots, you can't wait any longer. Kill them now. Our mission is to destroy the nuclear power plant. While the two boys faced countless parasites surrounding them, Tang Ning used all her might to launch her sharp weapon. A cry of kill, filled with hatred, rang out. She got right in their faces, cursing, You parasites are the real maggots. In the middle of the fierce battle, Trung Vien kept talking. Vuong Jia, there's actually something I've always wanted to tell you. Vuong Jia, despite the many wounds on his face, was still eager for gossip. What is it? He asked, while handling the enemies in front of him. I always thought Lu Qian was the most beautiful goddess at Namdo Academy. Vuong Jia shouted. Damn it. I think Sister Fuang Lin is prettier. Trung Vien grinned, changing his mind. But now I think Sister Tang Ning is the most beautiful. His friend smiled in agreement. Sister Tang Ning is indeed very beautiful. Both seemed to be empowered by the thought of her, sharing a single will. Because of that, dying with Sister Tang Ning feels worth it. That's right. Totally worth it. What are we waiting for? Let's charge in front of Sister Tang Ning. If we die first. Then, they glanced at each other, signaling something. The two friends slammed their hands onto the ground in perfect sync. Instantly, a barrier appeared right in front of the parasites. Tiny fragments floated in the air. The terrifying parasites wouldn't give up easily. They crazily punched through the barrier. This was nothing to them, but these few blows caused the two men hiding behind it to be hit by flying rocks, letting out pained cries. The 3 ferocious monsters had broken through their perimeter. They refused to back down, fighting with all their might. Trung Vien gritted his teeth, punching a muscular monster. Tang Ning, on the other side, lunged forward to send it to its grave. He rushed in to stand in front of her, shouting, Sister Tang Ning, even if I die, I must die before you. Vuong Jia jumped in to add, Me too, she panted, boosting everyone's spirits. They couldn't fail. They had to buy time for Minh Ha and Fuang Lin. They had to stop these parasites. The 3 of them gathered in one spot, standing amidst the circle of parasites. Vuong Jia stood ready to fight. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Trung Vien swung his fist at a large monster nearby, yelling, I'll risk it all against you beasts. Tang Ning was hovering in midair now. The parasites saw a strange light radiating from her and looked up. Tang Ning's pupils glowed with her ultimate technique, Absolute Domain, Frozen Frost. Instantly, everything below was frozen solid in a split second. Not a single one could escape this move. The next moment, she grabbed her sharp weapon and slashed through them. In a flash, Tang Ning landed on the ground, with bodies flying everywhere. She gradually ran out of energy, breathing heavily. Tang Ning frowned, anxiety and sorrow clear in her eyes, and sweat began to pour down like rain. There were too many of them to finish off at once, and the ice holding them back was starting to melt. These damn parasites had another chance to lash out. After being frozen for a few minutes, they charged toward Tang Ning's small figure. Luckily, a car sped up from behind, slamming into them. On this side, Trong Vien and Vuong Jia were still struggling when someone shouted, "Mystic Fist!" Frozen Bone Spirit Wave was unleashed, leaving the two boys stunned. Minh Ha appeared like a savior in their time of need. He asked, "Vuong Jia, Trong Vien, are you two okay?" Vuong Jia gave a wry smile. "I'm fine. Good thing you arrived on time. Otherwise, I would have been swallowed just now." Trong Vien turned, puzzled. "Minh Ha, why are you here?" Minh Ha explained. "We eliminated the parasite mole in the nuclear power plant, so we came here to save you all." He stepped forward, reaching out his hand toward Tong Ning. "Sister Tong Ning, are you all right?" She was still looking down, trying to regulate her breathing. Hearing the familiar voice, Tong Ning was startled. "Minh Ha?" She suddenly jolted, grabbing his arm and shouting, "If you're here, what about the nuclear power plant?" He slowly helped Tong Ning stand up, gently reassuring her. "Don't worry, sister. As soon as we got there, we killed the parasite, preparing to sabotage the plant. Besides, fearing there might be more hiding in the plant, I left Phuong Lin and Bon Lin Hui to keep guard." She bent down and whispered, "That's good." Minh Ha stepped forward and said, "Leave the rest to me." Tong Ning whispered a soft, "Okay." Then, he quickly brandished An Nam's head and shouted, "Your plan has failed." They looked blank, then suspicious. "How is that possible? Our plan couldn't have been exposed. How did you find him?" Minh Ha growled. "Because we are the Dragon Fang," someone scoffed. "The Dragon Fang doesn't exist anymore," he stated firmly. "The Dragon Fang will always exist, whether in the past or the future." Flames erupted from Minh Ha, his eyes turning blood red as he declared, "The Dragon Fang will be the spearhead pointed right at you demons." Vuong Jia, standing behind him, chimed in, "That's right, the Dragon Fang will last forever." Trong Vien pointed at himself, acknowledging, "We are all members of the Dragon Fang." Tang Ning smiled, her cheeks flushing as she thought, "That's right, the Dragon Fang will live forever." The three students clenched their fists, ready to fight at any moment. The two boys shouted, cheering for him as well as for Minh Ha. "Clear out these parasites, kill them all, and avenge the innocent civilians who died in today's explosion." Minh Ha charged forward with an iron will to wipe out every parasite hiding in the human world. Your shout echoes through the air. It is the duty of our Dragon Fang unit. This aura makes the parasites shrink back as they watch Minh Ha flying toward them. The parasites have now begun to fall before the overwhelming, storm-like power of the group. The prince laughs in excitement, feeling that with Minh Ha, everything is different. They have finally wiped out these pests. Trong Vien, standing behind, also praises him in admiration. "Minh Ha, you're amazing. Leave the last two to us." Suddenly, Minh Ha's spirit-filled hand reaches out. "Hold on. Keep those two alive." Minh Ha frowns as he explains, "I don't know why, but I feel like there's something fishy going on here." The two creatures huddle together, sneering, trying to pry information from their lips. "Minh Ha, you're too naive. We will absolutely never be captured by you humans." They suddenly bolt forward together. The eyes of both creatures glow blood red, and countless yellow streaks like lightning pulse across their bodies. One of them growls, "Let's die together." You widen your eyes, gauging the situation. Not good, they're going to self-destruct. The two friends are still standing there, like statues. Are they waiting to die, instead of running away? Minh Ha slams his palms into the ground and shouts at them. "Trong Vien, Prince, get out of there." Two sharp, icy ribbons instantly shoot toward them. He lunges forward, moving at breakneck speed toward the two parasites. In a split second, a deafening explosion occurs, and smoke and dust billow up all around. Just then, three vehicles come racing to the rescue. Someone shouts, pointing to the side. Hong Xiao stands on the vehicle, shielding her eyes to look ahead, and gives an order. It's the abandoned water plant up ahead. "Hurry, go over there and check it out." The wheels roll rapidly along the road. They jump out of the cars, unable to hide their surprise. What on earth happened here? One person scans the chaotic scene, questioning. There must be the corpses of over a dozen parasites on the ground, right? Did you really kill them all by yourselves? Hong Xiao asks anxiously. Minh Ha, what on earth happened here? She runs over to question him. Bang Weishou says, you discovered that the parasite's true target was the nuclear power plant. Why are you here? What's happening over at the power plant? Minh Ha explains while helping Tang Ning walk. I've already dealt with the parasite spy inside the nuclear power plant. He adds a reason. However, to be safe, I left Phuong Lin and Bang Lin Hai there. Minh Ha turns to look at the ruins and continues. As for this place, I told Tang Ning, Trung Vien, and the prince to blow up the water plant to stop the parasites. He gestures toward the two friends, praising them. If it weren't for them, I'm afraid the nuclear power plant would have been destroyed by these parasites. Minh Ha lies without batting an eye. I only just arrived here myself. Tang Ning exclaims in shock. You, he immediately raises his hand to cover her mouth, making up a valid excuse. Tang Ning, you're seriously injured. Don't say anything else. The two friends also stare, chiming in. Actually, it was Minh Ha. Before they can finish, Minh Ha interrupts them sternly. All right, that's how it happened. The three of them held back nearly 20 parasites. That part was true. Hong Xiao smiles and pays them a compliment. I understand. Nando Academy truly lives up to its reputation as a supreme academy. Dean Su and Professor Tang have trained a group of elites. They would be proud of you. She turns to give orders. Where is everyone? Take Tang Ning, Trung Vien, and the prince to the hospital. They shout, understood. In unison, Hong Xiao adds, assign 2 people to stay behind and clean up the parasite's remains. Once done, she suggests, Minh Ha, come with me to the power plant. He nods and agrees. Not long after, Fuang Lin's team is spotted approaching. Seeing them, she asks anxiously, Minh Ha, how are Tang Ning and the others? Minh Ha quickly gets out of the car to reassure her. It's okay now. The parasites have been completely wiped out. Tang Ning and the others were injured, but they've already been taken to the hospital. Fuang Lin becomes even more anxious. She grabs his arm and asks hesitantly, Tang Ning is hurt, but what about you? Minh Ha replies nonchalantly, I'm fine. Hong Xiao opens the car door, steps out, and suggests, Minh Ha, take us to the battle site. He nods and says, all right. Everyone walks inside and exclaims, the destruction is massive. The parasites clearly had a spy here. Hong Xiao looks back to confirm, that's right. If Minh Ha hadn't discovered the parasite's true objective in time, I'm afraid the nuclear power plant would have been destroyed by now. She places a hand on his shoulder in praise. If that had happened, let alone attacking the Jiangsu city, even Nando City might not have been safe. Minh Ha, you've done a great service again. Minh Ha gestures toward Fuang Lin and says, Fuang Lin and I discovered it together. He pulls Lin Hui into the conversation as well, adding, and Bong Lin Hui too. If they hadn't supported me, I wouldn't have been able to stop the parasites from bombing the power plant alone. Hong Xiao asks in surprise. Fuang Lin, Bang Lin Hai. Are you both students of Nando Academy? Fuang Lin admits. That's right. He scratches his head and laughs. Freshman. Hong Xiao proposes. All right. Nando Academy has done a great service this time. I will report this to Bang Weisho. Minh Ha, come over here for a moment. Hearing this, Minh Ha walks over. The two of them walk for a distance without saying a word. Unable to hold back any longer, she lowers her head and speaks up. Minh Ha, you have great talent. Now that the Dragon Fang unit has, Hong Xiao blushes slightly, stammering and glancing sideways, testing the waters. What I mean is, would you like to join the special forces? If you're willing, I want to. Before she can finish, he holds up his hand to signal a stop. Minh Ha steps forward, holding his ground. Since I joined the Dragon Fang unit, I am a member of the Dragon Fang unit. Regardless of how many people are left in the Dragon Fang unit now, he turns around, his tone full of confidence. I believe the Dragon Fang unit will always exist. Hearing this, Hong Xiao can only sigh helplessly. I understand. She turns to leave, not forgetting to call back. Minh Ha, I hold you in high regard, and I also respect the Dragon Fang unit. Even though you turned me down, I will still support you. Suddenly, Hong Xiao pauses, glances back, and continues. Furthermore, after this incident, I think her next words seem to offer hope to Minh Ha. The day the Dragon Fang unit is re-established is not far off. He stands there, stunned, and softly replies, thank you. A minute later, a voice rings out from Minh Ha's earpiece. Minh Ha, thank you. You have proven the value of the Dragon Fang unit's existence once again. He smiles and says softly, I am a member of the Dragon Fang unit, after all. Luo Lin, on the other end, excitedly announces, the leadership already knows about what happened. I heard Bang Weisho has called an emergency meeting. She shouts excitedly, I wonder if it's possible. Before she can finish, Minh Ha interrupts. I heard that the Guardian has called an emergency meeting. She shouted excitedly, I wonder if it's possible. Before she could finish, Minh Ha interrupted. I said, I trust the leadership. And I also trust the Commissioner and Professor Tang. Luo Lin agreed. Yeah, this time we'll definitely succeed. She pursed her lips. If the Longya organization is actually re-established, Luo Lin became serious and shared her opinion. I hope you'll be the one to lead it. He was a bit stunned when he heard that. The scene shifts to a high-level meeting in Nando City. After the intense battle, everyone had gathered for an emergency meeting. Ban Wei Thu pointed at the screen, showing the replay of the recent explosion, and spoke up. This time, the parasitic demon's plan has caused many innocent people to get hurt. They took it very seriously. These parasitic demons are truly detestable, and we must completely eradicate them from Nando City. He clasped his hands together in agreement. That's right. If we can't root out these parasitic demons, Nando City will never know peace, especially since their target this time was the nuclear power plant. If Minh Ha from the Longya organization hadn't discovered it in time, Nando City's defense system would have already been destroyed. Ban Wei Thu sighed before continuing. I don't even want to imagine what that would have been like. Someone added, we were careless this time. After the explosion, we were only worried about rescuing the citizens and didn't realize the parasitic demon's plan. The Nando Guardian slammed his hand on the table. The advantage of the superhuman guard is offense. He offered an explanation. The Special Operations Squad is mainly strong in combat ability, so it's not their fault. Ban Wei Thu turned around, deep in thought, and said, it's just that after this incident, we must reconsider. Someone asked skeptically, does the Guardian mean considering rebuilding the Longya organization? Ban Wei Thu snapped his fingers, confirming it. Exactly. The Superhuman Guards and the Special Operations Squad have their own strengths, but the Longya organization's strength lies in intelligence gathering and vanguard combat. To wipe out the parasitic demons in the city, we must rely on the Longya organization. Someone clasped their hands together to analyze. Usually, these parasitic demons hide too well, and they've completely learned human living habits. If they don't actively reveal themselves, it's very difficult for us to find them. Another person expressed their view. In that regard, the Longya organization really does have the upper hand. Ban Wei Thu leaned over to make an announcement. Next, I invite everyone to raise your hands to vote. If you agree to rebuild the Longya organization, please raise your hand. Elder So raised his hand and made his decision. I agree to rebuild the Longya organization. Someone else followed suit. I agree too. Two people sitting opposite each other were whispering. The Guardian makes a good point. The Longya organization is the eyes of Nando City. If we have no eyes, how can we see the enemy's intentions? The chief official was still quietly waiting for everyone's opinions, looking on with suspicious eyes. Suddenly, 4 hands were raised in a unanimous vote. I agree to rebuild the Longya organization. I agree too. So, everyone had raised their hands in agreement. Ban Wei Thu spoke up. Good. If everyone agrees to rebuild the Longya organization, then I hope the superhuman forces will fully support the coordination efforts. A big question mark was raised. Support is no problem, but who will lead the Longya organization? Another person frowned and added. Exactly. The leader is the key to the Longya organization, quickly forming combat capability. The person next to them added, although Luo Lin isn't bad, in the end, it's still not enough. Elder So stood up and opened the floor. I have a suitable candidate. Ban Wei Thu guessed it immediately. Commissioner, are you talking about Minh Ha? He admitted it right away. That's right. Minh Ha is originally one of only 2 remaining members of the Longya organization. Elder So gave another reason. Moreover, recent events are enough to prove his ability and intelligence. Another person sitting next to him agreed. If he leads the Longya organization, I believe there won't be any problems. The person sitting opposite had the same thought. Indeed, Minh Ha isn't bad. I agree to let him take on the role of leader of the Longya organization. Suddenly, there was a dissenting opinion. I don't think it's a good idea. It turned out to be the chief official. She presented her argument. After all, Minh Ha is only a first-year student, and his cultivation hasn't reached the White Rainbow level yet. To let him take on the position of leader of the Longya organization right now, isn't that a bit too rash? Suddenly, Ban Wei Thu's hand rose to stop them. All right, everyone, there's no need to argue anymore. Without hesitation, he immediately decided, Minh Ha is indeed the most suitable candidate at this stage. Then let him take on the role of interim leader. Everyone listened attentively. At the same time, we'll use the cleansing of the parasitic demons in Nando City as a trial. If he completes the plan to sweep them out before we launch the counterattack on the battle ruins, it will be considered a success, and he can become the official leader. If he doesn't complete it, we'll choose someone else. Elder So questioned him in confusion. Guardian. The counterattack on the battle ruins takes place in 4 days. These 4 short days might not be enough to build the Longya organization, let alone wipe out the parasitic demons. This is an almost impossible task. Should we give Minh Ha a little more time? He clasped his hands together and reminded him, Commissioner, it's not that I don't want to give him more time, but we don't have any time left. The counterattack plan for the battle ruins is like an arrow on a bow. It has to be fired. And once we launch the counterattack, the defense inside the city will have openings, he said in a deep voice. As long as the parasitic demons exist and run rampant, we cannot bear the consequences. The scene shifts to Nando Academy. The sky had turned dark. A voice rang out, We're finally back. Lin Hui stretched, feeling proud of himself. Minh Ha, following you today was exciting. Since I made such a huge contribution this time, my dad can't call me a useless moocher anymore. He clasped his hands together and leaned in close to him, flattering him. From now on, you have to let me participate in the missions to catch parasitic demons. Minh Ha was speechless. He advised, All right, go back to the dorm and get some rest. If you don't rest, how are you going to catch any more parasitic demons? Lin Hui put his hand on Minh Ha's shoulder, looking reproachful. You're right. Whenever Fyung Lin has an issue, her dad sends Uncle Vien to pick her up right away. But my dad hasn't even called to ask how I am to this day. Men, we should really know how to take care of ourselves. He sighed and walked away, waving goodbye. I'm heading off. See ya. Suddenly, his phone rang. Minh Ha quickly answered it. Hello, Professor Tang. After a moment of conversation, he said the final sentence. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Professor. Minh Ha looked down at the phone in his hand and muttered. The leadership finally approved the rebuilding of the Long Nya organization and elected me as the interim leader. It's just that, I'm forced to wipe out the parasitic demons in the city before the Funnerly counterattack plan for the battle ruins in 4 days. He remembered the faces of 2 people he held dear and whispered to himself, plus, I have to make sure I have enough time to go save my sister and Lu Qian. At most, this will take 2 days. Lu Qian closed his eyes, silently vowing to himself that he had to eradicate all the parasitic demons. Within these 2 days, I must wipe out every single parasitic demon and collect enough spirit dew. I have to hurry. There's no time left. Elsewhere, cars were speeding down the road, bathed in the bright sunlight. Fuang Lin sat inside one of the cars, taking a call. Lu Qian's voice came through from the other end. Sister Fuang Lin, are you home yet? She quickly replied, Not yet. I'm still on the road. Is something the matter? He walked through the night, announcing, The leadership has just passed a resolution making me the interim leader, responsible for rebuilding the Dragonfang organization, and the first urgent mission for the team is to eradicate all the parasitic demons. Lu Qian's voice remained steady. Time is tight, and the mission is heavy. I hope you can help me by taking on the role of a squad leader within Dragonfang. Fuang Lin was startled, raising a hand to cover her mouth as she gasped. Leader? She glanced to the side, hesitating as she spoke. Joining Dragonfang is definitely no problem for me, but can I really handle being a squad leader? I mean, I have little experience and haven't even graduated from the academy yet. He reassured her. A squad leader in Dragonfang is required to have strength at the Heaven's Peak level, which you already possess. As for experience, that's not a big issue. Who doesn't have to build up experience over time? Don't I have very little experience myself? Fuang Lin still hadn't fully agreed. She told him she needed more time to think, and hung up. Suddenly, Uncle Yuan called out to her. While driving, he probed, With a good opportunity like being a squad leader in Dragonfang, what are you still hesitating for? She replied vaguely. You don't understand. Fuang Lin pouted gloomily, thinking to herself, If I fail at the job, that's a small matter. But what if I mess up and hinder Lu Qian's big plans? That would be unforgivable. Uncle Yuan analyzed. What is there not to understand? You're too worried about gains and losses. You're no longer the vibrant, bold, and decisive young lady I once knew. Even a kid like Lu Qian can be a leader. What are you afraid of just leading a small squad? He asked a question that felt like a blade piercing Fuang Lin's heart. Do you really want to fall further and further behind him? Provoked by him, she found new motivation. Uncle Yuan, you're right. Even if I'm not as good as Lu Qian right now, I can't let him leave me too far behind. A sinister smile appeared on Uncle Yuan's face, reflected in the car's rearview mirror. The scene shifts to the Dragonfang operational base. Lu Qian, Luo Lin, and Fuang Lin have all arrived. Luo Lin handed over a stack of documents and said, These are the members who have been recommended to join. Looking down at the Special Operations and Supernatural file, she continued, The candidates from the Supernatural Guard and the Special Operations Squad are all people who have distinguished themselves in battle many times. He picked it up and remarked, It seems the Supernatural Army and the Special Operations Squad aren't taking this lightly. The people sent over are all elites. Luo Lin added, Nandu Academy has also sent a few people. Lu Qian held up a stack of papers and repeated, Nandu Academy? Fuang Lin walked up behind him to take a look. Suddenly, she spoke up. I know these two. Fuang Lin shared her knowledge. Lin Nan and Song Yi are both fourth-year students at Nandu Academy and members of the student council. They are very strong. Both have broken through to the solar halo level. Among them, Lin Nan has a talent for sniping, while Song Yi has special abilities in stealth. It seems the Academy Dean is also giving us full support. Upon hearing this, he jumped up and said, if that's the case, let's go meet them. Luo Lin stood behind him, holding a piece of paper, and called out to Lu Qian. Lu Qian glanced back, asking, what's wrong? She hesitated before saying, there is one more group. They are retired members of the original Dragon Fang. Hearing that the organization was being rebuilt, they requested to return to the team. He smiled and replied, that's a good thing, isn't it? Is there a problem? Only then did she dare to raise the paper, stammering, the others are fine, but I'm afraid one of them might be a bit troublesome. Lu Qian took it to examine it and muttered, the former leader of Dragon Fang Squad 1. Luo Lin nodded in confirmation. That's right. Zhang Hu was discharged due to injuries a year ago. Now his wounds have fully healed, and his strength has increased. He has reached the white rainbow level. It's just that he is quite radical and ignores everything when on a mission. During his time as squad leader, Squad 1 achieved the most, but it was also the squad that suffered the most casualties. She confided, I'm a bit worried. If Zhang Hu returns to Dragon Fang, it's very likely he won't respect you, and that will be a big problem. I think it's better to reject his application. He countered immediately. Why should we reject it? Lu Qian explained. Dragon Fang is in desperate need of people. If Zhang Hu has the talent, I'd be more worried if he didn't show up. He adjusted his jacket, his tone full of confidence. As for whether he respects me or not, I'll just beat him until he does. The scene shifts to the main hall of the Dragon Fang base, where several groups have gathered. In the Special Operations Division, as Lu Qian and Luo Lin walked by, there was whispering. Is this really the new leader of Dragon Fang? He looks so young, doesn't he? The Supernatural Army members also whispered among themselves. I heard the new Dragon Fang leader is only a freshman at Nandu Academy. On the side of the original Dragon Fang members, someone turned and asked, Squad Leader Zhang, what do you think? Zhang Hu said nothing, only huffing coldly. The Nandu Academy crowd was immensely proud. Our junior Lu Qian has become the Dragon Fang leader at such a young age. He truly is our role model. Meanwhile, Lu Qian walked up to the microphone. Luo Lin stood behind him. He thought to himself, Luo Lin was right. The new members were still instinctively dividing themselves into groups. Special Operations, Supernatural Army, Dragon Fang, and Nandu Academy. None of the sides are integrating. They're as scattered as sand. He began to speak. Hello everyone. Time is of the essence, so I won't beat around the bush. You must all be aware of the explosion in the city center yesterday. Right now, parasitic demons are still hiding all over the city. The city leadership has decided to rebuild Dragon Fang and has entrusted me with the task of leading it. The first mission is to wipe out the parasitic demons. Lu Qian stood on the podium, speaking passionately. Therefore, I have decided to adjust the teams and assign duties to everyone. Zhang Hu huffed coldly, thinking arrogantly, this is only temporary. Suddenly, a foot stepped forward. Lu Qian, I feel that this is very ill-advised. Zhang Hu, the former leader of Dragon Fang Squad 1, spoke up. Even if time is tight, we shouldn't make such arbitrary arrangements. Sharpening an axe won't delay the wood cutting. I think we should evaluate the abilities of each member before organizing the teams. That would be better. Luo Lin, seeing them being contradicted, shouted, Zhang Hu, we have the files on every single member. The leader discussed this with me before deciding to divide the squads and assign missions. Why are you suddenly jumping in like this? Are you trying to show you don't accept it? Or are you questioning the leadership's decision? He just laughed at her accusations. You're a veteran of the Dragon Organization too. Don't you know how to listen to your commander? After Luo Lin finished her rant, he pointed at them and cursed. That's right, Commander Luo Lin is right. I don't accept it. A wet behind-the-ears brat like Minh Ha, on what grounds does he deserve to be leader? She wasn't one to back down, firmly defending Minh Ha. On what grounds? On the grounds of his strength and achievements, Luo Lin argued, citing examples. Not to look too far back, just look at the recent battle with the Astronomical Organization and the nuclear power plant incident. If Minh Ha hadn't stepped up to turn the tide at that critical moment, our city of Namdo would have been in chaos long ago. She pointed her finger directly at Truong Ho's face. Is it really your turn to be making snide remarks here? He shrugged, grumpily replying, I know everything you just said. But so what? Who among us hasn't been through fire and blood? Who hasn't earned their stripes? He turned to look at the people behind him and continued. Besides, who knows if this guy's achievements were just plain luck? To be a leader, raw strength is the most important thing. Luo Lin gritted her teeth and growled. Before she could say another word, a hand went up to stop her. Accompanied by an intrigued, "Oh," Minh Ha kept a serious, provocative face. "So, you tell me, what qualifies as having real strength?" Trong Ho clenched his fist until his veins bulged, his whole body radiating heat as he offered a solution. "Simple. Fight me. If you beat me, I won't have a single complaint about you being leader." Minh Ha's eyes lit up. "You've got a deal." Shortly after, they were at the training grounds. Luo Lin stood by, worried. "Minh Ha, do you want to reconsider?" Fuang Lin was just as anxious. "That's right," the commander added. "Trong Ho is very strong right now. I'm afraid he's not inferior to the previous leader." Minh Ha clicked his tongue in rebuttal. "No choice now. Time is short, the burden is heavy, and the Dragon organization is falling apart. We have to use extreme measures. Those people on the other side are already putting him on a pedestal. Just as Trong Ho stands up to challenge my authority, I'm actually relieved." Luo Lin looked at her opponent, puzzled. "But he's at the White Rainbow level. Are you really sure you can win?" As he warmed up, he reassured her, "Don't worry, I have a plan." Luo Lin had no choice but to listen. "All right, just be careful," Fuang Lin added. "Stay safe." The crowd below watched the two on the arena floor and whispered. "I heard Trong Ho broke through to the White Rainbow level." Tong Ye glanced over, confused. "But isn't Minh Ha only at the Heavens Canopy level? Can he even win?" Lam Nam hesitated. "I also feel there's a high chance Minh Ha will lose." On the stage, Trong Ho spoke up. "Minh Ha, perhaps you have some talent, but facing absolute power he faced the challenge calmly. Any tricks you have are useless. Today, I'll show you that not just anyone can be the leader of the Dragon organization." Minh Ha wasn't having it and smirked. "Is that what you call absolute power?" He scratched his ear mockingly. "Talking big, aren't we?" Hearing that, Trong Ho was furious, his eyes bulging as terrifying energy radiated from his body, as if a spectral tiger were backing him up. Trong Ho roared, "Are you tired of living, Minh Ha?" His power erupted, shaking the arena as an invisible wave of energy spread throughout the room. Everyone had to cover their heads to block out the booming sound. Minh Ha stood still, watching Trong Ho dash toward him with lethal intent. A descendant of the Xingyi martial arts, master of the tiger form, White Rainbow rank, possessing the Death Soul talent. Thanks to his Death Soul talent, his strength was incredibly formidable. He specialized in close quarters combat and was the leader of the first Dragon Squad, having participated in many missions. Taking advantage of Minh Ha's distraction, he swiftly clawed out an X-shaped mark. Minh Ha stumbled back in shock. Trong Ho landed, baring his teeth in a sly grin. It was too fast and dangerous. He looked down at the X-shaped marks on his chest, stunned. The spectators couldn't help but whisper that this wasn't a fair fight. That was true. With White Rainbow-level strength and the Death Soul talent, how could Minh Ha possibly be Trong Ho's match? He jumped forward again and shouted, "This is only the beginning." Trong Ho swung his hands, summoning the fierce tiger fist. Instantly, a tiger appeared, jaws wide open with sharp teeth, as if it wanted to swallow Minh Ha whole. Fuang Lin screamed in fear. "Minh Ha!" He finally snapped out of it, thrusting his palm out to release a surge of energy. In the blink of an eye, it sucked all the air around them into his hand. Feeling the timing was perfect, he leapt up. Minh Ha tightened his fist, and in a flash, he was in front of Trong Ho. Without hesitation, he landed a full-force air explosion fist. Luckily, Trong Ho brought his arms up to block, softening the blow. Due to the immense power, he was still sent flying backward, having to drag his hands across the floor to regain his balance. Seeing this strike, Trong Ho couldn't help but shout in frustration, "How is that possible?" The crowd below was truly enlightened. No one expected him to be able to block a strike from Trong Ho. How did he do that? Minh Ha on the stage was back in a combat stance, his whole body glowing with a fierce red flame. Minh Ha quickly got into a stance, his hands clenched as he unleashed a surge of crimson energy. Trong Ho stared in confusion at the air domain forming in front of him. The crowd below quickly realized it was Minh Ha's Crimson Sovereign Domain talent. He smirked and declared, "You've had your turn. Now it's mine." Trong Ho still aggressively accepted the challenge. "Let's see what you're really capable of." Both leapt into the air, charging at each other like moths to a flame. The air explosion fist and the fierce tiger sound fist collided, the battle becoming incredibly intense. A second later, the impact caused an explosion that shook the entire place. Minh Ha landed looking cool, his feet sliding on the ground to stabilize himself, while Truong Ho was sent flying back involuntarily, stumbling uncontrollably. Truong Ho quickly regained his composure and roared, "How? You're clearly only at the Heaven's Canopy level. Even with a Crimson Sovereign talent, you shouldn't be able to go toe-to-toe with me." While controlling his energy, he replied, "Truong Ho, haven't you realized the problem yet?" His eyes went wide as he gasped. "What?" Once again, the tiger spirit was unleashed by Truong Ho. He wasn't giving up. "I don't believe it." His eyes widened as he blurted out, "What? Again?" Zhang Hu had unleashed the ghost again, and he was livid. "I don't believe it." Its razor-sharp fangs were about to sink into Minh Ha's red membrane, but just as they were about to make contact, the fox spirit vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a golden surge of energy that encased the air like a seal. He froze, bewildered. The pressure from the savage tiger fist hadn't affected him at all. Taking advantage of Zhang Hu's distraction, he leaped straight toward him. Before he could react, Minh Ha swung his leg and kicked Zhang Hu flying far away. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Zhang Hu was actually kicked away? No one expected Minh Ha to gain the upper hand. What was going on? Fuang Lin observed the situation, drawing her own conclusion. So that's it. Minh Ha's Crimson Domain is an absolute vacuum, and Zhang Hu's savage tiger fist relies on sound to generate pressure, but in an absolute vacuum, sound cannot travel. Minh Ha flew in, attacking wildly while lecturing him. "Zhang Hu, your biggest problem is that you're too arrogant. You thought that since you're at the White Rainbow level, you'd definitely beat me. But in reality, you don't understand my strength." Afterward, he landed and challenged him, just like when he led the first team of the Dragon Tooth organization. "You certainly have many achievements, but what about the members who followed you? Do you remember the battle at the Changliang River?" Minh Ha held up a photo of a comrade and accused him. "Lin Bingfeng, the one who followed you, could have survived and returned. So why did he sacrifice his life?" Zhang Hu dodged to the side and snapped that it was nonsense. "In the Changliang River battle, I killed 4 parasite demons single-handedly." He recalled the scene of his comrade being impaled by sharp thorns, shifting the blame away from himself. Lin Bingfeng was ambushed by parasite demons at the river. What does his death have to do with me? He lunged forward forcefully, his fist clenched tight, pointing out the anomaly. His intelligence report hadn't mentioned that more parasite demons were lurking under the river. Zhang Hu looked up, annoyed, trying to explain. On the battlefield, things change in an instant. It's hard to guarantee that unexpected events won't occur. This is just how things go once you've joined the Dragon Tooth organization. Finally, he swung his hand to counter, but Minh Ha leaped back. Zhang Hu gritted his teeth and said, "This is simply to be expected." As one of his feet touched the ground, Minh Ha mused, "You're not wrong." He gripped the sharp weapon in his hand, constantly exposing his crimes, and asked, "But do you dare swear on your conscience that during the battle at the Changliang River, you didn't do anything wrong? If you hadn't been so eager to earn merit, rushing to the Changliang River as soon as you got the news without analyzing the situation, would Lin Bingfeng have died?" His ultimate move, bone-chilling frost, was unleashed. A series of sharp ice spikes pointed straight at Zhang Hu. The man wouldn't listen to reason, still holding his hand forward, convinced he was right. "Shut your mouth. I can't lose." In the Dragon Tooth organization, strength is what matters most. Before he could take off, Zhang Hu's legs were frozen solid by his ice. He shrieked in shock. "What?" The ice shards, sharp as knives, rose up and pointed directly at Zhang Hu's face. Minh Ha's voice echoed in the air. "You're right, strength is what matters most." Having gained the upper hand, he quickly declared, "You've lost." The crowd watched, jaws dropped, holding their heads in disbelief. Zhang Hu had lost. The students from Nando Academy cheered excitedly. Minh Ha had actually beaten Zhang Hu. Minh Ha. Fuang Lin jumped up to cheer. Minh Ha won. He won. Seeing that he had no reaction, Minh Ha landed and retracted his ice shards. Zhang Hu slumped to the ground, only then realizing his intention. "You did this on purpose? You used your words to provoke me?" He frankly admitted it. "That's right. Under normal circumstances, even if my Crimson Domain could suppress the pressure of your savage tiger fist, it wouldn't be easy to beat you. But you wanted to win too badly. You clearly could have changed your tactics, but you insisted on using the savage tiger fist you were most confident in." Minh Ha concluded with one sentence, which was the key point that caused him to lose, making Zhang Hu's face darken. He raised both hands to explain. "It's not that I'm desperate to be the leader of the Dragon Tooth organization. If you truly can lead the team to complete the mission, I'm willing to hand the position over to someone capable." Minh Ha asked sternly, But can you do it? Zhang Hu sat still, listening. Can you wipe out the parasite demons in Nando City within 4 days? Zhang Hu knelt on one knee and retorted, and you think you can? Minh Ha put his hands on his hips and confirmed, that's right, I can. I might not even need 4 days. The man was still skeptical. You can do it? Zhang Hu suddenly smirked. Then he leaned back and laughed like a madman. Zhang Hu slowly stood up to refute him. Minh Ha, you said I was in a rush to earn merit, but I think you're the one in a rush to earn merit. He tilted his head, smiling mockingly. Nando City is so huge, and the parasite demons are scattered. How are you going to wipe out all the parasite demons in just 4 short days? The crowd was stirred up as well. That's right, this is basically an impossible mission. Does Minh Ha have a plan? Minh Ha closed his eyes and began to speak. That's right. As you said, the parasite demons live scattered. It's true. I can't wipe them all out in the city in 4 days. He brought up the key point. But what if they are in contact with each other? Zhang Hu looked blank and asked, in contact? How is that possible? Minh Ha explained. Before yesterday, I also thought the parasite demons lived completely separately, but after the incident at the nuclear power plant, I realized we were wrong. He asked curiously, what do you mean? He turned his gaze toward everyone and affirmed, I'm sure you've all realized it. Yesterday's incident at the power plant was a organized, planned action. He raised a finger, connecting everything together. And since there was organization and planning, there must be a link between them. Zhang Hu stared blankly, listening to Minh Ha's argument. Like an intelligence network, there must be a convergence point, the crowd agreed, finding it plausible. One person stepped forward to chime in. That's right. If they can plan actions, then they must be connected. Another young man cheered. It's fine. Leader Minh Ha is right. He presented his plan. If we can find the link between them, which is also the temporary leader of the remaining parasite demons in Nando City, then all the parasite demons will have nowhere to hide. One person asked anxiously, then how do we find that temporary leader? Minh Ha frowned and explained, analyze all the parasite demons that participated in the power plant incident yesterday. Starting from their original identities, I believe we can definitely find a clue. Others nodded in agreement. That's right. Once they participate in the plan, they can't avoid leaving traces. By then, Zhang Hu was still pressing his lips together, deep in thought. The group following him spoke up. Team leader Zhang, I think what Minh Ha said makes a lot of sense. I agree as well. Zhang Hu's hands clenched into fists. He coldly smashed his fist into the floor with immense power. Seeing this, everyone felt a bit intimidated, instinctively raising their hands to shield themselves from the flying debris. Someone called out in concern, Team leader Zhang. Standing amidst the swirling dust, Zhang Hu fiercely conceded, Minh Ha, I lost this round. I will follow your plan, but if your judgment turns out to be wrong, I still won't respect you. He rested his hand on his hip and laughed, responding that it was a deal. Luo Lin grabbed the microphone and walked onto the podium, urging, Leader Minh Ha, please outline the specific action plan. The crowd seemed to quiet down for a moment to listen. The group from Underdog Academy shouted in unison, Leader Minh Ha, please lay out the action plan. Minh Ha nodded and stated, all right, but before assigning tasks, I need to reorganize the team. I'm making an announcement. Regarding current human resources, the Longya organization will temporarily be divided into Action Team 1, Action Team 2, and an Intelligence Team. Zhang Hu will take charge of Action Team 1. Fuang Lin will lead Action Team 2, and Luo Lin will temporarily head the Intelligence Team. Everyone whose name was called, please line up behind your team leader. They lined up one by one as instructed. Once finished, he continued, now, I will present the specific action plan. Luo Lin turned to look at a smiling Fuang Lin, thinking to herself, I never expected him to actually find a way to wipe out all the parasites. Then, she couldn't help but smile, looking at Minh Ha in front of her, feeling a sense of trust. Under Minh Ha's leadership, the Longya organization would surely go much further. Afterward, the parasite extermination plan began. Lin Nan and Song Yi gathered information. Is this Wu Yu's call log? The other person confirmed. That's right. It's all here. Another team went to check on the rescue squad, asking them to describe in detail where he had been recently, and they cooperated accordingly. At the Longya combat base, everyone was busy, focusing on the work, having received the documents on those 7 individuals, immediately organizing the data to compare whether they had connections to the same people or visited the same locations. Right. Shifting scenes to a certain bar. Night was starting to fall. A pot-bellied man sat cowering against the wall, staring at a parasite in the body of a seductive young girl lying limp on the floor. Luo Lin leaned over to inspect it, deducing that this parasite must have been responsible for providing the bombs for the explosion in the city center. It had taken advantage of its appearance to seduce many logistics officers from the security forces. She glanced at the shivering man and continued, including this guy right here, who managed to obtain the bombs. Minh Ha slowly approached him. The man trembled violently, stammering, "I didn't do anything." He cursed at the trash, then raised his foot and kicked the man directly in the face, knocking one of his teeth out. The force was so great that the man slammed his head against the wall and collapsed to the ground. He was in pain and terrified, repeatedly kowtowing and begging, "Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Minh Ha roared in a rage. "You have the nerve to beg for mercy?" Just as he was about to strike, a voice called out to stop him. "Minh Ha." Luo Lin grabbed Minh Ha's hand and persuaded him, saying that getting angry over this kind of trash wasn't worth it. He furiously cursed, "Damn it, these parasites are despicable, but the people who wallow in this depravity are even more so." Minh Ha quickly gave the order to hand him over to the guards and provide the documentation on the others to them as well. "We must make them pay the price and avenge the innocent lives lost." While several escort vehicles waited outside the club, after finishing up, they went inside to take him away, leaving the body of the parasite in a pool of blood, along with Minh Ha and Luo Lin. She looked down at the tablet and announced, "The documents have been sent to the guards. I believe they will handle this appropriately. Our top priority remains wiping out the parasites." After finishing, Luo Lin hugged him to soothe him. "Minh Ha, don't be angry anymore. Think about something happy. Your method is actually quite effective. In just 5 hours, we've found 7 parasites. That's a glorious battle result." He clenched his fist, his tone bitter. "It's far from enough. There are still many parasites hiding out there, and we still don't have any clues about the temporary leader." Minh Ha turned his head and reminded, "We must move faster. Acting on such a large scale will definitely alert them. Once these parasites go into hiding, it will be even harder to catch them." Hearing this, she looked at the tablet to reassure him. "Don't worry, more and more information is coming in. These parasites won't be able to hide." Suddenly, he turned around and asked with his arms crossed, "Right. How are Zhang Hu and Fuang Lin doing? Is the progress going smoothly?" Luo Lin quickly replied, "No major issues. With detailed intelligence, they can identify targets immediately. No need to worry." Minh Ha breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. Let's go." He walked away while giving orders. "We're heading to the next location." She hurriedly followed behind. All right. 10 hours later, an imposing squad led by 4 people arrived in front of a luxurious high-rise building. Commander Peng quickly got out of the car to call Minh Ha and Luo Lin. He ran over to double-check. "Are you sure? A mistake here wouldn't be a minor matter. It could have a huge impact on our counterattack plan. Don't you have a parasite detector? Can you go in and scout silently first?" Minh Ha tilted his head and explained, "Commander, the detector can only find parasites below my rank. If they are higher ranked, the machine won't detect them." Luo Lin added, "Commander, all the intelligence indicates that the chief administrator is a parasite and is highly likely to be that temporary leader." He frowned and asserted, "Commander, if I'm wrong, I'm ready to take full responsibility. Moreover, given the chief administrator's status, if we just ignore this, it will be even more dangerous. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, we can't overlook it, let alone when it's almost certain." Commander Peng nodded and ordered, "Then, move out." Minh Ha clenched his fist and shouted clearly. With that, Fuang Lin, Minh Ha, Zhang Hu, and Luo Lin rushed inside together. They quickly appeared before a golden door. The 3 of them pushed the door open to the astonishment of the chief administrator. She was startled and panicked, letting out an, "Oh." The chief administrator asked nervously, "Minh Ha, Luo Lin, what are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? Don't you know where this is?" He cracked his knuckles provocatively. "Stop acting. Your identity as a parasite has been exposed. Do you want to surrender now, or would you rather take a beating from us?" She leaned back, still stubbornly denying it. "I don't know what you're talking about." Zhang Hu couldn't hold back anymore. He lunged forward, shouting, "Why waste your breath on this parasite?" A heavy blow landed instantly. The chief official managed to raise both hands to block just in time. With his terrifying strength, Zhang Hu sent her flying, then gritted his teeth and spat out one word, "Kill." Zhang Hu clenched his fists, rushing forward with a fiery aura. He unleashed a barrage of elegant strikes, but unfortunately, the chief official dodged every single one. The other 3 stood still, making no move. Zhang Hu attacked while praising her. "I never expected a non-combatant official to have white rainbow tier power. You're good at hiding it." She shrieked in a rage. "You bunch of lunatics. I'll give you one last chance. If you stop now, I won't pursue this. No sooner had she finished speaking than her tiger spirit let out an angry roar. The sheer force of that roar sent the chief official staggering backward. She let out a few desperate screams of pain and, unable to hold back any longer, immediately transformed into her true form. Eerie green tentacles whipped out. Zhang Hu, who had been full of momentum just a moment ago, froze and stared in shock. Standing amidst the smoke and dust, the chief official had a ghastly green body, her eyes filled with murderous intent. She shrieked madly in her plant-like form. "I'll kill you all!" Minh Ha sneered, thinking to himself, I never guessed she was a parasitic plant demon. Finally, I can get my hands on the last bottle of essence. He clenched his fists to summon the profound fist technique. Minh Ha waved his hand forward, unleashing his ultimate move, bone-chilling ice. Instantly, the chief official was frozen solid, but since she was a high-level parasitic demon, this was barely a scratch. In the blink of an eye, the ice cracked. The chief official laughed, looking at him with utter contempt. "You think this little trick can freeze me? Keep dreaming." He quickly called out to his teammate, Fuang Lin, to borrow some flames, which made her jump in surprise. Fuang Lin spread her legs, pressed her palms together, and aimed downward, firing a brilliant red flame, one of the two ultimate soul-severing techniques, Phoenix True Fire. Minh Ha seized the chance to reach out and catch that blazing fire. In an instant, his entire fist was enveloped in that energy. A crimson aura radiated from Minh Ha. He growled, "Absolute honor domain, sky-piercing fist, profound fist technique." He twisted his hands with expert precision, unleashing the Fire Phoenix mark. A giant, blazing red fist flew straight toward the chief official. She couldn't help but scream in terror as she was consumed by the flames. The sheer power was so immense that the glass windows shattered, breaking into pieces and falling through the air. The room was filled with coughing sounds amidst the thick smoke and dust. They had expected a tough fight, but she hadn't even managed to attack before being vaporized by that clash, leaving only a green liquid on the floor. Minh Ha silently knelt on one knee to collect it. Once it was done, Zhang Hu started complaining loudly. "Minh Ha, you stole my kill." Minh Ha turned his head back, offering a wry smile. "We're in a hurry, and you were too slow, so I gave you a hand." Zhang Hu pursed his lips, acting grumpy. Fuang Lin was already used to this. She just smiled and praised them. As expected, Minh Ha's method was still the most effective. In less than a day, we've killed a total of 37 parasitic demons, including the temporary leader. The mission to eradicate them has finally been a complete success. Luo Lin crossed his arms and said meaningfully, "Fuang Lin, I always have a feeling that things aren't as simple as you think." She turned to him, puzzled. "Is there a problem? Isn't the chief official the temporary leader? She was just destroyed by Minh Ha, wasn't she?" Minh Ha clenched his fist and explained. "She must have been a decoy they threw out to distract us. I fear the real temporary leader is someone else." Luo Lin asked curiously, "Minh Ha, did you figure something out?" He held up two fingers to analyze. Although the chief official's status carries weight, and her power was at the white rainbow tier, making her seem like a good fit for a temporary leader, there are at least two suspicious points. Minh Ha closed his eyes to present his argument. First, from the raid on the power station, we know the temporary leader is quite cunning. We've been sweeping through the city for parasitic demons so aggressively. They couldn't have failed to notice and plan a response. Just sitting here waiting for us to come and kill them like this is very suspicious. He held up two fingers and continued. Second, parasitic demons are inherently cruel and selfish. Ever since the mentor left, the parasitic demons in the city have been like a snake without a head. If someone wanted to become the temporary leader without overwhelming power, they would never be able to make the other parasites submit. Minh Ha recalled the moment she transformed into a parasitic demon, judging that this chief official, while appearing to be white rainbow tier, with the strength of a king-tier demon, had only just reached that level. It was as if she had forced a breakthrough, making her foundation incredibly shallow. And among the demons we've dealt with before, there were plenty of peak sky-gaze tier parasites. They wouldn't necessarily be weaker than her, so they wouldn't just obey her blindly. If my hunch is correct, the temporary leader is still hiding in the shadows. He compared these events to chess pieces being used by the leader. The parasites we've killed so far are all decoys, used specifically to lead us astray. Luo Lin rested his hands on his hips and agreed. I had the same feeling. I just couldn't think it through as clearly as Minh Ha did. Fuang Lin asked, "So what do we do now?" Suddenly she turned, looking anxious. "Where is the real temporary leader?" "Right now, we really don't have a single lead." Zhang Hu waved his hand dismissively, cutting her off. "All right, thinking clearly isn't my forte. I'll just stick to the fighting." He gave his opinion, looking at Minh Ha and Luo Lin. Just tell me what to do, and I'll do it. Minh Ha replied, since we've realized the truth, their plan to distract us has effectively failed. He held up a finger and continued at length. As we said before, a wild goose leaves a trail. They can't hide without leaving some sort of trace. We can expand our search range. We'll cross-reference the data and activity logs of every parasitic demon exposed in Nandu City over the last year, including the time when our mentor was still here. If we check carefully, we'll definitely find that temporary leader. Luo Lin nodded in agreement. All right, let's do that. He turned to her and said, Fuang Lin, with the current number of people in the Ancestral Dragon team, expanding the search area in such a short time might be difficult. Call in the people from the Nandu Academy Student Council, get everyone, from the ones with special abilities to the detail-oriented ones. Invite them all. Fuang Lin continued urgently. Since we're not fighting head-on, just investigating leads, they'll be a huge help. I'm heading out now. With that, she lunged straight toward the shattered window and took off. Minh Ha frowned and instructed, Luo Lin, I need to go into seclusion for a while. I'm leaving you in charge of tracking down the next leads. Once you find any clues about the temporary leader, you must inform me immediately. She nodded in agreement. Understood. That won't be a problem. A second later, he leaped out just like Fuang Lin had, leaving Zhang Hu standing there, blankly pointing at himself. Minh Ha, what about me? What am I supposed to do? A casual remark was his only answer. Just follow Luo Lin and do some manual labor. Zhang Hu was stunned. He never thought he'd end up like some errand boy. Luo Lin, standing behind him, just covered her mouth and chuckled. Before long, night had fallen everywhere. In a room filled with containers of strange fluids, a green substance began to levitate as a familiar voice spoke up. Minh Ha, you're still quite far from breaking through to the White Rainbow stage. It was Xiao Hua, offering a reminder. When you attempt your breakthrough later, you must proceed step by step. You absolutely cannot rush this. He furrowed his brows and nodded in acknowledgement. Then, Minh Ha closed his eyes, while Xiao Hua anxiously stood guard by his side. He thought to himself, these essence crystals are incredibly pure, and the energy inside them is truly abundant. I can actually feel my strength increasing visibly. Minh Ha opened his eyes and muttered to himself, finally broken through to the high-level Heaven Mang stage. Then, the essence crystals hovered in midair. Minh Ha opened his mouth wide and inhaled them. Within seconds, his entire body was shrouded in a green energy. Soon, Minh Ha regained consciousness. He looked down at the two containers in front of him and murmured, I've reached the peak of the Heaven Mang stage. Gazing at the two essence crystals floating before him, he whispered confidently, next is the breakthrough to the White Rainbow stage. His entire body erupted in a green flame once more. Minh Ha closed his eyes, focusing on the sensation. White Rainbow stage. I must break through to the White Rainbow stage, just a little further. Inside his heart, he felt as if he were struggling to push open a new door, but it wouldn't budge. Minh Ha wondered, why can't I open it? The containers were now empty, and he sank into deep thought. According to Xiao Hua's calculations, 5 vials of essence crystals should have been enough to break through to the White Rainbow stage. That last tree demon, no matter how weak, was still a king-level spirit. Its essence fluid was of extremely high quality, but Minh Ha still kept his eyes squeezed shut, sweat pouring down as he questioned himself. Why isn't it working? Why am I stuck at the final step? Before long, a new day began, and sunlight streamed through the window. Xiao Hua shook him. Minh Ha, don't be so anxious. You've been training all night. Only then did he snap his eyes open, his gaze wide and intense. Minh Ha panted and shouted, just a little more, just a little bit more. Where exactly is the problem? He turned his head and demanded, Xiao Hua, did you miscalculate? I must need more essence crystals than this. She insisted that her calculations couldn't be wrong. Xiao Hua floated onto Minh Ha's lap and continued, the problem lies with you. You're breaking through too quickly. By advancing through realms in such a short time, the spiritual energy in your body hasn't been properly stabilized. She leaned closer to Minh Ha, placing a hand on his shoulder, and whispered, if you don't solve this issue, it's practically impossible to reach the White Rainbow stage. He asked frantically, then what should I do now? Xiao Hua closed her eyes and said, there are no shortcuts. You must slowly, step by step, refine your own spiritual energy and solidify your foundation. Minh Ha lowered his head and murmured, but I don't have time anymore. Suddenly, he looked up, grabbed her hand, and said with determination, I don't care. One more day. Even if I don't break through, I have to go save my sister and Lu Qian. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing grabbed their attention. Minh Ha picked up the phone, startled, and blurted out, 13 missed calls already? She chuckled and explained, since you were training, I muted the phone. He quickly answered, "Hello, Luo Lin." A frantic voice responded from the other end. "Minh Ha, we've found a lead on that leader." Minh Ha asked sharply and cunningly, "Where?" Luo Lin remained calm on the other end. "Calm down a little. You might find this lead hard to accept. But we've cross-referenced and scanned everything thoroughly." Minh Ha immediately urged, "Fine, tell me, where is the lead?" She raised her head toward the skyscraper in front of them and pointed at the Tianfeng Bio Company. He was shocked and suspicious. Tianfeng Bio Company, Fuang Lin's family company. Luo Lin looked at the information on her tablet to confirm. "That's right. We investigated all the parasites, even the movements of the instructor. We discovered that a small group of important individuals among these parasites had all been in contact with Tianfeng Bio Company. Some had repeatedly bought products from Tianfeng Bio Company, and others were often seen coincidentally passing by Tianfeng Bio Company." She closed her eyes and hesitated before saying, "Although they were very careful, this is truly the only lead." "Because you weren't answering your phone," so Minh Ha asked blankly. "So what?" Luo Lin announced. "The Longya organization has quietly conducted a deeper investigation into Tianfeng Bio Company. We can be certain of one thing now. That temporary leader is highly likely hiding at Tianfeng Bio Company." He opened his closet to choose some clothes and asked, "Luo Lin, this isn't a small matter. Where are you right now? I'll come find you." Minh Ha frowned, deeply troubled, thinking, "I never expected the temporary leader of the parasites in Nandu City to be at Tianfeng Bio Company." While digging through his closet, he spoke over the phone. "Does Fuang Lin know?" The voice on the other end replied, "No. Because this involves Tianfeng Bio Company, we've kept the information isolated from Fuang Lin." Minh Ha put the phone on speaker and said, "Understood. Tell me the specific situation." Luo Lin replied, "All right." He took off his shirt, revealing his six-pack abs, and listened intently. "Although we traced it to Tianfeng Bio Company, we still don't have a clear lead on who exactly the temporary leader is. To avoid alerting the enemy, we only apprehended one computer technician from Tianfeng Bio Company." She imagined Zhang Hu closely monitoring him and continued, "We used him to infiltrate the internal system of Tianfeng Bio Company. After that, we found an important lead. It turns out that Tianfeng Bio Company had several large transactions with the astronomical organization." Minh Ha finished changing and straightened his coat, skeptical. "What kind of transactions?" Luo Lin quickly pointed out. "Drugs. And the quantities were extremely large." She furrowed her brows as she deduced, "Usually, the astronomical organization wouldn't use this much medicine. It's likely a disguise, so we need to keep investigating." We discovered that the main ingredient is a type of guest parasite material. It exists in huge quantities in the war ruins and serves as a vital foundation, allowing the demons to survive and reproduce, just like how humans rely on, well, you. Minh Ha mused as he stepped outside, which also means that for years, the master has been able to hold his ground in Namdo and raise so many parasitic demons. It's mainly because the Tianfuang Biological Company acts as a convenient bridge, shipping that material out from the war ruins. Luo Lin nodded in confirmation. "That's right. The specialty of Tianfuang Biological is that they are the largest pharmaceutical supplier in Namdo. They even provide many supernatural drugs for superhumans. It's the perfect cover for Tianfuang to move the demon's resources out of the war ruins." He sat on his cool motorcycle and wondered, "And since this has been going on for years without being detected, I bet that temporary leader is the absolute head of Tianfuang Biological. Do you have any specific suspects?" She answered firmly, "Yes." Luo Lin mentioned Huang Duang, Fuang Lin's father, Huang Duang. He is the chairman of the board at Tianfuang Biological and the one who sets the strategy. Every major decision at Tianfuang has to be approved by him. He is the most suspicious. She frowned and hesitated. Besides him, Luo Lin added dejectedly, "There's also Puang Lin. She is a key member of the company's board." Minh Ha started the bike and countered, "I'm not sure about the others, but I can guarantee that Fuang Lin is not a parasitic demon," Luo Lin cautioned. "I don't want to suspect her either, but those parasitic demons hide extremely well." She gave a few examples. Dr. Ngo Long, Lao Dat, Lu Qian's brother, and others. Everyone we thought couldn't possibly be a demon turned out to be one. Minh Ha narrowed his eyes. "Fine, I understand. Luo Lin. We have to take a more aggressive approach. We don't have time for a slow investigation." As he sped off, he analyzed the situation. "If the senior management is all suspicious, then we'll just neutralize them first and ask questions later. Besides, there are plenty of parasitic demons left in Namdo, and they are extremely dependent on that guest material." Minh Ha suggested, I bet there's still plenty of medicine containing that material in the Thien Phuong warehouse. You take your team to raid that place now. As long as we have that medicine, we'll hold the initiative against the parasitic demons. Luo Lin looked up at the building in front of her, listening, and by investigating the complete production chain of the medicine, we might find the leader pulling the strings. With that, she shouted, "Got it, I'm on it." Suddenly, he added, "Oh right, send me the address of the Thien Phuong pharmaceutical warehouse. We'll meet there." Minh Ha cut the engine and stopped. He tried calling Phuong Lin, but only got a dial tone. "The number you have dialed is currently switched off. Please try again later." Minh Ha sighed and rode off, thinking, switched off? Could Phuong Lin really be involved? Shortly after, he arrived at the warehouse. Minh Ha rushed inside to find Luo Lin's team already waiting. She saw him and ran over. "Minh Ha, you're here. We're one step too late." Minh Ha asked blankly, "What do you mean?" Luo Lin pushed a man forward and frowned. "This is the warehouse manager. According to him, the last shipment was moved out an hour ago. Currently, the warehouse is completely empty." He questioned, "Empty? Not even a single box left?" She nodded grimly. "That's right. I just took my team to check. It's completely cleared out." Minh Ha smiled, intrigued. This is getting interesting. He turned to grill the manager. "Tell me, what the hell happened? A warehouse as big as Phuong Lin's company shouldn't be empty. Not even a backup supply? What if there was an emergency? And where was this shipment moved to?" The man pointed in a direction, trembling. "Sir, since the day this place was built, we've never run out of stock like this. I don't know why, but the company leadership ordered everything to be cleared out. As for where it went, I truly don't know." Luo Lin panicked, shouting, "Minh Ha, could it be that our movements were exposed, so they rushed to move the guest material drugs?" Minh Ha stayed silent, gave a cold smirk, then reached out and punched the warehouse manager right in the stomach, sending him coughing up blood. The manager realized he was in trouble and tried to bolt, and she exclaimed in shock, "Minh Ha, you." He gathered momentum and leaped, swinging his leg over the guy's head. "You think you can run?" With a loud boom, his foot struck the ground, stopping just centimeters from the man's head. Yet, the shockwave was so powerful it sent the manager flying. He crashed to the ground, surrounded by a cloud of dust. The manager instantly reverted to his true form, a fierce, giant wolf. The crowd gasped. "I can't believe the manager was a parasitic demon. How can there be a demon here? Run!" Luo Lin shouted. "Kill that demon!" The armed squad quickly opened fire. The manager lunged upward and roared, a roar of pure defiance. The bullets did nothing to him. His eyes glowed as he snarled, "You garbage, since you want to die so badly." The giant wolfman charged at Minh Ha, declaring, "I'll grant your wish." She stood behind and shouted, "Minh Ha, careful. This demon has reached the peak of the military rank." Even with bullets raining down on him, Minh Ha stood calmly, offering a faint smile. Then, Minh Ha unleashed his powerful punch, his Sky Punch domain. Taking the full force of the hit, the manager was sent reeling backward. Luo Lin watched with her jaw dropped, while he silently mused that his Sky Punch technique wasn't bad at all. "I've finally mastered the mysterious fist. Even the air itself can act as a medium." Minh Ha leaped forward, and his small hand grabbed the manager by the throat. The demon spat out fresh blood from the agony. Minh Ha lifted him into the air and demanded, "Tell me, where was the medicine moved to?" "I don't believe you don't know." The manager still tried to bargain. "If I tell you, will you spare me?" He dismissed it coldly. "Don't even dream about it. The best I can do is make your death quick." The manager sneered. "If I'm going to die anyway, why would I talk? Do you think I'm stupid?" Minh Ha let out a cold, threatening scoff. "Playing tough won't get you anywhere. You'll spill sooner or later. You must have heard of our Longya organization. We have ways to make you wish you were dead." He glanced down at him, while Minh Ha continued to ramble. "I don't believe you, self-serving parasites, would willingly sacrifice yourselves for anyone else." Seeing this, he panicked and yelled, "Fine, I'll talk. The medicine was shipped to the #1 military warehouse in the suburbs. Do you dare to go there?" As soon as he finished, the warehouse manager took a punch to the face, followed by a curse as he was sent packing. Luo Lin arrived just as he fell and called out to Minh Ha. She gritted her teeth and looked up, saying, "We're in trouble this time." Minh Ha turned around and asked, "What's so special about it?" Luo Lin quickly replied, "The suburban military warehouse is the logistics hub for the counterattack on the city." She frowned, analyzing the situation. Right now, almost all military supplies were concentrated there. The supplies are numbered 1 to 18 based on their importance and rarity. The #1 warehouse contains the most critical supplies following the newly issued wartime protocols to prevent sabotage by parasites. Nothing leaves the #1 warehouse, and even bringing supplies in is done entirely through automated machinery at the entrance. Luo Lin looked at him and continued. Before the official start of the war, no one is allowed to enter. Not even the guardians, unless authorized by the top leadership. Minh Ha clutched his head and groaned. Why such a strange rule? She explained. It's normal, really. After all, logically, a parasite could inhabit anyone. As the two were cleaning up the remains of the parasite from earlier, Luo Lin glanced over and asked, by the way, how did you spot that werewolf parasite earlier? Isn't the spirit detecting device only capable of detecting low-level spirits? She turned around, excited, and exclaimed, could it be that you? He scratched his head and admitted with a wry smile. That's right. I've broken through to the peak of the Heaven Mang level. Just a bit more, and I'll reach the White Rainbow level. Luo Lin couldn't help but marvel. You're a monster. She looked up, troubled. But Minh Ha, what should we do now? The medicine is already in the warehouse, and it's hard to get out. The counterattack on the city is about to begin, and the leaders all have important tasks. Getting authorization from the collective leadership in such a short time is impossible. Minh Ha turned his back and made his decision. Hard or not, we have to get it. We have no other choice. It's not just about that shipment of medicine anymore. It's about the safety of the entire #1 warehouse. Luo Lin was suspicious. What do you mean? He asked about the situation with Zhang Hu and where the other members of Longya were. She guessed they were likely still at the Tianfeng headquarters. He had just called me to say that almost all the senior executives of Tianfeng had been captured. Only the chairman of the board, Feng Xiangyang, was nowhere to be found. Luo Lin spoke with a grim face. Minh Ha. The situation is clear now. Feng Xiangyang is definitely the temporary leader. And Fuang Lin is extremely suspicious too. He strode forward, gesturing as he gave the order. Luo Lin, contact Zhang Hu immediately. Tell him to take the members of Longya to the suburban #1 military warehouse. She replied from behind. Understood. Minh Ha urged. Let's get going, too. The scene shifted to a white car traveling on the road. Fuang Lin sat inside, puzzled. Uncle Yuan, are you sure we're not going the wrong way? Why are we heading to the suburbs? She asked curiously. Didn't you say my father's condition had become critical and we needed to get home immediately? He made an excuse. I'm not going the wrong way. He is currently alone in a secret villa in the suburbs. Fuang Lin sighed, muttering, this is a critical moment in the campaign to wipe out the parasites. I can't be away for long. Suddenly, she clenched her fists and commanded, Uncle Yuan, turn back, take me home. Uncle Yuan looked back and shouted, back? What back? Is the Longya business more important than your father's condition? Fuang Lin lowered her head, stammering, this well, let me make a phone call. She took out her phone and wondered, why is there no signal? He quickly made an excuse that they were about to leave the city. There is a vital military warehouse nearby, and the counterattack is about to start. To prevent information leaks, the army must have jammed the signal in this area. Fuang Lin hesitated, but Uncle Yuan snapped and interrupted her. No buts. The boss is more important. Not long after, they reached the suburbs. A guard stopped them, demanding they show their travel permits. He looked at the documents and exclaimed, so, it's Butler Yuan from Tianfeng. You may pass. Then, a motorcycle rolled up, and the guard went back to work. Please show your travel permits. As Minh Ha handed over his papers, he said, Luo Lin, why does the car in front look familiar? Have you seen it before? Luo Lin, riding behind him, explained, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of people driving Mercedes in Nando City. It's normal for it to look familiar, but these people are really bold. The city is under martial law, and a big battle is coming, yet they still dare to go out. After that, the two were also allowed through. He spoke as he drove. It's standard. Since ancient times, the fastest way to make money is through war. Not long after, Zhang Hu's group arrived at the #1 military warehouse. He saw the two of them and called out, Leader Luo Lin. The teammates behind him also chimed in, Leader, Commanding Officer Luo Lin, a Heaven Mang level captain of the guard, capable of weapon manifestation, stood with his hands on his hips and ordered, whoever you are, this is a military warehouse. No one is allowed near it. Zhang Hu looked back and shouted, Longya, we are hunting parasites under orders. He marched up aggressively to confront them. According to the latest leads, there are parasites here, and we must investigate. The guard stood her ground and announced, regardless of your department, our orders are that no one is allowed to enter warehouse #1. Trespassers will be killed without hesitation. Luo Lin whispered in his ear, Minh Ha, did you detect any parasites among these guards? If you did, we could use that as a reason to attack. Minh Ha looked at the watch on his wrist and replied, "No." She rubbed her chin, thinking, "So what now? If we attack, we'll be violating the ban." He stepped forward and asked, "I don't care about that anymore. Zhang Hu, do you dare to strike?" Zhang Hu flashed a grin and confidently replied, "What is there not to dare? As long as the mission requires it, I dare to strike even the heavens themselves." Minh Ha gave a cold, decisive command. "Good." Zhang Hu of the Long Ya team's first unit took the order, and along with his squad, he quickly moved to neutralize the guards here. "We have to break into Armory Number 1 immediately," he shouted while cracking his knuckles. "Understood." With that, both sides clashed like moths to a flame. A fierce, endless battle broke out, with everyone raining blows upon their opponents. Zhang Hu quickly activated his tiger essence, the tiger's impact fist. Instantly, he pushed the opposing team onto the back foot. Zhang Hu turned back and roared, "Listen, fellow guards, we're all on the same side. I don't want to hurt any of you. It's not that you failed, you just lost. Just surrender and call it a day." The captain of the guard, though injured, stood his ground aggressively. "Don't even dream of it. No superhuman guardian has ever surrendered. If you want to enter Armory Number 1, you'll have to do it over our dead bodies." She thrust her palms forward, shouting, "All superhuman guardians, follow my lead, kill them." The captain raised his arm, signaling for the defensive cannons to fire, as people around them began to fall, heavily wounded. The leader of the guard rushed toward the defensive cannons, screaming, "I'll risk my life to take you down." Luo Lin stood by, watching in distress, and pleaded, "Minh Ha, we can't keep fighting like this. If we continue, there will be casualties. Regardless of the side, whether it's the Long Ya team or the superhuman guardians, we are all part of humanity's superhuman forces." She looked at them fighting incessantly, her spirits sinking. Dying at the hands of the parasites is heroic, but dying at the hands of our own people is just miserable and tragic. He quietly walked toward the chaotic scene. Minh Ha frowned, muttering, "It looks like I have to go all out." He clenched both fists tightly, triggering his absolute void fist domain. Then, Minh Ha slammed his fist hard into the ground. In an instant, a burst of red-violet energy erupted. Blazing red fists rained down continuously on the guard team. Everyone panicked, screaming, "It's the red venerable domain." Meanwhile, the guard captain gritted his teeth, struggling to hold off the attack. Zhang Hu was stunned, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Is he a monster? How could he be this strong?" Suddenly, the door began to slide open amidst the shouting. "Keep an eye on them. Everyone else, follow me." Luo Lin gestured for him to move, saying, "Inspector, stay close to us." Before long, they were deep inside. Advanced weapons appeared before their eyes one after another. Minh Ha looked up, observing silently, while she continued to chatter incessantly behind him. Just as predicted, all the pharmaceuticals from Tianfeng Biochemical have been transported here. Inspector, check all of them, see how many contain the gas. We must seize every last bit of the medicine containing that gas. He paused, wondering, why are there so many holes here? What are they for? Luo Lin turned and analyzed. Probably for ventilation and dust removal. This weapon depot is filled with sophisticated equipment and delicate gear. If there's too much dust, their performance and stability will be compromised. The guard captain frowned and added, "That's right. All 10 military warehouses are connected to a high-efficiency dust removal system. They can ventilate the entire area in a split second." Everyone started their inspection. Meanwhile, Minh Ha kept his eyes glued to the watch on his wrist. Luo Lin leaned in, asking what was happening. She shrieked when she saw a massive cluster of red dots all around them. "Why are there suddenly so many parasites around here?" Minh Ha frowned and muttered, "That's completely impossible." He closed his eyes, centering himself to think. Within his mental space, Minh Ha asked Xiaohua, "What's going on? Is your method not working? Or is the sensor broken?" She glanced at a document, looked over at Minh Ha, and remarked, "You really are an idiot, aren't you?" Xiaohua flew up in front of him and suggested, "What is our primary mission this time? Isn't it related to the gas? The sensor detects parasites based on the gas in their bodies." She stood before him, explaining, "The large quantity of medicine here contains a high concentration of that gas, so it's no wonder the sensor is reacting." Minh Ha anxiously replied, "I understand, but why didn't the sensor react outside the warehouse?" A moment later, he snapped back to reality and muttered, "Is the material of the warehouse walls causing interference?" He pointed to the side and ordered, "Zhang Hu, you have the strongest punch. Go check what these walls are made of." He looked confused. "What do you mean?" The guard captain quickly intervened. "Wait, Destroying military storage is a serious crime, Luo Lin added. Exactly. Minh Ha. Zhang Hu stood there blankly, not knowing what to do. Minh Ha didn't listen and snapped, I don't have time to explain. Just do it. If there are any consequences, I'll take full responsibility. Seeing his resolve, he dashed off, avoiding any collision with him. Before long, Zhang Hu stopped in an area filled with swirling dust. He gritted his teeth and punched the wall directly. A second later, a large hole appeared. Zhang Hu turned back to report, the wall is very thick, but the material is nothing special. It's just regular concrete. Minh Ha widened his eyes, wondering to himself, then why? Where is the problem exactly? He brushed off his hands and asked Luo Lin, do you have any ideas? The sensor's function is to detect the gas, but why didn't it react when we were outside the warehouse? Minh Ha held up his watch, lost in thought. And now that we're inside, it's detecting everything. Do you know the reason behind this? He looked at the hole in the wall and analyzed. Concrete walls definitely don't have the function to cause interference. The parasites we found earlier prove that. She turned to look in another direction, puzzled. If that's the case, could these pharmaceuticals themselves be the cause of the problem? Suddenly, someone opened a bottle of medicine and poured it out, but found nothing inside. He exclaimed in a panic. Huh? What is this? Why are all these medicine bottles empty? Minh Ha rushed over, grabbed a bottle, and shouted, empty? Someone else held one up and said, I found several empty bottles here too. The person next to him also reported, me too. He checked his tablet. So far, we haven't found gas in any of the medicine here, but we've detected a very high concentration of gas in the air. He frowned and squeezed his eyes shut, trying to find the answer while Zhang Hu relaxed, hands behind his head in the background. Suddenly, Minh Ha roared, I get it now. All the medicine containing the gas was opened before being transported to the military warehouse. Once it entered here, the gas reacted with the air and dissolved into the atmosphere. Then why did the sensor detect the parasites? Because the gas circulates faster in their blood, creating a special magnetic field. But once the parasites die, the sensor no longer reacts to them. Luo Lin speculated. Minh Ha, are you saying the warehouse was initially airtight? The gas in the air was either stagnant or moving so slowly that the sensors couldn't detect it. But once we opened the warehouse door, the gas began to circulate more intensely, which triggered the sensors. Minh Ha turned around to confirm, that's right. She was wondering why the leader would go to such lengths. Gas is what the parasitic demons need to survive, yet he's wasting it like this. He suspects he must have a reason. I've thought through two critical points, Minh Ha said, raising a finger. First is the military warehouse, specifically warehouse number 1, because this is the most crucial factor that will determine the outcome of our counterattack on these war ruins. We can't afford to lose it, so it's guaranteed to be one of the parasite's primary targets. He raised another finger, thinking of the warehouse manager, and continued. Second is the former warehouse manager of Thien Phuong Biotech. After the warehouse was shipped out under the guise of being a parasite, he could have fled earlier but deliberately stayed behind as if waiting for us. Minh Ha laid out his reasoning clearly. It was so the manager could tell them that the gas agent was being transported to the warehouse, so we'd come here, and the organization's mission is to wipe out the parasites. So, we're basically their enemies. He concluded, which means all of this could be a setup prepared by their temporary leader, and his targets this time are us and warehouse number 1. Truong Ho heard this and stretched his limbs sarcastically. What's there to be afraid of? Let them come. I'll take care of them easily. Luo Lin retorted. This is bad, really bad. She urged them urgently. Minh Ha quickly told everyone to leave the warehouse immediately, as soon as possible. Minh Ha's face darkened, and he said coldly, it's too late. He glared and ordered, everyone, listen. Stay in your positions. Do not act on your own. The crowd fell into a tense, heavy silence. Luo Lin, confused, broke into a cold sweat and asked, Minh Ha, why? We should evacuate right now. Minh Ha shook his head. We can't. If I'm guessing correctly, the gas circulating in the air right now is the trap. It's highly likely to be the catalyst for an explosion. It just lacks one final variable. I don't know what it is, so any movement from us could trigger the blast. Someone looked at their tablet and reported in a panic. Captain, it's bad. The gas in the air is moving very fast right now. His voice became increasingly frantic. The clustering and collisions are building up massive energy, and it's going to hit the threshold soon. Once it reaches that point, it will trigger a massive explosion. She clenched her fists and frowned. How long until it reaches the limit? The man analyzed, frowning. Because of the captain's order, we haven't moved yet. If we all evacuate now, it will cause chaos in the airflow, and it will explode instantly. Sweat poured down his face. but based on the current situation, there are only 10 minutes left before the explosion. Luo Lin asked fearfully, "What do we do now?" Time was running out, and they couldn't move much. Everyone fell into a chaotic dilemma, whispering, "Are we going to die? What are we supposed to do?" Minh Ha stood by his decision. "No matter what happens from now on, don't move." He looked ahead and continued, "Leave everything to me." 10 minutes later, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending dust and debris everywhere. Cutting to a moment later, someone stood on a mansion terrace, looking out into the distance. Fung Lin hurried over and called out, "Uncle Vien, didn't you say my father was sick? Where is he?" "I searched the entire mansion and couldn't find him anywhere." She asked, "Where is he?" "You're lying to me, aren't you? He's actually fine, right?" Uncle Vien calmly poured some coffee and replied, "The master ordered me to do this." Fung Lin frowned, suspicious. "My father ordered you to do this? What do you mean? Are you saying my father told you to lie to me and bring me here?" He didn't hesitate to admit it. Just then, an explosion occurred not far away. She jumped, rushing forward, exclaiming, "Wait, that explosion!" Fung Lin gripped the railing, terrified, looking in that direction. Could that be the military warehouse? What is happening? Why is there an explosion at the military warehouse? Have the parasites attacked it? Two bald bodyguards appeared behind her out of nowhere. She turned, insisting on leaving. "This is bad. I can't stay here any longer." Just as Fung Lin was about to leave, the two large men stepped forward to block her. "Young miss, please stay here. Indeed, it is dangerous everywhere. Given the risk to you, please stay here for the time being." She shouted, "What are you doing?" Fung Lin angrily pointed toward the blast, yelling, "If the military warehouse is destroyed, the city will be in extreme danger. I have to get there now. I am a member of the Long Clan organization," she screamed. "Move!" But the two men linked their hands together and shouted in unison, "Young miss, this is the master's order." Fung Lin froze, protesting, "What? No way. My father would never do something like this, and he isn't even in this villa." Just then, Uncle Vien placed a hand on her shoulder. Fung Lin turned back, pleading, "Uncle Vien, tell them to move." He grabbed her wrist, urging, "Young miss, this really is the master's order. Please stay. He will be here soon. He will explain everything to you when he arrives." Fung Lin quickly shoved Uncle Vien's hand away, her tone decisive. "No way. I'm going there right now." Before she could escape, the two bodyguards blocked her instantly. "Apologies, young miss." Energy began to flare from her arms. Fung Lin gritted her teeth, blaming them. "None of you are listening to me anymore." She unleashed two fireballs toward the pair, screaming, "Then don't blame me." That wasn't enough. The pair quickly dispersed the flames on the spot. The two men brushed off their hands, warning, "Young miss, please don't force our hand." Fung Lin was shocked and suspicious. You can easily block my meteor strike like that?" She crouched down, her body radiating terrifying spiritual energy as she declared, "Then I won't hold back anymore." Fung Lin leaped up, kicking one of them straight in the chest while the other stood stunned. The other one gritted his teeth and retreated while his comrade fell backward, but the two still stubbornly insisted, "Young miss, you cannot leave." A moment later, she held both hands in front of her, forming an X shape as her pupils glowed brightly. Fung Lin leaped into the air, waving her arms, igniting a burst of energy. She raised a leg straight down, preparing to land a heavy blow. The two men quickly touched their palms together to brace for the hit. Instantly, a glowing grid of light was cast out. The two men ran to either side, intercepting Fung Lin's searing red spiritual energy. Caught off guard, she plummeted downward with the momentum. The electrical bolts from the grid surged straight into Fung Lin. Just like that, with one move, she was trapped within that hateful net. The two guys moved quickly, tying knots in the air. In the blink of an eye, Fung Lin was tightly bound by that net. She shouted, "What's going on? Who are you people? Even with my fire heaven power, I couldn't defeat you. If you guys have this kind of strength, there's no way I wouldn't have heard of you within the Fong family clan." Suddenly, footsteps approached, followed by a familiar voice. It's no surprise you haven't met them, because they aren't human. The two guys holding the ends of the net turned around, looking confused, and shouted in unison, "Who's there?" Minh Ha threw the two guys trapped in his ice blocks to the ground and added, "It's me." Uncle Vien's eyes widened as he stared at him, stunned. "Minh Ha?" The two bald guys stammered. "It's you, why are you here?" Only Fung Lin stood behind, still calling his name. Minh Ha replied, "I'm not the only one." Then, the sound of rapid footsteps approached. Luo Lin and Trung Ho, along with a group of others, quickly arrived. They shouted in unison, "We're here too." She was overjoyed to see her teammates. "Luo Lin, Trung Ho, A bald guy asked suspiciously. No way, how did you guys find this place? He walked up calmly and taunted them. Seems like you're truly surprised to see us here, aren't you? Minh Ha reached out and continued. I suppose you thought the Long Ya organization perished in that massive explosion at the military warehouse just now. The other guy admitted immediately. That's right, how are you still alive? Suddenly, several sharp objects flew straight toward him from behind. Luo Lin warned urgently. Minh Ha, watch out. Minh Ha turned his head back, waved his hand, and shattered them, leaving everyone in shock. Minh Ha frowned, immediately recognizing the person. Fuang Huang Duang. So it really was you. Fuang Huang Duang had transformed into a parasitic demon with a muscular body and sharp spikes all over him. Fuang Lin was perhaps the most panicked at this moment, her voice trembling. Father, that form of yours, why? She screamed in agony, tears streaming down her face. Why is it you? How could this happen? No. Fuang Lin questioned him painfully. Why? Meanwhile, Uncle Vian pulled her away, urging, Young miss, it's time to leave. Luo Lin threw a punch forward to stop them. Stay there. Fuang Lin was still struggling violently. No, I'm not leaving. Uncle Vian, let me go. He quickly ordered his bodyguards to block them. Huang Duong gritted his teeth, wondering why the Long Ya organization was still alive and how they had tracked them down. Minh Ha closed his eyes and said, Fuang Lin once told me the Fong family clan had a villa on Qinshi Mountain. She told me the scenery there was beautiful and suggested I go there to relax when I was free. And since you tried your best to blow up Military Warehouse Number 1, you must be here because it's the perfect vantage point to observe the entire explosion. He looked up at him, speculating. And if the plan failed, it would also be easier for you to escape. Am I right? Huang Duong smirked mockingly. You really are smart. He bared his sharp teeth, his tone bitter. But Warehouse Number 1 was destroyed. If so, why aren't you dead yet? Minh Ha held out his palm, standing in the smoke, smirking sarcastically. Destroyed? Since I've appeared here, do you still think your plan succeeded? Huang Duong screamed furiously. Impossible. It's impossible. Such a massive explosion, it couldn't have been a fake. He crossed his arms and looked at the billowing black smoke, exposing his plan. I have to admit, you guys really planned this thoroughly. You used your authority to transport the chemicals, moving the gas-filled containers into Warehouse Number 1, then exploited a special property that humans can't detect to cause a massive explosion. But unfortunately, your plan still failed. Flashback to a moment earlier. Someone looked at the purple gas swirling around and asked, Captain, what should we do now? Trong Ho stared wide-eyed and urged, if everything is beyond saving, at least you should run. You're the hope of the Long Ya organization. If only you move, the gas won't have time to ignite. Minh Ha smirked, dismissing the idea of running away. No need for that. He pointed at the vents up high and said, See those ventilation ducts? Turn them to maximum power and push all the gas out as fast as possible. One person questioned, but if we use the ventilation, wouldn't that make the gas collide even faster? Luo Lin suddenly understood. Minh Ha, I get it now. If we activate the ventilation system, the gas stream will only flow in one direction. It won't be swirling and colliding randomly anymore. Once it's pushed out of the warehouse, its concentration will be diluted in the air. Preventing the explosion means eliminating the danger. The guard captain praised, Great plan. I'll do it right away. Suddenly, Minh Ha stopped him. Wait, I remember Warehouse 18 is right next door, and it's still empty. Move the gas there instead. The three of them looked puzzled and asked in unison. Why? He frowned, his tone full of confidence. Someone went to a lot of trouble to set this all up. If they don't see the explosion happen, how could they feel at ease? Once they realize something is wrong, they'll surely flee. After hearing that, everyone shouted, I understand now. Then, an explosion erupted at the warehouse. Minh Ha tilted his head and said, So the explosion we saw was actually just empty Warehouse 18. I wouldn't have even thought of that. Minh Ha cracked his knuckles and spoke, I should have called you uncle. But at that moment, a powerful, murderous aura radiated from him. Minh Ha declared fiercely, You have to die. The scene became extremely chaotic as they began to clash. Uncle Vian pulled Fuang Lin away, urging, Young miss, let's go. She struggled to refuse. Let me go. I'm not leaving. Luo Lin lunged forward and yelled, Don't even think about taking Fuang Lin. Just then, a deep red gas began to spread through the air. Fuang Lin cried out, Minh Ha, don't kill my father. Uncle Vian quickly hoisted her onto his shoulder and jumped off the terrace. Seeing that, everyone shouted, Fuang Lin, damn it. He quickly ran into the deep forest. Fuang Lin shouted, Damn it, let me go. Minh Ha glared sternly in the direction of the noise. Huang Duong took the opportunity to lunge at him, acting cocky. Where are you looking? The two clashed, trading blows evenly. Not long after, Minh Ha spotted a weakness in his defense and threw a punch straight at him, sending Huang Duong flying backward. One of his pupils glowed brightly as Minh Ha tightly gripped the ice blade in his hand. Suddenly, an ice fist strike was launched into midair, typical of a high-level parasite host. A sharp, piercing thorn rapidly sprouted from the center of his forehead. Min, unfazed, ducked down. He slammed that sharp thorn straight into the ice block surrounding his enemy. In an instant, the ice sheet cracked and groaned upon impact. With immense energy, he shattered it effortlessly. From above, Duong roared in provocation. What else could he even do? Min still wouldn't give up. He frowned and warned, "Don't forget, this is still my territory." In a flash, a barrage of ice fists materialized, circling around Min. Seeing his chance, he struck directly at him. Duong quickly raised his thorn-covered arms to block, but the impact was so powerful that Duong grimaced and shouted, "No way. You haven't even reached swan level yet. How could you be this strong?" Min stood opposite him, lifted his chin, and replied, "So what?" He waved his arm through the air, slowly walking forward, his voice steady. "Duong, I've always trusted Lin. I've considered every possibility." Min pulled his arm back toward his chest, inhaling the aura into his hand as he continued. "But I never thought that you were also a parasite." His pupils glowed intensely as he prepared a strike, thinking to himself, "Lin, I'm sorry." Ming Horde die. Ho and Lam raised their hands to shield themselves, gasping, "It's getting intense." Suddenly, a vortex-like punch slammed directly into Duong. He was knocked down in an instant, and shortly after, the entire manor collapsed. Ho looked at a bodyguard lying unconscious, exclaiming, "It's true that Min hasn't reached swan level, but with his Bloodlord domain and his combat talent, he's far beyond a regular swan-level fighter." Lam stood behind and urged, "Min, go save Lin. She's already been taken away by the driver." Min pointed ahead to reassure them, "Don't worry, he won't get away. And another thing, don't kill Duong." He looked at the ice block on Duong's chest and added, "Stabilize his condition for now, then keep a close eye on him. I'll deal with him when I get back." Ho immediately protested, "No way I'm doing that. The Longya organization fights against parasites. I have to kill him." Min shot him a warning glare. "Ho, what are you doing? Are you planning to ignore my orders?" He hesitated and said, "Aye," as he tried to come up with more excuses. "Besides, if you want to kill him, can't you wait until I return?" Lam stepped forward and placed a hand on Ho's shoulder to calm him. "That's right, Ho. I believe Min has his reasons. We can wait for him to come back before deciding." He stiffened and replied, "I understand." After that, Min felt at ease and dashed away. His figure moved like lightning, instantly plunging into the depths of the forest. Lin, currently on Yuan's shoulder, struggled and screamed, "Yuan, let me go now. I have to go back." He kept running while trying to persuade her. "Miss, don't waste your energy. I won't let you go back." Now that his identity as a parasite is exposed, even if you go back, they won't believe you anymore. No sooner had he finished speaking than a punch landed right in front of Yuan. With that, he stomped hard on the ground. Yuan quickly kicked out his other leg to block the blow. He adjusted his hat, flipped backward, looked at the person in front of him, and exclaimed, "You caught up to us again?" She saw this and turned her head in confusion. Min. Min spoke slowly. "Should I call you Yuan, or should I call you the acting leader?" Yuan adjusted his hat and denied it. "Acting leader? Min, I don't know what you're talking about." Lin glanced at him and retorted, "What? Yuan is the acting leader? Isn't my father the leader?" He raised his palm and recounted everything he knew. Once a parasite attaches to a person, their body undergoes changes. In essence, they are already dead. There is no way to return to human form. But when I defeated Duong, not only did he not die, but he also returned to his human form. So, what does that mean? Min imagined a mysterious person controlling Duong like a puppet, then continued, "Clearly, he was just a puppet being temporarily controlled by someone else. The acting leader, hiding in the shadows, the person behind this entire plan, has always been extremely cautious. There's no reason he would reveal himself as easily as Duong just did. There's only one reason he would do that." He thought back to the moment Yuan took Lin away and concluded, it was to buy time for the real acting leader to escape. Min lowered his voice. "So, there is only one answer." He pointed at him and asserted, "Yuan, you are the real acting leader, and Duong was just a puppet manipulated by you." She heard this and shouted, "So, It was all because of you. Yuan then slowly set her down and spoke. It's no wonder the young lady had her eye on you. As the new leader of the Longya organization, Min, I didn't expect you to figure this out. His eyes glowed blood red as he blamed her. But it was your mistake to keep chasing us. Yet, Yuan patted her shoulder, instructing her, Miss, I've served by your side for many years and have always considered you my own daughter. I truly don't want to lose you. Please, wait for me a moment. He turned to leave and continued. After I finish dealing with this, I will take you with me to the war ruins. Lin tried to move, screaming, No, let me go. I'm not going with you. But before she could move, tentacles emerged from the ground, holding her feet, leaving Lin looking down in confusion. Yuan walked slowly as brown vines began to climb up his legs. Yuan mocked, I've always stayed hidden, not because I feared you, but because I was too lazy to deal with these hassles. Min frowned in doubt. So this is the true face of the acting leader? He returned to his true essence, a peak hegemon. Min was momentarily startled, realizing, so this is your complete form. You're much stronger than Duong was before. Min clenched his fist, summoning his energy, and declared, But I won't forgive what you've done to Nando City today. On behalf of those who lost their lives in that explosion, he created a crimson shield before his eyes. Min roared, I will kill you. Xiaohua appeared and whispered in his ear, Min, be careful. I can feel he's not like the others. It's highly likely he has reached the peak hegemon level. He narrowed his eyes, repeating, peak hegemon. Yuan extended his sharp hands and gave a cold, dismissive huff. You dare challenge me? You're just walking to your own death. You're only at the peak of the fire heaven level. You haven't even reached swan level. You're far beneath me. He reached out, commanding the tentacles behind his back to strike straight at him. The creature looked down with pure contempt. You're nothing more than a tiny insect to me. Minh Ha shifted into a fighting stance and unleashed his wood-style punch, but in a split second, his powerful fists were shattered to pieces. Minh Ha frowned, watching the debris fly toward him, and exclaimed in shock, What? He nullified that attack so easily? The creature sneered mockingly. Kid, let's see how long you can hold out. The creature's razor-sharp tentacles rained down on him one after another. Minh Ha quickly raised his wooden arms to defend himself, but the enemy's strength was overwhelming. His shield shattered, and he was sent flying into the tree behind him. Minh Ha immediately dropped to one knee to steady himself, but the tree behind him snapped and came crashing down. Before he could even react, a tentacle whipped straight into his body. Feng Lin Ni, sitting near the burning pile, screamed, Minh Ha, run! If this keeps up, you're going to die. Yet, he refused to give up. Even though he was under relentless attack, Minh Ha pushed through. A moment later, he hunched over in the thick dust and taunted, Come on, is that really all you've got? Covered in wounds, Minh Ha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and prepared to fight. If you want me dead, this isn't enough. Keep it coming. The creature felt a flicker of interest. I didn't expect you to endure those hits, but unfortunately, I don't have time to play with you anymore. Now, those tentacles were tipped with vicious, sharp claws, capable of taking his life at any moment. As they lunged forward, Minh Ha quickly raised his hands to chant a spell, manifesting a glowing red barrier before him. But there were too many of them, and they were too strong, forcing him to grit his teeth in a desperate struggle. Thousands upon thousands of them pierced the barrier, trying to break through. The creature smirked and raised a hand engulfed in purple spiritual energy. In a heartbeat, a jagged block of earth with a razor-sharp bottom appeared in the air above Minh Ha. The creature violently swung his arm downward, and in that instant, the terrifying mass slammed right into him. Feng Lin shrieked through her tears. No, Minh Ha! Just when it seemed like everything was over, a blinding beam of light erupted from the ground, shattering the earth and rock. Minh Ha rose, his body more muscular than before, his pupils glowing brilliantly. He let out a roar, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy. In the face of imminent danger, Minh Ha had reached the White Swan rank. He looked at the spiritual energy radiating around him, thinking to himself that he must have absorbed a massive amount of essence crystals while trying to break through, which had made his mental energy incredibly unstable. But after enduring the creature's relentless attacks, even though his body was on the verge of collapse, those trials had inadvertently tempered him. Seeing this, she let out a sigh of relief. Feng Lin cried out, Minh Ha, you finally succeeded. The creature jumped back in shock. What? Impossible. How could you have leveled up? Minh Ha retorted bluntly, I have to thank you for that. If it weren't for your help, I couldn't have broken through to the White Swan rank so quickly. He called out to Little Flower in his mind, I need your help. She appeared beside him instantly and replied, Sure thing. The creature across from him snarled, I didn't think you could break through at a time like this. I have to admit, you really are a genius. But you're still no match for me. The creature lost his composure and lunged forward, ferociously declaring, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Minh Ha stood his ground and replied, Is that so? Minh Ha's body erupted with a terrifying source of energy that forced the creature to stop in his tracks. He cleared his throat and challenged him. What right do you have to say that? With a purple mark glowing on his forehead, Minh Ha taunted him. I'm very curious to see what you can actually do. A block of ice cold as winter appeared on one of his arms, while the other was engulfed in raging, burning flames. Minh Ha stretched out his palms, representing two powers that seemed contradictory but actually complemented each other. Feng Lin watched, wide-eyed and wondering. This power far exceeds ordinary elite strength. Can he control two completely opposite forces at the same time? He pressed his palms together and cursed him to die. Giant hands made of energy manifested from Minh Ha and began to crush the creature. The creature struggled and screamed. A moment later, his entire face was crushed like a patty in a hamburger, his scream still echoing in the air. No! Minh Ha forcefully commanded them to squeeze even tighter, and finally, the creature met his end. Yeah,